3 female heroes, in order to win over the Prince of the Empire to join their team. They even went so far as to kick you, their versatile all-class teammate, out, because in their eyes, you are even less valuable than an ordinary warrior. Aside from practicing some easily purchasable magic every day, and brewing potions and forging items, it seems you have no equipment with any bonuses. You give them the impression of being a useless goblin. However, what they don't know is that all your classes have already reached max level. Half a day later, the 3 female heroes finally laid it out for you. Mu-chan, your mission is over. You see the hero Carol sitting on the sofa, crossing her legs, looking disdainfully at you standing behind the coffee table. What does mission over mean? You asked, confused. It means you've been kicked out of the team. Understand? The attacking hero, Bess, sat in the corner of the sofa, looking at you with impatience. As one of the 4 heroes summoned at the same time, Bess brutally pointed out your weakness, saying, "You, Hero Mu-chan, are too weak." The shield hero, Sonia, also sneered, "Our team is strong. We don't need healing. Having you around is just a burden, you get what I mean?" You were speechless. As the only male in the hero team, you were acutely aware of your disadvantage. The evasion hero drew aggro, while the warrior and attacker dealt violent damage, cutting through obstacles without any place for you to contribute. But you were still needed for chores, laundry, and cooking. Seeing you unresponsive, Carol snorted coldly and tossed a bag at you, 10 gold coins. That should be enough for you to live on. You looked inside the bag at the 10 gold coins and felt a wave of despair wash over you. Working for these guys for free, and only getting 10 gold coins a year, you still had to pay for your daily food expenses. In a year, I could have earned hundreds if I had worked like a horse. And these heroes, who gained so much, took all the rewards for themselves and left you with just 10 gold coins. Also, I heard you can brew potions. Just leave your healing potions behind when you go. Bess dismissed it, as if it were only natural. You could increase the healing power of potions 100-fold, and the same goes for other resistance potions. You could sell them in the market for who knows how many gold coins. Now they dare to walk away and still want to take advantage of you. These guys really see themselves as tools. You lifted your head in despair, looking at your teammates, who only showed indifference and smugness in their eyes. Clinging to the last shred of hope, you spoke up. "Even though our team has reached the 20th floor of the Tower of Heaven and is ranked first, the subsequent floors will only get harder without support. If there's no support, then just switch to a stronger damage dealer. With me here, wouldn't it be better to switch the priest for a warrior to increase damage? Besides, we can continue to level up and strengthen." You're thinking too simply. Before you could finish your sentence, Sonia interrupted you. She gave you a harsh reprimand. Bess, the attacking hero in an elf uniform, walked up to you and scoffed disdainfully. She coldly said, "It's useless, the priest just holds us back. They can just lie around after casting a few healing spells. It's not that easy. If we had more dark knights or sorcerers, we would have already cleared twice as many floors. By then, we would have already defeated the demon lord and ascended to godhood. We don't need useless members in our hero team. That includes you," Bess said coldly, pointing directly at your forehead. Sonia waved her hand casually, saying, "Oh, Bess, it can't be helped. After all, this guy was summoned too. I've said it before, this guy is just a dead weight. The king insisted on bringing him along. Just look at the situation." Dead weight? You couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. "Sonia, my priest level has already reached the high priest realm. All classes now have a universal level, including some emerging elite experts, master practitioners, and legendary figures. After the legendary level, it's subdivided according to each profession. And your high priest level is already among the top ranks in the tomb." Carol retorted with a smile, "It's just a bit of healing. An ordinary priest can do that. Moreover, with our speed of clearing a floor, we hardly take any damage." Faced with their ignorance, all you could do was smile. "Can you just leave? We don't need you." The priest faced Carol's indifference and the mockery from Bess and Sonia, completely killing your resolve. "Yeah, they are truly ignorant. Do they think this is the original world where everything is suppressed? This is another world. The strength of the monsters behind will soon make you realize that." You tightly held the bag containing 10 gold coins. Finally, with a long sigh, you said heavily, "Thank you for your companionship. I quit." You turned around decisively, tossed a bag of healing potions, stuffed a note inside, and quickly left the hero guild. As you stepped out of the guild, you instantly felt all your burdens lift. You were fed up with the previous days, having learned beast taming, alchemy, and various other skills just to take care of these spoiled girls, using magical beasts as sentinels for equipment, enchanting and cooking delicious meals. You held on, thinking they would eventually repent, but in the end, it was just your fantasy. Normally, the plot should be about me starting a glamorous harem life. Instead, it seems I've become a little lapdog. I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to end up as their little dog, Is this a reincarnation of Fei Yangyang? Hey, Shi Yangyang, take it slow. How heart-wrenching. You kicked a stone by the roadside, cursing under your breath. The stone you kicked hit the town notice board. You glanced at it and nearly spat blood in anger. These guys have seamlessly transitioned. It seems they had already found a replacement. The new recruit is not a dark knight or a powerful warrior, but just a noble, a blonde young man. You guys are truly something. Even in another world, you don't forget to flirt with the rich and handsome. Whatever, I came here to experience life anyway. A few little kids who haven't even grown up yet are nothing to me. Just wait, I will eventually deliver justice to you. But you should also thank these ungrateful wolves. Thanks to their speed in collecting treasures, your index will rise. Good, this will speed up the resurrection of my system spirit, something that can't be done elsewhere. Joining them is just a small measure to help myself return to the peak. Let the sky be high and the birds fly freely. Now it's my turn to be carefree. In the Hero Guild, Bess rummaged through the bag you left behind. This guy tossed us a few bottles of basic recovery potions, just to shoo away the beggars. They're cheap goods worth only 1 silver coin on the market. There was also a note. Bess pulled it out and held it in his hand, his face showing displeasure. Carol leaned in and read the note, which coldly stated something with no emotion. You bunch of fools, did you get your heads stuck in the door? Green tea dogs, I won't serve you. Bess's hands trembled in anger. How dare this guy insult us? Carol stretched lazily, feigning calmness, and sneered, this is the rage of the incompetent. We can still conquer the Tower of Heaven without him. Sonia casually spat on the ground. With a sneer, she said, when we reach the 30th floor, we'll really get back at him, letting him know that without us, he's nothing. As night fell, you wandered through the town, looking for some good ingredients to prepare a lavish meal. Passing by a building, you suddenly felt a faint echo in your heart, as if someone was calling for help. The voice was extremely faint and sounded very sweet. Could it be a beast-eared lowly, thanks to the beast tamer's telepathy? You looked around and pinpointed the location. The target was within this building beside you. You rested your chin on your hand, deep in thought. Nico definitely wants to save the host. The beast-ear girl's tail is quite soft. A noisy voice suddenly came to your mind. Nico, why did you come out at this time? Nico is the system sprite who traveled with you. You've seen her true form before, just a little white-haired girl. Nico said confidently, hands on her hips, of course. I had a good sleep and feel refreshed all over. I've slept for a whole year. Do you know how I spent that time? You playfully tapped your head and said, well, I'll just make up for the host's needs myself. You thought for a moment, and a somewhat inappropriate idea popped up. Being that small, you could probably reach the goal in one step. You blushed in embarrassment and frustration, saying, you're the small one. I'm worried about whether you can handle it. Really? But if I remember correctly. You gestured a bit to indicate Nico's size. She was almost just a circle larger than your head. Nico huffed. This is just my shrunk form, and you haven't tried, so how would you know? Could you pause for a moment, your face slightly flushed as you looked down, suggesting to talk about something serious? So, are you getting in? You can ensure a safe drive, right? Safe driving? That's like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. First, help me adjust my attribute points. With a hint of regret, you saw an attribute allocation panel appear before you. Mage attribute points increase percentage, strength 0 plus 0%, magic 1 plus 50%, critical 0 plus 0%, critical damage 0 plus 0%, magic resistance 0 plus 0%, wisdom resistance 0 plus 0%, attack speed 0 plus 0%, healing 10 plus 500%, range 2 plus 50%, talent 10 plus 100%. Only 0 plus 0% can be used. Remaining skill points, 136. Looking at the remaining skill points, you nodded in satisfaction. It seems you saved quite a bit this year. When you were summoned, you were happy to find out you were the desired hero, and you filled up on healing and talent abilities, only to realize those three didn't care for healing at all. At that time, Nico had fallen back asleep, making it impossible to adjust her talent points. You didn't expect to accumulate 136 skill points in a year. This is no joke, and it serves some purpose in the hero team. Skill points are fixed. The only way to gain extras is to learn an additional profession. This means you learn 136 different professions in a year, but due to the limited magic points, the effects won't increase. Thanks to those lazy little big sisters, you had to deal with various professions every day. You frantically clicked the plus sign, determined to use all 136 skill points. Priest attribute points increase percentage, strength 10 plus 500%, vitality 54 plus 2700%, critical 10 plus 100%, critical damage 10 plus 1000%, magic resistance 10 plus 100%, wisdom resistance 10 plus 100%, attack speed 10 plus 100%, healing 10 plus 500%, Range 10 plus 250%, Talent 10 plus 100%, Agility 10 plus 200%. Usable skill points remaining, 0. You filled all your attribute points, putting the excess into magic. With your current base magic value over 3,540, you calculated that you have at least 99,120 magic points, far exceeding the current standard set by the Archmage. This truly makes you a violent priest. Just one skill from me, and it's a guaranteed critical nuke. Which boss can withstand that? Those arrogant heroes are in for it. You chuckled to yourself and slowly walked toward the wooden house that called for your help. At this moment, Nico's face flushed in your mind. Wow, attack speed increases by 100%. You want to be connected? Nico said seriously, should we tie your hair in pigtails for some extra attack speed? Nico is pretty playful. There's a saying, a small body can create a big impact. I think you would roll your eyes dramatically. The moment you stepped into the wooden house, you felt uncomfortable all over. The stench and sticky humidity were torturous. Before long, a chubby man approached, rubbing his greasy hands, and asked, "Sir, are you here to choose some goods?" Goods? You instinctively scanned the area. There were many cages, seemingly filled with subhuman beastmen. It seems to be a slave trader, you guessed, and without missing a beat, you continued, "That's right, take me around to have a look." "Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. I'll definitely find you something satisfactory." The short slave trader picked up a candlestick that emitted a faint light and slowly walked on the decaying wooden planks. You followed closely, carefully examining each subhuman beastman to confirm if one of them was the source of the faint echo. Why do these beastmen look like they're about to die? You noticed their wounds had worsened to the point of being unable to starve any longer. Some had tumors, while others had severed limbs. These were discarded goods, unwanted and worthless. The slave trader walked on, pinching his nose in disgust, paying them no mind at all. "Sir, how about this one?" While you were casually looking around, the slave trader opened a cell door and pulled out a beast-eared girl, tossing her in front of you. "This is just a long-eared rabbit. Her quality is decent." You squatted down to take a closer look, shook your head, and stood up, shifting your gaze elsewhere. "Let's take a look at other cages. This isn't what I'm looking for." "Ah, sir." The slave trader tiptoed and leaned close to your ear. He whispered, "The long-eared rabbit's tongue is smooth and can satisfy some of your special preferences. Works during the day and can work at night too. It's really a good deal." Do those two types of work mean the same thing? Although I'm a bit tempted, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Let's change it up. The slave trader showed a difficult expression. The good quality ones have already been picked, and this one is considered decent. Upon hearing this, most people would leave disappointed, but you came here with a specific target in mind. You just wanted to see the beast-eared girl who could resonate with you. At your request, you checked one after another, but none of the beast-eared girls were the right one. Could it be an illusion? The slave trader wiped the sweat from his forehead, growing impatient. "Sir, please don't be picky. These are all average quality, and you surely won't be interested." "What's that over there?" You noticed a cage in the corner and pointed curiously. "Oh, that one over there is a beetle nut tribe member. It's a shame she's been poisoned by the Snake King and doesn't have long to live. What a waste of a beautiful face." The slave trader sighed slightly and shook his head. If she hadn't been poisoned, she could have sold for dozens of gold coins. "Take me to see," you said, as you seemed to feel her calling out, "Help me, save me." That repeated voice echoed in your heart. The slave trader looked at you in surprise. "Are you sure, sir? This girl won't last long. The poison requires at least a master-level priest to cure. Summoning one will cost a fortune." You ignored him and walked straight to the cage, using your vision to see clearly in the dark. It was a blue-haired little girl. The slave trader opened the cage and pulled out the beast-eared girl from inside. She opened her mouth, closed her eyes, and reached out painfully to grasp the trader's wrist. The beast-eared girl hung weakly. Her fluffy little tail seemed to have lost its luster, appearing dull and weakly adorable. You noticed spots appearing on her face and neck. It seemed the poison was taking effect. Her round little eyes stared at you, nearly making your heart skip a beat. You really wanted to cuddle her. You decided she was the one. Turning to the trader, you inquired about the price. "How much?" The slave trader immediately grinned, rubbing his hands and signaling a number. 20 silver coins. 20 gold coins? You rubbed your ears in disbelief. You could hardly believe that number. "What did you say? 20 gold coins? Look at me, I'm practically broke. If I hand over my secret stash, I might as well not live." A slave's price shouldn't start at gold coins. The beetle nut tribe is a high-tier race, very rare. One should start at dozens of gold coins. You directly took up your dragon-slaying knife to negotiate. After all, her lifespan was short, and no one would buy her. If she rotted in the warehouse, you wouldn't get a penny. "Sir, you won't take this? If you don't want it, that's fine. But it's a pity this girl won't last long." The slave trader hesitated for a moment. He had a point. This little one probably wouldn't last until tomorrow, and it seemed there wouldn't be any new customers. The slave trader agreed, extending his chubby hand with a silly grin to shake yours. You placed the gold that Carol had thrown over into the slave trader's hand. At your request, you and the beetle nut girl didn't sign a slave contract, but rather a swift contract. After the contract, markings appeared simultaneously on your arms and the beetle nut girl's. Sir, come back next time, and I'll give you a discount. The slave trader waved goodbye to your departing figure, his big belly wobbling. How are you? Can you walk? You looked at the weak little girl beside you, your eyes showing a hint of concern. I'm sorry, master, Beryl can't do it. Her soft, sweet voice was extremely weak, as if she might break with a touch. If you can't do it, then don't say that. Beryl, is that your name? You tried to keep your tone gentle. Beryl obediently nodded her little head, looking very well behaved. Don't be afraid, I'll take you back now to help you heal. You crouched down, gesturing for Beryl to ride on your back, but she seemed a bit reluctant. What's wrong? Do you dislike it? I don't think I look scary. In fact, I feel a bit cute myself. No, it's not that. I'm dirty, master, and I'm afraid I'll dirty your clothes. She hung her head, fiddling with her fingers. Right now, my clothes are all muddy. If I get your clothes dirty, I'll definitely get punished. It's fine, the clothes are cheap. If they get dirty, I can just wash them. What a worrywart. You sighed with your eyes closed. You immediately picked up Princess Beryl in your arms. Her poison was severe, and now wasn't the time to think about such things. Beryl seemed a bit scared, her big, anxious eyes blinking at you. Those gentle eyes didn't seem so scary after all. Beryl gently leaned her head against your chest, and her anxiety eased a little. However, her body continued to grow colder and trembled slightly. Beryl said somewhat indistinctly, Master, Beryl's poison is very hard to cure. Master, don't waste your money on me, I'm not worth it. It doesn't matter if it's worth it, just sleep well and don't think too much. As soon as Beryl said a word, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over her. Sleep peacefully, tomorrow you'll see a brand new world, you whispered softly in Beryl's ear, like an angel's wings. You navigated through the town and soon returned to your place, gently placing the bedding on the bed for a holy purification. The black stains on the bedding visibly faded, it seemed to be out of danger. You stretched and felt relaxed all over, deciding to get some food to fill your stomach first. Speaking of food, you felt tired and had no desire to cook, so you decided to prepare hot pot. Just toss the ingredients in. You quickly set up a pot, continuously adding broth, spices, vegetables, and meat. Looking at your empty coin pouch, which had only a few silver coins, it seemed you'd need to find some work tomorrow. The aroma of the hot pot filled the small room, making Beryl's little nose twitch. That smells so good. Beryl opened her dazed eyes and noticed that her body didn't feel so heavy anymore. She touched her face, the bloodstains from her tears had faded. Could it be that the poison was lifted? Slowly lifting her body, Beryl looked at you enjoying your food, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Noticing the commotion, you turned to Beryl and smiled. You're awake. Want to have some? Beryl quickly nodded but seemed hesitant. In a weak voice, she said, you should eat first, master. Beryl cannot eat with her master. Beryl is a slave and cannot share the same table with her master. That's what that chubby uncle told us. You rubbed your forehead. Indeed, you had forgotten about that. Beryl is not a slave now, she's my contracted beast, you said with a gentle expression, beckoning Beryl to approach. Beryl sweetly asked, is master a beast tamer? Actually, that shouldn't be the case. As she thought this, Beryl unconsciously glanced at her own attire, a clean shirt. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Seeing that you were too dirty, she helped wipe herself clean. You saw the bedding state, and without hesitation said, wipe the bedding too. She instantly became shy. Wait, thinking about the bedding makes me. She hurriedly covered her face. She felt a bit embarrassed. She had heard that some humans buy beast-eared girls to satisfy their peculiar preferences, used for monster hunting during the day and for special activities at night. Am I being delivered right to their doorstep? You didn't think too much about it and continued, by the way, I don't have any underwear or pants yet, so you'll have to make do for now. Beryl suddenly felt a draft around her legs and unconsciously pressed the bottom of her shirt. She tried to hide her nervousness, saying, it's okay, my life was saved by my master, so I'll do what you say. In the Hero Guild, the heroes welcomed Prince Clays of Altep. From the moment they were summoned, they had their sights set on the prince of this country. They kept secrets from you and invited Clays to join. Now that Clays finally had some free time and agreed to join, Carol and others immediately started asking questions. Prince Clays, let me give you a shoulder massage. Bess smiled as he invited Clays to the sofa, leaning against his arm. Carol also grinned and said affectionately, Prince Clays, don't worry, with us around, you just need to watch me fight from the back and reap the rewards. Don't you need me to fight? Clays asked in confusion, is there really such a good deal? There's no need for those minor enemies. Why would we need His Highness Prince Clays to take action? Sonia said confidently, fists clenched. You don't need to worry at all. Clays hesitated for a moment but still nodded. By the way, Mu-chen, Clays looked around and noticed your absence. As soon as Carol heard your name, she immediately showed a look of disdain. She coldly remarked, that guy is too useless. Hylier immediately sat next to Clays, trying to charm him with his wickedness. At that moment, Clays frowned. Mu-chen was actually kicked out. What was his purpose for coming here? It was just to get close to Mu-chen. Just thinking of your smooth face made Clays swallow hard. What a lovely boy, and such a gentle priest. He really is Clays' sweetheart, and for that, he even finished his chores early to come see you, only to be kicked out by those annoying girls. Where is Mu-chen now? Clays lifted his teacup and took a sip, asking. That useless guy probably went to form his own team, Bess casually said. Useless Bess, I hope you watch your words. His abilities will always be higher than you think. At least he cured my mother's terminal illness, while you've done nothing. Clays' tone carried some meaning, making Bess shiver involuntarily. She apologized. Prince Clays, I spoke too harshly. Bess lowered her head in apology, but inside, her feelings for you were a mix of love and hate. That useless guy left and still managed to cause trouble for himself. One day, she would make him pay. Let's not talk about that. Prince Clays, we're preparing to conquer the 21st floor of the Tower of Heaven tonight. Would you like to join us? Carol hefted her big sword, showing off her bright white teeth with extreme confidence. You all. Clays glanced at their equipment and items, letting out a slight sigh. It was clear that all this equipment was crafted by Mu-chen. That unique enchanting method was unmatched throughout the Empire. Once the equipment was completely broken, they would need Mu-chen to repair it. There was no alternative. These annoying girls thought this was a romantic event. They clearly didn't understand your importance until they faced some hardships. Get ready, we'll set off soon, Clays agreed. No problem, Prince Clays, leave it to us. The hero party officially headed toward the Tower of Heaven. To them, today's monsters were merely trivial matters that could be resolved easily, requiring no dungeons at all. However, for Bess, you were still somewhat useful. Besides being diligent, you could also use some magic. Your divination spells were indeed quite effective. Bess could almost unleash magic indefinitely, and those mana-capturing potions had similar effects. You had to make a profit before you left. If that didn't work, just toss out some plain white silk, and that guy would come running. Men fall for this every time. The next morning, news of the 21st floor of the Tower of Heaven spread across the continent instantly. All the groups were shocked. They had been breached again, truly deserving the title of Hero Guild. Their strength was so great that they could do as they pleased. But only the heroes knew that this victory was extremely hard won. The Lord of the 21st floor had gained physical resistance, and with the durability of the equipment halfway gone, they had lost their original powerful effects. Sonia felt this most acutely. As the tank, he had absorbed almost all the damage, each hit leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. You always stood behind him to amplify his abilities, but now that he was injured, he had to spare time to use potions, and the quality of those recovery potions was too poor. They couldn't even fully replenish his lost stamina in one go. After all, the Tower of Heaven, with a total of 100 floors, was a trial left behind by high-ranking deities. It wasn't something a single hero could defeat with mere strength. Damn, if only there were potions made by Mu-chen. That guy is really stingy. Sonia angrily scolded, which made Clays feel a bit amused. Throwing people out yet expecting others to leave you items? It's truly a hopeless hero empire. By what virtue do you summon such self-important people? Prince Clays, you weren't injured, were you? Carol wiped the blood from her lips, smiling at Clays, seemingly wanting to make a good impression. Thanks to all of you, I wasn't hurt. That's good, Prince Clays, let's go to a high-end restaurant to eat. Bess took Clays' hand, which made the other two heroes unhappy. Bess, isn't this a bit too cunning? Carol frowned. You put in the least effort in this battle, why do you get to hold the prince's hand? Sonia questioned in dissatisfaction. There's no helping it. My mana is exhausted, and I can't cast any spells. I've used all my enchanted arrows too. Bess felt aggrieved. Although his swordsmanship was exquisite, without a powerful swordsman, he could do no damage. Alright, no infighting. You three go eat first. I have something to take care of. I'll leave first. Clays waved goodbye to them, and the next moment, he vanished from the street, running swiftly. In Clays' eyes, heroes were merely those with slightly higher growth rates than ordinary people and blessings against demon lords. Nothing else was worth mentioning. And these three truly seemed to think they were something special. Thanks to Mu-chan's unseen assistance, they could easily reach the 20th floor. The drawbacks were now clear. They were struggling on the 21st floor. If they continued fighting, Clays felt he might die in the Tower of Heaven one day and end up on the list of heroes. The Tower of Heaven imposes clear restrictions on the guilds challenging it. requiring the total value of a guild not to exceed 100, with each hero occupying 25 points. This means that if a guild has 4 heroes, it cannot recruit anyone else to enter the Tower of Heaven. Other guilds in the tower typically have over 50 members. Overcoming the 10th floor requires considerable effort to study strategies, gradually forming groups composed of many guilds and adventurers specifically preparing to conquer the Tower of Heaven. By the way, the highest level achieved BY groups today is the 19th floor. The Tower of Heaven is an enormous world, with teleportation passages to it located all over. Each floor of the Tower of Heaven is equivalent to a world, capable of accommodating millions of people. Many people live on the first and second floors of the Tower of Heaven. A guild can only enter the next floor after defeating the floor's lord. For the first guilds to enter a new floor, they are like pioneers of this world, able to seize and mine all resources immediately. This is why everyone is so eager about the Tower of Heaven. You can make money quickly. Even if you're the 100th guild to enter a new floor, you can take out resources from inside. Become a wealthy second generation. From then on, you won't have to worry about food and drink, just enjoy life. Moreover, there are also elves inside the tower. Catching one is definitely worth it, and you might even take one as a wife. Anyone who says they aren't tempted is lying. Currently, there are over 1.28 billion adventurer guilds worldwide, and over 56 million groups. By the way, the total population of this planet exceeds 10 billion, nearly 5 times that of Earth, and it also features supercontinents. Once a floor's lord is defeated, their strength decreases, making it easier for the next guild to challenge. This is a form of balance within the Tower of Heaven. This prevents any one freak from slaughtering their way to the top, turning the middle floors into their home. The 3 heroes arrived at a restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. Carol complained while eating, "This meat has no flavor, it doesn't taste meaty at all." "You big-chested, meat-loving fool, what are you complaining about? These kinds of places only serve you garbage meat." "Shut up, how can you talk like that? You, who drinks magic potions every day, dare to criticize me?" Bess and Carol were about to start fighting when Sonia rushed out to stop them. "You two, we should check our strategic supplies now." "Alright," Carol cleared her throat, "let's check the supplies first. We can't let Clays underestimate us." The 3 of them laid out their packs, counting the remaining items inside. All enchanted swords were used up. There were 12 basic recovery potions, 3 ultimate potions, and 3 superior potions left in Bess's backpack. "I only have a few life-saving magic scrolls written by Mu-Chen for basic recovery potions, and my shield is almost unusable. I have about the same as Sonia. My large items are also nearing their limit." Carol looked at the items inside. "This is pointless. We need to quickly go gather supplies. How many gold coins do we have left?" 576 coins. Carol was shocked, pausing for a moment before laughing. "Aren't we supposed to have tens of thousands of coins?" Sonia crossed her arms and shook her head helplessly, looking at Bess. "This is for you to ask Bess. This guy spent several thousand coins on something a few days ago. Perfumes and jewelry." "Yeah, right, you all bought plenty behind my back too. Don't think I didn't see." The 3 of them fell silent at the same time. After a moment, Carol hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "It's fine, 500 gold coins can still buy some supplies." "Don't panic, sorry, but our potion shop doesn't carry recovery potions above basic level." "Ah, then why can Mu-Chen casually make elite recovery potions? What about resistance potions?" "We only have resistance potions that provide 8% resistance. Do you need fire or ice resistance?" "No, that's too low." Mu-Chen casually produces ones with 100% resistance. The 3 of them left the potion shop feeling discouraged. "Sorry, brave sir, our weapon shop cannot provide enchanted weapons. You all know that enchanted blacksmiths are rare. Most have been directly recruited by the state. But Mu-Chen learned enchanting in just one day." "Fine, let's see about repairing these weapons." Sir, the quality of these weapons is too high. Our small shop can't repair them." "But I remember Mu-Chen just placed them down, and they were restored. He's just a priest." "That's at least at the religious level. If you want repairs, you can try your luck at the Tower of Heaven. Maybe some guild will be willing to help." The 3 of them left the weapon shop feeling discouraged again. Just a moment ago, they were worried about not having enough money, and now they found they couldn't even spend what they had. Those supplies were simply unavailable. Due to the Tower of Heaven, some specialists have been recruited into guilds at high prices as exclusive craftsmen, not open to the public unless you offer enough. This has accelerated the competition among everyone, leaving low-level craftsmen completely ignored. They are just now realizing your importance. You're practically a walking treasure trove. Bess immediately thought of you and mischievously said, "Let's go find Mu-Chen. Given our relationship, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some credit. That guy has already given us so much. He wouldn't mind giving a bit more for free." The others immediately agreed. Bess lowered his head, secretly chuckling. It seemed the plan was working. He had long wanted your enchanted swords and elite potions without any cost. A few people began to search for Mu Chen's whereabouts. Not long after, the three found him at the inn where he had stayed. Inside the inn, a blue-haired beast-eared creature was curled up, napping on Mu Chen's lap. Mu Chen was contentedly scratching the soft fur inside the beast ear and gently rubbing the disobedient little tail. It was clear that the blue-haired beast-eared creature was enjoying its sleep. One could only wonder what had happened last night for Beilu to become so well-behaved. Watching Mu Chen being so intimate with the beast-eared creature, Basie couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What? The brave hero of the Yu family has fallen to finding beastmen as teammates? What a disgrace to the hero. With her own lapdog gone, off to lick another woman, Basie naturally felt a bit uncomfortable. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Chen looked up in surprise, his gentle expression instantly vanishing. It's you guys? Damn, I haven't even looked for you, and you've come to find me first? So eager to get beaten up, huh? Mu Chen was not the typical male protagonist from a Japanese anime. Dealing with this green tea dog should be done in front of her favorite people. Cough, cough, never mind, a bit disdainful, it wouldn't be good to tarnish my own body. With a blank expression, Mu Chen coldly said, "What do you want with me? Regretting it? Humph, so self-righteous, do you think we would regret it? And what's with your attitude? Have you forgotten how good we were to you?" Carol clicked her tongue, looking at Mu Chen with obvious impatience. Ha! That's right, Mu Chen could guess with his eyes that this group of stupid pigs would never regret it. With their numb brains, they probably wouldn't even understand why they were beaten to a pulp. Just thinking about how these few would look turned into meat paste made Mu Chen unable to hold back a silly laugh. You disgusting guy, what are you thinking about while grinning at us? Sonia took a few steps back, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Seeing Sonia's reaction, Mu Chen quickly waved his hand, trying to clarify and apologize. Sorry, I wouldn't take it out on pigs, you can rest assured about that. Pigs? Sonia was so angry her hair stood on end. Are you calling us pigs? This humiliation was something she had never experienced in her life. Hadn't this guy been licking her before? Why are you so rude? I was talking about you. Why did you drag them into it? Mu Chen looked at Sonia with amusement. This foolish woman was too easy to handle. As if sensing the commotion outside, Beilu let out a soft sound, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Master, what's going on? It feels like a gorilla is yelling at you, so noisy. Pfft. Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly patted Beilu's head, comforting her. Little Beilu, gorillas are very smart. You can't say gorilla, you have to say big monkey. Oh, it's big monkey. Beilu closed her eyes and showed an angelic smile. Ah, what a sweet smile. It finally eased the stinging sensation in his eyes a little. Holding the small creature in his arms, Mu Chen looked up at the three big monkeys who were already riled up and said apologetically, "Sorry, Beilu finds big monkeys a bit annoying. So did you come to find me for something today?" Basie slammed her palm on the dining table, creating gaps, and roared, "Incompetent priest, you saw the information about conquering the 21st floor, right? Now we need to go to the 22nd floor. Give us all your potions and fix our equipment." Mu Chen was completely unconcerned. He turned to the counter and called out leisurely, "Boss lady, someone smashed your table." "Which bastard?" With a furious shout, a strong and tall woman rushed in front of the three warriors. Glancing at the gap on the table, she glared at Basie. 50 silver coins. If you don't pay, the night order will see you. Humph, I'm a hero. Basie crossed her arms and snorted coldly. What does it matter if you're a hero or a weakling? Damn it, if you break the table, you have to pay for it. Beth felt a bit embarrassed. What was going on today? They had clearly conquered the 21st floor, yet everything seemed to be going wrong. Sonia poked Beth and whispered, "Don't cause any trouble, just pay up quickly. Our goal is the potions and weapon repairs." Beth, holding back her anger, took out 50 silver coins and handed them to the landlady. "Next time you act up, I'll report you to the knight's order." The landlady walked away without looking back, leaving Beth fuming in place. "Mu Chen, you jerk." Beth glared at Mu Chen, wishing she could teach this rude guy a lesson if she didn't need his help. "Master, this big monkey is so fierce." Beilu is scared. Beilu clung even tighter. Beth scoffed, "Just a mere orc. What right do you have to shout?" Bang! Beth felt a rush of wind slam into her left cheek, causing pain. Her left cheek was already swollen. She instinctively touched it, confusion filling her eyes. Mu Chen's cold gaze fixed on Beth as he said in a deep voice, "Did your family not teach you to think before you speak? Or do you have no family? Speaking so rudely, you clearly need some education." Before Beth could respond, Mu Chen pulled out a cloth bag from his spatial magic and placed it on the table. 10 bottles of Holy Dragon Potion, 10 bottles of Life Water, 1 bottle of Super Resistance Amplification Potion, 5 bottles of Super Ability Amplification Potion, 20 enchanted arrows of various attributes. Mu Chen spread the cloth bag open, then stood up and looked at them, his expression seemingly losing patience. All you need are these, along with the repairs for your damaged weapons. A bit too little, but fine. At least you know your place, Mu-chen. Carol reached for the items on the table. Slap! Mu-chen forcefully swatted Carol's hand away. Mu-chen? What are you doing? You don't even know the most basic trading etiquette? Money in one hand, goods in the other. One bottle of super potion is 10 gold coins, and one enchanted arrow is also 10 gold coins. A total of 500 gold coins. What did you say? Carol looked at Mu-chen in disbelief. You used to sponsor these potions for free by the dozens, and now you want this much? Why don't you go rob someone? Beth chimed in, pretending to be innocent. Exactly, just help us out considering the past. 500 gold coins. We can earn that back after conquering the 22nd floor. The two of them played off each other, but Mu-chen paid them no mind. You know I used to sponsor for free, so what's wrong with charging now? Mu-chen crossed his arms, standing in front of them with a dismissive expression. This guy, why does he feel different from before? Beth covered her left cheek, sizing up Mu-chen, tears welling in her eyes. Beside her, Beilu stood on her chair, hands on her hips, straightening her back, and said in a childish tone, You idiots. You can't even buy super potions now, and you still think it's too expensive. Master is already giving you face by charging double the original price. Exactly. Mu-chen leaned against the table, looking at them with a mocking expression. Do you want to eat the best food? This little amount of money should be nothing for you, right? Young ladies? 500 it is. How much for the weapon repairs? Beth took out her coin pouch and counted the gold coins inside. To repair each of your weapons will cost at least 250 gold coins. What? Sonia doubted her ears. 250 gold coins just for a repair? Wasn't that robbery? This price is cheaper than the jewelry you have on. What? Can't afford it? Fine, we'll buy it. A total of 1250 gold coins. The three heroes used jewelry to cover part of the amount. Pleasure doing business. Mu-chen handed the potion and arrows to the three brave warriors, casually repairing their weapons before returning to his room with Beilu. Watching his retreating figure, the warriors felt unwilling. It was too humiliating. Beilu, please don't be so cute. Back in the room, Mu-chen leaned against the headboard, weighing the pouch of coins worth 1250 gold pieces. He was truly moved. Afraid he might run out of money, he thought about sending himself some the next day. This fearless spirit was simply admirable. Master, who are those guys? They seem really fierce towards you. Beilu sat on the edge of the bed, kicking her little legs, looking at Mu-chen with her head tilted. Just three fools. Beilu, get ready. I'll go buy you some equipment. Today we're going to have some fun in the underground maze. Fun with what? Beilu blinked her pure, innocent eyes, looking at Mu-chen obediently. Fighting monsters. Mu-chen wiped the non-existent sweat from his face. Strange, why did he always feel something was off about Beilu? Nico, you just noticed? The Ice Wolf clan is noble, but that one is particularly heavy, especially since she's about to come of age. I can tell Beilu is forcing herself to endure. Mu-chen, why do I feel like you're lying to me? Nico, I'm not lying. Just wait until her affection for you increases. You'll see. And didn't you notice Beilu was protecting you just now? Mu-chen, protecting me? Nico, idiot. Beilu is an orc. How could she dare to speak to a human like that? It's definitely because she's brave enough to stand up for you since she doesn't like how they treat you. Mu-chen, really? I thought she was doing it just because I'm her master. Nico, silly. You don't understand a woman's heart at all. Beilu's affection for you is definitely not low right now. She'll probably soon. You know. Mu-chen fell into deep thought. He was feeling anxious. If what Nico said was true, did that mean he was committing a crime? Would time-traveling police come to arrest him? No. What am I thinking? Mu-chen hurriedly shook his head, trying to rid himself of impure thoughts. I am the high priest. I cannot be enchanted. I must not lose my reason. Even if Beilu begs me, I must never agree. Nico, has Mu-chen already tacitly accepted that Beilu will beg you? How lewd of you, Mu-chen. Mu-chen used magic to unravel his outdated clothes into fine threads and then reconstructed them. The rough garment was completed. Beilu put it on. Although it wasn't beautiful, it was extremely comfortable. Great, we can go out now. Mu-chen carefully adjusted Beilu's collar, nodding in satisfaction. Such a cute little one. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, all busy with their own affairs. However, when they passed by Beilu, they still cast unusual glances. Mainly, she was just too eye-catching. With her azure hair, blue eyes, a pair of fluffy beast ears, and a little blue tail behind her, it was easy to recognize her as an orc. The sharp gazes made Beilu only dare to follow closely behind Mu-chen, tightly clutching the hem of his clothes as they walked. Mu-chen naturally noticed this scene. However, in this continent where orcs were considered a lower race, mere beasts, he couldn't change anything. Upon reaching the commercial street, the crowd grew larger. Beilu's small hand tightened even more, her little face almost pressed against Mu Chen's back, her eyes darting around at the people nearby. Master, they seem to really dislike me. Dislike? Mu Chen stopped, glanced around, then turned to gently pat Beilu's head, saying softly, Beilu, they just don't know how to appreciate you. You're so cute. As long as I like you, that's enough, right? Master, Beilu looked into Mu Chen's eyes for a while, then nodded. Yes, even if everyone else dislikes you, Beilu will always follow you. I like you, Master. Mu Chen nodded with relief, picking up Beilu and letting her sit on his shoulder. How is it, Beilu? Do you feel like you can see really far now? Wow, Beilu can see so far. I'm flying high. I'm going to speed up now. Hold on tight so you don't fall. Mu Chen held onto Beilu's little legs to prevent her from leaning back and falling off. Beilu listened to Mu Chen and tightened her thighs. Then, Mu Chen ran towards the clothing store at an incredible speed. Although the crowd was buzzing with chatter, Mu Chen didn't care at all. Beilu was initially worried that Mu Chen would make her get down because of their comments, but it seemed that Mu Chen was serious, so there was no need for her to care about the gazes of others. Along the way, Beilu smiled, looking around and pointing out interesting places to share with Mu Chen. Mu Chen responded with a smile each time. He, Master, that pancake looks so good. When Beilu earns some money from the underground maze, you can buy it yourself. Really? Beilu is so looking forward to it. Beilu excitedly waved her hands, her body twisting along with her enthusiasm. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the clothing store. As soon as they entered, the owner kicked them out. Get lost. This store doesn't serve beastmen. He even threw out some harsh words. 5 gold coins. Cough, cough, I didn't see anything. The owner turned a blind eye, but Mu Chen had given too much. It was too good to pass up. Stepping into the clothing store with Beilu, all kinds of little dresses caught Beilu's eye. Wow, so many beautiful dresses. Beilu's eyes sparkled, but quickly dimmed. As a beastman, she had no right to wear dresses. Just having coarse linen clothes was already good enough. To desire luxurious dresses was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Seemingly sensing Beilu's thoughts, Mu Chen picked out a nice dress and held it out to her. Give it a try. No, customer. The owner hurried over to stop them, waving his hands and saying somewhat flatteringly, Customer, these clothes can't be tried on by beastmen, you know that. Beastmen are unclean and smelly. If they try on these clothes, they won't be sellable. Unclean? Smelly? Mu Chen's expression darkened as he gently pulled Beilu closer. Look at this face, isn't it cleaner than those noble ladies? Can you smell any bad odor on Beilu? What nonsense! The sweet scent of a little girl. How could they say she was unclean? With a face that could squeeze out water, how could it not be clean? Moreover, it was perfectly fine to lift the cloth and eat. Was I, the high priest, just a decoration? The owner hesitated, stammering, Customer, although what you said is true, this young lady is very delicate, but others wouldn't know. Saying this, he even sniffed the milky scent emanating from Beilu. It was somewhat tempting. In that case, I'll take all the dresses in the store that fit Beilu's size and pack them up. Mu Chen truly didn't believe that under the temptation of money, they could still maintain their rationality. Sure enough, as soon as the owner heard that, he perked up immediately. Wife, come help out. Measure this customer's size. The owner excitedly ran to the front desk, muttering, We've got a big customer this time. Ha ha ha. Beilu tugged at Mu Chen's clothes, looking a bit dejected. Master, you don't have to do this. It's too wasteful. I'm already very satisfied wearing the clothes you gave me. Beilu, be good. Mu Chen squatted down, leaning close to Beilu's fragrant shoulder, sniffing and saying with satisfaction, A lovely girl should wear beautiful dresses, right? So fragrant. I really want to take a bite. Then cough, cough. That wouldn't do. What to buy in the evening? Buying clothes in the evening cost Mu Chen a full 200 gold coins, but that was nothing. After all, watching Loli wear different dresses every day was a kind of enjoyment. Mu Chen licked his lips, already looking forward to seeing Beilu in different skirts. Right. Next time, he should buy a few more. Let Beilu study well. Leaving the clothing store, Mu Chen took Beilu to the equipment shop. In theory, Mu Chen could directly craft the equipment himself. However, Mu Chen currently had no forging stones at all. He couldn't even make a wrist guard, let alone a weapon. Mu Chen bent down and gently stroked Beilu's head. Beilu, what kind of weapon do you like? Short blade. Beilu immediately answered. For a nimble little one like her, a short blade was the most suitable. Under the boss's disdainful gaze, Beilu chose a relatively lightweight short blade. Identification: cold light short blade quality, fine attack, 20 agility, 3 effect, low probability of triggering a critical hit. Mu Chen glanced at it, it was quite an ordinary weapon compared to what he could forge. In this continent, weapons are divided into 9 grades: inferior, ordinary, fine, rare, earthly, heavenly, relic, ancient, and divine gift. Don't you need armor? Beilu shook her head. Armor is too heavy. It will affect Beilu's speed. Mu Chen nodded with a doting expression and then looked at the boss. Boss, how much is this? Considering her good eye, this short blade is one of the better ones among this pile of weapons. Although I don't really want to sell it to an orc, since she chose it, I'll sell it to you. Fine weapons generally cost between 400 silver coins. I'll sell this one for 600. Silver coins are still relatively cheap. Mu Chen took out his coin pouch and handed a gold coin to the boss. I'll go get change for you. The boss took the gold coin and went to the front desk, while Mu Chen took the opportunity to admire other weapons. By the way, a priest who can't fight in close combat shouldn't be a good priest, right? Master, are you going to buy a weapon too? Beilu played with the short blade in her hand, looking at Mu Chen with a natural daze. Mu Chen shook his head. Not buying. I'll make my own. The highest quality here doesn't exceed rare, which doesn't match his standards at all. When he was working for that group of idiots, he had studied forging knowledge for a whole week just to get them equipment. Fortunately, his talent was maxed out, and he had already reached the master level. As long as the materials are in place, he could easily create relic-level quality items. Oh, Beilu formed an O with her mouth and nodded as if she understood. After getting the change, Beilu actively extended her little hand for Mu Chen to hold. Master, hand. Beilu looked up at Mu Chen with a smile, her outstretched hand shaking continuously, waiting for Mu Chen to grasp it. You little rascal, Mu Chen chuckled lightly and gently held Beilu's hand as they walked out of the weapon shop. This scene left the weapon shop owner a bit puzzled. Their relationship was so good? It didn't seem like it? A little regretful. The weapon shop owner withdrew his gaze and continued to rest in his lounge chair. Mu Chen took Beilu and walked out of the town. Their goal today was to go to the first level of the underground maze to hunt monsters. The underground maze is different from the existence of the Tower of Heaven. The maze allows free access to any level, with stronger monsters the deeper you go. And the stronger the monsters, the larger the magic stones within them. Magic stones can forge more powerful weapons and, when infused with magic, can unleash different skills. Magic stones can also enchant weapons. In daily life, magical items also use magic stones as their power source. Magic stones are not only related to military needs but are also essential items with high demand in daily life. At the same time, the variety of minerals inside is richer, and the purity is more intense. There are also quite a few opportunities and treasures. The premise is that you can walk out alive. For example, on the 50th level, a palace appeared within the cave. According to the adventurers at the time, there were ancient artifacts inside, as well as an ancient race that could transform into beautiful women. Ahem, as for the adventurers who arrived at that palace later, everything had been cleared out. Even that beauty had vanished without a trace. Perhaps she had already been tasted by the first team that discovered her. The total number of levels in the Great Labyrinth remains an unsolved mystery. Currently, the deepest exploration record is 56 levels. For Mu Chen, he is not in a hurry to challenge these records. First, he needs to take care of those 3 idiots. He came today just to confirm Beilu's abilities. Standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, Mu Chen looked at Beilu with a mischievous smile. Little Beilu, let your master see your abilities, and be good and don't move, okay? Master, why does Beilu feel like your tone is a bit like a bad uncle? Please remove the bit, that is an insult to me. Identification. Mu Chen's front displayed Beilu's attribute panel. Name, Beilu. Race, Ice Wolf Clan. Gender, female. Level, 26. Combat power, 1217. The average for commoners is 200 points. Attack value, 1300. Magic value, 764. Durability value, 416. Agility value, 190. Inherent skill, Ice Seal. Talent, Mastery of Ice Magic, Rebirth of Obsession, Among Wolves, a skilled speaker. Affection level, 90. Mu Chen's gaze stopped at the talent section. Master, is there something you're confused about? Beilu scratched her head in confusion, looking curiously at Mu Chen. No way. On the surface, this cute little thing might actually Nico. I told you the Ice Wolf Clan is very heavy. Mu Chen, you must not be forced into it. It shouldn't be. Mu Chen believed that such a cute child wouldn't do those things. Look at that innocent smile. It has nothing to do with it. Ahem. It's nothing, Beilu. Your attributes are quite good. Come on, let's go hunt some monsters. Mu Chen dismissed the strange thoughts, took Beilu's small hand, and stepped into the teleportation entrance of the underground labyrinth. Master, what do we hunt during the day, and what do we do at night? At the moment of teleportation, Mu Chen seemed to hear such a statement. Wait, did Beilu say that? Or was he overly worried in hearing things? No way, could Beilu understand so much? No, he had to clarify this. he absolutely couldn't let her learn strange words. When the light of the teleportation array disappeared, a dark, vast cave appeared before Mu Chen. It was not the endless black he had imagined. Instead, it was brightly lit, and under the effect of the fluorescent stones, the path was almost crystal clear. However, what Mu Chen noticed first was not this, but he immediately squatted down, grasped Beilu's shoulders with both hands, and kindly asked, "Beilu, what do you think we should do at night?" Beilu tilted her head in thought, then slowly uttered a word. "Soak, a very serious underground labyrinth. A very serious underground labyrinth. I didn't hear that clearly just now, could you say it again?" Mu Chen suppressed his impulse. This was truly shocking. It was indeed the word he was thinking of. But Beilu just stuck out her tongue, shyly turned her head away, and softly said, "If you didn't hear it, then forget it. I won't say it a second time." It was definitely intentional. Although Mu Chen really wanted to interrogate her and ask for the reason, he decided to let it go. If he didn't take advantage of a good deal, that would be a shame. Mu Chen tightly held Beilu's small hand, and his palm couldn't help but sweat. He was nervous. "Master? Your hand is so sweaty, are you hot?" As she spoke, Bella pulled Mu Chen's hand away and placed it on her little face. "I'll give my master ice. No," Mu Chen was about to refuse, but looking at Bella's determined eyes, he thought, "Fine, do whatever you want." So, Mu Chen held Bella's face and walked forward. When they reached the intersection, Mu Chen suddenly felt a chill in his fingers and instinctively lowered his gaze. "Bellu, what are you doing?" Bella released Mu Chen's hand, licked her lips, and then flashed a mischievous smile. The ice wolf clan's tongue can lower the temperature of moisture quickly, but that's not very hygienic, is it? Mu Chen withdrew his hand. The moisture above evaporated rapidly like alcohol. Surprisingly, the sweat that had been on Mu Chen's hand had disappeared, leaving no sticky feeling. "Don't worry, master. It can purify bacteria and has a disinfecting effect. It's cleaner than pure water." Mu Chen looked at Bella with half-belief and let out a helpless sigh. Looking towards the end of the passage at the intersection, Mu Chen spotted a wild wolf. "It's a little wolf." Bella immediately showed an excited expression. Chen, I'm coming." Bella instantly broke away from Mu Chen and ran towards the wolf. The idea that magic stones could be sold for money was something almost everyone understood. "Don't run so fast, Bella. Also, we don't need money right now," Mu Chen said as he ran towards Bella. "My master bought me weapons, of course, I have to earn money to pay it back." Her tone was very serious. Mu Chen paused for a moment, surprised by her self-reliance. She was completely different from those three idiots. That group of people took things without giving a single cent. Getting them to pay was harder than cutting their flesh. There was a bit of comfort in that. In the blink of an eye, the wild wolf was taken down before it even understood the situation. Bella directly pulled out its magic stone, held it high, and squinted one eye excitedly. "This one is probably worth 10 silver coins? There are still 60 left." Bella was full of energy, crazily darting around the maze, forcing Mu Chen to keep following her. This girl could run too well. Thus, under the astonished expressions of some other novice adventurers, Bella swiftly took down various magical creatures in the blink of an eye. Slimes, wild wolves, goblins, long-haired rabbits. She collected a bunch of magic stones in less than half an hour. Mu Chen was at a loss for words. This speed wouldn't be possible for others in less than 3 hours. With an awkward smile, Mu Chen patted Bella's head. "Very good. Now this weapon truly belongs to you." Bella closed her eyes, enjoying the pleasure of being patted, and sweetly said, "Master, take out the pouch. I'll give it all to you." "No need, Bella, these magic stones belong to you. You can use them to exchange for the pancakes you like. But, be obedient, as long as you can behave, I'll be satisfied. Look, you're already hurt." Mu Chen gently touched Bella's scratched little cheek, and in an instant, the wound mysteriously healed. "All right, then I'll go buy 2 pancakes. One for me and one for you, hee." Bella put away the magic stones, happily holding onto Mu Chen's big hand. At this moment, the people around them whispered to each other, "What's up with these two? Came to the underground maze to show off their love." "Yeah." Suddenly, I feel like the weapons and magic stones in my hands aren't appealing anymore. That orc looks pretty good. Did you see that agile movement? Duh, do you even need to say that? Just look at how cute she is, and that charming scent. Stop daydreaming, you guys. Orcs are dirty and smelly. This one might just be an exception. Why not hurry up and kill monsters to make money? Damn it, did you see that? Everyone, work hard, earn more money, and you can marry a wife. Mu Chen heard their conversations clearly. To be honest, Mu Chen is feeling extremely inflated right now. A year ago, he was called a licking dog every day. Just thinking about those days makes him angry. Now, being able to make others envious and jealous feels really great. Thanks to Beilu, thanks to the gifts of nature. Nicole, what about me? What about me? Mu Chen, you lazy pig, You slept for a whole year. It's good I didn't hit you. Nicole, whoa, I clearly helped you too. Why are you treating me like this? Mu-chan, alright. Nicole is really good and amazing. Here's a big red flower as a reward. Nicole, you're really just being perfunctory, Mu-chan. So, perfunctory. Just like that, within less than an hour in the maze, Mu-chan took Belu back to the town where they used to live. After selling the magic stones in Belu's hands to the Adventurers Guild, Mu-chan bought 2 pancakes that Belu had been longing for. Awo, Belu took a big bite, her face full of happiness. How does it taste? Mu-chan tilted his head, looking at Belu gently. Delicious. I've never had food this good before. Belu gobbled it down as if she hadn't eaten in a long time. Eat slowly, you fool. No one is competing with you. Weehee, I know how to please my master. Belu slowed down, savoring each bite, her eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. So cute. Mu-chan was entranced. Gradually, his gaze moved to her big tail, then slowly down along the tail. Master? Belu waved her little finger in front of Mu-chan's eyes. She had noticed that Mu-chan had been staring at her for a while, which made her a bit shy. Feeling Belu's response, Mu-chan suddenly snapped out of his daze. He covered his mouth with his fist, pretending to be calm. Ahem, what's wrong? Master, is there something dirty on my tail? You're looking so seriously. Ahem, yes, there's a little bug. New villa house. Mu-chan took the pouting Belu to the rental association. Ah, Belu, it was just a bug, right? Humph, bad guy. Belu puffed up her cheeks, crossing her arms, looking at Mu-chan as if saying, hurry up and comfort me. Mu-chan awkwardly scratched his head and joked, it's not like I saw you refuse, and besides, humph. Still talking, Belu took out her little fists and pounded on Mu-chan's chest, continuously shouting, bad person. This attack had a very high power level, almost melting Mu-chan on the spot. So this is what it feels like to have little fists pounding on your chest. How lucky to experience this. Unlike those 3 idiots, who could really pin someone down and beat them to death, they had no cute qualities at all. Isn't this difference evident? Although Mu-chan wanted to continue enjoying this moment, there were things he had to do. Naturally, matters with Belu could wait until they got back. He pushed open the shop door, holding Belu's hand, and walked inside. Welcome to the housing rental office. Mu-chan followed the voice, and a woman with a smile approached. But for a moment, when she saw Belu, her expression turned a bit disdainful. Out of professional courtesy, she still forced a smile. Hello, may I ask what kind of house you need to rent? 2 or 3 stories, something that can sell goods. Is it a commercial and residential integrated type? Those are all rented out in the town. Rented out? Mu-chan sighed in disappointment. His original plan was to open a small shop and get rich selling some props. Forget it, since it's not possible, he could only think of a way at the Tower of Heaven. Just as Mu-chan decided to take Belu away from here, the woman suddenly spoke. Although there are none in the town, there is a 3-story house on a high hill outside the town. The surroundings are quite spacious, mostly grassland, and there's a lake to the north. Would that work for you? Spacious? High hill? Isn't that a natural villa? Wow! This is definitely a great place to live a carefree life. But why is such a good location and house empty? Mu-chan couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Of course, no problem, Mu-chan replied, and out of curiosity, he asked, is there something wrong with this building? The woman hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, one reason is that the inner city is too far away, and it's quiet around here, making it easy to be attacked by monsters at night. The second reason is that I've heard that there are unclean things in that house. Unclean? Upon hearing this, Mu-chan's hair stood on end. Isn't this just the legendary haunted house? Damn, can there really be ghosts in another world? And in such a remote area, at night, it's all the more terrifying. Seeing Mu-chan's somewhat horrified expression, Belu couldn't help but tilt her head in curiosity and ask, Master, what are unclean things? Mu-chan leaned down and whispered into Belu's beast ear, ghosts. Oh no! Belu quickly turned her head away, scratching the fur inside her beast ear, revealing a cute smile. It tickles. Master! Mu-chan was taken aback for a moment. This wasn't the reaction he expected. Normally, Belu should have been startled and then jumped into his arms. Given her reaction, could it be that she wasn't afraid? Belu, aren't you afraid of ghosts? Humph, if a ghost appears, I'll just beat her to death. That way, she won't scare Master. It seemed he had worried for nothing. This girl was completely unafraid of ghosts. For now, Mu-chan had no more options. He stood up and looked at the woman. How many gold coins do I need to rent it for half a year? Only 50 gold coins, sir. So cheap, could it really be because it's a haunted house? In that case, I'll rent it. The furniture inside is complete, right? The woman smiled eagerly upon hearing Mu-chan's willingness to rent. Don't worry, We'll send someone over to clean. You can move in tonight. Mu Chen nodded and followed the woman to the front desk to handle the paperwork. Sir, I need your identity and some basic information. Please place your hand on the crystal ball. In front of Mu Chen was a very clear crystal ball, used to identify others' attributes. In this continent, there are very few people with identification abilities. Without hesitation, Mu Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball, and lines of text appeared on it. The woman quickly recorded the information. Suddenly, the woman let out a gasp, startling everyone in the room. What happened? Mu Chen looked at her in confusion, wondering if there was a problem with his identity. Oh no. Honorable hero. I didn't expect you to be a hero. That hero. Can you give me your autograph? The woman spoke excitedly and incoherently. To be able to interact with a hero was an extremely rare thing, let alone having a conversation like this. Other receptionists, upon hearing this, were also excited and rushed over. Who could resist such a handsome hero? On this continent, there are heroes summoned from other worlds, as well as newborns endowed with heroic abilities. Logically, there should only be one hero, but this continent is particularly strange. Every country has at least 2 or 3. The leaders of the countries use these heroes to attack the Tower of Heaven for their own benefit, completely neglecting the matter of dealing with the Demon King. Amidst the chaos, Mu Chen finally completed the paperwork. He quickly took Beilu and escaped from this devilish place. Master, it seems they all really like you, Beilu said with a sulky look in her eyes, filled with jealousy. Her beloved master was being coveted by so many bad women. Fool, they are interested in my identity as a hero, not me. Beilu didn't understand, but Mu Chen naturally did. If he were just an ordinary priest, they probably wouldn't even give him a second glance. Well, is that so? But Beilu still feels uncomfortable. Beilu poked her fingers in grievance. This was the first time she felt what it was like for someone she liked to be cherished by others. If only the girls could stay away from the master. Alright, Beilu, don't think too much. Let's head back to the hotel and tidy up. We need to change places tonight. Nukin patted Beilu's head and hurried towards the hotel. I must say, having a warm beast girl tucked in my arms is quite comfortable. Nukin was almost getting used to this feeling. A day without holding her made him feel like there were bugs crawling all over him. Ah, so this is Beilu syndrome? It seems I've fallen deep into it. Meanwhile, at the teleportation point of the Tower of Heaven, a small white-haired figure smiled at the corner of its mouth, excitedly bouncing towards the teleportation portal. My unfortunate disciple, kicked out of the team by 3 stupid donkeys. You must be feeling very sad now. Don't worry, Master is coming to comfort you. My lovesick Master. My lovesick Master. For kilometers north of Ihaching, the terrain gradually rises, forming a small hill. On the back side of the hill is a small lake surrounded by a forest. Around 6 o'clock, Nukin and Beilu moved into this new residence. As soon as they entered, there wasn't a single spider web or dust. The sales counter on the first floor was also spotless. When they reached the second floor bedroom, there were 5 rooms, and the bed linens were neatly arranged. The living supplies were also placed in order. The third floor was a leisure area. Additionally, there was a small storage room next door for storing goods. For Mukin, this was the perfect place. It was simply a bargain. Except for the ghost. The urgent task now was to find out if that ghost really existed. Also, to set up magic circles around the area to prevent surprise attacks from monsters. Beilu, go upstairs and take a look. Nukin pointed to the stairs, indicating for Beilu to search the upper 2 floors. Leave it to me. Beilu darted up in a flash. Meanwhile, Nukin carefully examined every corner on the first floor. After a while of busy work, he found nothing, not even a shadow of anything unusual. Beilu also shook her head, having found nothing. Strange? Had they been overly sentimental? With doubts in mind, Nukin set up dispelling magic around the residence and then returned to the kitchen on the first floor. Dinner still hadn't been resolved. Beilu, what do you want to eat? Nukin took out the ingredients he had just bought and placed them on the kitchen counter. I want to eat meat. Beilu pressed her little face against the kitchen table, gently tapping her hands on the surface. She looked just like a hungry child urging for food. Nukin skillfully worked in the kitchen, already able to smell the delicious aroma of meat wafting through the air. Knock, knock. There was a hurried knocking at the door. Nukin paused in confusion, wiped his hands with a cloth, and walked towards the door. Who could it be at this late hour? The surrounding magic circles hadn't given any warning, indicating it wasn't a monster. So it must be a human. However, he couldn't count on his fingers how many people knew this location. Coming. coming. The knocking grew louder, and Mukin had no choice but to call out for the person on the other side to be gentler. The doubts in his heart grew heavier. Could it be bandits? Or is the ghost outside? In any case, he needed to be prepared for a confrontation. Gripping his magic wand, he slowly reached for the doorknob, gently pressing down. Bang! The door was immediately slammed open, and a small white figure rushed in. Mukin was knocked to the ground. Damn! Who the hell is that? The speed was so fast he couldn't react in time. My dear disciple, long time no see. Disciple? Mukin lowered his gaze and exclaimed, what the heck? Master? Why are you here? Mukin quickly got up and lifted this tiny master. Nayako covered her mouth and revealed a charming smile, looking at Mukin and giggling. Good disciple, were you a bit restless just now? No. Muchen hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands to show his innocence. Not yet. It's rare for me to come and comfort you, and you're already so impatient. Nayatsi placed her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with affection. Beilu heard a loud commotion outside and curiously stepped out to take a look. It was a woman. Her little tail immediately stood up, watching this uninvited guest with great vigilance. White hair, tied in 2 low braids, with eyes as pure and flawless as red jade, and an extremely luxurious dress, she was clearly a noble young lady. Could this person be the current partner of the master? Nayatsi also noticed Beilu peeking out from the kitchen. It seems my disciple is not bad, with beast ears. Master, please don't joke around. Just a little. Nayatsi stuck out her tongue, then tiptoed to pat Muchen's head. I heard in the royal capital that you were bullied by those 3 stupid donkeys, so I hurried over to comfort you. Nayatsi's tone was so natural that it almost made Muchen believe her. The royal capital was thousands of kilometers away, and he had only been kicked just yesterday, right? How did this master know so quickly? No, although his master looked small, she contained great magical power. She served as the chief court mage in the royal capital, her strength already reaching the realm of a magic god. When he was summoned, this little one was also present, constantly glancing over at him. It made Muchen feel quite uncomfortable at the time. Now that he thought about it, could this little one have taken a liking to him? First, she stealthily attacked him. Then, she took him as her disciple under the pretext of teaching him magic. After studying in the royal capital for half a year, he left to follow other heroes to challenge the Tower of Heaven. When he left, this little master cried as if the king had personally separated the cowherd and the weaver girl. As Muchen pondered, Nayatsi suddenly leaned close to him, her red jade-like eyes staring intensely into his. They were less than 5 centimeters apart, and he could strongly sense his master's presence. Wow, master, what are you doing? Muchen snapped back to reality, startled, and took 2 steps back. Did you hear what I just said? Nayatsi puffed her cheeks, looking at Muchen with a pout. Since just now, Muchen had been in a daze, it was rare for her to come all this way to see him. I heard it. Muchen stammered in response. However, what did he know? He hadn't heard anything while lost in his fantasies. What are your thoughts? Nayatsi blinked and asked. Thoughts? Muchen pretended to ponder, then put on a look of sudden realization. I think that's a great idea. No matter what the idea was, as long as he said it was good, that would suffice. Just a casual response for now. Upon hearing this, Nayatsi immediately beamed with joy, her heart blooming with happiness. At that moment, a weak voice came from behind Muchen. No way. Beilu nervously stared at Nayatsi, her little lips tightly biting down. Hearing the unwelcome voice, Nayatsi turned her head to pay attention to the beast-eared girl again. Oh, Nayatsi walked around Muchen with interest, approaching Beilu. Why not? Beilu avoided Nayatsi's gaze, mumbling, this is the master's home, you can't stay here. Nayatsi reached out to grab Beilu's ears, squeezing them playfully, seemingly enjoying herself. Am I interrupting your sweet life with my good disciple? Nayatsi whispered. Then she leaned close to Beilu's beast ear and teased. But this is my good disciple, so I can't let you have him. The two were acting strangely. The 2 little ones were in a fierce tussle in the kitchen. At this moment, Muchen also realized that his little master had just said she wanted to stay here. Doesn't my master have to teach people in the capital? How can she have the leisure to come to my side? Master, don't you have anything to do in the capital? What are you afraid of? I took a year off. Teaching can be left to my other female disciple. Nayako put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. With a dull sound coming from the boiler, the braised beef was ready. Muchen hurried into the kitchen and turned off the heat. While busying himself, he asked, Master, have you eaten? Do you want to try the braised beef rice? Braised beef rice, made by my disciple herself? Yes. Nayako immediately let go of Baru and sat at the table like a well-behaved child. Baru was not to be outdone either, sitting at the table and competing with Nayako. Muchen served 2 bowls of rice, topped with braised beef, and handed them to the two, casually complaining, "You two, really, since you've both moved in, stop competing with each other." Baru looked at Muchen with a wronged expression. "I'm not competing, it's all her. I'm very magnanimous. I wouldn't bother with a little wolf." Muchen sighed softly, sitting at the table, and said weakly, "You two, this meal isn't free. Baru, you stay tomorrow to organize the cupboard. And Master, you'll help with advertising tomorrow. If you want to survive in this world, you have to make money like crazy. The first step is to get rich. How can you enjoy a luxurious life without money?" "Disciple, Master is tired," Nayako said, propping her chin on her hand, putting on a weak appearance. "No way, even if it's Master, you have to work," Muchen resolutely declared. In the capital, he could never resist this little one's coquetry. Now, he had to solidify his position. "Oh, then Master will help you with the work tonight. Daytime is too tiring." The seemingly innocent Nayako actually said such a thing, leaving Muchen utterly astonished. Well, actually, Muchen had seen it all before. Back in the capital, this little loli had knocked him out cold with a powerful move during their training. She even performed mouth-to-mouth on him in front of everyone. This is just outrageous. Where is there a master who battles their disciple with forbidden-level magic right from the start? Moreover, normal mouth-to-mouth would be fine, but this girl was anything but obedient. Thinking of this, Muchen felt utterly helpless. Muchen showed no mercy, leaning closer to Nayako and said, "Whether it's day or night, you have to work. Otherwise, staying for a day will cost you a gold coin, no credit." "All of it?" Nayako curled up, covering her lips with the back of her hand, shyly saying, "Disciple, are you trying to tire Master to death?" Saying this, she covered her face with both hands, shaking her little head continuously. Stare. Baru squinted her eyes at Muchen, seemingly unhappy, and shouted, "Master is biased." "Boo-hoo! Biased big radish. Baru, do you want to steal the work?" Muchen was somewhat confused. Did his words make her misunderstand something? Baru pouted, turned her head away, and huffed, "I want to work at night too. But there's no overtime pay." It doesn't matter." Baru then whispered in a voice only she could hear, "I don't want money, just seeds." While the two were eating, Muchen went to the counter to start planning the items for sale. Potions, weapons, items. Currently, the professions Muchen could use to make big money included alchemist, potion maker, blacksmith, enchanter, and so on. Alchemy and potions could naturally be used to create efficient recovery medicines. The blacksmith could make all kinds of weapons. Combined with the enchanter, he could enchant weapons and sell them for high prices. Any of these professions were highly sought after by major teams. Not to mention, Muchen was an all-rounder. As for these materials, Muchen collected quite a bit of iron ore and magic stones on the first level of the underground labyrinth. At least he could initially create 50 enchanted weapons. As for potions, besides making them from scratch, Muchen could enhance the effects of existing potions using priest magic. A basic recovery potion could instantly be upgraded by 2 levels, becoming a high-level recovery potion. The high-level recovery potion could then be instantly upgraded to a holy-level recovery potion. Of course, a single bottle of recovery potion could only be enhanced once, otherwise, it would create an infinite loop, which would disrupt the balance of the world. The potion levels consist of 5 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, special, and holy. With a preliminary plan in place, it was time to work late into the night to start production. Beilu and Nayako walked out of the kitchen, satisfied. Seeing Muchen forging iron while enhancing potions, Beilu obediently said, "Master, do you need my help? I can forge too. If it's about enhancing potions, I might be able to help as well," Nayako chimed in, not wanting to be outdone. Muchen didn't insist on doing it alone. Upon hearing their offers, he welcomed them to join the production. Regarding the items for sale, Muchen roughly made a list. Holy Dragon Potion. Grade, Holy. Effect, restores all magic points, produce 200 bottles, selling for 5 gold coins each. Water of Life. Grade, Holy. Effect, restores all stamina, excluding wounds, produce 200 bottles, selling for 5 gold coins each. Holy Healing Potion. Grade, Holy. Effect, restores all injuries and stamina, produce 50 bottles, selling for 20 gold coins each. Additionally, produce 500 bottles each of advanced and special mana and stamina potions. Why are these potions so cheap? Just kidding, they aren't cheap. 1 silver coin in Muchen's original world is worth about $10. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 bucks. A single bottle of potion is only enough for 1 person, and how many people are in a guild? Moreover, 1 bottle per person is far from sufficient. As for weapons, there are all kinds of swords, spears, shields, and even unique weapons like whips, claw gloves, halberds, hammers, and so on. Their quality starts at least at good. After all, when selling to others, there's no need to make them too good. Just ensure there are no negative reviews. After all, if someone dies, they won't have the chance to leave a bad review. Ahem. I, Mu-chan, am not one of those unscrupulous merchants. How could I cheat my dear buyers? Late at night, Mu-chan told the two little ones to go to bed while he continued preparing the goods. The two little ones were particularly obedient, as they were genuinely tired. The next morning, nothing unusual happened. There were no monsters alerting nearby. The sunlight streamed into the room as usual. Nayako got up early, dressed, and took a few printed lists before heading out. I'm off now, my dear disciple, Nayako waved to Mu-chan, who nodded in response. Really, you can't even say safe travels? Nayako pouted as she closed the door and set off to post the lists in Eha town. Opening day, I just love posting. Under the honorary endorsement of the court's magic tutor, the advertisements in Eha City instantly caught the attention of all nearby adventurer groups and strategy teams. Even adventurer groups still battling monsters in the Sky Tower received the news and immediately headed to Eha City. Holy level potions and enchanters are definitely the most scarce items, especially for teams lacking a potion master or a powerful priestess. At noon, under the blazing sun, a long line of people had already formed outside Mu-chan's new house. The noisy discussions and arguments broke the tranquility of the place. I can't believe they sell holy level potions here. This is the most scarce strategic resource. Yeah, just buying one bottle is like gaining an extra life. It looks like my team can finally get past the 10th level this time. This time, I heard from Lady Nayako that there are also enchanted weapons, and they're all high-level enchantments. Hey, don't even mention low-level enchantments. The number of enchanters is so scarce that it's almost monopolized. Look at this line, it's so long we can barely see the end. I really don't know if we'll get our turn. Short-sighted fools, some of these people aren't here for potions and weapons. What's more important is the people who can make these items. Look, even the third-ranked strategy group, Blood Rose, has sent someone. It seems today will be quite eventful. And that's not all. Look, even the Imperial Princess's team has arrived. Following his, everyone turned to see a team of over 40 people leisurely approaching. At the front of the team stood the Empire's third princess. The team she led, Black Cat, had already made it to the 17th level. Indeed, one shouldn't judge by appearances. She's so small, she looks just like a child. Shoo, be careful she hears you and smashes your head. The Long Dragon team, a series of outstanding adventurer groups, appeared, which was quite rare in the past. Soon, the moment for Mu-chan's shop opening arrived. When Mu-chan saw the long line of people, he was instantly dumbfounded. He had expected some visitors, but he never imagined there would be so many. It was simply beyond his imagination. To prevent some people from coming for nothing, Mu-chan specifically added a rule. Each team could only purchase one bottle of holy level potion. The same applied to enchanted weapons. He also introduced a new service, on-site weapon enchantment. Materials would be paid for by the customers. The base price was set at 50 gold coins. Master, is this outfit not too inappropriate? Beilu nervously tugged at the hem of her dress, her head drooping, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Mu-chan gently patted Beilu's head and whispered, how could it be? Little Beilu, you look absolutely adorable in this. And those white stockings. As he spoke, Mu-chan's eyes sparkled, barely able to contain his excitement. Then it's good if Master likes it. Beilu shyly nodded, then poked Mu-chan's hand and asked, Master, can you take your hand away? The customers are coming in. Ahem. Mu-chan quickly withdrew his hand from the ice cream, pretending to cough. He had gotten carried away, which was truly unfortunate. But Beilu was really something. She showed no resistance at all. It was leading him down a path of no return. This was troublesome. His heart was about to be broken. Soon, the first batch of customers entered the shop. Mu-chan was responsible for selecting potions for the customers, while Beilu's job was to collect the money. As for Nyatsi, she was in charge of maintaining order in the line to prevent any conflicts from queue jumping. With her god-level magic power, she could intimidate everyone without any issues. After all, a god-level mage was one of the few powerful mages on the continent and was the most sought-after professional by all major teams. Business continued until evening. This nearly took Mu-chan's life. The demand was overwhelming. The 100 bottles of potions were almost snatched up instantly, and the teams behind could only seek Mu-chan for weapon enchantments. And this enchantment process took an entire afternoon. Mu-chan's astonishing magical power was completely drained. The enchanted weapons were mostly rare, and Mu-chan had set the starting price at 500 gold coins, yet people were still buying. One can imagine how rare this profession was. In the end, Mu-chan earned 5 gold coins, a full day's work, and then he could lie back for half a year. Now that he thought about it, Mu-chan had provided those 3 big idiots with a year's worth of free support while being mocked every day. It was truly a loss. Now, not only could he cuddle with the little cutie, but he could also make a lot of money. Mu Chen had to thank them for kicking him out of the team. He stretched lazily, preparing to close the shop and rest, but a group of people still lingered outside. Seeing this, Mu Chen shouted, "There's a ghost here tonight, we're closing for business, everyone go home." After saying that, he let Nayako go back inside to prepare for closing. "Wait a moment, master." A handsome man stood up and spoke. "I am Milan, the vice captain of the Blood Rose, currently ranked 3rd in the group. Based near Eha City, I hope to discuss a few things with you." "Discuss?" Mu Chen tilted his head. He really wanted to refuse since he had things to do that night. However, seeing their determined demeanor, it seemed they wouldn't give up without a conversation. Mu Chen still walked out alone, letting Nayako and Baru return to their room first. "So, what do you want to discuss?" Mu Chen approached the group and found a patch of grass to sit on. "We would like to invite you to join our group," Milan said respectfully. "Our guild also wants to invite you to join us. And mine too." So that was it. Mu Chen had already guessed their purpose, it was simply to recruit him. Unfortunately, Mu Chen had no such intentions at the moment. "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining any guild or group," Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. The biggest difference between a guild and a group is that the latter is composed of multiple powerful guilds and players. Their goal is to clear the Tower of Heaven and obtain the treasures and blessings left by the deity at the top. Milan was not surprised by Mu Chen's response. "We are willing to provide a monthly subsidy of 10 gold coins. You only need to provide basic potion support and enchantments." 10? The other guild members were shocked. The third group was really that desperate? This number was astronomical. However, Sumu just shook his head, revealing a nonchalant smile. "I'm not interested in money. I prefer." Milan was puzzled. "It's an essential part of human life. Without, what's the meaning of life?" Mu Chen said seriously. This was a truth he had recently discovered. Days filled with are interesting. Fighting and killing are so boring. Joining another guild would just mean working for them. And what about these two little ones of his? Should they join too? That wouldn't do. What if they got taken away? Those who look cute are easily abducted. After some conversation, the Blood Rose group and the other guilds left regretfully because Mu Chen kept talking about. But their guild was for fighting. Where was the in that? In the end, only the Black Cat Guild remained, which was created by the princess. "Aren't you all leaving yet?" Mu Chen, unable to do anything, casually surveyed the members of this guild. Unlike the other guilds, the princess's guild clearly leaned towards women. There were muscular women wielding great swords, short-haired girls who looked very much like boys, and dazzling waves of hair. Almost every imaginable style was represented in this team, from big to small, even childlike appearances. Mu Chen couldn't help but wonder if these people could actually fight. A rough count showed about 35 women and a dozen men. Facing Mu Chen's dismissal, the princess didn't mind. Instead, she smiled and stepped forward, her eyes soft as she said, "Brave Mu Chen, do you remember me? I am Alice, the third princess of the Aired Empire." A small girl with golden hair and purple eyes approached Mu Chen, her posture extremely elegant, though she was not very tall. "Oh, you seem to have changed quite a bit." Mu Chen looked at Alice and recalled how she looked when he first met her. Back then, she wore a princess dress, but now she was in a pure white saintess outfit. However, it was somewhat different from a typical saintess. The outfit resembled a kind of dress. The headpiece she wore was almost the standard veil of the saintess. "Very cute," was Mu Chen's first thought. "It's like this, brave sir." Alice slightly lifted the hem of her dress with both hands, bending her knees to perform a standard princess curtsy, and continued, "I am here to apologize on behalf of my brother." Apologize? This caught Mu Chen somewhat off guard. Could it be that her brother? "He is one of the 3 new members of the Brave Ones. My brother said he replaced you after kicking you out, and he feels a bit embarrassed to meet you, so I came to apologize on his behalf." Mu Chen fell silent. So that golden-haired young man was actually a prince. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. But why was he apologizing to me? Normally, Mu Chen thought princes were the proud and aloof type. Apologizing? Impossible. "It's fine, I don't mind," Mu Chen said casually. He wasn't concerned about this matter at all. His focus was solely on those 3 brave ones. If it's just this matter, the princess really doesn't need to mind. "Since there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Mu Chen stood up and was about to enter the house when Alice stopped him. "Wait, brave one, I have one more thing to ask of you." "Something else?" Mu Chen paused and turned to look at Alice. He hadn't intended to agree, but seeing the pleading look in Alice's eyes, damn it, it melted his heart. "Go ahead." Mu Chen relented. "I hope the brave one can serve as our guard." "Of course, we will pay 5 times the market price." "Guard?" Mu Chen looked at her suspiciously and secretly used his appraisal ability to scan her. Their abilities weren't weak, they were at a mid to upper level guild standard. Did they really need a priest to guard them? Yes, Alice nodded obediently. I want to exchange a heavenly weapon for my frontline companion, and the materials are on the 51st floor of the underground labyrinth. 51st floor? Are you kidding me? The current record is on the 56th floor. Challenging the 51st floor is almost a dangerous task. Not to mention that the exploration rate for the 51st floor is less than 10%, making it very easy to encounter unexpected situations. It wouldn't just be a matter of losing one or two people. However, Alice seemed unaware of the danger and innocently said, "Right. My current teammates have all switched to underworld weapons. We should head to the heavenly realm. This way, we can quickly pass through the 18th floor of the Tower of Heaven." Her voice was filled with longing, making it hard for Mu Chen to burst her bubble. Who said having heavenly weapons meant you could easily conquer the tower? What a pipe dream. Sorry, I refuse. But Alice was taken aback by the sudden rejection, losing her ability to articulate. I'm just a little priest. I can't do anything. Mu Chen spread his hands helplessly. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. He was just too lazy to deal with it. But we really need a priest. I'm the only saint in the team, and I can't keep up with the healing. Alice's voice lowered, sounding somewhat dejected. Sorry, you should find someone else. With that, Mu Chen dashed into the house and closed the door tightly. In truth, Mu Chen didn't want to refuse help, as long as Alice was willing to be close. Cough cough. On a serious note, the top guilds and strategy teams had only just reached the 56th floor, and they hadn't even started exploring yet. In such a situation, the unexpected would definitely be numerous. Moreover, what if they triggered the special mechanism of the underground labyrinth and summoned the floor boss monster? Mu Chen could save himself, but they couldn't. Once they fell into crisis, Mu Chen wouldn't be able to take care of so many people. Watching the Black Cat Guild gradually move away, Mu Chen let out a sigh of relief. This place wouldn't be peaceful for a while. He decided to head to the Tower of Heaven to avoid the storm. Mu Chen, feeling exhausted, made his way to the second floor. He weakly pushed open the door and collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, Mu Chen heard some noise. Was it an illusion? Mu Chen got up again and lay back down again. What the hell is that noise? Mu Chen lifted the blanket. Damn, isn't that Beilu? This is troublesome. Damn it, there's no turning back now. Beilu, I'm sorry. Please think of a good guild name. Please think of a good guild name. Yo, are you ready? Oh, we're ready, Nayako and Beilu responded weakly. This morning, Mu Chen decided to create a guild and start exploring the first floor of the Sky Tower. Of course, it wasn't really exploration, since the first floor had already been mostly developed. 10 kilometers southwest of Ahas City stands a magnificent hall. This is one of the locations with a teleportation portal to the Sky Tower. Nowadays, due to the frequent comings and goings of humans, a bustling city called Karl has settled here. Various shopping streets and snack streets abound, not inferior to the royal capital at all. Mu Chen had brought Beilu and Nayako to Karl City early in the morning to register the guild name and challenge the Sky Tower. Nayako yawned, seemingly still half asleep. She looked at Mu Chen and weakly said, "Good disciple, master is sleepy. Let me lean on your thigh. Sleep later, we still need to come up with a guild name." Nayako glanced at the paper in Mu Chen's hand and casually said, "I think Health Preservation Nap Guild sounds pretty good." Mu Chen instantly shifted his gaze away from Nayako. Indeed, he couldn't count on this master. What was I expecting? Beilu, seeing Mu Chen's gaze turn to her, hurriedly scratched her chin and began to ponder. Beilu slapped her palm and wagged her tail, saying, "I think master is too Yasashi." Beilu can't help but love it. Sounds great. Wait, Beilu. First of all, that name is too long to even fit. And don't include your own name. Mu Chen helplessly complained. This was even more ridiculous than Nayako's suggestion. Oh, Nayako immediately had an idea upon hearing Beilu's team name, instantly waking up, and said, "Let's go with this. Mu, salty fish priest, raised into a pampered husband by the sweet master." Mu Chen had no words to retort. First, let's not discuss this déjà vu. What the hell is a pampered husband? Your intentions are too obvious, right? This master didn't come all this way just for that purpose, right? Feeling a bit shivery. No way. Beilu immediately countered Nayako's team name. No private goods allowed. That's unfair. Unfair? Nayako put her hands on her hips, leaned forward, and brought her face close to Beilu. "I didn't put my name on it, you know." "Doesn't matter." Beilu's momentum was equally strong, also putting her hands on her hips. The two little ones stared at each other with big eyes, looking particularly comical. "Become a slave. Bought by young Master Mu. Beilu. To marry the priest husband, I have to defeat Beilu." Nayako. This person is clearly very strong but insists on liking the beast-eared Beilu. Beilu. Otherworld. Start by abducting the shy, handsome priest god. Nayako. How can my master be so cute? Beilu. Good. Did the cute master and disciple cuddle today? Nayako. Otherworld. Start by buying the cute beast-eared girl slave. Beilu. Listening to the two little ones arguing madly, Muchin dug at his ears. He decided to give up struggling. Choosing a team name had turned into a joke. Also, do you want to take a look at what you came up with? You've completely strayed from the theme from the very beginning. Better rely on myself. As a natural naming failure, Muchin certainly couldn't come up with a name out of thin air, so he could only name it based on the team's characteristics. Looking at these two, Muchin fell into deep thought. Small, cute Luo? Muchin pinched his philtrum, lost in thought. Let's just call it the cute Luo Pavilion. Although it's not impressive at all, it doesn't matter. I'm the guild master. Without a second thought, Muchin picked up a pen and wrote 3 characters on the paper, handing it to the reviewer. Are you sure, sir? This is a bit extreme. The reviewer glanced at Muchin, then at the guild name and the appearance of the members on the paper, revealing an expression that said, "You're really pushing it." Sure. All right, sir. Also, remember to register when adding or removing team members. And a word of caution. Ahem, less chit-chat. Muchin awkwardly snatched the portal key from the reviewer and walked over to the two little ones. Are you two still arguing? He sighed helplessly. Master, listen to me. No way, disciple, listen to your master. Call. I've already named it. Before the two little ones could finish their sentence, Muchin interrupted them. Named it? What did they name it? Looking at the confused expressions of the two, Muchin waved the key in front of them. See this? Mengluo Pavilion. Beilu doesn't quite understand. I still think my name is pretty good. The two felt a bit disappointed, but it wasn't too important since Muchin was the captain, and his word was final. Mengluo Pavilion was officially established. Below is the information projected by the portal key. Guild name, Mengluo Pavilion, Captain, Muchin. Level 39. Profession, Priest. Identity, Brave. Score, 25 points. Members, Beilu. Level 26. Profession, Vanguard. Identity, Orc. Score, 1 point. Nyatsi. Level 78. Profession, Mage. Identity, God of Magic. Score, 3 points. Total score, 29 points. Heaven's Tower teleportation permission, allowed to teleport. This portal key is quite something. It's actually a divine grade item. I wonder if it can be sold for money. As Muchin thought this, the key in his hand suddenly changed, and a line of text appeared. Portal key, please do not harbor such thoughts. If I am separated from you for more than 50 units of distance, I will automatically return to your side. What the? Muchin was genuinely startled. This portal key is so intelligent? It can read thoughts? And it seems to have some intelligence. Portal key, I am a part of Heaven's Tower, possessing a certain level of self-awareness, capable of simple communication. Muchin, I see, then let me ask, will you eventually turn into, a beautiful girl or something? Portal key, what a peculiar guy. Muchin, hey, your psychological state is clearly written on the subtitles. I can see it all clearly. Portal key, we are programs, controlled by the divine being at the helm. Perhaps I exist 1 second, and the next second I could be erased by the divine being. I cannot answer your question. Muchin, since you're a program, if you appear, can't you break free from control? Then, portal key, what a troublesome guy. Perhaps, but the program set by the divine being cannot malfunction. Muchin, you just said your thoughts would be written out. Muchin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Rationally analyzing, he felt something was off about this portal key. It was definitely not something an ordinary program could achieve. After all, where is there a program that can read minds? On the contrary, Muchin felt that all portal keys belonged to an individual, and that individual possessed the ability to read minds, and these portal keys were merely a part of that individual's power. As for where the thoughts came from, just guess. Who knows, maybe one day he would encounter the true form of the portal key. Portal key, what a daydreamer. However, what kind of existence I truly am, perhaps even I do not know. Beilu, don't do anything reckless. Beilu, don't do anything reckless. First floor of Heaven's Tower. Muchin led Beilu and Nyatsi into the portal. A familiar yet strange scene. Back then, Muchin and his former teammates only stayed on the first floor for a day, without even time to explore. The first layer's map environment is an endless dark forest and caves. It seems like there is never a white night here, completely unrelated to the novice village. Compared to the second layer in my memory, where the world was filled with birds and flowers, that was truly the novice village. Having been teleported to an unknown place, Muchin could only gaze at the distant Lord's castle on the horizon. That was where he was located. He could enter the Lord's castle through the surrounding floating platforms, which was as much a maze as it was a castle, requiring the defeat of many small monsters before reaching the final stage. It could be said to be quite a troublesome matter. Bella tugged at Mu-chen's sleeve, curiously asking, "Master, are we going to fight?" "Of course, we are going to explore the first layer." "Explore? But Master, there's hardly anything left to explore in the first layer, right?" Nayako pouted. Who would still go treasure hunting in the first layer? "You don't understand, Master," Mu-chen said mysteriously. "Anyone can enter the first layer, so its development trend is much stronger than the outside world because there are no borders. Here, you can experience the local customs and culture from various places. Plus, it was always night, and some nightlife cultures were developing rapidly. For example, the Night Elf Club, which everyone knows what kind of services it offers." Just by casually walking through a place, Mu-chen could see a street vendor. Various races and numerous bars made it a feast for Mu-chen's eyes. "No, we can't look around, it will hurt our eyes." Bella jumped up and clung to Mu-chen's back, covering his eyes with her hands. "Hey, wait, Bellu, I can't see the road like this." Mu-chen flailed helplessly, turning into a little dragon blind. Nayako immediately pulled Mu-chen out of the street, huffing, "Bellu is right, disciple, I won't allow you to come here." Eating from the bowl while thinking of what's in others' hands, Mu-chen felt helpless. "Am I that kind of person?" "Bellu, let go. I'm taking you to the cave, not to see these things." "Really?" Bello asked with a cute voice close to his ear. "If I lie to you, I'm a little dog." Only then did Bella release her small hands, and Mu-chen hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Damn it, these little ones are too strict. You two, stay close to me. There are many dead trees here, and clothes can easily get caught." Mu-chen walked ahead, reminding the two little ones behind him. "This place, as long as you stay away from the gathering spots, is filled with large areas of dead trees, which are quite troublesome." "It's just a small matter," Nayako said nonchalantly. "Holy light." With a casual incantation, a glowing orb appeared above Nayako's head, illuminating the surrounding scenery. A light bulb? That was Mu-chen's first reaction, but he didn't say it out loud, otherwise, he might get smacked by this little master. He certainly didn't want to face the terrifying punishment from the little master, it was simply unbearable. After walking for a while, Nayako couldn't help but ask, "Disciple, what are you taking us to the cave for? Is it some special gameplay?" "Oh no, Master isn't ready yet." Saying this, she covered her face and fidgeted. "Impure thoughts," Bello said fiercely and shot Nayako a disdainful look. She was simply a little pervert, always trying to flirt with Mu-chen. What a troublesome little thing. Nayako, upon hearing this, became unhappy and directly hugged Bella from behind, using her hands to deal with Bellu. While grappling, she whispered, "I don't believe little Bella's thoughts are pure. Let go. That's not for you to touch." Bella struggled with all her might, but she couldn't budge Nayako's hands at all. "This girl, how is she so strong?" Nayako continued to tease, "Not for me to touch? Then who touched it?" Tell me." Bella's face instantly turned red. How was she supposed to respond to that? She hurriedly cast a pleading look at Mu-chen and shouted, "Master, quickly save Bellu. Bellu is going to be eaten by a demon." Mu-chen, walking ahead, heard a commotion behind him and immediately turned around. Could it be a monster? Strange, he clearly had no sense of danger. However, Mu-chen was overthinking it. Upon seeing the two little ones playing joyfully, his expression instantly turned dull. "Goodness, what are you two doing in the middle of the road? How can you not take me along?" Cough cough. "No, this isn't the time to talk about that." Mu-chen slowly intervened. "Master, look at your age, still bickering like Bellu. Just look at Bellu, what has she turned into? If this continues, you might as well carry Bellu yourself." "TCH, so boring," Naya Z pouted, releasing Bellu and continuing to skip happily behind Mu-chen. Just a few steps later, Bellu's fierce shout came from behind. "Big pig hoof, take this." Turning around, Mu-chen saw Bellu with a defiant expression pouncing towards Naya Z, and the momentum, oh my, was she going to retaliate fiercely? "Go, Bellu, show this master some color." Mu-chen silently cheered for Bellu. Bellu missed her target and was caught by Naya Z again, who laughed mockingly. "So stupid, didn't Mu-chen teach you that you can't shout when you're sneaking up? Since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being rude." "Master." Bellu didn't even have time to speak. Mu-chen helplessly slapped his forehead. "Ah, Bellu, the master is powerless. I've already saved you once, I can only sacrifice you reluctantly." Mu-chen quietly squatted down, starting to admire the beauty of the night sky. He didn't know how long it had been. Naya Z suddenly spoke, "Good disciple, let you carry this little wolf." Didn't you say, A black line appeared on Naya Z's forehead, her fists clenched tightly. "Think carefully, okay? Also, what did I tell you to call me? Either call me master, or call me wife." "Super. Mu-chen, you must hold on, you are no longer the old you. Although there's a chance to blow up this little master now, you must keep your cool. Master, let me carry Belu. Good disciple. Nyazi kindly walked to Mu-chen's side, tiptoed, and raised her hand to pat his head. Go ahead. Mu-chen helplessly picked up the little wolf that was sprawled on the ground. Sigh, Belu, look at you, such a pitiful child. In the future, when you bring me some eye candy, you should choose a suitable candidate. Why must you choose your devil master? Mu-chen set off on his journey again. Not far ahead, a frail figure lay on the dry leaves. Many man-eating cats gathered around, waiting for their prey to stop breathing. It was a severely injured white-haired creature. Its belly had a large gash, and blood soaked a large area of its clothing. The smell of blood continuously attracted the surrounding monsters towards the dying lowly succubus, Loi. A few minutes later, Mu-chen arrived at the cave entrance, 1 kilometer away. This was the place where the previous Brave team had camped, still retaining some basic living functions. Some supplies from back then were left behind because they couldn't be taken. Although he didn't know if anyone had occupied this place, Mu-chen still wanted to take shelter here first. Why does it feel like the atmosphere here is a bit heavy? From the very beginning, Mu-chen felt somewhat uneasy, as if the breath of monsters was appearing around him, and quite a few of them. Nyazi floated behind him, her long braids swaying up and down. Suddenly, she lightly tapped Mu-chen's shoulder and whispered, Disciple, there are many monsters nearby, about 100 or so, be careful. Mu-chen nodded and continued to advance cautiously. After just a few steps, Mu-chen used his sight to discover an anomaly. Not far ahead, there was a white-haired creature desperately struggling while holding its belly. It seemed to be only about 150 centimeters tall. Upon closer inspection, Mu-chen discovered that a large gash had been cut into her abdomen, and blood had completely soaked her clothing. Although she was gravely injured, Mu-chen could see that she was still barely able to fight. This was also the reason why the surrounding monsters dared not act recklessly. Master, I'll leave Belu to you, I'm going to save her. Mu-chen hurriedly handed Belu to Nayako, preparing to rush over to save her life. Disciple, most of the monsters are hiding, don't let them ambush you. You are a priest, not a damage dealer. Nayako specifically reminded him, even casting a layer of defensive protection on Mu-chen before allowing him to go. It was all about reassurance. Of course, with her as his master, dealing with these monsters was a piece of cake. On the other side, the white-haired figure menacingly extended her hand towards the man-eating cats preparing to pounce. Cough! The white-haired girl suddenly spat blood, and the man-eating cats immediately lunged at her. Die, you trash! The weak and tender voice barely finished when a ball of black energy appeared in her hand, shattering and blasting towards the man-eating cats. Meow! The cries of the cats echoed out. However, the other man-eating cats that had already launched their attacks did not stop. The cats positioned at the blind spot of the white-haired girl had already pounced onto her. The white-haired girl jolted, preparing to turn around and counterattack, but the intense pain in her abdomen caused her to collapse again. The swarm of man-eating cats bit down on her wings. Her hoarse and agonized screams resonated throughout the nearby forest. Meanwhile, on a small hill in the distance, a group of people watched with wicked smiles through binoculars. What a lovely sound! Although she escaped from our grasp, dying in the jaws of the man-eating cats is no good thing. What a pity, she's quite beautiful, she should attract quite a few customers. Linza, are we really just going to watch her get bitten to death? Linza, still wearing a crazed smile while holding the binoculars, coldly replied, the offspring of a succubus and a human, though not pure-blooded, is still enough for the customers to enjoy. Just wait, when she's half dead, we'll go save her, and then she won't be able to escape us. Do as you wish, just don't let her die at the hands of the man-eating cats. Another man lazily rested his hand on a pile of dead leaves, closing his eyes dismissively. The white-haired succubus had a chunk bitten off her wing by the man-eating cats, causing tears to stream down her face from the pain. Even if I die, I will not become your food. The white-haired girl bit her lip tightly. She had had enough. She was utterly fed up with this life. Just because she wasn't a pure succubus, she had to be imprisoned by some unknown beings and suffer inhumane beatings. There was no sense of belonging. The succubi mocked her. And for humans, she was only an object of greedy desire. Now, she was also being bullied by monsters. The white-haired girl felt incredibly stifled. Then let's die together. This statement was filled with helpless despair as circles of magic arrays began to appear in her hands, layer upon layer passing through her delicate arms. Farewell, my hated world. The light of the magic arrays grew brighter, yet the man-eating cats showed no signs of slowing down, as if their speed had become even more ferocious. Heavy footsteps approached. The white-haired girl clearly heard the noise and wanted to open her eyes to see. Could it be those who had forced her into this dire situation? But she still did not open her eyes. She was tired. It was better to quietly succumb to death. In her daze, the white-haired girl felt the cacophony of the man-eating cats gradually fade away. The footsteps grew closer. What was happening? By the way, why hadn't this self-destructing magic activated yet? The white-haired girl kept her eyes tightly shut, waiting for death to arrive. What a foolish girl! Mu-chin glanced around at the corpses of the man-eating cats, putting away the bloodied wand in his hand. It felt pretty good to smash a cat with a wand for the first time. He then turned his gaze to the white-haired girl, who had her eyes tightly closed. He finally saw it clearly. This guy was actually a half-breed, a mix of a succubus and a human. The bat-like wings on her back and the heart-shaped, dark tail. In Mu-chen's understanding of this continent, the succubus clan placed great importance on bloodlines, and such a half-breed would definitely be regarded as an outcast. For the people of this continent, succubi were merely creatures that devoured experiences, not worthy of any sympathy. It was only natural for her to end up like this. Ah! Mu-chen sighed helplessly and slowly walked towards the white-haired girl. Dark night healing. A warm and powerful healing force surged forth, enveloping the dying white-haired girl. Suddenly, she felt warmth spreading through her body, as if the pain was fading away. What's your name? Mu-chen asked as he noticed her injuries healing. The unfamiliar yet warm voice reached the white-haired girl's ears, like a true angel descending. It blended seamlessly with the warmth of the power. The white-haired girl couldn't help but open her eyes, wanting to see this angelic figure. Am I dead? In her eyes reflected a handsome young man with flawless silver hair, truly resembling an angel. Mu-chen also saw her eyes and was somewhat shocked. Different colored pupils? One red, one green, like emeralds, so beautiful. With a smile, Mu-chen reached out his hand and gently replied, self-detonation magic doesn't just activate on its own. At the final moment of execution, you still need to recite the corresponding incantation to make it effective, to prevent others from regretting it. I see. The white-haired girl looked at the magic circles on her hands, seemingly realizing that she hadn't recited her incantation, which was already starting to fade. Not only that, but she also discovered that all her injuries had completely healed. Those once severe and fatal wounds, the scars, were now all as good as new. She looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief, her eyes filled with longing, relief, and incredulity. Such a complex expression made it hard for Mu-chen to see through her feelings. My name is Loi. As you can see, I am a half-breed born of a succubus and a human. As she spoke, Loi occasionally tucked her succubus tail into her clothes, her voice tinged with unease. She feared that this young man would think of her the same way others did. Although she had lost hope in this regard, she wanted to try one last time with this boy who had just helped her. Loi, Mu-chen murmured, a very nice name. Get up, the ground is dirty. Mu-chen still extended his hand warmly. Why you don't hate me, this dirty half-breed? Loi couldn't see the malicious gaze others had in Mu-chen's eyes. Instead, she saw warmth. The tension in her heart finally eased. She felt a sense of relief. In the distance, Lin Za's hands trembled as he couldn't help but curse, damn. Have you ever seen a priest going into close combat with a wand? This is just insane. What should we do? At this rate, our goods will be stolen. Lin Za stomped on the telescope hard, spat, and said coldly, what else can we do? Of course, we'll get back what belongs to us. Adding another member. Hate, how could that be? Any kind-hearted life deserves respect, regardless of status, to me. Mu-chen pulled the white-haired Loi up from the ground. He didn't understand why this girl, who was so adorable, would be despised because of her identity. It was almost the same experience as Beilu. Ah, this was truly indescribable for Mu-chen. He was definitely bringing warmth to himself. Putting that aside, Mu-chen looked seriously at Loi. He decided to take in this little succubus. Loi, do you have a place to belong? No, Loi shook her head. I have nowhere to go. When humans see me, they think of that, so I keep running. But I was caught a few days ago. That, Mu-chen knew all too well what it was. Out of curiosity, Mu-chen asked another question, so, have you completed the succubus graduation ceremony? The graduation ceremony, that was the first time swallowing experience. Upon hearing this, Loi's face turned red, and she hurriedly shook her head. No, I escaped. She still knew that if she graduated, this boy in front of her would definitely despise her. She had to clarify her innocence quickly. Although I am a hybrid of a succubus and a human, I can temporarily suppress my desires by eating human food. Of course, it was only temporary. If she didn't consume experience for a long time, she would still die. Loi was well aware of this, but she didn't want to be like other succubi who could prey on anyone, any race. I see, Mu-chen nodded thoughtfully, then spoke, Loi, would you like to come with me? Can I? Wouldn't it be a bother? If someone sees us, you'll be the talk of the town, right? Just ignore it. Your life is yours to decide. Why care about others? Your life, your decision? This was the first time Loi had heard such words, and she suddenly felt there was some truth to it. She hadn't disturbed anyone, so why should her life depend on others' opinions? Loi felt a stir in her heart. She grasped Mu Chen's outstretched hand again and smiled, nodding slightly. I'm willing. Mu Chen let out a relieved chuckle and continued, from now on, just call me Mu Chen. Mu Chen, Loi repeated his name, as if trying to imprint it in her mind. This was the first time someone had shared a name with her since her birth. Although she tried hard to maintain her calm on the surface, her heart was already in turmoil. She really wanted to hug this newly acquainted angel, but would that be too rude? She suppressed the impulse and shyly asked, so, Mu Chen, where are we going now? Loi maintained her smile, her tone filled with excitement. Let me introduce you to my two companions first. Loi clasped her hands behind her back and nodded obediently. Mu Chen waved his hand towards the back, and Naya slowly walked out of the shadows carrying Baru, a kind smile on her lips. Oh, my good disciple, your skills are impressive. Why not show your master? Full of jealousy, Baru also stared at Mu Chen with a sulky expression, her cheeks puffed up like a little vinegar jar. Mu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. She is a Loi, we all heard that. Naya immediately interrupted Mu Chen. Is that so? Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat, forcing himself to remain calm as he looked at Loi. Let me introduce them to you. Naya stated her full name directly. Baru followed closely behind. But their voices were extremely eerie and terrifying. Mu Chen, what the hell? What are these two up to? Why do they feel like different people? It feels a bit oppressive. Nico, Mu Chen, you're in a bit of trouble. You actually managed to get her. You're walking into a trap. Mu Chen, impossible. This is a good Loi. She doesn't eat recklessly. Nico, glancing that's not certain. Maybe one morning, there will be a corpse in the room. You can't scare me. Even if it's a corpse, my healing magic isn't useless. Although the atmosphere was a bit tense, Mu Chen still needed to push the plot forward. Ahem, since we all know each other, shall we set off? He said with a nervous heart. He instinctively placed his hand in front of himself to guard against his master's headbutt. However, the next scene surprised Mu Chen. Naya and Baru did not resist Loi. Although they silently sighed behind her back, they seemed more willing to accept Roy. There's really no helping it. Although it's a bit unpleasant, your experience truly resonates with me, so I'll reluctantly acknowledge you. Nayako crossed her arms in a tsundere manner, turning her head away and squinting one eye at Roy. We're both unfortunate souls who are disliked. Bello can feel your feelings. Don't worry, we won't mind your identity. Bello looked at Roy with sincerity, her mouth beaming with a smile. Seeing that Nayako and Bella didn't dislike her, Roy mustered her courage and slightly bowed to the two little ones, excitedly saying, Roy will be in your care. Alright, that's really cheesy. Nayako waved her arms, signaling her to straighten up. Roy's smile became even brighter, and with her little tiger teeth, she was simply irresistibly cute. I have to say, so adorable. Mu Chen couldn't help but touch the small pair of goat horns on Roy's head. Is this the real thing? It's the first time I've seen it. Mu Chen? Roy looked up at Mu Chen with a puzzled and embarrassed expression, as if asking what was going on. Before Mu Chen could respond, he felt a chill behind him. He turned around suddenly. Oh no, the little master is about to explode. One after another popped up from Nayako's forehead. Her delicate little hands clenched tightly, and the corners of her eyes twitched wildly. Although her eyes were closed, Mu Chen could already feel Nayako's anger. Nayako, evil villain, take my righteous headbutt. In an instant, the little one sprang forward, her small head crashing into Mu Chen with a bang. Oh no, here it comes again. Mu Chen pretended to be knocked back, rolling on the ground symbolically a few times, just like when he was knocked away before. On the other side, Nayako wondered why her disciple's body felt sturdier. She rubbed her little head, feeling a bit of pain. It was different from the initial feeling. Forget it, the result is the same. Nayako crossed her arms and pouted. Don't you understand the importance of respecting your teacher? You should pat the teacher's head first. But that's not even a head pat. What's your guild name? 10 minutes later, the four of them arrived at their destination, the base of the Hero Guild. It was actually just a simple cave. A bottomless passage exuded a chilling air. Bello asked uneasily, Master, how deep is it here? About half an hour more to walk. This was a decision made in the past to ensure that unrelated personnel wouldn't accidentally enter this place. After all, who would be bored enough to walk through a bottomless cave with nothing in it? Purely a waste of time. The four of them continued forward. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, dozens of figures appeared. It was Lin Za and the others. They were preparing to take Roy back, whether by force or non-force. Today, they would reclaim what belonged to them. Tap tap, Mu Chen walked with heavy footsteps, occasionally glancing towards the cave entrance. Nayako noticed Mu-chen's unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong? Disciple, is there something? Someone is following us." Following? Bello and Roy instantly became alert, and Nayako also cast a spell to investigate. The situation at the cave entrance was reflected on the ground through water magic. Sure enough, it was a group of fierce-looking guys. "It's them." Roy's eyes turned anxious and restless, like a frightened little bird. Her mouth began to chant repeatedly, "They've come for me, they've come for me." They? Mu-chen immediately realized. Could it be the group that seriously injured her? Looking at Roy's trembling body, Mu-chen hurriedly grabbed her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Roy. With me here, they won't dare to do anything to you." In the past, Mu-chen might not have been able to say such words, but now, he was no longer just a priest who could heal. "I am a violent priest." Yet, this did not seem to calm Roy down. The fear they instilled in her seemed innate. "Mu-chen, you don't need to worry about me. That group is cruel and powerful. You'll be dragged down because of me." Powerful? Mu-chen immediately used his appraisal skill to scan the group outside, noting that their levels were generally twice his own. As for their stats, they were significantly stronger than the Mu-chen before he had allocated his points. By comparison, that group outside was indeed very powerful. They were a mid-tier guild. Roy kept tugging at Mu-chen's clothes, seemingly urging him, "Hurry and go. I'll buy you time. Their target is me. As long as I go back with them obediently, they won't chase after you." As she said this, Mu-chen noticed the dimness in Roy's eyes and the tremor in her voice. Her fear was vividly expressed. Naya patted Roy's back, standing tall with a smile. "Don't worry, Roy. With me here, that group won't be able to get close to us." "Exactly. Even though there are many of them, this dark cave is my territory." Bellu also drew her short blade, ready for battle. "You guys." Roy was at a loss for words, feeling somewhat touched, but still shook her head. "I can't let you take this risk. They have powerful artifacts. If anything happens to you, Mu-chen will definitely be heartbroken." Artifacts refer to special magical items. Generally, artifacts possess powerful abilities that can temporarily counter opponents beyond one's strength. The abilities of artifacts fall into 4 categories: attack, defense, support, and control. If the abilities of the opponent's artifacts are unknown, recklessly engaging in battle would indeed be disadvantageous for Naya. The 3 little ones fell silent. Mu-chen glanced at them, revealing a helpless smile. "I'll go." At this moment, it was time to show some masculinity, and it was a good opportunity to test his strength. Who knows, he might even gain some favorability. "Just watch me defeat the opponent handsomely and receive envious glances." Mu-chen fell into his own world. "But no way." The 3 little ones almost spoke in unison. "Ha, why not?" Mu-chen was taken aback by their sudden synchronized response. "What's going on?" Naya flicked Mu-chen's forehead and scolded, "Disciple, you are a priest, not a mage. Your skills are almost all healing types. How are you going to deal with that group? Are you going to hit them with a stick?" Bello said sternly, "If anything happens to the master, what will I do? Let me take the master's place." Roy nodded earnestly, saying, "This is my trouble. I can't let Mu-chen take the risk. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Hearing their words, Mu-chen felt a headache coming on. "Do you all think I'm a 3-year-old? If I don't show you my skills today, I won't be happy." Mu-chen looked at Naya and Bellu, saying seriously, "If you don't let me take action, don't even think about getting close to me in the future." Clearly, this statement was extremely effective, and Naya and Bellu immediately softened. Cunning. After a moment of compromise, Mu-chen finally led Roy out. Naya and Bellu waited behind. If there was any danger, Naya would step in. Meanwhile, the dozen or so people waiting outside were still discussing how to attack when footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Everyone turned to look, and it was Roy and the boy from earlier. Lin Sa stood up, walking towards Mu-chen with a smile, shouting, "Oh, isn't this our hero saving the beauty? What's this, planning to hand over Roy to us?" The people around began to jeer. "Ha ha, little brat, hand him over obediently, we won't hold it against you. Who knows, we might even award you a medal for heroically saving the beauty. Ha 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 ha. In the future, when you flirt with girls, you should at least check whose girl you're flirting with, okay? You dare to touch our Lord Lin Za's goods? Aren't you being a bit too self-righteous, little priest? Hey, you guys should say less. It's rare for him to be kind enough to bring him back, and he even treated him for free. We should be praising him instead. Roy, why aren't you coming over? Don't you see that President Lin Za is already getting impatient? A little brat like you still wants to run? Where do you think you're going?" They were all a bunch of crude guys, their language so disrespectful that it almost made Naya behind them want to cast a spell and take them out immediately. Fortunately, Belu stopped her in time, and Naya bit her lip, constantly fiddling with her 2 braided pigtails. Faced with such mockery, Mu-chen remained unfazed, speaking slowly, can you tell me what your guild's name is? Ha, what's up, kid? Do you want to join us? We don't take weaklings, Linza shamelessly mocked, not taking Mu-chen seriously at all. How strong could a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair be? Mu-chen's tone gradually turned cold, his demeanor no longer playful as before, he now appeared mature and composed. I'll say it one last time, what is your guild's name? Kid, I've already told you. Just before Linza could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill. Mu-chen's eyes had turned blood red, filled with a strong killing intent. Even Linza, who had been through countless battles, felt a bit intimidated. This guy was definitely not a pushover. Show off, just putting on a show. Linza suppressed that slight unease. He glared at Mu-chen, his tone unfriendly. Iron Cross, Silver Level Guild. Now, you can return the item, right? Silver Level, just a mere Silver Level dares to act like a bully. Let's see if I don't wipe your guild out. In this continent, the strength of a guild is divided by levels, which are categorized into 8 ranks: copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, mountain copper, and steel. Mu-chen stepped forward, blocking Roy behind him, drew his wand, and stared directly at Linza. Iron Cross Guild, I see. Since you want to take back Roy, today we can't avoid shedding some blood. Mu-chen was extremely confident. Although he was a priest now, he hadn't been one before coming here. In his original world, he was the unrivaled dual-wielding sword god. Although he didn't know why he had turned into a healer here, it didn't affect his close combat strength at all. Upon hearing this, Linza grinned widely, drawing a huge butcher's knife from his waist, declaring, in that case, don't blame us for being rude. Little priest! With that shout, all the other lackeys instantly stood up, drawing their weapons and staffs, forming a line against Mu-chen. Die! As soon as the words fell, arrows were released, and Linza's side launched the first attack. The priest would definitely use magic. Then, just as the archer thought this, the next moment he froze. Mu-chen directly swung his wand, splitting the arrow in half. Damn! What the hell? Since when does a mage attack with a wand? The archer exclaimed. At the same time, Mu-chen swiftly vanished and appeared behind him. With a piercing sound, the tip of the wand pierced straight through his chest. Just as Linza turned around, ready to give him a big chop with his knife, Mu-chen's figure had already disappeared. Ah, this wand is still a bit thick. Mu-chen returned to his original spot, feeling the wand in his hand, seemingly dissatisfied. Go! Linza roared in anger, and everyone charged at Mu-chen. Hard and continuous treatment, Mu-chen immediately whispered 2 spells. Linza and the others had already closed in on Mu-chen, frantically hacking at him. But it was as if they were striking an iron pillar, not budging an inch. Mu-chen lazily said, you guys, hurry up with your scraping. The damage you cause isn't even as much as I recover in a second. Go to hell. They swung even harder, their weapons becoming pockmarked. Seeing this, Linza quickly retreated and shouted, Mage, show him some color. As he spoke, a ball of flame flew out from behind Linza, attacking Mu-chen. Mu-chen waved his wand, and the fire magic was instantly extinguished. Your magic is a bit lacking, let me teach you how to use it. Mu-chen struck the ground heavily with the end of his wand, and a brilliantly red magic circle immediately materialized in front of him. The magical patterns were extremely complex, even Naya was somewhat unable to comprehend their mysteries. Then, a phoenix cry echoed around. A flame bird, surrounded by fire, soared out from the magic circle, rising into the air. The sparks that splashed off its body were like lava. Once they touched anyone, they would burn a hole. Look, the people on Linza's side had already started to flee in a frenzy. What the hell? Why does the priest use such powerful attack magic? Water magic. Water magic. Quickly put out the fire. Damn it, I'm using it, but it just evaporated. Tisk. Use a treasure. Damn it, I don't believe it. A lackey hurriedly took out an item resembling a compass from his bag. Mu-chen immediately identified it. Gu Mingpan can manipulate the consciousness of others, acting according to the commands of the controller. A treasure of mental control, huh? Unfortunately, this thing is useless against me. After all, I have thoroughly learned the dispelling magic. Silent power. Please use the strength of the person before me for my own. The compass began to emit golden light. In an instant, Mu-chen felt threads wrapping around his mind. Control threads? Mu-chen snapped his fingers. Bang! A burst of golden light spread directly from Mu-chen. The one controlling the compass was instantly backfired, spitting blood and dying on the spot. What's going on? What happened? This is the safety mechanism of the Gu Mingpan. Once control fails, all backlash will be borne by the controller, leading to instant death. Linza hurriedly explained, reaching to retrieve the Gu Mingpan. Damn it, this situation has never happened before. After all, not every priest can dispel this control, at least, humans can't. Who exactly is this boy in front of me? Never mind, since it doesn't work on him, then use it on Roy. Silent power. please use the strength of the person before me for my own. The incantation was recited again, and this time Mu-chin decisively hurled the flame bird at them. Block it! Lin-za shouted angrily. The lackeys immediately raised their shields to form a human wall, trying to block the attack where the flame bird was descending. Boom! The entire flame bird turned into a sea of hellfire. Ah! Several of the defenders were burned to the point of wishing for death by the incoming sea of fire. Fire resistance potions. Quick! Lin-za hurriedly threw a few bottles of fire resistance potions to them. Rare goods, 50 resistance. However, the power of the sea of fire was far from what they had imagined. Even with fire resistance, their bodies were already showing signs of being burned. Where's the mage? Mage, quickly use high-level water magic. The mage has already fainted. What? Lin-za looked back at the mages in the rear. Their heads were swollen with large lumps, seemingly knocked out. Could it be? Lin-za turned back fiercely, glaring at Mu-chen. Was it you who did this? Lin-za was in a panic, but Mu-chen replied nonchalantly. Ha, a priest who doesn't even have close combat abilities is not a qualified priest. After saying this, she reached out with one hand towards Roy, who was walking towards Lin-za. Her eyes had lost their luster, clearly under mental control. Ha! Lin-za wiped the corner of his mouth with his wrist. It's not so easy to break free from someone who's been controlled, especially by the demon race. Put away your magic. Otherwise, this guy will walk right into your sea of fire. Mu-chen didn't respond, instead glancing at Roy, that heart-shaped thing disappeared. Roy instantly slumped down, sitting on the ground in a shape. The luster in her eyes seemed to be gradually recovering. How is this possible? Lin-za couldn't understand how this was achieved. Damn, this is absolutely impossible. Over the years, he had used this prop countless times, almost always effective. Mu-chen smiled and said, the easiest way to break mental control magic is to provide a strong stimulus to temporarily restore consciousness. At the same time, use the control-breaking magic in the most sensitive areas. Roy looked at Mu-chen with a flushed face, tears welling in her eyes. You bad guy, I wasn't ready at all. It's not strange for a priest to use a sword, right? Mu-chen teased Roy. Roy is clearly just a little succubus, and she still needs to prepare? Of course, I'm not just any succubus. Roy turned her head away, huffing angrily, but her expression was extremely gentle, looking at Mu-chen with soft eyes. Bastard, disgusting, showing off your love in front of me. I've had more women than you've had meals. Show off your ass. Lin-za was so angry that his hands trembled. He suddenly regretted kicking Roy out. This guy was acting too pure. It made Lin-za want to ruin her beauty. Personally leading a woman into the abyss, that was Lin-za's joy. Then, he suppressed his anger and spoke to Roy in an extremely awkward gentle tone. Roy, come back. I won't whip you anymore, I swear to the gods. I know I was wrong. Such a perfunctory apology, Mu-chen almost didn't need to think to know the other party had ill intentions. Even Roy could probably see through it. Roy, come back. I can give you a different life. You won't lack money in the future. Give me a chance. Lin-za continued to tempt her, trying to move Roy with sincerity. Roy looked at Lin-za expressionlessly, then slowly stood up. Yes, that's right. Roy, leave him and come back to my side. The corners of Lin-za's mouth slightly lifted. He felt it. Roy was walking towards him. The sea of fire gradually disappeared, and Roy stepped towards Lin-za. Mu-chen crossed his arms, leaning against a nearby dead tree, watching the show. Come on, my Roy. Lin-za opened his arms enthusiastically, ready to welcome the approaching Roy. The distance grew closer. Finally, Roy stopped in front of Lin-za, and the two stared at each other. That's right, hold my hand, I'll take you home. Lin-za's eyes were filled with anticipation. This little girl was indeed easy to deceive. Slap! Roy slapped Lin-za hard on the side of his face, not the handshake he had expected. This slap is for you. Lin-za was stunned for a moment after being hit. He never expected this woman would actually hit him. Slap! This slap is for Mu-chen. Now I tell you, I am Mu-chen's possession, not yours. Another heavy slap. Lin-za's cheeks were completely swollen. After being slapped twice, Lin-za finally reacted, instantly furious. You filthy bitch! You dare hit me! If I don't beat you today, I won't be called Lin-za. Lin-za angrily reached out his hands to grab Roy, but she had already anticipated it. As she got closer, she had already chanted all her spells. The moment Lin-za rushed towards her, countless black energy orbs bombarded Lin-za's chest. The powerful impact sent Lin-za flying dozens of steps away, and his chest was already covered in a dark mass. You dare to use the power of the demon race. Cough cough. Succubi are part of the demon race. Why can't I use their power? Lin-za clutched his wound, violently coughing up blood. I refuse to accept that I, Lin-za, could possibly die at the hands of a bastard like you. Pfft! Before Linza could finish his words, he felt a chill at his neck, and the pain instantly surged. Thick red liquid flowed from his neck. A cold voice whispered in his ear, "You can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Remember, everything should be kept within limits." Yes, you. Linza grimaced in pain, clutching his neck, watching helplessly as Mu Chen walked away from him. It's not surprising for a priest to wield a sword, right? Mu Chen gently pushed, and Linza fell straight to the ground, blood flowing from his neck through his fingers. The ground was already soaked with his bright red life. Mu Chen glanced at him, casually spinning his sword in one hand before sheathing it with flair, saying, "I specifically avoided your fatal spots. This way, your pain will increase. You can ponder life in your suffering." Linza managed a sinister smile through his agony. "Do you know what a grave sin it is to kill a human? Kill a human?" Mu Chen's gaze was cold and sharp, not taking Linza seriously at all. A flame began to appear in his hand. Coldly, he said, "No battle has occurred here, only a raging fire, and you all die in the flames. Do you find this ending satisfactory?" "You!" Linza trembled with rage. "This kid is truly shameless. He has a knack for destroying corpses and erasing traces." The flames in Mu Chen's hand ignited the surrounding dry wood, scorching their flesh bit by bit. "The Iron Cross Guild, soon it will disappear from the Sky Tower rankings." He then pulled Roy back into the cave. Behind them, Naya and Baru were left in shock, jaws dropped. "My disciple has become this powerful? When did he learn swordsmanship?" "Just now, he was so fast that even he couldn't see himself." "Baru needs to work harder too." Roy was tightly held by Mu Chen, rushing towards the middle of the cave. "Roy, can you be a bit more composed?" Mu Chen really wanted to complain. Ever since the beginning, this little guy has been particularly strange. A little story about Roy and Mu Chen. Naya and Baru anxiously waited at the base, wondering why it was taking so long. "It's been almost 10 minutes. What is my disciple doing?" Naya was somewhat exasperated, stomping her feet in place. "Let's wait a bit longer. I believe the master won't let me down." "Yes, he won't." Baru's eyes seemed to dim, her words growing less confident. It was easy to guess that something unspeakable must have happened. "Should we go take a look?" "No need to look, we're back." In the darkness, Roy supported Mu Chen as they slowly approached. Mu Chen's face was pale, as if his soul had been drained. "Disciple, what happened to you? Why do you look so bad?" The twin-tailed girl rushed forward, taking Roy's place to support Mu Chen. Just as Mu Chen was about to speak, Roy interrupted, sighing, "It's all my fault." Mu Chen tripped and fell while running, which took some time. Naya stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing Mu Chen closely. "Tripped? Her disciple wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Besides, how could one's lips be so swollen after a fall?" "Disciple, what happened to your mouth? Why is it so swollen?" Naya gently touched his sausage-like lips, while Roy awkwardly turned her head away. "It might be from the fall?" "A fall." Mu Chen sighed helplessly in his heart. Being stung by a bee would be more manageable than this. So hateful. It turns out that when a succubus goes crazy, she truly becomes a demon. Mu Chen began to worry about the future. "Disciple, how could it be so miserable? Master will help you blow it away." He saw his twin-tailed master pouting, slowly tiptoeing towards her swollen lips. Mu Chen blocked her with his hand. This little master was trying to take advantage of him again. "Woo-woo, disciple, you actually rejected my comfort." Nayatsi puffed up her cheeks, huffing like a child. "It's not that master won't let you comfort me, but this is unbearable. Who knows when it might be discovered and he could be cut down." "Silly disciple, then just do it secretly. If you dare to make a move, I'll cast a forbidden spell." Before Nayatsi could finish her sentence, Mu Chen covered her mouth. "Shoo, be careful, there might be ears on the other side of the wall. Someone will report us." Saying this, Mu Chen looked around like a thief, afraid of being discovered. Nayatsi immediately reacted, straightening her back and adjusting her robe. "Ahem, disciple, tonight master will give you special guidance, don't be late, understand?" The little master turned sideways to Mu Chen, squinting one eye while glancing at him, her little fist covering her mouth, pretending to be a master. "Goodness, you're aiming for the Tower of Heaven." Beilu immediately stood in front of Nayatsi, looking at her with a faint expression that seemed to say, "No way." Beilu, Nayatsi, Loi, although no words were spoken, their expressions revealed too much at that moment. At the hero's base, the standoff continued for a while. Mu Chen restored his lips to their original state, feeling quite uncomfortable. He clapped his hands and kindly advised, "Don't argue, let me take you to your quarters." He took out a universal key and easily opened the door. They followed Mu-chen into this temporary residence, and as soon as they entered, they were dumbfounded. What on earth is with these pink walls? Not to mention the walls, almost all the decorations were pink, completely out of place with the surrounding rocky walls. Moreover, there were many strange things here. Nayatsu picked up a brick-like object with 3 strange buttons on it. When she pressed one, the brick actually lit up, and it displayed an anime image. What an amazing magical weapon! Nayatsu exclaimed. Cough cough. Mu-chen quickly snatched the phone away, his face flushed. Don't look at people's privacy. Ha, so who is that woman in the picture? That is. Mu-chen was at a loss for words, unable to explain. Nayatsu tried to grab the phone from his hand, and Mu-chen hurriedly fled. He had plenty of anime images on his phone. If these 3 saw them, they would think they were his crushes, and wouldn't they want to chop him up? His strange behavior immediately caught Beilu and Loi's attention, and he heard Nayatsu shout, "Come help me catch him. There's a secret." Upon hearing this, Beilu and Loi immediately dispersed, blocking Mu-chen's escape route. Damn, they formed an alliance so quickly. Just now they were like feudal lords. Mu-chen wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, looking at the 3 fierce little creatures, and couldn't help but swallow hard. It seems I can only sacrifice you all. My beauty. Mu-chen stuffed the phone into his pocket, performed a series of operations, and directly formatted the phone. With the disappearance of the anime images, Mu-chen shed tears of sorrow. He handed over the phone to Nayatsu, pretending to sob. See, there are no secrets at all. Nayatsu spun the brick around a few times, found nothing, and casually tossed it aside. Hey, don't throw it around. This thing is valuable. There were many such props. Because of those 3 big idiots, Mu-chen used his remarkable memory and talent to create similar smart tools, game consoles, televisions, and so on. As for this pink color, it was all chosen by them. Fortunately, it only took a few days. Otherwise, Mu-chen would have been on the verge of a breakdown. It's just too girly, but now that I think about it, it's actually quite nice for these 3 to stay here. Beilu was curiously darting around, filled with interest in everything here. Loi was sitting on the soft sofa. Unlike the wooden hard benches outside, this one truly enveloped you in comfort as soon as you sat down. Nayako was flipping through the comic books piled up here. This was something she had never seen before, and she was almost entranced by the world of comics. If only she weren't reading adult comics. Mu-chen sighed helplessly. Mu-chen walked into the kitchen and left a note. You guys play for a while. I'm going to cook. Great. Master wants to eat the curry rice made by his disciple today. Beilu wants big fatty meat. Loi has already eaten. Beilu and Nayako both made confused sounds and turned to look at Loi in bewilderment. Already eaten? What did you eat? Seeing that she had let it slip, Loi hurriedly covered her mouth and shyly explained. I meant I had eaten before meeting Mu-chen. Stare. Do you take us for fools? Just look at Mu-chen's pale face. It's clearly not normal. This guy must have absorbed quite a bit of Mu-chen's spirit. Realizing the situation was not good, Mu-chen quickly dashed into the kitchen and locked the door. Leaning against the kitchen door, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm safe for now. But what about Loi? In the living room, the 2 little ones instantly charged at Loi. All that could be heard outside were screams. It was impossible to imagine what Loi looked like at that moment. It was simply a sight too terrible to behold. Who knows if those were tears of regret or something else? Tell me, did you graduate or not? Loi couldn't say a word. Looks like you still haven't grasped it. Beilu, increase the punishment. Okay, it's finally my turn to bully someone. The war of the 2 little ones. Hearing the huge commotion in the living room, Mu-chen silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't think too much. He had to finish cooking quickly. Otherwise, he would be next. Mu-chen hurriedly sped up his movements. Fortunately, the insulation here was very good, and with the preservation magic, the steak from another world was still fresh. As for the curry rice, he still needed to get the curry and pour it over the rice. As for Loi, forget about her. Having absorbed half of himself, damn it, now he would need at least a day of rest to recover. He really wanted to just lie down and sleep in. Gurgle, gurgle. In a daze, Mu-chen heard the sound of steam rising. The rice was ready. He placed the food on the dining table and stealthily approached the kitchen door, pressing his ear against it. Was there no sound outside? Gently pressing down on the doorknob, he applied a little pressure. Bang, the door was suddenly slammed open. The 2 little ones tumbled straight to the ground. What are you 2 doing, lying against the door? Mu-chen thought deeply and felt a chill. No wonder there was no sound. It turned out they were eavesdropping on him. Nayako and Beilu hurriedly got up from the floor, turning their heads to blow a whistle that wouldn't make a sound. We weren't. It was an accident, Nayako argued. Aha. Beilu quickly nodded, blinking her innocent big eyes. We weren't eavesdropping at all. Idiot. Nayako quickly whispered angrily, poking Beilu's waist hard. you just gave us away. I didn't tell the master that we were squatting by the door for 2 minutes. Belu crossed her arms, looking defiantly at Nayako. Well, now you've really let it slip. Nayako looked speechlessly to the other side, her eyes rolling up to the sky. Muchen bent down and patted Belu's head, asking, Belu, you were eavesdropping at the door for 2 minutes just now. How did the master know? Belu exclaimed, her mouth agape, unable to figure out how she had been found out. Be good, tell me what you were listening to. Muchen gradually pried open Belu's words. Even if it's the master, I can't say. Belu hurriedly covered her mouth, trying to stop herself from speaking. Naya glanced over, nodding with some satisfaction. However, who would have thought? There are benefits to speaking, you know? Naya said she wanted to eavesdrop on what you were doing. As soon as she heard about the benefits, Belu immediately spilled the beans on Naya. Traitor, didn't you say you wouldn't sell me out? Naya exclaimed in exasperation. Belu's mouth was truly unreliable. One little push and she was loose-lipped. Naya silently vowed never to collaborate with her again. Ha, master, such behavior is a serious crime, you know? Muchen turned the tables, taking control of the situation. Clearly, these little fools had fallen into his rhetoric, each looking flustered. Disciple, master is worried that you might be in danger. Danger? I think you are the biggest danger. Saying this, Muchen directly threw 2 sets of clothing onto Belu and Naya's heads. What is this? Belu grabbed the clothing covering her head and looked closely. A blue maid outfit? Naya also grabbed the clothing blocking her view and focused her gaze. A black and white maid outfit. Muchen smiled, looking at them kindly, and said softly, if you don't understand after dinner, you will lose the most important thing. After saying that, he turned and walked straight to the living room. Beautiful. Muchen gave himself a victorious pose in his heart, just worried about how to get them to wear it. Now it's easy, all sorted. He. With a smile, Muchen gradually walked towards Loi, leaving behind the 2 little ones with confused expressions. Wasn't this outfit a bit hastily made? Oh, don't forget, there's also this. Muchen turned back and casually tossed over the knee white socks to them, and white ankle socks, various lengths for the little cuties to choose from. Humph, what a naughty disciple, but I like your enthusiasm. Without a second thought, Naya immediately disarmed herself. In a flash, she put on the maid outfit that Muchen had carefully prepared. It felt a bit cool. Belu, little one, I'm going to take the lead. Naya proudly looked at Belu and turned to go eat. Belu was not to be outdone. She also wanted to dramatically disarm herself in 1 second. However, the clothing got stuck on her head, and she couldn't get it off no matter what. Master, my head is stuck. Come help me. Belu cried for help, and Naya immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks to free Belu. Why is it you? Belu clearly looked a bit unhappy. You little rascal, you calculated well. Luckily, I silenced you. Not honest. Naya pinched Belu's ear, instead putting the maid outfit on her and warning, don't think of any crooked ideas. Your little plain self can't deceive my disciple. Cut it out, you too. Belu pouted in disdain as she walked towards the dining table. Thud. Naya delivered a chop to Belu's head, blushing as she said, yours is a runway. Belu, in pain, covered her head with both hands, almost crying from the hit. She looked at Naya pitifully and sobbed, bad person, bullying me. I'm going to tell the master. Hey, wait. Naya hurriedly grabbed Belu, who was trying to run to the living room, and said apologetically, if you hit me once, we'll call it even, but you can't let my disciple know. I have to maintain a gentle image. And besides, I clearly didn't hit that hard, right? Is this guy just acting? TCH. Before I could figure it out, Belu's hand came down like a knife. It almost made Nayatsi's head spin. Luckily, my level is high enough, otherwise, I would definitely be howling in pain. Muchen didn't notice what was happening in the kitchen. It wasn't just that he didn't see it, as the saying goes, eyes observe 6 directions, ears listen in 8. Just from the sounds, Muchen could piece together the whole process in his mind. As for his master's sound dampening ability, it was hardly worth mentioning compared to his own amplification skills. Now, Muchen held the last set of clothes in his hand. This was prepared for Loi. Unfortunately, the 3 idiots before didn't appreciate it at all, wasting his good intentions. Never mind, now there was a better and more suitable recipient. Just like that, Muchen slowly walked towards Loi. Meanwhile, Loi was just recovering from the recent adventure. Little did she know, a greater crisis was approaching her. Poor Loi. It seemed Loi sensed Muchen's footsteps. She slightly opened her eyes and turned her head to look at Muchen, saying pitifully, you have to listen to me, Muchen, they went too far. No need to say more, I heard it all. It was indeed a bit excessive. He had heard everything clearly in the kitchen. Muchen found a spot to sit down, looking at the miserable Loi beside him, and gently comforted her. He helped Loi up and handed her the clothes in his hand, softly saying, "Loi, this is your reward." Reward? Loi tilted her head in confusion, her voice still a bit childish. The next moment, it seemed she remembered something and suddenly realized. It was referring to what happened in the cave. Well, okay then. Loi obediently prepared to take the clothes, but her hands seemed to lack strength. She couldn't even manage to grab them tightly. Oh no, it seems my body hasn't fully recovered yet. Loi seemed to recall their ordeal, and her body involuntarily trembled. Original text vanishes. Muchen put on a serious expression, placing his fist in front of his mouth and clearing his throat. Ahem, let's talk about something serious, Loi. Loi suppressed her feelings and replied calmly. This is a poem, you need to tell me its meaning. Muchen explained the rules solemnly, and Loi nodded in response. Now listen carefully, if you get it wrong, there will be no dinner for you. Loi nodded again. Quickly drink from 100 jars to express your thoughts, and with a stroke of the pen, see the sorrowful meaning. At dusk, who is the girl from which family? I come to the reeds to meet the servant. Quick! Loi stopped as soon as she said the first word. Muchen, you're tricking me. Loi realized this was a trap. A huge trap. Although it was extremely difficult for her to calm down and think right now, it was too obvious. Loi made a face as if to say, "What are you doing, you deadbeat?" Pouting at Muchen, she huffed angrily, "Bad guy." Beating around the bush. Muchen revealed a slight smile, gently flicking Loi's forehead, teasing, "Are you sure the 4 characters you're thinking of are correct?" It's just a head, I still know that." After hearing this, Muchen burst into laughter, pinching her cheek and saying, "But my 4-character answer is not at the head, but at the tail." Tail? Loi carefully recalled the poem. Loi suddenly realized she had been tricked again. Bad guy, even you are bullying me. What is this? It's clearly a deliberate trap. How can this poem not be misunderstood? Original text vanishes. Not long after, Muchen immediately got up. He couldn't stay any longer. He needed to create the perfect secret room scene. He quickly tidied up the area, destroying all possible clues that could expose anything. He couldn't let Nyatsi, the great detective, sense even the slightest hint of something being off. He returned Loi to her original position, then flipped over onto the lounge chair. He turned on the television, pretending to watch the movie on the screen as if nothing was wrong. Not bad, the effect of this cross-world TV is really impressive. He didn't forget to throw in a few comments for Nyarko and Bella to hear. Nico, Muchen, I still have to remind you that if you don't your charm state soon, it will be troublesome, you know? Muchen, huh? When did I get charmed? I didn't even notice. Nico, you were affected by the charm effect when you were attacked by Loi in the cave. It seems Muchen had forgotten that contact with succubi easily leads to being charmed. Muchen hurriedly used purification magic to his state. Muchen, damn. No wonder I felt a bit strange when I was going back. Nico, ahem, it's a pity for Loi. Rush B. By the time Loi woke up, she was already dressed. Nyarko and Bello had specially changed her clothes. Seeing that the 3 little ones were all dressed up, Muchen nodded in satisfaction. They were indeed extremely cute. Good things shouldn't be shared with outsiders. This beautiful scene couldn't be seen by others. Muchen took out his phone and called out to the 3 little ones, "Stand together and strike a pose." The 3 little ones obediently stood in front of a wall decorated with flower garlands, posing in ways they thought were cute. For example, Nyarko lifted one foot and made a peace sign. A very standard sweet girl selfie pose. But Muchen realized after witnessing it in person that the feeling was completely different from what he saw in pictures. After all, what was in front of him was real. Is it good now? Disciple, I'm about to fall. Nyarko said with difficulty, as she was trying hard to maintain her balance with one foot raised. Silly, if you don't lift your leg, you won't fall, Bello said smugly, looking at Nyarko with full sarcasm. Got it. Muchen pressed the shutter and made a gesture. He began to admire the photos on his phone. As soon as Bella saw the opportunity, she gently pushed Nyarko. Nyarko let out a scream and fell to the side with a thud. This fall made Muchen's eyes widen in shock, completely forgetting the photo in his hand. Blue and pink. Muchen instantly turned his head away, pretending he saw nothing. He inadvertently pointed his phone at Nyarko. Click. Oops, I accidentally pressed it. Very good. Muchen hurriedly turned back to check his phone. Save, collect, move to hidden gallery, backup. All operations were completed in one go, without any hesitation. Thank God, thank Bellu, thank Nyarko, amen. However, this was not the end. Nyarko immediately got up and charged at Bellu. Watching women fight was Muchen's favorite. Look, here comes the material. Bellu and Nyarko were fighting fiercely. Muchen was frantically pressing the shutter. Wow, this angle of absolute territory is simply perfect. Oh God, so Bellu is blue and white. Very nice, very nice. The commotion between the two quickly attracted Loi, who, as a bystander, was forced to join the fray. Oh, Loi was also forced into the battle? Let me see her world. Oh wow. I didn't expect it to be nihility. Mu Chen instantly stopped his actions. He had to undertake a great mission. That was to protect this phone at all costs. While Mu Chen was processing the information, the battle between the three little ones quickly came to an end. They were simply too tired. Mu Chen stepped forward, handing out 3 cups of water he had prepared, saying, "I knew you would be hot, drink up. It's chilled." The 3 little ones immediately took the cups and gulped them down. Woohoo! Nyarko finished hers in one go. The other 2 followed suit, all showing expressions of satisfaction. It seemed this chilled drink was indeed refreshing. Since you finished drinking and are full, choose your own rooms and go to sleep early. Mu Chen gathered the empty cups and was about to head to the kitchen when his clothes were suddenly grabbed by Bellu. "What's wrong, Bella?" Mu Chen turned back in confusion, looking at the little cutie. "The master told us to wear this, is that all? Disciple, are you just going to watch? What about the story?" Mu Chen, indeed, you wouldn't just have this purpose, would you? The 3 of them spoke in riddles. How could Mu Chen not understand? He observed back and forth in their gazes. It was clear they had locked him in. But at this moment, Mu Chen was utterly exhausted. He just wanted to lie down and sleep soundly. Where was there any energy left? Behave, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Without looking back, Mu Chen quickly walked to the kitchen. He knew what he was about to face. His eyes seemed to see a devil, terrifyingly fierce. Mu Chen, fear no strong enemy. But except for these 3 demons. His hands trembled in fear, the cup on the tray rattling ominously. Meanwhile, in the living room, the 3 little ones were discussing something. They certainly wouldn't let Mu Chen off easily. Since they were made to wear such outfits, they wouldn't hold back. Beilu's affection level was rising continuously, and she was gradually unable to resist. As for Nyatsi, she was progressing quite a bit faster. In the 6 months in the capital, aside from not going all the way, everything else had basically happened. Of course, it was all because she often used those strange spells on Mu Chen. The 3 little ones were eyeing Mu Chen like a hawk. "We must unite our efforts, only then can we achieve our goal," Nyatsi explained, and the other 2 quickly nodded in agreement. Before long, Mu Chen walked out of the kitchen and saw the 3 little ones still standing there, looking a bit flustered. He asked, "You 3, aren't you going to sleep?" "Sleep? Oh, so you can admire the photos you took while lying down?" Nyatsi raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing expression. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. "No way! They know about this? Master, is Beilu good?" Beilu blinked her big eyes at Mu Chen. A sense of foreboding surged in Mu Chen's heart. Could it be a trap? He shifted his gaze to the last one, Loi, only to see her shrink back. "No way! Is she also in on this? Looks like Mu Chen has figured it out." Loi shyly lowered her head. "Humph, foolish disciple, we were just pretending. You really fell for it." "No way! It was all an act. I was actually played. That fight between the women was all fake. Such a big scheme, and I didn't even notice. Damn, they hit it too well." Mu Chen seemed to want to argue, but Nyatsi wouldn't give him the chance, stepping forward and whispering in his ear, "Disciple, why look at photos when you can see the real thing?" "Real thing?" Mu Chen stammered. His mind was in chaos. Really, it seems that a disciple who has broken free from the charm effect is a bit hard to deal with. Nyatsi pouted, turning back to signal Loi to use her charm magic. "Leave it to me." In his last moments of awareness, Mu Chen only heard this sentence. The next day, when Mu Chen woke up, it was already noon. He moved his shoulders, they weren't sore. Rubbing his forehead, he wondered what had happened last night. Why was he still in the living room? He opened his eyes and began to look around, discovering the living room was a complete mess. Loi seemed to have been knocked out. Nyatsi was sulking beside the unconscious Loi. "What's wrong, master? You look like that." Mu Chen slowly sat up and looked at Nyatsi, asking in confusion. Nyatsi crossed her arms, turned her head, and huffed, ignoring Mu Chen. Mu Chen was puzzled. Fine, if she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't press. He needed to see what time it was now. However, the more Nyatsi thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but kick at Mu Chen, who had yet to get up. Fortunately, Mu Chen reacted quickly and caught her foot with both hands. Still wearing white socks? What is this lowly master up to, kicking people right away? She needs a proper lesson. With that, I directly reached out to scratch Nayariko's soles. Nayariko lost her balance and fell to the ground. How could I let go of such an opportunity? Humph. Even so, Nayariko let out a muffled grunt, clearly unhappy. "What's wrong, master? You've had that expression since just now? Don't move!" Nayariko shouted fiercely, seemingly very angry. Mu Chen paused his actions, curious about what had happened. Tentatively, he asked, "Did you fail?" "Nayariko, Unable to help herself, Nayariko clenched her small fist and turned to glare at Roy, angrily saying, "That idiot. The charm level I set for you yesterday was too high, and you just passed out." Passed out? Passed out? That's great. No wonder I feel so energetic today. Thank you so much, Roy. However, Nayariko was extremely dissatisfied, pouting and muttering, "It's no fun if you just pass out." She looked at Mu-chen with a gloomy expression, proudly declaring, "Just wait. Tonight, you're in for it." Mu-chen was left speechless. You can escape for a day, but not for a lifetime. Mu-chen braced himself on the floor to get up. Just as he stood, he suddenly felt something was off. What the hell? Why does my body feel like it's in a state of deficit? Mu-chen's gaze immediately locked onto Nayariko, who quickly avoided his eyes. "Master, you!" Nayariko covered her mouth and giggled. "What do you mean? How can you be so rude to your master? How long have you?" Mu-chen bent over, clutching his stomach. "Damn, I feel so empty." Nayariko stood up on her tiptoes, patted Mu-chen's head, and comforted him. "Don't worry, my disciple, time isn't important. Under my magic recovery, there won't be any problems." Saying this, she put on a playful expression. "Nayariko, so it's something you can't say out loud, huh? Just how devilish are you all? Damn it, how could I have passed out back then? I had no awareness at all. What a loss." "Nico, so this is what you were worried about." "Mu-chen, what else? Since it's all a loss, losing it without any awareness is just a waste." Mu-chen communicated with Nico, casually pointing at his decreased experience points. It was as if he was saying, "Look, I've dropped a level. My level has regressed. I think I need to rest and recuperate," Mu-chen weakly suggested. "Oh, leave it to me." With that, Nayariko pulled out a jar from her clothes, on which 4 big characters were engraved. "Computer parts." "No, where did Nayariko find this thing?" "Nayariko, please throw that away, thank you." "That won't do." Nayariko tucked the jar into her arms, as if it were a treasure, protecting it tightly, and then said, "I'll go cook it for you, just wait patiently, my good disciple." Saying this, she tiptoed again to lightly pat Mu-chen's head, her mouth curling into a terrifying smile. In the kitchen, Nayariko hummed a little tune, while in the living room, Beilu and Roy also woke up. Their expressions as they looked at Mu-chen were somewhat indescribable. "Master, do you want me to give you a back rub?" "No, thanks." "Then how about a shoulder rub?" Beilu asked patiently in a babyish tone, like a little angel. But in Mu-chen's eyes, this guy definitely had ulterior motives. Just then, the door to their residence was knocked on. Someone was coming. Mu-chen hurriedly ushered Beilu and Roy back to their rooms, also pushing Nayariko into the inner room. "Hey, my parts," Nayariko muttered as she went in. Finally getting the 3 little ones out of the way, Mu-chen let out a deep sigh. He slowly walked toward the door. To be honest, who could it be knocking? He hadn't gone to deal with the Iron Cross Guild yet. Could it be that they found him first? Mu-chen took out his staff and cast some healing magic on himself, just in case. The door slowly opened. He saw a handsome blonde guy smiling politely at him. "Wow, isn't that the new member of the hero team? Wait, could he be the brother that Alice mentioned not long ago? Then he must be the prince?" Mu-chen quickly searched his memory of the capital. It seemed correct. There was indeed a perverted guy who liked to stalk him. Could it be him? Prince Clays? Mu-chen spoke the name that came to his mind. "Wow, the great hero Mu-chen actually remembers my name. I'm so touched." Clays hurriedly reached out to shake Mu-chen's hand, his eyes filled with admiration and affection. "Of course, after all, you are the prince. I definitely remember." What a load of nonsense. Even if he remembered, he wouldn't have failed to recognize him when he saw the poster. Mu-chen had to dig through his memory to find that inconspicuous name. Indeed, it is the hero Mu-chen. "I heard that because of me, those 3 foolish women kicked you out. So I came here today specifically to apologize." "Apologize?" Mu-chen hesitated. "There's no need for that, right? That's not the key issue. The real question is, how did you find this place?" Just thinking about it made Mu-chen feel a bit creeped out. Clays' attitude was extremely sincere. "That won't do. Our royal family cannot neglect any life-saving benefactor." Saying this, he handed over 2 pills. "This is a life-saving pill. Taking it can forcibly extend your life for 6 hours, but it must be consumed while you are still alive. Life-saving pills aren't cheap, are they?" Mu-chen felt a bit reluctant to accept such a generous gift. He wouldn't need it for himself. "Actually, I have something to ask of you. It's about my sister, Alice." "Alice, that little one who wanted to hire him to go to the 51st level of the underground abyss, right?" "Come in and talk." Mu-chen invited Clays into the living room, who nodded slightly and smiled in response. "Please, go ahead." To be honest, Mu-chen didn't want to take on this task, but thinking of the 3 demons at home, he felt a bit shivery. He needed a reason to catch his breath. Clays looked worried. "Thank you, Hero Mu-chan, for not holding a grudge. To be honest, I apologize to you on behalf of those 3 heroes." "No need for an apology." Mu-chan took a sip from his teacup. He would deal with those 3 himself later. "Tell me more about your sister." Mu-chan understood the key point. The life-saving pill and the underground maze combined meant they must have run into trouble. Clays looked anxious. "Your talent and abilities far exceed those of the other 3 heroes summoned by the L Empire. I can only entrust this matter to you." He pulled out a device resembling a 3D projection tool and placed it on the coffee table. "This is the development map of the 1st to the 50th levels of the underground maze." Clays pressed the switch on the device, and a massive projection of a spiral structure world appeared. "Currently, it only records the areas explored by all guilds. With this, you can quickly find the passage to any level within the 50th level." Mu-chen was slightly shocked. This thing was indeed quite valuable. On the market, almost only the sketches of the first 30 levels were circulating, and this kind of projection technology must be the work of some big player. "If you are willing to take on my commission, I will gift you this treasure." "Gift it to me?" "That's right, completely yours." "Let's hear it. What's your commission?" Mu-chen felt a bit tempted. He had been here for so long and hadn't really explored the maze, mainly because those 3 foolish heroes said they didn't like dark places. As a result, Mu-chen had only been to the 1st level. For future equipment and item crafting, materials from the labyrinth are essential. Upon hearing the response, Clays immediately stood up and bowed in thanks. He then adjusted the projection to the position of the 51st floor. "My sister went missing in the labyrinth this morning." Clays's voice was filled with frustration. Among the royal family, there are special communication devices that allow for short-distance exchanges. However, when Clays woke up this morning, the device showing Alice's group had turned gray. A disconnection state. "Therefore, I can only place my hopes in you. These 2 pills are also for your survival. If you find yourself in a hopeless situation, at least swallow the pills to save your life." Clays placed the 2 pills on the table and looked seriously at Mu-chen. Mu-chen was naturally pleased with such an attitude. It was certainly better than those 3 foolish heroes. However, seeing the royal family so humble made Mu-chen wonder if they had something to hide. Clays seemed to see through Mu-chen's thoughts and immediately pounded his chest, saying, "Hero Mu-chen, I admire you greatly, so I completely trust your actions. Whether you accept or not, I will treat these 2 pills as a previous apology gift to you." "I have one last question," Mu-chen said seriously. "Please ask. I will answer within my knowledge." "Why me?" This question arose after Mu-chen had just assessed Clays' abilities. Clays was unexpectedly impressive. His identity and strength were not simple. His talent and stats were among the highest Mu-chen had seen among so many people. With him and the items he possessed, saving his sister would definitely not be difficult. Such a being still came to seek his help? Ridiculous. "If I were you, I would have transformed into a sister-con to save my sister long ago." Clays was first taken aback, then seemed to understand something, stammering, "Actually, I want to entrust my 3rd sister to you." Mu-chen was stunned. "Entrust me? Did I hear that wrong? You traveled a long way just to sell your sister?" "Ahem." Mu-chen quickly regained his surprised expression and asked, "What's the reason for the entrustment?" Clays explained, "Alice actually admires you very much." "Do you remember the time you saved my mother? Are you talking about the person I saved when I first arrived, who had a terminal illness?" Mu-chen seemed to recall that incident. Clays nodded. "That's right, it was her. Our royal family has 7 heirs, and Alice is the youngest. Because she was born last and her abilities are not outstanding, she has been neglected by her older siblings and even by our father, with only our mother and I caring for her and accompanying her." Clays waved his hand helplessly at this point. "Of course, as the eldest prince, I have less time to accompany her, and that was only during her childhood. Only our mother was her sole support. Because she was ostracized and oppressed in the royal capital, she ultimately decided to leave the capital. On our mother's suggestion, she established her own guild and gathered a group of loyal people. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after, our mother fell ill with a terminal disease, and the last straw for Alice broke. During that time, Alice stayed home, guarding our mother every night. You don't know, during that time, Alice became ill from missing her mother. Fortunately, your appearance cured my mother, and from that day on, Alice admired you and decided to become a priest like you, to save suffering lives." Hearing this, Mu-chen could only think that she merely saw him as a goal to strive towards. As for admiring him, he couldn't really feel it. Seeing Mu-chen unresponsive, Clays continued, "If you have ever experienced someone receiving help from others in their most desperate moments, you would know that the smallest act of kindness from the helper is the most brilliant redemption in her eyes." Clays walked over to Mu-chen, gently pressing his hands on Mu-chen's shoulders, bending down, and with a sincere yet resolute gaze said, "Over the years, she has really wanted to see you. The last time you were selling medicine in Eha City, she was the first to receive the news, and she immediately led the guild to withdraw from the 17th floor of the Sky Tower overnight to prepare to meet you. The more Clay spoke, the more excited he became. He truly worried about this sister of his. When you were in the royal capital, because you took Nyatsi as your master, no one was allowed to approach you. Alice missed her first opportunity to connect with you, and the second time was when you were kicked out of the team. Alice wanted to warmly invite you to join her guild, hoping to help you regain your spirit. For this, she wanted to invite you to travel with her under the guise of a mercenary, hoping to lift your spirits. If you check, you will find that Alice's guild has always remained at a value of 75, that last 25 points were reserved for you. A powerful guild becomes stronger with more people. Yet, among those 25 points left vacant, at least 8 positions for mages could have been filled, but she chose not to. She was waiting for the day you could join her guild. You refused, and her second opportunity to connect with you was severed once again. That night, she merely shook her head slightly, forcing a smile as she said to me, "It's okay, there will be another chance." She has been thinking about you for nearly 2 years, continuously strengthening the guild's power just to match the strength of your original hero guild. She wanted you to feel that when you connected with her, you wouldn't feel out of place or disdainful. The 51st floor of the underground maze, such a dangerous place, how could Alice not know? But they lacked powerful weapons and equipment, relying solely on their determination to catch up with the heroes. Her admiration for you was far from ordinary. You had become a benchmark in her life. Clays expressed all of Alice's feelings for Mu Chen. These were things Alice had not wanted Clays to say, but at this moment, it was necessary to clarify her intentions. Although he admired Mu Chen as well, he felt slightly inferior compared to his sister. Clay sighed deeply, his eyes filled with sorrow as he said, "At least let her close her eyes completely when you meet for the last time." The monsters of the underground maze. The monsters of the underground maze. Mu Chen sat on the sofa listening to Clay speak passionately. He was somewhat moved. Although he had long intended to take on this commission, the purpose had changed. Initially, it was just to avoid the 3 at home, but now it was to rescue Alice's guild and Alice herself. The fastest route from here to the underground maze would take at least a day. He could only hope they could hold on for a while. Mu Chen closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and said in a low voice, "Clays, I accept your commission." After sending Clays off, Mu Chen explained the situation to the 3 little ones. Although it was somewhat regrettable, they understood the importance of human life. "Master, please be careful." "Mu Chen, be careful." Beilu and Loi stepped forward to give Mu Chen a small hug. "Good disciple, although I can't help you this time, take this talisman." Nyatsi took the talisman from around her neck and placed it on Mu Chen. She then gave Mu Chen's cheek a gentle kiss and whispered, "Come back safely." Mu Chen smiled and nodded. Although he could see Beilu and Loi were slightly dissatisfied, they still held their composure. Although he didn't know when he would return, to prevent these little ones from getting bored, Mu Chen took out a game controller. Turning on the 75-inch LCD TV, Mu Chen called them over. "Did you see? The knob on the left is used to control the direction, and the button on the right is for operating actions. There's a manual, you can take your time to figure it out." After that, Mu Chen walked over to the television, opened the game menu, and demonstrated, saying, "All the games here can be played, and if you get tired of one, you can switch to another. Also, this room has at least a week's worth of disposable food. I will definitely be back within a week." "Got it," the 3 little ones replied in unison. After closing the door, Mu Chen still felt uneasy. The defenses of this place were not perfect. It would be bad if someone broke in. Just thinking about returning to find the 3 little ones kidnapped felt as awful as having feces smeared on his mouth. So, Mu Chen specifically took out his item from the previous world, the National Guardian's pen. This was a tool of the National Guardian Master, capable of bringing drawn objects into reality. Mu Chen picked up the pen and drew 3 magic circles. Clang, the 3 large, 3-dimensional magic circles formed a disorganized triangle, blocking the entrance. Mu Chen infused each magic circle with self-defense magic, which would automatically activate if it sensed an intrusion. At the same time, he took out another item from his space, the 1000 Mechanisms Compass. The ability of the 1000 Mechanism Master was to create versatile traps. Mu Chen set various traps from the dwelling to the cave. Anyone entering from the outside would find it impossible to leave safely. Finally, at the cave's exit, he used the pen to add a cover to the entrance, completely concealing the cave. Now, there wouldn't be any unfortunate souls stumbling in. As for the air circulation inside, that was definitely not a concern. The dwelling utilized magic to generate electricity. Additionally, multiple small holes connected to various mountain surfaces, using a permanent wind magic for air circulation. It wouldn't suffocate them. Unless there was a nuclear attack or food supplies ran out, it was definitely a suitable place for some leisurely relaxation. After handling everything, Mu Chen officially set off on the journey to the underground maze. The journey was very long. First, he had to reach the designated teleportation point, returning from the Tower of Heaven to Carl City. From Carl City, he would find the teleportation portal to enter the maze. He would search for the passage to the first floor from each level of the maze up to the 51st floor. A day's time, he wondered if Alice and the others could hold on. 51st floor of the underground maze. Members of the Black Cat Guild were hurriedly fleeing. They had incredibly good luck triggering hidden monsters with a probability of 0 on each floor. A strong woman wielding a large knife gasped and shouted to Alice, "Princess Alice, run. This guy is too fast. We'll hold it off. Maria, if we're running, we run together. I can't leave any of you behind." Alice stepped forward and grabbed Maria's hand, trying to pull her to continue fleeing. The usually obedient Maria did not follow Alice's words this time. She bent down, gently stroked Alice's head, and smiled softly. "Princess, please run first. We will buy you time." Then she looked at the two twins. "Martha, Mary, you're still young, go with the princess first." "But what about you, Sister Maria?" Martha looked reluctantly at Maria. "That's right, Sister Maria, we want to stay and fight too." Mary also didn't want to leave them behind. "Martha and Mary are right, we are a team, and we fight together." Alice stood up resolutely, but reality did not give them so many opportunities. "Big sister, it's coming." A strong man with a giant axe stood at the front of the group. Suddenly, a dark, boundless, long claw shot out from the darkness. The man with the giant axe was instantly flung several meters away, landing in another dead-end cave. "Kirk!" Alice exclaimed in shock. She couldn't believe that her carefully nurtured guild had already lost 16 members. The monster before her seemed to revel in the thrill of the hunt without killing. Now, of the 49 members of the guild, only 33 remain after it was dismantled. "Big sister, take the princess and go first." 9 more stepped up, covering the remaining 3 men. No, Alice wanted to refuse, but tears sparkled in her eyes, and she could no longer speak. The ones she had nurtured were dying one by one. It was a heavy blow to the already frail Alice. "Cuss, please." Without a word, Maria instantly picked up Alice and retreated, while all the other women hurriedly evacuated the area. Only the 9 at the peak remained. "Princess Alice, thank you for your guidance. You saved me from the slums. I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. Your Highness, it is my lifelong honor to know such a considerate princess as you. Please be sure to convey to my father that his daughter is also a brave knight." "Princess Alice, you gave me a place to showcase the value of an orc." Before they could finish their words, their voices were drowned out by the thunderous sound of massive stones crashing down. They were trapped beneath the rubble, their lives hanging by a thread. Despite Alice's heart-wrenching sorrow, she continued to do her best to heal all the injured during their escape. Her magical power was completely depleted. "Princess, you don't need to heal us anymore. It's enough. If you keep this up, your body won't be able to handle it." Maria gently stopped Alice as they ran. "That's right, Sister Alice. Our injuries are nothing," Mary said, making eye contact with Alice as they ran. Mary and Martha were the 2 youngest girls in the guild and were twins. Almost everyone in the guild adored them, except for Alice. "Sister Princess, do you think Lord Mu Chen will come?" Martha asked curiously. She was a bit curious about Mu Chen because Alice often began her stories with him, recounting his strength and tales. Almost everyone in the guild knew of Mu Chen's existence. In response to Martha's question, Alice simply shook her head slightly. "I hope he doesn't come. It's too dangerous here." "Really? What a pity. I wanted to see the heroic figure of that brave Mu Chen again," Mary sighed regretfully. Seeing this, Maria quickly interrupted them. "Stop chatting. There are 4 turns ahead, split into 4 paths. 24 people split into 4 groups, 6 in each." "Understood, big sister." The other women replied in unison. The 4 teams were quickly organized. Alice, Martha, Mary, Maria, Jenny, and Kelly formed one group. "Princess Alice, please be sure to survive." From another entrance, a woman shouted loudly, and then a golden light scattered from her entrance. The monsters behind her were instantly drawn to that entrance. Endless silence. At this moment, Maria said nothing. The one who just spoke was Raquel, the most virtuous big sister in the guild. Whenever there was a conflict among the members, she would take the lead in resolving it. She hated fighting and feared blood, yet she was still willing to join Alice's guild. She was a priestess, a healer not skilled in combat. Gentle was her synonym. It was this person, the least skilled in battle, the one who feared death, who stepped forward first. Before long, the panel of the door key displayed several of them in a state of severe injury. All that could be heard were the massive footsteps of the monsters quickly turning back. With a precedent set, a second entrance with golden light appeared, and the monsters were once again drawn into that cave. Because it was too far away, Alice could only vaguely hear the shouts. but she could no longer make out what was being said or who was saying it. Yet she knew it must be her sisters who usually cherished her. Damn it! Why can't we find the exit? Maria, filled with anger, hammered against the stone wall beside her, and a deep groove was carved into the wall within a 4-meter radius. However, this level of strength was not enough to move that monster. The passage on the 51st floor is too complicated. Once we deviate from our original position, it's almost impossible to return. Jenny tried to find the initial entrance, but it was nearly impossible. The sudden escape had left them completely disoriented, turning left and right without any sense of direction. Moreover, returning the way they came was no longer an option. They could only keep moving forward. But the further they went, the deeper they sank into the 51st floor. Even if they called for help, no one would ever find them here. Not to mention that no one would dare to respond. Furthermore, their communication tools had been lost in the chaos. How could they call for help? Soon, the sound of the monster returning echoed again. This creature was truly disgusting, seemingly able to sense everyone's position in the darkness. No matter how they hid, they could not escape its gaze. Before long, the monster dashed toward another cave, and within just a few minutes, 12 more sisters were lost here. The Black Cat Guild was on the verge of collapse, with members gasping for breath scattered throughout the vast maze. In the Tower of Heaven, a massive leaderboard appeared in the sky. All the idle onlookers began to pay attention to this bizarre scene. Typically, the leaderboard only appeared for real-time updates during significant events. Look, the health bar of the Black Cat Guild has started to drop sharply. No kidding, this is really thrilling. I'm watching their health bar dance. Are they challenging the 17th floor's lord? Impossible, the lord's room on the 17th floor is still empty, and there are no updates on the spirit leaderboard. They are not in the Tower of Heaven. With such a serious situation, they must be in the underground maze. What do you think? Should we go save them? Save my ass. Do you have any idea how dangerous the underground maze is? I'd rather stay in the Tower of Heaven than go down there. Look, the numbers have updated again. Everyone's eyes were glued to the giant leaderboard in the sky. The health points of the Black Cat Guild members changed once more. Updates every 3 minutes. At this rate, the guild will completely disappear soon. At this moment, Clays was also staring at the leaderboard, his heart tightening. If it weren't for his father's strict orders to stay out of trouble, he would have gone already. If anything happens to Alice, this Al Empire won't be under your control anymore, father. With that, Clays vanished without a trace. Martha, Mary, you two, take the princess and run, Maria said, gently placing Alice down, her expression soft as water, with no time left to run. Maria, Alice choked out. She wanted to say that maybe they shouldn't run, after all, they were all going to die, so why not just accept it? There will be a miracle. Maria smiled at Alice, a tragic smile, gently placing her hand on Alice's head. With the softest words, she said, "Thank you, Princess Alice. Because of you, I found the meaning of life. Now it's time for me to repay you." After saying that, she gently pushed Alice, "Go." "I'm so sorry, Maria." Alice wiped her tears and continued to run forward with Martha and Mary. Only Maria, Jenny, and Kelly were left behind. "Is this really okay?" "Maria, Alice," Kelly said weakly. "It's fine. As long as she can be happy, everything is worth it, right?" Maria looked at the two, smiling confidently. Jenny sighed. "I really can't do anything about you, Sister Maria. After all, we were all left behind by Princess Alice. Making her happy is a must." All right, you two, try to buy some time for the princess, and make sure to die slowly, got it?" Kelly said with a relieved smile. Come on. Aren't we always arguing about who is the strongest? Let's see who lasts the longest. That person is the strongest." Jenny drew her bow and readied an arrow. Maria and Kelly exchanged a smile and raised their weapons. "Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't die easily." This was Maria's last laugh, mingled with her shout. The three heroes were defeated. A low, mournful roar echoed from the tunnel entrance. Maria raised her great sword in front of her and shouted, "It's coming." Jenny's gaze instantly locked onto the entrance, and the arrow was released. A brilliant flash shot outward. This was the best enchanted arrow Jenny had at the moment. It had a 50% armor penetration efficiency and could inflict confusion and poison effects. However, the arrow vanished into the abyss like a stone sinking into the sea. Not good. That thing deflected the arrow. Kelly, with her keen hearing, caught the sound of the arrow breaking. Jenny remained unfazed, twisting her wrist to quickly draw 3 enchanted arrows. Explosive arrow, frostbite arrow, heavy armor arrow. A rapid fire shot. First frost, then explosion, weakening the monster's armor strength, and finally piercing through with the heavy armor arrow. In this life-and-death situation, Jenny still maintained her composure. Whoosh! 3 arrows shot toward the cave entrance in an instant. Kelly listened intently to the sounds. Boom! A faint explosion reached Kelly's ears. All 3 hit. Kelly exclaimed in surprise. They could indeed inflict damage. Good. Then it's not invincible. Maria sneered. It was time to avenge their fallen comrade. There were about 5 minutes until the monster reached their position. During this time, Jenny continued to fire various arrows to weaken the enemy's strength. Each arrow hit its mark. This was the information Kelly received. However, the unease in Kelly's heart gradually intensified. That thing's speed doesn't seem to have decreased. Jenny was silent. She knew what that meant. The arrows had not seriously injured it. But Jenny was not about to give up. At the very least, she believed that a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change. Kelly placed her hand in front of Jenny and shook her head, saying, "Let me handle this." With that, Kelly faced forward, rock shatter. Kelly cast her spell, and the rock wall in the middle of the tunnel began to collapse. She tried to stop the enemy's advance this way. "How's it going?" Maria asked curiously. Kelly shook her head slightly, no feedback yet. The sounds in the middle of the tunnel abruptly ceased, and nothing could be heard. "I really hope it just gives up like this." The 3 held onto such a fantasy. But contrary to their hopes, the next moment, a tremendous explosion sounded ahead. The collapsed rock wall was instantly shattered into debris. "Oh no! It's charging!" Kelly screamed. The deep, terrifying roar suddenly became deafening, right in front of them. Maria nervously braced herself, facing the unknown enemy. She was tense. Even when facing the Lord of the 17th level, she could remain calm, but at this moment, her hands trembled. "Duck!" Kelly shouted loudly. The 3 instantly obeyed the command and crouched down. A shadow with sharp claws swept overhead. Boom! The nearby rock wall was instantly carved into 3 black pits. Maria half-crouched and jumped, swinging her greatsword to strike at that massive claw. However, the next second, Kelly shouted again, "Don't go." Maria immediately lowered her stance and jumped back. At Maria's original position, another sharp claw swept past. "This thing, it has 2 giant claws." Jenny finally saw clearly, saw those incredibly sharp claws. However, the true form of the monster remained hidden in the darkness. It seemed even Light feared it, not daring to approach it even a little. Maria wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. That last strike, if it had hit, would have surely shattered her to pieces. Jenny quickly stepped back a few paces and shot an arrow at the claws. But it was like trying to smash steel with wood. It didn't budge at all. How can a high-level enchanted arrow be completely useless? Jenny despaired. This was the last high-level arrow she had saved specifically for a close-range kill, but now it had only left a scratch on its claws. Jenny's fire magic and wind magic were also ineffective. The monster began to charge at them, ready to swing its claws and tear them apart. However, the 3 strongest members of the Black Cat were not so easily dealt with. Maria's agile body weaved through the claw attacks, swinging her greatsword down with force. But the effect was minimal. Just as the 3 were at a loss, a red light suddenly appeared in the darkness. "It's going to cast magic. Get away!" Kelly shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The red light shot through like a laser. Jenny was unfortunate enough to be hit in the abdomen, and her body was instantly pierced with a large hole. Without even grasping the situation, Jenny felt her body lose control and fell heavily to the ground. "Jenny!" Maria cried out in pain, rushing towards Jenny and quickly helping her up, pouring recovery potions down her throat. This was the highest grade recovery potion, and Jenny's wound could only be barely stabilized, keeping her alive for the moment. "Maria, cough cough, it seems you 2 are stronger than me," Jenny said with her last bit of consciousness. Then, she fainted. Kelly's eyes filled with tears as she glared at the disgusting monster, cursing, "It's all your fault, you bastard. You love chasing us down to kill us, don't you? You don't even dare to show your true form. What kind of monster are you? Sooner or later, you will die at someone else's hands, and it will be worse than us. I curse you," Kelly shouted as she ran towards the darkness. "Kelly, what are you doing? Come back," Maria yelled angrily, but Kelly showed no signs of slowing down. She charged towards the monster, wanting to expose its ugliness before she died. "Farewell, Maria, and my dearest princess," Kelly turned to Maria with a smile. Under Maria's desperate gaze, Kelly dashed into the monster's endless darkness. With Kelly's maniacal laughter, there was a brilliant flash of light. Bang! Kelly's self-destruct magic did not activate. Instead, it was interrupted by the monster and she was flung back under the rocks behind her. But because of that, she preserved 1 life. Painful tears fell from Maria's eyes. She was about to lose 2 of her closest sisters, and the heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Remembering how just a short while ago, the 3 of them had been laughing and joking, the sorrow felt even more suffocating. I'll fight you to the end," Maria shouted sharply, an invisible force bursting forth from her body. Her hair became more vibrant, her muscles gradually swelled, transforming into an orc. Maria charged recklessly towards the claws. The two claws lunged at her as well. Maria tried to block the claws' attack with her great sword. However, the moment the great sword lightly touched the claws, it shattered, and the massive claw strike directly opened Maria's abdomen. Maria was undeterred and lunged at the claws again. "Today, let your murderous claws be forever broken." Maria charged forward. The claws lunged at her once more. The claws pierced straight through Maria's body. Enduring the pain and the piercing, Maria slowly advanced. When she reached the end, she gripped the entire length of the claw with both hands, using all her strength to try to pull it out. But this was all a fantasy for Maria. With her strength, it was impossible to achieve. Another claw attacked from behind. Failed. Maria's hands fell weakly to her sides. Thrown dozens of meters away by the monster, she was barely clinging to life. The Black Cat Guild was temporarily disbanded. During Maria's struggle, Alice had reached the cave's exit. It was an extremely vast place, densely packed with countless openings. Alice couldn't even count how many layers there were. "Sister Alice, which opening should we run to now?" Mary tugged at Alice's clothing and asked. Given the current situation, they should split up again to buy Alice some time. But Alice shook her head. "We're not running anymore." There was no escape. Her intuition told her that behind these countless openings, powerful monsters were lurking. Splitting up would only lead to danger. Martha seemed a bit downcast inside. "Then let's confront that monster here." Mary nodded. "It's spacious here, perfect for dodging, unlike the small and narrow cave. You two little ones can run, at least you still have fighting strength. I'll hold it off for a while." Alice could no longer run, and she was just a priest, lacking combat power. Unlike these two little ones, they still had the strength to escape. This was the best situation Alice could come up with. "No, we want to fight alongside Sister Alice. We won't leave you behind." Mary shook her head in refusal. "Sister is right, we won't abandon Princess Sister." Martha echoed. "You too." Alice shook her head helplessly. They were really foolish, just children. Yet they were so brave. Alice looked at them and softly asked, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Martha and Mary exchanged glances, revealing sweet smiles, and said in unison, "We've already died once, we're not afraid at all." A wave of bitterness surged into Alice's nose. Yes, these two had actually died once. Before Alice could lament further, a low growl erupted from one of the openings. The monster was coming. Boom! With an explosion, that section of the cave was blown apart. A massive figure squeezed out of the cave, nearly the size of 5 or 6 openings. How can this guy be so huge? Alice was stunned, as were Martha and Mary. It was their first time seeing such a beast, and they were almost paralyzed with fear. "Mary, go for it." Martha raised her left hand, blocking it in front of herself. Mary nodded in response, also raising her left hand to block in front of her. Then, in unison, they shouted, "Heroic Spirit Summon!" Boom! In an instant, behind the two little ones appeared an enormous figure, an extremely rare heroic spirit. It could possess powerful heroic spirits, gaining a significant boost in combat power. Martha's ice, with a ghostly blue shadow behind her exuding a chilling aura. Mary's fire, with a blazing shadow behind her radiating a fierce energy. The two moved in perfect sync, rushing towards the monster. As they swung their fists, the massive shadow behind them mirrored their movements, swinging its giant fists at the monster. But the monster's hard shell barely budged. Martha gritted her teeth, relentlessly pounding the hateful monster. "Martha, don't get addicted. Watch out for dodging," Mary reminded Martha, who was so focused on attacking that she rarely dodged. It worried her as the older sister. Martha, hearing this, clicked her tongue and took 2 steps back. She closed her hands, then slowly opened them, and an ice sword gradually appeared. At that moment, the giant heroic spirit behind her also manifested an ice sword. "Watch me cut off your claws." She charged forward again. Mary, feeling helpless, could only follow suit, summoning a fire sword engulfed in flames to charge at another claw. Roar! The monster seemed to sense the irritation, a red light appearing at the corner of its eye. It was going to shoot through these two guys. Whoosh! A laser shot straight towards Martha. There was no time to attack. Defense was a must. "Asaka!" Martha hurriedly curled her body and shouted. At the moment the laser reached her, the heroic spirit behind her unexpectedly moved out of position, curling up and blocking in front of Martha. The phantom's body became more solid, accompanied by Martha's low breath. Heroic spirit release. Asaka raised her hands to the sky, golden light erupted from her pupils, and a violent aura swept in all directions. It surprised the monster slightly. But how could the monster tolerate such audacity? It sprayed countless lasers at Martha again, its claws simultaneously attacking her. Asaka was restricted and unable to attack, only able to form a protective stance with her hands, shielding Martha behind her. Bamiya. Heroic Spirit Release. Mary also completely released her heroic spirit. Once the heroic spirit was fully released, as the summoner, her body would become exceptionally weak. All combat power lay with the heroic spirit. Bamiya charged at the monster, ready to fight to the death. But who would have thought, the monster extended 2 more claws. 4 claws. At the same time, the other eye of the monster also glowed red. It aimed at the unprotected Mary. Unexpected. Mary, already weakened from the summoning, was hit by the laser and staggered back 2 steps. With a thud, she fell into a pool of blood. Fortunately, Bamiya timely blocked most of the laser with his body. Mary was only partially pierced. She had not completely lost consciousness yet. It was just a pity for Bamiya, who had taken the laser at close range, his heroic body beginning to shatter and disappear. But in the last moment, he still used all his strength to resist the monster's attack. Meanwhile, Asaka was also on the verge of collapse. The damage was too high. His health bar had dropped from 100,000 points to 20,000 points. It should be noted that a slightly stronger person's health bar was only a little over 1,000 points. At this rate of decline, at least 80 people had already died. Sister Mary. Seeing Mary lying in a pool of blood, Martha could no longer suppress her emotions. She was not afraid of death, but they were all afraid of each other's death. Watching Mary's life slowly fading, Martha decided to take a desperate gamble. Heroic Spirit Bestowal. Martha transformed her heroic spirit's attack method again, and the heroic spirit's body slowly changed into a mass of light, absorbing into Martha's body. The laser lost its obstruction and charged towards Martha again, but Martha dodged with lightning speed, rushing towards the monster. I will surely slay you. The monster saw the fierce momentum from the opponent and immediately swung its 4 claws at Martha. But this guy was as nimble as a little rabbit, moving effortlessly between the claws. Clang! Martha used her hand as a blade, forcefully severing one of the monster's claws. As a price, Martha's right arm was completely dislocated and broken. This guy is really tough, was Martha's most intuitive thought at that moment. With a hiss, the monster angrily pierced through Martha's body, violently throwing her towards the distant rock wall. Martha's body crashed into the wall, creating a dent, then slid down to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound in her body. Spitting blood continuously, unable to move, she could only watch helplessly as death approached. Name: Martha. Current health points: 146. Status: severely injured, losing health. Name: Mary. Current health points: 21. Status: severely injured, bleeding. Alice looked despairingly at the twins' health points decreasing little by little. The moment it reached 0 would be the moment of death, and her magic had long been exhausted. In despair upon despair, Alice numbly stood up slowly. She looked at the monster that was continuously closing in on her. The Black Cat Guild is disbanded. Alice closed her eyes, whispering her final words. Door key, recording all situational information up to this point, feedback in progress. Alice, thank you for your contribution to the Tower of Heaven. Once again, thank you, and I apologize. The door key transformed into a wisp of light and vanished. On the leaderboard, the guild's value fluctuated between 3 and 1, and finally, it displayed a single line of text. The Black Cat Guild is officially disbanded. The monster slowly raised its claws, aiming at Alice's body. Mu Chen, Extreme Rescue. Mu Chen, Extreme Rescue. The claws were about to tear through Alice's flesh, and in the next second, a deafening explosion echoed through the rocky walls, followed by a piercing sound of metal scraping, causing Alice to instinctively lower her head and cover her ears. The claws that should have lunged at her did not strike. Filled with confusion, Alice slowly looked up. She saw a man standing in front of her. She could hardly believe it. Rubbing her eyes, confirming once more, she wasn't mistaken. It was him, Lord Mu Chen. Alice covered her mouth, her voice trembling with excitement. The man before her was indeed Mu Chen. Countless emotions surged in her heart, nearly overwhelming her. Mu Chen held an enormous hammer that seemed completely out of character for him. At that moment, he was almost out of breath, drenched in sweat. He had run from the first floor of the Tower of Heaven to the 51st floor of the underground maze, taking at least a day. Mu Chen had used every ounce of his speed. He had forced himself to arrive in just 1 hour. It was mainly because he had seen the strange disappearance rate of the numbers on the leaderboard while at the Tower of Heaven that made him uneasy, prompting him to rush over. Especially when he reached the 51st floor, he had no idea where Alice was located. He could only gather materials on the 51st floor to create this heavenly grade hammer. He smashed through the rocky walls, crossing the maze. Thanks to the roar released by Asaka, Mu Chen was able to determine the direction. He had desperately rushed over to block this critical blow. Mu Chen struggled to catch his breath. Glancing at the 2 injured little ones on the ground, he said with difficulty, "Sorry, I came late." His breathing was heavy. Mu Chen supported the giant hammer with one hand, pulled out 2 pills from his clothes, and urged, "Quick, feed them both." Alice was momentarily dazed but immediately took the pills to give to Mary. Seeing this, the monster roared in anger, its 4 claws lunging at Mu-chen. "You old hag! You look like a crab! What an ugly thing!" Mu-chen cursed as he stepped back, swinging the heavy hammer to block the incoming claws while wiping the sweat pouring down his forehead. "Phew, I really haven't run like this in a long time. I even had to use teleportation." During the attack, Alice quickly fed the pills to the 2 injured. At least their health bars were preserved. Seeing this, Mu-chen hurriedly turned and shouted to Alice, "Take them both and go. Return along the path I broke open, go to town and find help." At this moment, Mu-chen had no time to heal the 2. He realized that this monster was incredibly strong. He had to face it seriously. A moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. "Not Nicole. Are the monsters on the 51st floor this strong? It feels different from what I imagined. Nicole, Mu-chen, be careful. You must use all your strength to deal with this guy." Using all his strength was something Mu-chen had never heard Nicole say to him before. On the other side, Alice was not in a hurry to leave. She shouted, "What about you, Lord Mu-chen? I can't leave you behind. Besides, I can't run anymore." Alice had been running for half a day and was already exhausted. How much stamina could one expect from a priest? Plus, with 2 heavily injured companions, encountering other monsters would be even more troublesome. Realizing the situation was dire, Mu-chen immediately replied, "Stay in the corner." Alice nodded with concern, dragging Martha and Mary to a corner as the 3 silently watched Mu-chen fight. "Sister Alice, Brother Mu-chen actually came, cough cough." Mary blinked her curious eyes at Mu-chen. She was surprised, but soon her vision began to blur. Alice held Mary close and whispered, "You must hold on, Mary." Martha also stared intently at Mu-chen, silently chanting in her heart, "Go for it, Brother Mu-chen." Mu-chen's arrival made Alice feel both touched and happy, but she was even more worried. If Mu-chen were to die because of her, she would regret it for a lifetime. If Mu-chen couldn't hold on, she would have to let him go first. On the other side, Mu-chen began to struggle as he fought back. The crab's attacks were relentless. With the weight of the giant hammer, Mu-chen was really starting to have trouble moving it. "A crab, huh? Just watch me cook you, hellfire." The ground beneath the crab's feet began to bubble with blue flames. The fire pillars rose higher and higher, engulfing half of the giant crab. Not enough power. Heaven! At that moment, a blue fireball with a diameter of about 6 or 7 meters appeared above the crab's head. Steaming party. Although the fireball hadn't completely descended, the crab was already showing signs of struggle. It even let out a low, rumbling roar. "Die, big mixed crab." Mu-chen threw the giant hammer and waved his fingers like a conductor. The blue fireball suddenly smashed downwards, continuously scorching its shell. For the first time, the crab let out a scream it had never made before. Although no one knew what it was saying, the dazzling blue light filled the surroundings. Alice shielded Martha and Mary's eyes, staring in shock at the 2 spectacular spells. The fireball continued to burn and consume, and one could already see its blackened shell turning fiery red. This was not just due to the power of the magic, but the extreme terror of the high temperature of the flames. The temperature of Mu-chen's blue fire had probably reached tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Even without relying on its power, it could burn down a city, although the range was limited. Just as he thought this, the crab's body suddenly stiffened, and the fireball above its head burst apart. It broke free from the fiery ground and charged at Mu-chen again. "Damn! This guy actually broke my big furnace." Mu-chen immediately drew his sword, ready to resist. The sharp claws came at him. Mu-chen performed a knife flick. With a clang, he deflected the claws. Just as Mu-chen prepared to perform another flick, he inadvertently glanced at the sword in his hand. Almost instantly, he withdrew, teleporting back several steps. Just moments ago, the blade of his sword was already riddled with cracks. It actually shattered? Mu-chen's expression turned serious. If he hadn't noticed the sword's condition just now, that last attack would have surely disemboweled him. He had to be cautious. He had sensed that this creature was not simple when it could break the fireball. Meanwhile, the claws that had swung at him missed completely. However, they still dug a 3-foot-deep pit into the ground. Alice watched in horror. Lord Mu-chen is indeed amazing. He can achieve this. Martha and Mary nodded. "I thought Brother Mu-chen was just a priest. I didn't expect his combat skills to be no weaker than any warrior. It feels like Brother Mu-chen is a god of magic and war who was delayed by being a priest." The 3 little ones chatted here, wildly boasting about Mu-chen. But only Mu-chen knew that he was really panicking. He had lost his sword. He had to use his staff to fight now. Cough cough, the aftereffects from last night are coming. Mu-chen began to feel a bit weak, his stamina severely depleted. This was seriously life-threatening. In any case, he needed to assess this monster's strength. Check for its weaknesses. Twin Beast, Mygula. As Mu-Chen dodged the swiftly approaching claws, he began to assess this crab-like magical creature. The next scene completely took Mu-Chen by surprise. Before this, one must understand the classification of magical creatures and beasts. There are 3 key points regarding magical beasts and creatures: hazard level, creature rank, and creature level. The hazard levels are divided into disaster level, destroying villages; calamity level, destroying towns; catastrophe level, shaking empires; disaster level, destroying empires; natural disaster level, destroying multiple empires; and god level, apocalypse. The creature ranks are divided into ordinary, elite, lord level, at least stronger than the lord of the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven, and overlord level. Only magical creatures and beasts above the elite level will have a hazard level. The creature levels are easy to remember: from level to special level, then level, special level, and level. Starting from level, magical beasts will undergo a qualitative change, with physical attributes and abilities ranking at the peak of the world, gaining a portion of the evil god's power as protection. The protective effect will evolve into different ultimate skills based on the host's will. Now that he had learned this, he could understand the following information: magical beast, Mygula, twin beast, beast rank, lord level, hazard level, disaster level, beast level, level combat power, 112020 attack, 10 magic power, 5 magic resistance, 9 physical resistance, 6 durability, 5 agility, 200 current health bar, 58 inherent skill, twin special mark, 80% immunity to magic damage. Upon seeing this, Mu-Chen lost all interest in continuing to read. That talent ability, as long as a chasm, was definitely too much to take in. Damn! He actually encountered a numerical monster here. The only normal thing he could see was this agility. Speaking of which, I only took away 2 health points with my forbidden spell. Is this turtle shell too thick? What caught Mu-Chen's attention the most was the label of the twin beast. Did it mean there was another one of these creatures? Mu-Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that he needed to run with someone. Comparing his own stats slightly, this was definitely not something he could handle right now. At least his abilities were almost among the top in the world. Name, Mu-Chen. Race, gender, male, level, 39, 1600, combat power, 49695 attack value, 20580 magic power value, 99120 durability value, 3450 magic resistance value, 2300 physical resistance value, 2300 agility value, 900 current health, 11500 inherent skill, 12 zodiac gods, sealed, talent, mastery of all magic. Too many to display. Even such perverse data couldn't match this thing called Mygula. It seemed that the talent points were still not enough. Fortunately, his agility was almost the fastest in the world, allowing him to barely dodge the attacks of this giant crab. But the problem was how to deal damage. Mygula showed no signs of slowing down, lunging fiercely at Mu-Chen, its speed clearly increasing. Alice beside him could only see the afterimages flickering. Mu-Chen had pulled out everything he had, his long-treasured Earth-level magic wand. The wand collided with the claws, producing a series of visible flames. Mu-Chen could already feel cracks forming in the wand. Damn! This guy is a weapon destroyer. If this continued, Mu-Chen would be left empty-handed. At the same time, red light began to appear in Mygula's eyes. Nico, Mu-Chen. Laser magic. Bang! The laser shot straight through Mu-Chen, but fortunately, Nicole was quick to signal, allowing Mu-Chen to narrowly escape disaster. The laser rain shot towards Mu-Chen as if it had no regard for life, while 4 sharp claws did everything they could to intercept Mu-Chen's movements. Mingula cursed under his breath, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Mu-Chen, strange, why did I just hear a crab make a sound? Nicole, I heard it too, this guy can talk. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in Mingula's other eye. Without needing to say more, Mu-Chen realized this was yet another magical attack. A beam of blue light rushed towards Mu-Chen, freezing everything in its path, turning it into a frozen wasteland. This was bad. Moving quickly on the icy ground was tantamount to seeking death. Before Mu-Chen could finish casting his spell, Mingula's 4 claws suddenly elongated, roaring towards Mu-Chen like cannons. How shameless! Mu-Chen hurriedly touched the ground with his hand, using alchemy. The ground instantly rose into ice stone walls. The first claw was used to clear the stone wall, and Mu-Chen dodged the second claw with a roll and jump. He blocked the third claw with his shattered wand. However, this caused Mu-Chen to lose his balance. Seeing the 4th claw about to strike, Alice's heart was in her throat. The big crab should be boiled and eaten. Dragons soaring, phoenix dancing. In an instant, Alice, Martha, and Mary witnessed the most unbelievable magic of their lives. Mu-Chen's body transformed into 2 divine beasts wrapped in golden flames. The claws not only missed but instead allowed the 2 divine beasts to circle around Mingula. Ming-gula began to emit low, muffled groans. In the next second, the spot where Ming-gula stood was instantly engulfed by a golden fire pillar with a diameter of 50 meters. The two divine beasts continued to spiral around. Ming-gula was still struggling, its claws wildly slashing at the two divine beasts, but it was as if it were striking at air. Those two had no physical form. With the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, the two divine beasts lunged at Ming-gula. Ming-gula's body began to ooze a thick black liquid. Golden light and fire patterns etched into its body. The fire spell would continue to burn its soul and flesh. Meanwhile, Mu Chen reappeared in his original position, looking somewhat exhausted. Nicole, Mu Chen, that guy has such high magic resistance. You, Mu Chen, what can I do? You didn't help at all, I'm completely worn out. Nicole, nonsense. This time I can last 5 minutes. Mu Chen, really? Nicole, proudly nodding of course. Lying is for puppies. Hearing this, Mu Chen revealed a strange smile. 5 minutes would be enough. Looking at Ming-gula before him, its health bar had dropped to 48, while Mu Chen's magic power was nearly depleted. Most of it had been used for traveling and breaking the stone walls. As for potions, he had sold them all, leaving none. Mu Chen took a moment to recover his stamina and also restored Alice and the others' energy. I must say, the healing effect was truly powerful. Alice, who had been exhausted, suddenly felt incredibly light. Meanwhile, the severely injured Martha and Mary had fully healed, returning to their former selves. Just as Mu Chen was about to unleash his ultimate move, an angry roar from a magical beast came from behind him. Mu Chen instantly turned around, slamming his wand heavily against the ground, shouting, "Light shield!" A golden magical barrier rose up in front of Mu Chen. Countless dark currents surged from the cave towards the light shield. In an instant, the shield was riddled with cracks. Damn it! Another one came. Light shield, magical ring, fairy sphere, dark shield, icy rose, eternal flow, thorny wood, magical weakening field, wind pressure, shadow magic. Mu Chen unleashed defensive magic one after another. Meanwhile, the Ming-gula wrapped in the towering fire pillar stood up again. Nicole, Mu Chen, we're surrounded. Hurry up! Mu Chen gritted his teeth. The safest way out at this moment was to escape, but he absolutely refused to back down. One of the Ming-gula had already been severely injured, referring to having lost less than a third of its health. In that case, I'll kill you in 5 minutes. The star gods returned to their positions, Black Abyss and White Flower. Mu Chen's expression showed a hint of panic. Nico, lend me a hand. In the next moment, a cluster of light appeared beside Mu Chen, gradually condensing into a small figure. Nico's true form revealed itself, a cute little creature with white hair. She floated in the air at the same height as Mu Chen and raised her hand in salute, cutely replying, "At your command, Captain Mu Chen." Although Mu Chen wanted to complain about where she learned to call him captain, now was not the time. Nico swiftly dove into Mu Chen's body. She could visibly see a shackle firmly locking Mu Chen's soul. Anxiously, she said, "I'm starting now." With that, she began to gather her power to forcibly unlock the shackle. The Ming-gula and Minggu did not miss any opportunity. They charged directly at Mu Chen. 12 sharp claws completely sealed off Mu Chen's escape route. In this critical moment of crisis, a heavy voice composed of 12 tones echoed in Mu Chen's mind. The 12 star gods are online. Boom! The 12 claws descended simultaneously, stirring up a cloud of dust. Mu Chen, Alice shouted. From her perspective, she could only see Mu Chen standing there in a daze, then being attacked by the 12 claws at once. How could Mu Chen? Almost unable to believe it, Alice shed tears of regret. Martha and Mary were also speechless, their expressions filled with sorrow. As the dust settled, Mary quickly noticed the situation. Brother Mu Chen is fine. Martha and Alice hurriedly looked over. They saw that the 12 claws were all blocked by the magical shield surrounding Mu Chen. Next, it's my turn. Mu Chen suddenly reached out, and 2 areas of space shattered instantly. His hands plunged into the rifts. The space cracks widened, and Alice seemed to see a strange scene. 2 little girls with bows were brought out from the space by Mu Chen. One black, one white, named Black Abyss and White Flower. Mu Chen, it's been so long, Black Abyss said, tears glistening in her eyes, her smile truly breathtaking. Mu Chen, White Flower wants a hug. White Flower held Mu Chen's hand with one hand, while the other reached out, as if asking for something. Although she was a silent girl and spoke without much emotion, Mu Chen could still feel her longing. But there were only 5 minutes now. Mu Chen had no time for nostalgia. Black Abyss, White Flower, let's handle urgent matters first. Seeing Mu Chen's tense expression, Black Abyss and White Flower nodded without saying much. Mu Chen, wield us. The 2 little figures instantly transformed into 2 one-handed swords. The Ming-gula angrily struck the shield generated by Mu Chen, which seemed much harder than the original shield. Whoosh! Mu-Chen vanished in a flash. Just as the Mingula was searching for him, it suddenly felt pain in its claws. Looking down, it found the young boy before it was slicing away its claws as if chopping vegetables. Roar! The Mingula roared in anger, its eyes beginning to charge with laser energy. But Mu-Chen was faster. With a flip, he shot out Black Abyss, piercing straight into the Mingula's forehead. Pierce through the darkness. Black Abyss. Feeling the call, the hilt of the Black Abyss began to glow. The light instantly penetrated the Mingula's body, causing a violent explosion within it. Meanwhile, the Mingud was currently immobilized by Mu-Chen's gravity magic. The Mingula staggered back in pain, its body slowly rising, revealing a row of firing ports in the middle. Mu-Chen reached out, and Black Abyss vanished from its original place, returning to Mu-Chen's hand. Black Abyss could slice through any physical entity, and White Flower could sever all ethereal forms. No matter how hard your shell is, it would only be a matter of being cut in two. The various shooting holes of Mingula began to gather magical power. Boom! Various magical beams burst forth like a hive, charging towards Mu-Chen. Mu-Chen rushed forward, and under the dual wielding of his blades, all the magical beams were sliced apart again and again. Cutting magic with a sword left Alice dumbfounded. This was something she had never seen before. At this moment, she felt that Mu-Chen was as powerful as a god, capable of anything. Mingula's claws were fully extended, a total of 12 pairs, trying to tear Mu-Chen apart like a meat grinder. But instead, its claws were shattered again and again. From 12 pairs, only 3 pairs remained. Mingula began to fear Mu-Chen and started to panic and flee. It decided to escape towards Alice, using her as a hostage. Not bad intelligence, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong target. Mu-Chen pressed his hand down towards it, and Mingula immediately felt as if it bore millions of pounds, sinking straight into the ground, unable to rise. It could only flail its claws wildly. Now, it looks a bit like a crab being slaughtered. Mu-Chen coldly walked towards Mingula, and the Black Abyss White Flower in his hand transformed into a humanoid form. Following Mu-Chen's command, the Black Abyss White Flower rushed towards Mingula, completely dismantling the remaining wildly flailing claws. So impressive, Alice watched in astonishment. These two were ridiculously strong, right? Dismantling a monster's claws with bare hands. Meanwhile, Martha was even more terrified. She had felt the hardness of those claws. Even under the protection of the heroic spirits, breaking one would cost an arm. But now, these two were treating it like chopping vegetables. They were completely different from their appearance. As Mu-Chen walked, he collected those claws. Good stuff. By the time Mu-Chen stopped, the Black Abyss White Flower was already standing respectfully in front of him with a smile. The dismantling was complete. Mu-Chen, are you going to eat the crab? I feel this one is a bit ugly compared to those in our world, the Black Abyss said with slight disdain. If Mu-Chen needs it, my sister Black Abyss and I can help you prepare it, White Flower said in an extremely calm tone, which frightened Alice greatly. Prepare this monster? What was going on? This thing was something you couldn't even hide from, and you still wanted to eat it. Upon hearing this, Mingula became even more frantic, its roar instantly turning into a fearful whimper. Mu-Chen shook his head, saying he had to roast it himself. White Flower looked slightly regretful at this. Suddenly, she tilted her head and looked past Mu-Chen's body at the Mingud behind him, pointing. What about that one? White Flower's eyes revealed desire. Mu-Chen casually replied, you can do whatever you want with that one. Great. Thank you, Mu-Chen. Black Abyss and White Flower held hands and bounced towards Mingud. When Mingud saw the two demons approaching, its claws frantically scraped the ground, trying to retreat and escape, but Mu-Chen's gravity control kept it immobilized. Its expression was one of extreme fear, as if saying, don't come over. Black Abyss and White Flower didn't care, instead showing kind smiles and discussing, Sister White Flower, let's take this one back to share with the other sisters, it will definitely be good. But it's so ugly, won't the other sisters dislike it? As long as we chop it into pieces, it won't be ugly anymore. That makes sense. Black Abyss and White Flower giggled as they reached out their hands, slowly approaching the large ingredient. Meanwhile, Mu-Chen pressed his hand against Mingula's shell, his eyes slightly changing. A mass of incredibly dark abyssal fire surged into Mingula's body. The painful screams echoed throughout the 51st floor, frightening the other monsters on the same level into trembling. The intensity of the black fire burned away the golden fire spell that Mu-Chen had previously added. A meaty aroma slowly wafted from Mingula's body. Today, I'll steam you well. Look how unhappy you are. Inside Mu-Chen, Nicole wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. It smelled so good. Not only that, but Martha and Mary also swallowed their saliva. It smells a bit nice. 5 minutes until the countdown. Seconds. Athena, one of the 12 zodiac signs, Lord of the Heavenly Emperor, I look forward to the moment we meet again. The mysterious dark girl. After 30 seconds of baptism, the mysterious dark girl, Mingula, lost all vitality. The blood bar was completely reduced to 0, and Nicole also struggled to run out. The shackles once again entwined around Mu-chen's soul. Although he didn't know why this world limited his past strength, with Nicole around, he could still recover a little. As for Heiyuan Baihua, she reluctantly took Minggu away. Master, please come back soon, okay? We are all waiting for you. Mu-chen nodded slightly. Then we are leaving. Heiyuan Baihua disappeared into the fragments of space. The 51st layer of the maze began to regain its calm. Nicole also disappeared again into a point of light due to wasting too much energy. Meanwhile, Mu-chen directly overdrawn his physical functions, his body becoming increasingly weak. Indeed, due to the reason of crossing over, his physical functions were too limited. Mu-chen looked at Alice and the others, gently asking, "Can you walk?" The three little ones all nodded and replied, "We can walk normally." Mu-chen smiled and said slowly, "Let's go, leave the maze." Okay. The three followed behind Mu-chen, but after just a few steps, Mu-chen almost fell to the ground. His legs wouldn't move. Seeing this, Alice immediately supported Mu-chen. "I'll help you." Thus, Mu-chen limped towards the cave. Returning the same way, they reached the entrance passage of the 51st layer. Mu-chen looked tenderly at Alice and asked, "Don't you need to find them? If I'm not mistaken, they are still alive." Alice shook her head, her eyes dimmed, and whispered, "With Mu-chen's current state, it should be very difficult to deal with the monsters of the 51st layer." "Well, but I still want to say I'm sorry." Mu-chen felt a bit guilty. Alice shook her head again, gently saying, "It's not Lord Mu-chen's fault, it's that we were too self-righteous. I'm already very grateful that Lord Mu-chen could come." As she spoke, tears appeared in the corners of Alice's eyes. Originally, she wanted to encourage Mu-chen, but instead, she harmed the entire guild. She almost harmed Mu-chen as well. She had lost everything. Seeing Alice's expression somewhat dim, Mu-chen sighed and gently stroked Alice's head. "You did nothing wrong. The one at fault is that untimely Lord-level monster. Alice, your efforts are commendable." These words shone like sunlight, illuminating Alice's heart. She looked at Mu-chen with tears in her eyes, sobbing as she asked, "Has my effort really received your acknowledgement?" "That's right, you have surpassed the vast majority of people. If it weren't for a very small accident, you would have surpassed the heroes soon." Alice looked at Mu-chen, her gratitude beyond words. "Alice, you don't need to worry too much. I placed some holy level potions along the way, at least. There is still a chance to save them." Finally, with Alice's support, Mu-chen temporarily arrived at the small villa outside Eha City. As for the rewards obtained from defeating Mingula and Mingud, aside from Mu-chen leveling up to level 55, he didn't care about the rest. He stored everything in the spatial storage. "I'm exhausted." As soon as Mu-chen entered the house, he immediately found a spot on the floor to lie down. Regardless of cleanliness, he just wanted to relax and rest well at this moment. Alice couldn't pull him up no matter how hard she tried. There was no way. Alice could only diligently go in and out, making a makeshift bed for Mu-chen to rest more comfortably. What a virtuous girl. Mu-chen glanced at Alice's back. However, the next second, Alice seemed to trip over something and fell forward solidly, face down. It was actually pink. At the moment of the fall, Mu-chen saw an incredibly beautiful sight. He quickly pulled his head back. Alice covered her nose and slowly got up from the ground. "Strange, it feels like something blocked me." "Are you okay, Sister Alice?" Mary asked with concern. "It's nothing, come on, I'll take you upstairs to rest first." With that, the three little ones slowly walked towards the second floor, glancing back at Mu-chen repeatedly, as if worried about something. Finally, their figures disappeared from the first floor. Mu-chen also comfortably turned over. He was really too tired and hadn't felt such comfort in a long time. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, there was a knock at the door. "Damn! Seriously, I just got back and someone is already looking for me." Mu-chen cursed, deciding to ignore it and continue lounging, pretending he didn't hear. However, the knocking at the door grew louder, and faintly, Mu-chen even heard a voice outside. It was a childish voice, asking, "Is anyone there? Who is this?" Mu-chen had no impression at all. He simply stayed silent. After all, the door was locked, and the other party couldn't get in. Mu-chen slowly closed his eyes, a content smile on his lips. Finally, he could rest well. Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt a chill all over. He got up to look. What the hell? Where did the door go? No, wasn't there a door here just now? Instead, a little girl in a black Lolita dress stood at the entrance, holding her reddened forehead. It looked a bit like she was knocking on the door with her head. This little one was extremely strange, wearing a Lolita headband and holding a doll in her left hand. Her appearance was as cute as a doll. Is silver gray hair in fashion now? Mu-chen couldn't help but complain. Including Nayako, Loi, Nicole, Baihua, and this one in front of him, there were already 5 with similar hair colors. The only major difference was that this girl's eyes were also silver. "I'm sorry," the girl bowed clumsily to apologize. "Is it you who broke my door? Pay for it," Mu-chan said irritably, feeling exasperated. "I'm really sorry. I accidentally touched the door with my hand, and it just disappeared." The girl kept bowing and apologizing, quite adorable. But this left Mu-chan puzzled. It just disappeared from a touch? Combining this with the girl's forehead, Mu-chan seemed to understand. This girl was really knocking on the door with her forehead just now? After a brief assessment, he noticed the girl had a curse in her status bar. At this moment, the girl began to explain, "Actually, I've been cursed since birth. Anything I touch will be destroyed and disappear. If I touch a person, they will also suffer great harm." This immediately put Mu-chan on alert. "Wait, don't come in yet." Mu-chan quickly crawled back a few steps. His feelings were mixed. He had just resolved a big trouble, and now a bigger one had come. The girl seemed obedient and did not enter the room. "Is the doll in your hand okay?" Mu-chan pointed to the doll the girl was holding. He noticed her hand was touching the doll, but the doll had not disappeared. The girl nodded, revealing a sweet smile, gently looking at the doll in her hand, and said, "Only this doll can always accompany me." It seemed to be a very reliable bond. Just as Mu-chan thought this, the doll in her hand suddenly showed a sweet smile and began to speak strangely. "Accompany sister. Accompany sister. He. Mu-chan was genuinely startled. The doll actually started talking. Bone extraction surgery. During the bone extraction surgery, Mu-chan remained calm, but inside he felt uneasy. He forced himself to shake off the fatigue, stood up, and asked, "So, did you come to see me for something?" The girl nodded slightly, seemingly in great trouble. There was no way around it. Mu-chan let this mysterious person into the house. "Go ahead, what do you need?" Mu-chan sat on a wooden stool, looking seriously at the girl. The girl looked weakly at Mu-chan, gazing for a while before slowly saying, "I heard from others that there is a good priest here, so I wanted to ask for your help." The girl spoke pitifully, then touched her slightly bulging belly, saying, "I can't use my hands to grab food when I eat. I can only put it directly into my mouth. But last night, I accidentally swallowed a big bone." "A big bone?" Mu-chan looked at the girl in disbelief, starting to size her up. How could such a small mouth swallow a big bone? That shouldn't be possible. It didn't make sense to Mu-chan at all. The girl hesitantly nodded and slowly said, "Right now, my stomach feels really uncomfortable, so I want to get it out." Mu-chan wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit awkward as he said, "Well, I'm a priest, not a doctor. You need to see an internist for this. But I heard that priests can help too." The girl suddenly looked determined. "Where did you hear that? How come he didn't know about this?" Although he could perform surgery himself, the girl thought for a moment and vaguely said, "The 30th floor. The 30th floor? Are you talking about the 30th floor of the underground labyrinth?" The girl shook her head. "No, it's the heavenly tower you all talk about." "Wait, where were you born?" Mu-chan realized something was off. The highest floor nowadays was only 22, and no one had ever reached the 30th floor. There was only one possibility. "I remember I was born inside the heavenly tower." The girl's answer completely confirmed Mu-chan's suspicion. Goodness, is this a person from the heavenly tower who has come out? According to common sense, this shouldn't be possible. Could it be that this curse has broken the restrictions of the heavenly tower? Just as Mu-chan was tangled in his thoughts, the girl spoke again. "Please, you must help me." Mu-chan helplessly glanced at the girl. "Forget it, letting this thing run loose could cause trouble. This cursed power might incite panic." Mu-chan took a sharp knife from the storage compartment and placed it on the table. "Cut open your belly, take out the bone, and then stitch it up. How about that?" The girl's expression froze, a cold shiver running from her feet to her head. She stiffly said, "See, can we change the method?" "I'm scared. Actually, I don't really recommend this method either. After all, it's my first time performing surgery, and I might accidentally cause an accident." The scene fell silent instantly. Even the doll that had been smiling became awkward. This was really unreliable. The girl said nervously, "Then let's change the method." Mu-chan put on gloves, then looked at the girl, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Are you sure you want to change the method?" The girl glanced at the knife and still nodded resolutely, "Definitely." "All right then, choose one of the two positions." "The girl?" "Mu-chan, hurry up and choose one." The girl was dazed. Which one would be more convenient? Mu-chan glanced at the girl in front of him. He actually thought neither would be convenient. After all, with her small frame, going down was definitely not possible. How much would that need to be expanded? Moreover, the girl would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, treasures should be fully exposed. As for going up, that was almost impossible. It was too small. The girl struggled wildly but ultimately made a choice, down. After all, the mouth was meant for eating. Mu-chan looked blank. Under the terrified gaze of the girl, Muchin stood up, took out the endoscope, and added a layer of magic to the tip, meant to clear away any remaining bones. He flexed his wrist and said, "Lie down properly, remember, don't touch anything with your hands, or you'll have to pay for it." The girl obediently complied. However, the final defense was not personally removed. After a moment of hesitation, Muchin still asked, "Do you want me to come for the monthly payment?" The girl shyly replied, "If my hands touch it, it'll disappear." Original text disappears. The surgery was in progress. The girl's eyes widened instantly. Her legs began to kick wildly. "Don't move around. Be careful not to damage other organs." Muchin continued to explore steadily, his gaze fixed on the instruments beside him. The meter-long instruments slowly turned and inflated. The girl's reactions grew more intense, and the doll in her hands was squeezed into a painful expression. Woo-woo, cold sweat poured from her forehead. At that moment, she only felt a painful bloating in her stomach. 10 minutes later. "Very good, found it." Muchin waved his finger, activating the pre-prepared magic. The magic surged into the stomach. Finally, the magic struck the bone. That huge bone instantly turned to dust, disappearing completely. Yet the girl, with a flushed face, looked somewhat unhappy and complained, "Why didn't you say there were props earlier?" Woo-woo. Muchin rinsed the instrument with water, returned it to the storage space, and went back to the front desk. Looking at the girl who looked like she was suffering more than death, Muchin couldn't help but smile. "So, are you still going to eat recklessly?" The girl sat on the stool, her legs shaking uncontrollably. It was clear that the aftereffects of the surgery were very painful. She said in agony, "I won't eat recklessly anymore." One surgery costs 1 gold coin, no credit. The girl froze in place. Muchin also looked at her with confusion. Could it be that she had no money? The girl asked a fatal question, "So this is supposed to be paid for? Where would she get money?" In the layers of the Tower of Heaven that had not yet been accessed, there was no circulating currency. Muchin said lightly, "You come to get treated without money? Do you want me to bring a bone over to stuff back into you?" The girl. Muchin silently raised the large rib he had brought from the kitchen. The girl trembled. "I can go earn money now. I'll pay you back once I save enough." "That won't do. What if you run away or go missing? Then can I pay with something else?" "Something else?" Muchin was slightly curious. Could it be some rare treasure from the 30th floor? That would be valuable. Muchin quickly put on a friendly expression and looked gently at the girl. "Go on, what other things? If they're valuable, I might even give you a treasure." "Treasure?" The girl blinked. "A treasure that can temporarily relieve your curse. However, the premise is that your item must be attractive enough." The girl swallowed hard, as if she had made some decision, and said hesitantly, "If I let you do it once, can you waive the fee and also give me that treasure? So, what exactly is your relationship?" Muchin was momentarily dumbfounded. "Are you sure?" Muchin asked, half believing. The girl pitifully nodded slightly, almost inaudibly saying, "Without money, I can only do this." However, Muchin waved his hand to refuse. "If you can't help but wave your hands around midway, it'll be troublesome. This place will be wrecked by you." Moreover, there were still 3 thorny roses in his backyard. The girl clenched her hands. Then what should I do? At that moment, she was anxiously enduring the stomach pain. Could it be that she really had to give that large rib to? The thought made her shiver all over. Muchin calmly handed the girl a piece of paper, but she didn't take it, just scanning it with her eyes. Then she tilted her head in confusion and said, "I can't understand just by looking? What are these symbols? They don't look good at all." Put. Muchin really wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This guy can't read. Well, it makes sense, anything born from the Tower of Heaven wouldn't know how to read. Although he didn't know this guy's true identity, from what Muchin observed so far, this little girl didn't seem evil. Aside from her behavior and language being quite disrespectful, her physical actions, apart from some ridiculous antics, had no flaws. He briefly compared her to his master in his mind, and indeed, his master was still lacking. Achoo! That dog disciple cursed me again. Naya sneezed loudly, her hair sticking up like a radar on patrol. Bella took the opportunity to maneuver her racing car and pushed Naya's car off the track, teasing, "Hee, finally knocked you, the big demon, off." Naya shouted, "Damn, just you wait." With that, she reached out to grab Bellu. The girl looked at the strange pattern in front of her, appearing very confused. Muchin explained, "This is an employee agreement. Sign this, and you can work to earn money and then go home." Employee agreement? The girl's eyes rolled around a few times, and she suddenly trembled. Could it be? She instantly hugged her doll tightly, staring at Muchin with a look of a villain. "It's just one surgery. How could you fleece me? Black shop. Boo-hoo, I won't come back again." As she spoke, tears squeezed out from the corners of her eyes. It was hard to tell if she was pretending or if it was genuine emotion. This was too much, right? The girl kept wiping her tears and occasionally glanced at Mu Chen. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you still thinking of excuses? Mu Chen felt exhausted. He pointed to the paper in his hand and said helplessly, "It's not what you think. The content on it is very normal. It's just an invitation for you to be a shop assistant." Shop assistant? The girl wiped her still damp tears and began to feign interest. That's right. As long as you work here and earn 100 gold coins, you can decide whether to stay or leave. But, the girl hesitated but slowly spoke, "My curse will destroy your things, and then I'll owe more and more." Then, she thought she would have to stay here for a lifetime. The girl had already imagined what would happen 30 years later. You can throw away those wild ideas of yours. Mu Chen lightly tapped her on the head. I naturally have a way to deal with your curse. In the underground labyrinth, on the 50th floor, there's a cursed dragon. If you make gloves from its scales, you can touch other objects without worrying about the curse. The existence of the cursed dragon was something Mu Chen had seen on the three-dimensional projection map that Clays had sent him. The introduction said it was a powerful subordinate of the Demon King. He wondered if killing it would upset the Demon King. Upon hearing this news, the girl instantly became extremely excited, completely forgetting about the curse, and grabbed Mu Chen's hand. "Please let me be a shop assistant." The doll also showed a strange smile, mechanically shouting, "Shop assistant. Sister. Shop assistant. Sister." He. Mu Chen's whole body stiffened. He suddenly felt something slip into his body. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Mu Chen held his forehead, feeling dizzy. However, in the next second, the soul shackles within him shattered that unknown entity. Mu Chen became immune to this abnormal cursed power. The girl immediately realized something was wrong and quickly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back. She kept bowing her head and apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't notice. I'm really sorry." The girl gritted her teeth, prepared for the worst, thinking that if the young man in front of her couldn't hold on today, at least let him have a chance to leave peacefully. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any response from Mu Chen. Could he be dead? The girl swallowed hard, slowly raising her head, her heart filled with growing fear. You know how to apologize?" As the girl looked up, Mu Chen harshly grabbed her cheek. "You rascal! Luckily, I have something that makes me immune, otherwise you would have killed me." I'm not angry," the girl mumbled, but she felt a sigh of relief in her heart. She was actually fine. This was the first person who could resist her curse. Mu Chen couldn't help but feel suspicious. That curse was completely different from the others. For other curses, Mu Chen could use a dispel to remove them, but the curse on the girl before him felt less like a curse. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. However, he could already guess its specific effects. It probably caused someone to lose consciousness for a short time, followed by exhaustion and death. Mu Chen stopped what he was doing, looked at the girl, and frowned. "Since you've already agreed, tell me your name so I can make this contract officially effective." Name? The girl tilted her head, mumbling to herself, seemingly unable to remember her name. Meanwhile, the doll in her hand sharply said, "Sister Ludi." Sister Ludi. Name. Is Ludi your name or the doll's name? Mu Chen asked the girl, puzzled. Maybe it's mine? Because everyone calls me a monster, so I don't know what I'm called. Then what is this doll called? Mu Chen pointed at the doll in Ludi's hand, curious. However, Ludi didn't speak. Instead, the doll let out an eerie laugh. He. The sister who was already dead and discarded. No name. Mu Chen's pupils constricted, a chill rising in his heart. Could it be you? Cough, I can't be bothered with your identities. Mu Chen calmly lay back down. He was too tired to deal with any more nonsense and casually told Ludi, I'll take you to the underground maze's 50th floor tomorrow morning. I don't want to move right now, but shoo, if you make more noise, I'll deduct your pay. Mu Chen waved his hand, signaling her to be quiet, then tightly closed his eyes. Ludi sighed. She was initially very happy that someone could resist her curse, but seeing his expression, he seemed quite impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. Mu Chen didn't even open his eyes. Ludi pitifully rubbed her hands together and said, Manager, you still haven't told me my name. Mu Chen. Oh, the fierce manager. Faced with Mu Chen's indifference, Ludi could only respond with a wrinkled expression. She returned to her seat on the chair. On the second floor, Alice had settled Mary and Martha, coaxing them to sleep before preparing to go downstairs. Strange, isn't the door closed? Feeling the wind blowing in, Alice quickened her pace down the stairs, stunned by the scene before her. Where did the door go? Was it stolen? Just as she was about to exclaim, she suddenly noticed another person sitting on the front desk's chair. Could it be this person who took down Mu Chen's door? With her hands on her hips, Alice angrily walked down the stairs, looking seriously at Ludi. Who are you? How did you take down Lord Mu Chen's door? Pay up! Regardless of the other party's strength, she was determined to demand compensation. Ludi drooped her head, feeling wronged. You humans only know how to demand money. Money! Humph! Just like the manager. Manager? I'm now Mu Chen's employee. I don't have to pay, Ludi said confidently. I haven't heard that Lord Mu Chen has any employees. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? I'm going to ask. Saying this, Alice prepared to head in the direction where Mu Chen was lying. Hey! Ludi hurriedly grabbed Alice's clothing. Manager Mu Chen is sleeping. Waking him up will make him angry. But Alice didn't let her finish, because at that moment, her skirt was gone. You stole my skirt. No way. Where's my skirt? Alice babbled, frantically waving her hands. She still couldn't figure out what had just happened. Meanwhile, Ludi instantly withdrew her hand, sitting obediently in place. She was whistling a silent tune, as if nothing was wrong with her. Alice glared at Ludi. Did you do this? I didn't mean to, Ludi replied. Alice was about to give Ludi a piece of her mind, but then seemed to think of something. Is Lord Mu Chen asleep? Is your ability to erase objects? Ludi nodded obediently. Do me a favor, and I'll forgive you, Alice said, hands on her hips, striking a big sister pose. What do you want? Ludi asked. Alice leaned in and whispered something. Got it? Ludi's expression turned anxious, trembling as she said, and no, that doesn't seem right. If the shopkeeper finds out, I'll get a slap. Then I'll go report you. That's unfair. Ludi suddenly realized that this human world was full of schemes. She began to miss her home. All because of Emil, I was forced to become a worker, Ludi muttered. Under Alice's urging, Ludi lightly touched Mu Chen's clothes. Cough, cough. Oh no, Lord Mu Chen is going to catch a cold. I need to warm him up. Alice ran up and down, pulling out a large quilt and moving closer to Mu Chen. Alice silently gazed at his well-defined abs. You just want to see this? Ludi squatted beside her, looking at Alice in confusion. What do you know? This is romance. As she spoke, Alice covered him with the quilt while accidentally outlining his figure. He. Ludi bit her finger, her gaze slowly drifting down. Should we touch the hem of his pants? Alice covered her flushed cheeks, looking at Ludi in shock. That thought was too bold. But then she glanced at Mu Chen's lazy sleeping face and decided against it. Cough, no. We can't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Alice stopped Ludi, who was moving forward. It's really strange, humans have already done this. Ludi tilted her head, unable to understand Alice's thoughts. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Ludi stood up from her squat, found a stool, and sat down quietly, watching. Those silver-gray eyes looked particularly frightening in the evening, especially paired with that strange doll. But at this moment, Alice's attention was entirely on Mu Chen. She was almost grinning foolishly. Oh no. I have to maintain my image. Alice hurriedly patted her face to wake herself up. I can't let Lord Mu Chen think I'm a bad girl. Ludi beside her seemed speechless. How could she say such strange things in such a serious tone? However, Ludi was indeed interested in humans. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten her system. Although she was not far off from the human race, her own race was not human. In the 30 floors of the Tower of Heaven, the place where she was born was a large city shrouded in darkness. The City of Night. Most of the male creatures there looked monstrous. They were extremely frightening. Fortunately, her parents didn't look scary, otherwise, she would have been repulsed. Time froze at that moment. The cold wind howled. It made Mu Chen shiver slightly. Strange, why does it feel colder and colder? In a daze, Mu Chen felt that the burden on him had lessened significantly. It felt like his body had become lighter. He groped around. What the hell? Where are my clothes? Mu Chen's hands flailed about, trying to find his lost clothes. Suddenly, a strange sensation entered his hand. Hiss, why does this feeling remind me of when my master came in? Am I dreaming? No way. Meanwhile, Alice covered her mouth, trying her best not to make a sound. How careless. I didn't dodge. As Mu Chen became more energetic, Alice couldn't hold on any longer and took a few steps back. Cough, cough. Alice blushed and turned her head away, quickly restoring her sweet voice. Lord Mu Chen, you're awake? The manager is awake? I'm about to starve to death. Ah. Ludi lay weakly on the table, looking like a little wolf on the verge of starvation. A few seconds later, Mu Chen was fully awake, his expression seemingly lost in recalling previous feelings. Was that just a dream or was it real? Never mind, that's not the point. Alice, could you please get my clothes? It's so cold. This temperature difference between day and night. What's wrong? Mu Chen asked, puzzled. Alice hesitated to answer. Mu Chen sensed something was off. Speaking of which, he didn't ask anyone to help him before sleeping, did he? Suddenly realizing this, Mu-chen turned sharply to look at Ludi. Could it be you? The author humbly asks for updates. A pleasant dinner. I'm not me. No, although it is indeed me, that's not me. Ludi was at a loss for words, her speech incoherent. Clearly, her mind was stuck. Seeing Ludi in a dilemma, Alice stepped forward to explain. Lord Mu-chen, actually, Ludi wanted to help you cover up with a blanket, and accidentally touched you, so please don't blame her. I see. Mu-chen could easily guess that Ludi couldn't possibly hold the blanket. He could roughly piece together the plot. It was these two who had teamed up. However, he wouldn't mind having a beautiful girl close to him for free, as long as it wasn't excessive, unlike those three gluttonous demons. Stretching lazily, Mu-chen stood up, and Ludi instinctively shrank back, thinking Mu-chen was going to scold her. Manager, I was wrong. Please go easy on the punishment. Who said I was going to punish you? What a guy who enjoys being punished. Under their watchful eyes, Mu-chen walked into the kitchen and tied on a small apron. He hadn't had dinner yet and was feeling quite hungry. Seeing this, Alice hurriedly stepped forward to grab Mu-chen. Lord Mu-chen, let me handle dinner today. Leave it to you? Mu-chen looked at her suspiciously. Can you cook? Lord Mu-chen, you're too tired today and should rest well. Let me take care of the chores. Alice's gaze was extremely sincere, which surprised Mu-chen a bit. Quite capable, huh? A princess of the kingdom. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. Mu-chen didn't hold back, taking off the apron and handing it to Alice, then walked towards the door. I'll go fix a door, so I'll leave dinner to you, Alice. Waving his hand behind him, Mu-chen disappeared into the night. Ludi sat there in a daze, the doll in her hand creaking incessantly. Doll shake, doll fall, beware of the night demon and ghoul. Don't talk nonsense. Ludi squeezed the doll, trying to stop it from making noise, but the doll continued to emit strange laughter. Hee 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 hee. This eerie laughter made Alice in the kitchen freeze. It was so spine-chilling. After an unknown amount of time, Mu-chen returned with a large tree. Thud thud thud. He directly carved it into a simple wooden door. Let's make do with this for one night. Mu-chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had to admit, it was pitch black outside. It felt as if 100 eyes were staring at him. At this moment, Alice's meal was also ready. The rich aroma of soup and meat made Ludi swallow repeatedly. The dining table was filled with food, 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and 2 soups, all looking just as good as Mu-chen's. Mu-chen couldn't wait to taste each dish with his chopsticks. Alice looked at Mu-chen expectantly. Lord Mu-chen, how does it taste? As a chef, your skills are excellent. Mu-chen gave a thumbs up, and Alice's heart blossomed with joy. Next to her, Ludi was watching with envy, while Mu-chen was savoring the food, leaving her only to watch. Slurp, slurp. The saliva in her mouth couldn't stop flowing. Mu-chen noticed Ludi's expression and chuckled helplessly, picking up a slice of fatty beef and holding it out to her. Open your mouth. Ah, is that okay? The sparkle in Ludi's eyes was bright, clearly unable to hold back any longer. Go ahead and eat. Thank you, shopkeeper. Ludi eagerly bit into the entire slice of beef. Her cheeks puffed up, and she chewed non-stop. So delicious. In the city of night, she had been eating raw meat, and no one dared to feed her like this. At that moment, Ludi felt a bit touched. The shopkeeper Mu-chen didn't see her as a monster or an ominous being. Instead, he accepted her and her airy doll. After swallowing the beef, she looked at Mu-chen with anticipation again, like a little animal waiting to be fed. Mu-chen helplessly picked up another piece of beef. So tasty. Ludi feels like she can't live without this food. Can't you live without it? Mu-chen chuckled lightly, picking up other food to feed Ludi. Don't eat grass. Ludi looked at the vegetable leaves Mu-chen was offering with disdain, shaking her head in refusal. Without a second thought, Mu-chen aimed directly at her mouth and fed her the food. Ah, Ludi is going to choke on the grass. Cough, cough. Why does that sound so strange, so off? Although Ludi protested verbally, she still started chewing on the vegetable leaves, as if the taste was a bit different from what she had eaten before. What is this? It tastes so good. Ludi was once again conquered by the food in front of her. Oh my, why is all this food so delicious? After that, Ludi had the most satisfying day. As for Alice, she was envious from start to finish. Boo-hoo, I want to be fed too. So jealous. Since she couldn't experience it herself, she had to take action. Alice gathered her courage, encouraging herself, and nervously picked up a piece of beef. Lord Mu-chen, you've been feeding Ludi and haven't had time to eat. Let me feed you. Alice's trembling chopsticks slowly approached Mu-chen, her heart racing. Seeing this, Mu-chen's heart raced too. This is going to be fed. How could he refuse Alice's warm gesture? Ah, Without a second thought, Mu-chin opened his mouth wide and ate the food she offered. Alice's nervousness eased a bit, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Her slightly flushed cheeks were so charming. Ah! Meanwhile, Ludi let out a cry. It turned out that when Mu-chin was eating, he hadn't paid attention to where he was aiming the chopsticks. They had poked directly into Ludi's nostril. Shopkeeper, you humans can eat with your noses too? Of course. You can even drink water with your nose. Mu-chin couldn't keep up the pretense any longer, awkwardly turning his gaze away. Alice saw the scene, covered her mouth, and let out a soft laugh, looking at Mu-chen. Lord Mu-chen, little liar. After enjoying dinner, it was getting late. In this other world, there wasn't much entertainment, so it was best to sleep early and rise early for good health. Alice held the freshly made side dishes and bid farewell to Mu-chen. Lord Mu-chen, rest early. I'm going to check on Martha and Mary, they should be hungry too. Go ahead. Alice slightly bent her knees and nodded, leaving Mu-chen's sight with great elegance. By the way, why is Alice wearing pajamas? What happened to her previous dress? Could it be? Mu-chen turned to look at Ludi, only to see her grinning back at him. It's this guy's curse again, so troublesome. Mu-chin said lightly, tonight, you will stay with me. Rudy, store manager, it's me. I'm worried you'll be moving around at night. Soon this place will be ruined by your curse. What are you thinking? Do you really think I'm going to eat people? Do you really think I'm a hungry wolf? Just kidding. I am. But right now, I'm just full. Oh, Rudy tightly hugged her doll and slowly nodded, her eyes betraying either anxiety or disappointment. The Qin Yun Guild, totally unreliable. The next day, Mu-chin set off early with Rudy to the 50th floor of the underground maze. Alice found only a note in his room. Alice, I'm going to slay a dragon with Rudy. Please take care of the store. I'll bring you a reward when I return. A reward? What could it be? Alice sat on the bed, lying back. She tightly held the note against her chest, a silly smile spreading across her face. I wonder what Lord Mu-chen's reward will be. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, even rolling around on Mu-chen's bed. Mu-chen and Rudy walked through the underground maze. Rudy held Mu-chen's hand with one hand and hugged her doll with the other. With her extraordinary cuteness and perfectly matching Lolita outfit, she attracted the attention of the adventurers focused on fighting monsters around them. However, their attention seemed more drawn to the swaying lanterns. Is this what they call a lowly giant? I really don't know how it happened. Damn it! We're here working hard to earn money, and he's just wandering around with a girl. It's heartbreaking, bro. Screw this. Fighting monsters is pointless. I want to find something nice to look at too. Bro, don't go. 9 out of 10 Lolas are rich, and the one left is especially rich. You can't afford it. Exactly. With your income of a few dozen silver coins a day, how can you afford to keep one? Just satisfy yourself first. Oh, my brother is shedding tears of envy. It's just too cute, my little angel. Hey, why are you suddenly getting all mushy? This is an underground maze. Come on. Rudy, feeling uneasy, passed through the gazes of these chatterboxes, gripping Mu-chen's hand tightly. What are they doing over there, store manager? Don't look, don't listen, or you'll be tainted. Mu-chen covered Rudy's eyes and led her deeper inside. He casually gave the guy who was being mushy a middle finger. Can he not read the room? Mu-chen almost wanted to flip the table. Is it that obvious to be holding a little one in the underground maze? It was the same when Baru came. Do you really not have any around you? No way, no way. There are plenty around me. As they passed through the lower levels of the maze, the number of people chatting decreased. The higher the level, the stronger and more organized the adventurers became. After all, they were all from the same guild, teaming up to grind monsters. Naturally, there were also women in the teams. Hey, little brother, you're just bringing her down to the deeper levels? In the mid-levels, a man approached Mu-chen to chat, even comparing Rudy's height. Yeah, that's right. Do you need something? Mu-chen replied indifferently. The man kindly reminded him, you should be careful, below here are the 30s, and it's really dangerous for just 2 people to go down, especially. He glanced at Rudy again. A little girl like her, aren't you afraid she'll run into danger? At just 1 meter 50, if she encountered a powerful monster, she probably wouldn't even be able to run away. Thanks for your concern, but as long as it's not something like a Mingula level, I can handle it. Mingula? What is that? The man was puzzled. Mu-chen waved goodbye to the man and continued toward the next passage. Hey, little brother, wait. How many floors are you going down? Maybe we can go together. The man quickly approached the gradually distancing Mu-chen, sincerely saying, 50th floor. Are you coming? The 50th floor? Are you planning to go to the palace there to seize treasures? Oh dear, the treasures there have long been emptied. There's nothing left to find now. From your tone, you've been there? Mu-chen began to size up the man in front of him, secretly assessing him, his strength was not weak. He was around level 50, quite close to the peak of the human race at over level 90. The man chuckled foolishly, nodded, and said, "I'm Mike, the vice leader of the Qin Guild. I just went to the 50th floor not long ago, hee hee. Friend, what's your name?" Mu Chen. Mu Chen casually replied, wanting to quickly deal with the cursed dragon instead of wasting time making friends here. In that case, Mike's expression changed slightly, and he smiled. "Brother Mu Chen, our guild is also heading to the 50th floor. How about we go together? Don't worry, our guild is strong, and we guarantee your safe arrival." Mu Chen fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling a tug on his hand. It was Ludi. Mu Chen looked down at Ludi and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ludi?" Ludi said, "Why not go with them? You're a priest. It's dangerous to encounter monsters alone." Upon hearing that Mu Chen was a priest, Mike's attitude became even more enthusiastic. "So brother Mu Chen is a priest? Oh, just right, we are short of a priest in our team this time. I wonder if brother Mu Chen would be interested in joining us." "Don't worry, resources will be shared." Faced with his warm invitation, Mu Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed they were unaware that he was a violent priest. "Forget it, let's protect them this once. In that case, I will respectfully accept your offer. I will need your protection on this journey." "I can't believe I actually said such insincere words, I've really changed." Mike smiled and nodded, then immediately turned to call his team members over. In a short while, a team of 6 members from the same guild gathered. "Allow me to introduce Brother Mu Chen. These are the 5 members of Qin Yun sent for this operation." Mike introduced each one to Mu Chen. "This green-haired lady is Chelsea. Why is her hair green? Because her ex-boyfriend cheated on her." "Vice leader, just introduce us, why say other nonsense?" The green-haired lady rolled her eyes at Mike, then instantly changed her expression to a warm smile as she looked at Mu Chen. "I'm Chelsea, the team's archer. I hope you'll take good care of us, Priest Mu Chen." I also hope Chelsea will take good care of us." Mike smiled and continued introducing the next team member. "Next is this scar-faced guy, named Ed. I don't know if it's because of his name, but he's quite short." "Hey, why do you have to say that? What can I do about being short?" Ed said, speechless, as he touched the long scar on his face, then looked at Mu Chen. "Ed, the frontliner. Please take care of me, Priest Mu Chen." Please take care of me too. By the way, how did you get that scary scar?" It was that guy on the 15th floor of the Tower of Heaven. I got slashed by him, but luckily it was a shallow cut, so I'm still alive." Ludi exclaimed, "That's so scary." Mike continued with the introductions. "This blue-haired girl is Haruna. Remember, don't mispronounce it, otherwise, she'll get angry. Hee hee hee." The blue-haired girl covered her mouth and let out a creepy laugh, looking kindly at Mu Chen. "Mu Chen, you don't have to mind, after all, only the vice leader calls me fool or pure vegetable." As she spoke, Haruna squinted her eyes, raised the corners of her mouth, and snapped her fingers, causing Mike's backside to catch fire instantly. "Haruna, I didn't say your nickname this time." Mike flew around, covering his backside. Haruna ignored him, skillfully changing her expression to a gentle one as she looked at Mu Chen. "Please don't mind, Mu Chen. Oh, and I'm the team's magician. I'm really looking forward to your performance, Priest Mu Chen." Me too." Mu Chen wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. "Are these guys really reliable? How did they manage to mix in on the 50th floor of the maze?" Exploring, the remaining 2 are both warriors. The chubby one is called Aquan, and the skinny one is called Aisho. After a few casual greetings, the 8 of them quickly set off together. Ludi has been obediently holding Mu Chen's hand, her right hand tightly gripping a doll. This made the others curious. "Mu Chen, Ludi looks so well behaved. Can I take care of her?" Haruna leaned in front of Ludi, smiling at her, trying to get to know her better. But Ludi clutched her doll tightly and took a few steps back, clearly refusing. "Sorry, Ludi is a bit shy and doesn't feel comfortable with others," Mu Chen said apologetically, scratching his head. "It's better not to mention the curse for now." "What a pity, such a well-behaved child. I really want to spoil her," Haruna said, retreating back to her group with her hands behind her back, though her gaze occasionally fell on Ludi. Mu Chen followed behind the 6, encountering quite a few monsters along the way. However, they were easily slain with the cooperation of these few. I have to say, their abilities are indeed strong. Any injuries were quickly healed by Mu Chen's restorative magic. "My goodness, Mu Chen, your healing magic is amazing. I feel like I can go on a rampage against monsters again." Mike swung his sword, moving his muscles and bones. This lightness was something he hadn't felt in a long time. The other team members also praised Mu Chen's healing support abilities, calling him a god among gods. "With Mu Chen's strength, I think you've definitely reached the high priest level, right?" Chelsea said as they walked. "Yeah, I reached the high priest realm not long ago," Mu Chen replied modestly, not mentioning that it took him less than a month to reach the high priest level. Otherwise, this group would probably start questioning their lives. Oh my, Mu-chan, how old are you? To become a high priest at such a young age, there can't be more than 100 of you across the continent. Haruna exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief that the silver-haired boy before her was actually a high priest. Normally, one should start at around 40 years old. It shows how extraordinary Mu-chan's talent is. I should be considered just recently of age on this continent. Oh my, you really are a child of destiny. I heard that the Archmage of the Aired Empire is also very young. I truly envy people with such high talent like you, Haruna said, filled with envy. As a mage, she was now stepping into a critical juncture, the master level. But this was also the hardest hurdle for everyone. As the saying goes, after the master comes the legend. The moment you step out of the master level, you are no longer an ordinary adventurer. Looking at it this way, we should all call Mu-chan Sir Mu-chan now. Mike joked, continuously livening up the atmosphere in the group. Everyone chatted as they walked, except for Ludi, who remained silent the entire time. This was mainly because she didn't understand the world of humans and couldn't integrate into it. Coupled with the curse, it made her even more timid and reclusive. The only person she could talk to normally was probably Mu-chan beside her. It took a whole day to go from the 30th floor to the 49th floor. This speed truly made Mu-chan feel despair. He began to mentally complain. Come on, old folks, stop strolling. The cursed dragon is probably getting impatient. Even so, Mu-chan endured it. After all, he had gained quite a few precious ores on this journey. The quality was all quite good. Greenstone can absorb magical power, and when a certain amount is absorbed, it will emit a green light. When shattered, it releases a blinding light in an instant. Burning stone, flammable, can be used as fuel. When burned in large quantities, it may cause a violent explosion. Black crystal stone, a hard black or hardness of 8, maximum level is 10. It has high impact resistance and high heat resistance. The butterfly stone, resembling the shape of a butterfly, has a hardness of 2, is transparent and clear, easily shattered, but very sharp and can cause cuts. Mu-chan had collected quite a few of such ores. On the continent, these precious minerals would definitely be monopolized goods, with a single piece selling for dozens of gold coins. However, for Mu-chan, these were excellent materials for weapon crafting. Selling them? That would be a tremendous waste. With his knowledge, he could create grenades, flashbangs, and black tube cannons. As long as the materials were sufficient, fleets, spaceships, bombers, and tanks could be produced in batches. A world of swords and magic, right? In the next moment, he could turn it into a world of unlimited firepower. Technology changes lives. Even mechs could be created. Just as Mu-chan was fantasizing about his future fleet, Mike and the others suddenly stopped. Let's rest here for today. The next level is the 50th. Mike dropped his pack on the ground and sat down heavily, looking quite exhausted. The others were also panting and quickly sat down. After a day of walking, their legs could indeed not take it anymore. Lord Mu-chan, is your stamina too strong? How come you can walk better than us warriors? Ed looked at Mu-chan, who showed no signs of fatigue, and began to suspect he was a monster. Wasn't the priest supposed to be the weakest in terms of stamina? Haruka awkwardly laughed a few times, glancing at Ludi, and kindly said, Sister Ludi is also very strong. She hasn't even broken a sweat. Indeed, even our big sister can't hold on. She will surely become a great talent in the future, Chelsea praised. Ludi smiled politely and nodded in response but did not speak. Mike also smiled and said, Alright, let's set up the tents quickly. Today, we'll take turns on watch, and Lord Mu-chan and Miss Ludi can have a good night's sleep. Wait, Mike, add me to the watch, Mu-chan quickly interjected. He was genuinely worried that while they were sleeping, they might be attacked by hidden monsters, leading to their complete annihilation. The lesson from the Black Cat Guild was still fresh in his mind. But is that okay? You still have to take care of Ludi, Mike expressed some concern. Mu-chan patted his chest and said firmly, Please let me stand guard. I don't want to risk my life here. Is that so? Mike smiled with some relief. Alright then. Brother Mu-chan, it will be hard on you. Mu-chan nodded, feeling a sense of relief. In fact, he had another purpose, which was Ludi's curse. If this girl didn't behave while sleeping, it could lead to unexpected situations, resulting in a different scene altogether. The case of clothes disappearing without reason. If everyone woke up to find they had nothing on, how awkward would that be? Those who didn't know would think they were robbed by monsters. Therefore, he had to keep a close watch on Ludi. After making up his mind, Mu-chan found a tent to sit down with Ludi, who comfortably leaned against him. He took out some bread and offered it to Ludi. She took small bites of the bread. This scene resembled that of a father and daughter. What a warm feeling this was. The 6 members of the Chin Yun team were left in a daze. Original text disappearance technique. The 6 gathered together, whispering. Occasionally, they glanced in Mu-chan's direction. Someone is holding you. Someone is guiding you in the underground maze. the time spent here must not be too long, as there are many monsters. Once stamina is completely exhausted, it would only lead to a dead end. After resting for 6 hours, the 8 of them re-equipped themselves and set off quickly towards the 50th level. Before long, the entrance to the 50th level came into view. Mike curiously asked, "Lord Mu-chen, what are you going to do on the 50th level?" Mu-chen no longer kept it a secret. "On the 50th level, there is a giant dragon. Do you want to come along?" "A giant dragon?" The 6 were immediately astonished. A giant dragon is the highest existence among races. Just the growth value far exceeds the limits of humanity, and their limits are even more unreachable. Although there have been many dragon slayers, they are extremely rare and often quite abnormal. Haruna stammered, "So there are giant dragons on the 50th floor? I thought there was just a palace." Mike wiped his sweat. "I didn't expect the 50th floor to hide such mysteries. I've heard that giant dragons love treasure hoards. Does that mean there are still plenty of treasure hoards on the 50th floor that haven't been emptied?" Chelsea interrupted Mike's thoughts. "Deputy, you know that with our strength, we absolutely cannot defeat a giant dragon, let alone the one residing on the 50th floor." The implication was clear. Don't get involved any further. Mike pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, before slowly looking at Mu-chen. "Mu-chen, are you sure you want to go find that giant dragon? Although I don't know where you got your information, we have been to the 50th floor before, and there really was only a magnificent palace, everything else was gone." Mu-chen didn't know how to respond. He wasn't sure if he could really find that giant dragon, but the map did indicate the presence of the cursed dragon. However, out of goodwill, Mu-chen still said, "Giant dragons are indeed difficult to deal with. You should leave first." He couldn't bring himself to say he was afraid of dying. After all, this group had all been through life and death situations. The 6 of them exchanged glances, hesitating whether to continue. "By the way," Haruna suddenly spoke up, "I remember a legend about the 50th floor." "A legend?" 5 years ago, when the first batch of adventurers arrived at the 50th floor, they discovered not only a large number of treasure hoards but also an ancient race. According to the clues they left behind, that ancient race seemed to be able to transform into human form. However, the adventurers who came in the second batch hardly ever saw that mysterious ancient race. The story Haruna told was something Mu-chen had also heard of. He was very curious about what kind of creature that ancient race could be. "I guess they were either killed or adopted and turned into plush toys," Ed said thoughtfully. "Plush toys?" Haruna asked, puzzled. "Pure-hearted child, can't you see the initials?" Haruna's face instantly turned red as she understood. She cast a spell on Ed, and his backside caught fire in an instant. "No martial ethics! No martial ethics!" Ed cried, clutching his rear and fleeing, tears sparkling in his eyes. "This woman is too ruthless. Hitting teammates always causes the most damage." Mu-chen covered his forehead in exasperation. This group really wasn't reliable. "Was it really okay to bring them in?" "Mike, just to be safe, I think it would be better if we split up," Mu-chen said, looking at Mike with concern, wanting to dissuade him. Mike's response to Mu-chen's advice was very clear. "Since we've come this far together, it's fate. A giant dragon is a giant dragon. Let's go slay it together." Well, Mu-chen gave up struggling. He would just let this group hide behind when the time came. To be safe, Mu-chen called out to the sleeping Nicole. "Mu-chen, Nicole, wake up." Nicole, rubbing her sleepy eyes, "Huh? What's wrong, Mu-chen? Mu-chen, how much longer can you hold off the shackles?" Nicole, "Mu-chen, I really can't move at all. If this goes on, I'm going to be exhausted." Mu-chen, "Strange, I don't see you getting this tired when you're driving. Where's that attacking speed energy?" Nicole, "That's different. It's not me getting tired when attacking speed. I actually feel comfortable. But unshackling is a whole different story." Mu-chen, "Stop beating around the bush. How much longer can you hold on?" Nicole, looking wronged, "Not even a second." Mu-chen, "I'll grant you one condition. How much longer can you hold on now?" Nicole, instantly energized, 2 minutes. "Goodness, are you kidding me?" Nicole, "You can't back out. Otherwise, I won't play with you." Mu-chen, "Yes, yes, yes. When have I ever backed out?" Nicole, giggling, "Hee hee hee." Just as Mu-chen was communicating with Nicole, the members of the Chinyan Guild made their decision to follow Mu-chen to meet the so-called dragon. Floor 50. Mu-chen stepped onto this land once again, and in the vast space stood a magnificent palace. Looking around, Mu-chen realized there were indeed no other passages. Could the dragon be inside the palace? With a sense of caution, Mu-chen slowly approached the palace's perimeter with Ludi. "Manager, I feel a bit oppressed," Ludi said nervously. "Oppressed?" Mu-chen looked at Ludi suspiciously, and the others were also puzzled. They felt nothing at all. At that moment, the doll in Ludi's hand made a strange sound. The doll shakes, the doll falls, before the great tombstone that burns all living beings. What the hell? Mike and the others were startled and took a few steps back. The doll actually spoke? This sounded creepy. And what did that mean, great tombstone? Ludi hurriedly covered the doll's mouth, squeezing it tightly. Don't say such things. Mu-chin noticed Ludi's unusual behavior. She seemed very tense, and a wave of unease surged in his heart. What does this mean, Ludi? He. Before Ludi could respond, the doll's head twisted a full 90 degrees, staring intently at Mu-chen. This action made Mu-chen shiver and cold sweat broke out. He unconsciously stepped back 2 paces. Not just Mu-chen, even Mike and the others felt their legs go weak. This was scarier than the dragon. The doll raised its hand and slowly pointed at Mu-chen. No! Mu-chen noticed that the hand was not pointing at him, but at the direction of his other hand. So, does that mean the doll's gaze might not be on him? He. The doll continued to emit its eerie laughter, and Mu-chen really couldn't take it anymore. Come on, can we have some normal human behavior here? As his left hand was slightly tugged, Mu-chen felt Ludi's call. Manager, actually, this is its prophecy. What do you mean by prophecy? Ludi did not respond and instead pointed in the direction the doll was indicating. Was there something on his right hand? Mu-chen looked at Ludi in confusion. Ludi bit her lip and slowly spoke. At the very beginning, someone has been holding your right hand. The burning dragon. The burning dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu-chen broke out in a cold sweat. Not to mention the sensation in his right hand, he hadn't felt anything at all. There was something dirty. In a panic, Mu-chen hurriedly shook his right hand, trying to wait for Ludi's further reply. However, Ludi still shook her head. That guy will keep smiling at you, you can't shake her off. Mike was so scared he couldn't speak, doing his best to remain calm. Ludi, what about us? This was like seeing a ghost. To be honest, they didn't want to believe it, but the doll's strange behavior only intensified their inner fear. Fortunately, Ludi just shook her head slightly. There was nothing dirty on them. The great tombstone that burns all living beings, Ludi murmured. This means that ahead is a hell where countless beings are burned and buried. This is not a palace, but a grave. Grave. Mike was trembling as he spoke. What the hell? Didn't that mean he had been grave robbing before? At this moment, Aquan's face turned extremely grim. He seemed to recall another legend. Deputy team. Aquan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I heard that those who previously stole treasures from here would disappear for no reason. Do you think this is a coincidence? He. Cause and effect. Retribution. Cause and effect. Retribution. The doll's head instantly twisted back, laughing with a clattering sound. It means that from the moment you stole the treasure, an invisible force will bring you back again, and then you will be buried here. The treasures on you will once again become the plunder of others, and so the cycle continues. Ludi kept translating the meaning of the doll, but at that moment, she was more worried about Aha City. That night, the night demon ghoul mentioned by the doll should appear soon, and Alice and the others would be in danger. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, Mu-chen spoke up. But Ludi, I didn't steal the treasure, so why is something clinging to me? Maybe the shopkeeper has a special constitution? What constitution? Please, not a constitution that attracts ghosts. That said, now that they knew everything, they had to get Mike and the others out of here first. Mu-chen turned and shouted to Mike and the others, Mike, you all leave here first. I'll handle this. But clearly, Mike and the others seemed to be trembling uncontrollably, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to escape the 50th floor. Mu-chen took a deep breath. He released Ludi's hand. A ghost, huh? Even if it's a ghost, I'll kill it for you to see. Heaven! Suddenly, a blue fireball with a diameter of about 6 or 7 meters appeared above the palace. Mu-chen planned to directly destroy the entire tomb and end this cycle of cause and effect. What the hell? Lord Mu-chen, what kind of magic is this? Mike exclaimed. Was this magic too powerful? Mu-chen, aren't you a priest? Why do you have this level of fire magic? Haruna also said in astonishment, unable to speak. This kind of magic would be difficult even for a master specializing in magic. Ludi was also surprised. Her shopkeeper turned out to be a hidden powerhouse? However, at that moment, accompanied by a strong wind pressure, the entire underground labyrinth's 50th floor underwent a sudden change. Everyone looked around in confusion. This was not an underground labyrinth at all. This was clearly a giant graveyard. The palace turned into a massive tombstone, towering above the grave soil. Growl, growl, growl. A deep roar echoed from all around, and a giant shadow instantly covered Mu-chen and the others' position. Everyone looked up in confusion. They saw a large crack slowly opening in the rock wall, revealing clearly visible dark scales. That's a giant dragon. The dragon's golden vertical pupils looked down from the sky, as if watching a group of little mice sneaking in. This giant dragon was nearly 100 meters long, with 5 sharp claws on each foot, and its wings, which could cover the entire sky, emitted a fluorescent glow. Mu-chen could feel the magic there was extremely dense. It barely had to flap its wings slightly for an incredibly strong wind to sweep through the cave. Mu Chen's fireball was easily extinguished by the giant dragon. In the dim space, those golden eyes kept rotating. Although they squinted slightly in disdain, one could still feel their beautiful brilliance. Mike and the others were stiff all over, like little goats targeted by a pack of wolves, unable to move. Ludi was also somewhat frightened by this sudden creature. Was this the cursed dragon? It didn't seem easy to deal with. Roar! The dragon let out an angry roar, and energy could clearly be seen flowing within its belly. Quick! Dodge! Mu Chen knew the giant dragon was about to unleash a powerful attack, but he looked at the group beside him. How could they move? There was no way to dodge. Refine! He melted all the black crystals he had scavenged along the way, creating a 5-meter-long coffin-shaped large shield. Enchant! He took out most of the magic crystals obtained from killing monsters and infused them into the large shield. For high-level enchantments, high resistance, high-temperature resistance, hardness, and shield reflection were instantly produced. Mu Chen hugged Ludi and flashed in front of Mike and the others. With a creaking sound, several spikes appeared beneath the large shield, directly embedding themselves into the ground. Then, the giant dragon unleashed a black breath like a laser. The deafening roar of the jet echoed throughout the cave, as if the entire world were about to collapse. The supersonic breath struck the great shield in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by the tremendous sound, the ground around the great shield gradually melted under the spreading heat waves. However, the breath did not cease, seemingly continuing to assault the great shield endlessly. Crack! The high-temperature resistance enchantment was shattered, and the surface of the great shield began to dissolve. Damn it! Mick, quickly bring out the black crystal. Mu Chen braced against the great shield, unable to relax for even a moment. Upon hearing this, Mick and the others immediately threw all the black crystals beside Mu Chen. Without a word, Mu Chen continued to use alchemy to reintegrate the black crystals into the great shield to restore the melted surface. The powerful impact caused the great shield to gradually retreat, carving a deep mark into the hard ground. Huff huff, Mu Chen gasped, feeling utterly exhausted. He was carrying the entire burden alone. It was truly life-threatening. Just how powerful was this dragon? Damn it, with the force of this breath, how could it be called cremating all living beings? If he got hit, he would be reduced to ashes. As the great shield slowly retreated, Mu Chen was pushed back as well. If this continued, it would eventually be breached. Although he could temporarily save his life with forbidden-level magic, the group behind him would likely vanish from the world without a trace. Mu Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. It was a real hassle. To protect these guys, he couldn't launch an attack at all. At that moment, a worried voice came from behind. Manager, I'm here to help you. Wait, do you want to get rid of my clothes? Mu Chen exclaimed urgently. Damn it, don't add to my troubles at this moment. I can't hold on if I'm bare-shouldered. However, the next second, Mu Chen felt something soft pressed against his back. He turned his head to glance over his shoulder. It was Ludi's doll. Using the doll as an intermediary, Ludi was pushing Mu Chen from behind. The doll? What? Do you have a problem? The doll's expression gradually turned pained. Being squeezed was too uncomfortable. It felt like it was going to burst. This silly sister. Why do I have to do this? The shame of the Dragon Clan. The shame of the Dragon Clan, an unusual sensation gradually emerged behind Mu Chen, feeling unlike the touch of a doll. Instead, it was soft. Mu Chen suddenly turned around. What the hell? When did another person appear behind him? He, surprised? Scared? A strange figure laughed with a creaking sound. Its mouth full of sharp teeth made Mu Chen shiver. How did the doll turn into a human? Mu Chen quickly assessed the situation. The figure was about 1.56 meters tall, slightly taller than Ludi. It had almost the same hair color as Ludi, and aside from the blood-red pupils, there was hardly any difference. Oh no, this was a whole different ballgame. The difference was indeed quite significant. Besides appearance, the more intuitive difference was personality. Ludi looked like a delicate girl, clearly someone who could be easily manipulated. But this doll looked like a complete lunatic. Mu Chen felt like she might stab him in the back at any moment. There was no sense of security. Ludi stopped her actions in astonishment, and the doll let out a breath, looking displeased at Ludi. What? Are you trying to squeeze me to death? No, not at all. Ludi hurriedly shook her head. What the hell is this? Ed exclaimed, quickly crawling back a few steps in fright. The doll transforming into a human was quite shocking. The doll also laughed creepily, walking towards Ed, its mouth full of sharp teeth causing everyone to retreat in fear. What am I? If you want to know, come over here. The doll beckoned to Ed, its blood-red eyes seeming like they wanted to devour him. Ed was frozen in place, not daring to move until Mu Chen stopped him, allowing him to finally exhale. That doll, come over and hold on for a bit. I need to go deal with the dragon. TCH, it's just a breath attack. The doll took over Mu Chen's position, but suddenly, a powerful impact made her lose her balance. The doll's pupils constricted, and she quickly stabilized her stance, having slightly underestimated the force. Can you handle this? Mu-chen worried from the side, feeling that this stance wouldn't last long. This little impact is nothing. Damn it! Why is this force so strong? The doll struggled to speak, clearly giving it her all. Ludi was leisurely pushing the doll's back. Seeing this, Mu-chen temporarily set aside his speculations and worries. Right now, they had to swiftly take down this giant dragon. Mu-chen, Nicole, lend a hand. Nicole, okay. A cluster of light gathered beside Mu-chen, gradually forming a small figure. Just like before, Nicole began to manipulate the soul shackles. The 12 zodiac gods were now online. Great! Cursed dragon, today is your end. Cataclysm. The moment the name of the spell was declared, a black sphere about 10 meters in diameter appeared, spinning above the dragon's head. Just looking at it, one could feel its immense weight. The deep black sphere fell heavily, and with a scream from the dragon, it slammed the creature into the ground. The dragon was pinned down, its breath forced to stop. However, it did not give up, trying to rise for a counterattack, but the black sphere did not comply. Instead, it began to exert even greater pressure. With a mournful cry, the dragon's body gradually sank into the ground. An unstoppable gravity magic, Cataclysm. This was a spell personally created by Mu-chen in the previous world, and only he could use it. The more magical power infused, the greater the supergravity applied. The more magic power extracted, the more powerful the suction became. This swirling sphere could even devour black holes. A mere dragon was nothing to worry about. The few people behind were completely dumbfounded. Did they just bring the dragon down? And pin it down? Damn, is it really that overpowered? Is this really the Grand Priest? Mike silently complained. The dragon, pinned to the ground, struggled painfully to lift its body, but the crushing gravity was impossible to escape. It could only watch as Mu-chen gradually approached. The dragon felt an extreme sense of crisis. It rubbed its head against the ground and slowly turned towards Mu-chen, dark energy beginning to surge within its body. It prepared to unleash a death breath to eliminate the figure before it. Mu-chen remained unfazed, simply raising his hand slightly and snapping his fingers. The dragon's head was instantly hit by an endless impact, violently slamming to the right. Mu-chen summoned the giant hammer he had crafted on the 51st floor. He still had it. Navigating around the dragon's massive body, Mu-chen positioned himself in front of the base of the dragon's tail, adopting a baseball batter's stance. He gripped the enormous hammer tightly. To strike a powerful dragon, the best approach was to attack its most vulnerable spot, which was unprotected by dragon scales. Feel the taste of endless thousand-year kill, stupid dragon. As Mu-chen uttered this cruel remark, the giant hammer met its moment of glory, slamming into the dragons. The spectators watching from behind flinched, instinctively reaching back. Damn, Mu-chen, that's too ruthless. The entire hammer is buried in it. Mike couldn't help but admire Mu-chen's boldness. Who else would dare to be so cruel to a dragon? The impacted dragon's pupils instantly dilated, its head lifting up, emitting a mournful sound. Yet, despite this, Mu-chen did not stop his actions. He intended to finish off the giant dragon like this. Retrieving the hammer, he readied his stance again. Bang! 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 The dragon roared in agony. Mu-chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, panting, "Damn! This dragon's bloodline is so thick? Is it really okay?" It seemed he had to penetrate it completely. Mu-chen swung his iron fist and struck the hammer's handle with force, causing the giant hammer to move forward a few inches. The dragon's screams grew louder, leaving Mu-chen somewhat stunned. In that moment, a voice that seemed both sorrowful and pained, yet tinged with a hint of excitement, came from the dragon's head. "Stop! Please stop! What the hell?" Everyone was startled. The giant dragon actually spoke. This was no ordinary dragon. "Quick, get the hammer away, hurry!" A somewhat bashful voice echoed through the cave, sounding like the mother dragon. Speaking of which, why was everyone in the world speaking human language? Mu-chen had no intention of giving up. If he let this guy recover, the group behind would surely die. Just as he was about to strike again, the dragon cried out, "Wait, I will sign a contract with you. Please don't continue." At that moment, the dragon felt like it wanted to die. How humiliating. As a noble dragon, being defeated like this was a disgrace. A tremendous shame. Seeing Mu-chen unmoved, the dragon immediately wailed again, "I promise I will keep my word. Just stop. You can't keep hammering." A new member. Mu-chen smirked. "In that case, you first pull out a piece of dragon scale for us as a sign of your sincerity." "No way. Dragon scales are the bottom line for dragons. I can't, sob, just don't pass it to you." Only then did Mu-chen satisfactorily stop turning the hammer handle. The gravitational pressure from the black vortex ball eased a bit, and the dragon used its sharp claws to detach a scale from its body. Also, about the contract you just mentioned, arrange it for me immediately. I know. I will sign the contract with you right away. The dragon lowered its head and moved in front of Mu Chen, tears welling up in its eyes. I warn you not to have any ulterior motives, or else. Mu Chen pointed at the giant hammer, giving a knowing look. I will obey, the dragon replied, and a stone tablet appeared in its claws, presented to Mu Chen. Let me show you how to do it. Carve your name on the stone tablet and drop some blood. The dragon explained while demonstrating, and Mu Chen grew increasingly suspicious. Wait, dragon, are you trying to trick me? What kind of contract is like this? As he spoke, Mu Chen prepared to teach this dishonest dragon a lesson. No, not at all. The dragon hurriedly waved its claws, explaining in a panic, I am a subordinate of the Demon King, and to sign a contract with me, you must go through this stone tablet. Only those stronger than me can successfully contract. What if someone is weaker than you? Then I would be their master. Mu Chen, you're trying to scam me, aren't you? The dragon looked aggrieved. You are so powerful, you must be stronger than me. It glanced at its swollen wounds. Oh my, this was too cruel. How did this happen? Mu Chen hesitated for a moment and immediately recorded his name on the stone tablet. If he delayed any longer, the shackles would close. Looking at the inscription on the tablet, Taya Ancient Clan. Is this the name of the dragon? Speaking of which, is this the legendary ancient clan? They weren't taken away? Fortunately, Mu Chen's 12 zodiac gods were still in operation, and this contract was officially established. Taya pointed at the giant hammer with its claws, pleading, Master, could you please take that hammer out? My magic is almost exhausted, and if I revert to my original form in this state, I will die. Mu Chen gripped the hammer tightly and pulled with all his might. The dragon coughed in a peculiar manner, indescribable. With a loud pop, the hammer finally flew out. Wow, amazing. What's coming next? The giant dragon murmured incomprehensible words. Mu Chen used alchemy to turn the giant hammer into powder. To be honest, the hammer was no longer usable. After all, it had a strange smell. Mu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable holding it. Now, this giant dragon had also signed a contract. As long as she was smart, she wouldn't rebel and kill indiscriminately. Except for one thing, she was a subordinate of the Demon King, which made Mu Chen feel a bit uneasy. After all, he was a hero. He had turned a subordinate of the Demon King to his side. What did that mean? Would the Demon King fly into a rage if he found out? Oh no, he didn't want to fight the Demon King. Meanwhile, the giant dragon was enveloped in a mass of black magic, gradually shrinking until it stopped when it was small enough to accommodate a person. Finally, the magic dissipated. Before Mu Chen appeared a girl with black hair and golden eyes. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her feet together as she fell to the ground, gasping for breath. She was about 1.65 meters tall, probably the tallest in the cute lowly pavilion. Most importantly, she was wearing an extremely cute kimono. In contrast to the Lolita-clad Ludi on the other side, they were from two completely different worlds. Moreover, if Ludi was a sweet melon, Tia was definitely a watermelon. How could this be? She looks so fierce. Is this the Western fantasy world? Damn it! Hurry up and turn on. Turn on my smartphone. My phone. Why did you have to break down at this moment? Huff, huff, finally saved. I didn't expect such sweet pain. Tia made a terrible expression, which starkly contrasted with her appearance. You really know how to ruin your image, Mu Chen thought helplessly. Tia, pull your mouth corners in a bit, don't let people think you're a pervert. What a rare cute face, such a waste. The scene over here was clearly visible to the others, who were completely petrified. Just a moment ago, it was a life and death situation, and now what was happening? Had they tamed the giant dragon? This Mu Chen was something else. Was he cheating? Roar! The doll walked towards Tia with a playful expression. So it's you, the female ghost. Oh! Ludi suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran over, pointing at Tia. I thought she looked familiar. It's this girl. She was holding the manager's right hand before. Tia pulled out a fan, opened it in front of her mouth. After all, it's rare to meet an interesting person who wouldn't be curious. But, well, she's a bit rude. Tia cast a charming glance at Mu Chen, trying to flirt. To her surprise, Mu Chen grabbed Tia's ear and said angrily, So it's you. Do you know how much psychological burden you've caused me? Looking at Tia being scolded, Ludi couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. As a fellow sufferer, I understand your pain. After a scolding, Mu Chen slowly picked up the fallen dragon scale. Using alchemy, he transformed it into a pair of highly flexible black gloves. Give it a try, Ludi. Mu Chen handed the gloves to Ludi. Ludi nervously took the gloves, feeling uneasy, afraid that they would disappear the next second. The moment her hand touched them, Ludi closed her eyes tightly. "Open your eyes, Ludi, this thing is not ordinary." At Mu Chen's gentle voice, Ludi slowly opened her eyes. The gloves hadn't disappeared. Ludi was overjoyed, looking at Mu Chen with excitement. Mu Chen smiled gently, and Ludi began to slowly put on the carefully crafted gloves. Eager to test them, Ludi quickly looked for something, like bread. The bread remained intact in Ludi's hands, not disappearing. It really didn't disappear. At that moment, endless tears welled up in Ludi's eyes. What the manager said was true. There really was something that could suppress her cursed power. Thank you, manager." Ludi wiped her tears and looked gratefully at Mu Chen. One of Ludi's troubles has been resolved. Ludi's favorability, current favorability 70, unlocking special function. Special function? Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit curious. He reached out to try to pat Ludi's head. "Manager?" Ludi was a bit startled, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she obediently leaned her head a little towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen asked softly, "Are you willing now?" "Willing?" Ludi seemed to think of something, surely referring to that thing. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded slightly. As long as the manager is gentle, Ludi is the manager's. Very good, it was achieved effortlessly. Mu Chen felt secretly pleased. Although coercion had its own flavor, he preferred cooperation. The doll, seeing this, turned her head away and huffed. "Humph, just like that, she's taken. Simply hopeless." After saying that, her form gradually shrank, turning back into the motionless doll. "It feels like there are so few people watching. Is there anyone who can say something? I wonder what everyone thinks the adorable Beilu looks like. Below is her true self. When will the master come back? I'm already tired of playing with those two big fools, Nyako and Loi. The Demon King is ready to bring warmth. The Demon King is ready to bring warmth." Demon King's castle with the rustling sway of the ancient clock's pendulum. The Demon King finally began to awaken from the hazy darkness. So sleepy." The Demon King rubbed her sleepy eyes and patted her face to wake herself up a bit. She slowly opened her eyes. Today she would start working hard on the plan for peaceful coexistence between the demon race and the human race. First, let's give herself a cute little makeover. The Demon King, wearing a little nightgown and cotton slippers that made a chirp 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 sound, walked towards the vanity. "Oh dear, why do I feel a bit haggard?" The Demon King picked up a powder puff, trying to make herself look vibrant, but the inner frustration still wouldn't let her relax her brow. Because the hearts of the people in Demon King's castle were not united. She wanted an era where they could coexist peacefully with humans, but due to the violent rule of the previous Demon King, many generals were unwilling to accept her proposals. The demon race and the human race could not coexist peacefully. As a result, the Demon King's castle was divided into two factions, the radicals and the coexistence faction. This made it really difficult for a little girl like her. Looking at herself in the mirror, the Demon King sighed and sweetly murmured to herself, "Little Ella, oh little Ella, look at you, why do you look so childish? Not at all like an adult." After saying that, she even pinched her own cheeks. This was hardly the image of a wicked Demon King. She looked more like a carefully pampered little princess. Knock knock. Just as Ella was staring at herself in wonder, a knock sounded from outside the door. "Come in." Ella put away her cosmetics and stood up to tidy her clothes. The door was pushed open, and a purple-haired older sister walked in respectfully, sporting the unique demon horns. She looked anxious and hurriedly handed over a report. "Your Highness Ella, your subordinate has been kidnapped by the giant dragon Tia." She spoke the most alarming words in a calm tone. Kidnapped? Ella's heart trembled upon hearing this. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure, and said dejectedly, "Was it that group of radicals who dug a hole? Those old, rotten guys? Tiz, tell me more." "It's like this." Tiz organized her thoughts. "It happened early this morning. Tia was contracted by a human." "Oh, so it wasn't the radicals." "Wait, what did you say, Tiz?" Ella realized too late. Contracted by a human? This news was more explosive than anything else. The demon race being contracted by humans meant that the human strength must be greater than Tia's. Secondly, that human must have already known that Tia is a subordinate of the Demon King, yet he didn't kill her. Could it be that that guy wants Tia to have a bunch of little dragons? This thought suddenly crossed Ella's mind. Your Majesty Ella, that idea of yours seems a bit off. Originally, humans and demons are supposed to fight when they meet. In this situation, a contract can only mean that he must be treating Tia like a plush toy. Ella stomped her foot in frustration, while Tiz could only awkwardly wipe the sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty Ella, don't you want to coexist peacefully with humans? But isn't this idea just making humans worse? Foolish Tiz. Ella shook her finger. Coexisting peacefully doesn't mean that demons and humans have to like each other. Tiz scratched his head, somewhat confused. what your Majesty Ella said is true, but what should we do now? The powerful subordinate has been taken away, which is extremely unfriendly to the Demon King's side. The radicals will surely start to suppress Demon King Ella and resurrect the previous Demon King to replace her. The urgent task at hand is to establish diplomatic relations with the Al Empire. However, progress on both sides is not smooth. Some ministers of the Al Empire, including the king, are strongly resistant. If it weren't for the push from His Highness Clays, this proposal would have been discarded. Ella pondered deeply but couldn't come up with a solution. How about we call that human? Maybe we can ally with him, Tis suggested. Isn't that very dangerous? Don't worry, even if that human is strong, he definitely can't defeat the Demon King. Besides, it's just a normal negotiation. But he definitely won't come, right? Which human would voluntarily come to the Demon King's castle? Except for the hero. Ella recalled that the Al Empire had summoned 4 heroes, and she was still a bit wary. What if that human brings the hero and takes her down? Cough, cough, she absolutely cannot do anything bad. Then let's go find him. We can track him by Tia's aura. Go to human territory? Ella retreated a few steps in fear. She was afraid that if she was discovered to be a demon, the war between demons and humans would break out instantly. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Tis seemed to see Ella's worries and comforted her. Your Majesty Ella, don't worry, your disguise technique is very high level. Hiding the characteristics of demons is easy. Ella pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Alright, I'll go see what that human is really like. Saying this, she ran to the vanity, opened a drawer, and took out a can of wolf repellent spray. If the other party is a pervert, I'll spray him. Then take Tia home. Ella pushed Tiz out of the room and told him to keep the other elders in line until she returned. She changed into a more casual dress and tousled her pure white soft hair. So cute. Ella looked at herself in the mirror, silently praising herself. She was really too kawaii. She was a bit worried about what to do if a pervert took a liking to her. She heard that there are many creepy uncles among humans who specialize in abducting girls like her. Forget it, if she encounters one, she'll give him a big punch. After putting on the final white stockings, Ella created a clone to guard the Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, her true self quietly hid her demon horns and slipped out of the Demon King's territory. On the high mountains of the divided land, Ella began to sense Tia's location using her abilities. That direction is actually the Al Empire. Ella took a deep breath and prayed, I hope I don't run into a hero. Amen. Then she leaped into the air, unfurling a pair of red demon wings, soaring high towards the Al Empire. At the teleportation point of the underground maze's first level, after some pleasantries, Mu Chen also bid farewell to Mike and the others. Lord Mu Chen, next time, let's go on an adventure together. Mike waved goodbye to Mu Chen, a smile beaming from his lips as he disappeared into the portal. Mu Chen nodded in response. To be honest, this little trip was somewhat enjoyable. After wandering around for a while, dragging his weary body, Mu Chen led the 2 little cuties towards the portal back to his city. It was time to go home. Meanwhile, Tia had her own little thoughts. So this is what it feels like to hold hands? Tia stared intently at her left hand that was being held. This feeling was even more real than when her soul body made contact. The passionate blood in her heart suddenly flared up again. It was so uncomfortable, so unbearable. Tia glanced sideways at Mu Chen, her expression meaningful. Recently, I've been feeling a bit tired from writing and lacking motivation, but I'll try my best to keep up with 2 chapters a day. Next up is our adorable little demon king, Ella. I really don't know who took Tia away. What if it's a bad uncle? Anyway, I should disguise my hairstyle for now. The scenery in Demon King City is so monotonous, it feels a bit stale. I wonder if the outside world is exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Kleisa's little thoughts when Kleis left the maze. The sky had already reached noon. On the way home, after hearing another prophecy from Ludi, Mu Chen was directly holding one little cutie in each hand, rushing back to the small villa. Alice. The front door on the first floor was in shambles, damaged by someone. Mu Chen dashed into the room, searching for any trace of Alice. No sign on the first floor. No sign on the second floor. No sign on the third floor. Where could Alice and Martha Mary have gone? Could they have been eaten by that ghoul? No, there were no signs of a struggle in the room. It seemed nothing inappropriate had happened. Mu Chen walked out of the small villa, feeling a bit gloomy. How is she, manager? Is she okay? Ludi asked with concern. They're not here, they must have gone somewhere else. That's good then, Ludi sighed in relief. If anything happened to them, she would feel terrible too. Just as everyone was preparing to search around, a blond man slowly approached from a distance on a low slope. Mu Chen recognized him from afar. It was Kleis, his golden hair too conspicuous. As the distance closed, Mu Chen also saw Alice and Martha Mary following behind him. Hey! Kleis greeted from afar. Mu Chen, you're back. Kleiss quickly ran up to Mu-chen, looking at him gratefully. You were looking for me? Of course. You saved my sister. I wanted to come thank you yesterday, but when I found you weren't home, I set up a tent nearby to wait for you to return. Kleiss pointed to the location of his tent, then showed a helpless expression. You have no idea, a monster attacked this place last night, but luckily I noticed it. A monster? Mu-chen naturally guessed it was a ghoul. It seemed he had arrived just in time, this Kleiss. Speaking of which, is Kleiss a lucky child? How come he always shows up at critical moments? Looking at the goofy smile on Kleiss's face, Mu-chen sighed helplessly. Actually, you don't need to set up a tent. You can just sleep in the villa. No. As a guest, one must have the etiquette of a guest. I can't just barge into someone else's home. Moreover, there are differences between men and women. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay there. Kleiss understood. That was Mu-chen's harem. After all, how could he get involved with them? Mu-chen showed a relieved expression and said, thanks, if it weren't for you, Alice would probably be in trouble. Hey, Lord Mu-chen, this is also the duty of an older brother. Since you insist on thanking me, could you accompany me to do something? Kleiss's expression was filled with extreme anticipation, almost like a girl seeing dessert. Brother? What do you want from Lord Mu-chen? Aren't you very busy? At this moment, Alice also walked over to Mu-chen, looking at her brother Kleiss with confusion. Usually, she could hardly see her brother, but now he was wasting time here, which made her increasingly curious. Go. This is a matter between men, you girls should mind your own business. Kleiss waved his hand dismissively, which made the surrounding cute ones unhappy. Lord Mu-chen's business is my business. I will take care of it. Mu-chen is my manager. I must fulfill my duties as a staff member. I must listen too. The master's affairs are also my affairs. I naturally must listen. Tia held her fan in front of her mouth, revealing a charming gaze directed at Mu-chen. What kind of expression is this Tia showing? Why does she look like she wants me to whip her? Has she awakened some strange fetish? Could it be that Hammer led her down an irreversible path? Hiss, that is indeed possible. Seeing everyone rebutting, Kleiss smiled slightly, gave Mu-chen a thumbs up, and grinned. As expected of Lord Mu-chen, in just 3 days, you've gained 3 different little ones. How impressive. His gaze swept over the new faces. When he saw Tia, his brow furrowed slightly, a change so subtle that Mu-chen noticed it. Go ahead and tell me. Kleiss, what is your business? A hot spring resort recently opened in Aha City, and I want to give my first wonderful memory to you, Lord Mu-chen. I wonder if you would grant me this favor. Soak in the hot springs. Soak in the hot springs? As soon as Mu-chen said 2 words, he was drowned out by the surprised shouts of the surrounding little ones. Hey, why are you all more shocked than I am? Shouldn't I be the one in disbelief? Seeing others so excited, Kleiss wore a teasing expression and laughed. What? Do you all want to join Lord Mu-chen? The scene fell silent for a moment. Ludi desperately wanted to speak but held back. Such a good thing should be saved for next time to enjoy alone. Alice felt even more embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, in the eyes of others, she was a good girl. How could she say such shameless things? Kleiss smiled and looked at Mu-chen, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Lord Mu-chen, come on, let me give you a massage. You must be exhausted during this time. Faced with Kleiss's enthusiasm, Mu-chen couldn't help but swallow. What to do? The situation was a bit tense. However, Mu-chen really wanted to soak in the hot springs to relieve his fatigue. Young Master Kleiss will pay? All expenses will be covered by me, Kleiss, so rest assured. Okay. Mu-chen grasped Kleiss's hand, leaving the other little ones dumbfounded. Mu-chen actually agreed. What is going on? Is Mu-chen going to get close to Kleiss? This is definitely a big crisis. Alice, if Lord Mu-chen gets bent by my brother, it will be the end. I must not let this happen. Ludi, the manager likes men. This must not happen. Ludi must stop this bad person. Tia, just signed a contract with me and now wants to run off with another man? What about that hammer and whip? Yours is the most off-base thought. Under the gaze of the girls, Mu-chen was taken away by Kleiss, leaving them standing alone in the cold wind. First floor of the Tower of Heaven. Naya's hair on her head began to spin again, seemingly receiving a danger signal. Oh no, my disciple is in danger. Danger? The master is so strong. What danger could there be? Beilu continued to control the game character nonchalantly. A flash and a 2-hit combo eliminated the idling Naya. Damn it! You're playing dirty again. Loi, what are you still hiding in the bushes for? Come out and take her down. Wait, how did you use your flash to give away a kill? I accidentally pressed the wrong button, Roy said, scratching his head awkwardly. Nyaruko was so angry she almost threw her game controller. Roy was such a noob. He was practically a gaming idiot. Hey, take a breather, you're not that great either. Otherwise, why would you team up with Roy to take me on alone? Belle mocked, covering her mouth with a comical expression. I refuse to accept that. Refuse all you want. Again. This time you can't use your ultimate. Nyaruko instantly forgot about Mu-chen and threw herself back into the game. Her disciple was so strong, surely he wouldn't encounter any danger. At the hot spring, two shirtless men sat in the bathhouse under the bright sun. First, they rinsed their bodies before entering the hot spring. That was the culture of the hot spring. Wow, Mu-chen's skin is really well maintained. Clays leaned in, squeezing Mu-chen's muscles, his mouth almost curling up to his nostrils. Mu-chen, let me scrub your back. Saying that, he picked up the soap nearby and started to work. But due to his slippery hands, the soap accidentally slipped out. Oh no, the soap fell. The scene fell into a brief silence. Hey, are you sure that was an accident? That was clearly intentional. Finally, Mu-chen closed his eyes and couldn't help but say, don't even think about it, I'm not picking it up. Dude, are you trying to set me up? Clays clicked his tongue, stood up, and prepared to pick up the soap. Before bending down, he even took a special glance at Mu-chen, squinting one eye and throwing a flirtatious wink, saying, Mu-chen, please don't attack me. Mu-chen, who would do that? By the way, can you hurry up and pick it up? And squat down to get it. Don't bend over. The situation was extremely tense. The author also wanted to include their pictures, but Clays was very eager to bubble up, so the author could only compromise for a chapter. My dream is to find hope in this world that is about to shatter, and I have wandered until now, finally finding him. Mu-chen, will you become the next king? Press sauna. Clays really wanted to make a move, but Mu-chen was too guarded. He left no room for error. Clays, wait, I have to say something. I don't mean to offend Mu-chen. Don't misunderstand. After scrubbing his back, Mu-chen wrapped himself in a towel and began to wipe his body little by little. Occasionally, he squinted at Clays and pointed to his private area. Clays, even though we're both guys, can you please protect my privacy? It's really uncomfortable for me. Ah, Mu-chen, why are you looking this way? Clays smiled and slowly approached Mu-chen. Don't come over. Mu-chen hurriedly stepped back, flailing his hands. I don't like men, but I like you, Clays said seriously, one hand over his chest. This standard knightly etiquette in such an inappropriate setting, what a bizarre combination. Is that really liking? You're clearly just lusting after my body. Mu-chen felt too embarrassed to call him out. It was just too gay. Did the king even know about this? If this continued, once Clays became the next king, wouldn't he be left without successors? While other kings were forming girl groups, Clays was forming a boy group, right? It's hard to imagine that this time Clays invited him to the hot spring. Next time would it be to watch a movie, go on a date, or sleep together? Gradually progressing in his pursuit. Oh my, Mu-chen understood this male game too well. Although, a long time ago, there was a boy named Sumu who was inseparable from him. Their friendship almost surpassed romance, but they never slept together, right? Ahem, just to mention, although he and Sumu both had the power to change genders, that was not something to play around with. It would go wrong. As for how to pronounce this, well, everything is in the words. Just as Mu-chen was lost in thought, Clay smiled and said, Lord Mu-chen, let's go to the sauna. Sweating is good for the body. Sauna? In an instant, images of the anxious Jigo and that banana lord flashed through Mu-chen's mind. Ahem, Clays, keep a distance of half a meter, got it? Of course, Lord Mu-chen, you can rest assured. Under Clays' guidance, Mu-chen entered a small room. The heat was intense, and it felt like he would sweat a lot if he stayed for a while. A normal person might even faint after a long time. Clays found a spot to sit first, his back straight, sitting extremely properly. Please, Lord Mu-chen. Mu-chen nodded and moved closer to Clays, mimicking his posture. Time fell into a brief silence. Sweat poured down Mu-chen like rain, even dripping into his eyes from his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from the corner of his eyes, feeling a bit reluctant to stay. After all, he came here to soak in the hot springs, not to sweat. Just as Mu-chen was about to speak, a loud and familiar voice came from the front desk of the hot spring. Ha, you say it's fully booked? We are the heroes, can we not compete with that guy who booked the whole place? Carol's loud voice was clear to Mu-chen from afar. Damn, those 3 women are here, what bad luck. I'm sorry, but that guest has booked the entire hot spring today, and even the women's bath is closed. Sonia scoffed. What does the men's bath have to do with us? Can't you be a little flexible? Besides, you saw it, right? The 22nd floor of the Tower of Heaven has already been cleared. We need to rest, and this makes it very difficult for us. But even so, we can't let you in. You really have a dead brain. Kenya was furious and simply pulled out a pouch of coins, 30 gold coins, to book the women's bath. Is that okay? The female receptionist took the pouch, waited a few times, and finally shook her head. I'm sorry, but it's still not possible. There was nothing to be done. Clays had given too much, and besides, he was the Grand Prince of this country, so the hero's status didn't hold much weight. Listening to the argument outside, Mu-chen shook his head slightly and let out a cold, indifferent laugh. This is what idiots are like. By the way, why haven't I heard Beth's voice? Isn't she usually the one who likes to murmur? Mu Chen had the deepest impression of Beth. Her mouth was foul, almost like a little brat who knew nothing. This was tied to her identity before crossing over. She was just a spoiled noble girl. She always liked to look down on others. When she kicked him out of the team back then, she was the one who yelled the loudest. Don't you know? Clays wiped the sweat from his forehead nonchalantly and said calmly, they had a falling out. A falling out? Mu Chen immediately became interested. The worse they were, the happier he would be. He loved to watch the drama unfold. Seeing Mu Chen's intrigued expression, Clays chuckled helplessly. I didn't expect Lord Mu Chen to have a gossiping heart, so let me tell you, that Beth, you should know, is quite arrogant. She often expresses her admiration for me in front of the other two, which has left them both feeling quite dissatisfied. Their situation is like a small boat drifting on the sea, ready to capsize at any moment. Mu Chen nodded. It was almost common knowledge that those three idiots liked Clays. Clays continued, and the opportunity for the boat to capsize came during today's Tower of Heaven challenge. Beth showed almost no value in battle. Without enchanted arrows and mana replenishment, she is just an ordinary person with slightly higher growth value than the average. The essence of a hero's purpose is still to confront the Demon King, as heroes possess the ability to protect against him. However, this protective ability cannot be used against the Lord of the Tower of Heaven. This also leads to the hero not having a significant advantage within the Tower of Heaven. Nowadays, Beth's cost-to-value ratio is high and not very cost-effective, naturally making it the next trend. Those guys seem to be unable to appreciate the importance of logistics. At least Beth should have experienced it. Mu Chen crossed his arms, tilted his head back, and sneered coldly. Clays looked at Mu Chen with an apologetic expression. Sorry, it's rare to have a relaxing time and yet it reminds you of unpleasant times. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. Mu Chen waved his hand, signaling Clays not to take it to heart. So where is Beth now? The sauna was stifling, and Mu Chen slowly stood up, preparing to head towards the hot spring for some fresh air. Seeing this, Clays quickly followed, saying as they walked, Beth hasn't left the team yet, but I'm not sure where she is now. By the time he finished speaking, he and Mu Chen had arrived at the outdoor hot spring. Stepping into the hot spring together with Mu Chen, they enjoyed the moment of relaxation. The atmosphere fell into tranquility once again. Mu Chen remained silent, gazing blankly at the starry sky above the hot spring. The stars twinkled, so enchanting. At this moment, no one could guess what was on Mu Chen's mind. Lord Mu Chen, there's one more thing I need to tell you. There's more? Mu Chen turned to Clays, showing a hint of confusion. About the Black Cat Guild. So it's this matter. I have a treasure here, a time reversal stone, which can rewind time in certain locations. You want to save those people? Mu Chen was astonished that Clays had a treasure capable of reversing time. Originally, Mu Chen planned to rely on the unlocking of the shackles to activate the time reversal ability to save them, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, is this thing reliable? Are you sure it won't cause a time-space distortion? Don't worry, this stone only rewinds the time of deceased beings. The living will not be affected. It has no impact on the real world. This meant that after the time reversal, Alice and Marcia Mary would not appear on the 51st floor. Mu Chen fell into deep thought again. He recalled Mingula, that dead crab, with its hard shell that left no room for words. By the way, are you sending me again this time? Mu Chen said jokingly. I won't end up as a worker, will I? Clays hurriedly waved his hand. Previously it was about Alice, this time it's different. I can go alone. I'm just a bit curious about what kind of monster Alice encountered that day. I wonder if Lord Mu Chen could share, so I can prepare myself mentally. Are you sure? Sai, I should accompany you. That guy is definitely not something one or two people can handle. A disaster-level beast of calamity cannot be taken lightly. If Clays were to lose his life, Alice would probably tear me apart. The little angel of this chapter is decided to be our master Naya. Just how adorable is she with her cunning tricks? Let's take a look. Disciple, you wouldn't want Belu and Loy to be bullied while you're not home, would you? Wiggles fingers. Come here, my good disciple. Master will show you a big treasure. Clays's critical hit. Clays's critical hit. The two big men leisurely soaked in the hot spring. After an unknown amount of time, the arguing at the front desk finally ceased. Mu Chen smiled and helplessly remarked, it's just like the old world's aunties. They can argue for an hour without a problem. Upon hearing this, Clays could only show an awkward smile. It seems they left you with a very bad impression. Indeed, Mu Chen stretched lazily, stood up, and walked out of the water. That's enough. I should head back, or that bunch at home will start their nagging again. Clays responded softly and got up to head to the changing room to change clothes. Soon, Mu Chen and Clays walked out of the men's bath and ran into Carol and Sonia. Clays? As soon as Carol saw Clays, she rushed over, her expression full of flattery. Of course, she also noticed Mu Chen accompanying him. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a public bath without a useless priest's reservation, Carol said sarcastically. In her mind, Kleis would never take the initiative to invite Mu Chen to soak in the hot springs, let alone reserve the whole place. Sonia also mocked. What? Is Mu Chen trying to get close to His Highness Kleis? Ha, how foolish, two men trying to build a connection at a hot spring. Mu Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. These women really had loose tongues. If it weren't for the fact that you were heroes under the kingdom's protection, I would have turned you into meatballs long ago. Although he thought this in his heart, the timing wasn't right yet. It wasn't time for revenge. Under the disdainful gazes of Carol and Sonia, Mu Chen prepared to leave quietly, but Kleis reached out to stop him. Kleis? Mu Chen turned his head, puzzled, wondering what he was doing by blocking him. Kleis smiled slightly at Mu Chen and whispered, "Leave it to me." He then walked straight towards Carol. Slap! With a loud sound, Kleis slapped Carol's left cheek, leaving her stunned in place, wondering what had just happened. Sonia looked at Kleis in confusion. "Your Highness Kleis, what are you doing? We're in this together. Did that useless priest manipulate you?" "Manipulate? You too, please remember clearly. This venue is reserved by me. I brought Lord Mu Chen here. How could that be?" Carol covered her reddened left cheek, looking at Kleis in disbelief. Why would the prince she admired lower himself to seek out that powerless priest, and even slap her for him? Kleis's indifferent gaze was particularly cold as he raised his hand. 1. Lord Mu Chen saved my mother. Kleis held up one finger. 2. Lord Mu Chen saved my sister. Kleis held up 2 fingers. 3. What do you think you relied on to win the victory at the Tower of Heaven? Your own strength? Before Kleis could continue, Carol immediately interjected. Of course it's our strength. We defeated the Lord with our own power and skills. Your own power and skills? Kleis scoffed. There are far too many people in this world whose stats and skills are stronger than yours. Why haven't they reached higher levels? Because. Carol stammered, unable to find her words. At this moment, she felt wronged and was on the verge of tears from Kleis's shouting. But Kleis showed no sign of stopping. Because you used Lord Mu Chen's power. How many of those domain weapons in your hands are there among all the current raid groups? Not to mention they are all domain weapons that have been specially enchanted multiple times. How many of those top-grade recovery potions and mana potions have been continuously supplied by your guild? We can just find enchanters and alchemists to solve that, Sonia said, her voice filled with reluctance. Find? Kleis laughed in anger, shaking his head in disappointment, and said lightly, "Now, if you can still find a member better than Lord Mu Chen, I might as well not want this badge." Kleis casually smashed a jade pendant hanging from his waist onto the ground, leaving the 2 female heroes too shocked to breathe. Explorer's jade pendant? Mu Chen noticed the pendant. According to legend, the first guild leader to enter the underground labyrinth's 50th floor was awarded this pendant. Could it be? Mu Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes as he looked up at the back of Kleis, combining it with the previous underground maze's 3-dimensional projection device, and seeing Tia's expression made him exclaim, "What the hell? This prince can't be the deepest recorder of the underground maze, right?" After briefly assessing the effect of the jade pendant, just a cursory glance left Mu Chen astounded. Effect, immune to 10 fatal damage instances, possesses 1 chance of resurrection. Good heavens, this is definitely a divine-level treasure. Just tossed aside like that? At this moment, Kleis also turned back to look at Mu Chen and softly said, "Lord Mu Chen, you really don't need to hold back. You can express any dissatisfaction you have, and I will bear all the consequences." All consequences? Even if it means getting killed, that's no problem? Of course. We only need to keep one of the 4 heroes. Hearing this, Mu Chen and Kleis couldn't help but smirk in unison. Now, Mu Chen's biggest concern was gone. Initially, he was afraid that holding back would affect those around him. Now that Kleis was willing to take on all the risks, what was there to fear? Of course, it was time to have some fun torturing them. Carol and Sonia shivered all over upon hearing this. Carol trembled. "Your Highness Kleis, if our heroes die, the Demon King attacking the Aired Empire will be dangerous. You can rest assured about that. We have no shortage of heroes on our continent. If one is lost, we can always replace them." Carol swallowed hard. She felt that Kleis was so unfamiliar at this moment, no longer the gentle person he used to be. His gaze was like that of someone who had slaughtered thousands of demons. "Oh, right." Kleis placed a hand on Carol's shoulder and said darkly, "He wants to kill you. Please remember this when you see him next time. Also, remember that I did not stop him." With that, Kleis bent down to pick up the jade pendant and, holding the 2 already scared heroes, returned to the Hero Guild. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave at Mu Chen. "Well then, see you next time, Lord Mu Chen." Yeah. Mu Chen was momentarily stunned and quickly nodded in agreement. What the hell is going on? Did Kleis just flirt with me? What the hell? I never expected that one day Mu Chen, would be flirted with by a guy. If a little girl were here, she would probably be head over heels for Clays by now. Truly a love saint, Clays should not be underestimated. On the other side, Clays was overjoyed. These two fools had built up a wave of goodwill for him in front of Mu-chen. What a great prop. Now the distance between him and Lord Mu-chen was even closer, right? Lost in thought, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Finally, Clays glanced meaningfully at the entrance of the hot spring house and murmured, "Looking forward to your glorious achievements, Mu-chen. Our little succubus, Loi, is also about to meet everyone. The author of the two-colored pupils is currently busy and will fill in later. Although I am still just an ungraduated half-blood, don't worry," Mu-chen whispers softly, "I can accept all your quirks and satisfy them," face slightly flushed. Just the master's task, just the master's task. When Mu-chen walked out of the hot spring house, Clays's figure had already disappeared without a trace. What a character! Mu-chen took a deep look in the direction Clays had left, murmuring. In his heart, the first impression of a prince was that of a spoiled noble. Although this was indeed the case, the second and third princes of the empire were among the most notorious. But Clays gave off a very different feeling. This made Mu-chen wonder if the king was wearing a green hat. How was Clays different from the other princes? He stood there in a daze for a while before heading towards his little villa. Just as he reached the uphill path, Mu-chen noticed a figure standing at the top of the slope, seemingly watching him. Who could this guy be? Mu-chen looked up and used his keen eyesight to observe carefully, and he was instantly stunned. Is it really Beth? What does she want with me at this hour? No, wait. My focus shouldn't be here. When did this ability to see through things evolve without me noticing? I can see past physical obstructions now. This is simply divine, an utterly shameless skill. Ahem. Mu-chen shook off the strange thoughts and slowly walked up the slope towards the mischievous young lady. Humph, you're back? Where have you been? From a distance, Beth's annoying voice could be heard. Mu-chen replied indifferently, "Do I need to report to you where I go? Who are you to me? TCH, fine. I don't want to know. I'm here because I need something from you." Beth walked towards Mu-chen with a somewhat defiant posture, truly embodying the princess syndrome. Mu-chen brushed past her, not wanting to engage further. Talking to a stubborn mule was pointless. Beth's expression momentarily showed surprise, but she quickly composed herself. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Beth turned around and forcefully grabbed Mu-chen's shoulder, trying to pull him back. But Mu-chen remained unmoved, continuing to walk forward. "You jerk! Is this your attitude now? Do you know I used to be a noble lady?" Beth shouted at Mu-chen's back, extremely dissatisfied with his reaction. The old Mu-chen would have been more accommodating. This change in attitude made Beth feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Mu-chen immediately stopped, turned around, and looked at Beth coldly, devoid of any emotion. "So what? You're a noble lady. What does that have to do with me? I'm not your servant. On this continent, our statuses are equal." "Humph, since we're equal, then it's not unreasonable for me to ask you for a favor, right?" Beth felt a bit stifled. Was Mu-chen rebelling? However, she had a more important purpose and could only temporarily suppress her feelings about this attitude. A favor? Mu-chen slowly approached Beth, his imposing figure making her seem particularly small. "Go on." Seeing an opportunity, Beth immediately mustered her courage, adopting a superior demeanor, and said proudly, "I want to win over Prince Clays, and you need to unconditionally provide me with powerful enchanted arrows and potions." While saying this, she couldn't help but belittle Mu-chen in her heart. "Beth, he really is just a little ant. He can't resist my charm." Just as she thought this, Beth suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if her body was lifting off the ground. Beth then realized that her neck had been grabbed by Mu-chen without her noticing. Her whole body was being lifted. She desperately clutched Mu-chen's wrist, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from that iron-like grip. "Let go. You're trying to kill me. I'm going to report you." Beth's face turned pale. She felt like she was about to be choked to death by Mu-chen. "Aren't you the brave archer? Isn't agility and mobility your forte? If you have the ability, then dodge from a mere healing warrior." Mu-chen's voice was chilling. He no longer needed to tolerate her. He could torment her however he wished. Beth didn't respond. Her hands clutched Mu-chen's sleeve tightly, her legs kicked wildly, and her gaze began to fade. She was suffocating. Her face twisted in pain, trying to express something, but she couldn't manage it. After a moment, Mu-chen dragged her into the small storage room attached to the villa. He threw her harshly onto the ground. Feeling the air, Beth began to breathe greedily, her eyes filled with terror. Just moments ago, she had truly felt like she was dying. "Survived, have you?" Mu-chen approached her, grabbing her hair and pressing her head against the wall. Beth painfully crawled against the wall, her face streaked with tears of fear. This man was terrifying, beyond her expectations. Clearly, they are both brave, so why is it that she has no room to resist being suppressed? Beth began to chirp and squeak, wanting to plead for mercy from Mu-chen, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence after holding it in for so long. Mu-chen paid her no mind, casually taking out a piece of iron. He used alchemy to transform it into a fire stick. The sharp tip was imbued with high-temperature magic. Once it made contact, it would surely leave a scar with no chance of healing. For a woman, this was a deadly method. After all, who would look favorably upon a woman with a face full of burned scars? Not to mention this young lady born into nobility, who would probably find it unbearable to resort to self-harm. Beth caught a glimpse of the approaching fire stick out of the corner of her eye, and her body began to resist violently. She shook her head frantically, pleading for Mu-chen to let her go. Refusal? Do you have the right to refuse right now? Beth did not respond. At this moment, she had already become a caged bird, and Mu-chen was determined to teach this princess sick girl a thorough lesson today, to crush her spirit. Are you scared? Mu-chen's voice came close to Beth's ear. I have another choice for you. Without thinking, Beth nodded vigorously. Compared to leaving a scar, she no longer cared about anything else. I want you to become a Pokemon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Beth's pupils constricted, looking at Mu-chen in disbelief, unable to make a sound. She could only chirp and squeak in confusion. Mu-chen smiled. Don't worry, in return, I will help you win over Clays. I promise. Amidst Beth's intense psychological struggle, she forced herself to overcome her mental barriers and shame, nodding in agreement once more. Beth, as long as it's for Prince Clays, I can do anything. Very good, Mu-chen said ominously, releasing her messy hair. Come on, let's see your abilities as a Pokemon. Mu-chen found a chair to sit down and waited for Beth's actions. After a while, Beth vomited repeatedly. She couldn't believe she had actually acted. Beth, Clays, Beth has given herself to Mu-chen. Beth sat weakly on the ground, nearly on the verge of collapse. Looking at Beth, whose face was tear-streaked, hair disheveled, and eyes vacant, Mu-chen smiled. He dropped 10 enchanted arrows and a bottle of potion, gradually walking away. He even waved at Beth, calling out, if you need anything, you know what to do. Just the master's task. At this moment, Mu-chen was also quite surprised. He had only intended to strike at her spirit casually, yet this girl had gone this far. It was truly unexpected. Beth was certainly not pure. This little cutie this time is our Ludi. Back when she was on the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The people here seem to really dislike me. Doll, what should I do? You want to take me away from here? But is there a place in this world that will keep me? Nicole's wish. Nicole's wish. Mu-chen left without looking back, leaving Beth to clean up the scene alone. This was the first time she had been humiliated in her life, and in such a manner. She trembled as she collected the 10 arrows and the potion, biting her lip. Hatred, so much hatred. To think that a young lady like herself would kneel and do such things, and yet she couldn't resist. She hadn't even said such things to Clays. Putting those thoughts aside, Beth looked at the supplies in her hands and shook her head. Just 10 arrows, it's simply not enough. How could? Beth's heart was filled with countless refusals. She simply could not endure such behavior. But where could she find enchanted arrows? Enchanters were hard to come by, especially those who could add high-level enchantments. Now, the only one she could turn to was Mu-chen. Mu-chen pushed the door open. This little broken door, who knows who fixed it, barely usable. But will this door really not have any problems? It doesn't even have a locking function. By the time it gets stolen, I won't even know. Just in case, Mu-chen decided to completely modify it. A security door forged from black gold ore. Mu-chen nodded in satisfaction. Quite nice. Now, even if the whole house collapsed, this door could still stand here. The light on the first floor was dim, with only a faint glow coming from the kitchen. Are they all on the second floor? With a sense of curiosity, Mu-chen gradually walked towards the kitchen. He saw the candlelight on the dining table emitting a soft glow, with warm dishes laid out. There was also a small note written by Alice. Lord Mu-chen, it must be very late when you return, right? This is the dinner I made not long ago, using a warming spell. Remember to fill your stomach when you come back, and we'll say goodnight to you first. Good night? Mu-chen estimated the time. It was barely 9 o'clock, right? Are the locals here also diurnal? In the few worlds he had visited, midnight was just the beginning of nightlife. He pushed the chair aside and found a suitable spot to sit down. Just in time, his stomach was a bit hungry. After all, he had just delivered the grain and needed a good meal. Nicole, Mu-chen, Mu-chen. Just as he was about to dig in, Nicole's voice started calling out in his mind. Mu-chen, what's the matter? Nicole, humph. You ungrateful person who forgets once you pull up your pants. Heartless Baka Yaro. That magical Baka Yaro tone made Mu-chen pause involuntarily. Definitely at the level of a major. Mu-chen, no, how did I forget you once I pulled up my pants? Beth, she, Nicole, humph. Who mentioned Beth? You promised me a condition back on the 50th floor, did you forget? If I don't speak up, you'll definitely try to sneak past it, right? Muchin hurriedly explained, but unexpectedly, a cluster of light points gathered in front of him, and Nicole appeared. As soon as she came out, she pounded on Muchen's chest, her little eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Your little fists are a bit weak, Nicole. Muchen looked at the tiny Nicole in front of him helplessly, letting her hit him. It didn't hurt at all. Humph. Nicole stopped her little fist attacks and plopped down next to the dishes on the dining table. Then she looked at Muchen and said cutely, Big Pig Hoof, I give you 3 choices. Hiss. Can you not call me Big Pig Hoof? You haven't called me enough in the last few worlds? Just call it that. Nicole stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. The vegetables on the left, the lamb on the right, and me in the middle. Choose one. Muchen's chopsticks paused for a moment as he stared at the scene on the dining table. Can't understand? Big Pig Hoof, let me clarify a bit more. Humph. Listen carefully. Nicole cleared her throat, put her hands on her hips, and shyly said, Big Pig Hoof, do you want to eat first or wash up first, or say eat first? As soon as Nicole finished speaking, Muchen couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. This little thing was playing with the leftovers of others? Feeling insulted, Nicole's face instantly turned red to her ears. She closed her eyes and charged at Muchen, swinging her fists and shouting, Go eat a broom. I hate you. Hey, wait a minute, why are you suddenly trying to tickle me? Muchen was amused by Nicole, his face full of smiles as he reached out and grabbed Nicole's little fists. Nicole's entire arm was caught in his palm. She was really too small, like a little doll from a claw machine. What are you doing? Let go of me. Nicole kept darting around in place, her little fairy wings almost flapping off as she tried to break free from Muchen's grip. Don't let go. Muchen looked at Nicole with a cheerful expression. You say, after so many crossings, you're still like a child, not grown up at all. The words were extremely gentle. Muchen had never truly scolded Nicole, because it was simply impossible to be harsh with her. She was too adorable. Having her around could warm up an entire day, even bad moods could be completely healed. Except for that time when they had just met. It was like 2 great demons meeting, neither willing to back down. Their little playfulness continued. You're the child. How infuriating. I'm going to eat all your food, leaving you nowhere to eat? You better think it through, Nicole, Muchen said with a mischievous smile, his tone meaningful. If you eat it all, and I get hungry, you might just become emergency food? I'm not afraid of you. Oh, your goal is probably just that, right? Not afraid of me. Muchen released Nicole and began to pick up his chopsticks to taste dinner. Just as he picked up a piece of lamb, it was snatched away by Nicole in one bite. You little rascal, stealing food from my chopsticks. Hee. Anyway, you already know my goal, Big Pig Hoof. You handle it yourself. Muchen picked up another piece of lamb, and Nicole snatched it again. So delicious. If you don't agree, I'll bite you. Nicole crossed her arms, looking all proud. The little action of chewing the meat didn't stop at all. Seeing this, Muchen couldn't help but laugh. Can you even bite me? With a mouth smaller than a rabbit's, that probably wouldn't work. Humph. Who said I would use this form? You know I can change into a bigger form. What would happen if I refuse? Muchen crazily probed the edges. Then, don't blame me for being rude. He. Nicole covered her mouth and giggled. When you wake up the next day, you'll find out. Stop. Muchen immediately covered Nicole's mouth, whispering, Nicole, you wouldn't want to be discovered during a highway check, right? The little Nicole, blocked, only revealed a pair of blinking little eyes, looking at Muchen with pure innocence. Don't act innocent. Then what are your thoughts? Nicole pushed Muchen's hand away, curiously asking. In any case, you need to eat well for energy, right? When it's time to wash up, we can slowly taste the emergency food. Nicole, are you ready? Nicole nodded excitedly. Then let's begin. Note, hello, because you are not a paid member, the above content has been automatically reduced to the following content. The small pond is cold and the wind tightens. Nicole's servant Buddha court moistens by the river. Pour delicate flavors. The fine rain is wet. The swift swallow suddenly comes, sliding under the flowers. The machine is exhausted. Only the relatives are burning. A cup of water warms the sand. If you can't understand, you definitely haven't looked carefully. In this chapter, let's take a look at Nicole's true self. I am the plump butterfly among the flowers. You say the system spirit can't be with the host? There are precedents. I will follow him for a lifetime. The other side of the dream. The other side of the dream. Where is this? Muchen's head throbbed painfully as he struggled to cover his forehead with his hand. Everything in front was dim, and his eyelids were too heavy to open. What exactly happened? He vaguely remembered lying in bed sleeping after finishing with Nicole. Why did it feel like there were countless people around? What happened after he fell asleep? Mu Chen truly had no idea. The surrounding noise was incredibly loud, filled with curses. Who are they cursing? Mu Chen began to listen carefully to their anger. That damn guy. I said she had problems long ago, she's a demon. Ah, it's really unlucky for our clan to have such a person. Priest, hurry up and judge her. This guy is finally going to die. Everyone, we will welcome a new life. The curse will no longer appear in our clan. All white-haired people are cursed demons. Kill her. Listening to the endless curses, Mu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to know what was happening. In the endless night, many castles and mansions stood on the intricate, narrow streets. Mu Chen was in a central square. Countless people surrounded him, angrily cursing towards the center of the square, their words venomous. Mu Chen curiously looked towards the center of the square. What exactly was going on? In the very center of the square stood a huge cross. A woman was bound to it, her hands and feet nailed to the wooden stake. This is wrong. Mu Chen realized, isn't that Ludi? Wait, where is this place? Mu Chen quickly looked around, gathering any useful clues. This place did not resemble the human continent at all. He also noticed something particularly strange. The beings around him spoke human language, but they were far from human in appearance. With heads of bulls and faces of horses, they were simply monsters from all directions. Facing the countless curses from the crowd, Ludi did not respond at all. She tightly closed her eyes, enduring everything. But this only led to even harsher insults. This guy seems to have no remorse. Deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Cleric, take action. Burn this demon. All the monsters shouted for Ludi's judgment. Mu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What had Ludi done to provoke the wrath of this group? Could it be related to her curse? Demon! You carry a curse, killing countless innocent people, bullying men and women, abducting ignorant girls. Do you plead guilty? Beneath the cross, a lavishly dressed cleric accused Ludi of her crimes. Clearly, this guy was not human either. He had a bull's head. My daughter was ultimately left with no bones under the demon's ravaging. Even my son. This demon doesn't spare even males. Simply outrageous. The crowd recounted Ludi's crimes, becoming increasingly fantastical and absurd. Some even claimed that she had harmed their sheep. This is ridiculous? No, how could a girl do this? It just didn't make sense. All the monsters looked at Ludi with hostility, eager to see this demon die without a burial place in the next moment. Demon, now you have nothing to say, right? If you plead guilty, you can avoid the punishment of 1,000 swords piercing your heart. Otherwise, you will suffer both the flames of hell and the punishment of 1,000 swords piercing your heart. Ludi remained silent, her eyes tightly shut, trying to conceal her fear. But Mu Chen still noticed her trembling body. Stubborn. Execute. The cleric declared Ludi's fate, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth as he signaled the executioner to light the torch, preparing to end this demon's life. But before the torch could ignite the stake, the flames were extinguished. Mu Chen strode through the crowd of monsters and leaped onto the execution platform. The surrounding beings immediately cast strange glances at him. Before Mu Chen could speak, the crowd below began to point and murmur. This guy is also white-haired. He is also a cursed one. Get into battle formation. This guy must be here to rescue his companion. Be careful of his curse power. The monsters on the platform drew their weapons, slowly converging towards Mu Chen. Prepare the spirit stones. They can effectively resist the curse power. The cleric shouted. Spirit stones? Mu Chen noticed that the monsters around him wore strange necklaces around their necks, each adorned with a peculiar shaped stone. Could it be something similar to the dragon scales on Tia? Mu Chen looked at the approaching monsters with indifference. He had figured out that this was not reality. The most compelling evidence was that he had just tried to use his abilities and felt no shackles on his soul. Are you sure you want to step forward? Mu Chen asked the crowd of demons with great interest. Of course. The demons gripped their weapons tightly, countless spikes lunging towards Mu Chen. But strangely, these spikes could not advance an inch when they were 3 or 4 meters away from him. Despite the demons exerting all their strength, there was no effect. They couldn't even retract their weapons, as if they were frozen in place. Some of the demons in the back grew impatient. What are you stalling for? If you're too scared to advance, step back and let us through. Yeah, if you can't do it, step aside and let us handle it, don't block the way. The demons in the front, who were stuck, could only respond with anger. If you think you can do it, then come. We can't move at all. Stop talking nonsense from the back. If you can take a step forward, I'll call you Dad. While the crowd was chatting, the priest and the executioner secretly circled behind Mu Chen, preparing to catch him off guard. The surrounding noise made Ludi slowly open her eyes. According to her past experiences, she should have already been dead by now. Then she would return to reality and continue living. But now, why had she not been killed? She endured the pain, lowered her gaze, and looked towards the focal point. "Manager Mu-chin!" Ludi exclaimed, surprised to see her manager appear in her prophecy. Hearing the shout, Mu-chin turned to look at Ludi, his face filled with astonishment. "Ludi, you're conscious? What was going on? This shouldn't be a dream." But Ludi at this moment felt just like her real self to Mu-chin. "Manager, watch out behind you." Ludi didn't respond to Mu-chin's question but warned him about the priest and others closing in behind him. Too late. Die, demon. The priest and others rushed in, stabbing with spikes containing spirit stones. Put. All those close to Mu-chin fell, their heads severed, yet he remained completely still. What just happened? How did he do that? This must be a more powerful curse. It has to be. He didn't even turn around. How did he kill the priest? Even Ludi, who was close by, couldn't see what had just happened clearly. She only saw the priest running forward, then seemingly hitting something, and his head was chopped off. Mu-chin didn't explain. After all, this was his unique sword technique, the sword mark. It could set multiple delayed damage sword marks in space, which were invisible and intangible. Once someone entered this area, it wasn't just about losing an arm or a leg. They could be reduced to nothing. And these sword marks were entirely controlled by Mu-chin's will. Whether they caused damage was entirely up to him. The strength of the sword marks depended on the weapon used to create them. If it was a weapon of the level of Black Abyss White Flower, the sword marks would be nearly impossible to counter. Seeing the situation was off, the demons in the back quickly stepped back to create distance. The ones in the front couldn't retreat either. A wise choice. Mu-chin looked at the demons below with amusement, lightly flicking the sword that had appeared at his waist. With a snap, the pin that had held Ludi was inexplicably shattered, and her body began to fall. She ultimately landed in Mu-chin's arms. "Ha, manager, how did you end up in my dream? Perhaps this is what they call a shared dream?" Mu-chin felt that this phenomenon was definitely abnormal. Shared dreaming could only be achieved with high-level mental magic. But how could his overflowing mental resistance be affected? Was it that doll's doing? Forget it, let's deal with this group of guys first. This is Alice. Lord Mu-chin told me that a qualified priest must use a magic wand to knock out all enemies to become the best support in the team. We can't let these two demons escape. Otherwise, our home will become a place of plague. The eyes of the monsters in the audience widened, and they began to chant spells for a long-range attack. "We are willing to offer our souls as sacrifices to you." Magic circles of various colors appeared in the space. Mu-chin glanced around and found that most of them were curses. Ludi's injuries had been healed by Mu-chin during the fall, and now she clutched Mu-chin's collar tightly, anxiously saying, "Run quickly, manager. They can't be killed." Mu-chin raised an eyebrow and looked at Ludi in his arms. "Can't be killed? Today, I want to see just how tough these guys are." The magic circles in the space gradually activated, and at that moment, Mu-chin blurted out, "Magic usurpation." The magic circles that were supposed to attack Mu-chin began to change direction, targeting the spellcasters instead. What? The monsters had no time to react before the firepower covered their area. The front row was dumbfounded. To be able to control someone else's magic, what level of curse power was this? Meanwhile, the unfortunate ones who were attacked by their own magic noticed a horrifying scene. Their magical power seemed to go out of control, and they began to automatically cast all the spells their host knew. The number of magic circles in the space increased, and without exception, they all targeted their own people. Mu-chin effortlessly watched this grand fireworks display from his spot. This was one of the abilities of Artemis, one of the 12 zodiac gods. It could directly describe the state of the target to subdue it, applicable to any non-living target. The monsters in the front row began to tremble, fearing that in the next moment, their own magic would activate and attack them. Weapons clash. What one fears often comes to pass. As soon as Mu-chin's words fell, the weapons in the hands of the front row monsters began to shake violently, and in the next second, all the weapons seemed to gain self-awareness, controlling the monsters to slash at their own kin. "Throw away your weapons." "No, we can't throw them away, it's like they're glued to us. Damn it, these weapons are too strong. We can't control them at all." The scene fell into chaos. This was a battle between weapons, and killing the opponent's wielder counted as a victory for the weapon. The situation seemed to be leaning towards Mu-chin, but Mu-chin noticed that Ludi in his arms still had a very serious expression, as if worried about something. "What's wrong, Ludi? You look worried." "Manager, these guys can't be killed. Once they die, they will immediately resurrect, endlessly." Mu-chin looked uneasily at the group of monsters below, using life perception to spy. As expected, once they die, they will immediately regenerate into two monsters. The life force below became increasingly intense, with the number of monsters nearly quadrupling. This was not good. Mu Chen immediately removed the added status and, holding Ludi, rushed out of the encirclement. The monsters let out howls. Having lost their reason after resurrecting, they turned into ferocious beasts. They chased after Mu Chen. In a moment of desperation, Mu Chen used a large-scale magic rock wall. A circular rock wall rose from the ground, forming a hemispherical rock wall with a diameter of 100 meters, blocking all the monsters outside. Mu Chen and Ludi hid inside a castle within the sphere, beginning to think of a solution. In their exploration, Mu Chen took Ludi to a room with a large princess-sized bed. Lying on it, the fatigue in his body instantly lessened. "You should try it too, it feels pretty good." Hearing this, Ludi also lay down, and the soft sheets instantly sank down, covering half of her body. Ludi's tense emotions were greatly relieved, and she turned to Mu Chen. "Manager, you don't have to worry about me. This dream can only end when I die, otherwise, there's no way to leave." Knowing it so clearly, "Have you been dreaming this dream every day before?" Mu Chen turned to look at Ludi, their eyes meeting. Ludi nodded slightly, her gaze filled with confusion as she sighed. "This is not actually a dream, but a kind of prophecy." Prophecy? Mu Chen instantly thought of the doll, whose prophetic abilities left a deep impression on him. "The doll can predict others' futures, while I can only predict my own." Ludi spoke truthfully. "Then since you know your future, can't you find a way to avoid it?" Ludi smiled and shook her head. "As long as the prophecy isn't fulfilled, I will forever have to experience this pain day after day." A sense of deep frustration and vulnerability emanated from her, evoking a strong desire to protect her. Mu Chen was also moved. He spoke earnestly. "I will make sure you are no longer tormented." Mu Chen tightly held Ludi's hands, cradling this little cotton flower in his embrace, gently stroking her small head. "Manager?" Ludi's breath became erratic, her gaze slightly lifting as she blinked her big eyes at Mu Chen. Then, she rubbed her slightly moist eyes and put on a comforting smile. "You're such a fool, manager, always trying to help me through tough times." After saying this, she buried her little head into Mu Chen's chest. "But this time, I really don't need it. I've tried all the methods, and none of them work. Trust me, Ludi." While comforting her, Mu Chen pondered effective solutions. The root of the prophecy should be the indigenous people of the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven. According to the previous solution predicted by the doll, breaking the root is the method. But the thought of killing all the indigenous people of the Tower of Heaven was something Mu Chen couldn't even bear to think about. Moreover, the time cost was too high. It would take at least a month to go from the first floor to the 30th floor. A faster method was necessary. Outside the rock wall, more and more monsters were gathering, and a slight crack began to appear in the wall. Mu Chen reinforced the rock wall from a distance again, and it started to transform into an iron wall, buying some time. After all, a month in the dream world equates to an hour in reality, so there was no need to worry about time. Inside the room, there was a peaceful silence. Ludi's erratic breathing gradually calmed down. At this moment, she felt completely safe. She didn't know why, but as long as Mu Chen was by her side, she could settle her mind. Such a reliable boy. Ludi's small hand began to act restlessly as she weakly probed. "Manager, can those monsters outside break in? As long as I want, they absolutely cannot step in here." It was laughable. There were no shackles on him, and although this was a world from the prophecy, he couldn't summon the true forms of the 12 zodiac gods. But with just the abilities of the 12 zodiac gods, he could instantly obliterate this place thousands of times. Upon hearing this, Ludi seemed a bit reassured. She then tentatively asked, "So, manager, do you dislike overly demanding girls?" Overly demanding? Mu Chen instantly understood the implication of Ludi's words. He swallowed hard. "Not at all." Ludi responded with a soft She slowly leaned closer. Mu Chen swallowed again. "Speaking of which, everything happening in the dream world had nothing to do with reality, right? It was like a couple in an immersive game, still pure boyfriend and girlfriend in reality." Kirito and Asuna were perfect examples. Looking at the little cotton flower before him, Mu Chen felt a torch ignite in his heart. Damn it, he had unknowingly fallen under Ludi's spell again. He clearly felt nothing when he first met her. Mu Chen knowingly asked, "What do you mean by overly demanding?" Below is the doll's main stage. The sister carried the doll to the garden to see the cherry blossoms. The doll cried for her mother, and the little birds in the trees laughed. "Doll, oh doll, why are you crying?" Doll, the sister, and the younger sister. Doll, the sister, and the younger sister. Yes, the night of the City of Night remains consistent, no matter how much time passes. A world without dawn. Mu Chen got up and wiped the bloodstains off the sheets. Looking at the sweetly sleeping Ludi, he couldn't help but smile. This guy really worked hard last night. He slowly approached the window, gazing solemnly into the distance. After a night of attacks, the number of monsters outside the iron wall had increased significantly, with some even climbing up to the dome of the wall. They seemed to be trying to punch a hole from above to find a gap. Mu Chen couldn't help but frown. Escaping from a dream was something he had plenty of ways to do. But how to escape from the prophecy? Firepower suppression. Then exceed the prophecy's tolerance? That was the only solution Mu Chen could think of. Without hesitation, he set to work. 6 circular magic arrays appeared beside Mu Chen, closely layered. This was a magical construction ritual. He reached into the magic array, manipulating the runes, and began to create a 6th-tier magic on the spot. Crush you, Railgun. As the name of the magic was declared, the 6-ring magic array completed its adjustments and instantly left the room. It enlarged and covered the entire dome, extending into the endless sky. Outside the dome, 4 blue lasers appeared from 4 directions, converging at the top. Finally, the 4 lasers locked onto a diameter of 50 centimeters. In an instant, a massive golden-orange pillar of laser shot straight down to the locked point. The light explosion instantly extended thousands of miles outward, visible to the entire world as a giant white hemispherical body. All that could be heard was the sound of the sonic boom. The sonic boom shattered all buildings within a 1,000-mile radius, and then the explosion followed. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the top of the iron wall dome. Everything outside the iron wall was obliterated. Looking down from the sky, one could only see an incredibly terrifying hemispherical pit. In the very center of the pit stood the hemispherical iron wall. I haven't used world-class magic in so long that I almost blew myself up. Mu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thankful that he had just a moment ago placed a magic resistance shield on the iron wall. Otherwise, everything inside would have vanished. Although Ludi would end the prophetic world by dying, the prophecy itself would not end. It had to be resolved completely. Outside the iron wall, the obliterated monsters resurrected, their numbers doubling again. Rail gun, another clearing. After repeating this several times, the world showed no signs of cracking under the strain. It seems I need to find another way. Mu Chen's figure began to blur, passing straight through the buildings and flying towards the outside of the iron wall. He, you have no way to end this prophecy. Just as Mu Chen took a few steps, that familiar terrifying voice echoed from the room. Doll? Mu Chen focused his gaze and was surprised to see Ludi's doll, now transformed into a human form. Do you have a way? Mu Chen returned to the room, looking at the doll with suspicion. This thing could also enter Ludi's prophecy. Did it see everything between Ludi and him? He, the doll laughed eerily, walking over to Ludi and waking her up. Although I don't want to disturb your little world, I must say that to end this prophecy, Ludi must die. I must die? Feeling the tug, Ludi groggily woke up, hearing the doll's words. But Ludi wasn't too surprised, as she had discovered that death was the only solution in the prophecy. Not necessarily. If you are willing to accept the power of the curse, perhaps there is a chance to escape, the doll teased, curling the corner of Ludi's mouth with a smirk. Ludi shook her head, firmly refusing. I could never accept the power of the curse, it would take everything from me. Everything? The doll seemed displeased upon hearing this word. Then what about my everything? Sister, do you think I want to be like this? The doll grinned widely and began to laugh maniacally. Mu Chen silently found a chair to sit down, now clear about his position. That is to be a bystander. These two definitely have a big secret. Seeing Ludi's puzzled expression, the doll smiled and shook her head, then reached out towards the window of the room. In the next second, the window completely vanished without a trace. Did you see that? I also have the power of curses. It's not terrifying. If controlled well, you can even curse others from a distance. No, I don't want to use it to hurt others. Ludi still shook her head in refusal. The doll couldn't stand it any longer and pulled Ludi over. Listen, since I'm here, you will definitely accept the power of curses. You can't escape it. Mu Chen watched from the side, honestly a bit curious. Since the power of curses can be controlled, why is Ludi so resistant? If it can be controlled, then she wouldn't have to worry about damaging the surrounding objects. You must accept it. The doll tugged at the wildly resisting Ludi, repeatedly explaining the control method until Ludi memorized it deeply. Ludi held her head, enduring the pain from the doll's tugging, silently shedding tears of despair. She hated it so much now, hated the power of curses, hated this doll. He, how is it, sister? Did you remember everything I said? The doll pointed to another window in the distance, using her other hand to forcefully twist Ludi's hand. Come on, try it. If it doesn't work, I'll keep saying it until you succeed. No. Facing Ludi's refusal, the doll showed no mercy, firmly dragging Ludi to a spot 1 meter away from the window. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen felt like stepping in to help Ludi, but his intuition told him that he absolutely couldn't interrupt them at this moment. Come on, remotely make the window disappear. Ludi's left hand was raised, aimed at the window, but nothing happened. Hurry up! The doll shouted at Ludi. Ludi trembled in fear, nervously eliminating the tea table next to the window. I told you to make the window disappear. Do it again. Ludi's body trembled uncontrollably. She endured the pain and used the power of curses within her to erase a small part of the window. Is that all the strength you have? Are you even worse than me, your sister? Do it again. Ludi closed her eyes tightly in a grimace, entering an endless mode of elimination. After several hours, Ludi was drenched in sweat. She had almost mastered the technique of controlling the power of curses. The doll's devilish training would be unforgettable for her lifetime. Seeing Ludi's success, the doll put away her impatient expression, revealing a look of satisfaction. Sister, you did great. The doll gently stroked Ludi's head, who was sitting on the ground in a cross-legged position, whispering, I didn't want to tell you all the truth at first, but I still hope you can remember me in the future. The sudden change in the doll's attitude surprised both Ludi and Mu-chan, as she seemed like a completely different person from just moments ago. They say that mad people have strange personalities. This was the first time Mu-chan had seen such an abnormality. Sister Ludi, you have a name, but do you know my name? No, no one knows because I died before I was born. How can a dead person have a name? Ludi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the doll. How do you know you died before you were born? How did you come back to life? The doll's words raised many questions. She looked deeply out the window, then squatted down and tightly hugged Ludi, whispering in her ear. All of this has to start with our mother. No pictures to share, so let's take a look at the character design of Martha Mary instead. This chapter is a special update, specifically for answering some questions about the previous plot settings. Seeing some comments pointing out issues, the author realized there were oversights in the work's settings, leading to some confusion. Next, I will supplement the currently known missing details. Additionally, this book has already cut most of the content, and the complete version may need to be released separately in the group later. Below is the explanation of the plot. Why did Mu-chan join the Hero Guild and become a sycophant? Thankless effort. There are 3 reasons why Mu-chan joined the Hero Guild. The purpose of King Al's summoning of the 4 heroes is to have them form a team to challenge the Tower of Heaven and obtain treasures within it. Nicole's system ability is to learn a profession to gain skill points, and Mu-chan discovered that following this group allows him to effectively learn other professions, which is a mutual benefit. After Mu-chan crossed over, he was restricted by rules. The 12 star gods in his soul were bound by 3 shackles. Nicole exhausted all her strength to break the shackles but only managed to free 2. After she fell into a sleep state, Mu-chan needed various treasures to quickly awaken her, transferring all the power contained within them to Nicole. Therefore, he followed the Hero Guild, providing them with supplies to help them quickly pass through the Tower of Heaven and prioritize obtaining treasures. This point is not mentioned in the article and serves as supplementary setting. As for how these shackles came to be in Nicole's identity, it cannot be revealed yet. Why can Mu-chan casually create relic-level weapons but only uses Earth-level ones? First, it must be established that creating weapons requires corresponding quality ores. Currently, the plot has reached the 51st level of the maze, where ores capable of creating heavenly weapons have appeared. However, such output is extremely rare, almost insufficient to forge a single weapon. In contrast, when the Hero Guild cleared the 10th, 15th, and 20th levels, they were each rewarded with a piece of ore capable of making heavenly weapons, which is enough to fully forge an entire weapon. Mu-chan prioritized forging 3 weapons, giving them an order to the sword, shield, and bow. Mu-chan himself belongs to the healing hero category. With his power coming from magic and healing techniques, the weapon itself does not have much effect on him. Therefore, Earth-level weapons are sufficient for his needs. Additionally, since Mu-chan's innate ability is fully developed, blacksmithing was one of the first professions he learned, so his level is almost on par with his priest level. The setting of relics and the quality settings above. The current setting is that when a person with holy power dies, their soul merges with vibranium, a material capable of forging extremely strong weapons, forming a weapon with self-awareness. During battle, the weapon can act on its own and summon a spirit. As the last remnants of a saint in the world, they are called relics. Therefore, weapons of quality above relics also have the chance to become companions. At the same time, vibranium weapons without soul infusion cannot be called relics, placing them at an intermediate level between heavenly and relic grade. This is a temporary setting and may be slightly modified later. As for ancient and divine gifts, they involve later plot developments. What are Mu-chan's abilities? Regarding the 12 star gods, these are Mu-chan's powers, also known as inherent skills, and each star god can grant Mu-chan absolute suppressive power. For example, Athena's abilities include thought acceleration, parallel thinking, analysis and identification, magic creation, object replication and construction, and mastery of all magic. The 12 star gods have existed since Mu-chan's birth. In opposition to them is Su-mu's uncrowned chess game. A detailed introduction to the 12 star gods will begin in the later 4-dimensional chapter. Unfortunately, Sumu's book is no longer available. The plot is too dragged out. The pacing of this work is slow mainly because the companionship takes up too much space. If the plot progresses too quickly, the story might be finished all at once. However, everyone need not worry about the story ending abruptly, as there is still a long way to go before completion, and the worldview will gradually expand later. The author of another book, Otherworld, starting lowly, has not given up and plans to revise and release it later. Those who have read that book should already know Mu Chen's true identity. At the same time, if the data is good, after the 2 books are completed, 2 more novels featuring the male lead's collaboration will be released, and then it will truly be a full garden of radishes. Will there be a female lead in the follow-up? Yes, there are many. For example, the pits dug earlier, the ghost in the small villa, that ghost hasn't appeared yet. The radish garden must at least use up its value, right? Currently, there is one that has already been scheduled. And there are also the mature women, etc. Is Nyarko really a goddess at such a young age? Why is she so attached to the male lead? Nyarko's identity is not ordinary. Her magical growth value is different from that of regular people, but because of this, her physical abilities are not outstanding. She also has a bittersweet story. The tragic state of Loi reminded her of her past, which is why she let Mu Chen take in Loi at that time. At first, Nyarko was just curious about Mu Chen, but through subsequent interactions, she completely fell in love with him. This part of the story will be told later. Are the values and combat power broken? You can rest assured about this. The author has a special calculation formula to determine ability values and combat power. If you see values that are abnormal, it means that character is truly an extraordinary figure. However, this work is not a hot-blooded battle series, so the fighting performance may be a bit lacking. The underground labyrinth is too cliché, killing off a bunch to let Alice join Mu Chen's team. What kind of plot is this? When creating those characters, the intention was to make everyone feel that their deaths were tragic, giving them a sense of presence. If you feel a sense of regret after seeing it, then it means the author has succeeded. However, after this, the author did not provide follow-up solutions, which caused some reader dissatisfaction. Here, I will reveal a bit. Those characters will not die. Alice's Black Cat Guild will not end like this. Experiencing such events will deepen your feelings for them. At the same time, their deaths are also a pit set by the author. Martha and Mary mentioned in the original text that they had died once, combining the 2 pits. As I write, I suddenly don't know what else to add. If the readers have any doubts about certain settings, feel free to point them out. After all, sometimes the author just drifts away while writing. Below, Nyarko and another disciple, Z, Master, are you going down the mountain to catch Mushidi? Remember to say a few good words about me in front of Mu Chen. Nai, dream on. Don't steal my master's person. The world of inner demons. Over a decade ago, in the 30 floors of the Tower of Heaven, a mother gave birth to twins. Based on the magical fluctuations in her belly, it was determined that they were 2 little girls, but unfortunately, a disaster befell them. This mother accidentally entered the Lord's territory on the 30th floor. According to one of the rules of the Tower of Heaven, the indigenous people of the tower are not allowed to enter the Lord's territory, except for indigenous people who have joined a guild, and this mother would face divine punishment. She was cursed by the gods. The worst part was that the power of the curse was so strong that it began to affect her 2 children in her womb. The girl closest to the umbilical cord absorbed almost all of the curse's power and died on the spot. The remaining part was added to the other girl. She is you, Sister Ludi. How could this be? Ludi could hardly speak, realizing that she had such an experience back then. The child who absorbed all the curse's power was transformed into a necromancer by the curse's power. She began to have consciousness and could perceive the surrounding things. The doll's eyes were hazy as she recounted her past. In the end, the mother gave birth to a healthy newborn and a terrifying, withered monster. They named the healthy child Ludi. The monster, however, was thrown into the wilderness, without even receiving a name. As time passed, the mother died due to the curse, and Ludi was discovered by others for the ominous power within her. Everyone quickly thought of another newly born monster. Sure enough, none of the 2 creatures that woman gave birth to are normal. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let that guy hear you. Otherwise, be careful he comes over to curse you. Everyone, stay away from her. She is a demon. At that time, the Night City was filled with hatred and disgust towards Ludi, and that strange freak from back then had grown up. She named herself Yen. She had once hated her sister Ludi intensely. Why was she the one to absorb all the curses? Why was she the only one treated as a monster, the only one who was constantly hurt? She wanted to end Ludi's life, but when she came to Ludi's side, she found that her sister's life was not easy either. Like her, she was bullied by everyone. She didn't dare to use her powers and could only endure the beatings. Yan's heart softened. She transformed herself into the appearance of a doll and stayed by Ludi's side. After spending some years together, Yen slowly realized she had come to like Ludi, and they lived together, relying on each other. Anyone who dared to bully Ludi would find that Yen would secretly deal with them. So it turns out those who bullied me were all you. Ludi finally understood. Why had the number of people bullying her decreased since the doll arrived? It turned out it was all because of her. To be honest, it's even funnier to see my sister not daring to use her curse power. They bully you so much, and you don't fight back. Yen looked disdainfully at the crowd outside, thinking of those detestable scum. The curse power can hurt others, it can't be used. Yen had nothing to say. Even now, she still thought this way? She really wanted to give her a couple of punches to wake her up to reality. What a kind-hearted guy. Yen glanced at Ludi again and sighed deeply. Indeed, if it weren't for her sister's kindness, how could she have come to like her? Yen took heavy steps, slowly approaching Ludi, her gaze constantly assessing her. Finally, Yen's hand rested on Ludi's head, and she spoke in a cute tone that was completely at odds with her crazy image. Sister, this is the last time I help you. This world is not actually a prophetic world, but your heart's demon world. Heart demon? Mu-chen seemed to notice the key phrase. Ludi looked up in shock at Yen. Heart demon? What is that? Aren't you afraid that your curse power will hurt others? That is your heart demon. In this world, only with curse power can it be broken. Only with curse power. Ludi seemed to understand Yan's excessive behavior just now. But what did she mean by the last time helping me? Just as Ludi was still trying to figure it out, outside the iron wall, numerous openings broke open, and countless monsters surged in. Damn! The iron wall is broken? The magic barrier didn't activate. It wasn't magic, it must be the curse power. Mu-chen immediately stood up to protect Ludi, looking at Yen. Did you do this? Yen shook her head. Not me, it's it. Mu-chen immediately thought of the heart demon. That guy had appeared? Yen smiled slightly, looked at Ludi again, gently bent down, and stroked her cheek. Leave now, my sister. In the days to come, Yen can no longer accompany you. Before the two could understand the situation, Mu-chen felt the ground beneath him give way, and his body fell straight down. In this pitch-black place, apart from seeing the hole they were falling into, there was nothing else. Outside the hole, Yan's gaze remained fixed on them, her lips curled in a smile. Sister Ludi, in the outside world, you no longer have to worry about curses, and you can live like other carefree children. Please forgive your sister's foolishness. This is the only way to let you find happiness. However, Yen hopes that you will no longer be so kind. My silly sister, if others bully you, just hit them back hard. I will silently watch over you here, my dearest sister. The monsters outside had already breached the castle walls and were rushing towards Yen. Mu-chen realized that Yen intended to sacrifice herself to fight to the death against Ludi's inner demon. And this dark place was the passage away from the world of inner demons. TSK. This guy is really foolish. Mu-chen adjusted his posture and said to Ludi, Ludi, you go back to the real world first. Leave this to me. With that, just as the cave entrance was about to close, Mu-chen returned to Yan's side once more. You? How did you come back? Yen looked at Mu-chen in astonishment, utterly confused. If I leave too, how will you get out? Mu-chen grabbed Yan's hand and began to flee towards the outside world. Yen explained, in the world of inner demons, one cursed body must remain. Two cursed bodies cannot pass through the real passage at the same time. If you come back now, you will never be able to leave. Never be able to leave? As long as we defeat the inner demon, won't we get out? Ludi's inner demon is very powerful, having been nurtured for over a decade. If it defeats us in this world, we will be forever trapped here. And if I die here, this world will no longer drag Ludi into it because of the existence of a cursed body. Mu-chen understood. Simply put, it meant that the sister was sacrificing herself to save her brother. No wonder Yen had been so harsh during training. She was worried that Ludi wouldn't learn. He never expected that the seemingly mad Yen had such a kind heart, aside from being a bit foolish. So, can you let go of me now? Yen looked at Mu-chen with some anger. Why don't you just go out with your sister properly? Why do you have to come in here to die? If I leave too, who will save you? Mu-chen said as he frantically fled with Yen, not caring about her words. I don't need anyone to save me. I'm fine on my own. Still being tsundere at a time like this? I can feel your inner feelings. Stop pretending and just say what you think. Yen felt a mix of shyness and anger, huffing and turning her head away. What a shameless man, not even letting a doll off the hook. The doll had developed feelings for him. As they traversed through the darkness, the monsters behind them gradually disappeared without a trace. But the crisis was just beginning. It's coming, the inner demon. Yen looked ahead with a serious expression as a shadow covered in black gradually appeared before them. The appearance of the inner demon made Yen tremble slightly. For someone with the same kind of power, she could clearly feel that the curse power of the inner demon was stronger than her own. Are you very scared? I can see your body is about to shake off the ground. Mu Chen glanced at her, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. I am not scared. Just a mere inner demon. It's nothing to worry about. Yen wiped the sweat from her forehead, still trying to maintain her pride in front of Mu Chen. How could someone as strong as her lose face in front of a human? I will go. Yen took a few soft steps forward, and Mu Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for her. Can she even do this? At this point, where is her fighting spirit? Seeing Yen approach, the inner demon opened its mouth wide and roared at her. An invisible pressure bore down on Yen. Yen bent slightly, her hands shielding her head. Die. The scene fell silent. Did you just unleash your move? Mu Chen couldn't help but retort. He thought she was going all out, but nothing happened. Yen's face instantly turned red. She had indeed unleashed a move, but it had been absorbed by the inner demon due to a small accident. Don't make noise. It's all your fault for interrupting my performance. How could Yen admit it was her own problem? That would be too embarrassing. Foolish girl, with your strength, you could never defeat me. A distant, sinister voice emanated from within the inner demon, sounding truly cursed. Yen's voice began to tremble, her mouth twitching incessantly. Her signature skills, aside from curses, included an extraordinary strength. But comparing strength to inner demons? That would be asking for trouble. Yen turned around and glared fiercely at Mu Chen. Why are you still here? Don't you have somewhere to go? You just want to watch me make a fool of myself. Mu Chen waved his hand, helplessly saying, I didn't plan to watch you make a fool of yourself. Don't you want to live? I can help you. No. Before Yen could finish her sentence, the inner demon charged at her. Damn it, do you really think the protagonist's chat will stop the villain? Can you at least show me some respect? The inner demon, shrouded in black mist, was closing in. If that punch landed, Yen's strength would be significantly absorbed, and she would surely be gravely injured. Bang! The inner demon was suddenly immobilized. What's going on? So, inner demons are just like plush balls. Mu Chen calmly took a few steps forward and stopped beside Yen. How about it? Mu Chen looked at Yen with a faint smile. Do you need it? Yen turned her head away, saying nothing more. Kid, the inner demon sounded displeased. If you have the guts, come and fight me openly. What kind of trick is this? Roar! Mu Chen chuckled softly, blocking Yen behind him, instructing, I can handle this guy, you go deal with those behind us. Those behind us? Yen looked back in confusion, seeing nothing. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt the ground tremble. Those monsters! Yen gasped, covering her mouth. She had completely forgotten about them. It's up to you. Mu Chen left that sentence and charged at the inner demon. Damn it, I'll fight you all. I'm going all out. Yen, without hesitation, unleashed curses on the crowd of monsters, eliminating them one by one. The monsters cursed to death wouldn't multiply, but there were at least tens of thousands on the other side. Mu Chen and the inner demon were engaged in a fight, or rather, it was a one-sided crushing. The inner demon's ethereal body was completely ineffective against Mu Chen, still landing punches that felt solid. Damn it! If you have the ability, let me hit you once. The inner demon was unable to fight back at all. Forget about counterattacks. You couldn't even feel his presence around. The only way to confirm his existence was through the continuous pain coming from your body. What exactly are you? Why aren't you being eroded by the curse? My existence? Mu Chen appeared in front of the inner demon in the next second, and with a pop, his right hand pierced through the inner demon's body. I'm your father. Damn you, screw your mother. The two exchanged insults, but the inner demon felt increasingly uneasy. Why was his power continuously diminishing? How about it? Do you feel it? Mu Chen looked at the inner demon with amusement. What am I feeling? You are a combination of cursed bodies, and the curse was bestowed by the gods who created the Tower of Heaven. Aren't you familiar with this power? Are you a god? Well, you can guess that slowly. The symbol of Soraya. The symbol of Soraya was the name of the curse Mu Chen had learned about, the name of the curse bestowed by that god. Well done, Hera. It seems you are involved in quite a lot. Hera, hearing my lord's voice, I am immensely grateful. How could I dare accept my lord's gratitude? No need to be modest. By the way, I still need to trouble you at the end. Hera, at your service, my lord. The right hand that had penetrated the inner demon's body began to continuously absorb its power. What are you doing? The inner demon's form began to blur, as if it would dissipate in the next moment. Your power is now mine. When Yen taught Ludi to use the symbol of Soraya, Mu Chen had listened clearly. The inner demon's black mist began to twist, gradually being absorbed into Mu Chen's body. On the other side, Yen struggled to resist. Although the power of the Sarai talisman was formidable, prolonged use still left her mentally fatigued. I can't hold on much longer. I'm going to faint. With a dazzling flash, Yen lost her balance and fell backward, colliding right into Mu Chen. How are you, Yen? Can you still hold on? Mu Chen supported Yen, who was already looking a bit pale, clearly having overexerted herself. I can barely hold on. Really? It's rare to hear you speak the truth. Mu Chen felt a bit relieved. This guy had always given her the impression of being wild and tsundere. Now, seeing this frail appearance, it was quite an eye-opener for Mu Chen. Heh, Yen said weakly, her tone one of resignation as she uttered a single word. Mu Chen couldn't help but smile. Yen was a bit amusing. The heart demon is gone. I will take you out of this world now. The heart demon is dead? Yen couldn't believe it, gasping for breath as she continued. You really can be quite unexpected sometimes. Except for the occasional perverted moment, Mu Chen replied, and at that, a slight smile appeared on Yan's lips. Completed the doll. Yan's wish, affection level increased, successfully rescued the doll, current affection level, 80, as she watched the surging tide of monsters rushing toward them, Mu Chen let out a cold laugh. At the end of this world, let me give you all a parting blow. The thunderous end, the ultimate strike of the thunder god. A world-destroying level 9 thunder magic. In the final moment of the world, Mu Chen held Yan's hand and slowly retreated to the edge of the endless abyss. Above the heart demon world, a colossal statue of the thunder god appeared, blocking out the sun, its size almost beyond comprehension. The thunder god held a giant golden spear. The spear slowly thrust toward the earth. Instantly, the ground began to rise, and the lightning from the spear pierced through the bodies of all the surrounding monsters, sending dust flying across the entire Night City continent in a magnetic storm. Following that, a world of ruins was born. In this world, the last words drifted. The creativity of our master is indeed limitless. He can create such powerful skills. Athena, I am truly impressed. The new crescent cat, a new beginning. The new crescent cat, the dawn of a new day. Feeling a ray of sunlight on her face, she finally woke from her slumber. Everything experienced in the heart demon world was still vivid in her mind. She wondered how they were doing now. Slowly opening her eyes and getting up, the door suddenly swung open. Ludi peeked her head in, wearing a nightgown and without her black gloves. Manager, you're awake? Ludi tiptoed into the room, closing the door behind her, holding that not-so-creepy doll. Yes, just woke up. Is there something you need? Mu Chen sniffed the fragrance wafting from the room. Had Ludi dressed up today? Indeed, Mu Chen felt that Ludi had become more beautiful, seemingly wearing a light makeup. Hee, I taught my sister how to put on makeup. It's my first time, but it looks good, right? Before Ludi could speak, Yen giggled in Ludi's hands, her tone revealing a hint of tenderness. It was no longer the chilling voice it used to be. Shoo, don't say that, Yen. I didn't learn to do makeup just to make the manager happy. Ludi hurriedly covered Yan's mouth, blushing as she looked at Mu Chen. Yen is just talking nonsense. Mu Chen understands, right? Yen broke free from Ludi's hand, looking mischievous as she spoke to Mu Chen. Mu Chen felt quite helpless. They had already said everything. What was left for him to say? However, he was indeed a bit touched. He hoped for more of this spirit of self-sacrifice. Yen, you should pay attention to your sister's expression. Look how shy she is. As Mu Chen spoke, he began to put on his clothes. It's sister, you should also explain your intentions, right? Ian mechanically patted Ludi's hand, looking up at her with anticipation. Actually, manager, everyone else is still asleep. We just happened to wake up early. Ludi pressed her lips together, not wanting to say too much. If it were Mu Chen, he should be able to understand, right? A hint? Mu Chen guessed, as expected. The incident in the dream was still fresh in his mind. Do you want to come? Ludi's voice was as faint as a mosquito. She actually hoped Mu Chen would agree. After all, it was really quite delightful. Ahem, let's throw the doll outside first. Mu Chen stood up, grabbing the doll from Ludi's hands, preparing to toss it out. Hey, what are you doing? I'm just a doll. I can't see anything. Ian flailed its limbs. Dream on. You've seen it once. Do you want to see it for free a second time? Out you go. With a toss, he kicked Ian out of the room. As morning approached, the hour of Chen officially arrived. With previous experience, this time the bedding was imbued with a barrier effect, preventing any contamination. After all, keeping things clean was very important. Mainly, Mu Chen didn't want to clean again. Today, the sound of the wind was so boisterous. The rustling grass was incredibly pleasant. Mu Chen specially crafted a small wooden table not far from the villa, laid out a table mat, and set up breakfast. A brand new day, everyone, let's fill our stomachs first, Mu Chen announced before the meal. I'm starting. The others also picked up sandwiches, bread, rice balls, and so on from their trays. They ate heartily, except for Ludi. Ludi, not to your taste? Mu Chen turned to look at Ludi. This little one was eating rather slowly, a stark contrast to her performance the day before. No, Ludi shook her head, then pointed to her stomach, a bit uncomfortable. Stomach ache? Or, Muchen hurriedly leaned forward, only to see Ludi whisper something to him. I see, then take it slow next time. Muchen understood, and with a hint of apology, he rubbed Ludi's head. Sorry, little Ludi. In the blink of an eye, a green energy enveloped Ludi, beginning to heal her discomfort. Alice and Tia looked at the two in confusion. Alice curiously asked, Lord Muchen, what's wrong with Ludi? Tia followed up with, I'm a bit curious too. It feels like Ludi has changed a bit today. You want to know? Sooner or later, you'll understand, Ian suddenly spoke up, teasingly. Alice and Tia were puzzled, not to mention Ludi. Even this doll seemed strange today. What on earth happened? Muchen returned to his seat, starting to plan the next steps. The matters in Aha City had been completed. The only thing left to discuss was the 51st floor of the underground labyrinth. As the meal came to an end, Alice became a bit more serious, looking intently at Muchen. Lord Muchen, I have something to tell you. Muchen glanced at Alice out of the corner of his eye, already guessing what she was about to say, and replied, go ahead. I want to join Lord Muchen's guild. A brief silence ensued. Muchen did not rush to answer. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and his gaze became somewhat profound. Alice, actually, if it were before, I would have let you join me. Does that mean you don't want me to join? Alice's tone and expression suddenly became a bit dejected. It seemed she had been rejected by Muchen again. No. Muchen chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Let me finish, Alice. My idea is very simple: to establish a new strategy group. A strategy group? The other girls exclaimed almost in unison. That's right, I've actually been thinking for a long time. Once we gather all the Black Cat members back, where will they go? Alice, you are their original president. I believe you've considered this point, right? Naturally, Alice had thought about it. If they really came back, the inheritance of the Black Cat Guild would be handed over to Maria, who would serve as the new president. Alice nodded and replied, I have considered it, Lord Muchen. Then do you know the operational situation of the strategy group? Operational situation? Alice tilted her head, seemingly unclear about the detailed explanation of the strategy group. After all, the Black Cat had always been a lone wolf. The strategy group is composed of multiple guilds and players. Among them, the president of the initiating guild will serve as the overall leader of the strategy group, while the presidents of the supporting guilds will act as vice leaders. And Alice, I hope you can be my vice leader. Is it really okay for me to be the vice leader? Alice was so excited she could hardly speak. The Lord Muchen she admired was actually willing to let her be the vice leader of the strategy group. What an honor that was. Muchen's consideration was also based on his recognition of Alice's abilities. This guy could lead the original Black Cat members, and without her as president, it would be difficult to make the newly formed Black Cat obey him. Muchen took out a pen and tapped it on the table. Before them appeared several large characters. Crescent Cat, that's you, Alice, the new guild name. Crescent Cat, I'll remember that. Alice nodded in satisfaction. She seemed to really like the name Crescent Cat, or rather, she liked the name Muchen had given her even more. Seeing Alice smile, Muchen couldn't help but smile back. The two exchanged silly grins. Beside them, Ludi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As expected, the fickle manager, Ludi, shot a glance at Muchen. Just a while ago, he was coughing, and now he was getting along with someone else. What a fickle big radish, Ludi said in a voice only she could hear, each word dripping with jealousy. Meanwhile, Tia kept her fan in front of her mouth, making comical faces as she bounced between Muchen and Ludi. What is this strange dragon doing? Why does her gaze keep bouncing between me and Ludi? It's making me uncomfortable, Muchen silently complained. Okay. Muchen clapped his hands to gather everyone around. Now we are heading to the Tower of Heaven. Everyone get ready to set off. As soon as Alice heard they were going to the Tower of Heaven, she hurriedly called out to Muchen, Lord Muchen, actually there's something else I need to tell you. It's about Mashamari. Mashamari? Muchen turned to look at the pair of twins, his expression seeming a bit off. I think I know some of the situation, but let's talk about it after we get to the Tower of Heaven. Then, okay. Alice nodded slightly, hands tucked away. Alright, since there are no problems, prepare. Muchen was just about to say let's go when Tia interrupted him. Master, the delicate girl's voice chimed in. The journey is long, why don't we ride a dragon? Refused. Tia, who thought she had it all figured out, stumbled back a bit. This shouldn't be happening. There was no reason for a refusal. Tia, do you want everyone to know that a giant dragon is flying in the Arde Empire? You might attract the attention of the Imperial Knights in the next second. Muchen didn't want to stir up trouble. Explaining later would take time, and besides, this girl was from the demon race, which made it even more complicated. Then I'll just breathe a small flame to take care of them. Master doesn't need to worry. Those guys won't be able to withstand my flames. Tia patted her chest, extremely confident. Hearing this, Nuken's face twitched. How could this girl be so brainless? Listen, Tia, do you want to spend your next life running for your life? When the entire human race turns against us, there will be no place for us in this world. Then let's charge to the top of the sky tower. They won't be able to catch us. Mu Chen rubbed his forehead. What was this guy thinking? With the current strength of the team, the only ones who could participate were probably just himself, his master, Ludi, Yen, and Tia. The combat power of the others was simply unmentionable. Alright, putting that aside, is everyone ready? Mu Chen cleared his throat again, preparing to lead this group out. I have a question. Ludi raised her little hand. What question? Mu Chen suddenly felt exhausted. It was like being a teacher in kindergarten. Ludi pointed at her leg, then shook her head, giving Mu Chen a look that said, "You know what I mean." Mu Chen walked directly to Ludi's side without saying a word, picked her up, and shouted to the others behind, "Alright, let's go." Ludi. She was very dissatisfied with Mu Chen's attitude. He was actually carrying her. Stinky shopkeeper, turning against me. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Ludi grumbled fiercely, occasionally shooting Mu Chen a fierce glare. Hee, sister, don't blame Mu Chen. Do you want him to carry you like a princess all the way to the sky tower? Oh dear, there are so many people behind us watching. You should understand what jealousy means. Yan's voice echoed in Ludi's mind. -748264978 Guild Convergence. Carl City bringing everyone back to the magnificent teleportation portal. It was once again that familiar gatekeeper. Today, there were very few people in front of the portal, and the gatekeeper recognized Mu Chen at a glance. Waving his hand in greeting, he said, "Oh, you brat, you brought so many this time? Quite a crowd." Mu Chen helplessly wiped his sweat, walked towards the gatekeeper, and handed over the key. "No more chit-chat, add 3 people for me." 3 people? The gatekeeper turned to look behind. Aren't there 5? 3 of them need to recreate the guild, Mu Chen said while starting to fill out the information. Are you bad at math? There are only 5 people here. The gatekeeper was puzzled, as there were indeed 5 people in front of him, which meant, according to this kid, that there were 6. Me too. Suddenly, the doll in Ludi's hand jumped out, gradually growing larger, its expression playful. "Sister Yen, here I come." What the hell? This thing isn't human. The gatekeeper was so shocked he cursed, leaning back a bit. He had seen orcs before, but he had never seen a doll turn into a person. It was quite a shock. His reaction was exactly the same as Mick's back then. "Here, the list is ready. Please register it." Okay. The gatekeeper forced himself to calm down, but inside he was complaining endlessly. This guy was truly a demon. Even dolls weren't spared. Through a special interface, the gatekeeper began to input the information into Mu Chen's key. With a chime, the gatekeeper pulled out the key and handed it back to Mu Chen, saying, "It's been updated, check if it's accurate." Guild name, Cute Lowly Pavilion, Captain, Mu Chen. Level 55. Profession, Priest. Identity, Hero. Score, 25 points. Members, Beilu. Level 33. Profession, Warrior. Identity, Orc. Score, 1 point. Nyatsi. Level 78. Profession, Mage God. Identity, Humanoid. Score, 3 points. Luoi. Level 30. Profession, Mage. Identity, Succubus. Score, 1 point. Luti. Level 35. Profession, Spellcaster. Identity, Native of the Sky Tower. Score, 1 point. Yen. Level 59. Profession, Necromancer. Identity, Native of the Sky Tower. Score, 1 point. Tia. Level 85. Profession, Bomber Support. Identity, Magic Dragon. Score, 3 points. Total value, 35 points. Heaven's Tower Teleportation Permit, allowed to teleport. The message projected by the key has been completely updated. I didn't expect that the natives of Heaven's Tower only needed a little value. It's a small profit. Mu Chen waved to Alice. "Come on, Alice, let's register the guild." Alice's key had disappeared because it received a command from its owner, and now she needed to register a new one. Seeing that it was Alice, the administrator instantly became serious. The 3rd princess of the empire must be treated with respect. "Princess Alice, are you alright? I saw your guild's member count drop sharply before and thought you encountered some dangerous situation. I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry to trouble you again." Alice's tone was calm and gentle, and it was this quality that made many people admire her. After all, who would refuse a sweet and polite girl? The administrator took the information Alice handed over and began to input it into the key. "Crescent Cat, Princess Alice, this is the name you chose. It sounds quite nice." "No," Alice shook her head. This was given to me by Lord Mu Chen, and I really like it. The administrator paused for a moment, surprised as he looked at Mu Chen. His expression seemed to say, "You kid, you even have the Empire's princess under your thumb?" The administrator hesitated, then handed the key back to Alice, respectfully saying, "Princess Alice, this is your new guild. Although you already know, I must remind you as part of my duty that any increase or decrease in members must be registered here." The last abnormal decrease in members, the administrator could roughly guess what happened. They must have almost been wiped out. Then they were saved by this man in front of him. And then came the classic sassy moment. The princess was given away. He understood. As an administrator, he understood too well. Alice quickly took the key back, distancing herself from this suddenly tearful strange guy. What a character! The guild information for Crescent Cat began to appear on the key. Guild name, Crescent Cat, Captain, Alice. Level 49. Class, Saintess. Identity, Princess. Value, 2 points. Members, Martha. Level 26. Class, Heroic Spirit Messenger. Identity, Human. Value, 1 point. Mary. Level 27. Class, Heroic Spirit Messenger. Identity, Human. Value, 1 point. Total value, 4 points. Heaven's Tower Teleportation Permit, allowed to teleport. Alice kindly moved closer to Mu Chen, sharing the information in the key with him. The administrator suddenly felt like he was being torn apart. This was worse than being killed. After decades in this job, he had never seen such a shameless person. Seeing that Mu Chen and Alice were still lingering here, the administrator cleared his throat. You two can go in now. There are others waiting in line. Mu Chen turned to look after hearing this, but there was no one around? Why was this guy so eager to rush them out? Holding 2 keys, Mu Chen walked up to the administrator and said, "I want to form a strategy group. Can you help me with that?" "A strategy group? You 2 guilds have so few members. I remember that there is no limit on the number of people in a strategy group, right?" "There isn't a limit, but that also means you have to share resources with other guilds, which is why strategy groups are generally much smaller than guilds now. Dividing resources is a tricky business. Strategy groups can jointly fight against lords, but it also means that the rewards from this lord will be shared among all members of the strategy group." Mu Chen naturally didn't mind these things. He wasn't interested in treasures, or he wouldn't have fed all the treasures he obtained before to Nicole. "It's fine, just handle the paperwork." Well, the administrator hesitated, slowly feeling around for something. Mu Chen noticed something was off and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something difficult about the paperwork?" "The president of the affiliated guild needs this," the administrator said, unable to continue, and directly took out a board for Mu Chen to see. The ritual required was a cup-sharing drink. What is this? Just drinking some wine counts as completing the ritual? Ahem, this is not ordinary wine. It is a special treasure left by the creator of the Tower of Heaven. After sharing the drink, a connection will be established between the 2 individuals, and only with this connection can both guilds officially enter the Lord's room at the same time. What a strange hobby for a deity," Mu Chen lamented, then looked at Alice. "What do you think?" Alice blushed a little, twirling her hair and avoiding Mu Chen's gaze. "Then let's follow the rules." The strategy group in the future completed the cup-sharing ritual, creating a subtle connection between the 2. This delicate feeling left Mu Chen at a loss for words. "Now that the ritual is complete, you should also consider a name for the strategy group," the administrator said, slightly exasperated as he put away the wine cup. The gap in life is just that big. Another name? Ugh, my brain cells are running low. Naming things is such a hassle. Mu Chen looked around at the others, seeking help. I don't know, Ludi shook her head, and Yin followed suit. With no cultural knowledge, they preferred to avoid embarrassment. What about Tia? I really can't come up with a name either. Tia shook her head. Dragons are simple-minded and physically strong, and she wouldn't get involved in such cultural matters. Mu Chen helplessly turned his gaze to Alice and the others, only to see them shaking their heads wildly. I'm terrible at naming things, hee, Alice said playfully, scratching her head shyly. Martha and Mary are the same, the twins awkwardly scratched their heads. Alright, I guess I'll do it, Mu Chen sighed. He was still dizzy from naming the guild last time, and now he had to come up with a name for the strategy group. After much thought, he said, how about Heavenly Vine Brothers? Mu Chen thought this was a pretty good name for a strategy group. It had style and charm. The administrator paused again, looking at Mu Chen in disbelief. You really are a naming fanatic. Just hearing the name of your strategy group gives me a rough idea of your guild's composition. Alright, let's go with that. The administrator returned the updated key to Mu Chen and Alice, urging, okay, you can leave now, I really don't want to see you again. Mu Chen took Ludi and the others and prepared to step into the first floor of the Tower of Heaven again. Just then, Mu Chen felt a gaze directed at him from somewhere behind. Nico, there's a faint killing intent in that corner. Mu Chen, how do you want to handle it? Mu-chen, let's leave it for now and see what tricks he can pull. With that, he officially stepped into the first floor of the Tower of Heaven. Using the heavenly mechanism pen to eliminate the traps in the cave, Mu-chen led everyone to this hidden place. Wow, what a pink room! Did the manager make this? Ludi exclaimed as she entered, her curious eyes scanning the living room. Requested by 3 idiots, Mu-chen replied nonchalantly, walking straight towards the 3 homebodies who were engrossed in their game. Hey, you 3, didn't you notice someone came in? Mu-chen looked at them with annoyance. What kind of vigilance is this? What if a thief came in? Ha! Beilu seemed to hear a sound, took off her headphones, and curiously looked up. Master, is that you back? Beilu immediately dropped her game console and leaped, trying to jump into Mu-chen's arms. However, Nyako would not let this opportunity slip by. Take this edge kick, you fool Beilu. Bang! Ah! Beilu was kicked away by Nyako in midair, rolling 3 or 4 times on the ground before stopping, feeling dizzy. Seeing this scene made Alice and the others, who were still standing by the door, curse out loud. Isn't this a bit violent? Nyatsi felt an unfavorable gaze behind her and immediately turned around fiercely. Oh, my good disciple, you went out to do this, huh? Very good. A full 6 of them. Mu-chen, standing beside the sofa, could already hear Nyatsi's fists cracking, while Luo-yi next to her had shrunk down to the ground. Can't provoke this guy, his level is too high, simply not a match. Master, let me explain. Mu-chen hurriedly waved his hand to clarify, but Nyatsi completely denied him the opportunity. Take this. Righteous. Head. Hammer. Ah. Flirtatious. Disciple. Nyatsi's hard head collided straight into Mu-chen, who pretended to fall and rolled around like a drama king. He kept saying, Master, your iron head skill is no less than that of a superhuman. Is that so? Nyatsi proudly placed her hands on her hips, wearing a smug expression. That's good. Come on, let's hear your explanation. Nyatsi, oh my head hurts. What on earth is wrong with my disciple? It feels like I crashed into a big pillar. But to maintain the lofty image of a master, she chose not to rub her head. Mu-chen recounted everything that had happened on the journey, except for the matter concerning clays. If this temperamental teacher heard about it, she would probably want to tear the prince in half. So what are your plans next, disciple? Nyatsi looked at Mu-chen with eager eyes, wanting to hear some good news. To handle the aftermath of the black cat, Mu-chen shifted his gaze to Alice and said seriously, Alice, what you wanted to tell me should be about Martha and Mary, right? Yes, Lord Mu-chen, Martha and Mary. Alice's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. They won't live long. I know this much. Mu-chen slowly stood up and quickly walked to the bookshelf to take out a book. Spirit Messenger, a rare profession. There are only 2 reasons for its rarity. First, the host must be a dying person or someone who has died. Second, a spirit must be parasitic in the host's body. Alice, you once said that Martha and Mary had died once, and they could regain life precisely because of the spirits. The little ones listened attentively as Mu-chen narrated the story. The spirits granted them life, but in the underground labyrinth, Martha and Mary's spirits suffered severe damage, reaching an irreversible state. Once the spirits completely dissipate, then the host, as the spirits deceased, will also completely close their eyes. So does the master have any solutions? Beilu tilted her head, seemingly confused. There is one solution. The usually taciturn Taya finally made her presence known. In the past, in the Demon King's castle, there was a record of a relic, the Land of Spirits. It is said to be the place where countless powerful beings fell during ancient battles, where the spirit power is rich enough to restore damaged spirit bodies. In that case, let's all accompany Mu-chen. More people means more strength. Luo-yi weakly raised her hand to speak, realizing how weak she felt compared to this group of monsters. Luo-yi's suggestion received affirmation from most, but Mu-chen shook his head. The Land of Spirits is not a place for the living. It has been said that spirits attach themselves to dying or resurrected individuals. If you are a complete being, the spirits will devour you entirely. You all will be killed by the spirits. The difference between dying or resurrected individuals and normal people is only one: a piece of the soul is missing, and that piece can just be filled by the spirits. If it were a normal person with a complete soul, they would only be ruthlessly torn apart by the spirits and treated as substitutes. Alice had already guessed Mu-chen's thoughts and asked, So, Lord Mu-chen, you don't mean to take Martha and Mary with you? You're half right. I want to take all the black cats to the Land of Spirits. They will all become spirit messengers. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Oh, except for Ludi and Yen. As natives, they knew nothing, they just had to gasp in surprise. Those who understand the big picture can achieve great things. This principle was well understood by them. But Master, Beilu couldn't hold back any longer. She had been pent up during this time. The food at home is gone. Why don't the 2 of us go buy some? The following was a telepathic exchange between the 2. Belu, let's go shopping together. I'll secretly seize the future. Nukin, Belu, you? Belu, please, please, please. Is it really impossible? Please. Here's a picture again. I don't know if everyone has seen the image of Martha and Mary, so I'll show it again. Black sister Mary, white sister Martha. Mary, my flame, can you feel it? Martha, the unwarranted ice disaster, isn't it beautiful? Together, come, step into our world, let us take you to experience the cold and warm world. The future Belu seized. Regarding Belu's desire for the future, Nukin acquiesced. Under everyone's gaze, Nukin cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. Ahem, the ingredients at home are insufficient, so Belu and I will go buy some. Naya's little tuft of hair immediately stood up. Alert, I'm going too. Me too. Ludi raised her hand high. As the second in command, she couldn't show weakness in this battle. Naya, no way. Absolutely not. Naya fiercely pressed down Ludi's hand, but fortunately, Ludi had already learned to control the Soraya talisman, otherwise, her foolish master would probably be in big trouble. I'll go too. I happen to be interested in the food here, Tia spoke up. No, Naya was about to refuse but suddenly closed her mouth. What was this guy's strength? A giant dragon from the demon race. Seeing everyone arguing endlessly, Nukin had no time to waste and pulled Belu to run outside. You all wait, I'll be back soon. As soon as they left the house, Nukin immediately drew the pen of the mountains and rivers to seal the door, preventing them from coming out. Hurry, hurry, time is tight. Belu urgently pulled Nukin and dashed out. Wait, little Belu, why are you in such a hurry? Nukin followed behind Belu. I can't wait, I can't wait. Belu was almost jumping with excitement, leading Nukin to a more remote area. There were few people here, almost no humans passing by. Even so, Nukin still felt that there were magical creatures stirring around. Are you sure it's here? Nukin looked at Belu suspiciously. Wasn't it a bit too bold to be outdoors? Just make it quick, it's just a few magical creatures. The master can definitely defeat them. In the first layer of the Tower of Heaven, a vicious deaf creature had been searching for food for a long time and finally set its sights on the holy beast Baihu, which was foraging. This holy beast was small in size but had no lack of fighting spirit. Even when facing the strongest magical creature, the vicious deaf, it showed no signs of retreat. It pounced fiercely at the vicious deaf, seemingly wanting to swallow it whole, but alas, the body of the vicious deaf was enormous, and the holy beast began to retreat. Roar! Damn it! It's so strong. The holy beast Baihu found it almost impossible to strike back. Hiss! Now it's my turn to counterattack. The vicious deaf let out a furious roar and launched a powerful tail swipe at the holy beast. Put! The holy beast let out a cry, blood began to flow from its body. It was struck with such force that it couldn't retaliate at all. Roar! This is nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. The holy beast stubbornly resisted. Upon hearing the holy beast's taunt, how could the vicious deaf tolerate such humiliation? It unleashed a series of vicious thrusts, making the holy beast howl in place. Sweat slowly seeped from the holy beast, but there was no time to wipe it away. The vicious deaf's attacks were too fast to dodge. Hiss! Now you know my strength, right? The vicious deaf looked at the holy beast with disdain. It was time to finish off this little holy beast. Roar! Don't eat me! Spare me! The holy beast began to plead for mercy, realizing it was no match for the monster. However, it was too late. The monster unleashed a deafening roar, spewing black flames towards the holy beast. The holy beast fell. The monster emerged victorious. Moments passed, and once everything calmed down, Mu Chen, weary, brought Belu to the market. They still needed to shop for food. This outing was uncertain in duration, so they should prepare for a month's worth. Does the master really not want to take us alone? Belu felt a bit down. Ever since encountering that scheming golden-haired boy, the master had been busy running around, hardly having time for them. Even their little home, the villa outside Ahas City, had been neglected for a day or two. Sigh. Sensing Belu's disappointment, Muchin greeted a waiter, crouched down, and gently patted Belu's head. Little Belu, be good. This is the last time the master goes out. Can you wait a bit longer? Once this heroic journey is complete, I'll take you to the Tower of Heaven to explore, to build houses, and to fish. Muchin painted a bright picture for Belu, which seemed very effective for the innocent girl. Big fish? She exclaimed in a babyish voice. Master fishes, Belu eats. He. Yes, I fish, Belu eats. So you must be good, okay? Then Belu will wait for the master to come back. I will always wait for you. Belu spread her arms wide, making a big circle, and sweetly smiled. Always. Muchin chuckled softly, showing a doting smile, and whispered, yes, always. For the time that followed, Belu was very obedient, actively helping Muchen gather ingredients and purchase other supplies. De, my master is handsome and dashing. Belu sang an inexplicable song while running ahead, striking some extremely lively poses. Hey, Master, there are lanterns here. Belu skipped over to the lanterns, turned with a smile, hands behind her back, slightly bending forward, and grinned at Mu Chen. Master, come quickly. I want to take a picture with you here. A picture? Mu Chen slowly approached Belu, rummaging in his pocket to pull out the phone that held significant secrets. Yes, it's been a while since we last met, and I hope to see memories of us together every day. Mu Chen fell into thought. What does this mean? Is she asking to hand over his collection? That won't do. There are state secrets in there. If even a hint leaks, how could he ever show his face back home? When he returns, everyone would look at him strangely. Then they would all say in unison, Mu Chen, so this is who you are. We misjudged you. No, how could such a thing happen? Ahem, Belu, can you wait for me a moment? Then master, hurry up. Don't let that big demon misunderstand. Mu Chen immediately turned around and began to use extreme alchemy to replicate the phone in his hand. For such delicate construction, top-notch alchemy was essential. Say cheese. Belu posed cheerfully, while Mu Chen, expressionless and motionless, pressed the shutter without posing at all. Master, your expression is so stiff, can you smile? Hee. Mu Chen forced a smile, finding it too difficult to pose naturally. Master, you're so deliberate. You're cuter when you're natural. Come, like this. Belu hugged one of Mu Chen's arms and pulled him toward her. Click, a photo was taken. Mu Chen was speechless. Why did he look so dull in the photo while Belu looked so natural and happy? Was this truly a girl's innate ability? Although Mu Chen was not satisfied with his appearance in the photo, Belu cherished it, using it to rub her face against. Hee, so cute. Belu kept staring at the photo album with Mu Chen, her gaze not leaving for a moment. She had completely fallen under his spell since grasping her future. Her entire being had already sunk into it. Master Belu, I really can't live without you more and more. Meeting you is the happiest thing in Bella's life. After waiting for over 60 chapters, Bella finally seized her future, a cause for celebration. If we were to say who the most handsome person in the world is, it must be the master. If we were to say who is both handsome and strong, it must still be my master. It's strange, but Bella was about to fall completely in love with the master. Kleist's summoning technique. Well then, let's set off. Mu Chen took Marcia and Mary out. Not long ago, Bella was brought back to their residence, and under Mu Chen's exceptional acting, everyone was calmed down. Now, he needed to hurry to the 51st level of the underground maze. Outside Carl City, Mu Chen found a deserted place. He was about to do something extremely embarrassing. That is, to summon Kleist. During the hot spring incident, Kleist had told Mu Chen a method to call him quickly, and this time, he needed Kleist's help to reach the 51st level. The time reversal stone was still in Kleist's hands. Seeing Mu Chen's flushed face, Marcia and Mary couldn't help but feel curious. Brother Mu Chen? What are you doing here? I remember the passage isn't in this place, right? Marcia tilted her head innocently. Ahem. Mu Chen rarely blushed. You'll know in a moment. Damn it! That bastard Kleist. If he dares to trick me, I will definitely take him down. Thus, under the curious gazes of Marcia and Mary, Mu Chen forced himself to shout out the incantation despite his embarrassment. Kleist, my darling, come quickly. Damn, I absolutely have to take him down. On the 23rd level of the Tower of Heaven, Kleist was surveying the terrain behind the hero team when suddenly a straight tuft of hair stood up between his locks. Lord Mu Chen called for me. I never expected he would actually say it out loud. I wouldn't say that as long as he calls my name, I can feel it. Ahem, Carol, stop for a moment. Kleist put away the detector and halted Carol, who was moving forward. What's wrong, Prince Kleist? Is there a monster? Carol stopped, looking at Kleist in confusion. No, today's adventure ends here. I have urgent business. So, I'm leaving. With that, Kleist prepared to turn and leave, but Sonia instantly grabbed his palm. Sonia said dejectedly, Prince Kleist, we are about to challenge the 23rd level today. Is there something more important than the Tower of Heaven? Kleist broke free from Sonia's grip, casting a cold glance at her, and said lightly, yes. Prince Kleist, Beth stepped forward, tightly clutching 10 enchanted arrows in her hand. She seemed to want her gaze to move Kleist, to make him stay. But unexpectedly, Kleist didn't even leave a sound and vanished right before their eyes. On Mu Chen's side, he was anxiously waiting, worried that he had been played. As he waited, he appeared even more irritable. Because a voyeuristic maniac had been following him, Mu Chen really wanted to rush over and drag him out for a beating. However, considering Marcia and Mary's safety, he temporarily ignored the incessant glances directed at him. As for Marcia and Mary's expressions at that moment, they were extremely awkward, only able to awkwardly smile while glancing at the surrounding scenery. Marcia and Mary, I didn't expect Brother Mu Chen to actually like Kleist. What big news! After waiting for 10 long minutes, Kleist finally appeared outside Carl City, finding Mu Chen, who was on the verge of collapse. you finally came. I almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? Upon seeing Kleis, Mu-Chen began to complain frantically to him. Kleis scratched his head awkwardly and apologized. Lord Mu-Chen, you can just call my name from now on. Mu-Chen, what did you just say? Can you repeat that while looking at the wand in my hand? Mu-Chen's anger made the veins on his forehead bulge. He had indeed been tricked. I was wrong. Lord Mu-Chen. No. Kleis was swept away by Mu-Chen's wand with a single strike, rolling on the ground 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop. He slowly got up, rubbed his waist where he had been hit, and squinted one eye as he said with difficulty, as expected of Lord Mu-Chen, even a wand made from this soil has great power. My slender waist almost snapped. It's just a waist. Don't talk about your slender waist. I don't care about that. Mu-Chen was exasperated, but thankfully Kleis had really come. Otherwise, he would have seriously considered taking Kleis's kidneys the next time they met. Alright, Lord Mu-Chen, you called me, which means you're ready to face the challenge? Yes. Also, do you know the location of the land of heroic spirits? I need to attach the heroic spirits to them first. Mu-Chen began to lead Marcia, Mary, and Kleis towards the teleportation entrance of the underground maze. The land of heroic spirits. Kleis rested his chin on his hand, frowning slightly. Lord Mu-Chen, are you sure? This place is absolutely deadly for ordinary people. Mu-Chen replied calmly, it's fine, I'll take them in, and you just wait outside. Do you know the location? I want to go in with Lord Mu-Chen. I'm actually quite curious about the structure inside. As for the location, I've naturally heard about it. Mu-Chen nodded in satisfaction. He really liked this aspect of Kleis. An information tool, it felt like there was nothing he didn't know. Half a day passed, and Mu-Chen arrived at the 50th floor again, while Marcia and Mary appeared a bit out of breath. The heroic spirit states of these two little ones are extremely unstable. Lord Mu-Chen, should we settle them down for a bit? I was thinking the same. But who will take care of them? Kleis also planned to go with Mu-Chen to the 51st floor to see that monster, but that would leave no one to look after Marcia and Mary. Moreover, that stalker was also in the underground maze, lingering on the 47th floor, and it was unclear what he was up to. In short, it was very dangerous. Kleis, I need to take care of something first. Can you help me look after Marcia and Mary? What do you need to do? Deal with that annoying stalker. Then, Lord Mu-Chen, be careful. Mu-Chen chuckled lightly, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Brother Mu-Chen, be careful. The underground maze is very dangerous. Mary called out to Mu-Chen's retreating figure in a soft tone. She seemed quite worried. Ever since they were rescued last time, these two little ones felt a bit guilty towards Mu-Chen. The scene back then was truly horrifying. They almost thought Brother Mu-Chen would lose his life there too. Brother Mu-Chen, don't push yourself too hard. If you can't hold on, remember to rely on others more. The two pink-haired twins held hands, watching as Mu-Chen waved goodbye and walked away. Kleis smiled wickedly. Everything was unspoken. In the next chapter, a reader is willing to join the protagonist group as a character in the novel. Look forward to it. Would you want to buy one get two deal with the twins? Mary, I feel so useless. I can't help Brother Mu-Chen at all. Marcia, sister, don't be discouraged. We still have a chance. The end of the assassin, 47th floor of the underground maze. The atmosphere in this area became strange. To be specific, the concentration of magical essence was off the charts. What happened? This feeling is just like when I first saw the 51st floor. The world in Mu-Chen's eyes began to lose its color, gradually being covered by distinct layers of hues. The gray areas represented extremely low levels of magic essence, while red indicated extremely high levels. Following this clue, Mu-Chen cautiously pursued the rich area. Mu-Chen, Nicole, how's your ability recovery now? Nicole, with a satisfied face, ever since that satisfying experience, I feel so energized. I could take on 10 at once without a problem. Mu-Chen, are you sure? Why don't you take a look at how you looked back then? I'm afraid 10 of me would be too much for you. By the way, how long can you maintain this release? Nicole, about 5 minutes. Mu-Chen, really? Just a day and you can only last 5 minutes? Isn't your energy recovery a bit too fast? Nicole, giggling, if I eat a bit more for a few days, maybe I can shatter the last shackles of that big pig's trotters. Hearing this, Mu-Chen couldn't help but shiver. Maybe it's better to skip that. He couldn't handle it. The fluorescent stones on the 47th level illuminated the tunnel quite brightly. In the intricate maze, Mu-Chen found the first unusual point, blood with an extremely high density. He crouched down slightly, wiped some blood, and rubbed it on his hand. After using a bit of life source detection, Mu-Chen was somewhat surprised. High-grade cat race? He fell into a brief silence. Although he didn't know exactly which high-grade cat race it was definitely a rare find. Following the blood trail, he turned a corner and saw the target. Pressed against the wall, Mu Chen began to observe this creature's appearance. Wearing a pair of white platform boots, this little one looked about 1.60 meters tall. She was draped in a loose light blue hoodie and white shorts, with white stockings that reached her knees. Her bright white cat ears drooped weakly, and her slightly feeble cattail followed suit. She had shoulder-length hair and a coat of pure, flawless white. Her light blue pupils seemed particularly lazy, and Mu Chen could sense a hint of alluring power in those eyes, as if it were innate. To be safe, Mu Chen began to identify her from a distance. Name, Wheat, Note, all actions of this character are determined by the readers, decided through collective discussion. Race, Sacred Cat. Gender, female. Level, 116. Combat power, 6239. Attack value, 1620. Magic value, 9610. Durability value, 1505. Magic resistance value, 4058. Physical resistance value, 1620. Agility value, 220. Inherent skill, mimicry talent, lightness, focus, white cat, individual enhancement, stealth status. Binding spell, occupation spell favorability, 20. Upon seeing this panel, Mu Chen nearly lost his footing. Level? What kind of monster is this? Especially with that magic attribute, it was an extremely rare rating. Just thinking about it, he knew she was a specialist in magic. Mu Chen could easily guess that this creature had been following him and ended up encountering a level on the 47th floor, where she was stopped. The status she bore, binding spell, unable to recover magic power by any means, magic power reduced to 50% of its original, seemed to have her under control. As for the occupation spell, the cursed must not defy the caster's orders. Mu Chen could roughly guess its implications. Mu Chen quietly closed his eyes, began to expand his perception, and maximized his magic essence vision. He discovered that the level on the 47th floor was stuck somewhere, seemingly suffering from considerable injuries. This cat girl was quite fierce. Wheat trudged through the tunnel, blood dripping from her arms onto the ground. Not just this one wound, but almost every part of the body was covered in scratches. This guy, could it be that his constitution is unexpectedly poor? Mu Chen noticed that this guy walked unsteadily, as if he might fall at any moment. Thud, just as Mu Chen thought this, Xiaomai tripped and fell flat onto the muddy ground. What a foolish guy, Mu Chen silently complained, stepping out of the shadows to approach Xiaomai. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xiaomai struggled to turn her head back, her eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before her. Mud, Xiaomai stammered, unable to speak. Nast? Mu Chen grabbed this stalker and examined her. She looked quite good. Food kai wa. Xiaomai tried to break free, but as she moved, her wounds began to tear open, causing her to whimper in pain. I'm asking you a question. I won't say. Before Mu Chen could finish his sentence, Xiaomai interrupted him directly. Listen to me. I won't listen. You turtle reciting scriptures. Mu Chen clicked his tongue. This girl was tough to deal with. He channeled his healing power into his palm and gently infused it into Xiaomai's body, miraculously causing the torn wounds to heal rapidly. He thought this might loosen her tongue a bit, but as soon as she felt her body recovering, she immediately drew a dagger hidden in her sleeve and lunged at Mu Chen. You brat! Mu Chen was somewhat provoked. The dagger's cold gleam sliced through the air from his waist, making a whooshing sound. This girl wanted to take him out? Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, she could have really cut him open with that enhanced strike. Even being held by Mu Chen, Xiaomai didn't miss any opportunity to try to take him down. After all, she had received orders from the guild to take Mu Chen's life. If she failed the mission, she would suffer endless torment and punishment due to the curse of possession. She had to succeed. Even though Mu Chen could guess some of the reasons, seeing such a scene still left him slightly displeased. He directly snatched the dagger from Xiaomai's hand. No, I can't give it to you. Both Mu Chen and Xiaomai gripped the hilt simultaneously, neither willing to yield. They struggled back and forth, and Mu Chen noticed that this dagger was different. It was of earth-grade quality, while the staff behind her was of heaven-grade. This girl was really not simple. Mu Chen increased his grip, and Xiaomai's expression gradually turned fierce. She was about to lose it. My dagger! Mu Chen finally wrested the dagger away and threw it aside. Hell Realm! A torrent of black soul flames surged toward Mu Chen. He glanced at it. The magic level was decent. It belonged to the forbidden spell level 4, but given Xiaomai's current state, her magic wouldn't have much effect on Mu Chen. He directly pulled Xiaomai out of the magic attack range. Taking advantage of the moment, he pressed her down onto the ground, forcing her to face the earth. I'll give you a chance. Tell me your purpose. Mu Chen looked at her coldly. He had never provoked anyone. If he had to say, it would only be those 3 foolish heroes, but they wouldn't hire a girl like this to assassinate him. The most likely possibility was that she was a killer sent by some major guild. In that case, it was necessary to interrogate her. Xiaomai won't say anything. Xiaomai's voice trembled with fear. Really? Mu Chen tied her hands behind her back. Are you sure you won't say? I'd rather die than say. Although Xiaomai was trembling in fear, she still held her ground. Then I won't let you off. With that, Mu Chen used the seal of Soraya on Xiaomai's clothes and casually threw her staff a short distance away. I want to see how long you can hold out. A small flower thus came to an end. The adorable little reader has set up many character traits for Xiaomai, and the author cannot explain them all at once, which may lead to a long wait. Perhaps that reader can supplement Xiaomai's character here. No character design image, reference to emoticons, sitting beside you, hey, kiss, blushing, leaning in for a kiss, from the reader's quote. Xiaomai's arrival. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye after Xiaomai's arrival. Xiaomai looked at the fresh bloodstains and the gel on the ground, feeling like crying but unable to. Tears of grievance hung at the corners of her eyes, as if she were about to cry, softly murmuring, so unfair, boo-hoo. In her grandmother's teachings, seeing red meant being destined for life, which meant she had to follow the man in front of her. Can you speak now? Mu Chen slowly stood up, looking at Xiaomai, who was curled up on the ground. I can't say anything. Xiaomai silently averted her gaze, staring at the ground not far away. Not saying anything? Mu Chen was truly speechless. Was she really this obedient? Before Mu Chen could continue, Xiaomai looked at him pleadingly. Please, don't blame me. I can't disobey their orders, or I will die. Mu Chen sighed deeply, his gaze seeming to soften a bit, and he spoke in a slightly gentler tone. So, how can I pry your mouth open? You secretive little cat. Xiaomai shook her head, looking pitiful. I've been cursed. If I don't complete the orders, I will just get beaten. But if I let any information slip, they will kill me. With the 2 curses on her, she couldn't possibly resist those who controlled her. So, you can't speak because of the curse? Mu Chen squatted down and pinched Xiaomai's cheek. Couldn't you have said this earlier? It took until now for her to be willing to speak, huh? Seeing that Xiaomai had lost her hostility, Mu Chen's heart softened, and he decided to help her. If she dared to pull any tricks this time, he would make her wish she were dead. He activated the Soraya talisman to dispel the 2 major curses binding Xiaomai. One was from a higher level, the other was set by humans. Under the effect of the Soraya talisman, the curses on Xiaomai quickly disappeared. You're free? How did you do that? Xiaomai exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, completely ignoring her disheveled appearance. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and pointed at Xiaomai, saying, why don't you fix your clothes first? Realizing her loss of composure, Xiaomai quickly turned around. She was an introverted person, and after experiencing this embarrassing scene, she felt like jumping into a river to end it all. After a while, Xiaomai, now properly dressed, reappeared in front of Mu Chen, but kept a considerable distance. Mu Chen didn't mind. Can you tell me about the person behind you now? Xiaomai crossed her arms, her voice barely audible. Actually, it's the president of my guild who accepted a commission from a hero to take the head of someone named Mu Chen. Without thinking, it had to be one of Carol, Sonia, or Beth. It seemed these 3 were not honest and had already started plotting to eliminate him through others. Then, can you tell me the name of your guild? Scorpion, a platinum-level guild, with many assassins like me who were captured. Captured? You're a holy cat, right? I haven't heard of this in any books. You shouldn't be a native of the continent. Xiaomai looked at Mu Chen in shock, then nodded. I'm from the 66th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Due to some special reasons, I was expelled from the tower. Mu Chen silently complained. Goodness, Ludi was one, and now another one shows up. You all seem to be little thieves trying to sneak out of the Tower of Heaven, huh? Since that's the case, your curse is lifted, and you don't have to go back to the original guild. You can go wherever you want. Mu Chen immediately picked up the dropped staff and dagger and tossed them to Xiaomai. Hey, Xiaomai fumbled and didn't catch it, getting pinned under the staff instead. Is your physical condition really that poor? Did you put all your attributes into magic? Mu Chen had wanted to say this for a long time. This guy's physical abilities were simply lacking. After half an hour of fighting, he could already sense it. Unlike his master, who, although rated lower in magical talent, could at least switch between attack and defense at will. Ugh, Xiaomai struggled to wriggle out from under the staff, slowly getting up and brushing off the dust from his knees. I usually use magic to enhance my physical abilities. I just didn't react in time. Mu Chen didn't want to say anything more. This guy was incredibly introverted, even speaking was awkward and barely audible. He even stood so far away, thinking my hearing was too good. Huh? Well, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Mu Chen glanced at Xiaomai and prepared to turn away. Hearing this, Xiaomai panicked. Was he really just going to leave? What about what had happened before? No, you can't go, you have to take responsibility, Xiaomai called out to Mu Chen's back. But obviously, Mu Chen didn't hear him. He had already turned off his amplification ability. Xiaomai clenched his small fists and mustered the courage to run towards Mu Chen, shouting, Wait, wait! After just 2 or 3 steps, Xiaomai was out of breath. He finally caught up to Mu Chen but suddenly found himself unable to speak. Mu Chen turned in confusion, looking at Xiaomai, and asked, "What's wrong?" The scene fell silent for a moment. Seeing Xiaomai struggling to speak, Mu Chen prepared to turn away again. "Are you going to turn your back on me?" Xiaomai blurted out, almost blushing. "Then what do you want as compensation?" Mu Chen rubbed his upper lip, waiting for Xiaomai's reply. "Money, better equipment, power. That would require help from Clay's. Just these three options. I want you to take responsibility, the kind that lasts a lifetime." Xiaomai's gaze was incredibly serious, showing no hint of joking. After all, it was a precious experience. His grandmother had said countless times that it must be given to someone you like, and now, it had been taken by a big bad guy. Now he could only entrust his life to the big bad guy. Hearing Xiaomai's response, the words that were about to come out of Mu Chen's mouth stopped. Well, it was an expected answer. Compared to the other three, Mu Chen was more inclined towards this one. He slightly checked Xiaomai's affection level. It had already reached a mid-level score of 50 points. "Are you sure you don't want to seek a better life and instead stay by my side? This is a matter of a lifetime," Mu Chen asked, glancing at her. Xiaomai seemed to be pondering seriously, but when she recalled the scenes she had seen while chasing him, she made her decision. "With you." "With me, huh?" Mu Chen hesitated for a moment and exhaled a breath of frustration. Life is tough in the world. It's hard to navigate. Mu Chen extended his hand, changing his indifferent attitude, and gently smiled. "Then come with me." "Humph." Xiaomai shyly turned her head away, slowly reaching out her hand, pouting and whispering, "If I don't go with you, then who else?" The sweetness in her voice was clear to Mu Chen. Just casually posting a picture. Clay's Prince's underground labyrinth, 50 floors. Mu Chen brought Xiaomai back to the others. Seeing the new face beside Mu Chen, Clays couldn't help but ask, "Lord Mu Chen, are you going to recruit another little one?" Marcia and Mary were also taken aback. It hadn't even been a quarter of an hour, and Mu Chen had already welcomed a new member. This speed was simply faster than Sister Alice. "This new arrival, just right to take care of you two, Martha and Mary," Mu Chen said as he pushed the shy Wheat behind him to the front. "This guy really has extreme social anxiety." "Excuse me, I'm, Wheat. Please take care of me," Wheat said nervously, pulling his hands into his sleeves, hardly daring to look up at them. Nice to meet you, Wheat," Mary said, curiously stepping closer. Although Wheat instinctively took a few steps back, he eventually stopped. "Don't be nervous, we're all girls. What's there to be afraid of?" Mary said, holding one of Wheat's hands with both of hers and smiling at him. Okay." Wheat nodded slightly, and seeing this, Martha hurriedly squeezed forward. "Add me in. Don't leave Martha behind. Martha, be quiet. Do you want Wheat to dislike you?" Mary scolded with a smile, tapping Martha on the head. Seeing the three of them so harmonious, Mu Chen also relaxed a bit. He exchanged a glance with Clays, both showing a helpless expression. The situation with Martha and Mary was not optimistic. Maintaining a forced smile was not an easy task. "Don't want me to worry, huh?" Thinking this, Mu Chen called out to Clays, "Clays, get ready, we're heading out." "Lord Mu Chen, can we protect the two of them?" Clays asked, a bit worried. "No problem, I've checked. There are no outsiders on our floor, almost all are on the lower levels. Plus, the 47th floor triggered a special monster, so for now, no one will want to go further." "I understand." Clays walked straight to Mu Chen, his tone gentle. "Then let's go, Lord Mu Chen." So, after Mu Chen instructed Wheat on a few things, he and Clays headed towards the 51st floor. Wheat looked back, muttering a few words. They don't even let the guys off. 51st floor. When Clay stepped out of the passage and saw the scene on the 51st floor, he was instantly shocked. The ground was littered with shattered stones, as if someone had directly broken through the caves that separated them. This is quite a big project, isn't it?" Clays weakly raised his hand, looking at Mu Chen in disbelief. "I did this. Completely calm." "Oh wow, no wonder you're the hero of healing, you almost healed Clays' fragile little heart." The scene before him was indeed quite surprising. He had seen shortcuts taken, but never one that was directly opened up. Alice and the others triggered the level, the twin beasts, very powerful. "Clays, can you handle it?" Clays rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment, then looked at Mu Chen seriously and asked, "What level of monster are we talking about?" "Disaster level, 2 of them." "Disaster level, 2 of them? That's already at a level that could destroy an empire. This might be a bit tricky. So, I'll lure the monsters, and Clays, you just need to bring those guys out." Mu Chen began to search around, feeling for a large amount of ore to refine into weapons. "Lord Mu Chen, please forgive my overstepping, but I also want to attract them with you. For the twin beasts, we can each take one, and it would be better if they run away on their own." You? Mu-chin paused his actions, turning to look at Clays. Can you handle it? Don't end up putting your life on the line. He really didn't want to have to come back to rescue this prince again. Mars rescue missions were painful. Lord Mu-chin. Clays became very excited, clasping his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Are you worried about me? Clays is so touched. Mu-chin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Cut out the girl stuff. Remember, you're a guy. You're straight. Clays wouldn't let it go. If it's for Lord Mu-chin, I wouldn't mind being the one receiving. Mu-chin's eyes instantly lost their luster. Fine, you can go to hell. Cough, cough. Clays feigned calmness as he cleared his throat, then drew a sword hilt from the spatial storage, the blade shimmering with flecks of golden light. It was actually a piercing sword. Mu-chin was somewhat surprised, thinking that the prince only wielded one-handed swords. Out of curiosity, he examined it briefly. Supreme piercing sword, quality, celestial level, attack, 1600, armor penetration, 30, attack speed, 50, agility, 30, effect, piercing, concentrated area attack, damage increases exponentially, combo, after a stab, there is a chance to deal another stab damage to the target, enchantment effects, advanced penetration, advanced critical hit, advanced agility, low-level lifesteal. Putting away the appraisal panel, Mu-chin couldn't help but praise the power of this piercing sword. It was simply the best weapon for agile heroes. Clays noticed Mu-chin continuously glancing over and felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, Lord Mu-chin, are you ready? I'm about to activate the time reversal stone. Ready, go ahead and activate it, Mu-chin replied, clapping his hands and walking over to Clays' side. As Clays began his incantation, the time reversal stone slowly started to levitate, emitting a soft green light, and the surrounding scenery began to rapidly transform. Mu-chin could already feel the concentration of magical essence rising, and the broken walls around them started to restore themselves. Ready, Clays, the time is almost here, Mu-chin said. Clays nodded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Each moment of restoration consumed tremendous magical power and energy. He was already pushing his body to its limits. Stop! At Mu-chin's low command, Clays immediately halted the magical energy transfer, collapsing onto the ground, completely exhausted. Ugh, I didn't expect this thing to be so draining. I feel like my body has been emptied, Clays gasped, his entire body slumped down. Mu-chin crouched beside him, touching Clays' forehead with concern. You fool, why are you trying to show off? Don't you realize your body can't take it anymore? It's fine, as long as Lord Mu-chin can save them. I have life-saving items. This little physical strain doesn't matter, Clays replied, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. In this state, let alone pulling magical beasts, even walking was a challenge. Mu-chin, unable to ease his worry, grasped Clays' hand and said seriously, don't move, I'll help you recover. The final battle of the Black Cat, I can only help alleviate the loss of your mental energy. As for the magical energy consumption, I can only restore you to half for now. As Mu-chin spoke, he used the power of the healing hero to heal Clays, having somewhat underestimated Clays' total magical power, which was frighteningly immense. To maintain his own basic combat strength, he had no choice but to help Clays recover to half. As for mental energy, he could only restore his own. Stabilizing someone else's was already a difficult task. How do you feel now? Mu-chin gently pulled Clays up from the ground. Well, for now, it's okay, but Lord Mu-chin, you should actually go save them. They need it more, Clays said. I don't want to lose a sesame seed and then a watermelon. It would be very dangerous for you to lie here alone, Mu-chin replied. Clays fell silent, his admiration for Mu-chin deepening. Mu-chin patted Clays on the shoulder. Save your thoughts for later. First, we need to rescue people and split up. Remember, if you encounter danger, your life is the priority. Meanwhile, Maria and the others slowly opened their eyes, gazing at the scene before them, almost gasping in surprise. How did they return to the past? To them, it felt as if they had died 1 second and reappeared in this place the next. The only difference was that Alice and Martha were not here. Maria, everyone, run! That magical beast is coming, Carrie shouted. In the deep tunnel, the roar of Mingula echoed. This time, all 46 members of the guild had a precedent and immediately took a few steps back, readying their stances to face the enemy. Everyone, our princess and our beloved companions are not here. We have no worries behind us. Now is the time to show our strongest strength against the enemy, Maria shouted. Understood, Sister Maria. Everyone raised their weapons high. Having died once, they no longer feared death. Although they did not know how they had returned to the past, it did not matter. They were warriors, ready to fight until the last moment. Shield warriors, raise your great shields and hold the line, Maria commanded. In the next moment, the shields were aligned in the front row, making a unified sound, well trained. Carrie was still listening, reporting the enemy's position at all times. 500 left. Mages, raise your staffs, strike it. Immediately, a series of incantations began to chant behind Maria. O flames of incineration, heed my wish, turn the enemy to ashes. Explosive dance, O king of the sea, your subjects are near, lend us your endless power of the ocean. Tempestuous waves, I offer the words of the contract, dancing in the thunder of the heavens, what I seek is thunder. 5 thunder strikes, come forth, silver-winged wind, transform into the purest angel of the world. Purifying arrow. The entire dim tunnel was illuminated by the numerous spells, under Maria's loud command. Magic was unleashed. In an instant, a loud explosion echoed from afar, and the tunnel began to collapse towards them. Magic hit, 200 away, I can see the target. Carrie pointed ahead, the endless darkness was indeed it. Due to the violent explosion, this tunnel was connected with the other two, creating a relatively spacious area. Protect the vanguard. Yes, many mages began to chant spells again, and the vanguard's body started to show a significant amplification effect. The first claw of Mingula swiftly slashed from the left side. Alchemists ready. The claw stabbed straight towards the vanguard's shield, but thanks to the magic from the supporting mages behind, the shield barely withstood this attack. With the alchemist's help, 6 large shields were fused onto the claw. Use 6. Hold that claw tight. The rest of the vanguard, cover us. Maria drew her great sword and leaped out. Along with her were more than 10 warriors. Jenny and the other ranged shooters fired from the back. Penetration enhancement, speed enhancement, life water, strength enhancement, rows of supportive abilities surged forth, charging towards Mingula's other claw. Roar! Mingula swung its right claw, stabbing towards everyone. Vanguard! Maria's body halted for an instant, and in the next second, the other 6 vanguards surged forward. Boom! The claw struck the great shield again, merging with it once more. Sister Maria, it's up to you. Cork, drenched in sweat, held on, unable to deny the immense power of Mingula. It felt like he would be sent flying at any moment. Sensing the dire situation, Mingula prepared to unleash a laser, its left eye glowing red. At the same time, Jenny found her opportunity. Finally found your eye. Everyone, shoot it. Enchanted arrows and attack spells flew towards the red light. With a loud thud, Mingula, in pain, halted its magic, and its 2 claws began to flail wildly, several vanguards reaching their limits. Mingula, status, stunned, Sister Maria. The monster is stunned. Before Carrie could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt the ground tremble. Can't hold on. The vanguards quickly disengaged from the shield and retreated rapidly. The vanguards were not planning to give up. They were very close to the right claw, just a little more, and they could chop it off. Come back. The monster is starting to release poison. The shell of Mingula slowly lifted a layer, revealing multiple holes in the middle, from which a black smoke began to spread. Damn, this guy has skills too. Maria clicked her tongue. Retreat. She led her subordinates back to their original positions. The poison barrier slowly approached Maria and the others. Retreat? At this moment, Maria could only make that decision. However, the speed of the poison barrier was too fast, already covering half the team. Maria, status, poison level 5, 0 stamina lost per second. What should we do? Maria, I'm afraid we can't escape this time either, Rachel said nervously, clenching her hands. The stun effect only lasted for 0 seconds. Mingula's power was truly overwhelming. But this was understandable, as such monsters often required multiple guilds to fight together to defeat. Relying solely on one's own strength was nearly impossible. Let's fight with all we've got. Maria tightened her grip on the great sword, deciding to charge forward once more for a final battle, transferring all supportive effects onto herself. Just as she prepared to dash, vines suddenly extended from beneath her feet, blocking her path. What is this? This monster could also use wood-type skills? Maria, look around you. Everyone immediately scanned their surroundings and found countless vines extending from behind them. It seems its target is not us. The vines passed through the team, growing towards Mingula, while the poison barriers were completely purified by the vines. A crisp sound of footsteps came from the back of the team. In the darkness, a figure gradually emerged. The Wheel of Fate, Life Everlasting, Eternal Farewell, Beast, Retreat at Once. Fairy Trace. Let's post a picture of Ella. Why haven't I appeared in the recent chapters? Has the author forgotten me? I'm going to his house to stab him. Encountering the twin beasts again, the scene was particularly grand. Countless vines crawled towards Mingula, and the tunnel, once filled with rubble, had transformed into a green forest. Mingula's claws tore through the vines, but they were quickly replaced by the rapidly growing vines. How could this be? It's actually going to trap the monster. The members of the Black Cat Guild could hardly believe it. Who was this enlightened person coming to their aid? The dark figure became clearer, and Mu Chen's full appearance was gradually revealed to the Black Cat members. You, the Mu Chen hero that Alice has been thinking about? Rachel exclaimed, realizing that the hero himself had come to rescue them. Maria lowered her great sword, clasped her hands, and slightly bowed to Mu Chen. Thank you, brave hero, for coming to help. The healing hero, I thought it was just for healing, but I didn't expect this kind of magic as well. Kelly admired the vines. It's the brave hero. We are saved. Heaven has eyes. It seems we haven't been abandoned. Now I have the motivation to fight again. I'm fired up. The Black Cat Guild erupted in a flurry of discussions, and Mu Chen smiled and nodded in response. Under everyone's gaze, Mu Chen, holding the newly forged earth magic wand, walked straight towards Mingula. If you can, run towards the exit first. I'll hold it off alone. Brave hero, please let us fight together. We are warriors and will not shy away from death. Maria picked up her great sword again, ready to attack alongside Mu Chen. Exactly. We want to fight with the brave hero too. Jenny drew her bowstring, ready to fire. This is the guild that Alice has nurtured. It indeed has some fighting spirit, Mu Chen silently mused. However, to prevent any unexpected situations, he couldn't let them join the fray. Refinement. With a silent thought, the space behind Mu Chen was instantly isolated by rock walls, blocking the path of the Black Cat. Who? Hearing the roar of Mingula, Mu Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Mingula, it's been a while since we last met, and you're still as domineering as ever? With that, Mu Chen's figure flickered and charged towards Mingula. Divine might, blessing, absolutely unmatched. Under Mingula's astonished gaze, the magic wand came crashing down heavily on its skull. The force shattered the core of the wand. Bang! The explosive magic preset in the wand's core activated, dealing a massive amount of fire damage to Mingula. Mingula's skull was dented in, and it immediately felt the world spinning around it. Do you remember the fun we had not long ago, Mingula? Today, I'm going to smash you to death. Woo woo. Hearing this familiar voice, Mingula seemed to emit a painful groan, recalling the dominance of this guy, and instantly lost its arrogance. Mingula's body seemed to collapse onto the ground, continuously nodding forward, as if begging for mercy. Are you begging me to spare you? Mu Chen was slightly surprised. Mingula frantically knotted its body and slowly extended one of its sharp claws, using another claw to cut it off and hand it to Mu Chen. Mu Chen looked at Mingula in confusion, wondering why this guy seemed to have shrunk in front of him. Could it be that the last fight left a shadow on it? By the way, he hadn't even activated the 12 zodiac gods yet. However, this was good. The claws he had collected last time were almost shattered and difficult to use for forging, but this time he had a complete one. Mu Chen stepped forward to take the claw, stowed it in his spatial storage, and then looked back at Mingula. Woo woo. Mingula shook its head frantically, indicating it had nothing left. But you still have one claw, right? Mingula, you wouldn't want Mingud to be cooked by me in the tunnel, would you? Woo woo. Mingula's eyes shot out lasers, cutting off its other claw. Mu Chen, satisfied, took the claw and stowed it in his spatial storage again. Wait a minute, Mingula, I remember you had more than just this. Last time, you used 8 pairs of claws against me, and now you only have 1 pair? Mu Chen crossed his arms, looking at Mingula with some displeasure. This guy was being uncooperative. Woo woo. Mingula expressed pain and wanted to cry, having to swallow its anger in front of its big brother. It pulled out the remaining 7 pairs of claws, cutting them off one by one and handing them to Mu Chen. In the end, only 1 pair of claws was left for crawling. Good boy, come here and let me pet you. Mu Chen waved at Mingula, signaling it to lower its head. Mingula could only tremble and emerge from the darkness, leaning forward so Mu Chen could reach its dented skull. Your shell is pretty hard. Mu Chen touched the rock-solid exterior, and couldn't help but come up with a mischievous idea. Mingula continued to tremble, not daring to breathe, fearing that the guy in front of it would cook it alive at any moment. Tisk, it's lost a bit of fun. Mingula, do you have any tricks to show me? Originally wanting to have a big fight, but the opponent surrendered directly. So boring. Woo woo. Mingula trembled. It had no tricks to show. It was just a little crab that could do nothing. Sigh, this is really dull. Then you go catch Mingud for me. That guy is probably chasing after my people right now. Woo woo. Hearing this, Mingula let out a sigh of relief and took off running. Once it was far away, Mu Chen dismantled the rock wall, and the members of the Black Cat Guild looked ahead with extreme tension. Brave sir, are you okay? Where's the monster? Maria shouted towards Mu Chen. It ran away. Mu Chen replied disinterestedly. Ran away? The Black Cat members gasped. What was going on? It ran away. And what Mu Chen said next shocked them even more. Let's go, follow it. We need to see the other monster. The Black Cat Guild fell silent instantly. Kleiss was frantically fleeing, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this thing is really disgusting. The intensity was off the charts. Whoosh, a laser shot towards Kleiss. Buzzing, Kleiss spun and struck, scattering the laser. The attacks from Mingu and his claws could hardly touch Kleiss. This guy was too agile. I wonder if Lord Mu Chen has rescued the members of the Black Cat, this guy is nearly impossible to approach. Kleiss realized that this creature had gone from 2 claws at the beginning to 6 pairs of claws. Getting too close would mean being chopped into pieces, and his own weapon was only of celestial level, barely holding up against the attacks, not strong enough to shred the claws. Just as he was thinking this, a commotion appeared ahead of Kleiss. Another giant crab came running from the front, directly encircling Kleiss. What the hell? He had run into the twin beasts. His luck was truly terrible. Jin and Kleiss was ready to fight Mingu to the death, but Mingu bypassed him and charged straight at Mingu. Kleiss? Am I being ignored? Stunned in place, he could only hear the twin beasts murmuring something, and then Mingu suddenly went limp. Kleiss was puzzled. What had happened to scare this guy into submission? However, the best strategy was to retreat. Just as he took a few steps, Kleiss sensed someone approaching from ahead. Lord Mu Chen? In the midst of it all, Kleiss seemed to see Mu Chen's figure, and not only that, but also the members of the Black Cat. Mu Chen also sensed his presence. Kleiss? So you're still alive? Mu Chen joked. Of course. Kleiss, am like an indestructible cockroach. Running away is definitely not a problem. That's good. Mu Chen stepped forward, lightly patting Kleiss on the shoulder, and said softly, "You've worked hard, Kleiss. Take that group behind you to the 50th floor first." What about you? Kleiss couldn't relax, although it seemed that the two in front were quite afraid of Mu Chen. What if something unexpected happened? No, he couldn't think of such ominous things. Kleiss quickly shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. As for me, I won't have any problems. Just go with peace of mind. Mu Chen smiled, slowly approaching the twin beasts, causing the Black Cat members and Kleiss to shudder. What are you standing there for? Do I need to ask you? Mu Chen turned back, waving his hand for them to hurry and leave. Kleiss hesitated for a moment but finally nodded in agreement, turning to the Black Cat members. You all, follow me. The Black Cat Guild followed Kleiss as they ran towards the exit, and only after they had gone far did Mu Chen let out a sigh. He stepped forward again towards the twin beasts, and in their eyes, Mu Chen now resembled a demon. So, Mingu, you're... Before Mu Chen could finish his sentence, he heard a series of thuds. Mingu removed his 7 pairs of claws and threw them to Mu Chen. I haven't even said anything yet. You've made me feel embarrassed to accept this. Mu Chen said, but his hands had already started to unconsciously collect the claws. Acquired celestial level material. Twin beast claws. Seeing how cooperative you are, my demands aren't high, just one. Mu Chen didn't even look up, wiping his hands with a cloth. The twin beasts felt immense pressure, nodding frantically. Compared to before, they were now incredibly cowardly, which left Mu Chen somewhat disappointed. If you want to live, it's not impossible, you too. All your magic power belongs to me. The 12 star gods could not only steal curses but could also take any skills and attributes. A few minutes later, the magical density on the 51st floor gradually decreased, and in the tunnel, only tiny crabs the size of a palm were frantically fleeing. Mu Chen felt refreshed, having directly drained the magical energy of Mingula and Mingude. Oh no! He left one for them to save their lives. Now, Mu Chen's magical energy value had once again reached its limit, nearing 20. With just a slight snap of his fingers, the surrounding tunnels began to tremble, hinting at a potential collapse. This magical power would probably make even the Demon King feel ashamed, Mu Chen said with a smirk, expressionless as he started walking towards the entrance. Achoo! Ella, still trekking through the mountains, sneezed and then wiped her nose. How strange, who is cursing me? As Mu Chen stepped into the 50th level, a little cat girl came scampering over to him, hiding behind him. What are you doing, Xiaomai? Mu Chen turned back and grabbed Xiaomai's arm. There are too many people, I'm scared, Xiaomai said timidly. It seemed she was still quite introverted. Mu Chen sighed helplessly and silently let her stay behind him. Mashamali and the members of the Black Cat Guild reunited, tears and snot flowing freely. It was understandable, after experiencing life and death separations, emotions would run high. However, what was Clay's doing joining in on the fun? At this moment, Mu Chen didn't want to disturb anything, mainly because he really didn't know why he should join them. Whistling at the entrance, Mu Chen was quite relaxed, and that guy Clays didn't even come to chat with him. He felt like an outsider. Was Clays playing hard to get? Seeing Mu Chen's frustrated expression, Clays subtly revealed a comical face. How's it going, Lord Mu Chen? Don't you want to chat with me now? You realize my importance, right? Thinking this, he continued to pretend to participate in the Black Cat Guild's gathering. Mu Chen felt puzzled, placing his only hope on the little Xiaomai behind him. Xiaomai, let's talk about something. What do you want to eat tonight? Anything. Do you have any hobbies? None. Any plans? No. Damn it. How could this awkward conversation continue? He decisively gave up. Meanwhile, in the Black Cat Guild, a man walked towards Mu Chen. He was quite handsome but seemed a bit aloof and hard to approach. A solid 1 meter 80 tall handsome guy. "Are you Lord Mu Chen?" The man's clear voice came, carrying a hint of respect. Mu Chen had noticed him at first. This guy seemed unable to fit in with the Black Cat Guild, remaining silent. However, he was chatting quite happily with a girl next to him. "That's right. What do you need from me?" Mu Chen looked at the man suspiciously. "I am Zhang. I was originally a reclusive gunslinger, but I joined the Black Cat Guild after meeting a woman." As he spoke, a beautiful girl slowly approached Zhang, smiling at Mu Chen and nodding in greeting. She wore a standard one-handed sword accessory and was dressed in white silk. "This is my wife, Yu." Zhang said this very gently, casually placing his hand on Yu's waist. Yu also cooperated well, leaning against Zhang, resting her head on his shoulder, radiating love. "Damn it, did you come here just to show off your affection to me?" "Ahem, about that showing off affection." Mu Chen glanced sideways, finding it hard to speak. Zhang realized something was off and hurriedly said, "No, Lord Mu Chen, my wife and I are here to thank you." "That's right, Lord Mu Chen, my husband and I came to thank you. Without you, we would never have been able to see each other again." Yu's tone was extremely gentle, resembling a virtuous wife. Did this Shang save a world in his past life to find someone like her? Mu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhang again. Zhang, with a blank expression, said, "It's like this, Lord Mu Chen. If possible, my wife and I would like to help you. Although my strength may not be as great as yours, I won't hold you back." Seeing this, Lu revealed a smile and sweetly said, "Don't mind him, Lord Mu Chen. My husband usually likes to be silent and indifferent to others. Once he gets familiar, he will act like a little fool." "Idiot Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a fool. Only to you am I foolish." Zhang looked at Lu, rarely showing a smile, even playfully lifting Lu's chin. Ugh! Mu Chen immediately wanted to distance himself from these two. They were really too shameless. Why bully him? A single dog. Wu Wu, the guardian of the spirit realm. Under the dog food thrown by Zhang and Lu, Mu Chen endured for a full 10 minutes before the end finally came. "Lord Mu Chen." Clays came to Mu Chen's side. "Please tell them the next plan." After saying this, he even gave a special look. "A guy who plays hard to get." Mu Chen silently complained in his heart. The Black Cat Guild gradually gathered in front of Mu Chen, all waiting for his next command. At this moment, he was the leader. "Mu Chen, it's a bit embarrassing to give a speech in front of so many unfamiliar faces for the first time. Nicole, just read it out loud. No one cares anyway." "Mu Chen, really? I still feel a bit awkward. Why don't you say it?" "Nicole, arms crossed, no way, no way. Nicole doesn't have that function." "Sigh, unreliable guy." "Ahem." Mu Chen cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone from the Black Cat Guild, I believe Prince Clays has already explained the situation to you. Now, Alice has established a new guild, Crescent Cat, and this guild is now affiliated with the Tianlu Diwang Strategy Group. You now have two choices. 1. Join Crescent Cat and become my affiliated guild. 2. Forge a new path and move forward on your own. Those willing to stay, please stand to my right." As soon as Mu Chen finished speaking, the crowd erupted into lively discussions. This discussion did not last long, and everyone unanimously decided to continue following Alice. Watching everyone move to the right, an inexplicable sense of emotion swept over Mu Chen's heart. "Since you've made this choice, next, I will take you to a place, the Spirit Realm." "The Spirit Realm?" Maria voiced her confusion. "What does Lord Mu Chen want to take us there for?" "Maria, speaking of which, it seems that Martha and Mary have been there before. They also obtained their spirits there, right?" Jenny seemed to guess some intentions. "So does this mean Lord Mu Chen wants us to become spirit messengers? Wouldn't that?" Maria had some concerns. At this moment, Zhang also walked to Mu Chen's side and suggested, "Lord Mu Chen, I've heard that the spirit realm prohibits the living from entering. You, Clays, and the girls behind you are all living. It might cause trouble to go in." You're right." Mu Chen looked at Zhang and nodded, then turned to the others. "Everyone need not worry. There won't be any major issues. As long as these people were transformed into spirit messengers, their strength would rise to a new level, almost surpassing the heroes." Clay silently watched Mu Chen's speech, not revealing his own situation to the crowd. Using the time reversal stone would cause great aftereffects to the user. The consumption of magic power and mental strength was just a minor issue. Right now, his cultivation had almost dropped by half, especially after reversing time for such a long duration. If he played with time reversal for another 2 or 3 days, Clays would probably die on the spot. Fortunately, the delay wasn't long, and Mu Chen successfully rescued the Black Cat, allowing Clays' anxious heart to finally settle down. "Mu Chen, you truly have made me see you in a new light. Although my strength has greatly diminished this time, I have also found a glimmer of hope in the world." Listening to Mu Chen speak eloquently, Clays closed his eyes in enjoyment, immersing himself in this moment. The world was besieged by strange beasts, and the demon clan surged, leaving behind treasures from the Tower of Heaven. Various troubles lay before Clay's, but for him alone, they were far from solvable. Immersed in his own world, when he opened his eyes again, Mu-Chen had finished his tale, and the crowd erupted in warm applause. Clay's joined in, clapping along, a smile like that of an angel on his face. Following the applause, Clay slowly walked to Mu-Chen's side and took out a map. The Land of Heroes is located in the northeast direction of the His continent, at the southern border of the Roar Church and the Wigan Chieftain's territory. The nearest town to the underground labyrinth's teleportation portal is Ade City. This sentence was indeed difficult for the members of the Black Cat who had never left the Al Empire to understand. Only Zhang knew how far that place was from here. Several thousand kilometers of distance. The group began to follow Mu-Chen towards the Land of Heroes. At the back of the line, Zhang and you walked side by side. Darling, are you looking forward to what happens next? You clung to Zhang's arm, rubbing against him vigorously, as if afraid there would be no more chances afterward. Really, with so many people around, I feel embarrassed. You little rascal, Zhang teased, poking Yu's nose with his finger. Hee, it doesn't matter. They're all looking at the road ahead and can't see us. Should we steal a kiss? You looked up at Zhang expectantly, slightly rising on her toes, as if asking for something. Oh, really? I can't do anything about you, my treasure of an airport. Don't say that, or I'll hit you. The young couple whispered sweet nothings at the back, oblivious to the people in front. The Land of Heroes. This was a vast wasteland, filled with dust and ruins. Within a 30-kilometer radius, there were no living beings. Oh no, except for a gravekeeper stationed here. Lin Feng. Silver hair, a white base shirt, and 2 colored eyes. A scarf of unknown origin wrapped around his neck, but you weren't mistaken. This was his relic-grade weapon, the stone feather ribbon, the treasured inheritance of the gravekeepers through the ages. The entire Land of Heroes was enveloped by an invisible barrier, with no way to enter except for a gap beside Lin Feng. What a peaceful world, devoid of any noise. His gaze was dim, having lost the desire for a vibrant life after years of guarding this place. It's been a long time since I've had something sweet. He rummaged through his pocket and found only the last pack of donuts. Is this the curtain call of life? Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, tearing open the last package and taking a bite. He was the last gravekeeper of the lineage. Once he departed, this Land of Heroes would ultimately fade away. Countless hero spirits would vanish with the wind, becoming a thing of the past. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. After a while, I should go out for a walk. In the wasteland, at this moment, only a solitary figure remained. Ade City. When the group arrived, the sky had already turned to deep night. You all find a hotel to stay in. I'm going to wander outside for a while. Mu-Chen waved to the crowd and turned to walk towards the vast wilderness outside the city. I want to go too. Xiaomai followed Mu-Chen eagerly, as she wasn't familiar with the others, so it was better to stick with Mu-Chen. Although Clays also wanted to follow, he ultimately gave up the idea. With a self-deprecating sigh, he thought, this opportunity should be left for her. Then he vanished from the spot, not knowing where he went, gazing at the empty round moon. Li, let's go find a small inn to stay at, Jin said, with only Zhen and Li left in the square. At this moment, Jin was quite relaxed. Darling, are you going to be naughty again? Li blinked her big eyes. That's not my little treasure, Jin said, picking up Li and laughing as they headed towards a distant inn. In the Land of Heroes, it was 6 in the morning. Mu-Chen had spent the night lying outside the city, perhaps hoping it would ease his troubled heart. What was troubling him? Maybe it was because Clays hadn't come to chat with him right away? Or perhaps it was because he had been hit hard by a wave of dog food. Looking at the sweetly sleeping Xiaomai, a slight smile appeared on Mu-Chen's lips. She was just like any other girl. Mu-Chen got up and gazed at the distant, translucent barriers, murmuring, is that the Land of Heroes? He wasn't accustomed to the customs of this country's cities, which were slightly different from those of the Al Empire. For instance, the food here was mostly Western style, eaten with forks. Hey, Xiaomai, don't sleep anymore, it's time to get up. Mu-Chen nudged her gently. The sleepy Xiaomai rubbed her drowsy eyes. Is it morning? The sun is about to shine on your backside. Get ready, they will be here soon. All right. Xiaomai dragged her tired body and slowly stood up. At 6:30 in the morning, the team had gathered outside the city. Since we're all here, let's set off, Mu-Chen said, taking Xiaomai's hand as they began walking towards the Land of Heroes. The grand procession started moving. After more than 20 kilometers of travel, it took about 5 hours, and Martha's breath became increasingly unstable. At the entrance of the Land of Heroes, Lin Feng stopped everyone. No entry into the Land of Heroes ahead. What the heck? There's actually a gravekeeper. Mu-Chen awkwardly approached Lin Feng, offering a few donuts. Friend, look, could you make an exception? Someone here has a serious injury to their heroic spirit and needs urgent treatment. Heroic spirit? Lin Feng's attitude softened considerably upon seeing the donuts. She took them and scanned the group. She was somewhat surprised. You guys are different. Almost all of your souls are missing a piece. Are you all resurrected people? Lin Feng scrutinized them. These folks didn't seem like they were on the brink of death, judging by their expressions. If that were the case, their purpose was quite simple. They were here to seek out heroes. Mu Chen nodded, saying, "That's right, they are all resurrected. Without the help of heroes, their souls might easily dissipate." Lin Feng paused, contemplating something. One of the rules of the Gravekeepers is that we cannot allow others to trespass into the land of heroes. However, since I am the last generation of Gravekeepers, I can let you in. But living people cannot enter. Living people referred to Clays, Mu Chen, and Xiaomai. By the way, the location of the land of heroes is in the center. Upon entering, you will encounter evil spirits born from resentment. They will attack you, so be careful to eliminate them. Maria asked in confusion, evil spirits? Are they strong? Yes, those who participated in the ancient war are not weak. Then, Lin Feng looked at the pair of twins. These two need to quickly reach the central gathering place of heroes to recover. You can go in now. Lin Feng opened the gate and urged them on. Maria turned to Mu Chen, expressing her gratitude. Lord Mu Chen, thank you for bringing us here. We will take care of the rest. Maria and the other members of the Black Cat were well aware of the consequences of living people entering. If discovered by the heroes, their souls would be directly occupied, and they would no longer be themselves. At the entrance, Maria and the others were immensely grateful. However, Mu Chen shook his head in refusal. I want to go in too. The level of the evil spirits generally reaches level 80, which is already quite close to the human limit. With just the strength of the Black Cat, it would definitely be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. It was likely that before reaching the realm of the heroic spirits, they would first become appetizers for the evil spirits. Lin Feng looked at Mu Chen with some surprise. Did this guy not know the dangers of entering as a living person? He kindly reminded him, my friend, let me tell you about the heroic spirits. No need, Mu Chen interrupted Lin Feng, I already know. Once a living person enters, the usual outcome is death. However, I have my own way of dealing with heroic spirits. You? Lin Feng became increasingly curious about this guy who was almost identical to him in terms of abilities. It was definitely not just because he carried the sweet donuts he liked. Hearing Mu Chen's reply, Clays also shook his head with a light laugh, walking over to Mu Chen and patting his shoulder. Since Lord Mu Chen wants to go in, I, Clays, will go in with you. Don't underestimate us, Gatekeeper. Lin Feng fell silent, and after a moment said, Lin Feng, that's my name. Gatekeeper doesn't sound nice. Then Lin Feng, I'll leave this little one behind you for now. Mu Chen pushed the little wheat behind him and greeted Lin Feng. I don't want to. I want to go in with Mu Chen. Little Wheat was extremely scared, clutching Mu Chen's sleeve tightly. Lin Feng, Clays, Tisk, Little Wheat, why are you so clingy? You can't even chat properly, just following me around, Mu Chen said, somewhat dissatisfied with Little Wheat's behavior. Compared to his other little companions, they had much more to talk about. Casual conversations were abundant. In contrast, Little Wheat was like a wooden person. The road ahead is long and arduous. Woo, does Mu Chen dislike me? Little Wheat felt Mu Chen's great dissatisfaction and looked up at him with a wronged expression. Clearly, you were the one who made the first move. It was you who was stubborn. Little Wheat protested, if I'm stubborn, you just go ahead and make a move. Well, if you're stubborn, that's fine, but you dare to strike. I will strike. The big one and the small one were arguing here, while the people around them awkwardly turned their heads away. Asterisk cough cough, we can't hear anything, you two continue chatting. Asterisk alright, time is tight. Since this guy doesn't want to stay by my side, you can take him in. Lin Feng urged everyone to go inside while he sat on the ground enjoying his donuts. In the realm of heroic spirits, the air was thick with the smell of blood, which had not dissipated even after such a long time. The moment they stepped in, they could feel a sense of discomfort all over. Creak, creak, not far away, on the desolate land, corpses controlled by evil spirits began to rise. 1, 10, 100. They were too many to count. Mu Chen immediately assessed the opponent's ability values. Race, Evil Spirit Corpse, Level, 80, Combat Power, 3320, Attack, 5000, Magic Power, 10, Magic Resistance, 10,000, Physical Resistance, 2000, Durability, 2000, Agility, 150, Current Health Bar, 1, Inherent Skill, Immune to most magic damage, Hiss, accustomed to astronomical numbers. Mu Chen suddenly found this group of guys to be quite weak. However, one must still be cautious. Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. Mu Chen reminded from the back row, everyone, the weakness of evil spirits is physical damage. I will assist you. In order to train this group, Mu-chan decided to be a good support this time. Corpse assault. Magicians, pick up your staffs and attack them. A strange voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. That's impossible to do. Several magicians helplessly complained. Swinging a big stick around is so tiring. The first wave of monsters quickly charged forward. Maria, as the great swordsman, was the first to take action, cleaving down the 4 undead that had ambushed them. Kelly protected Marcia Mary, using magic to knock back the monsters as they attacked, coordinating with her teammates to slay them. At first, the battle seemed to favor them, but gradually, they noticed the number of undead increasing, creating an overwhelming trend. Mu-chan raised his hand to begin granting support effects. Peak performance. For 10 minutes, all physical abilities are at their peak. After the time ends, abilities drop to half. Divine Blessing increases attack power by 200, physical penetration by 50, lasts for half an hour. Holy Mother's Blessing increases resistance values by 100, lasts for half an hour. Swift Shoes increases movement speed by 50, lasts for half an hour. Quick Blade increases attack speed by 30, lasts for half an hour. Once the effects took hold, Maria and the others instantly felt their vitality surge, praising, as expected of Lord Mu-chan's support abilities, truly invincible. With that, they raised their swords and charged at the undead. Monsters that once required 4 or 5 strikes to defeat could now be cut down in 1 or 2. Even the mages could lift their staffs to strike. However, this did not showcase Mu-chan's role as a priest. Spirit Butterfly, appear and heal all. A small green butterfly appeared in the palm of Mu-chan's hand, beginning to flutter above the heads of the Black Cat members. Spirit Butterfly, each time the Spirit Butterfly passes a teammate, it quickly restores 50 health and heals all minor wounds. Each teammate must be stationary for at least 2 seconds, during which it restores 25 health per second. Lasts for 10 minutes. This was already one of Mu-chan's specialties in this world. The strength of the Spirit Butterfly lay not in the amount of healing, but in the excess health that would transform into a shield attached to the character. In other words, if it were just Mu-chan alone, after 10 minutes, he would accumulate a health shield of 15,000. A true existence. Mu-chan scanned the surroundings. With his support, this group seemed to handle the situation with ease. For instance, the monstrous salamander. The gun-sword combination fought hand in hand. Their coordination was extremely high, and all nearby undead were quickly stripped of flesh, making Mu-chan want to praise them. Jenny's performance was also outstanding, firing 3 arrows at once, each arrow piercing 2 targets. This reminded Mu-chan of his time as the arrow god. Jenny. Mu-chan called out to Jenny, who had just drawn her bowstring. "Ha, Lord Mu-chan, is there something you need?" "Oh right, Lord Mu-chan, your support abilities are truly amazing. I can't help but be enamored." Jenny turned to look at Mu-chan, her face beaming with a smile. What an innocent girl. Although both she and Beth had blonde hair, Mu-chan seemed to prefer this girl named Jenny. Her archery skills were not inferior to Beth's. With proper training, she might even surpass Beth. "Here, catch this. It's a gift of 50 enchanted arrows for you." Mu-chan tossed a quiver full of arrows to Jenny. "Ha, 50 arrows. Thank you, Lord Mu-chan," Jenny exclaimed, bending down in excitement to express her gratitude. Just at that moment, an undead broke through the line and charged at Jenny. Bang! Rachel arrived just in time, striking the undead with her staff. "Ah, I suddenly feel like a staff is also a good melee weapon," the priestess Rachel said, covering her cheek with a gentle smile, resembling a kind older sister. With a lantern that looked more sinister than Tia's, she was probably the most beautiful and gentle big sister in the room. "Jenny-chan, while Lord Mu-chan's gift is important, you should also pay attention to the enemies behind you," Rachel gently admonished with a smile. At that moment, Mu-chan suddenly felt that perhaps the older sister type wasn't so bad after all. The group slowly advanced toward the center of the heroic spirit land. Now, undead were rushing in from all directions, and everyone began to anxiously face the enemy. "Lee, I've got your back." Zhang and Lee stood back to back, one holding a gun, the other a sword. At this moment, they were guarding Mu-chan's rear, serving as the core support of the team, ensuring protection at all times. As for Xiao Mai, she could comfortably nestle behind Mu-chan. As for Clays, he seemed to be wandering around, as if these undead were of no concern to him at all. Muko, Lin Feng was constantly monitoring the movements of this group. He was somewhat surprised. The one called Mu-chan gave him a strange feeling. Have the priest's support abilities become this strong? However, the evil spirits are just a minor issue. I'm curious how you will handle the heroic spirits. Lin Feng took a big bite of a donut, sitting on the ground, one hand on his waist, observing the situation inside. 10 minutes quickly passed. The full effect had already worn off. Everyone began to feel a bit fatigued. Mu-chan did not rush to release magic again. A buffer period was necessary, or the damage to the body would be immense. Slow zone. All enemy attack speeds within the zone are reduced by 50%, affected by enemy negative resistance, lasting until the zone disappears. Centered on Mu Chen, a faint transparent blue hemisphere expanded. All undead entering the zone immediately slowed their attack speed, allowing everyone to evade with their walking speed. After resting for 10 minutes, when everyone's bodies had mostly recovered, Mu Chen released the full effect again. A massacre of the undead began once more. Creak, creak, strange sounds came from around. Be careful, the number of them surrounding us has increased. Unlike the sparse numbers before, this time it was almost a dead mountain and dead sea. Claes frowned slightly and turned to Mu Chen. Lord Mu Chen, they are surrounding us. I'm going in. Awaken. All numerical abilities increase by 100. Damage reduction rate raised to 80%, lasting 120 seconds. Mu Chen directly enhanced Claes. You have been strengthened. Go, send. Claes charged to the front of the team, drawing his spear to carve out an exit. The team quickly passed through, and Maria shouted, "Our goal is ahead, don't get too entangled with these guys, we can't kill them all." Everyone began to rush forward. Creak, creak, behind the team, the undead had completely blocked their way, and looking back, there was no end in sight. So many monsters, Xiaomai swallowed hard. This was the first time she had seen such a large scene in her life. Mu Chen directly picked up Xiaomai and reassured her, "Don't worry, it's just a few thousand zombie-like monsters charging at us, it's a minor issue." What are zombies? Man-eating monsters. Then this is definitely not a minor issue. Xiaomai was helpless. Was Mu Chen too calm? Cat, heroic spirit, this feels like flying. Claes was running ahead, occasionally doing a split in the air. Mu Chen was speechless, silently wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Was Claes now completely letting himself go? His image was completely ruined. Brother Mu Chen, Martha senses that the aura of heroic spirits nearby has intensified. Martha was being held by Maria, looking up towards Mu Chen. According to Mu Chen's understanding, heroic spirits would automatically seek out their hosts, so as long as this group stayed here, it would be fine. Xiaomai, Claes, come over here. The rest can go ahead. After assigning positions, Mu Chen now only needed to guard the rear, ensuring the safety of these guys while they acquired heroic spirits. Fairy trace. Vines burst forth from the ground, attacking the undead. It was almost a mass death. The green on the vines had been stained black, all of it the black blood of evil spirits. Claes quickly returned to position, wielding his spear. Xiaomai didn't just sit idly either. Lightning chain. A few blinding flashes of lightning pierced through all the dead bodies within a certain range, linking them all with electricity. Although it didn't cause much damage, at least the abnormal state was in place. The movements of that batch of dead bodies were all paralyzed, their actions slowed. Aura. Claes jabbed with his stabbing sword. Claes, ahem, I usually don't act this silly, so don't misunderstand me. Lightning chain. We'd also crazily applied the abnormal state, and the dead bodies in the front row were directly trampled by those in the back. This happened repeatedly. Mu Chen felt a sense of ease. The attacks from the dead bodies were nothing more than simple grabs and bites. However, this wouldn't be a solution in the long run. On the other side, the members of the Black Cat Guild gradually felt an invisible pressure. They could vaguely see the golden spirits dancing in the air. Is that the heroic spirit? Maria was the first to step forward, and upon seeing her, the golden spirit curiously floated in front of her. After circling around the somewhat stiff Maria, it seemed to shake its head in disdain and left. I want to ask everyone, am I being disliked? Maria turned to the others, feeling a bit awkward and at a loss. The golden spirit did not stop there. It almost bypassed everyone, shaking its head as it left. This guy has high standards. None of us are good enough, Kelly said, clicking her tongue helplessly. All right, after all, they were strong beings before, so it's natural they have some requirements. Let's move forward. It seems there are more heroic spirits ahead, Rachel comforted the crowd, and everyone respected her reputation. Rachel is right, let's move forward. No need to hang ourselves on one tree, Maria said, continuing to carry Martha Marie as they walked ahead, with everyone following closely. The golden spirit that had just floated by turned back and continued to fly away, glancing back at the Black Cat members with disdain, saying, "Not impressive at all, you can't catch my Amelia's eye." She had waited here for a long time, but had never encountered a satisfactory host. As a powerful heroic spirit here, she could stay further away from the land of heroic spirits, prioritizing the selection of a satisfactory host. As for why there were limitations, it was mainly because there were too many evil spirits in the distance. Coming together would only consume each other's energy. Over time, a boundary formed between the evil spirits and the heroic spirits, with neither infringing upon the other. And Mu Chen was right in the middle of that boundary. Amelia floated leisurely in the sky. In these past few hundred years, very few had come here, and none had been satisfactory. No matter what, I was a war god in my past life, at least a handsome war god should come. With such thoughts bubbling in her heart, she set her gaze on the 3 people resisting the dead bodies in the distance. Just 3 guys. I wonder if they can manage? The Black Cat members officially stepped into the core of the land of heroic spirits. Looking at the sea of golden spirits, they were all a bit surprised. It's simply magnificent. It's a privilege to see the land of heroic spirits, Jenny exclaimed. Yeah, thanks to Lord Mu Chen, we are fortunate to come here, and we might even become rare heroic spirit messengers, someone in the guild spoke up. Hey, wait a minute, maybe you weren't chosen by the heroic spirits? That one just skipped over us. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. What if I was the only one in the entire guild without a heroic spirit? How awkward would that be? However, this worry seemed a bit unnecessary. The sea of golden spirits flew towards the crowd, surrounding them in a golden ocean. At that moment, Martha Marie's heroic spirit was also released. Asaka and Bamiya were immersed in the baptism of holy light. The damaged body began to slowly recover, its condition gradually stabilizing. However, considering a complete restoration, this process would take several hours. Moreover, the possession by a heroic spirit was an extremely troublesome matter. Adapting and synchronizing, among other things, required time to get used to, otherwise, one could easily go berserk due to the heroic spirit's rampage, ultimately becoming a mindless monster. On the side of the dead body, Mu Chen was fully focused on employing all methods to hinder the dead body's attack, such as building walls and using celestial traces. He had heard about the boundary between heroic spirits and evil spirits, so he deliberately shifted a bit towards the territory of evil spirits, ensuring that no heroic spirit would sneak up on him from behind. However, Amelia seemed completely unconcerned, flying straight towards Mu Chen. Why does it feel so chilly behind me? Mu Chen sensed a gust of cold wind at his back and turned to look. He was left dumbfounded. In his line of sight, a heroic spirit's phantom had directly breached the boundary and was charging at him aggressively. Damn it! Who said there was a boundary? It's all just a bluff. Mu Chen spread his arms, and 4 voids appeared in the 4 directions around him, which were essentially spatial storage compartments. From within the voids, 4 exquisite magic staffs slowly descended into reality. As soon as the staffs touched the ground, they resonated. A surge of evil spirit power amplified by the resonance shot towards Amelia. Hey, this guy, he can actually use the power of evil spirits. Damn it! The phantom of the heroic spirit was instantly enveloped by the evil spirit's aura. Struggling to move aside, this guy was not easy to deal with. Get someone else. Clays, be careful of the heroic spirit. Mu Chen noticed Amelia's movements and immediately warned Clays, who was still poking away. Amelia's speed was also incredibly fast, almost like a galloping horse. This guy is coming in hot, Clays complained, but he still had to concentrate on dealing with the incoming horde of dead bodies. Mu Chen executed a few flying kicks, sending the 4 staffs towards Clays. A large amount of evil spirit power began to appear beside Clays. That guy, Amelia exclaimed in frustration, coming to an abrupt halt. What is that guy doing? I just wanted to see your strength. Is it necessary to be so on edge? Since that's the case, I must see what you're made of today. With that thought, Amelia flew towards Mu Chen again. Today, just watch me deal with you. Mu Chen took out a wooden stick tied with some white strips. He waved it slowly towards the heroic spirit, ensuring that it couldn't approach him. Of course, he had read about this in a book. Amelia looked puzzled. A wooden stick? If nothing unexpected happened, this was clearly going to lead to an unexpected outcome. Amelia approached Mu Chen without any pressure, causing him to shiver all over. Damn, the stuff in the book is indeed all lies. I believe the nonsense of the author. Mu Chen lamented helplessly. He began to channel his magical power, preparing to unleash a full-force attack on the guy in front of him. At that moment, Amelia was taken aback. Cough, cough, although only she could hear it. What is this guy's situation? This magical power has already surpassed that of my generation's true king. Amelia couldn't understand why such an extraordinary person appeared here. And he was a handsome guy. Silly grin, drooling, cough, cough, stop it. Although she initially wanted to find someone strong in close combat, the guy in front of her was also quite appealing. Just look at this rich magical power. He was definitely a candidate for the next true king of the continent. What to do? What to do? Amelia spun around Mu Chen wildly, as if savoring an extremely perfect delicacy. Mu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. This guy was circling him like a pervert, showing no signs of attack. Would it seem too petty if he unleashed a world-class magic at this moment? Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared behind Mu Chen. It was Lin Feng. He was muttering something, seemingly reciting a spell, and then he quickly thrust out a talisman, forcefully sticking it to the forehead of the spirit. Spirit, retreat. The Golden Spectre, under the attack of the talisman, instantly seemed to feel pain and began to retreat into the surroundings. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to check on Mu Chen's condition. How are you? Mu Chen, are you okay? Lin Feng's eyes carefully observed Mu Chen. He understood spirits the most, and if a living person was attacked by a spirit, it was a deadly danger. After a thorough examination, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. You're lucky, this spirit didn't attack you. For the sake of your donut, I'll reluctantly save you. Creak, creak. A mass of corpses seemed to be controlled by some consciousness, stopping their attack and slowly retreating into the ground. Lord Mu Chen, did these corpses suddenly crawl away? Clays looked at the slowly retreating corpses in confusion as he walked towards Mu Chen. As he walked, he noticed another person beside Mu Chen. Lin Feng, when did you arrive? Did you do this? Lin Feng crossed his arms and glanced at Clays. It's just a power possessed by a gravekeeper. Controlling evil spirits is a small matter. But what intrigues me is you. Although you seem quite unreliable, your skills are not simple. To wander freely among the corpses, one must have a certain level of confidence. What astonished him even more was Mu Chen. Aside from the slightly silly act with the twig earlier, his other actions far exceeded his expectations, especially that Amelia. Lin Feng could recognize the true form of the spirit at a glance, who seemed to take such an interest in a person. That girl was a tough nut to crack here, with extremely high demands. Lin Feng's words did not prompt an immediate response from Clays. He was not ready to reveal his current abilities. He awkwardly replied, maybe those guys are just too stupid. Lin Feng, stupid? You're the first to say that. Well, whatever. Lin Feng had no intention of exposing Clays' cover. After all, judging by Mu Chen's expression, he could guess that Mu Chen had already seen through Clays' strength. Since Mu Chen didn't say anything, there was no need for him, an outsider, to interject. By the way, Lin Feng, Mu Chen suddenly spoke, pointing at the spirit that was still flailing in the sky. Is that guy okay? Why isn't he leaving? Lin Feng looked up as well, his brows slightly furrowed. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Normally, this talisman should force the spirit to return to its base. But this spirit didn't seem to intend to go back? Amelia was desperately resisting the power of the talisman. She wanted to curse, but her upbringing wouldn't allow it. You damn gravekeeper. I'm going to tear down your ancestral grave. If I miss this guy, you're done for. She still managed to curse. I'm going to die. Amelia's head was splitting. The talisman began to release spiritual pressure to execute emergency measures. If she held on any longer, she would completely lose her soul. Mu Chen seemed to sense something and poked Lin Feng's shoulder, pointing at Amelia, asking, Lin Feng, that guy seems to be in a lot of pain? Lin Feng stared at Amelia, silent. What was she holding on to? Did she know that if this continued, she would lose her soul? Enough! You should give up on that idea. Mu Chen's soul is intact. You can never recognize him as your host. Lin Feng tried to persuade Amelia to give up. The moment his voice spread out, the few of them clearly saw the spirit being pulled back a few steps by the talisman. Lin Feng thought this would dispel her thoughts, but then that guy stopped again. Clearly, she was still unwilling to give up. Mu Chen could immediately guess the situation. This heroic spirit had latched onto him. Truly, one walks the road while the sister descends from the heavens. When exactly did I max out my charm points? With a swift step, Mu Chen appeared in front of the talisman and yanked it off the heroic spirit's forehead. Before Lin Feng could even open his mouth to stop him, the immense electromagnetic force generated by tearing the talisman enveloped Mu Chen completely. Mu Chen, damn! I just got myself a free electric therapy session. The Thunder King has descended, right? Fortunately, having encountered too many tricks, Mu Chen had long since equipped himself with magic immunity and resistance to abnormalities, so he emerged unscathed. Amelia was inexplicably moved by the scene before her. This man had actually torn off her talisman? This was the right of the gravekeeper. Suddenly, she felt that this boy was even more mysterious and powerful, and she wanted him so much. Amelia spun around Mu Chen, accompanying him as they descended to the ground. At that moment, she appeared very lively, like an excited puppy wagging its tail furiously. It seems this guy wants to recognize you as a host, Lin Feng said slowly as he walked over from behind, his expression somewhat helpless. Ha ha ha. As expected of Lord Mu Chen, I have witnessed your charm firsthand, Clay said, clapping his hands as he approached Mu Chen. Although he didn't know what spell had made this heroic spirit so infatuated, he was certain it had to do with the girl. Intuition. Subduing Amelia. Is that so? Although I can guess a thing or two. How did this guy take a liking to me? Mu Chen stared at the heroic spirit, and the heroic spirit stared back at him. It seems this guy wants to chat with me? Mu Chen stroked his chin and cast a pleading glance at Lin Feng. Well, Lin Feng didn't know what to say either. Unless the heroic spirit possessed someone, it couldn't transfer its consciousness to another person. He was truly at a loss. By the way, Lin Feng. Clay suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Feng. Does a heroic spirit's possession require the host's soul to be missing? One could say that. The soul is like a puzzle piece, and the heroic spirit is an extra piece that must fit into the puzzle by removing a corner of it, Lin Feng explained. By your reasoning, is it possible to create an empty puzzle out of thin air or to expand the original puzzle to fit in the new piece? Mu Chen had a sudden inspiration. He had encountered the concept of souls quite a bit. Lin Feng was shocked by Mu Chen's words, 2 puzzle pieces? Are you saying a person can have 2 souls? That's almost an unimaginable hypothesis. As for expanding the soul's capacity, I'm not sure about that either. Claes was also hearing this idea for the first time. Although it was somewhat far-fetched, for some reason, it felt like there was a possibility of implementation when it came from Mu Chen. I'll give it a try. Among Mu Chen's 12 zodiac signs, Hermes controlled Mu Chen's multi-dimensional soul. No matter how damaged Mu Chen's physical body was, he could completely reshape himself at any time point. Mu Chen, Nicole, give me a minute. I want to show this guy what the realm of souls is like. Nicole, Mu Chen, are you really going to accept her? It feels like you're taking in anyone who comes along. Mu Chen, nonsense, don't slander me. This is character development, and it's also an important part of restoring combat power. Nicole, helplessly spreading her hands. Alright, let's go with the flow and plant some seeds, shall we? Mu Chen, Nicole, you're talking too much in this chapter. I think you should keep quiet now. Nicole, big pig hoof. I was the main character in the previous few worlds. Humph. In any case, Nicole wants a little Mu Chen. Let's get to work tonight. Nicole issued a death sentence. How could Mu Chen miss such a good opportunity? Cough, cough. No, this is truly a cruel punishment. Mu Chen agreed, and the light points began to gather in front of him, with Nicole making a dazzling entrance. Ding ding ding. I'm back again. Nicole flashed a peace sign as she appeared before everyone. The scene fell into silence. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What is this? Claes chuckled. Perhaps it's a little fairy. Nonsense. Nicole shouted at the two with a fierce look. I am the great Beauty-Delata. Alright, just hurry up and get in. Mu Chen impatiently pressed down on Nicole's head, directly interrupting her tongue-twisting name. MMM. Nicole covered her forehead with both hands, feeling wronged. Even Mu Chen thinks no one wants me. Woo woo woo, so sad. A drama queen, absolutely a drama queen. Seeing Mu Chen's temple twitch slightly, Nicole didn't dare to slack off and immediately went to pull the shackles. The 12 zodiac gods were now online. As the inherent skills lit up, Mu Chen reached out to grab the heroic spirit. Amelia was first startled, then felt a pulling force from Mu Chen drawing her in. Lin Feng nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had seen heroic spirits choose their hosts before, but for a host to choose a heroic spirit, especially one with a complete soul, this situation was absolutely unprecedented. He might be witnessing history. At this moment, Amelia, although unaware of the situation, couldn't refuse as her chosen husband was beckoning her. She pretended to hesitate for a moment before swiftly darting into Mu Chen's soul. How is it, Mu Chen? How do you feel? Is there any rejection? Lin Feng focused all his attention on him. At this moment, he wished he could summon all his ancestors to witness this extraordinary event. Mu Chen spread his hands, a gentle breeze brushing over him. It was his soft hair. It seems there is no rejection at all. I feel completely integrated. Completely? Lin Feng's eyes widened. How absurd could this be? Is this kid even human? Could he be made of soul? According to logic, a host missing a soul would not be able to fully accommodate a heroic spirit. Therefore, the heroic spirit would have to abandon most of its power to adapt to the missing part. Yet now, this kid was telling him he was completely integrated? It seemed he wasn't lying. Amelia hadn't abandoned her power. This is simply absurd to the core. Phew, Nicole wiped the sweat off her brow, leaning on Mu Chen's head, occasionally poking his cheek. Big pig's hoof, you move tonight. Shoo, there are people around. I'm embarrassed even if you're not. It's fine, our relationship will be public sooner or later. Mu Chen was too shy to say anything at this moment, but as soon as Nicole spoke, he sensed things weren't simple and preemptively muted the sound. Otherwise, it would truly be a social death scenario. Alright, you should go back now. Mu Chen patted the limp Nicole, urging her. Why are you in such a hurry to send me back? Are you eager to find Xiaomai to play? Oh no. Is it that heroic spirit? Nicole leaned forward a bit, lowering her head to meet Mu Chen's gaze. Staring. Cough cough. Mu Chen, feeling guilty, shifted his gaze elsewhere. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. You're slandering me. Mu Chen, Xiaomai, standing beside him, tugged at his sleeve. Do you have something going on with someone else? What top-level understanding? Mu Chen was left speechless, despairing. Claes had already pulled Lin Feng aside early. In such a protagonist's love rival scene, outsiders shouldn't look too much, or they might get their eyes gouged out. Lin Feng was also very self-aware. He had no interest in the opposite sex, no interest. It was definitely not because he couldn't find anyone. Oh no, it wasn't that he couldn't find anyone, it was that there was simply no one here. One must never doubt his own abilities. Clay sighed helplessly and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Young man, you're still too young. If you had the aura of a protagonist, perhaps you wouldn't have such worries. Protagonist? Lin Feng was completely confused. It's nothing, just me talking to myself. The man holding the script, Nicole, boringly vanished into reality, while Mu Chen summoned the recently acquired spirit. Amelia, a white-haired girl in silver armor. Twin tails, lively Amelia. So this is the world 1,000 years later. I deeply understand now. Amelia appeared, taking deep breaths of fresh air, like a newborn baby. After seemingly enjoying a meal, Amelia's lips curled up, revealing a pair of cute little fangs, as she turned to look at Mu Chen. Hey, I am Amelia. Tell me your name, the one I have my eye on. Amelia placed her hands on her hips, looking extremely lively and cute, unlike her little master, who was haughty when doing the same. Mu Chen. That's a nice name. No wonder you're the one I like. From now on, you are also a qualified spirit messenger. Amelia cheerfully bounced in front of Mu Chen, lightly patting his shoulder to congratulate him. Alright, can you not refer to yourself as I? It sounds really awkward. Mu Chen gently pressed his hand on Amelia's head. This girl was almost 1.6 meters tall. Her danger level could be confirmed as level 1, just average. Taller than his master. Why does my master want to touch Amelia's head? Confusing behavior. Amelia tilted her head, puzzled by the meaning of this action. In the past, in a world full of war, who had the leisure to do such things? Amelia continued, I am the 8th steward of the king from 1,000 years ago, so of course I must refer to myself as I. This is a royal privilege. King? Clay seemed to have heard a familiar term and began to listen intently to their conversation. Mu Chen crossed his arms, curious. Oh, royal privilege? Then tell me, what kind of person is the king? He hadn't studied the past of this continent when he arrived in this world. At most, he had explored the Sky Tower and the underground labyrinth, but he knew nothing about the king's war from 1,000 years ago. Amelia pointed to her temples, vigorously spinning her thoughts to recall past memories, her mouth pouting to an unnatural degree. After 1,000 years, she had forgotten many things. She just wanted to find a suitable spirit messenger. The king seems very handsome, a powerful big sister with a single ponytail. She wields 6 great swords, the kind that slaughters chaotically. Amelia began to demonstrate sword techniques, her movements extremely exaggerated. However, Mu Chen could roughly sense the king's swordsmanship at that time, which was indeed chaotic slaughtering. What surprised him was that the king was actually a girl, a powerful sword-wielding lady. Mu Chen asked, so what is the king's current situation? Did she perish on the battlefield or? Just thinking about it made it clear that she must have fallen. Wasn't he just asking a pointless question? Amelia's answer was not unexpected. Actually, I died earlier than the king. However, I heard from ancient texts that the king's fate is in the Sky Tower. Sky Tower? Mu Chen suddenly felt his brain overload. What significance did the king's birth have? What was the relationship between the Sky Tower and the king? And who was the deity that created the Sky Tower? Very well, he decided to give up thinking. Now he just needed to relax and develop his character. No need to discuss overly complicated matters. This is just what I've heard. I don't really know. Amelia stopped her movements and gradually regained her serious demeanor as she looked at Mu Chen. My lord, although your magical talent is extraordinary, my requirements are quite strict. For example, the abilities of a warrior. Amelia wanted to give Mu Chen a demonstration, but in a moment, she found herself pinned to the ground by him. You guy, just met and you want to take me out in 1 second? Let's see if I can handle you. Amelia, in pain, hurriedly patted the ground with her hands, crying out, Stop, stop. I surrender. Wheat, who was nearby, watched this unfold and suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this? But why was there no follow-up? Mu Chen silently released his grip, and Amelia rubbed her sore shoulders, looking at him with a face full of grievances. It must be that I haven't fought in years. That's definitely it. Amelia refused to accept it. After all, she was a war goddess back in the day. She couldn't have fallen to such a state. Mu Chen just smiled. There was a type of magic called power conversion, which could transform magical energy into physical strength proportionally, temporarily bridging the gap in their current abilities. As a spirit messenger, you must resonate with me. Synchronize. Harmonize. Only then can I truly unleash my full power. So how do you operate all this stuff? First, let's resonate. Amelia immediately closed her eyes, and seeing this, Mu-chen also shut his eyes. In the next moment, Mu-chen could feel Amelia's awareness, the space she occupied, and her faint breathing. Everything felt so real. Mu-chen instinctively raised his hand, and Amelia mirrored the action. Resonance 100. Is this for real? It's clearly the first time, and we've reached such a level of resonance. What kind of talent does it take? Lin Feng exclaimed, his jaw dropping. At this moment, Amelia had no words to say. I think I'm hallucinating. Next came synchronization. Synchronization meant aligning what they saw and heard, including some memories. For instance, the scene with Baru was laid bare before Amelia. What is this strange thing? My lord, it seems my eyes have been contaminated. What are you shouting about? I've been contaminated long ago. Mu-chen didn't want to say much. It turned out Amelia liked to peek at the king's bath. The scene filled with holy light was laid bare before Mu-chen, but fortunately, he remained stable and didn't have a nosebleed. Synchronization seemed to end satisfactorily. The final step was harmonization. This operation was a complete synchronization of actions, seeing and hearing everything, performing identical movements without delay. This was the most challenging part, especially in high-speed combat, where deviations were almost a given. This was also why spirit messengers were considered low-tier gods. In higher tiers, they performed rather mediocrely. To be honest, Clays, this guy is really something, Lin Feng complained to Clays beside him. Of course, the person I chose can't be simple, can they? At first, he had no idea Mu-chen could do such outrageous things. Throughout this journey, he was almost in a state of astonishment. His jaw could dislocate. Interesting, perhaps Mu-chen can show him the changes in the world. Lin Feng, with a smile on his face, crossed his arms and looked at Mu-chen with admiration, anticipating his next performance. Harmonization began. That is to say, we also don't know who this is. Spirit, Qin. The process of harmonizing with the spirit is very complex. Summoning the spirit, liberating the spirit, dedicating the spirit, and combat delay. Among these, summoning the spirit involves calling forth a giant spirit in a spiritual form behind the host, capable of synchronizing all the host's actions. At this time, the abilities of the spirit and the host are neutralized. Once the next step is taken, the spirit is liberated. The spirit form of the heroic spirit can detach from its host and transform into a physical body, absorbing 50% of the host's ability values. In this state, the host can lie down and rest while the heroic spirit fights. If you get tired of being idle and want to take action yourself, you can go a step further. The heroic spirit dedicates itself. All of the heroic spirit's power will converge on the host, granting them values far beyond that of an ordinary person. During this time, you can experience a feeling of flying, such as jumping 100 meters or breaking walls with a single punch. The process is quite lengthy, and Lin Feng, feeling a bit weary, wanted to find a place to lie down and take a nap. Meanwhile, in the distance, another heroic spirit floated over, its target very clear, Lin Feng. Tisk, what's going on today? So many unruly heroic spirits? Lin Feng once again drew a talisman from his waist, and the approaching heroic spirit instantly froze in its tracks. Since you know fear, hurry back. Seeing that the heroic spirit did not continue to approach, Lin Feng tucked the talisman into his pocket and continued walking out. Creak, just a couple of steps later, the heroic spirit behind him also began to move. Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he took out the talisman again and waved it in the air. Don't follow me, or I'll give you a smack on the forehead. Under the curious gaze of Clays, the heroic spirit actually rolled around in place, seemingly reluctant to leave. Clay snorted lightly and called out to Lin Feng, "Hey, Lin Feng, this guy might be interested in you." Interested? Lin Feng stopped and turned to look at Clays. In fact, his sixth sense told him that this heroic spirit likely wanted to follow him. But he was not someone like Mu-chen. His soul was complete and could not accommodate any heroic spirits. Whoosh! Seeing that Lin Feng was unguarded, the heroic spirit rushed towards him without hesitation, as if it were a girl wanting a hug. "You little rascal!" Lin Feng's expression stiffened as he fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a handful of dispersing talismans. Clearly a bit anxious, the talismans scattered on the ground. Tisk, Lin Feng clicked his tongue, just as he was about to remove the scarf from his neck when suddenly a warm power surged through his palm. Looking closely, it was the golden light of the heroic spirit grasping Lin Feng's hand. This guy seemed to have no intention of harming Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the motionless heroic spirit before him and said in a deep voice, "Leave here, don't make me repeat myself. I am a living person, I cannot accept you." The heroic spirit shook its head as if rejecting Lin Feng's suggestion. "Is that so? Then don't blame me." Lin Feng chanted a spell, his fingers beginning to form talisman seals, preparing to forcibly repel the heroic spirit in front of him. Are you sure you want to repel her? She's been waiting for you for years. Amelia suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, and her tone was that of Muchen. Ha, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. It seems you two have reached a resonance. Perhaps, as you said, she has waited for me for years, but I do not have the ability to accept her. I don't want to sacrifice my life for a heroic spirit. Amelia's eyes radiated golden light as she looked at the floating heroic spirit and said softly, as far as I know, Lin Feng, your scarf is not at the relic level, right? Because it lacks the most important link, the spirit tool. How do you know that? Lin Feng looked at Amelia in surprise, or rather, it should be Muchen. Knowing is not difficult, but that's not the key. One classification of spirit tools includes heroic spirits, which means your scarf can also serve as a vessel for a heroic spirit. Amelia explained, smiling as she looked at the floating heroic spirit, which seemed to be thanking her. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before speaking. Then perhaps I can give it a try. Lin Feng stopped the spell in his hand, and the heroic spirit let out a sigh of relief, quickly nodding at Lin Feng. Come in. Lin Feng removed the scarf from his neck and extended it forward, and the spirit obediently darted into it. Before leaving, Amelia left a message. Remember, although she is a spirit, her role is that of a tool spirit, so you are not a spirit messenger. In other words, Lin Feng could not use summoning to liberate himself. However, this also simplified the way spirits appeared. For example, in the next moment, a blue-haired lady appeared beside Lin Feng. She bowed to him and expressed her gratitude. Lord Lin Feng, I have admired you for many years, and I have finally awaited your arrival. Her voice was that of a mature older sister. Just as Lin Feng was about to make a sarcastic remark, the appearance of the woman changed again, transforming into a petite figure of 1.50 m. She spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. If Lord Lin Feng doesn't mind, please accept me. Ah, a scarf that can change form? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and the fiery desire in his heart exploded instantly. He had been stuck in this desolate place for so many years, suppressing his desires. Moreover, all he had encountered were males, which was utterly uninteresting. Now it was good. It turned out that someone had secretly had a crush on him, and he felt a bit of warmth in his heart. Mu Chen. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up in Mu Chen's direction. If it weren't for Mu Chen's reminder, he might have taken this spirit home in the next moment. Mu Chen merely glanced at him, chuckled lightly, and went to find Clays. The blue-haired girl looked at Lin Feng with anticipation, wanting to know his thoughts. Lin Feng feigned calmness and replied, Ahem, what is your name? My name is Qin. Qin? That's a relatively easy name to remember. Then please take care of me, Qin. Hee, I like it. In the next moment, Qin clung to Lin Feng's arm, although Lin Feng didn't know when he had started to attract this girl. Perhaps it was when he helped a spirit escape from the pursuit of an evil spirit in his childhood? Lin Feng put away the scarf in his hand, which transformed into a silver blade hanging at his waist to prevent unexpected enemies. Close together. This was Lin Feng's favorite thing to do, in his mind. Close together. Qin had no resistance and snuggled up to Lin Feng, making Mu Chen stare wide-eyed. Wait a minute, I'm the protagonist, right? Why have the last few chapters been all about others showing affection? Where's my cute lowly army? He subconsciously glanced at the nearby Xiao Mai and the innocent Amelia, and Mu Chen sighed deeply. Lin Feng really should be cowed. Qin's character design. Lord Lin Feng, thank you for helping me escape in the past. This affection will always be remembered in my heart. Background. The capital of the continent, Timot, 1,000 years ago. So, wives should be captured from a young age. A day of idleness, showing affection is showing affection, but Mu Chen was actually not anxious. After all, if it came to operations, he could definitely make most lowly enthusiasts envious enough to want to reincarnate. For example, his restless little wolf. Just a casual gesture would have it wagging its tail and running over, and the services it could provide were quite a lot. And his master, who seemed very composed on the surface, had long since become a demon in her heart. She could satisfy Mu Chen with all kinds of graceful dance moves. Who could refuse such a delicate and charming master? Mu Chen couldn't even count on his fingers how many beings could show affection. He wasn't jealous. Time returned to night again, and Mu Chen, Clays, and Lin Feng sat back to back on the ground. Each of them gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Mai, Amelia, and Qin's relationship began to improve, and they started to playfully chase each other. Destruction to the happy couples. A certain unknown blonde man silently complained. After this journey, he found that besides himself, Mu Chen and Lin Feng had gained quite a lot. Damn, you guys are too annoying. Mu Chen smirked. Kleis, stop complaining. If you want to find someone, I bet a bunch of people would be eager to get close to you, right? Lin Feng asked in confusion. What do you mean? Is Kleis some big shot? Exactly, Mu Chen said, using his hand as a pillow, the crown prince of the Aired Empire, with a wide network. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to have such leisure time. He actually accompanied Mu Chen for such a long distance, Lin Feng exclaimed. Kleiss replied, so, this is the power of love, you understand? Mu Chen retorted, oh please, take your love elsewhere. Kleiss shot back, really? I remember someone seemed a bit jealous when we were in the underground maze. Mu Chen snapped, shut up. Lin Feng interjected, you two really have a complicated relationship. The conversation continued into the early hours of the morning, with the three girls leaning against each other dozing off, while the three men kept their eyes open, gazing at the morning stars in the night sky. It was taking too long. They were almost falling asleep. Sleeping in a graveyard full of the dead was really uncomfortable. Mu Chen stared at the distant golden light, lost in thought for a long time. Snore, snore. The land of the heroic spirits fell into a deep slumber. Morning. Mu Chen was awakened by the others. He had only slept for less than 2 hours after staying up until 4 or 5. Are you all ready? Mu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. If you're ready, let's head back. Yes, Lord Mu Chen. Our entire team has gained the possession of heroic spirits. Although our mastery isn't high, we will practice diligently when we return. Maria beamed a bright smile and reached out her hand to Mu Chen. In that case, I wish you all the best, Mu Chen said, shaking Maria's hand and getting up. The group prepared to return. By the way, Lin Feng, what did you mean last night? Mu Chen draped an arm over Lin Feng's shoulder. I meant that I want to go see the outside world with you. Staying in this graveyard is a bit boring. Mu Chen smiled, see the outside world? You don't want to guard this graveyard anymore? No need to guard it. After all, I'm the last generation. My duty is done. I might as well live my own life. Is that so? Mu Chen didn't refuse Lin Feng's suggestion. This guy's strength wasn't bad. He might be a significant asset in the future. In that case, I have a good idea. You and Kleiss should join the same guild. Let you experience a bit of the shock from the cute girls of another world. Kleiss didn't say much, clearly finding the idea interesting. Good, let's set Lin Feng up. At that moment, Lin Feng was unaware of the seriousness of the situation. The team began to quiet down, with no unnecessary noise, and Mu Chen realized the opportunity had come. Mu Chen, Nicole, come out. You're the most reliable one around me right now. Nicole, huh? Funny face, Mu Chen actually knows to look for me? What does the main character want with me? Mu Chen, restore your true form and show me some affection. I want to get back at Zhang and Lin Feng. Nicole, oh my, I'm the best at showing affection. With that, a larger light appeared next to Mu Chen, who was at the front of the group. The next moment, a small girl with white hair, about 1.50 meters tall, appeared beside Mu Chen. Without saying a word, she grabbed Mu Chen's hand, leaned down, and tilted her head, showing him a radiant smile. Big pig trotters, long time no see. Did you miss me? Nicole jumped in front of Mu Chen, leaped up, and directly hung onto him. Wait, isn't this a bit too enthusiastic? Mu Chen murmured softly. Enthusiastic? Strange, why does Mu Chen think that? We've already had a dragon tail relationship. Why not just be straightforward? With that, Nicole hugged Mu Chen tightly. The French-style heat began. Of course, what happened next couldn't be seen by those behind them. Holy crap, but this scene still left the people behind completely stunned. Damn, so bold. Zhang and Ni both felt inferior, while Lin Feng watched, tears streaming down his face. After that, Nicole wrapped her arms around Mu Chen's, her entire face pressed against his arm, walking side by side with him. Occasionally, she would turn her head to tease him with a laugh, seemingly genuinely happy. Hey, Mu Chen, it's been a while since we sang together. I kind of miss those days of singing love duets. I feel the same way. What a joke. You were the one singing solo back then, and I had to squeeze in a couple of lines. Mu Chen pulled Nicole closer by her shoulders. It had been a long time since they had been like this together. He felt a bit nostalgic for those days. It seems you two really have a good relationship. I should join in too. Amelia revealed herself without hesitation, appearing on Mu Chen's other side. Imitating Nicole's actions and taking advantage of her height, she leaned her head on Mu Chen's shoulder. This made Nicole extremely envious, no, furious. I wanted to. Nicole flapped her fairy wings behind her and leaned on his shoulder as well. You two have had enough. The atmosphere is getting weird, and it's hard for me to walk like this. This was not the situation Mu Chen had imagined. Xiaomai tugged at his shirt from behind and softly said, Big pig hoof, heartless big radish, boo-hoo, big scumbag. Mu Chen had no strength to refute. Noon. Ad City. Everyone had returned to this remote city. The door to the land of heroes had been permanently closed, and no one knew when it would open again. Finally, I can go home and rest. Mu Chen stretched lazily, feeling a bit hopeful for the future. After all, the days ahead seemed increasingly promising. Nicole, wait. It's not over yet. Mu-chen, did you forget about tonight's plans? Nicole shot him a glance. Just right, I look pretty good in this form, so let's stay in Ad City tonight. No way. Mu-chen let out a heart-wrenching scream. Tonight? How many times would it be again? It's you again, Lin Feng and Qin on the night of the full moon. All the inns had turned off their lights and fallen into slumber, except for 2 rooms still glowing faintly. If you listen closely, you would discover a new world. Beautiful sounds echoed in the silent Ad City. Well then, let's part ways here, Lord Mu-chen. Maria and the others bowed deeply to Mu-chen. They were preparing to head to the Tower of Heaven to join the Crescent Cat Guild. Although they would have to challenge from the first floor again, they were satisfied to be in the same guild as Alice. In that case, may we meet again, fated ones. Mu-chen led Clays and the others toward the teleportation portal to the underground maze. Suddenly remembering something, Mu-chen turned back and said, Zhang, take good care of your wife, and keep it down, you're disturbing the peace. Okay, Lord Mu-chen, I'll try my best. Zhang weakly raised his hand in response. He looked rather haggard, as if he had been drained. Beside him, Anai tapped Zhang's head, then waved at Mu-chen with a smile, saying, Lord Mu-chen, Zhang left you with a bad impression. I'm sorry. He and I wish you great success in your martial endeavors. Mu-chen chuckled lightly and turned back to continue walking forward. Lord Mu-chen, your enchanted arrows are very useful. I hope we meet again next time. At the moment of teleportation, Mu-chen heard a familiar voice. That lively and cheerful tone belonged to Jenny, right? Although she was a bit taller, at 1.65 meters, her sweet girl next door face was quite charming. Well, but that was all for the next meeting. As the portal flickered, Mu-chen's figure reappeared in the underground maze. Kleist looked at Mu-chen, his expression tender. So, Lord Mu-chen, I'll take Lin Feng to play with the heroes first. Is it alright for you to go back alone? Alright, hurry up. I want to go home and lie down. Mu-chen waved his hand at Kleist, tiredly leading Xiaomai towards the teleportation portal to Eha City. Last night, he was exhausted. The 4-hour free fighting session had drained him completely. He really wanted to lie down and not get up. What's wrong with Lord Lin Feng? He seems very tired. Xin looked at Lin Feng with an innocent expression, like a student eager to learn. Xin, you might find out about this later, Lin Feng said, patting Xin's head with a doting smile. Xin placed her index finger on her lips, looking confused. But I want to know now. Ahem. Lin Feng pretended to be calm and coughed, his face slightly reddening. Do you really want to know? Xin nodded vigorously, looking at Lin Feng with great anticipation. Lin Feng leaned closer to Qin's ear and whispered, then let's get to know each other tonight. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Kleist coughed several times, causing Lin Feng and Qin to look at him in surprise. You too, can you not be so? Cough, cough. Shameless? Do you really think I'm Kleist, just air? Damn it, I've had enough. So you think you can just push me aside because I'm not looking for the opposite sex? Among the few men, I'm the one who's hurt the most. Today, I will break up a couple. Kleist walked over to Qin, covering his mouth as he whispered something to her, and her face immediately flushed. I see. Qin's emotions became a bit agitated, clearly stimulated. Damn it, Kleist, you guy. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Damn, what a troublesome friend. However, the next moment, Qin just tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. I wonder if Lord Lin Feng would mind if I tried. Kleist was puzzled. This plot doesn't feel right. Lin Feng was also surprised, looking at Qin. Are you sure Kleist just told you something? It was something joyful. Qin's voice was barely audible, but Lin Feng caught it. This is very important information. Lin Feng was still incredibly surprised and asked, so you agreed? Do I even need to say? My life was saved by Lord Lin Feng, so anything is fine, she replied. A sharp arrow pierced through Lin Feng's chest. This damn heart-fluttering, Lin Feng felt completely smitten by Qin. Meanwhile, Kleist walked away with a dull expression, grumbling, repeating, right, leaving behind a pair of shameless lovebirds. In the small villa, as Mu-chen stepped in with Xiaomai, he once again saw that annoying figure. Beth, you're here again? Mu-chen said irritably. How long has it been? I've run out of arrows. Beth seemed different from her usual spoiled self. Something must have happened. Is that so? Mu-chen didn't even spare her a glance, leading Xiaomai past her. This time, Beth didn't stop him but silently followed behind. Taking out his keys, Mu-chen asked while unlocking the door, how many do you need this time? I don't have many left. I gave them all to the other archers. Other archers? Mu-chen, have you found other archer teammates? Beth's tone wasn't arrogant, but it wasn't weak either. Not teammates, I should say just acquaintances. 40 enchanted arrows, just like that. Gone in the blink of an eye, Mu-chen said nonchalantly. Beth was clearly a bit jealous, influenced by Mu-chen's subtle hints. Can I have 50 arrows? Beth directly made a bold request, causing Mu Chen's hand to tremble slightly. 50 arrows? Am I a wholesale factory? Let's not even talk about the magic stones in hand. The materials for building weapons are pitifully scarce. This thing is the most useless material item. Without 50, at most 20, Mu Chen decisively rejected. Moreover, due to rising prices, these arrows still need to be purchased with money. Can't I use, Beth pointed to her own body, as compensation? I'm not interested in you, get that straight. Although you are my Pokemon, we have no feelings for each other. The only connection we might have is the battle friendship from before. Beth had nothing to say and silently followed Mu Chen back to the house. Mu Chen squatted down to look at Xiaomai. Be good, go sleep on the second floor, I have some matters to handle. What matters? Xiaomai asked curiously. Last night, she had a great time. Punishment. Mu Chen blurted out the two words, urging Xiaomai to go upstairs. Transaction Xiaomai was very understanding. She knew what would happen next, and for the sake of last night, she made a concession. Is it your new teammate again? Beth looked at Mu Chen sitting on the stool and asked curiously, what does it have to do with you? The people, matters, and things around me have nothing to do with your hero guild, so please do not disturb me excessively, Mu Chen said coldly. It seemed something came to his mind, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Beth, there's something I must ask you. If you dare to lie to me even a word, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Mu Chen's tone was extremely chilling, and Beth couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, the fear Mu Chen brought her was more terrifying than ever. He seemed genuinely angry. Beth's eyes were filled with fear as she trembled and said, why, you can ask. I will answer. Did you send someone to assassinate me? Mu Chen's gaze sparkled with golden light, as if he could see through all lies. And no, although Beth, I would never do such a despicable thing. Are you sure? Mu Chen's gaze closed in again. Although Beth was scared, she still shook her head in refusal. It seems Beth is not lying. Mu Chen withdrew his gaze. Under his discerning eyes, no lie could escape. Even if you used special methods to evade Mu Chen's reasoning, he could probe your memories and directly obtain information. Of course, probing others' memories was forbidden. It should not be used unless necessary. Then, let your performance begin. 1 hour. Beth's reaction was not as unbearable as last time. Although she still resisted, at least the feeling of nausea from the bottom of her heart was gone. Mu Chen, this is already the third supply. Can I have 30 arrows now? Beth swallowed and asked wearily. 30 arrows? I won't tell you, there are only 20, and due to rising prices, you need to pay with gold coins. Mu Chen curled his lips, looking at Beth with disdain. But I have no money. No money? What about those expensive bags and cosmetics you usually have? Did you throw them in the cesspool? You splurge on useless things, but when it comes to buying weapons, you're so stingy? What is that? Don't tell me those are things girls want. Beth, do you know this is another world? Do you know that everyone here is risking their lives to survive? Of course, except for Mu Chen, he could live freely. Seeing Beth speechless, Mu Chen continued to preach his grand theory. Why don't you think, if one day you fall in front of me, your health bar hits 0, will you regret it? Those who have never experienced the threat of death will never know how terrifying death is. Beth, this is no longer your garden. Here, the only thing you can rely on is that bow and arrow that has always followed you. Mu Chen didn't want to say these words. The life and death of heroes had nothing to do with him. As for why I wanted to wake up this golden-haired little devil in front of me, it was because she was the only one among the three who was somewhat normal. Usually sharp-tongued, proud, and aloof, but she wouldn't stoop to petty tricks. The other two, however, were different. They said nothing on the surface but were indeed using all sorts of underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Just as Mu Chen was pondering this, Beth spoke up. Mu Chen, I really don't have any gold coins right now. I haven't explored the world on the 22nd floor yet. I can get some resources later to trade. Later? How long is that? I refuse all forms of credit. All goods must be settled in person. Beth was clearly getting anxious. If she couldn't get these arrows, she would definitely be bullied by that group when she returned. Anxious? Are you about to cry? When you were kicking people, did you ever think about these consequences? Mu Chen took out a ledger and started writing something. Beth sat on the ground, still silent. Having enjoyed the life of a young lady and receiving Mu Chen's help for a while, she had naturally grown accustomed to her previous lifestyle. But ever since Mu Chen left, she realized everything had changed. Her worldview gradually deviated from the fantasy she had imagined. This was no longer a romantic world. It was a brutal battlefield. When she saw magic attacking her, no one was there to shield her. When her health dropped below half, she began to frantically pull out health potions to replenish herself. She truly realized that if her health bar hit 0, she would never see this world again. After thinking about this, Beth spoke up. Mu Chen, why don't you come back? No, Mu Chen really didn't know where to start mocking this guy's thought process. Was he treating others as mere tools? Keep those with value and discard the rest. It seems you haven't understood my point, Beth. At this point, there is absolutely no way I can return to the Hero Guild, no way at all. Mu Chen's response was firm and decisive, without any hesitation. What a joke, to abandon my own backyard for you guys. No way. Mu Chen threw the ledger in front of Beth and said, an arrow originally costs 30 silver coins, but due to the enchantment, the price has risen to 3 gold coins each. 20 arrows, totaling 60 gold coins. 60 gold coins. Beth weakly fumbled through the remaining accessories on her body, finding only one bracelet, worth only 50 gold coins. Still 10 short. Mu Chen yawned. How about I help you find out who wants to assassinate you? Consider it the last 10 gold coins, Beth said, a bit apprehensive. This way, she would completely offend the other two heroes. Beth's idea surprised Mu Chen. Had she finally woken up? Although he had his own ways to find out, he was too lazy to investigate. Since someone was willing to provide him with clues, he had no reason to refuse. After all, if it got discovered, it wouldn't be him who suffered. Plus, 10 gold coins held no temptation for Mu Chen at all. Fine, 10 gold coins as a reward for the commission. If you complete it well, there will be further rewards. Mu Chen tossed out a quiver of arrows. He waved his hand impatiently. Alright, hurry up and go. You're making me feel annoyed. Beth quickly gathered the quiver, hugged it to her chest, and ran out of the room. I'm really exhausted. Mu Chen wearily found a chair to sit down, feeling his body growing heavier. He felt like he could fall asleep sitting there at any moment. In a daze, Mu Chen's eyelids fluttered, seemingly about to collapse onto the table and drift off. Thud! His heart suddenly jolted violently. The power of the hero within him began to surge forth continuously. Mu Chen opened his eyes wide. He realized the alarm he had set around him had been triggered. This magical power. Mu Chen had a bad premonition as he touched his chest. Could it be the Demon King? The Demon King is finally about to make an appearance. She expressed her strong dissatisfaction. There is an author who, since the launch of the satellite, has only now remembered me. Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful, Villa Ghost. No. The meeting of the Demon King and the hero. The hero's blood was boiling within, clearly triggering a designated state. The king had explained this situation before. It was a warning that automatically released when the Demon King was in a certain area. Is the Demon King outside? I didn't expect that just a few days after capturing Tia, the Demon King would come knocking. It seems a fierce battle is about to begin. Outside the house, Demon King Ella paced back and forth, warily eyeing the dark house, hesitating whether to go in. How strange, there's a lingering scent of Tia here. But why isn't Tia here? Could it be that she was eaten by that guy? Ella anxiously pounded her small hands together. What should I do? Should I go in or not? After pacing back and forth for quite some time, she finally made a decision. No matter what, Ella will do her best. Ella forcibly suppressed her unease, picked up the damp sack she had dropped on the grass, and officially knocked on the villa's door. Knock knock knock, who? A cold voice came from inside the house. Ella, just an ordinary little girl, Ella stammered, as it wasn't the time to reveal her identity. Girl? Mu Chen chuckled lightly, the blood of the hero surging within him, and Ella outside the door suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in her chest. Is this the hero? This oppressive feeling was definitely from a hero. Could it be that the one who took Tia was the hero? Ella's little head instantly overloaded, and before she could react, the villa's door was suddenly flung open. A magic wand swung towards her. Bang! The wand missed and smashed into the wall beside her. Mu Chen's gaze turned sharp as he began searching for Ella's figure, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find her. TSK, the Demon King has some skills. Well, I'm here, a weak, sweet voice came from the doorway. Mu Chen immediately lowered his gaze, ready to unleash a combo. As a result, he nearly jumped in shock. What the hell? Is this the Demon King? So small? He thought Demon Kings were supposed to be tall and burly. That last one swing was aimed at a normal male height. No wonder it missed. This is a short one. You are the Demon King? Mu Chen asked uncertainly. You can't be the hero, right? Ella took a few steps back, almost losing her footing on the stairs. At that moment, the first meeting between the hero and the Demon King took place. What do you want? Mu Chen scrutinized Ella carefully. This little one was actually quite captivating. To be honest, if it weren't for his hero physique, he might not have been able to distinguish her identity for a while, mainly because he was too lazy to verify. I came to see Tia. I heard that she was captured. Ella raised her head high, needing to look up to see Mu Chen's face. The height difference due to the stairs and their heights made them appear unexpectedly mismatched. Not to mention, others might think they were a pair of white-haired father and daughter. Tia? Oh, I remember now. That one said she was a subordinate of the Demon King, so it was you? Mu-chan stared at Ella, seemingly without any threat. I initially thought she was taken by some other old guy, Ella sighed in relief. Old guy? What, do the Demon Kings also divide territories on this continent? Mu-chan crossed his arms, intrigued by the topic. Yes. I hope the demon race and the human race can get along well, but that group doesn't like it. Tia is my capable subordinate. If she gets taken away by them, I would be in trouble. Ella explained the situation in detail. If you want to cooperate with the human race, you must be honest, especially with the hero in front of you. This guy's double pupils have somehow turned into shimmering golden eyes, as if he can see into people's hearts. Is that so? I'm sorry, but if you're looking for Tia, she's not with me. Has she been sold off as a plush ball? No, wait, I misspoke, I meant a slave. Ella blurted out, realizing her mistake when she mentioned the plush ball, her head instantly drooping, blushing in embarrassment. No. Mu-chan shook his head. She's just at the Tower of Heaven, with my other teammates, very safe. Tower of Heaven? So you didn't treat Tia as a plush toy, did you? Are you kidding? What do you take me for? Mu-chan glared at Ella indignantly. If there's nothing else, good night. Mu-chan yawned, preparing to head back inside, relieved that this white-haired girl bore no hostility, thus avoiding a fierce battle. Ella was also quite surprised. This hero seemed not to care about her being a demon lord? Unlike other heroes, who would have long gathered their armies to eliminate her upon learning she was a demon lord, he seemed to have the leisure to chat. An interesting fellow, Ella thought. Wait a minute, I have a gift for you. Ella hurriedly called out to Mu-chan, handing him a small burlap sack. It was damp. What is it? Mu-chan curiously took the sack, but the moment he touched it, he sensed something was off. Holy crap! Mu-chan immediately threw the sack several meters away, and it burst open, revealing a male head rolling out. Mu-chan fell silent. He didn't recognize the man and shifted his gaze to Ella. Well, it's ruined. I really tried to keep it intact, Ella sighed, a hint of regret in her voice. At this moment, Mu-chan dared not let his guard down, becoming increasingly vigilant. It seemed that strength had nothing to do with height. The expression on the severed head was still one of amusement, indicating it had been killed instantly. Mu-chan spoke calmly. You want to cooperate with the human race, yet you kill people in their territory? No. Ella quickly shook her head in denial. She didn't want to take the blame. This guy was lurking nearby, observing the scene inside the house. He intended to attack the owner of this house. I was just trying to help. I don't kill indiscriminately. An assassin? Another assassin? Mu-chan felt he could no longer tolerate this. They had even arranged to strike right at his doorstep. That bastard would definitely pay dearly. He looked deeply at Ella, seeing no signs of deceit, and slowly said, Thanks, but leave this to me, you don't need to get involved. Unfortunately, that guy was already dead. Otherwise, he would have definitely interrogated him to find out who hired him. Ella smiled brightly, hands behind her back, nodding her head. That hero. Ella wants to discuss something with you, is that okay? My adorable self can easily crush your little head, so please be careful when you speak in the future. The first meeting between the demon lord and the hero. Discuss something? What do we need to talk about? What could two completely different factions possibly discuss, especially if the meeting between a hero and a demon lord were to be discovered? Wouldn't he end up on the human race's wanted list? About our future. Our future? What does that mean? Are you saying you want to marry me? No way, is it progressing this fast? By the way, if the hero's patriotic genes were injected into the demon lord's homeland, what would come of it? Demon lord hero? What on earth is that? Mu-chan quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd and unrealistic thought. Damn it, what's going on? Ever since Bella joined the team, my thoughts have become increasingly wicked. It's rising uncontrollably. No. I mean the cooperation. Ella's face flushed again. It's not about establishing a family. The last few words were shouted out by Ella one by one. Her voice was loud, startling Mu-chan, who hurriedly stepped forward to cover Ella's mouth. Shoo, are you trying to make sure everyone hears you? You're disturbing the peace, you know. Ella bit down lightly on Mu-chan's hand, leaving a shallow mark. Mu-chan instinctively withdrew his hand, looking tense. What are you doing? Why are you biting people? This is a mark, so I can find you later. We can even have simple telepathic communication, Ella said, clasping her hands together, looking at Mu-chan with anticipation. Mu-chan sighed. I really can't do anything with you. Since that's the case, come in, let's finish talking quickly and then leave. Mu-chan beckoned Ella into the kitchen, pushed two chairs apart, and they sat facing each other. The meeting between the Demon King and the hero was taking place for the first time. Hero, before we start the meeting, I want to ask you a few questions. Your name, your profession, your... Hearing Ella say this, veins popped up on Mu-chan's forehead, Why did it feel like a blind date? Ahem, Mu Chen, hero of healing, priest. Single with 8 kids, has a car, a house, and alone, handsome, good in bed, educated. The house can be in your name, and you can manage the salary. Do you have any other questions? If you think this isn't enough, I can make up more, Mu Chen silently complained. Ella was left dumbfounded by Mu Chen's series of responses, wondering what to say. This wasn't what she wanted to ask. Mu Chen, actually, I wanted to ask about your relationship with the other heroes. Ella felt her expression was off, so she prepared to change her approach. Ahem, brother Mu Chen, actually, Ella wants to know your relationship with the other 3 heroes of the Empire, because I see you all don't seem to get along well. If they find out you and I are together, I'm afraid they might. Why does Ella have a hint of a die-you-like vibe? Could she be a natural little green tea? This also reminded Mu Chen of that little girl who once conquered a world with her windmill. Mu Chen wiped a cold sweat and replied, "Don't worry, they won't find out. And even if they do, they definitely won't live long. I will personally end their lives." Are we breaking up? Well, to be honest, at first, I might have wanted revenge, but since they want to eliminate me, I don't need to hold back anymore. Ella's little eyes rolled around, nodding, and sweetly smiled. Then this contract belongs only to the 2 of us. Although she had previously discussed a peace plan with Clays, due to the hardliners in the Empire and the Demon King's castle, no conclusion had been reached. The hero in front of her didn't seem to dislike her as the Demon King. Perhaps they could try to cooperate? Go ahead, tell me what you want to discuss, Mu Chen yawned. Although meddling isn't good, it's still necessary to listen to someone easy to deal with in front of him. I want to cooperate with you, to promote harmony and synchronization between the demon race and the human race, Ella said naively and romantically. It seems like an impossible task. Ella expressed her surprise. She was rejected right after she spoke? This isn't reasonable, is it? The conflict between the demon race and the human race has lasted for thousands of years. Do you think it's possible to change the situation with just one demon king? To put it another way, do you have the ability to make all the demons in the Demon King's castle obey you? Well, we have to try step by step, Ella stammered. She was well aware of this, but her figure and face were natural, and she couldn't change that. How should I put it? Mu Chen rubbed his temples, frowning. No matter how you think about it, it's too naive. There is absolutely no feasible plan. This sense of conflict is built from the ground up. Even if you reach a reconciliation with the upper echelons of the state, can you be sure that peace will follow? The uprisings of the masses will not diminish, and the clandestine killings will not cease. In the end, the contradictions will only intensify, leading to an even more severe war between the demon race and the human race. Seeing Mu Chen's concerns, Ella's expression also darkened, and she sighed helplessly. As expected, even the hero thinks I'm a naive demon king. It seems I'm simply not qualified. Mu Chen was at a loss for words, watching Ella's despondent demeanor, and his sympathy couldn't help but rise. TSK, why am I, Mu Chen, so easily soft-hearted? I need to change this mindset sooner or later. Then I'll take my leave, hero brother. If possible, please send my regards to Tia. Ella is very grateful. With that, she prepared to get up and leave, looking haggard. Wait, Mu Chen called out to Ella. Did I ever say I would refuse? But hero brother also said that this is something impossible to achieve. I'm not planning to continue anymore. Perhaps, the demon race and the human race are truly worlds apart. Ella turned to look at Mu Chen, her eyes rippling with a hint of pain and disappointment, as if she knew the plan was destined to fail. Mu Chen said slowly, although your plan is full of flaws, naive and innocent, without considering any practical situations or realizations, it can be said to be the worst idea. Hearing Mu Chen's various criticisms, Ella appeared even more disheartened. This man, does he want to crush me and let me die in despair? But, Mu Chen laughed, not mockingly, but with an appreciative smile. The starting point is good, it aims for peace in the world. Just for that, I can help you improve the plan. Mu Chen stood up, smiling, and extended his left hand gently, saying, Ella, I, the hero Mu Chen, accept this collaboration. Ella's favorability increased, current value 30, agreement reached. Is what you said true? Hero brother Mu Chen, you are willing to cooperate with me? Ella's eyes, which had lost their luster, instantly became clear. This was truly excellent news for her. After searching for so long for an ally, she finally found someone willing to cooperate, and it was the esteemed hero. Ella immediately became excited and sat back down on the chair, looking up at Mu Chen with anticipation. Then let me explain my revised plan. Mu Chen tapped the wooden table with his fingers, and lines of information began to appear. He leaned slightly over the table, explaining his plan. Step 1. Eliminate the stubborn forces in the Demon King's castle. There's no need to remove all of them, just deal with the ones with significant power. Ha! Ella expressed her profound confusion. Was the first step really that explosive? She couldn't react for a moment. However, as Muchen said, to take the first step, one must first clear out the stubborn forces in the Demon King's castle. But these guys were too much for a single Demon King to handle. She hadn't been in office for long, and the previous Demon King was still in seclusion. That guy was a notorious slaughterer. Once the stubborn old coot woke him up, she would probably become the first sacrifice. However, since she was already prepared to take this step, sacrifice was inevitable. She nodded, indicating it was fine. Then step 2, go to the Empire and negotiate formally. But most people in the Empire disagree. Only Prince Clays is strongly supportive. Clays? Muchen was slightly surprised, but not too astonished. After all, it was Clays, with extensive connections. Then this means step 2 must be implemented even more. This step was also the most crucial one. If they wanted the human race to accept the demon race, without the recognition of the state, it would be like farting. Even with recognition, it might not be useful, but having a symbol of reconciliation would suffice. Muchen planned to take everyone in his team to the Imperial capital, Alti, a place filled with memories of his encounters with his master. Oh, he also thought of his master's other disciple, Xiang Dyer. No, he should call her senior sister. Although she was a pretty girl, she liked to tease him, which was a bit annoying. Naya also often felt jealous of Xiang Dyer because of this. Cough, back to the main topic. Regarding the meeting about the Empire, Muchen had devised some unexpected contingency plans. Before Muchen could speak, Ella asked first, "Brother Muchen, this is still quite difficult. Even the prince is helpless." "Is that so?" Muchen looked at Ella mysteriously. At that time, Clays was just a prince. What if, during the next meeting, Clays becomes king? The king has priority voting rights and a veto power. Although the power is too great, it is still a good way to rule. Ella was stunned by Muchen's words, and she trembled. Could it be that Brother Muchen wants to help Prince Clays seize power? That's right, if there are disobedient ministers. Muchen made a gesture of cutting his throat and said ominously, "Then just get rid of them." Ella swallowed hard, frightened. This brave one had a courage beyond her imagination, daring to even catch the king's attention. It was a bit admirable, but she still felt worried. But I heard that in the Imperial treasury, there is a 9-clawed golden dragon king, Aokai, and an unknown dragon clan. If we forcibly seize power, it might be a tough battle. Fighting against the 2 major dragon clans, even the Demon King would feel overwhelmed, let alone the Imperial Knights. Muchen was somewhat curious about this. Aokai? Unknown dragon clan? It seemed Muchen had never heard Clays or his master mention them. Could these be the Empire's hidden strength? By the way, how did this little girl, Ella, know about it? No, he should be invincible, but still felt a bit uneasy. The 9-clawed golden dragon king sounded particularly high-end. For safety's sake, he needed to find Nicole to accumulate some time for liberation. Key, 6 Nicole, 6 It seemed like 2 numbers just floated by. Could it be a mistake? Cough, let's not talk about that for now. The third step is to consolidate the human race's impression of the demon race. This is a long-term plan, so it needs to be developed slowly in the future. Long-term plan, Ella nodded in satisfaction. Brother Muchen, then I'll do as you say. I believe that in the near future, the demon race can be together with the human race. No, I must send this good news to my subordinates right now. Ella stood up and bowed to Muchen. Brother Muchen, I'll wait for you. If you're ready, come find me in Aha City. I want to stroll around the human city. Looking at the lively Ella, Muchen did not stop her, mainly because he couldn't. Go ahead, and once I finish handling some matters here, I'll come find you. Thank you, Brother Muchen, Ella bounced out of the small villa, occasionally doing a little turn as she expressed her joy. The next second, a light appeared beside Muchen. It was Nicole. Brother Muchen, that little demon king sounds so familiar, Nicole said as she found a spot to sit down, resting her chin on her hand while looking at Muchen. It was a gaze that seemed to say she had him all figured out. "Nicole, you can't blame me," she called out herself, Muchen said helplessly as he sat down, feeling a bit tired from standing too long. "It's okay. I came out to wait for what's next." 5 times? Nicole, isn't that a bit greedy? Then let's make it 6 times. Why did you add more? Muchen instinctively shrank back, feeling a chill. 7 times. All right, just 7 times. Muchen dared not continue. Good. Nicole got up to prepare for washing up when suddenly, as if she thought of something, she turned around and said, "All right, Big Pig's Hoof, the black-clad merchant will be passing by tomorrow. You can find him to buy some goods, right? Prepare a bit to deal with the guys from the Demon King's castle." Black-clad merchant? Muchen immediately pictured his figure in his mind. He had seen him in several previous worlds. The old cunning merchant in a black cloak, his true appearance hidden beneath the shroud of the cloak, and the aura he exuded felt extremely familiar to Mu Chen. Could that guy's identity be him? Never mind, it has nothing to do with me for now. Mu Chen stretched lazily and also prepared to get up and wash up. Suddenly, a soft touch came from his right shoulder, and his half-standing body was pushed back down with force. It was Amelia. She scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze and whispered to Mu Chen, "Host, be careful. There are unclean things in this room watching us." This chapter has many satellites and introduces a lot of new characters, but of course, the most important thing is to conquer our Elichan first. It's still my Elichan, Sakura Shirahana. Has the unclean thing finally arrived? The legendary ghost. To find this ghost, Mu Chen had put in quite a bit of effort. Hearing Amelia mention it, he recalled some preparations he had made earlier. He glanced at the dining table, and the next moment, his elemental vision unfolded. Before heading to the land of the heroic spirits, he had covered the dining table with fluorescent agents, so that as soon as someone touched the table, the missing parts would clearly appear. And this fluorescent agent was invisible to the naked eye. So it seems there really is a ghost. Mu Chen noticed that there was a missing piece of fluorescent agent on the right side of his dining table, a spot where no one had just sat. This meant that someone had occupied that position while he was away. Judging by this posture, it's probably another shapeshifter. Mu Chen slowly looked around, continuing to gather information from the traps he had set. Mu Chen, that guy isn't on our side. He might have gone to the second floor. Amelia's gaze was fixed on the staircase. At that moment, the staircase appeared extremely dark, seeming like an entrance to hell. The second floor? Mu Chen hesitated, clenched his fists. "Let's go, Amelia, catch him." Amelia nodded and walked with Mu Chen towards the staircase. Ah, what is that? A scream suddenly came from the second floor, and Mu Chen's heart leaped to his throat. He was about to rush up, but then he thought, wait, Amelia, was that voice from Master? It was definitely Master's voice. Mu Chen could not be mistaken. "What's wrong, Mu Chen?" Amelia started to say, but suddenly realized something. There was no Master beside Mu Chen. He had said those people were all in the Tower of Heaven. So who was up there? It seemed the ghost sensed their doubts, and the surroundings slowly darkened. So elusive. Mu Chen had had enough and charged up the stairs. Before Mu Chen could enter the second floor, he felt something different. Had the steps he walked up increased by 2? That couldn't be. Mu Chen wanted to count again, but a more important task lay ahead, so he stepped onto the second floor. Mu Chen looked at the scene before him, speechless for a long time. So it really is a ghost wall. He found himself back on the first floor again. "Amelia?" Mu Chen tried to call out, but no one responded. Damn it, how do you break a ghost wall? Mu Chen surveyed the first floor scene, which was different from the original first floor because there was now a staircase leading down behind him. Driven by curiosity, Mu Chen wanted to go down, but halfway through, he gave up. It was too dark. He could hardly see any end. I really don't believe it today? Mu Chen took a deep breath and charged up the stairs. Regardless of how many floors there were, climbing continuously was the way to go. This is already the 86th floor, right? When did my villa turn into a skyscraper? Mu Chen panted heavily as he leaned against the ladder, feeling exhausted from doing such meaningless things. I can't go on. I need to rest. Mu Chen lay on the stairs, gasping for breath, waiting for the next step in his plan. In the darkness, a pair of eyes was watching Mu Chen with a sinister smile. Enjoy my punishment, Baka Yoru. Boom! In the next moment, the entire house exploded, and Mu Chen blew the space apart. Almost forgot, this is a magical world. Brute force will do the trick. Mu Chen casually cast a few fire spells, causing chaos in the area. The space was constantly being destroyed and repaired. The ghost hiding in the shadows cursed, damn it, my magic is about to give out. The space is going to shatter. The ghost began to slowly reduce the magic power used to maintain the stability of the space. At this rate, it would become a human first. Are you finally tired of playing? Heh, it's time to reel it in. Mu Chen shrugged, stood up, and looked at the counter. He was bored of this cat and mouse game. This was another world. There were no real ghosts here. At most it could be considered a small space magic. Mu Chen had kept his magical vision open, and he already knew the hiding spot of that little ghost. It was just a show, to satisfy its desire to tease. Stop hiding. How long do you plan to stay there, little ghost? Mu Chen had already walked to the counter, shouting at the empty space. There was no response. I'll give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, I will blow this place to bits. A ball of azure fire rose from Mu Chen's palm, and the space began to be scorched and consumed by the flames. 3. The little ghost still did not respond, so Mu Chen increased the magic power in his hand. 2. Mu Chen's expression turned grim. 1. No, don't do that. Please. Before Mu Chen could finish, a strange, accented, sweet voice rang out. "Why are you so rude?" Mu Chen mimicked the ghost's accent. Die, you annoying thing." The little ghost cursed at Mu Chen, but clearly mispronounced it. A pink-haired figure gradually appeared at the counter, her purple eyes appearing particularly deep in the darkness. Mu Chen maintained a serious expression, not caring about her tone, and asked, "Are you the ghost? You look oddly cute. Why do you like to tease people?" Moreover, judging by her accent, she sounded like a little one from an island nation, where the language system is said to be different from that of the mainland countries. "Dame, Anko Dame, this is my home." The pink-haired girl shook her head vigorously, her height only reaching Mu Chen's chest. "Your home? How can I believe that?" Mu Chen found her accent amusing and began to mimic it. This made the little one blush. She hated communicating because her pronunciation was not standard. Because of this, she had faced a lot of discrimination. However, Mu Chen had no interest in using this to belittle her. He quickly asked, "So, tell me your story, and I will consider whether to let you go." "My name is Sakura Shirahana." She began to recount her past. Mu Chen listened, feeling dazed. At least half of her words required guessing. Sometimes, when she got flustered and couldn't find the right words, she would start gesturing wildly. After spending a considerable amount of time, Mu Chen finally pieced together all of Shirahana's experiences. Sakura Shirahana came from the island nation of the Kingdom of Sais, located in the west of the continent of his. She was a member of the Ghost Tribe, capable of creating spatial illusions to trap outsiders within. Until one day, she was brought to the Empire of Al by a merchant ship. Currently, there isn't a suitable character design for Sakura by Huayin, but you can refer to the pink-haired succubus by teacher Maumi. Since she was brought to this continent with different language customs, after experiencing countless communication failures, she no longer wanted to appear in front of anyone. She hid in a remote villa in Aha City, living a life of waiting for death. However, for the sake of her livelihood, she often read a language book at night, teaching herself the commonly used Mandarin of the continent. The previous owners would hear strange reading sounds every night, each suffering from severe psychological disorders, eventually moving away from this cursed place. Few dared to step foot here, and to keep the house tidy, Sakura by Huayin took it upon herself to clean and deal with the moldy items. This home seemed to be everything to her. Over time, she had begun to get used to this tranquil world, isolated from the rest of society, which perhaps was quite nice, until a certain guy appeared. He disrupted her peaceful life, and yes, it was Mu Chen. She, who originally wanted to sleep soundly, was awakened every day by that strange noise. As if that wasn't enough, ever since he arrived and sold those potions, people would occasionally come by, making her restless. It was simply infuriating. Therefore, she decided to teach this guy a lesson and make him move out. "It's just like that," Sakura by Huayin said pitifully. Her plan had not succeeded, and instead, she had exposed her whereabouts. What bad luck! Mu Chen fell into a brief silence, contemplating how to handle the situation. To be honest, it was hard to part with such a lovely person. So, a compromise plan was formed. "You can continue to stay here, but you need to pay the corresponding rent?" "Ha?" Sakura by Huayin tilted her head. "Money? You might call it that over there, but here we call it gold coins. As for the amount of rent, let me think." Seeing that this guy didn't have much money, Mu Chen naturally wasn't interested in extorting her. "You only need 1 gold coin a month, and in return, you must keep this place tidy to make up for the extra rent." It didn't seem like a difficult condition, and after weighing it in her mind, Huayin nodded slightly. "I won't disturb your life. You can choose one of the 5 bedrooms upstairs to stay in. As for the people passing by outside, I'll find a way to deal with that." Mu Chen wasn't intentionally helping Huayin. Mainly, he didn't want his quiet life to be excessively disturbed. For the shop plan, he could just find a store for consignment. After discussing these minor matters, Mu Chen looked at Huayin. "So, is there anything else you think needs improvement?" Huayin shook her head. She was quite satisfied. However, it seemed she remembered something and said with difficulty that, "I want to learn Mandarin, so I might disturb you. It's fine, as long as you have the heart to learn. I don't mind your accent." Mu Chen patted Huayin's head, revealing a bright smile. "Wow, so sunny," Huayin exclaimed in surprise, looking at Mu Chen at that moment. The Mandarin course she had almost given up on now seemed to spark her interest in learning again, mainly because the Mu Chen in front of her actually accepted her, which greatly increased her interest in him. In the past, when others heard her accent, they would leave in disdain without giving her a moment to explain. Sigh. The man before her was unexpectedly a surprise in this continent. For some reason, at this moment, Huayin felt both moved and lost. two opposing emotions intertwining, leaving her feeling restless in her chest. The feeling of being moved was because of Mu Chen, while the sense of loss stemmed from those short-sighted people. Since there's nothing else, let's close the space, Mu Chen said, his hand continuously stroking Hua Yin's small head, clearly reluctant to let go. Whoosh! In the next moment, the space began to change, and Mu Chen appeared on the stairs. The area was already filled with a crowd. Amelia, Nicole, and Xiaomai. The moment Mu Chen was pulled into the space, both Amelia and Nicole felt their connection with him severed. Anxious, Nicole immediately dropped the spray nozzle in her hand and rushed out. Big pig trotters, where did you just go? You scared me to death. I thought you left me. Nicole's eyes were instantly filled with tears as she tightly hugged Mu Chen. She felt extremely uneasy, even with Mu Chen standing right in front of her. The anxiety in her heart did not dissipate at all. She was truly afraid that one day Mu Chen would just leave. Mu Chen at that moment really didn't know what to say, only able to comfort Nicole repeatedly. I'm here, Nicole, I've always been here. Liar, you clearly disappeared just now, Nicole cried, her face wet with tears in Mu Chen's embrace. There was a first time, so there would be a second. If they managed to escape this time, what about next time? Mu Chen felt helpless as well. He hadn't expected that there would be a power on this continent that could sever him from the system spirit. The same went for the heroic spirits. It seems I must be more cautious in the future, otherwise, I might lose my life one day without even knowing it. The four of them stood in the middle of the stairs, while Huayin quietly opened the door to the bedroom on the second floor and began to learn the difficult Mandarin. Regarding everything that had just happened, Mu Chen informed the others of everything, including the matter of Ying Bai Huayin staying over. The others did not object. After all, this was Mu Chen's decision, and they would follow her lead. Mu Chen dismissed the others. It's getting late. You all should go to bed early, especially Xiaomai and Amelia. Oh, the two of them disappeared from the scene with understanding. Meanwhile, Nicole was still nestled in Mu Chen's arms. Nicole, are you still not feeling better? About what happened tonight? Mu Chen swallowed hard, looking at Nicole's tear-streaked face, feeling quite heartbroken. I don't want to, Nicole shook her head, her voice soft. I just want to stay by Big Pig Trotter's side tonight. Can you hold me? Nicole looked at Mu Chen with pleading eyes, ripples forming in her gaze. Tonight, everything will be according to little Nicole. You have the final say. Mu Chen held Nicole tightly in his arms, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Okay. Tonight, Nicole was particularly clingy. This was the first time she experienced the feeling of Mu Chen disappearing since she met him. It felt as if the flesh in her heart had been pulled away. The pain was unbearable. So this is what it feels like to lose someone. She seemed to care more about Mu Chen, as if she could no longer be apart from him. Nicole, in the future, I will definitely stay by your side, Mu Chen, no matter where you go. In Hua Yin's bedroom, the clumsy pronunciation of Mandarin echoed continuously. Nan hai, Mu Chen. Boy, Mu Chen. She pronounced the name Mu Chen very accurately. The old cunning merchant. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. According to Mu Chen's calendar, there was an extremely important task to accomplish today, to find the heroes. However, before that, he needed to meet that old cunning merchant. Tick-tock. As the clock ticked away, Mu Chen focused his attention on observing the surroundings. It's coming. Mu Chen stood up and walked outside. The surrounding scene froze, as if time had stopped flowing, all sights cloaked in a bloody camouflage. A tall man in a black cloak slowly approached from a distant slope. Mu Chen could not see his expression, only able to roughly guess his emotions from his tone. It's been a long time, Mu Chen. The mature and steady voice came from the cloak, so unforgettable to Mu Chen. The tone was distant and ancient, with a magnetic quality. Mu Chen nodded slightly and said casually, It really has been a long time, old schemer. As expected, you still make your entrance the same way as before. So, what props have you brought this time? Mu Chen rested his hands behind his head, looking quite frivolous. Mu Chen, you really haven't changed since back then, the old schemer laughed, and Mu Chen's demeanor reminded him of a past event. Perhaps it was because of that event that he repeatedly carried valuable items across various worlds to trade with Mu Chen. First, this sunflower pointing hand, a very powerful martial arts manual that can stop the target's movement by targeting their acupoints. This is not something that can be undone by magic, the old schemer said, producing a book from his hand. Mu Chen glanced at it and shook his head in refusal. This is a magic world. What do I need this cultivation technique for? I suppose Mu Chen's next world will be the cultivation world, right? I think there's nothing wrong with learning in advance. No, I'm not interested. Mu Chen waved his hand again. It seems that choosing items that Mu Chen likes is extremely difficult. Since your standards are so high, the old schemer produced another manual. How about this sunflower treasure book? Does it catch your eye? This was one of the strongest martial arts in the martial world, of course referring to the wuxia genre. Old schemer? Are you mixing things up? Can you please pay attention to the theme of our novel? Western fantasy, not wuxia. What do you want me to do with these martial arts techniques? The old schemer suddenly found himself at a loss for words, a pile of martial arts manuals clattering to the ground, including the Nine Yang True Classic, I Jing Jing, Countless Blades of Creation, and King Capture Order. Mu Chen felt his scalp tingle. How could this guy be so sure that the next world he would traverse was the cultivation world? Forget it, even if it was. That would be a matter for the next installment. So, are there no items usable in the magic world? Mu Chen stared blankly at the old schemer, feeling that this guy might be a bit off. There are, but it depends on what you need, so I can select something similar. The old schemer waved his hand, and the manuals that had fallen to the ground vanished in an instant. Mu Chen propped his chin on his hand, slowly pondering what he was still lacking. A magic book? Useless, he could construct magic himself and didn't need to rely on a magic book to learn. Magic scrolls? He didn't need those either. One-time use magical items were of no use. What exactly did he want? Mu Chen racked his brain but couldn't come up with anything. By the way, do you have a phonetic translator? Mu Chen thought of the accent issue with Ing Baihua. It didn't affect him much, but the speed of her speech was a problem that needed to be solved, as it took her a long time to say a single sentence. If he could let her speak in her hometown's language and have it translated into Mandarin through a translator, that would be much more convenient. Oh, Mu Chen needs a translator? The old schemer rummaged through his pocket and casually pulled out a Bluetooth earbud-like device. This kind of translator has the least utility value. If you want it, you can buy another item and I'll give it to you. A freebie? Do you have any magic-resistant armor? Magic immunity, Mu Chen just mentioned it casually, but who knows, maybe this old schemer really had it. But the old schemer's response was beyond his expectations. Magic immunity? Of course, we have such things. The Featherlight Chainmail can immunize all magical attacks. However, it cannot immunize against physical damage caused by subsequent effects of magical attacks. This meant that, for example, damage caused by explosions from magic, etc., would not be immune. Really? Then tell me the price, so I can give up hope. If nothing unexpected happens, this must be an astronomical figure. The old merchant raised a finger. 1,000 gold coins? No. The old merchant shook his head. 10,000? Mu Chen probed again. Not that either. Then how much is it? Mu Chen was impatient. He hated guessing prices the most. Money. Mu Chen had no concept of it. To him, it was completely irrelevant. Just like Zhong Li never carried money. 10 million gold coins. Ha! Mu Chen was dumbfounded. 10 million? You must be kidding. No wonder I call you the old merchant. Mu Chen spat, clearly annoyed. Don't be in such a hurry, Mu Chen. Have you forgotten that you already owe me 75 million gold coins? This price is just a small number for you. Mu Chen was instantly speechless. The money he owed could probably empty the treasury of an entire continent. If he owed a bit more, it shouldn't matter, right? I'll buy it, and continue to owe you. Mu Chen confidently extended his hand, beckoning the old merchant to hand over the treasure. The old merchant was amused by Mu Chen's behavior and laughed. Mu Chen, you really have double standards. The last girl who wanted to buy from you, you said you wouldn't extend credit. But now, you're borrowing from me like it's nothing. Cough. Let's not talk about those hurtful things. When I gather enough, I'll pay you back all at once. Mu Chen's face showed a hint of embarrassment. You say that every time. Well, since you are a customer of mine, I'll extend you credit this time. The old merchant took out a light feather armor, a relatively transparent feather garment. He reminded, due to the extremely precious and fragile materials of this treasure, it will disintegrate under severe physical impact, so be careful when wearing it. A fragile item? Damn, I just bought a vase that needs protection. There's no chance for a refund. The transaction is successful, no returns. Mu Chen, hey, you won't trick me with a fake again, will you? The old merchant smiled without answering, instead gazing deeply at Mu Chen, handing over a Bluetooth headset. Then, this translator is yours as well. Divine gifts. Mu Chen took the translator, looking at the old merchant with some confusion. Do you have any artifacts that can limit the opponent's abilities? With the example of Ing Baihua, Mu Chen needed to be better prepared for emergencies. The old merchant fell silent upon hearing this. Artifacts that limit an opponent's abilities were already quite extreme. Personal feelings aside, everything before could be considered a repayment. But should he really sell it to him this time? The old merchant sighed inwardly, glancing towards Nicole with his dark, boundless cloak, and finally spoke, there is such an artifact. However, he hesitated. After all, this item was indeed quite expensive. Was it too much to give it away? Mu Chen chuckled lightly, casually pulling out a chain from his spatial storage, looking at the old merchant. This is the chain of laws. Old merchant, if it were you, you should know the value of this thing, right? Although it was impossible to see the old merchant's expression, his slight shoulder shrug indicated that this item was anything but ordinary. Are you sure? Mu Chen, what are you thinking? This thing. The old merchant's voice trembled. He was increasingly unable to understand Mu Chen's intentions, and it was this contrasting emotion that led Mu Chen to capture an important piece of information. He guessed the old merchant's identity. Shoo! Mu Chen made a gesture for silence, speaking in a joking tone. Old merchant, some things you don't need to see too clearly. I don't want you involved in this game. Mu Chen threw out the chain of laws. This item was the root cause of the entanglement of Mu Chen's soul, a total of 4 chains, 3 of which had already been released. What is handed over now is just one of them. The old merchant trembled with both hands, nervously swallowing. Mu Chen, I will personally gift you the Origin Eternal Town Guardian Tower. The old merchant raised his left hand, and a small golden pagoda appeared out of thin air. It was exquisitely carved, radiating golden light, clearly a relic-grade treasure. Mu Chen casually took the pagoda, and the old merchant swallowed again, staring intently at the chain of laws in Mu Chen's hand. Well then, this thing belongs to you. The old merchant respectfully extended both hands, the ceremony feeling extremely heavy. Mu Chen handed the chain of laws to the old merchant's hands and instructed, this lock can kill all things and seal all realms, but please be careful not to overly rely on its power. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the laws and become one of the 7 sins. At that time, you will no longer be my ally, the ancient ruler, Haster. Oh no, it should be his avatar. The mysterious merchant's body stiffened slightly, and his voice suddenly became dull. You know my identity now? Mu Chen laughed heartily. In all the worlds, only a few know this lock. From your reaction upon seeing the chain of laws, I had a rough idea. Old merchant, you are still not very good at disguising. In the previous worlds, Mu Chen had already suspected, but he wasn't interested in exposing it at the time. Now, he took the opportunity to resolve this issue. Naturally, it can't escape the eyes of someone as talented as you. The old merchant seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Puzzled, Mu Chen, did you seal it yourself? Mu Chen smiled slightly, teasing, well, why don't you guess? But what is your purpose in doing this? Why would you seal your own power and disguise it as if being locked by an unknown mysterious person? The old merchant was agitated. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of the man before him more and more. It felt as if a century had passed. Some things, once explained, will lead to irreversible deviations in the future. Old merchant, these answers, you will know in the future. Why could Nicole remove 3 chains but could not budge the last one? The answer was simple. Because that was controlled by Mu Chen. As long as Mu Chen was unwilling, even if Nicole used all her strength, she couldn't move it even a bit. These matters, Mu Chen had never told anyone, and the purpose of doing so was unknown to anyone. Sigh. The old merchant sighed regretfully, putting away the chains, looking deeply at Mu Chen, and lamenting, is this the evaluation from the many divine positions? Seeing you today, it indeed feels that way. It seems there is nothing in this world that can escape your eyes. Naturally. Mu Chen did not show much expression, however, sometimes, playing dumb is also a kind of fun. Don't you think? Hee hee, as long as you're happy, the old merchant paused. In that case, I will take my leave. If you need anything, you can always have Nicole notify me. Although I don't know why you want to disguise your strength, you must have your reasons, and I will do my best to help you cover it up. Mu Chen nodded. The next second, the world returned to its original colors. The old merchant had already disappeared from the spot. Nicole, feeling dizzy, walked to Mu Chen's side, puzzled. Strange, where did that old merchant go? Oh, you might have remembered wrong. He didn't come today, Mu Chen casually replied. In previous transactions, Nicole, as the intermediary, could also act within this time gap. But this time, at the moment the time gap opened, Mu Chen fixed Nicole's time. In Nicole's view, the old merchant did not appear. That old merchant. How dare he stand me up? Next time I catch him, I must teach him a good lesson. Nicole stomped her feet in frustration, unaware that Mu Chen had acquired 3 treasures and a slightly diminished power of the laws. Among them, the Town Lord's Pagoda was a divine-grade treasure, currently the highest level of treasure. Effect, once the pagoda is summoned, the opponent's main abilities are directly confined within the pagoda. If the opponent's main abilities cannot saturate the inside of the pagoda, all subsequent abilities they unleash will be absorbed into the pagoda until saturation. All confined abilities will be unusable. The pagoda's capacity was just enough to hold 12 celestial gods. However, compared to the chains of law, it was slightly inferior. Mu Chen stretched lazily and patted Nicole's little head beside him, saying gently, let's go find those 3 foolish heroes. Ha, what's wrong with those 3 idiots? Nicole asked, puzzled. Of course, it's to give that ant who wants to assassinate me a little warning. To be honest, being targeted by someone so small is a bit annoying. Mu Chen's lips curled up, but his eyes were incredibly sinister. Old debts and new ones should be settled. Otherwise, they might think he, Mu Chen, is really just a softie. The old cunning merchant. One of the ancient rulers, Haster, do you know why Mu Chen wants to seal his own abilities? Goodbye, heroes. After tidying up the items, Nicole transformed into a point of light and disappeared. Back in the house, he called for Xiaomai and Huayin together, and Mu Chen said lightly, I'm going out for a bit. You two behave at home. Xiaomai tugged at Mu Chen's clothes. Where are you going, Mu Chen? Just some personal matters. By the way, Huayin, there's something I need to give you. Mu Chen took out a translator from his pocket and handed it to Huayin. For me? Huayin took the oddly shaped item with confusion, her little eyes blinking rapidly. Try wearing it on your ear. Mu Chen pointed to his own ear, and Huayin promptly put it on. Seeing Huayin's adorable, bewildered expression, Mu Chen smiled gently. You can try speaking in your hometown dialect. But you won't understand my hometown dialect. Huayin suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in surprise. She had just spoken in her hometown dialect, but the sound that came out was standard Mandarin? This translator can influence the language information transmitted in your brain, allowing you to express your hometown dialect in the form of Mandarin. It's a very magical tool, Mu Chen explained patiently. Huayin was almost ecstatic. Wasn't this exactly what she had always dreamed of? Does such a tool really exist in the world? Completed Huayin's accent trouble, affection level. Current affection level, 30. Mu Chen smiled, gently ruffling the heads of the two. Alright, go upstairs, I'll be back soon. We'll wait for you. Xiaomai and Huayin scampered upstairs, returning to their respective rooms. Outside the door, Mu Chen shouted loudly, Kleis. A few minutes later, Kleis appeared before Mu Chen, looking at him with confusion. How strange. Mu Chen, you just left 12 hours ago, and you already miss me? No. Mu Chen looked at Kleis seriously, his tone somewhat irritated. Kleis, take me to find Carol and the others. Today, I want to make things clear. Carol? Lord Mu Chen, do you mean you want to? Kleis dared not continue, fearing he might think it was what he believed it to be. Not at all. Mu Chen didn't want to put Kleis in a difficult position, as he would need Kleis to ascend the throne later. Now was not the time for him to show his stance, it's just to completely sever ties. Don't worry, I won't resort to violence. Mu Chen paused and asked, is it convenient? Oh, of course, it's convenient, Lord Mu Chen. Kleis smiled, enthusiastically saying, they are currently at the Hero Guild base in Eha City. Do you need me to bring them over? No, Kleis, just let me go. Mu Chen hurriedly stopped Kleis, asking the three to come over, feeling that he could die from bad luck himself. Then let's go together. Kleis slightly bowed and gestured for Mu Chen to lead the way. Mu Chen silently watched and couldn't help but complain, Kleis, you don't need to be so respectful in front of me. It makes others think I'm making the contemporary prince work like a servant, which is not a good influence. Moreover, every time he added the word big, it was just patting. Besides, he wasn't one to care much for etiquette, and these formalities felt a bit out of place. Kleis regained his composure and awkwardly smiled. Sorry, Mu Chen, cough cough, the etiquette of the royal family is ingrained in me, so I tend to do it unconsciously. From the moment you become king, there will be even more people who treat you with utmost respect. Lord Mu Chen has no etiquette, it won't do. You must understand this principle in the future. Mu Chen and Kleis walked side by side in the city of Eha, heading towards the Hero Guild. The conversation was sparse along the way, as most of Mu Chen's energy was spent thinking about what to say to deal with them. So, Mu Chen, are you sure you want to go in? The two stopped at the entrance of the Hero Guild, and Kleis looked at Mu Chen with concern, his eyes filled with worry. What's wrong, Kleis? Why that expression? Mu Chen turned to look at him. Kleis scratched his cheek, looking unsure whether to speak or not, and hesitated. Yesterday, Lin Feng was driven away by them. He almost destroyed this place. Where is he now? He wasn't really driven away, was he? What did those three do? Mu Chen secretly admired. Finally, a fellow unfortunate soul could feel his pain. Beth came back very late last night, mainly because of those two. As for Lin Feng, he stayed at a hotel last night, and as for what he did with Qin, Kleis looked at Mu Chen meaningfully, with an expression that said we all understand. That guy, cough cough, has been building up energy for over a decade and is about to explode in one night, right? Mu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ha, truly a lewd Lin Feng. Mu Chen turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Instantly, a strong scent of perfume hit him, almost making him gag. Damn, my heightened sense of smell almost killed me. Mu Chen cursed as he walked into the main hall, only to see Carol and Sonia lounging on the sofa, holding large amounts of snacks and continuously stuffing them into their mouths. Beth, however, seemed to be absent from the room. But it didn't matter. As long as the two main characters were present, Mu Chen took the lead and said, "Hey, you two, long time no see? Looks like you're doing well. Still have the energy to snack." Mu Chen raised his head slightly, looking at the two in a mocking manner. Carol was the first to notice Mu Chen, initially shocked, then angry. But when she saw Clay's, she tried to suppress her anger. "Oh, a rare guest? The hero of healing, you're no longer our teammate, so what are you doing here? Are you hoping to rejoin us? Ha ha ha, dream on." Carol scoffed. Mu Chen retorted, "Join your old mother, who do you think you are? What, am I not allowed to come here?" "You really have a big temper," Sonia said, lowering her legs from the sofa and looking at Mu Chen with disdain. "What? You're still alive, useless priest." "Oh." Mu Chen walked up to Sonia with interest. "What, do you wish for my death?" Sonia glanced away. "Humph, someone like you has no reason to be alive." Clays leaned against the door, saying little, but inside he felt a bit angry. These women really spoke so harshly. Mu Chen responded to Sonia, "Indeed, after all, my luck isn't great. I always encounter people who want to kill me. Don't you think I'm too eye-catching?" Sonic let out a cold laugh. "Deserved it." Carol, feeling a bit nervous, clenched her fists. Mu Chen remained silent. He had roughly identified the hero who wanted to assassinate him. "I am one of the 12 star gods, Athena. You mixed cultivators, do not harm my master." Life and death arena. Mu Chen didn't want to say much. His tone shifted, and his expression turned grim. "I came to this place with only one purpose. Do you dare to accept this life and death arena?" Mu Chen took out a thin piece of paper and placed it on the coffee table. This was a special magical item from the continent, also known as a duel order. On the continent, any two major guilds are not allowed to engage in direct conflict. Once verified, they will face various restrictions and punishments. Therefore, to resolve this issue, the Life and Death Arena item emerged. By signing the Life and Death Arena, the two guilds will set a time for their competition, held at the provincial level of the signing country. This competition is staked on life and death. You can slaughter anyone from the opposing guild, and there is no limit on the number of participants from the guild involved in the duel. Once you decide to sign, it means you are prepared, and there is no chance for regret. Within the guild, aside from the two heroes being surprised, even Clays was somewhat moved. "What does it mean to battle Lord Mu Chen? No way, I have to run. If I face off against this group, I will eventually die." Carol, seeing Mu Chen present the life and death arena, had a fluctuating expression. "Mu Chen, it's only been a few days, and you've lost your mind, challenging our hero guild to a life and death arena? Do you know what the consequences are?" "Consequences? I'm not afraid of any consequences. I just want to know if you dare to accept." Sonia, impatient, said, "Are you done? Mu Chen, do you really think you're something special? You come here to stir trouble. Don't you know we're very busy?" Carol added, "That's right, Mu Chen. We have nothing to do with you anymore. Even if you want to show off or flatter us, it's meaningless. You can't compare to Clays in the slightest." Mu Chen fell silent, shaking his head and smiling. "I don't want to prove anything, you too. I shouldn't bother with people like you, but since you said that, I'll be straightforward. From the moment you wanted to hire an assassin to kill me, the nature of this changed. I'm already tired of you." Mu Chen finished the sentence in an extremely grim tone. Carol and Sonia fell into silence upon hearing this, and seeing this, Mu Chen withdrew the life and death arena, teasing, "It's fine, I originally wanted to give you a decent way to die. Since you're as timid as a mouse and only dare to play little tricks, then so be it. It's really a shame you still call yourselves heroes." Sonia, clearly unconvinced, retorted, "What did you say? I have always acted openly and never engaged in dark deeds. How dare you insult me like this? Fine, since you want to die, I will grant you that. Life and death arena, our hero guild accepts." Mu Chen smiled, just as he expected. This big-chested, brainless person was easily provoked. Carol hurriedly held Sonia back, scolding, "Don't be impulsive. Sonia, don't stoop to his level. Can't you see he has ill intentions? So what if he has ill intentions? Carol, he says we plot behind the scenes, we are heroes, do we need to stoop to such trivial matters? You can endure it, but I can't." Sonia shook off Carol's hand and glared at Mu Chen. Mu Chen nonchalantly turned his head, whistling. Her reaction pleased him. "Just keep it up." Carol continued to persuade, "In any case, calm down, Sonia. This guy is clearly using provocation. We need to discuss this with Clays." Mu Chen was slightly surprised. Carol's performance at this moment was unexpectedly remarkable. truly worthy of being the mastermind behind the scenes. Perhaps she had begun to worry after witnessing my strength. On the surface, they appear harmless, but inside, they are already completely dark. Clays, enjoying the spectacle and not minding the chaos, fanned the flames, saying, "I think this is a great idea. Sign the life and death challenge and let Mu-Chen have a good cough. Let Mu-Chen see the strength of the Brave Guild." Look, even Prince Clays agrees. "What are you still refusing for?" Sonia questioned Carol with a stern face. "Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of Prince Clays?" Exactly. "Carol, if you don't participate, I'm going to have a headache." Clays turned to Carol, speaking seriously. "Prince Clays, you." Carol was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling powerless. With a 2-to-1 situation, Carol had no more excuses to refuse. If this continued, her collusion with the Outer Guild to attack Mu-Chen would eventually be exposed, and at that time, not only would Clays mock her, but the entire empire would laugh at her. A glint of killing intent flashed in Carol's eyes. "Mu-Chen, I will get rid of you sooner or later. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. So, what do you say?" "Carol, are you really unwilling to sign at this point? Or have you really been up to something dirty?" Sonia's expression towards Carol was off. Carol felt a bit flustered. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm the sword hero. How could I do such things? It's just a life and death challenge. Signing it is the right thing to do." Mu-Chen laughed heartily, pulled out that thin paper again, and handed it to Carol. "Since that's the case, then sign it." Carol took the thin paper, swallowed hard, and nervously glanced at Mu-Chen. Mu-Chen smiled. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a man before?" Carol took out the door key and pressed it onto the thin paper. In the next second, the name of the Brave Guild was stamped onto it. The information was recorded and backed up, already stored in the Imperial archives. Now, only the agreed time remained. Mu-Chen took the paper, waved to everyone. "I'll give you time to prepare. During this period, make sure to get your team ready. Don't lose too embarrassingly." Then he left gracefully. The two heroes were furious, feeling utterly exasperated. Their originally leisurely vacation life had been disrupted by this guy. Clays also smiled, stood up, opened the door, and saw Mu-Chen off. Mu-Chen walked down the street and suddenly spotted Lin Feng and Qin tangled together. "Lin Feng? What a coincidence. Just got up. Well, I'm a bit tired." And before I knew it, I was full of energy. Lin Feng yawned, still looking a bit sleepy. Meanwhile, Qin, looking like a mature woman, was closely pressed against Lin Feng, gazing at him with a face full of happiness. Even a fool could see what had happened. "By the way, what do you think of those heroes?" "Ugh, don't mention them. Damn it, they infuriate me. I've never been so speechless in my life. Do they really think of themselves as something precious? So arrogant? If you didn't know better, you'd think they had stormed the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven." Before Mu-Chen could finish his sentence, he was stunned by Lin Feng's loud complaints. "To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that they are heroes, I would really want to smash them. Do you know that, Mu-Chen? Then are you interested in joining my group?" Mu-Chen quickly changed the subject. "Whatever. Anyway, I'm going to go shopping with my wife now. We'll talk later." Lin Feng directly took Qin towards a cafe, playfully smiling along the way, very affectionate. Mu-Chen curled his lip, disdainfully saying, "Humph, showing off in front of me, how boring. Time to take Huayin out for a stroll." Below is Jenny's character design. As an orc, she has a pair of fluffy beast ears. The image looks a bit youthful, but she actually leans more towards a lively girl. "Look at my infinite arrow feathers, hey? It's Lord Mu-Chen." Runs over, "Lord Mu-Chen, are you going to practice archery with me today?" He. A day with Huayin. A day with Huayin, saying that time flies. Mu-Chen brought Ing by Huayin outside the city of Aiha. As for the wheat, he set it aside for now. A city of the Al Empire? Huayin tilted her head to look at Mu-Chen, her expression slightly tense, as she hadn't been to a crowded place in a long time. Thus, having developed social anxiety, she preferred to stay in her bedroom all day reading or drawing. As for what she drew, it was naturally the sweet daily life with Azumi Satom and her older brother. Of course, Huayin didn't have an older brother, but that didn't affect her superb drawing skills at all. For example, last night, she used her spare time while reading to draw a picture of the moment when Mu-Chen and she first locked eyes. The two gazed at each other, their eyes filled with that feeling of love at first sight. Cough, of course, that was just Huayin's imagination. Mu-Chen smiled and looked at Huayin gently, saying, "That's right, let me take you to experience the flavors of another country today." With a beaming smile, Mu-Chen pulled her into the city, and the intoxicating aroma of meat wafted through the streets. Today was the barbecue festival. Gurgle, gurgle, Huayin's stomach growled, and she shyly turned her head away, her face flushed. "Hungry?" Mu-Chen asked. "Yeah, I haven't eaten in a while," Huayin whispered, touching her flat stomach, feeling a bit sad. "Come on, I'll take you to get some barbecue. Mu Chen led Hua Yin towards the food street, and Hua Yin followed closely behind him with small, hurried steps. Her slightly clumsy movements were quite endearing. Although Hua Yin didn't say anything, Mu Chen slowed his pace a bit so she could keep up comfortably. They arrived in front of a barbecue shop. Ah, roasted pig, what a unique name for a little shop. Mu Chen noticed the name of the barbecue shop for the first time and chuckled. The owner laughed heartily in response, welcoming them warmly. Customer, how about it? Interested in trying some roasted meat? Our meat is freshly caught and roasted today. Very fresh. The owner was handling a roasted piglet, its golden, shiny crispy skin making it hard to resist taking a bite. Just looking at it was mouth-watering. Hee. Hua Yin's mouth was watering like a waterfall, her eyes fixed solely on the golden pig. Sila, she wiped her drool and excitedly turned to Mu Chen, pointing at the golden pig as if to say she wanted to eat it. Mu Chen affectionately patted Hua Yin's head and turned to the owner, asking, how much for one? 300 silver coins each, the owner replied enthusiastically. Then let's get one. Alright. Mu Chen rummaged through his pouch for silver coins. Just then, a pair of hands reached out from behind him, handing the money to the owner, accompanied by a familiar voice. I'll cover this customer's bill. Mu Chen turned around in surprise. Kleis, what are you doing here? Mu Chen looked at Kleis in shock. Why was this guy wandering around instead of staying at the Hero Guild? I caught a whiff of your scent from far away and didn't expect you to be interested in enjoying the barbecue festival too. I like it a lot, Kleis said with a squint and a smile, then his gaze shifted to Hua Yin. A new teammate. Is this a date for the two of you? Kleis made a comical face. No wonder, it turned out they were here on a date. What a detestable little couple. Hua Yin remained silent, looking elsewhere with her claws. Mu Chen glanced at Hua Yin, finding it somewhat amusing that she was so shy. Her ears were even red. Mu Chen waved his hand and said to Kleis, stop talking nonsense. I'm just bringing her out for a stroll. It's not a date. Ah, I see, Kleis laughed. Mu Chen, since we ran into each other here, I'll cover all your expenses for today. Really? Young master? Great. Mu Chen loved it when someone else was paying. Wouldn't this mean he could buy more things for Hua Yin? During the conversation, the boss had already cut the roasted piglet into several portions and packed them in bags. Guest, your roasted piglet is ready. Please take care of it. Mu Chen took the bag and handed it to the eagerly waiting Hua Yin, whose eyes sparkled with desire. It smells so good. So delicious. I've never seen such a tasty dish before. As she spoke, Hua Yin couldn't wait to reach out for the food, but Mu Chen stopped her with a hand. Silly, be careful, it's hot. The roasted piglet was still steaming. Grabbing it with bare hands would probably lead to some whimpering in no time. Then she'd end up crying in her arms, and then, cough, that's not right, my thoughts wandered off. Be serious. I'm so hungry, there's such a delicious feast right in front of me, but I can't taste it. Boo-hoo, it's so painful. Hua Yin's gaze was almost entirely fixed on it. She was so tempted. Beside them, Kleis chuckled and poked Mu Chen's shoulder. What's up? Mu Chen turned around to see Kleis handing him a pair of transparent gloves. You have to wear gloves when eating this. Mu Chen glared at Kleis and took the gloves. Here, Hua Yin, put on the gloves, and I'll cool down the roasted piglet for you. The heat was drawn away. Mu Chen lowered the roasted piglet to a moderate temperature. After all, if it was too cold, it would lose some flavor. Okay. Hua Yin stretched out her hands and shook them a bit, as if to say, look, I'm wearing them. He handed the roasted piglet to Hua Yin, and she immediately started eating. Mu Chen contentedly patted her head and led her to sit on a bench in the center flower circle. By the way, Mu Chen, guess who I met today? Kleis followed Mu Chen to the bench, squeezing in beside him with a mysterious look. Can't guess. Mainly because he was too lazy to guess. It's the Demon King. Kleis leaned close to Mu Chen's ear and whispered, and she's the kind that really suits your taste. Mu Chen was instantly speechless. He had known about this for a long time. However, he couldn't overly discourage Kleis, so he pretended not to know and asked curiously, the Demon King? She actually dared to come to the human city? Seems like she has quite the guts. Shoo, she's disguised as a human. Although she's from the demon race, I've also privately agreed to cooperate with her, though we haven't reached an agreement with the Empire yet. Mu Chen looked interested, nudging Kleis with his elbow. You little rascal, you dare to seek out the Demon King? Aren't you afraid of getting killed? That's all in the past. Let's not talk about that. Want me to introduce you? You'll definitely like her. Kleis gave a thumbs up, grinning. Really, she's not worse than this one beside you. Mu Chen crossed his legs and leaned back against the chair. I know your plan, Kleis. You want to win over the Demon King and the hero. Upon hearing this, Kleis quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mu Chen continued, but don't worry, I've already met her and reached an agreement. Too lazy to think of the text, Sakura White Hwain what? Clays jumped up excitedly, you've met her? And made an agreement? Passers-by were momentarily stunned by his loud voice. Damn, this guy suddenly went crazy. Hey, can you keep it down? And what kind of wolfish words are those? Damn it, this made Mu-chun feel so embarrassed that he wanted to leave right away. Hwain, hearing the commotion, looked curiously at Mu-chen. Mu-chen, what does made an agreement mean? Go, eat your roasted piglet. Mu-chen hurriedly adjusted Hwain's head and pulled Clays back to his seat. If you won't say it, then fine. Hwain mumbled a few words and continued to munch on the food in her hands. Clays also calmed down a bit, cleared his throat, and apologized. I lost my composure. Sorry for making you laugh. It's fine. It was just a minor social embarrassment. No big deal. Cough, Mu-chen, that. Wait a minute, Clays, it's a rare day off. I don't want to be bothered by worries. It's getting late. I'm taking Hwain shopping. Mu-chen stood up, pulling Hwain along to another street to play. Clays had no choice but to follow behind. Indeed, it was a heavy topic, and discussing it during the barbecue festival would definitely dampen the mood. After that, Mu-chen took Hwain to experience catching goldfish. Mu-chen, can the goldfish caught here be eaten? Hwain held a paper net, her eyes fixed on the small fish swimming in the basin, and with a swoosh, she tried to flick a goldfish out with the net. However, the paper net was too fragile, and the goldfish fell back into the basin as soon as it left the water's surface. Failed again. You have to be gentle here, or the net will break, you know? Mu-chen stood behind Hwain, guiding her on how to control her strength and timing. Before long, Hwain's empty fish bag was filled with 5 or 6 small goldfish. Remember, these are not for eating, they are to be kept. Mu-chen reminded Hwain, fearing she might get hungry and eat them. Hwain hates keeping pets. If they can't be eaten, then they have no value. Hwain straightened her arm, trying to drop the goldfish on the ground. Seeing this, Mu-chen hurriedly snatched the goldfish away, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Silly, goldfish have lives too. How can you just kill them? It seemed Hwain had confused goldfish with other food. Then who will take care of them? Hwain looked at the goldfish with some disdain. Mu-chen also didn't want to deal with these troublesome creatures, so he shifted his gaze to Clays, who was standing nearby. Hiss, I get it, Mu-chen, I'll take care of these goldfish. I am absolutely volunteering. Clays nodded vigorously, trying to convince himself. The next activity was shooting water bubbles. Unlike Mu-chen's understanding, here, shooting water bubbles was done with branches, using wind magic to launch the branches to hit the bubbles made of water magic. Hitting one scored a point, and accumulating enough points could be exchanged for rewards. I'm not very good at wind magic. Mu-chen, let's skip this. Hwain took a few steps back, wanting to give up, but Mu-chen pressed against her from behind, bringing her back to the shooting position, softly saying, I'll share my magic with you, you just need to aim carefully. With that, Mu-chen slightly twisted his wrist, and a thin white line connected from his hand to Hwain. What is this? Hwain's eyes widened. She felt as if she could easily use wind magic now. It was as if her mind had suddenly cleared. This is Mu-chen Gij's. Hwain turned her head, looking at Mu-chen with affection, as if to say how amazing it was. Shoo, there are even better things to come. Mu-chen Gij's expression is so bad, like a bad guy. Cough, time to wrap it up. Patting Hwain on the shoulder, Mu-chen gave her a thumbs up. Go ahead, believe in yourself. Hwain nodded, I will do my best. Picking up a branch, she used wind magic in her hand, a gust of wind seemingly ready to launch the branch. Bang, as Hwain released it, the branch shot out like an arrow, directly hitting a water bubble. I hit it! Yay! Hwain jumped excitedly, and Mu-chen nodded to himself. Not bad talent. Night fell. They had played almost everything on this street, and after some delicious meat, Hwain happily patted her round little belly. Burp, I'm so full. Hwain smiled contentedly at Mu-chen. After the shopping trip, Hwain realized that Mu-chen seemed very reliable. Not only was the food provided for free, actually, it was Clays who paid, but they also got to enjoy these facilities they had never tried before, which was also Clays paying out of his own pocket. More importantly, it was the first time she could speak normally in front of so many people without being excluded. It was all thanks to Mu-chen. After wandering around, Mu-chen said to Clays, It's getting late, Clays, you should go back and keep them company. Clays understood and smiled. Well, I won't disturb Mu-chen's enjoyment. But, be careful, don't cause any casualties. Get lost. Mu-chen kicked Clays symbolically. What nonsense are you talking about? Clays laughed, covering his mouth as he left, and didn't forget to add, we all understand, we're all adults here. I had nothing to say. My image was completely ruined in an instant. Watching Clays walk away, Hwain let out a deep sigh. Phew, he's finally gone. I felt like I couldn't talk to brother Mu-chen when he was around. Huayin took Mu Chen's hand and followed him step by step. Do you want to play with anything else? The two strolled through the gradually quieting streets. Lastly, I want to have a cup of milk tea. Huayin poked her fingers, looking at Mu Chen with anticipation. Milk tea was also quite popular in this otherworldly continent. Of course, it was a drink favored among the nobility. Ordinary people couldn't enjoy such sweet beverages. Just as Mu Chen was thinking about how to get milk tea, a couple slowly walked over from a distance. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that Lin Feng and Qin? Oh, Mu Chen, what a coincidence, we meet again. Lin Feng immediately spotted Mu Chen and waved at him. You guy, moving a bit fast, huh? It's only been a day, and there's already a stranger by your side. Lin Feng began to doubt his life. This was too enviable. When would he also start a harem life? Poke. Lin Feng felt a chill behind him and quickly turned around, only to see Qin with a dark expression, her fists clenched tightly. In a tone reminiscent of a yandere, Qin said, Lin Feng, what did you promise me that night? You said you would never look for another mother in this lifetime, and just now you. Random image. Pink-haired big sister. The effect of calmness. I was wrong. I'll slap myself twice. Lin Feng immediately cowered, the torment from last night still fresh in his memory. If Qin was in her petite form, she was playful, but in her mature form, she was no longer human. Qin chuckled, pulling out 6 small balloons, declaring, tonight, 6 sets of skills will take you away. Lin Feng swallowed hard in terror. To be honest, after the emotional warming up yesterday, their relationship had rapidly progressed, and now it had evolved into a strict household. Mu Chen silently sighed, beautiful. Huayin tugged at Mu Chen's sleeve, curiously asking, Brother Mu Chen, what are those balloons? What are they talking about? Are they going to fight? Pure innocence. Mu Chen gently rubbed Huayin's head and shook his head. Children shouldn't know. Huayin pouted, a bit sulky. Humph. Stingy, you won't even tell me. Speaking of which, although Huayin was a little artist, she had yet to touch the forbidden fruit, and her drawing style was still quite innocent. At most, she could draw people in various outfits completely, including the emperor's new clothes, which she drew from her imagination. She wasn't clear about such explosive scenes. Mu Chen naturally knew about Huayin's hobbies and couldn't bear to let her walk down a path of no return, so it was better to keep her innocent for now. At this moment, Qin was also preparing to drag Lin Feng back to work. Before leaving, Lin Feng handed a bag to Mu Chen and shouted miserably, These 2 cups of milk tea are for you. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to drink them. For some reason, although this sounded pitiful, Mu Chen felt Lin Feng's tone was excited. Mu Chen waved at Lin Feng, responding, Do your best. If it doesn't work, I'll bring you Xin Jiebiao. Are you still worried about time? Still afraid of physical shortcomings? Why not give Xin Jiebiao a try? It will make you feel like a gentle breeze, enduring and hardworking. The advertisement got mixed up. Real men never take drugs. This was Lin Feng's final shout. Less than half an episode in, Lin Feng was pulled away again, and he brought the much-needed supplies for the protagonist. It's really nice when pies fall from the sky. Looks like my happiness level is maxed out. Mu Chen opened the bag, took out a cup of milk tea, and handed it to Huayin, releasing the magic seal on it. Here, try some fresh milk tea. Unlike the world of cognition, sealing technology hasn't been popularized here, so if you want to take milk tea out, you need to pay extra for a magical seal. This is the only way to prevent the milk tea from spilling. Huayin took a gentle sip, and the next second, she squinted her eyes and smiled contentedly, feeling full of happiness. It's so delicious, I feel like my life is complete. Really? How old are you? And you already feel complete? Mu Chen pouted, almost wanting to tease Huayin just now, but thankfully he held back. Huayin huffed lightly, proudly saying, I'm an adult this year. I'm not a child anymore. Oh, legal now? Mu Chen winked at Huayin. Well, since it's legal, a little fun should be okay, right? Huayin squinted her eyes, holding the milk tea in both hands, bringing it to her lips for a sip while keeping a wary eye on Mu Chen. She felt that her brother had ulterior motives. Legal? What does that even mean? Little Huayin felt very confused. Just as Mu Chen was about to say something, 2 little figures in his mind suddenly started fighting. I can't pollute the little white flower. But, this desire to ruin the innocent little one just won't go away. No, Mu Chen, you're not that kind of person. You're a gentleman, you can't do this. But who says doing this doesn't make you a gentleman? I'm not a monk, just go for it. Mu Chen held his head in his hands, experiencing a bit of mental fragmentation. Seeing Mu Chen looking somewhat pained, Huayin stepped forward to ask, Brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, just a bit overwhelmed. It's all Lin Feng's fault. That guy is ruining his moral integrity. At this rate, his body can't take it. Nicole, how about I help Big Pig Hoof cool down? You still owe me from yesterday. Mu Chen, Are you sure? I'm afraid you can't handle it. Nicole, shyly annoyed. Humph. Impossible. My endurance is so high, I won't lose to you. Mu-chen, is that so? The deadly 16 moves, each one lethal, an ordinary person would have long been better off dead. Nicole, shocked. 16 moves. Big pig hoof. We were just joking. If this were to happen, Nicole would either be dead or injured. She'd probably be swollen all over. Ha, just kidding. Mu-chen forced himself to calm down with a calming spell. If it really came to that, would Nicole even wake up? She'd probably be foaming at the mouth and gasping. Nicole, just wait and see. I'm going to use my secret technique to teach Big Pig Hoof a lesson. Mu-chen, huh? What secret technique do you have? Nicole, proudly. Humph. It's a secret, got interrupted. Mu-chen, wow, calming spell. Almost broke my defense again. Having too strong an imagination isn't a good thing either. Just hearing the words made Mu-chen want to know the follow-up. After all, this Nicole is just like a dolphin. Those who don't understand can't explain, and those who do naturally understand. Let's go home. Hua-yin nodded and followed closely behind Mu-chen, leaving this soon-to-be silent town. Not long after they left, a white-haired figure appeared in the square. It was Ayla-chan. The human race may not be good at other things, but food is really not bad. Ayla patted her little belly, strolling around the square. Sniff sniff, it's a familiar smell. Is it the brave Mu-chen? Did he come here too? It's such a pity we didn't run into each other. Otherwise, I would have wanted to invite him to eat some meat. It seems the plan to get closer has fallen through. Ella pouted, feeling a bit regretful, and walked through the alley towards the inn she had booked. The Brave Guild. Kleiss still had to face 3 fierce women. Oh no, now it was just 2. Beth seemed to have disappeared again tonight. She might have gone to find Mu-chen. Well, out of sight, out of mind. I need to find a time to slip away, Kleiss decided quietly while sitting on the sofa. Your Highness, today is the barbecue festival. Please try the rabbit meat I made for you, Carol said, bringing a plate of fragrant meat in front of Kleiss. Kleiss quickly waved his hand to refuse. You all eat. I've already had my fill. He was stuffed from eating the dog food of Mu-chen and Hua-yin, plus a jar of vinegar. The lights in Lin Feng and Qin's room seem to be on all night again. I just hope the noise can be a bit quieter. Mu-chen and Hua-yin walked through the pitch-black grass. Hua-yin was moving a bit slowly, wearing a short skirt and white stockings. She had only taken a few steps before one of her stockings got snagged and torn. Let me carry you, Mu-chen offered. Thank you. Mu-chen squatted down, and Hua-yin leaned against his back, her face pressed tightly against his neck. Holding melting ice cream in both hands, they walked step by step towards home. Is that Beth? Athena girl. Dead Coffin Strategy Group. Speaking of Beth, Mu-chen really had no words for her. It had been so long, and this person had really stuck to him? Ignoring Beth, Mu-chen continued walking with Hua-yin on his back. He didn't have time to play with her now. Mu-chen. Beth called out to Mu-chen as he brushed past her, her tone somewhat downcast. Tonight, please. Sorry, I don't have time lately. If you want enchanted arrows, let's talk about it later. Mu-chen waved his hand, not looking back as he continued on. Seeing this, Beth hurriedly grabbed Mu-chen, anxious and flustered. Mu-chen? Don't you want to? Or are you tired of this? Mu-chen paused for a moment, glancing at Beth, and said flatly, with your level of strength, to be honest, I never thought much of you from the start. Do you really think I would be interested in you? Mu-chen shook his head with a mocking smile. He wasn't the kind of person who would just stick to any girl. Thinking this, he continued to carry Hua-yin towards home. Mu-chen. On the cold grass, Beth silently watched Mu-chen's retreating figure. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. I'll give you what you want, as long as you can provide me with weapons. And I found out who wants to assassinate you. Hearing this, Mu-chen's ears perked up. He stopped again, looking at Beth with curiosity. Who is it? If it's correct, I might consider it. It's Carol. Beth bit her lip, somewhat incredulous. At first, I didn't suspect her as the captain, but I saw her meeting with someone else. She told the person that she wanted to take your head. Ha! Mu-chen was a bit surprised. This person seemed to have some luck after all. She had directly stumbled upon a deal. In such cases, she should have been discovered by the other party and torn apart, yet this routine didn't seem to have worked on her. Mu-chen paused, then asked, since you stumbled upon the deal, tell me, what was the other party's background? Beth desperately recalled, I don't think I heard any useful information. If I had to say. Beth replayed the scene in her mind, suddenly seeming to remember something, and exclaimed, the cloak of that man in black had a Grim Reaper emblem. Yes, if I remember correctly, this is the special mark of the Grim Reaper Coffin Guild. As soon as the words Death God Coffin slipped from Beth's lips, Mu-chen's body stiffened slightly. He had heard of this guild's notorious reputation, known for its extreme cruelty. Located in front of the Tower of Heaven, their goals were different from others. They took pleasure in hunting the indigenous people of the tower while also capturing them, training them into assassins to take on various assassination missions. They were a nightmare for both the indigenous people of the tower and all guild players, even more terrifying than encountering a lord. The Death God Coffin was merely a branch team, with the real power lying in the main strategy group, the Death Coffin. The affiliated guild, the Deadpool Coffin, was used to house those trained indigenous people of the tower. Wheat was one of its members. There were many such exhausting coffin guilds, most of which operated in the shadows. Only a couple of guilds were exposed to the light. It seems I've gotten involved with a rather troublesome guild. Muchen silently exhaled. That guy Carol was truly courting death. He had brought such a huge mess upon himself. If that group of people came after his little ones, he would definitely tear that fresh face apart. Well done, Beth, you've done a great job, but I don't have the energy to make you any arrows right now. Come find me tomorrow. He nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied with Beth. So you don't want mine? Beth clenched her fists, her palms slightly sweaty. Ha, if you have this much free time, you might as well train your strength. I'm not interested in you. The voice faded away, disappearing into the night. Late at night, the lights in Mu Chen's room were dimly lit. He sat at the wooden table, his pen tapping incessantly against the surface. Death Coffin. How to prevent it? He tugged at his hair in frustration. Not only had he captured their wheat, but he had also killed their second assassin Scent, though it had nothing to do with him. He had definitely made a deadly enemy. It seems I must quickly pass through the higher levels of the tower. As long as I can station myself at a higher level, they won't reach that place. Mu Chen muttered to himself. According to the current level calculations, the 23rd floor was already the peak. The Death Coffin had recently surged to the 20th floor, so he needed to reach at least the 30th floor to buy some time. But his teammates were not strong, and if he soloed it, it would seem meaningless. He could only recruit stronger teammates, like that Demon Lord. Without hesitation, Mu Chen began drafting a plan to head to the Demon Lord's castle tomorrow to solidify the Demon Lord's position. First, I need to return to the safe house and settle these little ones. As for the companions for this trip, I'll decide later. After writing the plan on paper, Mu Chen stretched. It seems the host is the type to plan meticulously. Amelia appeared behind Mu Chen without him noticing. Leaning slightly forward, she looked at the characters written on the table. Has the writing evolved to this extent? Some of it is hard to understand. Amelia rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit dizzy. You really are a strong but brainless guy, Mu Chen joked, tidying up the papers and pens on the table. Why did you suddenly appear? Are you looking for me for something? Not much, just wanted to see what this monster does on a daily basis to be so strong. Amelia pouted, glancing around in surprise. It feels like nothing is different. How strange. What do you usually do, host? It's a secret. Mu Chen yawned, leaning back and lying down in his blanket. It's getting late, Amelia. I'll need you to work hard for me soon. Work hard for you? Amelia sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the lying Mu Chen in confusion. Are you planning to go somewhere? To attack the demon race? Attack the demon clan? Amelia's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Really impressive. Don't worry, Amelia, will definitely do my utmost to survive, she said, feeling quite guilty. This action was too reckless. Attacking the demon clan usually involved a coalition of major nations and heroes working together. How did it come to this, fighting alone? Host, I won't be disappearing as a heroic spirit soon, will I? She clearly wanted to live a few more years. Guess who I am? After returning, she talked with Amelia all night, and she roughly understood Mu Chen's plan. Her anxious heart relaxed a bit, as if she was mentally prepared. Well then, I'll follow the host's arrangements. Amelia transformed and vanished from the room. Next, a small white-haired figure appeared. Nicole. Next, it's my turn. Morning. Mu Chen took Huayin and Xiaomai to Carl City, the first floor of the Tower of Transmission. He led the two of them through various paths to avoid the possibility of being tracked. Inside the base. Disciple. I knew it. You would definitely bring surprises when you went out. As soon as he entered the room, Naya's loud voice echoed, glaring at Mu Chen as if she wanted to kill him. Before Mu Chen could argue, no, explain, Naya immediately turned dramatic, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. We've been waiting here for you, and you're out there enjoying yourself. Boo-hoo, my disciple is so bad. Bellu, hey, Casanova, Big Carrot, look at all these people in the room. It was almost overflowing. Wait, let the author recall the personnel for a moment. Bellu, Naya, and Loi, the first batch. Alice, Ludi, Yan, and Tia, the second batch. Amelia, Xiaomai, and Huayin, the third batch. I hope I didn't miss anyone? Loi saw Mu Chen enter the room, lean close to him with a loving gaze, her tone very strange. Mu Chen, I'm about to starve to death. Please save me. She touched the emblem on her belly, looking a bit wronged. This emblem represented a key that only this key could unlock. Only the owner with this key could enter this narrow room. Everyone else was left outside. But unfortunately, the owner of this room had never been inside. The door was still brand new, and the inside was empty, without any furniture. It even smelled fresh. When did you get this stamped? I never noticed it before. Mu Chen carefully examined the emblem. Loi didn't feel embarrassed at all, openly allowing Mu Chen to observe it. Yamiko, stop staring. Naya jumped up and attempted to headbutt Mu Chen. However, before she could get far, she found herself unable to move. Turning her head, she saw Tia had grabbed her. Tia charmingly said, "Oh dear, little master, please don't disturb my master." Naya, damn it, I can't win. I can only temporarily concede. Alice then kindly stepped forward, took off Mu Chen's belongings, and smiled gently. Mu Chen? What about Marcia and Mary? During this time, she was not only worried about Mu Chen but also about Marcia and Mary. After all, so much time had passed, and her heart was always uneasy. Now seeing Mu Chen return triumphantly with 2 new comrades, she felt much more at ease. Mu Chen nodded, patting Alice's head. Yes, everything went smoothly, and they are all safe. Lord Mu Chen is indeed very reliable, hee hee. Alice tilted her head, squinting and smiling. What a cheerful girl she was. Store manager, I want it too. I want it too. Ludi rushed forward, seeing Alice getting her head patted, and she couldn't help but feel envious. As the only one who had been pouted at twice, including in the dream, her experience was the most seasoned. She was particularly fond of Mu Chen's head patting. Nico, what about me? What about me? Shouldn't I be the one who gets it the most and for the longest? You can't steal the master from me. Bella lunged forward, jumping onto Ludi to block her path. Ludi struggled to break free, gritting her teeth and turning to look at Bella behind her. Let go of me. I want to get close. I was the first to come. You all need to understand the order of arrival. Bello stubbornly held onto Ludi. Ludi snorted lightly, leaning back, and both of them fell onto the tidy floor, declaring, I don't care about the order of arrival. Whoever gets it first is the winner. With so many people, according to the order of arrival, Ludi was definitely at the back. This wouldn't do. She needed to cut in line and secure her position as the main one. Just as the two were fiercely opposing each other, the doll in Ludi's hand let out a laugh. Hee hee, you two can take your time fighting. Just accept this meeting gift. In the next moment, the doll transformed into a person, slowly walking towards Mu Chen. She had her hands behind her back, a smile on her face, and although her mouth was filled with sharp teeth, Mu Chen didn't mind. The voice of the figure was delicate yet seemed a bit crazy. Welcome home, Mu Chen. How was your journey this time? Did you have fun? Mu Chen chuckled lightly, placing his other hand gently on the figure's head. When he let go, the figure let out a small sound, seemingly enjoying it. Well, I met quite a few people. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. Is that so? That's good. The figure nodded obediently. Compared to her previous wild and unruly demeanor, she now had a bit of a charming girl vibe. Bello and Ludi, damn it. Seeing so many unfamiliar faces, and they all seemed to have special feelings for Mu Chen, Shamai didn't know what to do for a moment. Master, turns out to be a big flirt? Then Shamai felt like life had lost its hope. She thought that at most, Nico would be in front of her, but she didn't expect there to be a whole group here. Huayin didn't care. As the purest little flower here, she decisively ignored those noisy guys. Chatting? One Mu Chen was enough. During the days when Mu Chen wasn't around, she would lock herself in her room to draw and learn to read. Life was that simple. After a bit of a commotion, Mu Chen officially introduced Amelia, Shamai, and Huayin to everyone. When Amelia appeared as a heroic spirit, a group of little ones showed envious expressions, especially the first batch. Being able to follow Mu Chen anytime and anywhere was just too happy. Moreover, this guy seemed really strong, clearly someone who couldn't be bullied. Hey, good disciple, come here for a hug. Nayako stretched out her arms, showing off in front of everyone. Mu Chen helplessly picked her up. She was small and soft. Master, have you gained weight recently? Nayako immediately averted her gaze, stammering, I haven't. Disciple, you really love to joke. The others, they didn't want to expose her. Since Mu Chen left, Nayako had become the boss here, except for being unable to handle that giant dragon. During this little time, she either ate or played, and her little belly had gained some extra chub. If you were to pinch it, you'd find it quite bouncy. Too bad you can't pinch it. Ha ha ha. One of the 12 zodiac gods, Hermes. Magic. Want to give it a try? I can make you die without pain. However, my master does not wish for me to take action. Oomph, you should thank my master's mercy, contemptuous gaze. Game time is up. Game time is up. Muchen held Nyatsi and gently advised, Master, if you keep being lazy, you're going to get fat. Doesn't the disciple like the feeling of being chubby? It feels really comfortable when doing things, you know? Nyatsi covered her mouth, looking comically at Muchen, and playfully poked at Muchen's heavenly position with her little ice cream. This feels a bit off. It seems she's getting into character? Nyatsi secretly delighted in her thoughts, while Muchen felt helpless. This master had been teasing him for quite some time, and this time, she was attacking both verbally and physically. It was simply disrespectful. Good disciple, Nyatsi said in a sweet voice, you're almost a mature young man. Do you still need your master to teach you this? Today, I'll give you a makeup lesson, so you must come. Hiss, master, they're all here. Can you not say it so obviously? Muchen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What kind of talk was this? If those guys heard such wolfish words, wouldn't he be like a wolf entering a sheep's pen? Master doesn't like sneaky things. If you're going to be sneaky, it should be done openly. Nyatsi patted Muchen's arm, signaling him to put her down. The girls sitting nearby all swallowed hard. Muchen complied, and after setting down his little master, he began to explain his plans. The purpose of my return is very simple. To attack the Demon King's fortress. Very simple? Everyone exclaimed in unison. What kind of simple was this? Goodness, was he expected to complete the final task right from the start? Taya's pupils constricted sharply, attacking the Demon King's fortress? Speaking of which, Muchen was a hero. Was he going to confront the Demon King Ella, whom he had once served? Muchen, are you sure you want to go on this expedition? I believe this generation's Demon King has no ill intentions. Taya, I never said I was going to fight the Demon King. Instead, I plan to ally with the Demon King to attack the conservatives. This news was even more explosive, and everyone gasped again. Roy was bewildered. A hero teaming up with a Demon King? What is going on? Belu, I seem to have developed a skewed perception of the world. They said many such things. This was a once-in-a-million situation. Where would you find a hero collaborating with the villainous Demon King? Was this going to overthrow the world? Muchen didn't care and continued, for this plan, I won't restrict you, those who want can join. Mainly, he was worried about the Death Coffin launching a sneak attack. It would be safer to have them around. As soon as he said this, the girls all stood up, raising their hands to indicate their participation. They had been cooped up in this place, and with Muchen absent, it felt like a prison, especially Belu, Nyatsi, and Roy, who expressed their despair. It was simply too torturous. They had arrived first but had seen so little of Muchen. Seeing the large turnout before him, Muchen swallowed hard. All of you are going? Muchen wasn't even sure if he could protect them. But counting Taya, Nyatsi, Amelia, and Wheat, the four deities, it should be fine, right? The girls nodded in agreement. Bella wagged her little tail, her eyes revealing a hint of desire. Ever since the last incident, she had realized just how happy she was. Crescent Moon Cat Guild member, Kelly. Magic is my ultimate secret. Game time is up. Game time is up. After all, it's so small that even chopsticks can't get in. These past few days without Muchen, she had been quite irritable, and in desperation, she could only use her nimble hands. Muchen also noticed Bella's unusual behavior, scratching his cheek and letting out a deep sigh. It seemed an intense battle was inevitable. The detailed plan for cooperating with the Demon King is basically to deal with the conservative faction of the Demon King. You will be divided into 3 groups. Nyatsi was responsible for taking care of Bello and Roy. Tia and Yen were responsible for taking care of Alice and Ludi. Amelia and Xiaomai were in charge of Kane. No one had any objections to this arrangement. Muchen, when are we leaving? Loi raised her hand to ask. Muchen stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, in 2 days, I suppose. You should be in good shape before we set off, no need to rush. Oh, the girls responded one by one. They began to sit up and do their own things, which of course meant playing. Some read books, some ate snacks, and others played games. Muchen didn't say anything. This leisurely atmosphere was quite nice. However, since everyone was gathered, why not play a game? Muchen clapped his hands, and the girls all put down what they were doing and turned their attention to him. Is there something important? Belu tilted her head and asked. Ahem. Well, since everyone is here and it's still early, I'll join you in playing video games. Muchen took out 10 game consoles, plus the 2 he already had, and distributed them to everyone. This also included Nicole and Amelia's share. The manager is going to play games with us? That's quite a rare thing, someone remarked. Yay! So what kind of mobile game are we playing? Racing or fighting is fine. Belu couldn't wait to turn on her game console. Muchen smiled and had everyone sit on 2 rows of sofas. Alright, I'll teach you how to play this game. First, those who have never used this thing should learn from me. Mu Chen walked in front of Kane, Xiaomai, and the others, personally demonstrating how to turn it on and how to use the game console. What a strange thing. Is this from the mainland? Kane looked it over, seemingly not understanding the structure of the device. Xiaomai had a similar reaction. Amelia, however, was quick to adapt and had already started operating it. As for the second batch that came in, they had already used it a bit under the influence of the first batch. Seeing that everyone had turned on their game consoles, Mu Chen continued, "The game we're playing today is called Peak Glory. It's a 6-player team battle game, meant for you to practice your teamwork skills." Mu Chen opened the game and showed everyone the screen of his room. "Remember the room, you can create an account and join now." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls started typing away, creating accounts, entering information, completing beginner tasks, and joining the room. It took no more than 10 minutes. "We must get into the same team as Mu Chen," was everyone's dream. Ding ding ding. People started entering the room one after another, and before long, the 12-person room was full. The lineup on Mu Chen's side was as follows: Mu Chen, Wild King Brother, Bailu, Sugar Cat, Sakura White Cane, super good at acting cute, the hand speed of someone who can draw is indeed fast, Alice, Strawberry Princess, Nicole, Bunny is going to sleep, Yen, I'm lost in the deer, Miss Chelsea, did everyone forget about you? I've got your green hat ready. My four support teammates and the lineup on the other side was as follows: Mayako, twin-tail magical girl, Loi, living off food and waiting to die. When Mu Chen saw this, he glanced at Loi, seemingly wanting to make a comment. Ludi, sunny doll smile, Tia, spinning windmill, Amelia, heavenly war god, Xiaomai, caramel red bean paste. Don't go searching for these, or you might find others, and that wouldn't be good. The 12 players had chosen their games, and they glared at each other, seemingly unhappy with the team distribution. Not being in the same group as Mu Chen was simply too tragic. Both sides were extremely excited, and next up was hero selection. Entering the match, Mu Chen directly chose his Wild King hero, Zeus. Why not choose Athena? Perhaps it's because among the 12 zodiac signs, Athena's abilities are more supportive. Bella directly chose the support hero, Dark World hero, to link with Mu Chen and increase his damage. Huayin chose Lu Yao to closely protect her brother Mu Chen's safety. Without hesitation, Alice also picked Niu Wulong, a caregiver. The team couldn't do without him for healing. Mu Chen felt a bit helpless. What the heck? What is this? So many supports, aren't we going to get crushed? He glanced at Nicole and Yen. These two wouldn't be up to some nonsense too, would they? No, even for fun, it can't be this casual. Mu Chen immediately typed in the chat, pick damage, pick damage, pick damage. After seeing this, Nicole thought to herself, pick damage? As long as I protect Mu Chen, isn't that also considered picking damage? Yes, thinking this way isn't wrong. Nicole decisively chose Tai Ergenren, directly giving the Wild King brother a second life, which is equivalent to 2 sources of damage. Mu Chen almost spat blood in anger. What the heck? This is ridiculous. We're going to jail this match. In the end, Yen chose Wang Zhaojun, which made Mu Chen's heart relax a little. At least it's better than adding another support. The opponents also finished selecting their heroes, almost perfectly reasonable according to the lineup configuration. This game is divided into 4 lanes, with the upper, middle, and lower lanes. The middle lane is split into 2 paths, allowing one person to be assigned to each for confrontation. The match began. Mu Chen arrived first at the red jungle area, waiting for the spawn. Except for Zhao Jun going to the middle path, all the other supports followed Mu Chen to help him share the pressure from the jungle monsters. I'm lost in the deer. Wang Zhaojun, no one in the middle lane? Where did they go? Mu Chen glanced at this message, sensing an ominous premonition. After quickly clearing one red monster, Mu Chen wanted to immediately farm other jungle monsters, and just then, the enemy lost vision. What the heck? What are these 6 people thinking? Mu Chen smashed the retreat button. The 6 opponents directly invaded the jungle area, attacking the supports beside Mu Chen. Bunny is going to sleep, Tai Ergenren no martial ethics. They actually ganged up on us right at the start. Candy Cat, Dark World hero humph. At least we got rid of that double ponytail master. Not a loss. The 4 supports were instantly beaten into a mess, and Mu Chen immediately switched to another side of the jungle to farm monsters. Wang Zhaojun silently cleared the minion waves on both sides of the middle lane. Naya's team specifically targeted these 4 supports. They coordinated exceptionally well, seemingly having decided this in secret. Huayin was so angry her hands were shaking. Super good at acting cute, Lu Yao trash game. Woo woo, it's really not fun. Strawberry Princess, Niu Wulong, I can't heal fast enough. They're hitting too hard. How can they not hit hard? Mu Chen silently complained, you guys are being suppressed so much that your economy can't develop, and with gems, don't even think about dealing with them. The 4 supports were running around, while the 6 opponents chased them all over the map, completely ignoring Mu Chen in the jungle and Wang Zhaojun in the middle lane. It felt like the nature of the game had changed at that moment. Bella was so angry she started cursing, her tail behind her waving like a tornado. You guys, can you play the game properly? How can it be so targeted? Exactly. Huayin also protested, we can't even play normally. Alice put away her smile, nodding slightly. Her eyes lost their color, about to be driven to despair. Nicole, however, was quite bold, shouting, if you have the guts, catch up to me. Otherwise, don't even think about killing me. Only Yen was still happily farming the middle lane minions. This game feels so easy. At this moment, Mu Chen was also too exhausted to complain. Let it be destroyed. 10 minutes into the match, Mu Chen had briefly caught a few lone little guys, like Naya chasing Bello and Taya playing the healer. To be honest, Amelia picked it up quite quickly, and from the very beginning of the chase, she gradually began to understand the importance of gold coins. Now her development speed was no less than Mu Chen's. Coincidentally, the hero she was playing countered Zeus, which made Mu Chen hesitant to take action. In the mid lane, Wang Zhaojun was still happily farming minions. Both paths were her treasure troves. Is this how you play this game? Just fighting small monsters? In her boredom, she even practiced achieving 100% control skill. 15 minutes in, Alice was already so frustrated by the opposing team that she was about to stay in the fountain and not leave. Mu Chen hurriedly typed on the public screen, urging them to change their current equipment and buy damage items. Are you going to be a healer? Just go full-on violent priest. Beilu and the others began to compare their equipment and make changes, and under Mu Chen's cover, they temporarily gained some time to clear the minion waves. Naya pouted, feeling a bit jealous. Silly apprentice, actually protecting those guys. Amelia typed, charge. Let's take down the host together. The first direct confrontation came, and Mu Chen quickly called back Yen. However, it was too late. By the time Wang Zhaojun arrived, the top lane had already been wiped out. Mu Chen was controlled and cried out, and just as he went in to show off, he was instantly taken down by Amelia and Taya. The jungler and marksman couldn't hold up. As for the 4 supports, they were still confused, neither outputting nor defending. They were just like little vegetables, evaporating in an instant. In the following rounds, the tide of the game changed again. Because Mu Chen was protecting these supports, his jungle area was being targeted mercilessly. He was either ambushed by 6 people hiding in the bushes or chased down by 6 people in the open. What the hell? How do you guys play this game? Mu Chen laughed in frustration. He really had nothing to complain about in this match. However, it was a good thing that those 4 silly supports could safely farm the lane now. Once they were fully equipped, he would find an opportunity to finish them off. 20 minutes in, seeing that the supports were developing quickly, Mu Chen hurriedly typed for everyone to gather. The battle in the bottom lane was about to break out. Beilu directly handed the lane over to Mu Chen to boost his damage output. Huayin was also ready to unleash her power on the Jungle King. Wang Zhaojun was slowly making her way from the mid lane. With Lu Yao's first skill hitting, Mu Chen activated his ultimate and charged in. As expected, Mu Chen was the first to be controlled, and all the skills were unleashed on him. Fortunately, he activated his invulnerability, and all the ultimates were immune to him. However, with so many enemies, as soon as his invulnerability ended, he was finished off by their remaining skills. The real person, Tyer, was already prepared with his ultimate, and Mu Chen's resurrection countdown began. At the critical moment, Wang Zhaojun appeared behind the enemy. Winter has come. First skill. She controlled 3 of the enemy's ultimates. Readers can interpret this scene offline, changing it to 5 if they find it fun. The blue-haired sister from the Qin Yun Guild. Haruna, please don't get my name wrong. I'm not a fool or a noob. If you mess it up, Big Sister will have to bully you. Roy's house. The next scene in Roy's house was the moment Zeus went on a rampage. Naya and the others were being beaten up. A few minutes later, everyone put down their game consoles and returned to reality. However, the players on Mu Chen's side simply weren't strong enough and were directly pinned down and hammered by Naya, Amelia, and Taya. Fortunately, Yen acted in time. As the symbol of Soraya appeared, the scene fell silent. Ah ha ha. The living room echoed with everyone's screams, and Naya glared at Yen. You, no martial ethics. Mu Chen is still here. Although he was a divine beast, the white tiger felt a bit embarrassed, especially since he hadn't prepared in advance. Cough cough. Am I not suited to be here? Mu Chen awkwardly looked around. The girls covered their mouths and nodded, their faces slightly flushed. Got it. Mu Chen took off running. If he didn't leave now, it would soon escalate into a big scene. Returning to the long unvisited esports room, Mu Chen stretched lazily and plopped down in the gaming chair. What a feast for the eyes, Mu-chin said with a smirk, unconsciously smiling. His mind was still recalling the scene he had just witnessed, but unfortunately, his phone had been inconvenient to use at that moment. Otherwise, that image would have surely become the holy scripture for Mu-chen's guidance. Suddenly, he felt a longing for the feeling of being wrapped up. Mu-chen tapped his fingers on the gaming desk, feeling a bit restless. Once he had some free time, he would slowly be possessed by the urge to indulge, and then it would be too late to turn back. Hey, let's play a match to calm down. Mu-chin started the main computer, preparing to play a few ranked matches to suppress the evil in his heart. But before he could launch the game, the door was pushed open. Luo-yi peeked her head into the room, and Mu-chen almost lost his grip at the sight. Mu-chen swallowed hard. Is there something you need? Luo-yi nodded, cautiously slipping into the esports room and closing the door behind her. There's a fight outside, and I don't want to get involved. The implication was clear, and Mu-chen wasn't foolish. He gestured for Luo-yi to come over. Her unique fragrance was somewhat addictive to him. Warning, enchantment status activated. Please take care to dispel it. Damn it, whether it's burning or enchanting, today Luo-yi is doomed. Luo-yi, just do your thing. I'm going to start a game first. Mu-chen left it at that, already opening the ranked match screen, while Luo-yi had reached the designated spot. Bang! 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 Mu-chen dodged a few times and instantly took down the opponent's character, but he felt a biting sensation. Hiss, Mu-chen couldn't help but let out a pain sound. If we were to talk about levels, Luo-yi's rank was no joke. Compared to Nicole and the others, the succubus's talent was clearly evident here. Bang! Mu-chen stood frozen for 2 seconds, having been taken down by the opponent, surrendering. This game ended so quickly that Mu-chen felt a bit frustrated. He wanted to type out a complaint about why the opponent didn't get killed even once, but the sudden rush of excitement made him lose his anger. Forget it. After all, my situation isn't great either. Mu-chen smiled wickedly. In this game, I can only play the role of a teammate. Luo-yi sensibly wrapped her arms around Mu-chen's waist, mechanically repeating the action. Ugh! Luo-yi let out a small burp and wiped the corner of her mouth. Thank you for the hospitality. She was quite full. Wow, my performance is simply dismal. 5 kills in 1 game, and none in 5 others. It's all your fault. Mu-chen glanced at Luo-yi but didn't blame her. Luo-yi made a playful face, shyly looking at Mu-chen, and asked, although I'm full, the new house is still empty. Are you sure you don't want to move in? At that moment, Mu-chen's mind was already muddled. He controlled his game character to take a couple of steps, then turned to look at Luo-yi. You can take the key and go in. I still want to play for a while. Mu-chen handed over the initiative to Luo-yi. After all, the ownership of the new house belonged to her, and Mu-chen was just a guest. In short, Mu-chen was feeling lazy. Alright, Luo-yi blinked her eyes, fumbling around until she found the key. I'm going to open the door now. Luo-yi was extremely nervous. This little house was finally welcoming its first resident. The door slowly opened, and a whiff of blood filled the air, causing Luo-yi to stop in her tracks. But soon after, a wave of the new house's fresh scent wafted in, covering the original smell. Ugh, this house's construction isn't great. The door can only fit a child, and it seems to be leaking. Yes, as Luo-yi walked on the floor of the room, water was leaking everywhere, making it utterly terrible. Mu-chen's attention was distracted as he looked at Roy sitting on him, chuckling. It's fine, as long as the load-bearing wall can hold up, the house won't collapse, and people can live in it. As for leaks, which house can be completely waterproof? Hearing this, Roy felt much more at ease and smiled brightly. Then let me show Mu-chen around this house. Saying that, she quickened her pace, leading Mu-chen to dart around, inspecting every corner of the house. The higher the floor, the worse the leaks became, to the point where it was uninhabitable. TSK, Roy, did you get scammed on this house? Mu-chen explored the roof, occasionally tapping on the ceiling of the top floor. Roy hurriedly stopped Mu-chen's reckless behavior. Mu-chen, even though you're a guest, you can't damage the roof. That makes sense. Then Roy can go explore by herself. My teammates are calling me back to kill some people. Mu-chen's attention returned to reality as he typed furiously on the keyboard. Half an hour. An hour. Mu-chen was already exhausted. It was really too hard to deal with this group of useless teammates. 2 hours. His head started to feel dizzy, and Mu-chen began to use healing spells on himself. 3 hours. Mu-chen had given up on continuing the game. He decided to lie back in the gaming chair for a moment's rest. 4 hours. He realized that the swan plush bed was much more comfortable. The gaming chair was too hard on his back. 5 hours. Mu-chen almost couldn't get up. He hurriedly stopped Roy. Alright, Roy. The furniture is all moved in. There's no extra space for more furniture. My back is about to give out. But I actually think we can still add some small decorations. Mu-chen, you go rest on the sofa, and I'll move them myself. No way. At this moment, Mu-chen truly realized the warning Nicole had given him. this thing was really terrifying. One could count as 10 people. Dinner time and late night snack time. The girls hadn't seen Mu-chen leave the room and were all a bit worried. How long had it been? Did he fall asleep? Let's go check. It would be bad if something unexpected happened, Beilu suggested. I have a really bad feeling. It seems like we're missing someone. Ludi seemed to have noticed that Roy was nowhere to be found. The girls immediately understood and rushed towards Mu-chen's room. This chapter contains a lot of bitter and difficult prose. Those who understand can leave a message. One of the 12 zodiac gods, Hera. I am the queen. Mortals, kneel before us. You shall welcome a new life. Playful, this is a contest between life and death. As the one who committed great sins, Roy was brought to justice. Naya read out Roy's charges. Roy, you have committed a heinous crime. Infidelity is strictly prohibited on our side. Yes, that's right, Beilu said, hands on her hips, nodding confidently. Ludi also crossed her arms, nodding as if it were obvious. Mu-chen felt embarrassed to point out that they were the first to cheat, yet here they were, the villains crying out first. Naya, foolish and naive, thought Roy was the first. I really wonder what she would do when she finds out the truth about Mu-chen. Naya poked Roy's full belly, and the drink she had just consumed immediately came spewing out. Ugh, what are you doing, Naya? You wasted it. That's food. Roy tried to get up but was pressed down by Naya. How long have you been plotting this? Roy calculated with her fingers and weakly replied, since the first time Mu-chen left. Not bad, huh? Naya turned to Mu-chen, her tone extremely kind. You've known Roy for less than a month, and you've already peeled off the original sticker? Should I say your deception skills are good or your deception skills are good? Mu-chen was innocent, arguing, what are you talking about? When did I deceive anyone? I'm just too charming. Roy was completely drawn in. Exactly, it's all Mu-chen's charm, Roy chimed in, going along with the conversation. Shut up, Naya glared at Roy, so now you're siding with my disciple, huh? You little cheater. I didn't do anything, Roy replied, looking aggrieved. I haven't even been pampered by my disciple, and you, on the other hand, seize every opportunity, Naya said, her voice trembling with anger, hands on her hips. Then, as if remembering something, Naya's face turned slightly red, and she said with a hint of pride, ahem. So, how long? 6 hours? Roy tilted his head, uncertain. 6 hours? Naya instinctively covered her stomach, suddenly feeling a bit of pain. Is this something a person can do? Beilu, Ludi, and Shamai exchanged glances, silently admiring how impressive it was. They never would have guessed. As for the others, those who understood were already blushing. Those who didn't were still in a daze. The farce continued for a while, and Mu-chen felt a bit hungry. I feel quite empty. Is there any dinner? Dinner? Naya was furious, hands on her hips as she looked at Mu-chen. Look at what time it is. And you're still thinking about dinner? Mu-chen fell silent. It seemed his master was really angry. Was this a family visit? Just wait. She's so fierce now, but later, I'll make her behave like a little baby. While he was thinking this, a delicious aroma suddenly wafted from the living room, and Mu-chen quickly turned his gaze toward it. I saved dinner for you, Lord Mu-chen. I was afraid you'd go hungry, Alice said, lifting the lid off the hot meal, smiling sweetly at Mu-chen. It felt like a devoted wife and mother vibe. Alice's dedication is commendable. Mu-chen nodded in satisfaction, walking toward the sofa to enjoy the specially prepared dinner. Sitting down made Mu-chen feel a bit shy, with 10 girls staring at him. He felt awkward and itchy inside. It's just a meal. Why are you all staring at me? Don't you know this puts a lot of pressure on me? He closed his eyes tightly, took a small bite of the rice dish, and before he could chew much, Alice leaned in to ask, Lord Mu-chen, how is it? This is my first attempt at a recipe I found here. I wonder if it suits your taste. It's very delicious, Mu-chen said, his eyes wide, nodding exaggeratedly. Yay! That's great! Alice nodded excitedly. None of them have tried it yet. I want to try more of Mu-chen's culinary delights from other worlds in the future. Alice tilted her snow-white neck, encouraging herself. The other girls stared at Alice, realizing they had underestimated her. This girl wants to win Mu-chen over through his stomach. Damn it, if this continues, Alice's progress will surely advance rapidly. I can't let her get ahead. I need to start learning to cook. Mu-chen savored the rice dish. To be honest, this was the first time he had tasted such delicious food in another world. Not to mention the unique spices that couldn't be bought from the outside world. The mature cooking processes and tools were far beyond this world by several centuries. Lord Mu-chen, this is the crushing carp soup I made for you. Please give it a try, Alice said, holding out a bowl slowly to Mu-chen's lips. Mu-chen didn't hold back and took a few sips directly. It's very fresh. I can't help but love it. Mu-chen even licked his lips, wanting more. The soup was exquisite. The other little ones couldn't help but swallow, not knowing why watching Mu-chen eat made them particularly hungry. Can I have a taste? Huayin leaned closer to Mu Chen, already drooling. Her eyes were fixed on the plate of rice in front of Mu Chen. No way, this is Lord Mu Chen's dinner. You've already eaten, so you can't. Before Alice could finish her sentence, Mu Chen said, It's fine, Alice. Such delicious food should be shared with others. Since it's Lord Mu Chen, then fine. With Alice's response, Mu Chen scooped a spoonful and held it up to Huayin's mouth. Huayin eagerly bit down, completely unconcerned that the spoon had already been used. How is it? Mu Chen asked. It's really delicious. It's even better than that big roast meat. Huayin's eyes sparkled. This food was just to her taste, and she couldn't get enough of it. The others couldn't hold back either, crowding around to taste a bit. Alice hurriedly blocked them, saying, Hey, if you all want to taste it, Lord Mu Chen won't get to eat much. Let's wait for next time. I'll make more next time, and let Lord Mu Chen eat his fill first. With Alice's persuasion, they somewhat agreed to this idea. After all, they couldn't let the head of the household go hungry. After Mu Chen finished tasting, they each returned to their rooms. Only Nayako stayed by her side. You better not run away from tonight's tutoring session. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. Before Mu Chen could react, Nayako charged at her. Wait! Mu Chen quickly grabbed Nayako's wrist, glancing around and whispering, Here? Her little master was probably too eager to use magic to bully her. Mu Chen continued, No. Ha, is my disciple shy? That won't do. Let master properly test your progress. Saying this, Nayako broke free from Mu Chen and started to make her move. Nayako throws herself into the net. Master, you're not being honest, Mu Chen complained to her busy master. This master was indeed quirky and diverse in her methods. Mu Chen didn't even know where to start with her complaints. But it couldn't be denied that these antics brought Mu Chen joy. Nayako muttered while busy, My good disciple, really, if you had submitted to me earlier, you wouldn't have let others get ahead. Master is upset. After mumbling, she tightly clenched her small hands. Well, we are master and disciple. Even if you want to, I can't accept it at that time. After hearing Mu Chen's defense, Nayako was displeased. Humph. Silly head, I've been so obvious, yet you keep running away. If one day, your master gets taken away by another man, let's see if you'll regret it. As the saying goes, if a girl is interested in you and you don't accept, how can you justify it? If one day she gets taken away by another man, crying to God won't help. Especially someone like Nayako, who is adored by the people. Her fame in the empire is unmatched. She receives hundreds of love letters every day, and the noble balls she has turned down are countless. For someone like her, if you don't seize the opportunity, you'll eventually be taken by someone else. Mu Chen had indeed thought about this, like the day Nayako encounters danger and is saved by some noble young man, leading to feelings. Over time, his importance in Nayako's eyes would diminish until she completely became someone else's wife. Cough. Mu Chen quickly shook his head. He couldn't think any further. How could he entertain such a bull-headed scenario? His master must be his own, especially since soon his master's sticker would be torn off. It was no longer a matter for those delusional men. Mu Chen used the Soraya symbol on his master's outerwear. This thing was really convenient. Aside from burning some fabric and money, it had no drawbacks. Just as Mu Chen was about to close his eyes and hand over the priority to her, Nayako suddenly stopped and pulled out a pile of letters. Mu Chen looked blankly at the grinning Nayatsi, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. Nayatsi leisurely opened the letters, closed one eye, cleared her throat, and read in a sweet voice, Dear Mentor Nayatsi, I am very pleased to write to you today. After hearing your great name, I have admired you greatly. I am a noble from the Al Empire, with some knowledge in magical research, and I would like to invite you to discuss magical matters one evening. I believe this will enhance our mutual understanding of magic. I wonder if you could spare some time to reply. I will definitely keep the appointment. The name of the letter writer was not read out by Nayatsi, but that was not important. Nayatsi looked at Mu Chen with a smug expression and pulled out a few more letters, saying with a smile, Disciple, look, Master is so popular. Do you think I should reply? Master is also very interested in magical research, you know? As she spoke, she took out paper and pen to prepare a reply to the writer. While writing, Nayatsi kept observing Mu Chen's reaction, seemingly to make him jealous. Mu Chen sighed helplessly. He had seen this little trick many times. Since his master was using it, he might as well play along. No, master, you can't reply, you are mine, and you can only accompany me. Nayatsi, who was a bit silly, couldn't help but smile widely upon hearing this, and in a teasing tone said, Really? But I see that my disciple doesn't seem to cherish master at all. Maybe master should just run off with someone else. How can that be? My master is the best. If you ran off with someone else, I would definitely be sad. Nayatsi crossed her arms, looking proud, turned her head away, and glanced at Mu Chen. Anyone can say that. Disciple, are you just all talk? You brought this on yourself, you little rascal. Mu-Chen gritted his teeth and reached out directly towards his master. He directly installed the computer parts onto the computer, and the brain machine began to show electrical disturbances. Like a chemical catalyst, it made the chemical reaction occur more violently. Mu-Chen smiled knowingly. The effect of these high-end computer parts was indeed good, making the computer feel brand new, although it consumed more power. Hiss, the computer temperature is a bit high. I need to cool it down with Master Qin's help. Mu-Chen clicked randomly on the computer screen with the mouse, but the memory usage kept increasing. The speakers emitted strange electrical sounds. Ugh, the computer parts are toxic. The tone from the speakers seemed to lose its proud flavor, turning into a delicate voice of a weak girl. I can't take it anymore. The computer temperature is rising too fast. I must cool it physically. Mu-Chen pressed the entire main unit against his chest, the coolness slightly calming the main unit down, but the speakers still occasionally emitted short electrical sounds. Master, how are you? It seems the cooling method isn't working. These computer parts have too much power. Mu-Chen anxiously handled it, not letting any corner go unchecked. Nayatsi looked at Mu-Chen with a resentful expression, slowly turned her head away, and huffed, just get to the key application directly. Didn't you notice that it was that application causing the computer to overload, you fool? Mu-Chen smirked and carefully observed the computer screen for a while, discovering the application that was continuously consuming memory. Phew, what exactly is this application? I wonder what will happen if I click on it. Mu-Chen asked knowingly. Nayatsi was too lazy to comment on this anymore. She tugged at Mu-Chen and said softly, when double-clicking the application, be careful, or the computer will crash. Also, if the computer gives a command, you must stop the mouse. If you double-click too quickly, the computer may become unresponsive and suffer painful damage. Don't worry, Master, I'm still good at this computer stuff. Then, hurry up and click, or the computer is going to burn out. Mu-Chen was making the final preparations, and he noticed that the application background had turned into an ocean, gradually filling the computer screen. Looks like it's ready. Ugh, nonsense, I really want to smash my disciple's head. Why isn't it cooling down yet? Naya's voice was trembling. However, as soon as she said that, she began to regret it. Mu-Chen's single-handed speed was so fast that he almost caused the computer to crash. The mouse pointer clicked into the application. Hurry and exit the application. Naya shouted desperately, but realized it was too late. The entire mouse pointer was stuck in the application and couldn't exit. The computer was unresponsive. Disciple, you big fool, not listening to your master. The computer froze, and Naya shed tears. She tightly grasped Mu-Chen's hand. This was an expensive computer. Such a waste. The original sticker on the computer was ripped off violently. After a while, the crying sound from the speakers gradually stopped, replaced by a rhythmic electrical buzzing. Beep beep beep, preparing to charge the tower. Mu-Chen had only slept for 3 hours. He couldn't help but admire his master. She was simply top-notch. Ever since she got used to the feeling, she took away the priority and treated Mu-Chen like a workhorse. Mu-Chen didn't mind much. After all, it was rare to be able to lie down and rest, but just thinking about Naya's appearance, it was simply indescribable. If those admirers found out, would they be utterly disappointed? Oh no, they would probably be even more excited. After all, who would refuse a juicy fried chicken? After this battle, Naya was also satisfied and slept until she woke up naturally, while Mu-Chen watched her serene sleeping face. He didn't know how long it had been since he had seen his master sleep so adorably. So, what should he plan for today? Mu-Chen got up from the sofa, looking at the few little red flowers printed on it, and chuckled softly. Feeling the sofa shift, Naya also woke up groggily, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Ah, my dear disciple? Naya said drowsily, squinting her eyes and reaching out randomly. Seeing this, Mu-Chen hurried forward, otherwise, the silly master would fall off. Is she still half asleep? Mu-Chen wondered, preparing to lay Naya back down and leave. My dear disciple, I still want. Naya's grip gradually tightened, pulling them close together. Mu-Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Was this little one a bit too much? She had just woken up. Seeing that Mu-Chen was slow to respond, Naya squinted and pouted, I want it, my dear disciple, come on. Such an adorable whiny voice made Mu-Chen's heart race. Wow, this was completely different from the usual master. The contrast. Ugh, it was just too cute. He wanted to tease her more and more. Silly master, it's already late, they all need to get up. Can we talk about it later? Mu-Chen hugged her underarm, forcibly lifting her away. No. Naya pouted like a child throwing a tantrum, flailing her limbs. I want it. Of course, Mu-Chen wouldn't back down. He firmly stated, no way. You can't go overboard, you know? Otherwise, your stamina won't hold up. After all, his master's endurance wasn't high, and by the end, she would almost be in a dizzy state. Humph, if you don't give it to me, I'll hit your head. Naya finally opened her eyes, pouting and speaking in a babyish tone, full of arrogance. Damn, that really hit my system. I must reinstall it next time. Nevertheless, Muchin still had to hold on for a while. But master, aren't you satisfied? Your capacity isn't small, you know. Nayako's face turned red as she mumbled, no way. It's just that I was too serious yesterday. I've already forgotten what it feels like. Is there really such a saying? Mukin helplessly glanced at the clock. It was 5 in the morning. There should still be some time left. In that case, let's go to my esports room. Nayako smiled brightly, even licking the corner of her mouth, unable to contain her excitement. At the same time, she hung an ice cream on Mukin's waist, breaking free from his restraint and clinging to him like a sloth. This little bit of softness is really nice. Thus, Mukin returned to the esports room with his little accessory. The room soon filled with the sounds of gunfire from the game, mixed with other noises. 7 o'clock. The girls gradually put on their pajamas and gathered in the living room to do their own things. Since distancing themselves from the hustle and bustle of the world, they had taken on the attributes of homebodies. Being lazy at home was truly wonderful. There was food, drink, and fun, plus a big brother to keep them company. Aside from Kayan, who was still hiding in her room quietly drawing, everyone else had arrived. Nayako lay on the living room chair, her face flushed, her little hand resting on her warm belly, seemingly savoring the moment. Here comes the hot chicken soup. Alice, wearing thick gloves, brought out a pressure cooker from the kitchen, steam rising from it. The others rushed over, while Nayako lay comfortably on the table and chairs, grinning with her eyes closed. Master, aren't you going to have some? Mukin served a bowl of chicken soup in front of Nayako. Drinking soup is such a wonderful thing. Nayako glanced at it casually and waved her hand. I'm full, I won't drink it. Why not drink it? Hurry up and drink. Ahem, is that so? But you won't be full from that, and if you get hungry later, you won't be able to have this chicken soup. Mukin started drinking the soup himself, and Nayako scoffed. Humph, instead of that, why not think about a name for the baby? Pfft. Mukin sprayed the soup out, splattering it everywhere, and the others turned to look. Belu asked, Master, what's wrong? Is it too hot? Alice nervously inquired, is it not tasty? No. Mukin quickly shook his head, immediately using magic to clean up the spilled soup. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I just choked a little. It's nothing serious. Damn, this Nayako really knows how to shock people. How old is she? And she's already thinking about having a little one to keep her company. After everyone finished the chicken soup, they began to gather and discuss the day's events, as the day to cooperate with the Demon King was just 2 days away. How about we take some time to clear a few floors of the Tower of Heaven? Belu suggested. The others did not refute. This was something they could take or leave, as long as Mukin was willing. They were too. Mukin thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, I'm tired of the dead trees on the first floor. Let's go to the second floor for some fresh air. Oh yeah. Belu jumped excitedly. She was the only one among them who longed for the Tower of Heaven. The others were either natives of the tower or demons. Alright, everyone, pack up and get ready to go. I'll go call Kayan. Mukin said this and walked towards Kayan's room, while the others began checking their supplies. For Nayako and Tia, the first floor boss was just a little fluffball. They could easily defeat him without any preparation. On the other side, Mukin knocked on Kayan's door. Kayan, are you there? There was no response from inside, so Mukin knocked again. This time, hurried and chaotic sounds came from within. Ah! A startled cry came from the room, as if something had been bumped into and someone was hurt. I'm coming in, Kayan. Muchin was worried that Hua-in might be in danger, so he used alchemy to directly destroy the lock and entered the room. What greeted his eyes was a flurry of scattered drawings. Hua-in was on the floor, clutching her waist in pain. Are you okay, Hua-in? Muchin hurried over to treat her and help her up. A piece of drawing paper fell from above, landing right in front of Muchin. It was fine until he looked at it. He was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this from last night? Could it be that Hua-in was peeking at that time? Come lie down beside me. It's very warm. Hua-yin's little secret. Hua-in, do you have any last words to say? I will make it happen. This Hua-in absolutely cannot be left alone. This beeping technique is simply maxed out. Muchin didn't even know someone was nearby at that time. This is social death. Hua-in hurriedly explained, I really didn't mean to. I was just thirsty. I wanted to find some water to drink. And then, she felt a bit wronged. Who knew such an exciting scene would be visible? Muchin grabbed other pieces of drawing paper, almost all of which were fragments of various scenes, and the drawing skills were exquisite. You really observed closely. The details are so detailed. Hua-in was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. Her secret had been seen, and her persona had collapsed. After admiring a few pieces, Mu Chen turned his gaze to the drawing paper in Hua Yin's hand. Puzzled, Hua Yin, let me see what you have. He noticed that since he entered, Hua Yin had been tightly clutching that piece of drawing paper, as if it were something very important. This one is not allowed. Hua Yin immediately took a few steps back, guarding the drawing paper tightly. I've seen all these things, how could you be stimulated by those? No, it's different. This one is absolutely not allowed. Hua Yin still refused to let go, and the more Mu Chen looked, the more something felt off. But since it was someone else's secret, he felt it wasn't right to expose it. He stood up, tidied up some drawing papers, handed them to Hua Yin, and smiled. Alright, don't worry about these things anymore. Let's clean up and get ready to challenge the Lord. The Lord? Brother Mu Chen, are you going to challenge the Tower of Heaven? I just happen to have some free time today. Hua Yin lowered her head slightly, her tone a bit dejected. Will Brother Mu Chen think that Hua Yin is a bad child? No way. Mu Chen gently rubbed Hua Yin's head, and with his other hand, he pinched her little cheek. Hua Yin is a lovely girl, how could I dislike you? Then if Hua Yin is a naughty girl, would brother dislike me? Hua Yin stammered, as if testing something. Looking at the sincere gaze Hua Yin cast at him, Mu Chen seemed to realize something. I wouldn't. After all, in this day and age, who isn't a bit naughty? Those who say they aren't should be dragged out for Tia to give them a good talking to. Hua Yin blinked at Mu Chen, wanting to confirm once more. Really won't? Really won't? Don't worry, Hua Yin. Don't think too much, everyone is waiting for us. Hua Yin fidgeted with her fingers, and in the end, she closed her eyes tightly and stretched out her hands, trembling as she said, please look at this drawing. Although she didn't want Mu Chen to see it, her inner feelings told her she wanted him to know her emotions. Hiss, what's going on with Hua Yin? Why is she suddenly willing to show me? Swallowing hard, Mu Chen reached out to take the drawing paper and began to admire it. The scene depicted a street, surrounded by bustling shops and pedestrians. Mu Chen and Hua Yin were holding hands, walking in the middle of the street. It sounded very warm and posed no problem. But, damn, why is this perspective from below looking up? And, beneath Hua Yin's frilly skirt, there was a void. If it were just a void, that would be fine. But, why are there strange water droplets too? Can you not add other elements randomly? Mu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze landing on the extremely tense Hua Yin. The skirt matched that. Hua Yin, are you in a void state right now? Mu Chen was genuinely curious. Hua Yin immediately blushed, turning her head away and nodding slightly. Aha, so is this based on yourself? Mu Chen couldn't believe it, this thing was drawn too realistically. Hua Yin nodded even more shyly. Very good, this is too small, even less than Naya's. At this moment, Mu Chen didn't know what to say. He seemed to have fallen into a state of self-reproach. Would he end up taking all the rare resources from the continent and then face divine punishment? Forget it, divine punishment is also under one's own control, it shouldn't hit him. Hua Yin still didn't dare to look at Mu Chen. After all, this drawing was too skeletal. Although she planned to draw even more extreme images, she still couldn't take that step. Seeing this, Mu Chen naturally wanted to guide her well, providing her with some basic knowledge and psychological preparation. Mu Chen comforted her. Does Hua Yin like this feeling? I don't dislike it. Hua Yin wants to go shopping with brother Mu Chen. Secretly. The last three words were said very softly. After all, it was hard to say. In the ensuing conversation, Mu Chen gradually understood her thoughts. She just wanted to be close, and Mu Chen was definitely willing. After tidying up Hua Yin's side, everyone was finally ready to set off. To prevent passers-by from shedding envious tears, all the girls put on black cloaks to cover their faces and bodies. It felt a bit like a team of men in black. Stepping out of the cave, the long-lost fresh air rushed in, and Naya, Belu, and Loi hadn't felt such fresh air in a long time. The cave was just too stuffy. Everyone, do you see that endless staircase leading to the sky? The tower on top is where the Lord is located. Following Mu Chen's direction, the girls saw narrow passages. It's so long, I can hardly bear it, Taya sighed as she looked at the winding passage. It may look high from a distance, but when you get closer, you'll find it really is high, Mu Chen said seriously. The girls murmured in response. Aren't you just stating the obvious, manager? Ludi waved her hand in mockery. If nothing goes wrong, we definitely have to take this ladder to go up. Oh, when I first went to the Tower of Heaven, I had never seen so many natives of the Tower of Heaven in one country. Loi added a bit of small talk. Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed before, but now that I do, I realize it, said Yen, the mischievous one. No more fluff. There are a lot of unnecessary words here. I guess you don't want to know, right? I really wasn't padding the word count, please believe me. Ahem, that's enough. You guys never stop, do you? Mu Chen hurriedly stopped them. How could they be so talkative? He hadn't seen them chat like this before. and now they liked to go against him as soon as they stepped out. Hee hee, the little girls in black all stuck out their tongues at Mu Chen, making faces. They were all grinning. At this moment, Mu Chen inexplicably felt a sense of happiness. Ah, healed by the girls. No, that's not what we're talking about now. Mu Chen tapped each of their heads and then carefully explained, although the passage is long, when you look at it up close, you'll find it's an automatic transport staircase. Just standing there will automatically take you to the Lord's Tower. You don't need to walk step by step. Otherwise, I estimate you would be exhausted by the time you reach the top. Sending you two cat-eared girls, meow meow meow. Hand-holding game. The hand-holding game has Mu Chen at the front of the line, leading the group of girls towards the nearest sky ladder. But the path is not so easy to walk. Mu Chen grits his teeth, ignoring the noise behind him. These guys are currently entangled in deciding who will hold Mu Chen's hand, with only 2 spots available. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey! The girls all stretch out their hands. Oomph, Loi and Tia, you're out. Naya laughs heartily with her hands on her hips. Loi, damn, why did I have to choose scissors? Tia, oh dear. It seems I will lose another chance. After the first round of elimination, the group starts to stir again, preparing for the next round. As they pass through a small town, Mu Chen interrupts their boring game. Listen up, don't make any noise, and walk properly, don't keep crowding over here. What, is there gold where I'm walking? Hee hee, of course not, it's just that we want to get closer to Mu Chen, right? Yen giggles, completely shedding her previous indifferent attitude. Yen, what's with you lately? Why do you keep turning into a human? I miss that quiet doll. Ever since successfully capturing Yen, she occasionally seeks him out to chat. Like a chatterbox, is this still the same quiet doll from before? Hee hee, does Mu Chen dislike me? You were so rough in the dream. Yen covers her mouth and smirks. Rough? Ludi's ears perked up. She seemed to have heard some secret news. Manager, did you, in the dream, not even spare my sister? Ludi's words instantly piqued the interest of the girls. After all, women are the most gossipy. Not to mention the gossip subject is Mu Chen. Ludi, spill the dream, hurry up. Beilu was impatient. Alice even rushed to Ludi's side, vying for the best listening spot. Ludi fidgeted a bit, feeling shy. Oh, that's something hard to talk about. It's quite embarrassing. The girl seemed unsatisfied with this answer, and Naya directly pulled out a bottle of potion, looking at Ludi with ill intent. This is a sincerity potion, you know? If you don't talk, don't blame me for being rude. Ludi immediately stopped, nervously swallowing, casting a pleading glance at Mu Chen. However, before Mu Chen could speak, Yen quickly replied, actually, there's nothing much to say, just a regular love fruit. The girls gasped in surprise. Beilu's face turned slightly red. I didn't expect Ludi to already. Well, Beilu's gaze fell on Ludi's celestial position, seriously suspecting that Ludi graduated earlier than herself. Ahem! Alice quickly coughed a few times, already feeling shy on the side. That's really an inappropriate topic. But she was very interested. Tia made a funny face, leaning next to Ludi and teasing. So, is there anything more interesting? After all, it's a dream. I think even the biggest hammer wouldn't be a problem. Hee hee. The atmosphere instantly turned cold, leaving only Tia giggling. The girls felt scared. They had to stay away from this guy. This guy is really perverted. Next time, I'll bring you a rock god pillar. Just like a pile driver on the construction road, thumping and shaking the ground. Why is everyone distancing themselves from me? Tia reached out, wanting them not to leave. However, Yen just smiled slightly, because you are real, different from us. What? Why is that? If you all tried, you would definitely fall in love with something strange too. You can't isolate me just because of that. Ludi awkwardly scratched her cheek. Although I can swallow bones, if it's a black crystal hammer, I would just drop dead. The other girls nodded in agreement. It made too much sense. This thing probably only you can handle. We'd be dead if we tried. Woo-woo, Tia dejectedly came to Wheat's side. Startled, Wheat shivered and leaned away. What? What's the matter? The third batch of newcomers actually didn't know about Tia, so just now, Wheat and Hainan were both in the dark and didn't quite understand. Wheat was the type who kept silent, commonly known as a lurking monster. This gave Tia a bit of support. Tia, let's go together. Wheat wanted to refuse. Woo, I want to hold Mu Chen's hand. Sorry. Tia's eyes immediately filled with tears. If even Wheat didn't want to, what about Hainan? She cast her gaze towards Hainan, and the two exchanged glances for a moment before Hainan hurriedly took small steps away. Alright, now there was truly no one left, and Tia was about to turn into a reclusive dragon. Sigh. Mu Chen glanced back. He had seen the whole scene clearly. It seemed that although Tia's stats were strong, her mental defenses were still lacking. Mu Chen stopped and called out to Tia, Tia, come here. Master, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you? Tia looked up, her expression pitiful. No, I just happen to be empty-handed. Come hold my hand. Mu-chen reached out to Tia, and the other girls all stopped in disbelief, revealing envious looks. Mu-chen's hand. I really want to hold it. Some little ones had already started to stir, notably Bello and Nayako. You better not have any funny ideas. Cutting in line will have serious consequences. Mu-chen warned the restless bunch and successfully took Tia's hand. Tia's heart raced. This was the second time holding hands. The last time they had just met, and their relationship had unknowingly improved. Perhaps the reason was that the master was willing to cooperate with her original master? Once back on the road, Hainan leaned against Mu-chen, looking up at him, and softly asked, Brother Mu-chen, who will the last spot be saved for? Do you want it? Hainan tentatively reached out her hand, wanting to grasp Mu-chen's free right hand. Mu-chen didn't stop her, but the others nearby couldn't stand it any longer. Sneaking away so openly? Nayako swiftly moved in front of Hainan, seizing Mu-chen's hand first and smugly looking at them. Humph. Wait until you practice for a few more years to catch up. Hee. Hainan. Her expression looked like she was about to cry. Nayako couldn't bear to see others in tears and quickly comforted Hainan. Hainan-chan, how about sharing with your big sister? Come on. Nayako lifted Hainan's small hand and placed it on Mu-chen's hand as well. So what was the point of the rock-paper-scissors game you just played? Our Roy has arrived. The first true meal. It really feels wonderful. Just ate a bit too much. Feeling a bit bloated, but it's okay. Haha. As long as it feels good. Layer boss. Passing through the withered forest. Everyone prepared to go through this small town to reach the nearby sky ladder. According to Mu-chen's request, they all behaved much better, mainly because the atmosphere here was quite poor, with various unhealthy scenes and a bunch of drunken men. They didn't want to get into any trouble. Following closely behind Mu-chen, they quickly ran down the street. Aside from being slightly shorter, almost no one knew that this group was all girls. Moreover, beneath the black clothing, they all wore bright and beautiful little skirts. They passed through the small town without any incidents. What came into view was the resplendent golden ladder, and unlike what was seen from afar, the ladder up close resembled a series of interconnected small rooms. Standing within the room-like ladder, the scenery around began to rapidly fade away. It was as if they were being transported step by step. Beilu nervously rubbed her hands together. This is my first challenge at the Tower of Heaven. I'm so nervous. Nayako smacked her lips. It's just a little Tower of Heaven. Leave it to me. Loi placed his left hand in front of him, somewhat uneasy. I'm not really suited for combat. I wonder if I'll hold you guys back. Well, I can't fight either, so don't worry, we have the manager here. Ludi patted Loi's head, but didn't expect to be hurt by that horn. Your horn is so hard. Yen chuckled, sister is really silly. A succubus's horns are quite tough. To be honest, in this team, only a few can break them. Tia patted her ample chest proudly. I'm talking about me. Watch me take you all flying. No way, the girls said in unison, we don't want to be taken flying. Hainan, meanwhile, leaned sleepily against Mu-chen, showing no interest in the battle. As a manga artist, her physical strength wasn't great. She was just a little better at magic as a member of the Urei clan. As for Xiaomai, she was purely a stats monster, a magical genius suited for explosive bursts followed by a slump. Alice felt quite lost. She was probably the least needed class in the current team, a saint. After all, with the great Mu-chen already present, there was no need for Alice's healing and support. At most, she could act cute to heal Mu-chen's little wounded heart. During the teleportation, Mu-chen cast his gaze outward, the contours of the entire world reappearing, both familiar and strange. How small this land was. In a daze, accompanied by a loud thud, Mu-chen snapped back to reality. We've already arrived at the tower. Mu-chen activated his enemy detection ability. Follow me. Try to avoid contact with the minor monsters. Mainly, he didn't want to waste time on those troublesome creatures. The girls followed Mu-chen's lead, weaving through the giant tower filled with stone walls, occasionally encountering a few bloodthirsty bats attacking them. But such low-level monsters posed no threat in front of Xiaomai. Lightning chain. In the blink of an eye, yellow lightning surged through the bats, instantly frying them. The minor monsters on the first floor are still annoying. Mu-chen sighed. These bats almost acted in groups, and once one was lost, more would immediately appear. As for what these monsters were, Mu-chen couldn't provide an answer. In short, they weren't magical creatures. However, based on his observations, they seemed to be a collection of digital file archives created by the system. No matter how many were killed, they could never be completely eradicated, and their strength could be adjusted at will. Hundreds of bats flew in from all directions of the maze, and as the deep gray figures flashed by, the black clothing on the girls showed signs of wear. Cloak durability, 96. Watching the yellow line indicating equipment durability shorten, the girls dared not let their guard down. The line referred to the status information visible to the adventurer themselves. It was usually divided into their own health points, red line, magic points, blue line, and weapon durability, yellow line. When it dropped to 0, one would die completely. Thus, there is a saying on the continent that when severely injured in battle, one must not pay attention to their health bar, or they would become flustered and make mistakes due to anxiety. At that point, they would probably die even faster. The idea of quantifying one's health points was something Mu Chen admired about the deity who created the Tower of Heaven. Mu Chen gathered everyone together and reminded them, "This battle is up to you, to train your practical combat abilities." "Humph, my disciple is truly clever, isn't she, master?" Nayako chuckled, rotating her arm and chanting, "Descend, flame of azure inferno." Instantly, a deep red flame vortex appeared above Nayako, continuously swirling and sucking in the bats, incinerating them completely. Starting with a high-level move? 4th-tier magic, it seems Master's magical abilities are quite impressive, Mu Chen murmured. This little girl, though young, had already reached a level of magic that was hard for others to approach. He really didn't know what to say. Well, that's fine, innocent and pure, like a little girl, easy to be led astray. Otherwise, if she were older, she probably wouldn't even look at him. A wife should be captured from a young age. In the dim maze corridor, clusters of bats were sucked into the vortex, turning into little points of light that dispersed into the bodies of the group. Experience points increased by 2. Experience points increased by 2. Experience points increased by 2. Group farming monsters, the experience is just this low. But Mu Chen didn't mind. In terms of numbers, no one should surpass him at this point. The remaining bats in the sky, burned by the flames emitted from the vortex, fled the area. "Let's go, we'll head straight to the Lord's room." Mu Chen didn't want to deal with these bats anymore. There were too many, and they were worthless, with little experience. They were simply useless products, like mosquitoes. The group nodded in agreement and followed Mu Chen towards the Lord's room. A magnificent door stood before them. "Are you all ready? The first level is just behind this door." Beilu nervously swallowed. I'm ready." "You look very nervous." "Beilu, are you sure you're okay?" "And no, I'm fine. I'm just too excited." Beilu's eyes sparkled. It was her first time facing something like this, and she felt a bit thrilled. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll open the door." Seeing no one object, Mu Chen placed his hand on the heavy, ancient door and slowly pushed it open. The Lord's room was extremely spacious. As soon as the door opened, countless lights illuminated the room, making it shine brightly. Beilu leaned her head into the room, looking around. After a while, she pulled her head back, tilting it to look at Mu Chen, puzzled. "Where's the master? I don't see him." "Only those who meet the conditions can enter, and then it will refresh." Saying this, Mu Chen let everyone enter the room, and then the door closed behind them. In the center of the hall, a massive monster wielding a giant axe gradually materialized. The Rampaging Minotaur. Not a character from this book. Defeat the boss. Defeat, Rampaging Minotaur state. HP, 20,000, attack, 1,000. Beilu's gaze locked onto the monster, her right hand gripping the blade tightly at her center, always ready to attack. The Rampaging Minotaur seemed to disregard Beilu, showing its sharp teeth from its long jaw and giving her a mocking smile. "This guy is really annoying." Beilu wanted to give the creature a good beating. Roar! With a bellow, the Minotaur pushed off the ground and charged straight at Beilu. The axe in its hand drew a sharp arc through the air, the blue trajectory aimed directly at her. In this world, every weapon had its own sword techniques, and the mastery of these techniques depended entirely on the wielder's strength. At this moment, the Minotaur was using a charge-type sword technique. However, the first level had been weakened too much. Both its attack speed and movement speed were halved, making it seem incredibly weak in Beilu's eyes. Charge! Beilu dashed towards the Minotaur, leaping onto the sweeping axe and then rushing towards its arm. The size difference was so great that Beilu could almost stabilize her sprint on its arm. During the charge, Beilu's right hand blade continuously sliced at the Minotaur's arm, each cut producing a deep blue light effect. The sharp blade sliced through the Minotaur's arm, revealing several gashes from which dark red blood flowed. The Minotaur let out a muffled groan of pain, its health visibly diminishing. Bella used a combo attack, dealing 400 points of physical damage, ranking first. In the Lord's Hall, the damage leaderboard began to update in real time, which would be used to calculate the subsequent reward distribution rules. As long as the Lord was dead, the rewards would automatically enter your warehouse according to the leaderboard contributions, making it extremely convenient. There were also auxiliary rankings for healing, damage taken, and so on. Bella's attacks did not stop there. once she executed her sword technique, the weapon would automatically assist her in completing the combo of that technique. The sharp blade cut from her wrist straight to her shoulder, and Bella spun her body around, delivering the final blow deep into the Minotaur's shoulder. Bella dealt damage, 1200, ranking first. Roar! The Minotaur, recovering from the stiffness after swinging its axe, reached out with its left hand to strike at Bella, who was as small as a bug on its right shoulder. But the speed was simply too slow. Bella used her sword technique again, stabbing the sharp blade into the Minotaur's flesh and leaping down from behind. The blade sliced through the Minotaur's body from above, creating a deep and long gash on its back. The entire process took only about 10 seconds, and Muchin couldn't help but cheer for Bellu. This guy was incredibly agile, truly worthy of being a branch of the wolf tribe. Bella jumped back to her original position in a few quick leaps, regrouping with the others. Ludi looked on with a hint of envy. Bellu is amazing, so fast. Bellu immediately raised her head and put her hands on her hips, basking in the sea of compliments, boasting, "Of course, I'm a speed type, perfect for this kind of sword technique." "Humph," Nayako scoffed, bragging about taking down such weak trash. "Do you believe I could finish it in one hit?" "I don't believe it," Bella retorted, wanting to earn Muchen's praise, wondering why this guy was trying to steal the spotlight. "Then you better watch closely." Nayako leisurely stepped out of the group, slowly approaching the Minotaur before her. The Minotaur, sensing her disdain, seemed extremely enraged, letting out a roar and raising its axe, ready to strike at this arrogant foe. "Little bull, today I'm going to turn you to ash." Nayako smiled, extending her delicate white hand, announcing the name of her spell. Inferno Incineration, a forbidden level spell, 6th tier. This was the strongest fire magic Nayako could currently wield, and to be honest, she was a bit worried about not being able to finish it off in one hit. If she couldn't, she would definitely be mocked by this group, so it was better to start with a forbidden spell, emphasizing respect for her opponent. As soon as the spell name was declared, a 50-meter-wide pillar of fire erupted from beneath the Minotaur. The entire lord was engulfed in flames, its flesh visibly charring bit by bit. The ground around it melted from the intense heat, and the air became so distorted it looked like it was covered in a layer of mosaic. The roasting lasted only 3 seconds, and the Minotaur's health was completely reduced to 0. It even skipped directly past the second and third phases. Nayako used Inferno Incineration, dealing 18,800 points of damage, ranking first in damage. Nayako's rewards: gold coins, a fine staff, and one piece of each basic attribute magic ore. "Humph, really weak." Nayako snapped her fingers, and the pillar of fire vanished instantly. It was gone after just a little while. I thought it would be more impressive. However, she had just felt a cold sweat in her heart, relieved that it was dead. Bella stared wide-eyed, along with Roy, Ludi, and Alice, thinking, is this the power of a mage god? Bella's combo with bleeding effects only dealt 1200 damage, while this Nayatsi cast a spell that hit nearly 2000 damage in just 3 seconds. It's simply worlds apart. Muchen wasn't surprised. If his master didn't have this level of skill, it would truly be embarrassing. However, speaking of which, this reward was really stingy. This time, only 2 people participated in the reward distribution, and the result was still so meager. The only redeeming aspect was those magic ores. When forging weapons, special ores are usually required, which can determine the weapon's quality. For example, the black crystal from the 51st floor is excellent for forging earth-type weapons. The role of magic ores is even more crucial in weapon forging. If magic ores are mixed in during the forging process, the weapon will gain corresponding attribute resistances and effects, such as fire immunity, lightning immunity, and so on. Nayatsi approached Muchen with a smile, her body swaying slightly as she said softly, "So, how was my performance, master?" "Not bad, I suppose." "Then, master should let me pat your head." Nayatsi raised her head, pointing to her own head with her finger, her lips pursed in anticipation as she looked at Muchen. "I really can't stand you." Muchen smiled slightly, placing his hand on Nayatsi's soft, silky hair and gently stroking it. The others watched, pouting their lips, filled with jealousy. All the spotlight was stolen by Nayatsi. Boo-hoo! Luoi felt sad, as if her presence was too insignificant. Aside from being able to squeeze out some juice, she had no other abilities. Thinking this way, Luoi fell deeper into her shell. Of course, the most aggrieved was Bello, who huffed as she walked towards Muchen, acting cute. "Master, I want to pat your head too, okay?" Muchen sighed helplessly. Alright, Bello has worked hard too." He placed his other hand on her head as well. At that moment, the status of the door key began to update. Door key. Open the teleportation to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Heaven Green Plain World. Wish you a happy time. In the embrace of the night, she, once immortal, was transformed into a vampire by the Blood Clan. Gradually, she stepped onto the throne of a prince with her own strength, achieving dominance for her family. But compared to the vampire queen, she was still somewhat lacking. Blood is a wonderful taste. The scent wafting from you is quite unique. Would you be willing to become my kin, Mu-chen? Green plain, alright. Let's talk about head pats later. Let's go see the scenery on the second floor first. Okay. With Mu-chen's approval, they all took off their cumbersome black cloaks, revealing their bright and beautiful skirts. They stepped into the hall towards the teleportation portal to the second floor. The surroundings began to be covered by endless white, followed by a waft of fragrant grass entering their noses. It was a long-lost scent. The second floor world was a grassland, with rolling hills and streams. This world had day and night weather. Compared to the first floor, it was truly much better. Mu-chen and the group of girls stepped onto this soil smoothly, exploring this bustling world. Yay! Bella joyfully ran across the grassland. The feeling of personally defeating the Lord to enter the next floor was so great. Bellu, slow down. Mu-chen gently reminded her. Although this place was a grassland, due to the large population, many villages and small towns had been built. Almost every half hour of walking would lead to a village. The riverside areas were already filled with villages. The girls leisurely strolled across the grassland, and Alice found Mu-chen, gazing at him affectionately. Lord Mu-chen, is there a base of yours here too? Of course. Mu-chen replied with a smile, pinching Alice's cheek. Although a bit shy, Alice obediently extended her face for Mu-chen to pinch, giggling like a little rabbit ready to be slaughtered. However, the base here isn't very good. Mu-chen did not intend to take them along, and the other girls were somewhat puzzled by this. Mu-chen smiled and explained, just think about it, this place is crowded and chaotic, with no hiding spots. There's almost no room for a base to remain concealed. The chances of you encountering danger would be much higher. So that's how it is. But it's okay, as long as I can stay by Mu-chen's side, I'm satisfied. Xiaomai moved closer to Mu-chen, as if to say that wherever Mu-chen was, that was home. As for me, I also like being by Mu-chen's side, no matter how harsh the place is. Hua-yin smiled, sweetly lifting her little head to gaze at Mu-chen. Mu-chen felt a bit shy under her gaze and could only smile foolishly. Naya let out a light huff. You little brats have stolen what I wanted to say. This should have been said by me, your master, first. The shopkeeper belongs to all of us. Naya can't secretly make the shopkeeper her private property. Ludi glared at Naya, fully aware that this person had always wanted to claim Mu-chen for herself. Exactly. The other little cuties chimed in. However, this was just on the surface. Who knew if they were secretly thinking about monopolizing Mu-chen? After all, if they could have him all to themselves, they could snuggle in Mu-chen's arms every day, letting him hold their little selves. Just thinking about that feeling made them very happy. They all dreamed of sleeping in Mu-chen's embrace every day, but that goal seemed still very far away. Each little cutie was lost in happy scenes in their minds, and Mu-chen didn't want to burst their bubble. After all, it was fine. Mu-chen could accompany 10 of them without any problem. There were positions all around. It was just a pity that there was only one Mu-chen. Disciple, how long are you going to pinch Alice's face? Naya snapped back to reality, looking displeased at that naughty hand. She had just ruffled my hair, and the next second, she was touching someone else's face. How infuriating. I really want to leave a bite mark. Are you jealous? This was made by Lord Mu-chen himself, not something I ordered. Alice replied with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing this, Naya closed her eyes in anger. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her small fists, making them creak. How infuriating. When did Alice become like this? She used to be so modest. But I, Naya, am the main wife now. You, Alice, who still has the original sticker, don't deserve to compete with me for position. Naya found a reason for herself. Yes, an imperial princess, beloved by the people, pure and flawless. How could she easily give away such a precious experience? After all, that thing probably wouldn't be given until marriage, right? Thinking this way, Naya felt magnanimous. She could do it every day now, and they couldn't compare. So, Naya proudly flicked her twin tails and said haughtily, since you're an imperial princess, I won't hold it against you. Consider it a privilege. Alice seemed displeased. She turned to Naya, pouting, I don't need privileges. I want to compete fairly with you all. Don't underestimate my feelings for Lord Mu-chen. The other girls let out a chorus of boos, and Alice realized her words were out of line, quickly covering her mouth and shaking her head at Mu-chen. Let me explain. No need to explain. The confession came too suddenly, leaving Mu-chen at a loss for words. However, more than that, he felt gratified. After all, receiving a confession from a little loli was an exhilarating moment. After finishing this little joke, Mu-chen decided to take everyone to explore this world. Is there anything you want to do? Mu-chen asked as he walked. Beilu, Wah. Fight monsters. Naya, no, I want to go home and lie down. Loi, agreed. I'm hungry. Alice wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. I want to accompany Lord Mu-chan for a stroll. Ludi, I'm fine with anything, just let me know, manager. Yen, hee, just like my sister, if it really doesn't work, Mu-chan can tear off my sticker. Seeing my sister's expression, I'm a bit curious too. Ahem. Mu-chan quickly interrupted Yen, you brat, stop talking nonsense, got it? Always talking nonsense. Yen muttered softly, I wasn't talking nonsense. Mu-chan looked at Tia and the others, continuing to ask, what are your suggestions? Tia shyly said, I miss that black gold warhammer a bit. Mu-chan decisively refused, no way. Are you planning to turn into a dragon here? You'd probably scare half the life out of everyone here, considering they are all slightly weaker newbies. Xiaomai, just being by Mu-chan's side is enough, but I can't walk too much. Indeed, Mu-chan noticed that this guy was already a bit out of breath. Their stamina was really weak. He was a bit curious how she managed to endure such a critical hit for so long back then. No, there must have been a time when she passed out. Fortunately, she woke up under his awakening spell. Huayin, as for me, I want to go back and draw. I just thought of a new little idea. A new little idea? Can you share it? Mu-chan asked curiously. Huayin paused for a moment, then her face slightly flushed as she beckoned Mu-chan closer with her finger. Mu-chan, understanding, leaned his ear towards Huayin's mouth. Huayin whispered softly, it's like this. After listening, Mu-chan smiled and nodded. That's a pretty good idea, we can give it a try. Please be careful, please be careful. What the pangolin said remains unknown to this day. The group of girls followed the bad uncle back to the temporary base on the second floor, which was quite special, a single-story house that stood out in this Western medieval-style architecture. As soon as Mu-chan unlocked the door, 10 little cuties immediately dashed inside, leaving Mu-chan with a lonely back. Well, actually, it wasn't lonely at all. It was like 10 sheep automatically entering a wolf's den. How could it be lonely? Mu-chan entered the room, looked around, and saw no one, then closed the door. The entire first floor of this base was an entertainment area, with dedicated singing rooms and a small tea room. There were also several large sofas that could be used for lounging, where one could comfortably read books. Of course, if you wanted to do something bad, it was also quite suitable, as the space was large enough. Soon, the entire first floor was occupied by them, while Mu-chan was secretly taken to the second floor by Loi. Everyone knew what was going on. After the battle, Mu-chan leaned against the wall as he walked back to the first floor, while Loi was still inside cleaning up the aftermath. To be honest, throughout this day, he felt completely drained. He was a bit worried about his future. Nayako lay on the sofa, turned her head to look at the dejected Mu-chan, and gently asked, is it over? Mu-chan looked up and saw that everyone was watching him. Some of them still seemed quite shy. After all, they had heard everything clearly. The soundproofing on the second floor wasn't very good. No, mainly it was because Loi was too indulgent. She couldn't control the volume. This was too embarrassing. Mu-chan felt a bit ashamed. But Nayako, very graciously, put away the book in her hands, brought out the pre-prepared computer parts, and handed them to Mu-chan. Here, drink this. It's very good for your health. At least it can fill the gaps in your body. Is that so? Thank you, master. Mu-chan, perhaps due to some fatigue, drank the water in the cup without thinking. Nayako looked at Mu-chan expectantly. So, how is it, disciple? Do you feel any better? It's a bit strange. I feel hot all over. Master, I won't have a fever, will I? What are you saying, my disciple? Master knows nothing. Nayako began to fidget under the gaze of others. Master, why is your figure so blurry, flickering like that? That's because Master used a bit of magic. Nayako employed some unique little magic, rendering Mu-chan unable to break free for a short time. But that was enough. Good disciple, if you're feeling tired, Master will take you to rest. She deliberately elongated the last 3 words. Bella was not pleased. Nayako, I heard your scheme. No matter what, it's time to change. Ludi chimed in. Exactly. How can you monopolize all the time? Oh dear, is your original not here? Nayako's keen insight immediately noticed something unusual. Indeed, if they were still around, they wouldn't be saying such things. That meant these 2 guys' originals were gone. Disciple, you go first. I need to check this out. Nayako pounced on Bella like a fierce tiger. Bella tried to back away, but Nayako, being a magician, naturally had binding magic. Bella was knocked down by Nayako's tackle, and she effortlessly tossed the little cuckoo away. Today, Nayako was going to see through the truth. The other Lolas instinctively covered their faces and turned away. The scene was indeed a bit colorful. Ugh, stop it, you big magician. Ha, look what I found. A black line appeared on Nayako's forehead. It turned out Bello had indeed acted first. Bella trembled. She was well aware of Nayako's temper and had been bullied before. Seeing her like this, it was clear she wouldn't have a good outcome. Oh no, although there were no fruits to eat, there were vegetables, like fresh carrots. Reflect on yourself. Without my permission, you are not allowed to move. Woo, bullying people. Humph. Nayako snorted lightly, stood up, and looked at Ludi, who was cowering in the corner. Ludi's mouth twitched, clearly frightened by Nayako's violence. Nayako cracked her knuckles and kindly looked at Ludi. Alright, it's time to check on Ludi-chan. Ludi trembled, stammering, I was wrong. I'll do it myself. Faced with Nayako's pressure, Ludi obediently admitted defeat. She didn't want to be treated violently. The others remained silent, especially Xiaomai, who wouldn't dare to speak even if given 100 chances. After dealing with this side of things, Nayako ran upstairs with a well-behaved expression, happily searching for Mu-chen like a little girl. The change in attitude is really fast. Only at times like this does she seem like a cute little thing. Alice sighed and helplessly complained. She lowered her gaze and felt around, pursing her lips. Ugh, this is troublesome, it needs to be changed. It's all Roy's fault, yelling for no reason. In the evening, Alice cooked again, serving the food everyone had been craving. As for Mu-chen, he felt a bit withdrawn, having lost to his little master. How infuriating. What kind of magic was that? It could render his magic ineffective for a short time. No, it must be because of that computer part. What on earth did that master add? After dinner, Mu-chen and Alice tidied up the dishes together, feeling quite pleasant. By the way, Alice suddenly spoke, Lord Mu-chen, the breeze outside is very refreshing. Would you like to go out and feel it? A breeze? Just a little stroll. I want to be alone with Lord Mu-chen. It's been so long, we haven't had time. Alice lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. But not wanting to make things too difficult for Mu-chen, she said, if Lord Mu-chen has other matters to attend to, you can just ignore me for now. I'm fine on my own. Mu-chen glanced at the people in the living room and chuckled lightly. No problem. I happen to have nothing to do. I can wander around for as long as you like. With no pictures to share, let's just use a wallpaper. Walnut and ing. Confession. The night in the Green Plain was quite lively. With the help of light magic, some villages were throwing small parties. After all, there were so many animals in the Green Plain that it was almost a daily refresh, making barbecuing a great choice. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Alice and Mu-chen stepped out of the base. As soon as they exited, a refreshing breeze carried the aroma of meat, stirring the appetite of their somewhat full stomachs. According to the data from the Tower of Heaven, about 20% of the participants chose to stay on the second floor, which was 10 times that of the first floor, where many swordsmen and merchants gathered. But more were those who did not participate in climbing the tower, simply coming to experience this different world. This infused the Green Plain world with a vitality unlike before. Fresh roasted rabbit meat for only 10 silver coins. Cheap and delicious. Chilled dark beer. You can taste a cup for just 1 silver coin. Everywhere were the stalls of merchants, each shouting enthusiastically, and in front of their stalls were crowds of people, somewhat resembling today's food stalls. Due to the abundance of herbivorous animals on the second floor, meat prices were not high, and the feasting at night was not extravagant, which could be considered a small feature of the second floor world. The liveliness here is no less than that of the Empire, Mu-chen said, holding Alice's hand, trying to stay away from crowded areas, fearing he might not be able to resist indulging in a feast. Yes, indeed. After all, the world on the second floor is vast, gathering people from various continents and countries, incomparable to the Empire, Alice said, twirling a strand of hair, smiling sweetly. Mu-chen chuckled lightly. No need to be modest, Alice, the Empire is also quite powerful. By the way, you called me out, so you must want to say something, right? What is it? Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to sincerely thank Lord Mu-chen once. Is it about the underground labyrinth? And about my mother? It was Lord Mu-chen who gave me the chance to strive again, Alice said, taking a few quick steps, turning around, and smiling at Mu-chen with her hands behind her back. Is that so? How is your mother doing now? Mu-chen replied with a smile, stepping forward to gently place his hand on Alice's head. Yes, ever since Lord Mu-chen cast the spell, my mother's spirit has been great, full of life. Mu-chen nodded, and Alice nestled against him like a little bird. Oh, by the way, my elder sisters were already married at my age, and my mother has been urging me lately. It's really annoying. Though she said it was annoying, Mu-chen did not feel that Alice was particularly bothered. This was the art of seduction. So, Alice, is there any royal noble you have your eye on? Royal nobles are just SOSO, nothing special, not interested. Mu-chen and Alice held hands again, slowly moving toward the darkness. Not interested in royal nobles? That's a dream for many girls. You could gain wealth and honor. Rather than wealth and honor, I prefer to be with someone I like, even if he already has many little ones around him. Ahem. Mu-chen quickly cleared his throat. Wasn't that obviously referring to himself? By the way, was Alice just pouting? Was she feeling jealous? Mu Chen feigned calmness, then, Alice, won't your father and mother oppose your choice? After all, royal people must marry into nobility, right? No way, he saved my mother, they definitely won't refuse. It was just short of saying Mu Chen's name. So, have you expressed your feelings? Like, a confession or something? Not formally yet. I'm afraid he might reject me. He's really handsome and strong, and someone like me, a burden, would only drag him down. How would you know if you don't try? Maybe he likes someone like you? Mu Chen felt his nose might grow longer from the compliment. Would he like someone like me? I'm short and flat. Alice stopped in her tracks, looking up seriously at Mu Chen. Their eyes met, and both felt a bit nervous. The palms of her hands were sweating unconsciously, and Alice quickly pulled her hands back to wipe them, lowering her head awkwardly, saying, I'm too nervous, haha. So cute. It was like a little blow to Mu Chen. He swallowed hard, grasped Alice's shoulders, and said earnestly, maybe you can treat me like him and simulate a confession. I wonder if that would lighten your burden. Mu Chen? Alice was so surprised her mouth fell open, going up and down as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Is that not okay? Just when Mu Chen thought Alice would refuse, she exclaimed excitedly, No, I can try. Mu Chen smiled and nodded, lowering his arms, standing stiffly in front of Alice. Alice was taking deep breaths, her right hand smoothing her rising chest. She was so tense at that moment. So I'll start now. Go ahead. Alice clasped her hands together in front of her skirt, leaning slightly, and spoke at an inhuman speed. Mu Chen, I've liked you for a long time, and if possible, I want to marry you and step into the hall of marriage to have children together. Omitted, the subtitles can no longer be heard. Cough cough. Wait. Calm down, Alice, isn't that a bit too much? I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry. Realizing it was inappropriate, Alice covered her chest with her hands, her gaze nervously darting elsewhere. Don't be nervous, Alice, take your time. Mu Chen held Alice's trembling hands, which made her relax a little. Alice tried to recall the confession phrases her sister had taught her, not expecting to use them now. She slowly began, Mu Chen, can we exchange gifts? Gifts? Mu Chen was a bit confused but nodded in agreement. Okay. Then, Alice's emotions began to feel tense and uneasy. After making a huge mental preparation, she still closed her eyes tightly and said the next part. From now on, you are mine, and I am yours. This way, the gift exchange is complete. Mu Chen was dumbfounded. Was there such a way to play? The young people nowadays were incredible. Then he thought he should show off his long-hidden flirting lines. Then, as long as you say you miss me, I'll come to see you, okay? Alice opened her eyes in confusion, staring blankly at Mu Chen, and after a long time, she finally realized something was off. Right. I'm sorry. I almost thought it was real. Just now, Alice almost couldn't hold back her emotions. She thought she had successfully confessed, but she forgot this was just acting. No, Alice, this is real. It's what I sincerely said. If you are serious too, then. Mu Chen spread his hands towards Alice, looking at her with tender eyes. In a daze, Alice's tears had unknowingly rolled down her slightly flushed cheeks. She rushed into Mu Chen's arms, holding him tightly, pressing her face against him. Mu Chen gently wrapped his arms around her, holding the small Alice, who emitted a unique fragrance. Her body was as soft as water, feeling as if it would break with a single touch. On the dark and silent grassland, the only thing missing was the white moonlight to illuminate it. But what does it matter? As long as Alice can show a happy smile, that is a good thing. The 2-day holiday passed quickly, and today was the time to set off for the Demon King's castle. The girls donned their black cloaks and hurriedly followed Mu Chen to the teleportation portal. As the light gradually enveloped them, their figures slowly blurred. Carl City. Mu Chen found a coachman and spoke up. There are 11 of us, heading to Aha City. The coachman glanced over, and upon seeing all the black-clad figures, felt a bit uneasy and was about to refuse. But, 10 gold coins for the trip, quite a bargain, right? Absolutely a bargain. Come on, guests, take your seats, we'll set off immediately. The coachman was quickly swayed by the money. Indeed, money is omnipotent. If the price is right, nothing is unsolvable. The little cuties jumped onto the carriage one by one, some even climbing up hesitantly. Especially Alice. Ever since that night, everyone noticed she had been getting closer to Mu Chen. The distance that used to be 5 fists wide was now less than 5 fingers apart. Just moments ago, Mu Chen had even specially carried Alice onto the carriage. There must be something going on. Mu Chen, thank you. Alice smiled and thanked Mu Chen after being lifted onto the carriage. Princess Alice, where did your formal title go? Naya was on high alert. Something was off. Mu Chen said it's better not to add adult twice. After all, their relationship had become more intimate now. Is that so? Naya shot a glance at Mu Chen, feeling a bit jealous. Did you too? Cough cough. Cough cough. The carriage instantly turned into a coughing convention, and Naya was confused. What's wrong with you all? Why are you coughing? Bella shook her head helplessly. You brainless idiot, you always say things so directly. Look at how red Alice's face is. Humph, who told you guys to be so dishonest, all thinking about cheating? Nonsense. Hanan isn't thinking about cheating. Hanan had no such thoughts. As the latest addition to the main character group, her favorability level clearly hadn't reached the unlocking threshold. At most, it was just a bit ambiguous and open. She was like a loudmouth. When it came to real matters, she wouldn't give in. The girl scoffed. Just remember what you want to say now. Don't slap your own face later. They chattered about gossip, and even the coachman couldn't help but eavesdrop. After all, the topic was too stimulating. Plus, all those sweet little lowly voices, how could he not be curious? Suddenly, the coachman felt a pat on his left shoulder. It was Mu Chen, who said apologetically, "Sorry, they're a bit noisy, just focus on driving." Yes, indeed. The coachman had just been startled and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. But driven by curiosity, he still asked, "Are they all members of your guild?" From their voices, they all sound like little ones. Mu Chen smiled and shrugged. Yeah, the tallest should be 165, and then 160. Mu Chen began to recall their heights, but the coachman quickly interrupted him. Stop. I don't want to know their heights. By the way, are you the only guy in your guild? You could say that. Damn, I'm really envious of you. I've been single for decades, and I've talked to fewer women than you have in your guild. It's okay, it can get pretty noisy with so many people, and my back sometimes hurts. What? The coachman suddenly lost control of his emotions. Are they all your? Shoo, not all of them, just a few at the moment. Damn, you're living the life. Cough cough, wait, I'm really envious. Hey, don't be envious, even 10 kidneys wouldn't be enough. Plus, I have to chat with them about all sorts of nonsense every day, and play games too. It's exhausting. Mu Chen rested his hand on the wooden railing of the carriage, looking quite troubled. The coachman turned back with a resentful glance, as if he had been provoked. I think you're being a bit pretentious. No, you're definitely being pretentious. Let the happy-go-lucky perish. The coachman sped up the carriage, which began to shake violently, quite frightening. Bro, don't think too much. A few little ones immediately jumped into Mu Chen's arms, scared. They arrived safely in Aha City. You all wait here, I'll be back soon. Mu Chen settled everyone and walked into the city, quickly disappearing from sight. Following the hero's intuition, Mu Chen soon found the Demon King, Ella, in a cafe. This little one really knew how to enjoy herself. However, she seemed unaware of Mu Chen's presence, sitting in a chair, munching on something. Like a little hamster. Mu Chen quietly crept up behind her and grabbed her. Found you. Meow. Ella froze, almost choking on the food in her mouth, nearly scared to death by the hero. Mu Chen the hero. Bad. Ella puffed out her cheeks, looking annoyed. Mu Chen had hidden his breath too well. She almost cried from fright. All right. It's just that you look too much like a hamster when you eat. I couldn't help but tease you. Humph. Fine, I'll forgive you. After saying that, she stuffed the unfinished biscuit into her mouth, chewing away. Mu Chen was curious. You're eating this in a cafe? Isn't that a bit out of place? Without a word, Ella pulled out another biscuit from her pocket and handed it to Mu Chen. Here, try it. It's really good. I didn't mean that. Mu Chen took the biscuit, his eyes fixed on it. I meant, don't you want to drink some coffee or something? However, Ella didn't respond, just gave Mu Chen a look towards the front desk. Mu Chen glanced at the uncle at the front desk, who awkwardly scratched his head. All the coffee in our shop has been finished by this young lady. We're still trying to restock. So that's how it is. What a character. No wonder there isn't a single customer here. With you alone finishing all the coffee, who else would come? Mu Chen looked at Ella with concern. You won't drinking so much coffee cause any problems? Don't worry. How could I be taken down by mere drinks? With a crunch, Ella bit into the biscuit again, looking quite satisfied. Just how much has she eaten? I didn't expect this little demon king to have such a big appetite. Mu Chen joined Ella, starting to munch away as well. I have to say, it's quite addictive. Wait, how did I almost get assimilated? I came here to discuss something important. Important? Ella's mouth was stuffed full, looking puzzled. Have you forgotten about dealing with the radicals? Aren't we supposed to go to the Demon King's castle? Oh, I almost forgot. Mainly because the food here is too good, making Ella forget herself. Carol's conspiracy then, let's compare the plan. Mu Chen's tone became slightly serious, and Ella also put away her playful expression, nodding earnestly. Mu Chen took out a map of the His continent and laid it on the table. Ella, although I've heard that the Demon King's territory is in the northwest of the continent, the exact location. It's this. Ella pointed decisively to a spot. It was indeed a country in the northwest of the continent. The Mini Demon Empire. Ella said, originally, this was a unified country, but because our Demon King fortress has occupied this place for generations, this once great nation has split into two. Muchen glanced at the country below the Mimi Demon Empire and immediately understood. The Mimi Divine Kingdom has an area almost 5 times that of the Mimi Demon Empire. This was almost unbelievable to Muchen. He looked at Ella and asked in confusion, "Are you sure? The Mimi Demon Empire is just a trivial place on the entire continent. If such a small demon territory could instill fear in everyone, how powerful must the demon race be?" Ella shook her head in denial. "Actually, this is not our stronghold. Our true home is the demon realm, where only demons can enter." "Are there even stronger beings in the demon realm?" "Yes," Ella nodded. She was just one of the many demon kings assigned to this continent. The demon realm is where the human race should be most wary. Mu Chen's expression became extremely complex. According to what Ella said, that peace plan might be doomed. He tentatively asked, "What happens if a demon king assigned to a task fails?" "They will be sent back to the demon realm and face military sanctions." Mu Chen could already imagine the outcome. If Ella insisted on maintaining peaceful coexistence, she would definitely face sanctions from the demon realm. Why promote peace knowing this? "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Ella's expression became somewhat dazed, and her tone started to weaken. "Of course I'm afraid, but precisely because of that, I don't want more people to die because of war. After all, everyone fears death, just like me, whether they are demons or humans." Mu Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond to this. Should he really help Ella? If he were to eradicate all the radicals among the demons, the demon realm would surely seek retribution, and Ella would inevitably be sent back to the demon realm to face punishment. Moreover, collaborating with a hero was an outrageous thing to do. Ella seemed to sense Mu Chen's thoughts and smiled as she held his hand. "It's okay. A brief happiness is still happiness, right? As long as I can delay the outbreak of war, my sacrifice will be enough." "So, is that why you're eating so desperately?" Meow. Ella turned her head away shyly, her little hands fidgeting, clearly caught in the act. Weighing the pros and cons, Mu Chen realized he had 2 options for sacrifice. 1. Resign from being a hero and join the Demon King's army to personally eliminate the radicals. 2. Become a Demon King. The second option seemed a bit far-fetched, but given Mu Chen's amount of demonic essence, becoming a Demon King was more than sufficient. But, was it worth it to do this for Ella? Mu Chen buried these 2 thoughts in his heart and pretended to agree with Ella. "In that case, let's stick to our previous plan and eliminate the radical faction of the Demon King's army together." As long as we eliminate the radicals, even if I'm not here, the demons won't attack the humans. It would take at least half a year for a new Demon King to be appointed. "Are you so sure you won't be here?" Mu Chen felt a pang in his heart. Why did this little girl seem to want to give up on herself? He understood, this was definitely a reverse psychology. After a few quiet exchanges and discussing some unpleasant matters, Mu Chen quickly left Aha City with Ella to meet up with the little ones outside. In the cafe, Carol silently walked out of the kitchen and exchanged a smile with the front desk uncle. "Thank you. It seems I've got hold of a top-secret disappearance." Carol revealed a mysterious smile, and the front desk uncle quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at Carol with fear and confusion. "Hero, is she really a Demon King? Why would the hero of healing discuss matters with a Demon King, even using a map? Isn't that obvious? The hero of healing plans to betray humanity, collaborating with the demon race to prepare an attack on the Erd Empire, and this is the matter at hand." Adding fuel to the fire is what Carol excels at. Since she can't openly defeat Mu Chen, she will drag him down with her. Fortunately, her sudden craving for coffee today triggered the hero's blood within her, leading to the scene that just unfolded. "You did very well. These 50 gold coins are yours. Additionally, I need you to help me spread a little rumor. Just say, the hero of healing is colluding with the Demon King, intending to attack the Erd Empire." The uncle flattered as he took the bag of coins, but still felt uneasy. "But, Sir Sword Hero, will they believe it?" "They will believe it, of course. Have you forgotten the potion I gave you? You mixed it into the coffee, right?" "Yes, as you instructed, everything has been done properly." The uncle wiped the cold sweat from his forehead again. If the other party is truly the Demon King, then perhaps there would be no moral condemnation for this action. But if the other party is just an ordinary little girl, then he would truly be committing a grave sin. "Don't worry, uncle." Carol took out a device. This was a tracking device made by Mu Chen to determine target locations, showing the positions of various heroes. The yellow dots represent heroes, while the red ones represent the Demon King. "The first potion I gave you contains a liquid tracking device effective against the demon race. Look, a red dot has appeared on the screen, indicating that girl must be a member of the demon race." The front desk uncle stared for a while and indeed noticed a yellow dot and a red dot staying together, judging by the distance. "That girl really is a demon. I didn't expect her disguise to be so good, it's truly disgusting. Thank goodness for the sword hero. Exactly. Moreover, the next potion I have is enough to poison her, hee. As expected of the sword, sheep, hero, not only eliminating the Demon King but also finding a traitor among humanity, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I admire you. Carol laughed arrogantly, instructing the uncle to ensure the information gets released. She wouldn't be discouraged until Mu Chen was dealt with. Let him first become a traitor to humanity. Carol snorted and left alone. In the cafe, only the uncle remained. He squinted his eyes, took out the 2 unopened potions that Carol had given him, chuckled softly, and muttered, "Kleiss's foresight is indeed remarkable. I never expected Carol to use such a method to slander Lord Mu Chen. This is quite interesting." As for these 2 bags of unknown potions, he would temporarily hand them over to Kleiss. Kleiss's secret meeting in the royal capital of the Erd Empire. In Kleiss's private chamber, a familiar face came to visit. Oh, a rare guest. Kleiss gestured for the visitor to take a seat and poured 2 cups of tea, placing them on the table. The visitor was very respectful. "Your Highness, you need not be so polite. I am merely a hidden line." Upon hearing this, Kleiss chuckled lightly, sitting down with his hands resting on the armrests of the chair, his tone cheerful. "Precisely because you are a hidden line, you deserve to be treated a bit better, don't you?" He clasped his hands together, resting his wrists on the wooden table, his face full of smiles. During the time Mu Chen was at the Tower of Heaven, Kleiss also took the opportunity to return to the royal capital to handle some trivial political affairs. Being around those guys had left him somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. "So, Brandy, what progress has been made on the task I assigned you to be the coffee shop manager in Eha City? Have those unreliable heroes shown any new developments?" Kleiss had many hidden lines, and to avoid exposing their true identities, he gave them code names, usually named after alcoholic beverages. Brandy was the code name for the coffee shop manager. Given the current situation, Kleiss hadn't hosted any of the hidden lines he sent out for a long time. They were mostly in a free-range state. Brandy grinned and took out 2 packets of powdery substances from his pocket, respectfully handing them to Kleiss. "Your Highness, the brave Carol wants to frame Lord Mu Chen and kill the Demon King Ella." "Frame and kill?" Upon hearing this, Kleiss's previously smiling expression instantly froze. Then came his indifferent voice, "Tell me what that guy did." Brandy recounted the scene that had unfolded in the cafe in detail. Although he didn't know the content of the conversation, it didn't stop Kleiss from exploding in anger. "How interesting. The moment I leave, that woman goes all out to self-destruct." Kleiss controlled his emotions to the extreme, but his eyes couldn't hide the desire to tear others apart. He rubbed the powdery substances with his hands while activating his identification ability. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "These 2 potions. I have a rough idea of what they are. Are they deadly potions?" Brandy asked curiously. "The white one on the left is a lethal powder. The toxicity can even kill a god-level figure. It has a strong latent effect, slowly accumulating toxicity in the body, and at a designated time, it will instantly kill the person who ingests it." WH. What? This kind of thing has already been banned on the continent, hasn't it? Kleiss looked deeply at Brandy, then sighed heavily. Nothing can be completely eradicated. For example, one of the top 10 strategy groups, the Death Coffin, possesses this. Death Coffin. It's them. Does Carol have a connection with the Death Coffin? Then, are these potions all provided by the Death Coffin? Exactly. Kleiss rubbed his temples in frustration. Those reckless murderers take pleasure in hunting adventurers and the natives of the Tower of Heaven. They are a cancer on the continent. Ironically, no one dares to sanction them. This is all thanks to the vast jurisdiction of the Death Coffin, which includes dozens of affiliated guilds, most of which are natives and slaves forced to carry out orders. Various nations once cooperated to encircle them, but they are despicable and shameless, using those forced to act as bait to obstruct the Imperial Knight's slaughter. Moreover, they can hide in the high-level Tower of Heaven, making it impossible for the knights to enter. In helplessness, the nations had no choice but to publicly abandon sanctions against the Death Coffin. Now, the brave Carol actually dares to collaborate with the enemy of humanity. It's simply outrageous. To deal with Mu Chen, she has even discarded her own integrity. Kleiss found it laughable. Brandy asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what should I do?" "What to do? Let me think carefully." Kleiss playfully traced his lips with his finger. "In the current situation, we can't reveal the relationship between Carol and the Death Coffin. This is my term of office. Once this news is exposed, Carol will completely side with the Death Coffin, and my control over the Empire will be shaken." Brandy stroked his chin. "Then should we release the news about Lord Mu Chen and the Demon King?" "Yes, of course we should. If we don't, that petty-minded Carol will definitely target you. Although I'm not clear on what agreement she made with the death coffin, once she gets involved with you, you'll become a thorn in the death coffin's side. Brandy, do you have the ability to fight against the death coffin? No. Claes chuckled in disbelief, standing up and walking over to Brandy, patting him on the shoulder. So, just do as she says. But if that's the case, Lord Mu-chen, Your Highness, don't you value Lord Mu-chen highly? What? As my hidden line, you still don't trust me? I certainly have a way to solve this problem, just do as I say. Brandy hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Although Claes appeared sunny and cheerful on the surface, he was full of crooked ideas. In his hands, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. If it weren't for an incident that happened many years ago, how could he have withdrawn from the martial world and resigned as the chief guild president? As the only one in the Aller Empire capable of using the time reversal stone, in his prime, the only one who could rival him was the golden dragon, Aokai, residing in the Imperial treasury. Even Naya would kneel in seconds when faced with the time reversal stone, absolutely unable to last more than 3 seconds. Well then, Your Highness, please take care of yourself, I will take my leave now. Brandy stood up, drained her teacup, and deeply bowed to Claes. Go ahead. With Claes's response, Brandy stepped out of the room, closed the door, and disappeared into the capital. Once the room fell silent, Claes, with his hands behind his back, walked to the window, gazing melancholically at the knights training in the square outside, lost in thought. In the square, a female knight commander stood at the front of the formation, directing the training of the knights. She was nearly 1.67 meters tall, with red eyes and pink hair, and an absurdly large hairstyle. But this was too much of a hindrance for her. She often bumped into it while swinging her sword. Swing your swords, a loud youthful voice commanded. Roar! Swing your swords! Roar! She was commanding the new knight recruits in their training. After the training ended, a handsome young recruit stepped forward to offer the commander some water, smiling. Commander, you must be thirsty, would you like some water? She waved her hand in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, but please do not see me as a weak woman. As the commander of the Imperial Knights, you should know my physical abilities and strength. The highest rank of knight, the Divine Seal Knight. In the entire empire, there was only one. That was her, Chris. Besides, the only one qualified to bring me water is the court mage Naya. She wore a serious expression, utterly devoid of a smile. Well, the young knight's misguided intentions had failed. It seemed the commander was indeed hard to flirt with. He thought that this face would work anywhere, but it appeared Chris was not swayed by such tactics. The commander, Chris, who had been rumored about long ago. As Naya's good friend in the Empire, Chris was quite aloof towards boys. When Naya ran away, Chris even considered following her. However, seeing the king of the Empire pleading, Chris decided to stay for a while longer. Want to challenge me to a sword duel? Don't joke around. In the entire Empire, aside from Claes, oh no, the old Claes, no one can last 6 rounds under my sword. The partial plan of the dead coffin. The partial plan of the dead coffin at the Imperial Library. The librarian was nestled among the books, flipping through ancient texts. Suddenly, her petite body froze for a moment as she cast her gaze towards the distant north, murmuring, it seems, the weather is about to change. Mu-chen had already set off for the Demon King's realm, dragging Lin Feng along. This guy could take a hit. Hey, shorty, did you hear what I said? A man borrowing books shouted at the librarian. The librarian turned her head to glance at him, shot him a glare, and then returned her gaze to the book. Shenran, don't call me shorty. But, you look like you're only 143. Can kids really be librarians now? As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt a chilling glare fixate on him, utterly unbelievable. His legs began to tremble. Ran emitted a cold, sweet, youthful voice. Kid, if you say another word, I'll drain your blood dry. She flicked her golden hair, 2 ponytails cascading to her shoulders, while the length at the back reached her knees. Although she appeared extremely cute, she gave off the aura of a demon who had killed countless, especially with her 2 sharp canine teeth that could pierce 2 deep holes in you. The man, seeing this, was so frightened that he was at a loss, dropping his book and running away. Shenran snorted, unconcerned, and cursed, fool, can't even put the book back in its place, what a hassle. As the 4th progenitor of vampires, she had once been the ruler of the ancient city of Mercs, leading vampires to win numerous battles. Currently, she was over 1,900 years old, yet still looked like a 14-year-old, often enjoying sucking on lollipops when she had nothing to do. Tired of war, she chose to retire in the Empire of Al, also to avoid getting involved in the racial conflicts with the other surviving progenitors. Although she had been the fiercest in battle at that time. Shenran stretched her small waist and yawned. I'm tired, time for a little nap. The Tower of Heaven, 18th floor. This was an endless street area, with streetlights shining brightly all night. Just like the first floor, there was no daylight here. There were natural residential and commercial areas. Adventurers hardly needed to build anything themselves. They could obtain the right to use a room simply by paying the corresponding chips. The intricate streets and wide roads made this place a popular living area. Many strong individuals decided to buy a place here as their resting spot. The atmosphere was right, and it was convenient for procreation. Of course, only slightly stronger raid groups were qualified to enjoy such privileges. In a certain room, a large number of cloaked figures gathered, all marked with the symbol of a death coffin. So, let's quickly exchange some information. One cloaked figure took out several documents and placed them on the table. Currently, our trouble lies with the healing hero. Xiaomai has been missing for several days. Based on the breaking of the spell, I suspect the healing hero has released her. So, it must be the healing hero's doing on your end? There's a 90% probability. Do we need to go retrieve Xiaomai? Act in secret. I wouldn't recommend it. The other cloaked figures interjected. The assassin I sent was killed without warning. According to the scene investigation, someone is secretly protecting that hero. This referred to the one the Demon King had slain. Could it be His Highness Clay's? Why would the prince protect that hero? One cloaked figure asked, puzzled. In any case, if it is indeed the prince secretly protecting or sending someone to protect, then the plan to retrieve Xiaomai must be temporarily shelved. According to our informants, the healing hero's movements have been mysterious lately, and it seems he hasn't returned to that villa. Then this is simply a perfect opportunity for us to set up traps. With the assistance of the sword hero, we can gradually weaken the Empire of Al, starting with the healing hero. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then quietly put this plan on the agenda. For this operation, I will distribute firearms to shoot down his guild members. As for the supplies, the sword hero has promised to get some from the higher-ups for us. Are you sure the sword hero is reliable? Someone asked uneasily, what if she sets a trap for us? No. I sent only inconsequential members. Even if we are exposed, our loss would only be that member. I don't think the sword hero would be foolish enough to go against us. Then, someone took out a document from the table. The date on it was the most recent, the matter of Mu Chen colluding with the Demon King. The cloaked figures all looked at that document. It was personally written by Carol, and they had no idea what Mu Chen was thinking. However, if it could create more chaos in the Empire, they would be more than willing. The sword hero is preparing to make Mu Chen a traitor to humanity. If the information on the document is true, the healing hero colluding with the Demon King, intending to attack the Empire of Al. Carol's original words. The most powerful cloaked figure let out a strange laugh as he took the document and said ominously, if it's true, we need to keep this news under wraps. We can't let the Empire know about such good fortune, otherwise, it would be a shame if it gets cut off halfway. The implication was clear. Carol wanted to spread this news, while the death coffin did not, leading to a conflict of interests. He instructed, you all, when you have time, check the authenticity of the situation, such as the movements of the Brave One and the Demon King. If it's indeed accurate, we will secretly assist the Brave One. As for the rest, keep an eye on that coffee shop's manager. Don't touch him. We only need to quietly eliminate the others who know about this news. Once the manager is dead, the sword hero would likely realize it was the death coffin's doing. After all, only the death coffin knows this information right now. Therefore, to kill two birds with one stone and profit from both hands, that manager cannot die yet. I still have a bit of doubt. Why would Naya, as the chief court mage of the Empire, agree to collaborate with the Brave One and the Demon King to attack the Empire? Ha, kid, you're too young. Wait until you meet a girl who sees only you. Is that so? But I've had quite a few women die in my hands. They just chatter away, making a racket. I really don't want to understand. But soon, they shifted to other topics, as they had to consider matters concerning the entire continent. Mu Chen was just one of many troubles. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with the vampire progenitor, Xianran? Isn't the seventh progenitor willing to help us deal with her? If that doesn't work, the Lord of the Night's first embrace is also willing to assist. Right now, the biggest threat to the Empire is indeed Xianran. It's slightly better with Naya not around, and then there's that golden dragon. Just capture his wife. As long as the mother dragon is in our hands, he won't listen to the Empire. You kid, you're quite cunning, but the method is good. Then it's settled, the AEL Empire will be our first target for annihilation. Unable to find a suitable photo of a cloaked figure, this will have to do for now. I wonder if anyone recognizes it. Attack the Demon King's castle. Attack the Demon King's castle. Relying on the teleportation portal of the Tower of Heaven, Mu Chen conveniently arrived at the far north of the kingdom of Mimi's divine authority, Kiba City. As the second front line against the demon race, the atmosphere here was noticeably oppressive. The first feeling Mu Chen had was one of lifelessness. Damn it, those demons are starting to stir again. I really don't know what that group of heroes is doing. Hey, just stay calm. Behind us are our wives and children, and our country. All we can do now is protect this land. Soldiers wandered the streets, and colorful snowflakes fell silently in the desolate city. Renting a hotel room, one person per room, nearly filled this deserted inn. They gathered in the lobby, chatting freely, not caring about the kindly old lady at the front desk. I didn't expect the Demon King to be such a cute little girl. I thought she would be some fierce-looking brute with big horns. Naya was playfully pinching Ella's little face, having a great time. Ella clenched her fists, trying to prevent herself from accidentally hitting the rude person in front of her. She changed the subject. Strange? Why haven't I seen the brave one, Muchin? Oh, my disciple? He seems to be out gathering intelligence. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. In the mini demon empire, Muchen had already rushed to the Demon King's castle, and as for Bailu and the others, he was completely unconcerned. After all, the Demon King, the giant dragon, the god of magic, and so on were all there. Who would dare to target them but walk into their own trap? For him, the best way to gather intelligence was simple: infiltrate the enemy's stronghold. Muchen was directly doing just that. Human race? I didn't expect someone from the human race to come knocking. Ha ha ha. At the entrance of the Demon King's fortress, the one-eyed demon grinned at Muchen, its blood-red mouth already unable to resist the urge to tear apart the figure before it. Foolish priest, you dare to challenge our demon race with just a magic staff? Even if you are a hero, you will die here. The one-eyed demon clawed and mocked Muchen, but Muchen merely tapped his ear, casually blew, and said nonchalantly, "You talk too much. Are you done? Let me ask you, which direction is the stronghold of the radicals?" Ha, did I hear that right? Who do you think you are? Put. The harsh sound of dual blades scraping against each other, along with countless sword lights sweeping through the space where the one-eyed demon stood, would turn the demon's body into chunks of frozen meat in an instant. Muchen didn't even blink as he sheathed his black and white blades, silently walking towards the territory of the Demon King's fortress. Muchen switched between his dual swords and magic staff, instantly killing all the demons that charged at him along the way. The deaths were swift and clean, almost all of them being one-hit kills. Muchen still intended to play the villain, randomly slaughtering a wave, whether they were radicals or peace-seekers, making the demons believe he was killing without purpose. Afterward, he would take the head of the radical faction's leader. Cough cough. No need to think too much. The entire demon realm trembled, and the news of the human attack on the Demon King's fortress was immediately known to all the citizens of the Demon Empire. They readied themselves, gathering their forces towards the Demon King's fortress. Nico, Big Pig's hoof, I can probably last another 10 minutes. Oh, if you're willing to reward me, it can go up to 15 minutes. Muchen, you know how to bargain, but the time is enough. No one around could withstand Muchen's assault. They all hid 10 meters away, preparing to strike. Within 10 meters, it was almost Muchen's kill zone. Don't even think about getting close. Just stepping within a meter of the circle would get you shredded by an invisible red shadow, the speed so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. If you were lucky enough to get within 2 meters, you would encounter a blue specter, the glow descending, only feeling a chilling breath pass through your body, with no pain at all. But the next second, the world would spin, and you would die on the spot. Let me send you a big treasure. Muchen reached out towards the Demon King's fortress, and several floating cannons appeared behind him. Try the cross-era laser impact. Boom! The floating cannons immediately shot out a blue energy wave about 6 meters in diameter, directly flattening a large section of the distant Demon King's fortress. The demons watched in shock, their hearts filled with the urge to flee. This was a monster. Even using attack magic, they couldn't get close to Muchen. With his control over magic, Muchen was in a state of complete immunity at that moment. And at this moment, in Kiba City, soldiers gradually heard the news. The Demon King's fortress had been attacked by a human, someone stronger than a hero, no, possibly even stronger than a hero. But that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that the attacker had almost severely injured the demon race's strength. This boosted the morale of the soldiers guarding the border. Brothers, our chance to turn the tide has come. Let's go support that hero and take the Demon King's head. Oh! All the soldiers raised their weapons and marched towards the mini demon empire. Although it was a march, the total number was only about 500, which would be easily crushed by the vast army of demons. The large commotion outside was naturally heard clearly by the many girls in the inn, especially the Demon Queen. Her mouth was agape, large enough to swallow an apple. Her own stronghold was attacked. She quickly realized it was Muchen who did it, only he would have the guts to do so. Belu, master, have we reached the Demon King's city? This speed seems a bit fast, doesn't it? Tia's shocked face said, I can't believe it. Although these demons are much weaker compared to those from the demon realm, you're the first to dare to challenge them alone, master. Nyaruko, unable to contain her own excitement, rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists, and stood up, stepping on a bench. I want to fight too. Woo woo. I'm fired up. Alice looked a bit nervous. This is happening too fast, isn't it? I'm not ready to challenge the Demon King yet. Wake up, Alice. Nyaruko pinched Alice's cheek. The Demon King is on our side. We just need to deal with those small fry. Small fry, huh? I feel like I can't trust that. The others exchanged glances, the strong ones showing no concern, while the weaker ones were trembling slightly. They felt like they might wet themselves. It was like someone who had never driven a car before suddenly flooring it to 120 on their first drive, reckless as can be. And there was no time for Alice to think. She immediately grabbed Tia's hand and said seriously, Tia, please help me get back to the Demon King's castle. It would be terrible if the radicals found out that a clone was in the castle. No problem. I will certainly fulfill Alice's request. But, Tia glanced at the others who had no combat power. You guys, misaligned time and space, let's go together. Roy weakly raised his paw. With the strong ones gone, staying here would mean being a weakling. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Alice nodded. What about the others? Are we all going together? You can stay behind and sleep in if you want. No one responded. It seemed everyone had tacitly agreed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the old lady, who had been silent, let out a laugh, very kindly. Her eyes were almost slits, and she walked slowly around the front desk to stand in front of the group. You little girls really remind me of my younger self, with your fighting spirit, and the scent of love around you, almost making me fall into nostalgia. Ha ha ha. The old lady's tone was slow and gentle, seemingly without any hostility. Alice frowned, looking at the old lady, and kindly reminded her, Elder, there might be a large-scale war happening here. If you can, it would be best to go to another city to avoid the storm. Ha, it's no trouble, little girl. I didn't expect you, as the Demon King, to be so thoughtful, much better than some of those pretentious guys. You don't need to worry about this old bone of mine. Hanayo was stunned for a moment, then immediately held the old lady's hands, persuading her, Grandma, you should leave first. Although leaving home isn't easy, you might encounter unexpected good fortune. Unexpected good fortune? Ha, little girl, this old bone of mine isn't young anymore. Unlike you, young and beautiful. How many boys would fall for you? This compliment made Hanayo blush a bit shyly. The old lady sighed deeply, her gaze wandering, and said wistfully, this house is my last attachment. Back then, there were more than a dozen girls, just as lovely as you. I was only 16, managing this estate. I miss those days, playing around with them. In the end, did they not withstand the test of time? The group fell into silence. Yes, they had just realized that time would make them grow, would age them. Their love for Mu-chan was limited. However, it seemed the story was not as they imagined. They died. The old lady was silent for a moment, then sighed. In the struggle for the throne, they slowly died at the hands of the beasts. Do you know? Back then, I watched helplessly as they disappeared one by one, their bones left to rot in the wilderness. Why does it feel a bit strange to everyone? Is this hinting at something? Do you know why they are fighting for the king? The old lady threw out a question, but everyone seemed uninterested and started guessing randomly. Power? Honor? Fame? They thought of everything they could, but the old lady denied them all. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, she said softly, it's for a lover. They fell in love with the same man, but that man died at the hands of a beast. To become king for revenge? What exactly is this king? And what is this beast? Does this have anything to do with our world? I originally thought the Tower of Heaven and the underground labyrinth were enough of a headache, but then a demon realm popped up, refreshing my understanding. Now, there are beasts too? Hey, what else is there in this world? However, the next words from the old lady were even more shocking. The man you follow is very similar to him back then. No, I should say exactly the same. But back then, he had long hair. His name was also Mu-chan. Wow, everyone was stunned in place. What kind of time-space confusion is this? No, the point is not here. Ella immediately asked the old lady, excuse me, how old are you? The old lady stroked her chin, slightly closed her eyes and thought, well, judging by my appearance, maybe 100 years, but if we talk about actual age, it should be around 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Ella couldn't believe it. You are also a competitor for the king? It's funny to say. I was the weakest competitor, but to become a candidate for king, you could almost gain immortality. After a long silence, Wheat seemed to think of something terrible, and with some shock, said, so, among the girls who lived here before, was there a girl named Amelia? Amelia, as soon as the name was mentioned, the old lady's pupils clearly shrank, and she seemed to have difficulty breathing, taking a long time to recover. You said Amelia? I know her. The old lady was excited. Back then, there was a guest who was her, but she was only a little girl, about 1 meter 50. It's funny to say, that little body actually told me she wanted to become a war god. As the old lady spoke, her tone shifted from sadness to joy, then from joy to sadness. What a pity. Since she left this home, I have never received any news from her. We choked up. Grandma, Amelia succeeded. She has grown to 1 meter 60 and has become a qualified war god. She succeeded? Tears welled up in the old lady's eyes, as if 1,000 years of waiting had finally borne fruit. Huh, that's right. That determination of hers came from Mu Chen. If she hadn't met Mu Chen, she might still be a carefree girl weeding in the manor. Everyone was increasingly confused. What exactly is going on? Is this some kind of prophetic cycle? Will they also embark on the path to becoming kings? No, logically, Mu Chen hasn't encountered danger yet, right? 12 of them. It seems there are still 6 missing from back then. The 18 heroes of the king. I wonder if the other 16 sisters have any of them become kings, excluding herself and the long-dead Mu Chen. Belle still seemed unable to believe it. Grandma, do you know what hobbies Mu Chen had back then? Hobbies? That was so long ago, I can't remember. But if I had to say, his head-patting skills are still deeply engraved in my mind. That guy liked to pat the heads of close ones. What's going on? The group increasingly feels that these two Mu Chen are the same person, but the current Mu Chen seems to have no memories of the past. Even when he sees Amelia, he shows no emotional response. Instead, it is Amelia who actively chooses him. Shamai tries to recall what Amelia said at that time, making an effort to extract useful clues. Grandma, do you know if there's a sister among the other 16 with a single ponytail holding 6 katana? Ah, Alan. Is it her? The grandmother is uncertain. She only remembers her nickname. She became the king back then. Recalling the past, Shamai reviews what Amelia said at that time. If everything is correct, the girl named Alan is indeed the king from back then. Grandma, what does king really mean? After all this talk, I still don't understand. Luo Yi touches his silly little head and asks the question that everyone is puzzled by. Did Mu Chen not tell you? No, it seems he doesn't even know himself. From Mu Chen's previous behavior, it seems he really doesn't understand what a king is and what purpose it serves. Is that so? The grandmother appears somewhat lost. It seems the current Mu Chen is not the Mu Chen of the past. Is it true? The Mu Chen from back then really died in the beast tide. Grandma? Ella waves her hand in front of the dazed grandmother, shaking her a few times. Can you tell us? What is a king? The grandmother is pulled back to reality by Ella's call and shakes her head deeply. If you knew. Tell me, would you pursue the throne? The group falls silent. Logically, they shouldn't, but it depends on who it concerns. 2,000 years ago, rifts in space appeared in the skies across the continent, and colorful auroras floated above the land, while countless devilish eyes stared down at the continent, crazily hunting all living beings. These devils, like mutated beasts, were incredibly powerful. We were no match for them. This is the origin of the beast tide. It was the first tide in history, and the human race on the continent began to mutate. Some became grotesque monsters, some grew horns, and some gained the superpowers of beasts. To resist the hunting of these beasts, a person stood up. That person is Mu Chen. He created the 18 heroes of the king and discovered me and those lovely residents in the city of Kiba in the far north. His power was so great. The beasts were like ants before him, easily slaughtered. He taught us how to survive and the beautiful feelings in the world, but one day, he suddenly told us, "I'm sorry, I have to go solve the root of all this. It's all my fault. If I fail, you must find the holy tablet and become the king of judgment to resist the beasts." After that, he vanished without a trace. Everyone thought Mu Chen was dead. Even such a strong Mu Chen had died, plunging the continent into endless panic. The holy tablet became the last hope of the continent. But who knows what the holy tablet is? Even the old grandmother only knows a little. So, the king is meant to deal with the beast tide? The grandmother nods and smiles with a sense of age. That's right. It's a cyclical invasion. Each time the intervals get shorter, and the strength grows stronger. If no king is born, the entire continent and even this world will be destroyed. Ella furrows her brows, listening to this description. Why does it suddenly feel like her magic domain isn't that impressive? I see. No wonder my brother is so obsessed with the king. It turns out he noticed it long ago. Alice seems to have understood. Back in her childhood, she often saw Clays rubbing his temples, troubled by something, muttering, "Damn it. Why? Why did I fail?" However, it was Alice's little murmurs that caught the old lady's attention. She excitedly grabbed Alice by the shoulders. "What is your brother's name?" Clyce. Alice was frightened and unsettled. The disqualified one. Clyce? The old lady closed her eyes peacefully. as if she had become cold. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, the old lady murmured to herself, "It seems a new round of king selection has begun, and Kleis has not passed the monument's recognition." What does that mean? The group was once again in a state of bewilderment. The monument has appeared. Everyone will accept its selection. Those qualified must complete the tasks indicated by the monument to become one of the candidates. If they fail to complete them, they become disqualified. The monument will not grant them blessings. And each time a king is elected, it signifies that the next wave of beasts is about to arrive. The amount of information was overwhelming, and the group began to feel overloaded, especially Alice, who was even more confused. "Old lady, do you know what my brother was tasked with?" Holding on to some hope, Alice thought the original hero might know something. To kill the most important person to him. Alice fell silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Then who is the most important person to my brother?" A glimmer appeared in the old lady's eyes, then she shook her head and sighed. "The most important person to him is the young you." I caught a glimpse of his past. Kleis has clearly experienced a lot, and his strength was halved after that incident. "I see, I think I understand now." The old lady's gaze became distant again, and she muttered, her words shocking the group once more. Kleis, who had once come into contact with the monument, became the monument's most hopeful candidate for king. But the monument's conditions were too unrealistic, and Kleis ultimately abandoned the world, choosing his 6-year-old sister, Alice. The monument imposed sanctions due to the foolishness of the one it hoped for, and Kleis exhausted all his strength to escape the monument, ultimately losing half of his cultivation. Yet he still did not give up on the world. He wanted to secretly ally with the demon race but was publicly criticized by the previous demon king. In desperation, Kleis sealed him and secretly allied with the successor, Demon King Ella. On the king's side, Kleis found the best candidate, Mu Chen. He used various methods to get close to Mu Chen, increasing his favorability, even going so far as to change his own preferences, all for. When the monument required Mu Chen to kill the most important person, that person would be himself, Kleis. In this way, there would be hope for the world to be saved. The old lady revealed all of Kleis's past, leaving everyone stunned. She smiled and said, "However, the tasks given by the monument are not the same. Just like me back then, when I was required to sever ties with friends and family. At that time, the other 16 heroes were traveling and had written many letters to the old lady. But to help Mu Chen take revenge, she chose to burn all the letters, cutting off all their information from the outside. This is the birth of me, the solitary Aisha Shifran." With that, the old lady's face and body began to rapidly regress. As everyone covered their mouths in astonishment, the old lady's appearance transformed back to her youthful self. Silver hair, purple eyes, a mature older sister type, still with a very kind expression. The mysterious old lady, Shifran, with untold stories, is the Mu Chen she knows the same as the one here now? What exactly are the 18 heroes and the monument? The monument, the pure white holy maiden's attire, made Shifran instantly the focus of all beings. "Ha, what's wrong with you all? Why do you look so strange?" Shifran looked at the little ones in front of her with confusion. Could it be that they were scared by her appearance? "This isn't right. This is how I look in my 30s, at the age of a virtuous wife and good mother. I should be very gentle, right? Do I need to be even younger? Turn into a little girl who is 1 meter 50 tall. So beautiful." Alice was the first to exclaim, "I envy such a tall height." Alice dreamed of becoming a little mature lady. To be honest, being a loli was just too uncomfortable. The other lolas nodded, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. If such a beauty suddenly appeared beside Mu Chen, would Mu Chen change his mind in an instant? After all, aesthetic fatigue does exist. Why does everyone look so worried? Is something bad happening? Zuefulin suddenly had a drop in emotional intelligence. Nyatsi, no. I must change my style. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if my good disciple gets bored. At the very least, I should let my disciple try various styles, cough cough. Am I being too good to my disciple? Well, whatever. I'm enjoying it anyway, so let him have it. The Lolas fell silent for a moment, and Zuefulin also smiled helplessly. Alright, you all should go find Mu Chen now. Before you leave, I want to give you something. Zuefulin placed her hands in front of her chest, and a small ball of light suddenly appeared in front of her, gradually expanding until it was the size of a head. With a wave of her hand, the light dissipated, revealing a black stone tablet-like object before everyone. This is Mu Chen. No, I mean, this is the holy tablet left behind by Mu Chen from that lifetime. I no longer need it, so if you need it, take it. But, Grandma, no, Sister Zuefulin, isn't the holy tablet very rare? Are you really giving it to us? Zuefulin smiled. There are many holy tablets. This one is the main tablet, containing the most power. Perhaps, Mu Chen needs this. Consider it. Some benefits for sharing his name. In fact, there was something she hadn't mentioned. The existence of the Holy Tablet is extremely high-ranking. If one becomes a king, it can grant a wish, as long as it falls within the three-dimensional realm. It can all be realized. However, the most virtuous and the most evil matters come at the cost of one's own life. Therefore, there are many who compete for the Holy Tablet on the continent, all trying to obtain the power of this miracle. Zuefulin continued, this Holy Tablet can help you embark on the path to becoming a deity, but do not become intoxicated by its power. If you're not careful, you might go astray, just like the 18 heroes' 8th sister. Falling into madness. When mentioning 8th sister, Zuefulin's expression instantly dimmed, as if it was an extremely unforgettable matter. However, over 2,000 years have passed, and she had almost forgotten about it. As long as she handed over this Holy Tablet, she could continue being an ordinary old lady, uncomplicated and uncontentious. The Lolas gazed at the extremely tempting stone tablet, swallowing hard. It would be a lie to say they weren't moved. As long as they obtained a certain herb mixed with their own blood, they could receive the tablet's guidance. Completing the guidance and trials would allow them to initially gain the power of the tablet, becoming one of the candidates for kingship. As long as they obtained the power of immortality, wouldn't that mean they could accompany Mu Chen for a longer time? Just like how a fairy's 1% of lifespan is equivalent to a human's entire life. Your entire life is just a fleeting memory for her. This feeling. It seems like the 18 heroes have all felt it too? The ones they love most leave early, and their purpose in life becomes very simple, to eliminate the. In the end, one by one, they die on the battlefield with regrets. To reveal a bit, the story of the 18 heroes is quite heart-wrenching, especially the part where they part with Mu Chen. The Lolas made up their minds, preparing to accept this Holy Tablet that could change their future. Zuefulin chuckled lightly, flicking her fingers, and the floating Holy Tablet instinctively flew towards Nayako's hand. However, just as the tablet was halfway there, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Bold! How dare you steal the Holy Tablet? Zuefulin's gaze instantly locked onto the shadow, and she raised her hand to sweep it away, unleashing several bolts of thunder towards the shadow's location. Boom! The crowd felt dazzled, as if the world had turned bright white. The spot where the shadow had been was already reduced to ashes. No, there was not even any debris left. In an instant, it was turned to dust by the thunder. However, when their vision returned to the Holy Tablet, panic set in. The tablet had been stolen. When did this happen? Nayako had not sensed any presence passing by. Even Ella shook her head. I didn't detect any presence at all. I clearly saw that shadow get hit directly. Could it be that the damage wasn't enough? No way. I estimate that my dragon scales wouldn't have held up against that strike. The crowd was extremely anxious. Such a miracle had been stolen, and the opportunity to become divine had been taken away by someone else. However, Zuefulin remained calm, saying, that strike just now could have at least killed that shadow. Moreover, the one who stole the Holy Tablet should be injured as well. After all, this transmits damage. Are you saying there were two people just now? Alice was incredulous. Zuefulin's sharpness and strength were simply terrifying. Just now, while everyone was still reacting, Zuefulin had already hit the shadow. Was this the former candidate for the throne? The shadow was a man, and the one who stole the Holy Tablet was a woman, Zuefulin said with extreme calmness. The others were in a panic. What do we do now? The main tablet has been stolen. Should we go get it back? But we can't even find out where they went. Actually, that wasn't the main tablet. Zuefulin awkwardly scratched her cheek. There are too many people wary of the main tablet, but aside from the first king, no one knows its location. What I took was just a fragment. Ah, I see. So it turns out this was just a ruse to evoke emotions? But it made sense. How could such an important item be entrusted to someone after just a brief encounter? On the other side, on the waterway west of Kibachang, a man and a woman painfully climbed onto a dilapidated, unmanned merchant ship, the woman severely injured, missing an arm. The man had been struck by a famous blade. Damn it! The man cursed angrily. The blessing of the god of concealment was triggered by that guy with just one hit. The blessing of the god of concealment allows one to resist fatal damage once and completely hide their form for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. His mangled body began to heal gradually. The other white-haired girl, a petite 148 centimeters, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her remaining right hand, horrified. This is terrifying. Just brushing against something caused my arm to break. If that Zuefulin hadn't had concerns, I estimate I would have been turned to dust as well. Fortunately, she had the ability to accelerate time, allowing her to snatch the Holy Tablet in an instant. Let's return to the guild. The man commanded. This time we must revive our divine lord. Back at the fortress, the Holy Tablet had been stolen, and Zuefulin didn't say much, Perhaps they had not been destined to encounter this holy tablet. Maybe this situation was better? At least they wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. But Nayako looked a bit dejected. Sigh, the holy tablet is gone. I don't want to go looking for it again. Annoying. Roy also sighed, originally thinking he had found a shortcut to becoming stronger, only for it to fly away and disappear. The others were equally heartbroken, having lost their longevity and abilities. Seeing this, Zuefulin comforted them. Don't be sad, the holy tablet was just stolen. You might encounter it again in the future. Right now, shouldn't your focus be on Muchen? Muchen. That's right. The group suddenly remembered what they were supposed to do, to go to the Demon King's castle to find Muchen. Oh no, I completely forgot. Era knocked on her own head. Look at my memory, I was just so engrossed. Immediately, she called out to Tia, Tia, hurry and take us over. This servant understands. Tia immediately replied respectfully. In the next moment, a mass of black energy surrounded Tia, growing larger until it became the size of the original dragon. Tia lowered her dragon head and bent down, allowing the group to climb onto her broad back one by one. Xuefulan hesitated but finally spoke up. Can you take me along? Sister Xuefulan? Era looked at Xuefulan in confusion, wondering if she also wanted to participate in the war between the demon race and the human race. This shouldn't have anything to do with her, right? I want to see Muchen, even if he might not be him. But what if there's a bit of a shadow of him? Throughout it all, Xuefulan still held onto the shadow of Muchen in her heart. He was the one she could never forget. Indeed, wasn't it for him that she had given up contact with her other sisters? Xuefulan smiled helplessly and continued, even if it's not him, it would at least broaden my horizons. After all, this little Muchen still has a bit of the charm of the Muchen from back then. Seeing Xuefulan so persistent, Era felt she had no right to refuse. She patted Tia's back, let her come up. Tia was about to lower her body, but Xuefulan declined. No need to be polite, I'm a candidate for the king. Your speed might not even match mine. This statement ignited Tia's competitive spirit. She let out a dragon roar, flapping her massive wings, creating a strong wind that threatened to topple buildings. In the blink of an eye, Tia flew 1,000 miles. This acceleration was no joke. Xuefulan, naturally unwilling to be outdone, chuckled lightly and vanished, only to reappear in front of Tia. It seems that Miss Tia's speed isn't slow at all. She said it so easily, as if her running speed was akin to someone else's walking speed. The momentum between Tia and Xuefulan was making the others behind them suffer. The immense wind pressure tousled their hair into a mess, exposing their gums to the wind, and some were nearly blown off, falling from the dragon's body. The speed was too fast. They had never experienced anything so thrilling in their lives. Seeing this, Era quickly patted Tia and scolded, "Slow down, you idiot. At this speed, the people behind can't keep up. Think about them." Tia's speed gradually slowed down, flying with a pitiful expression. In less than a few minutes, they had crossed hundreds of miles and landed near the Demon King's castle. Nayatsi and the others jumped off the dragon's back, looking around. Strange, there was no one around? Era, are you sure this is the Demon King's castle? Beilu tilted her head in confusion. We're still a distance from the Demon King's castle, but you can't go there. After all, your strength, a bit weak, and it would only hinder Muchen's performance, as well as their own. Upon hearing this, the spark of excitement in Alice and the others' eyes instantly vanished. Ah, they were inexplicably wounded. Heartbreaking, my friend. Nayatsi was naturally very unconvinced. She was not weak. I see you just want to flirt with Muchen, right? I can see through your little thoughts. My relationship with the brave Muchen is merely a cooperative one, not a romantic one, Era explained earnestly. In this world, no one had ever thought that the Demon King and the brave would have a cooperative relationship. Even if there was ordinary communication, it was purely for mutual benefit. Dating. It's truly not something a person could imagine. Therefore, Era had never thought of wanting to be with Muchen or to make Muchen hers. They were simply not from the same world. There would be no happy ending. Nayako was suspicious. A cooperative relationship? It doesn't feel like that to me. Please believe me. My feelings for the brave Muchen are more like those of comrades. I won't fall for him. Nayako said helplessly. All right, you said it. I'll remember. Then I'll be back soon. I will protect Muchen and ensure he returns unscathed. Ella turned around, gently patting Tia's dragon back, and the magical horn on her head began to revert to its original form. Just as Tia was about to take off, Ella suddenly thought of something and looked at Xuefulin with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Sister Xuefulin, but you can't go into the area ahead. Please stay here and observe. Xuefulin smiled gently. This spot is quite good. I can see that boy very clearly. After tidying everything up, Ella and Tia instantly vanished from the spot, taking a long detour to sneak back into the Demon King's castle, which had been partially destroyed, to replace their disguise. Numerous demons were still confronting Mu Chen. The radical faction of demons had already gathered, including several high-ranking elders. They glared at Mu Chen, who showed no signs of tension, baring their teeth. "Human, what are you doing in our territory? Do you want to challenge our demon king? Ha, you should know your own weight. How dare you come alone?" The speaker was a towering figure, wrapped in red muscles, standing at 2 meters 8, with dark horns on his head and a fierce gaze. His name was Duman, an enthusiastic member of the radical faction. Mu Chen had noticed his magical essence, which was many times higher than that of the surrounding lesser demons, giving off a somewhat intimidating vibe. I might need just one finger to deal with him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? You're the first one to dare ignore me. Shut up with your noise. I'm not deaf. What, do you want to burst everyone's eardrums? Have some decency, you ugly brute. Mu Chen dug at his ears, completely unfazed. Duman's face turned extremely ugly, and the muscles in his legs tensed up, seemingly ready to spring into action. He declared, "Just one person dares to challenge the demon race? Truly overestimating yourself. Today, I'll teach you what self-awareness means." Just as Duman was about to launch himself forward, voices from the surrounding demons suddenly rang out. "The Demon King has arrived. Yesterday, while typing, my writing software crashed, causing all my work to be unsynchronized, so the new chapters are all being rewritten from scratch." The conflict erupted almost simultaneously, with all the demons kneeling on one knee in unison, fists touching the ground, to welcome the arrival of the Demon King. Only a few high-ranking elders slightly bowed. Ella walked slowly from a distance with a blank expression, followed by 4 demons. The most eye-catching was the purple-haired big sister closest to Ella. She had one magical horn, the other barely remaining, seemingly broken from an attack. Next was a tall, elegant young man, standing at 1 meter. At first glance, he bore a slight resemblance to Clay's, except for his long pink hair. With delicate features and gentle eyes, he was vastly different from the violent demons. Mu Chen glanced over and couldn't discern this guy's race, but he felt extremely similar to a shepherd. Following him was a red-haired little girl. How to put it, Mu Chen had never seen a girl resembling a bull demon before. She was not tall, only about 1 meter, with a golden nose ring on her nose. Her skin wasn't as fair as Nayako's, and even her hands were almost like hooves. Perhaps a blessing for those who like furry types. The last one caught Mu Chen's interest. It was actually a little boy? Judging by his proud expression and the large scythe he held in his arms, Mu Chen guessed this kid was definitely arrogant. With white hair, Mu Chen couldn't be bothered to guess what race he was. Being cute was enough. I wonder what it would feel like to dress as a girl. Dumen saw Ella approaching, showing no respect in his tone, but instead began to criticize the Demon King. "My Lord Demon King, look at this. Is this the peace you advocate? We haven't killed any humans, yet they come and kill our people. I think it won't be long before our demon race is hunted down by humans." The Demon King did not refute anything, merely casting a cold glance at Dumen. An elderly demon standing beside Dumen stroked his beard and said with a sarcastic smile, "Dumen, look at what you're saying. The Demon King is at least a young lady from a noble family in the demon realm. She's just naive and hasn't seen the world. You should be a bit more understanding of her fanciful ideas as a girl." A little brat who doesn't understand anything dares to govern the demon race? Does he really think we're here to do charity? Let's make this clear today. Demon King, deal with this man in front of us, and then we can discuss how to interact with the humans. Dumen scanned the surroundings, releasing a bit of pressure, and said in a deep voice, "I think none of you should have any thoughts of refusal, right?" The demons remained silent. To be honest, Ella's reign had not been long, and within the Demon King's castle, the radicals still held the advantage in power and numbers, so no one dared to speak up at this moment. "Very good." Dumen let out a proud laugh, casting a slightly contemptuous glance at Ella, and spoke disrespectfully, "If you don't want to disappoint your father in the demon realm, you should know what to do. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my mouth won't slip. Can you shut up?" Ella coldly interrupted Dumen, leaving him momentarily speechless, his actions and expressions frozen in place. Just now, he seemed to have hallucinated. The usually peaceful Demon King actually told him to be quiet? Dumen wanted to say something more, but the next second, a wave of the Demon King's pressure swept over everyone, and Ella's voice was extremely chilling. "Dumen, I acknowledge that you are one of the 4 kings under the previous Demon King, so I won't drive you back to the demon realm. But if you continue to speak arrogantly and disrespect me, I will exercise my authority. I will kill you." Ella's red eyes gradually brightened, and beneath her cute exterior lay a strong killing intent. Mu Chen was surprised. He didn't expect the originally cute little Ella to make such an expression, which was quite rare. However, Mu Chen did not intend to let the Demon King take action. he was going to use his acting skills. The atmosphere among the demons was tense, but it was overshadowed by a burst of manic laughter. Muchen covered his eyes, raised his head, and laughed wildly, seeming to completely disregard everyone, especially with a mocking tone that resembled a great villain. "You little fish, what nonsense are you talking in front of me? Do you really think I don't exist? Oh, especially you." Muchen lowered his hand, made a weak gesture towards Du-men, and looked at him with disdain. "You little brat, you've been the loudest since you appeared. What, is your ability just to talk big? If you have the guts, come and hit me now, you little trash." Du-men's forehead immediately bulged with veins. How could there be such a shameless person? He had never been looked down upon like this in his life, and this human really seemed to be asking for death. "If that's the case, then I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse, so you know that I, Du-men, am not to be trifled with." "Just you? Forget it, whether you're Du-men or Jin-men, you're just a useless thing." Muchen smacked his lips, fully ramping up the mockery. Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. After all, he was one of the 4 kings, and even demons would shrink back a bit when seeing Du-men, yet this human showed no regard for him at all. A good show was about to unfold. Although the demon king Ella's emotions remained unchanged on the surface, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried inside. The hero only had protection against the demon king, but it had no effect on the 4 heavenly kings. "No, if Muchen encounters danger, I must go help him." Du-men, furious, began to grind his teeth, channeling a massive amount of magic power through his body. He couldn't hold back any longer. Muchen, on the other hand, calmly took out his light feather armor and the town lord's pagoda. Magic immunity and weakening. Seal. Muchen aimed the pagoda at Du-men, who was still using his magic power. Suddenly, Du-men stumbled, his head spinning. When he regained his senses, he found that he could no longer use magic. "What happened? Where's my magic? What have you done, you bastard? You're so weak that even the little crabs in the underground maze are better than you. What ability do you have to play with me? Damn it! Today, I'm going all out against you." Du-men was truly furious, disregarding his dignity, and charged at Muchen with a punch. Poof! Muchen looked down on him, not even activating the 9 layers of protection around him. Boom! The punch struck Muchen with full force, or rather, to be precise, Muchen's palm struck Du-men's fist. The shockwave instantly spread outwards, uprooting tree roots, and the demon race had to use their magic power to maintain their footing. Even the terrifying pressure of the demon king couldn't completely overshadow the shockwave, causing her dress to flutter slightly in the wind. "Hey, you can't block my full-force strike with a casual defense?" Muchen looked at Du-men, who was already showing signs of abnormality, with great interest. "Du-men's death. How is this possible? What have you done?" Du-men could never have imagined that a human priest could withstand his punch. No, perhaps he realized. This guy was not a priest at all, but an all-rounder. Even Ella was somewhat shocked. Muchen seemed to be stronger than she had thought. "Ha ha ha!" Muchen laughed wildly without answering Du-men, and with another free hand, he waved casually, causing the ground to start shaking. "My dear demon kin, come forth and see my army." Rumble! The ground trembled violently, and armored hands emerged from the earth, followed by massive bodies crawling out. Death Knight, Dark Knight rank, level 80, quantity, summon creature, with magic immunity of 80. "Necromancer?" someone exclaimed. This nearly non-existent terrifying profession appeared at this moment. The demon race retreated a few steps, clearly losing confidence in the situation. "Hey, let me ask you something," Muchen said with a smile, his voice extremely gentle as he faced Du-men. But because of this, Du-men felt a deep unease in his heart, already drenched in sweat. "Speak. I say if I move my hand away, you will die. Do you believe it?" Du-men's eyes widened in fear, his heart racing. Even though he knew it was impossible, it still cast a shadow over him. His fist was pressed tightly against Muchen's palm, instinctively not daring to move away, and Muchen could feel that fist trembling. Muchen chuckled, shaking his head playfully, then immediately withdrew his hand, teasingly saying one word. Bang! Du-men immediately froze, tightly closing his eyes, waiting for what would happen next. However, nothing happened. In a daze, he slowly opened his eyes to see Muchen holding his stomach, laughing so hard he bent over, mocking him. Ha 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 ha! The mighty 4 heavenly kings actually tremble and close their eyes in fear from a mere human. How ridiculous! You bastard! How dare you play me? Du-men was furious, feeling as if he had lost face, and attempted to make another attack to counter Muchen. But before his right hand could swing out, his whole body became extremely heavy, and he knelt heavily on the ground, desperately supporting himself with both hands. His body had already sunk partially into the ground. To deal with you, I don't even need to announce the name of my magic. Muchen exuded a villainous aura, and he was somewhat intoxicated by it. The feeling of being a bad guy was simply fantastic. He stepped directly on Du-men's head with his right foot and declared, why aren't you getting up? Do you need me to help you? Hey, this isn't good, is it? Don't celebrate too early. Dumen gasped violently. He could feel his internal organs straining. Demon King, what are you waiting for? Do you want to watch me die? If you watch me die, you'll be brought before a military tribunal. You won't get away with it. Hey! Muchen unpleasantly lifted his foot and kicked this guy a few times. Asking for help isn't fun anymore. Besides, she wouldn't dare come. What did you say? Dumen actually didn't see that the other radicals behind him had already taken a few steps back, not wanting to get involved in this mess. Not to mention Muchen's strange abilities, just the magic immunity of these dark knights was already troublesome. Heh, you don't need to know. Now, let's play a game. The rules are simple. If you stand up, you get to keep your life. If you can't get up, your entire clan will die. The punishment of the 9 clans was all about being ruthless. Ha! My entire clan is in the demon realm. How are you going to kill them? Stop daydreaming here. Do you really think you're a god? Tisk tsk, a stubborn guy. Muchen couldn't be bothered to say much and snapped his fingers. With a bang, it sounded like something exploded. Dumen immediately let out a painful scream. The entire hand he had previously used to contact Muchen was now completely gone, leaving only a bloody mess at the joint. His body lost balance and fell to one side. Muchen stepped on Dumen again, mocking, I told you, I can easily kill you. Don't think I'm joking. Demon King over there, now it's my turn to play a game with you. Muchen lost interest and left Dumen, looking at Ayla. If you kill Dumen behind me with your own hands, maybe I'll let you go. But if you don't kill him, today might be the day your demon clan disbands. Before Ayla could say anything, Dumen immediately changed his expression and pleaded, Demon King, don't believe his words. You can't listen to him and kill me. As soon as Dumen finished speaking, Muchen casually ordered the Dark Knight to slay a member of the demon clan. Now, do you still believe? Muchen looked around, revealing an arrogant smile, completely immersed in it. The other demons panicked at once. They knew they couldn't win against this guy in a direct confrontation, and if they ran, if caught, they would definitely die. The only chance of survival was to kill Dumen. The demons, even the radicals, advised the Demon King, kill Dumen. For the continuation of the demon clan, I believe the demon realm will understand us. Agreed. Kill Dumen. The envoy from the demon realm agrees too. Muchen scoffed inwardly. It turned out the demon realm had been paying attention to the situation here all along. Fortunately, his acting skills were superb, and he hadn't been discovered. This allowed the Demon King to smoothly deal with the radical elder. Since you all agree, then I will follow your wishes and immediately deal with the former 4 kings. Dumen. No, you ungrateful bunch. Even if I die, he won't spare you. You fools. Dumen's desperate screams echoed over the Demon King's castle for a long time, a hopeless roar, devoid of any arrogance. Ayla didn't even blink, simply softly announcing the name of the magic, Death Declaration. In an instant, Dumen's body was blown away by the wind like scattered sand, gradually separating from its original form until only a pile of pale bones remained. Everyone's attention was drawn to Dumen, and Ella seized the opportunity to give Muchen a glance. Muchen, what exactly are you planning to do? Aren't we supposed to defeat the radicals together? Muchen immediately replied, guess what? There's not much time to think about this now. Tell me, who are the remaining 4 kings? Ella hesitated for a moment, her little finger pointing to the 3 others nearby, one of whom was the old man with white hair. This secret exchange was fully observed by the pink-haired young master behind Ella, who rested his chin on his hand, savoring Muchen with interest. What an interesting guy. To have the Demon Lord trust him so much, it seems I haven't seen through him yet. The Demon Lord Lamer descended. Human race. Now that the Demon Lord has fulfilled your conditions, you can leave, right? The speaker was one of the 4 kings Ella had pointed out, Rufa. This guy was a genuine weapon master, particularly fond of blades, and was an extremely difficult agile opponent. Muchen saw everything clearly through identification. The next plan was to take this guy down. Muchen said leisurely, don't rush, I never said that killing Dumen would end the game. What did you say? You despicable scoundrel. Thank you for the compliment. Such words are the best reward for me, Muchen replied without a care. This only made the demons feel that the guy in front of them was shameless. So brazen. Well then, the second game begins. Listen carefully. Muchen pretended to be mysterious as he glanced around the crowd, smiling. This game is to randomly select one of you to kill, and that counts as passing. How about it? Isn't it thrilling? Thrilling my ass. It's just a psychopathic killer. But they didn't dare to resist, remaining silent. Muchen leisurely strolled in front of each demon, occasionally touching his lips with his fingers. Each demon he passed was drenched in cold sweat, extremely tense, fearing that they would be torn apart by Muchen at any moment. They were angry but couldn't voice it, Damn it, why didn't the Demon Lord just take out this guy directly instead of cooperating with him to make choices? No one questioned the issue, after all. Who could think calmly when they were nervous? As Mu Chen wandered around, he yawned when passing Rufa, seemingly a bit sleepy, carelessly exposing his back to Rufa. Gulp! Rufa swallowed hard, his left hand resting on his sword, beginning to stir with excitement. The opportunity had come. Attacking Mu Chen from a distance was not a good strategy. After all, he had witnessed Mu Chen's swordsmanship, but now it was different. Mu Chen's weapon was still in its original position, and he had no weapon in hand. Within 7 steps, his own swordsmanship would be absolutely invincible. Thinking quickly, Rufa unsheathed his sword without hesitation and lunged straight at Mu Chen. The fish had taken the bait. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth, as he had been waiting for this moment. The instant Rufa drew his sword and charged out, Mu Chen turned and unleashed a binding spell directly at Rufa. Hundreds of iron chains formed a sphere, surrounding Rufa, who was immobilized halfway, unable to move. Before he could react, the chains quickly shrank, wrapping around his body, leaving only his head exposed. Rufa's eyes were filled with a terrifying ferocity. He couldn't believe he had been discovered so quickly. He had barely made a move before being controlled. This guy seemed to have prepared for him in advance, even the magic was ready beforehand. What on earth? It seems someone wants to break the rules, huh? Mu Chen interrupted Lu Fei's thoughts. Since it's come to this, let this person become a sacrifice. What does everyone think? No one responded. Ha ha ha, Demon King, what's your opinion? Ayla shot a deep glare at Mu Chen and huffed. As long as you spare the other demons, sacrificing him is no problem at all. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction, leaning his face close to the grinning Lu Fei, mocking, looks like the Demon King has given up on you? So, do you have any last words? Perhaps I can help you carve them on your tombstone? Of course, a tombstone costs 100,000 gold coins, no credit. Ha! You, if I'm not mistaken, you're not a murderer at all, you're just the Demon Kings. Pfft. Before Lu Fei could finish, the sound of a sword-piercing flesh echoed through the heavens and earth, and Lu Fei's head rolled to the ground. Ayla's mood was like a roller coaster. She had just thought Lu Fei might know everything, and even a guess could influence the situation. Fortunately, Mu Chen acted extremely quickly, leaving no chance for any slip of the tongue. Among the 4 great kings, 2 had already perished, yet Mu Chen had suffered little loss. It was all thanks to his astonishing acting skills, allowing him not to keep the shackles on all the time. He just needed to have Ni co-activate them when necessary. Now, with 1/5 of the radical elders gone, the strength of the radicals had already suffered greatly. If they worked a bit harder, perhaps they could eliminate the core power of the radicals. However, contrary to expectations, 6 elders who could not bear it chose to sacrifice themselves, forcibly unsealing the former Demon King. A towering red pillar shot up from the Demon King's castle, piercing the heavens, and the suffocating amount of demonic essence made it hard for the surrounding demons to breathe. Even Mu Chen felt a hint of pressure. This was bad. If the former Demon King appeared, he would definitely join forces with Ayla against him. If Ayla refused, her position would be completely exposed. His act would have been in vain. What to do? Urgent. Waiting online. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the Demon King's castle, and a pair of red eyes silently observed everything in the air. The previous Demon King had broken free from the seal. Sacrificing 6 great generals to awaken me, was it all to deal with you, human warrior? The originally blue sky above the Demon King's city instantly turned blood red, overflowing with demonic essence, and a red-haired Demon King with enormous horns appeared. Your courage is commendable, daring to challenge the dual-generation Demon King alone. Ha, this will be your end. Mu Chen silently looked at the former Demon King before him, slightly assessing him, feeling a bit shocked. The Rammer Demon King had the strongest and most perverse stats and abilities Mu Chen had ever seen. No wonder he was the Demon King that all the continents had to unite to barely seal. Mu Chen was truly enlightened. After all, his pressure still slightly affected him. The appearance of the Rammer Demon King instantly ignited the radical demons. They seemed to forget about Mu Chen in the dark night, all shouting "Long live the Rammer Demon King," while Ayla became considerably quieter. Rammer raised his hand slightly, his voice like thunder, suppressing the boiling demons. Silence. Ayla Demon King, your abilities are still somewhat lacking. After we defeat the warrior together, you will need to retrain in the demon realm. Because of your incompetence, I lost 8 great generals. You are not fit to be a king. Ayla's fists trembled imperceptibly. She bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say that word. No, I refuse. But once she said it, wouldn't she ruin the act Mu Chen was putting on? But the promise she made, could Mu Chen really withstand it? It was too tangled. At this moment, Mu Chen was also somewhat anxious, his right thumb and index finger restlessly rubbing together. How should this situation be resolved? The interceptor at this moment, the information officer of the Dead Coffin Guild, was following the instructions of the strategy team to observe the specific relationship between Mu-chan and the Demon King. Once confirmed as a collaboration, the Dead Coffin would need to change their plans. However, this information officer was not having good luck tomorrow. He encountered a troublesome character. I have no grievances with you, so why do you insist on blocking my way? The cloaked man questioned the boy in front of him, a hint of anger in his voice. Lin Feng yawned disinterestedly, leaning against the edge of the bridge, and lazily replied, "This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some toll." Are you out of your mind? You own this road? What evidence do you have to prove that? The cloaked man cursed. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, then what evidence do you have to prove that I don't own it? Ha, you look like a poor kid. I don't have time to play with you. You better get out of my way, or you'll regret it. Regret it? Lin Feng made a mocking expression, taking a few steps into the middle of the road. Today, I really want to see what you can do. He looked ready to fight. The cloaked man clicked his tongue, realizing he had run into a troublesome guy. In the past, he would have already dealt with such an opponent. After all, these kinds of highway robbers were usually just thugs, and no one would care if they died. However, wasting the best time for gathering intelligence would be a problem. He could only temporarily let this guy go. The cloaked man rummaged through his pocket and casually tossed a pouch of coins in front of Lin Feng. 30 gold coins, is that enough? Lin Feng propped his chin up, examining the pouch on the ground, and cautiously nudged it with his toe. Have you seen enough? Can I pass now? The cloaked man approached Lin Feng impatiently, trying to get past him. Lin Feng immediately raised his hand to block the cloaked man, smiling, "This road is closed." "Wait, I gave you the money, and you still won't let me through?" The cloaked man could no longer hold back, his right hand already reaching into his cloak, gripping a dagger tightly. Earlier, Mu-chan had already guessed that someone would come to track him, so he sent Lin Feng to lie in wait at the teleportation point in Kiba City. "Say it again. Are you going to let me pass or not?" The cloaked man spoke impatiently, and Lin Feng could clearly sense the intense killing intent. It seemed he had angered the other party. These guys really had a bad temper. Lin Feng took off his scarf, revealing a smiling face to the cloaked man, and said, "Sorry, saying it again won't change anything. This road is closed." Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, a harsh metallic clashing sound echoed at the bridge's edge, as Lin Feng's scarf transformed into a sharp blade, clashing and grinding against the cloaked man's dagger. "Ha, I knew it. You're not a good person." The cloaked man snorted lightly, quickly swinging his arms to unleash a series of blade strikes. Likewise, Lin Feng casually defended himself, not needing to exert much effort. The instrument hidden in his weapon could already automatically control the weapon's movements. Lin Feng just needed to make a few symbolic gestures to handle it easily. The cloaked man clicked his tongue a few times, showing signs of impatience. As an information officer, his combat power was not comparable to the killing machines of the strategy team, but he had deadly tools. While swinging his right-hand dagger, he took the opportunity to crush a bead hidden in his left hand, and a wave of black mist instantly spread out. Soul-snatching powder could paralyze everyone within its range, disrupting the smooth flow of magical energy. Seeing the situation was not good, Lin Feng immediately transformed his weapon into 1,000 mechanisms leaf, spinning rapidly to create a strong wind. The black mist gathered around the cloaked man, choking him and causing him to cough incessantly. He cursed, "Damn, what the hell is this? Cough cough, damn it, I'm choking, cough cough." Although he had taken the antidote early on, he was still feeling quite uncomfortable. At the bridge's edge, Lin Feng looked at the cloaked man with a smile in his eyes, sending the rapidly spinning 1,000 mechanisms leaf slicing towards the cloaked man. Clang clang clang. Every time the cloaked figure blocked the attack, his hands trembled violently. The opponent's strength was somewhat overwhelming, leaving cuts on the blade. Clearly, it was a weapon crafted for this realm, one that should not show any flaws no matter how it was used, so why was it malfunctioning today? Damn it! The cloaked figure cursed angrily, leaping back a few steps to create distance from Lin Feng. He realized he was at a disadvantage in close combat. The cloaked figure muttered incantations, gradually gathering a black-purple sphere in his palms, which faintly emitted a crackling purple energy. "You think you can scare me with a final tier magic? Who do you look down on? Final tier magic? You look down on it? Let me tell you, the ultimate." Before the cloaked figure could finish his sentence, Lin Feng charged at him, fiercely aiming the scattered leaves at his body. "You bastard!" The cloaked figure hurriedly shot out 2 purple spheres, but they were instantly sliced into chaotic streams of magic energy upon contact with the scattered leaves. They dissipated into the air. The cloaked figure. What a nightmare! Encountering such a persistent opponent, there's no way to escape, is there? Perhaps I can only take a detour. Lin Feng charged at the cloaked figure again, who quickly raised his hand to call for a halt. "Hey! Wait, I'm in a hurry today and don't have time to tangle with you. Consider these gold coins a gift from me. I'm not going that way. At least you know your place. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, sheathing his weapon and picking up the money pouch from the ground, returning to lean against the bridge, seemingly waiting for the next passerby. Damn it! The cloaked figure muttered under his breath, turning away to seek another route. Surrounded by snow-capped mountains, the only way to Kiba City, aside from this straight bridge, was nearly through the mountain paths. It was a time-consuming endeavor, but the cloaked figure had no choice but to proceed this way. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Demon King Rammer seemed to be waiting for Ella's response. Tiz, following Ella, noticed her expression was somewhat off and seemed to sense something amiss, trying to smooth things over. Lord Rammer, Ella has been overworked lately and is a bit fatigued. She might not be able to provide you with good support. Boom! A red lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting the ground beside Tiz and creating a terrifying large pit. Rammer coldly said, I asked for Ella, not you. What qualifications do you have as her subordinate to make decisions for her? Do you want to become a king yourself? Tiz gasped for breath, thankful that the little bull demon had just pulled him away. Otherwise, he would have already become a victim of the lightning. Rammer, what are you doing? Tiz is mine. Do you dare to harm her? Ella could no longer hold back her anger. How dare he use lethal force against her people? Was this a declaration of war against her? Your people? Ella, you must not have forgotten who just killed my people with their own hands? Now, do I still have a problem? Rammer confronted her, narrowing his eyes, arms crossed, with a mocking expression, completely disregarding Ella. After all, he was different from Ella. He was a tyrant of brute force, his power capable of shaking mountains and seas, and everyone in his eyes was like an ant. Such a killer would not regard lives like Tiz's at all. Of course, he also dared not truly kill her. If caught by the demon realm, he would face a military tribunal, and he did not want to waste his life over a little bug. At this moment, Rammer and Ella faced each other, one in the sky and the other on the ground. It had to be said, the scene felt like two demon kings were about to tear each other apart, with tension at its peak. But Ella's outfit was so cute that it almost made her seem devoid of any demonic majesty. She retorted, even if I killed them, you can't blame it all on me. That was with everyone's consent. Your actions, however, are nothing but pure slaughter. Ants that do not respect their superiors deserve to die. This is how we can solidify the army and strengthen the demon race. So, Ella, my actions are not problematic at all. Ella was left speechless by the rebuttal. Tiz also softly comforted her. It's all right, Lady Ella, I'm just your secretary. There's no need to be at odds with me and Lord Lammer. Poof. Lammer looked on with indifferent amusement at the interaction below, finding it utterly boring. Now, let me say it again, Ella, follow me and kill this guy in front of us, or else. I have the right to take over your incompetent rule and regain control of the demon race. Ella clenched her fist, unable to make a decision. She glanced at Mu Chen, seemingly wanting to ask for his opinion. What's wrong? Ella, still can't make a decision? A wishy-washy personality has no right to lead the demon race. Get on with it. Lammer's voice was loud but extremely apathetic. TSK. Mu Chen continued to eat the skewers in his hand, saying, while you two are chatting, I've already grilled the barbecue. So, are you interested in some? I'll give you a discount. Hero, don't be so arrogant. Although we demon kings have a damage reduction mechanism against you, don't think you're invincible. Lammer couldn't hold back. The man in front of him was far too casual, completely disregarding him. How could he tolerate such treatment? To be in this situation and even have a barbecue. This was too fragrant, too shameless. Arrogant? You're exaggerating. You're not even human. Are you seeing yourself too highly? Mu Chen made a gesture as if looking around, pretending to search, and didn't forget to mock. Strange, where's that guy who was talking? I can't see him at all. Oh, is it the bug on the ground? This series of actions completely enraged Lammer. He could no longer indulge the man before him. I'll kill you. Lammer spread his hands and roared, his entire magical power beginning to operate, causing many demons to feel a bit of difficulty breathing, sensing their magic gathering towards Lammer. While operating his magic, is he also absorbing the surrounding magical essence to enhance his abilities? Interesting. Mu Chen immediately released half of his magical essence into the air, and this powerful amount of magical essence surged towards the Demon King Lammer under the pressure. Damn! The sudden influx of massive magical essence caused Lammer's container to crack slightly. He hadn't even unleashed his full power yet and was already injured, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Old 6. Shameless. Lammer cursed, unable to comprehend how this guy possessed such an incredible amount of magical essence that he couldn't even fully absorb it himself. Ella! Lammer crash-landed to the ground, shouting at Ella, let's go together. Your enemy is me. A woman's voice echoed from the sky. In the blood-red sky, snowflakes floated down, and a woman descended with the snow, like a fairy. It was She-Fran. She looked at Ella, her expression gentle and smiling. "Your enemy is me. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Nonsense! A mere mortal has no right to challenge a demon king," Lammer hurriedly rejected for Ella. At this moment, he was slightly injured, and defeating the arrogant man before him seemed quite difficult. He would need Ella's assistance. "I accept," Ella replied decisively. "Lammer, hold on. I'll quickly deal with her and then come to support you." Saying this, she gave Lammer no chance to speak and disappeared with She-Fran. "Lammer, The sudden turn of events surprised Mu-Chen a bit, but looking at the situation, it seemed like they were allies. Moreover, her aura was strangely similar to that of the old lady from the inn. "Forget it, as long as it's a good thing. Lash, stop looking like you're constipated. Weren't you just very arrogant? I'm called Lammer." "Alright, Lammer, speed it up. The audience is waiting." "I'll kill you." Lammer casually conjured 2 magic orbs and hurled them at Mu-Chen. Unfazed, Mu-Chen took out the town lord's pagoda, aimed it at Lammer, and absorbed his abilities. The moment Lammer threw the magic orbs, he instantly felt drained, as if he wanted to collapse to the ground. This feeling of being emptied out, that's it. The magic orbs shattered as they approached Mu-Chen. "It seems the pagoda suppresses your physical abilities, huh? What a pity." With his energy severely depleted and his physical functions suppressed, how could he possibly win? This scene made the surrounding demons want to flee in fear, but the Dark Knight had them tightly locked down, unable to escape. Those who tried to run were directly cut in half by the Dark Knight. What a pathetic guy. Mu-Chen approached Lammer with sympathy, like a reaper harvesting souls. "Despicable. Winning by using tricks. What kind of gentleman is that?" Lammer verbally attacked, but it was utterly useless. "You shouldn't be saying that to me. Aren't you so impressive? Why not summon lightning to strike me?" Boom! Lammer really did summon red lightning again, but clearly, it was not as powerful as before. At least it didn't kill him. Pfft! Lammer spat out blood, confused as to how the lightning struck him. "You!" Just as Lammer raised his head to speak, Mu-Chen immediately pulled out a skewer he had just finished eating and shoved it into Lammer's mouth. In the moment of piercing, the wooden skewer transformed into a metal object, enhanced with various magical effects. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Lammer began to take the figure before him seriously. This person was stronger than the one who had sealed him before. Even if his physical body wasn't suppressed, he estimated he still couldn't win. Mu-Chen pulled out the metal skewer, flicked off the blood on it, and smiled. "You have a nice treasure on you, I'll just take it for you." "You? What did you say?" "The Demon King core, you should be quite familiar with it, right? Do you want me to take action, or will you obediently hand it over?" Mu-Chen wore a smile, as if all of this was just a playful game. The Demon King Mu-Chen, the Demon King core, was equivalent to another heart of the Demon King, an important organ certified by the Demon King, containing almost all of his cultivation. The core was what the hero's blessing recognized. And now, if Lammer handed over his core, it would mean he would die here completely, in both spirit and body. "It seems I have to do it myself." Lammer remained silent, and Mu-Chen looked at him indifferently, reaching out his hand silently towards him. "No, I can't just." Lammer's words were still on his lips when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He grimaced and looked down, only to see Mu-Chen's hand buried inside him, fiercely grasping the Demon King core. Mu-Chen directly pulled the core out of Lammer's body, his hand drenched in blood, a large hole appearing in Lammer's chest. This action stunned the surrounding demons, who were left dumbfounded. This man was extraordinarily ruthless. Lammer gasped for breath, feeling life slipping away, barely able to stay conscious. Mu-Chen smiled sweetly, observed the Demon King core for a moment, and then crushed it on the spot. In an instant, Lammer's arm hung limply to the ground, lifeless. In Mu-Chen's hand, a more refined Demon King core appeared, its structure even more intricate than Lammer's. In the Demon King's castle, witnessed by the demons, they saw something they would never forget. The hero had turned into the Demon King. In the dim castle, nearly all the demons knelt, not fearing the symbol of peace, Ella. Instead, they feared the terrifying youth on the glowing throne. With absolute crushing strength, he killed the Demon King Rammer, the one who once instilled fear across the entire continent. In the hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Even Ella could only stand at the front of the line, looking up at Mu-Chen on the steps. Mu-Chen squinted, crossed his legs, rested his chin on his hand, feeling a bit drowsy, but he still immensely enjoyed the feeling of being admired. Below, whispers filled the air. "This human has actually become our Demon King? What are we going to do in the days to come?" Sigh, it seems even Demon King Ella can't do anything about him. If even Rammer wasn't a match, Demon King Ella can only submit now. By the way, isn't the focus on why a hero can also become a Demon King? Is it really okay to let a hero manage the demon race? If you have a problem, go defeat him. Don't just stand there talking without any pain. Exactly, kneeling more seriously than anyone else, how shameless. The murmurs made the bull demon king a bit annoyed. She stomped her feet a few times and scolded, "Silence! Chattering away! If you keep making noise, I'll have the bull demon legion seal your mouths." One of Ella's 4 kings, Demon Pill. The bull demon clan, born with immense strength, also holds a place among the demon race. This statement silenced the entire Demon King's hall, not because of Demon Pill, but because of Muchen. This little guy suddenly shouted so loudly that he must have caught the attention of the devil up there. Muchen also felt the gazes of the crowd below gathering on him, seemingly wanting to see his reaction. Well, let them have it. Muchen opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Every movement made everyone feel like they were on a roller coaster, rising and falling. All the demon race's gazes lifted with Muchen's rise, an invisible pressure sweeping over them. The hall was terrifyingly silent. Even Demon Pill was momentarily stunned by this aura. If it weren't for Ella holding her hand, she might have been scared to the point of wetting herself. Demon Pill is doomed. She will definitely be hollowed out and become a plaything. This thought arose in everyone's mind. Muchen looked down at the crowd with indifference, suddenly revealing a smile, and laughed wildly. "Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, I am your Demon King. I will lead you to conquer the human territory, and by flattering me, you will welcome eternal life." Nico, why does this big pig's hoof suddenly feel like a pyramid scheme? The crowd fell into dead silence. Conquering the human territory? Eternal life? What is this Demon King talking about? Isn't he human? Why does he want to attack the human territory? At that moment, among the demon race below, a delicate little hand was raised, and Muchen immediately fixed his gaze on her. A girl in a white dress, with white hair and red eyes. Is there a problem? Muchen crossed his arms, looking at the little girl with great interest as she stood up. Demon King, what is your purpose in taking over the demon race? Is it to conquer the human territory? According to my understanding, you should just want to find a reason to clarify things with us, right? Her voice was very young, yet it sounded ancient. Prince of the Blood Clan, you should speak cautiously, be careful of the Demon King's judgment. The old man kneeling beside the girl looked terrified. He seemed unwilling to let her participate in this matter. Grandpa Butler, you don't need to worry about me. If the Demon King thinks my words are inappropriate, then punishment can be delivered. However, I hope the Demon King will not cut off the future of our entire clan due to personal desires. Don't you think so, Demon King? Ha, quite a bold tone. I wonder what parts are actually tough. Muchen revealed a mysterious smile, walking down the steps with great interest, step by step towards the girl. Wah, what do you mean? The girl felt a bit nervous at this moment. Could it be that this Demon King really wanted to punish her? This is too petty, right? You don't need to know what it means. Muchen moved through the crowd, and the guys kneeling on the ground saw him as if he were a demon, retreating several meters away. Right now, you only need to state your full name, Bloodsucking Princess. Muchen looked down at the girl from a high position, exuding an air of arrogance. The girl nervously swallowed, stating her name, Yuesha Chuyong, Prince of the Londa family. You can call me Lilith. Lilith? Interesting, you are the first one here to dare to shout at me face to face. Choose a dignified way to die. Lilith froze on the spot. She had just said one sentence and was already facing death? Tyrant? Tyrant! The old butler behind Lilith immediately crawled to Muchen's feet, pleading, Lord Demon King, Princess Lilith speaks frankly. If she has offended you and made you unhappy, I am willing to take her punishment. Please spare her. Spare her? Muchen chuckled lightly. Doubt is the most intolerable emotion in a team. Lilith, since you think I am selfish, do you want to see what your end would be? I do not doubt you, I merely suggested. What if I do not listen? Lilith was instantly speechless. She felt she could not communicate with the man before her. Obedience was the only option. Upon seeing Lilith silent for a long time, Muchen did not find it boring and waved his sleeve, declaring, From today onwards, all of you will obey my commands. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. At the same time, I will change the candidates for the 4 kings. Ella, from today, you will be demoted to one of the 4 kings, and your subordinates will be your former 4 kings. Yes. Ella slightly lifted her skirt and bowed in response. The Demon Clan, seeing that Ella did not resist at all, knew what they should do. They could only obey. Then, the court is dismissed. I will discuss future matters with Ella. The rest of you, return to your posts. In the Demon Castle's conference hall, there were 7 people, Muchen, Ella, the 4 kings, and Zuefulin. Thank you for your company, Miss Zuefulin. Muchen smiled and extended his hand to welcome Zuefulin. He had heard Ella tell the story of Zuefulin and was somewhat interested. You said there was someone with the same name as me in the past? Yes, it seems that it really is quite similar. In every sense. Muchen scratched his head, feeling at a loss. He had no clue about events from 2000 years ago. The earliest memories he had were from 100 years ago. Sorry, Zuefulin. Perhaps I am not the person you are looking for. It's okay. I didn't have high hopes anyway. Zuefulin's tone was somewhat disappointed. At this moment, the pink-haired young master among the four kings let out a gentle smile, taking out a pocket watch, saying, "If you're tangled up in such matters, why not try this pocket watch? It can show you your past lives. This is my ability as a shepherd. With this, perhaps, Mu-chan, you will understand something." Mu-chan was speechless, staring intently at the pocket watch in the shepherd's hand, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a long while, "All right, let's take a look. I am also curious if my 2,000-year-old self really existed." The pocket watch swayed, seemingly leading Mu-chan's soul to the deepest part. Blurred images began to appear before Mu-chan's eyes. Tick-tock, a drop of rain fell from the eaves onto the tip of Mu-chan's nose. This was when Mu-chan felt dizzy, his body extremely heavy. He tried to lift his arm. There was no response. Where was he? Mu-chan began to search for his memories. Suddenly, fragments of images appeared in his mind. There were no warnings. Looking at these fragments, Mu-chan finally understood everything. When I was in the four-dimensional world, I was ambushed by a few shameless scoundrels. As a result, I used reincarnation magic to forcibly reincarnate into the three-dimensional world. What bad luck! It seems I can only temporarily recuperate in the three-dimensional world and wait for my strength to recover before going back to deal with those scoundrels. I slowly began to adapt to my body's functions. I moved my arms and opened my eyes. It seems my physical age is around 16 years old. I groped around my body. Strange, why am I wearing such tattered clothes? I had arranged for my reincarnated self to have extremely luxurious attire. Wait, what is that around my neck? I could hardly close my mouth. I had a slave collar around my neck? A damn memory fragment suddenly appeared in my mind. I had just successfully reincarnated and had not fully adapted to my body. However, I happened to be seen by some robbers. Seeing me dressed so splendidly, this group of robbers hit me on the back of the head. Then they sold me to a slave trader. Damn, is this really happening? Why do I have to encounter such misfortune right after I arrive? Are there really so many scoundrels in this world? No way. How can a dignified deity become a slave? Identification. I began to confirm what stage my strength was at. Name, Mu-chan. Race, I don't know either. Gender, uncertain. Level, 1. Combat power. The panel is a little shocking. Strength, magic power, endurance, agility, charm value, inherent skill, 12 zodiac gods, talent, perfect incarnation, hidden attributes, acquired title, none. Looking at my panel, I revealed a relieved smile. My 12 zodiac gods are still here, so I am absolutely invincible. As for those talent abilities, I didn't even want to look. But what the hell is this perfect incarnation? I clicked on the details page for perfect incarnation. Perfect incarnation can change one's gender at will, can freely alter one's appearance, and can change race. Personality will also be affected when changing traits and race. I rubbed my forehead. I don't remember when I activated this skill. This skill is too overpowered. Cough, cough, it might be somewhat useful. I put away the panel and looked around, discovering that there were quite a few slaves locked up here. Each one looked dejected and listless. They were all waiting for an unknown master. I didn't want to sit here and wait. I had to slip away before anyone signed a servant contract with me. Just as I was about to make my move, a hollow mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Detected that the individual target is powerful, automatically attracted 99 systems. Would Mu-chan like to select a system? System? Is that thing strong? No need. I wasn't in the mood to deal with any system. Having the 12 zodiac gods was enough. However, the next moment, a voice echoed in my mind again. Detected that the individual's talent abilities are all maxed out. Acquired title, chosen king, protagonist Halo. Are you really not going to select a system to take home? What happens if I don't select? If you don't select, I will keep bothering you. Others want systems but can't get them, and you don't want one. I don't want it. Oh, it's free. It doesn't cost anything. Just pick one. So annoying. I patiently opened the panels of those systems and casually glanced at them. I randomly poked at one system and transmitted. I'll choose this one. Alright, selection complete. The system is starting to replace. So, I wish Mu-chan a pleasant experience. Finally rid of this troublesome guy, I had to hurry and escape. However, just as I was about to pick the lock, a candlelight lit up in the distant corridor. Damn, what terrible luck. The voices of the two people reached Mu-chan's ears. Do you have any that are of better quality? It's fine if they're a bit expensive. It was an extremely youthful lowly voice. Just hearing it made one feel it belonged to a cute little girl. Do you want a boy or a girl? The girls of good quality have all been picked, after all. Haha, you know. The voice sounded like that of a slave trader, with a tone of flattery. I want a boy. Just one, but not one that's dangerous. The lowly's voice came and went, as if she was constantly selecting. We just received a batch of goods, and there's a relatively young one, you can go take a look. The merchant smiled slyly, leading the lowly gradually closer to him. Mu Chen's first sight. Damn. Mu Chen really wanted to curse. His bad luck had come to a head. He might as well take them out and run away. The footsteps grew closer, and Mu Chen could vaguely see a little lowly about 1.50 meters approaching. Dressed in a pure white gothic Lolita outfit, with white hair, she looked like a pure white angel. She even wore a Lolita headband, as cute as a doll. Most importantly, her face was as white as snow, with exquisitely doll-like features. So cute to the extreme. Aside from being somewhat unremarkable, she had no flaws at all. Could such a lowly have any strange preferences? Mu Chen secretly scrutinized the little lowly. Soon, the merchant brought the lowly in front of Mu Chen. What do you think, Miss Irina? This is definitely a top-quality item. She's about your age, you'll surely like her. The merchant rubbed his hands together, looking at her with a sly expression. Irina curiously looked Mu Chen up and down, a satisfied smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. He was a handsome little guy, and he didn't seem very fierce. He should be quite obedient, right? Irina even used an appraisal spell on Mu Chen, but of course, what she saw was all hidden. Level 1, he could only be considered at the commoner stage. All his talents were Pentagon Warrior. This was truly a rare gem on this continent. Irina suppressed her joy and pointed at Mu Chen, asking the merchant, how much is he? The merchant, full of smiles, nodded and bowed. 30 gold coins, Miss Irina. 30 coins? Irina looked at the merchant's bald head in disbelief. This was too outrageous. The merchant observed Irina's expression and said with a smile, this guy has an extraordinary background and impressive skills. If you miss this one, you won't find another. Irina touched her bleeding heart, struggling to take out her purse. Although she was a little rich girl, it still pained her to take out so much at once. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out 30 gold coins. Deal. All right. The merchant immediately took the money, pulled out a contract, and said, as long as you inject your blood into this paper, the magic inside will activate, and the contract will be complete. Once the contract was completed, the slave would have to obey the master's commands, or they would face excruciating punishment. After a series of tedious operations, Irina obtained ownership of Mu Chen. Good Mu Chen, come with me. Irina pointed to the contract's magic circle on her hand, indicating that Mu Chen now belonged to her. Mu Chen was completely unconcerned. This silly lowly couldn't really think I had become her possession, could she? A mere slave contract could be broken with a finger. But now wasn't the time. He would first go to her house for a free meal. Thus, Irina led Mu Chen back to her mansion, an extremely luxurious house, especially the back garden, which could rival several houses. Wow! I didn't expect this lowly to be such a rich girl. A hint of doubt rose in Mu Chen's heart. With so much money, she must have no shortage of suitors. Why would she want a slave? With this doubt, Mu Chen stepped into Irina's home. Irina picked out a few sets of men's uniforms from the wardrobe and handed them to Mu Chen. Go take a shower first, Mu Chen. Look at how dirty you are. It's quite unpleasant. After you wash up, change into these clothes and show me. Irina's eyes sparkled with anticipation, making Mu Chen shiver involuntarily. Could this little girl be treating me like a model? What is she planning? However, looking at himself, he indeed felt quite dirty. He might as well wash up. Before long, Mu Chen emerged wearing the prepared uniform, and Irina immediately rushed over. It fits perfectly. Irina stepped forward to adjust Mu Chen's collar. You look very handsome. It was a heartfelt compliment. By the way, why did you decide to adopt me? Mu Chen asked curiously while Irina was tidying him up. Irina seemed displeased by the question, pouting and scolding in a childish tone. Not you. You should call me master. Mu Chen couldn't help but mentally scoff. Master? Dream on. You calling me master would be more fitting. Irina blinked her big eyes, looking at Mu Chen expectantly, as if waiting for him to speak. Irina. Mu Chen found it hard to say those two words. Irina crossed her arms and said sternly, you must call me master. If you don't, you won't get any food. No food? I'm a deity. I don't need to eat. If it weren't for the fact that you prepared the bathwater and clothes for me, I would have left long ago. Irina, thank you, but you've got the wrong person. I'll return those 30 gold coins to you. Mu Chen realized he had a pouch in his hand, containing exactly 30 gold coins. After handing it to the bewildered Irina, he turned to leave. Irina suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, Why did it feel like she was being rejected? No, this wasn't the time to think about that. She hurriedly grabbed Mu Chen. You have a slave contract now. If you leave without permission, you'll suffer greatly from it. However, Mu Chen merely snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, the contract in Irina's hand shattered instantly. The slave contract was dissolved. Irina seemed completely confused. Was the person she liked really going to leave just like that? Wait, do you not like me? Ha! Mu Chen was taken aback. How did this turn into a matter of liking? Although she was indeed very cute and not unpleasant, he didn't want to get involved with this world. Mu Chen turned to glance at Irina and noticed the sadness and loneliness in her eyes. It stirred his sympathy. Unable to bear it, Mu Chen decided to stay for a while to see how things went, otherwise, he would feel guilty about becoming a scumbag. Seeing that Mu Chen was staying for a while, Irina immediately invited him to the dining table. You must be hungry since you haven't eaten in a long time, right? These were just cooked and are very delicious. Mu Chen looked at the abundant dishes and then at Irina, nodding slightly. Go ahead and eat, don't starve yourself. Irina smiled at Mu Chen with her eyes narrowed. I have to say, at this moment, Mu Chen felt that Irina was truly a good girl. But, Mu Chen asked, Irina, with your good conditions, why are you doing this? Doing this, it seemed worth it to find a slave, and yet she treated him so well. It didn't quite make sense. Mu Chen, if you listen to me, can you not leave? Irina's expression suddenly dimmed, her tone revealing sadness. Depends on the situation. Irina fell silent, seemingly struggling with her thoughts. Actually, I am a demon. Irina finally revealed the truth, saying it with her eyes closed and trembling. Because of being a demon, she would always be in opposition to humans, excluded, despised. However, Irina did not receive a scolding from Mu Chen. You are a demon, and then what? Mu Chen didn't take it to heart. After all, the panel showed that he wasn't human yet. If one were to compare, Mu Chen's identity was even more terrifying. You don't hate the demon race? They enjoy burning, killing, and plundering the human race. They're practically mortal enemies, Irina said, a hint of fear in her voice. For years, she had disguised herself as a human, hardly daring to make friends with anyone, because she was of the demon race. By chance, she had heard that slaves could absolutely obey their master's commands, and she thought perhaps this was a way to find a true friend. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Mu Chen paused his actions, staring blankly at the girl before him. To be honest, it was a ridiculous thought. Treating a slave as a close friend might be feasible, but the concept of a slave wouldn't change easily. You are of the demon race, the slave would only see you as a demon and wouldn't genuinely want to befriend you. Out of consideration, Mu Chen silently began to assess her. Name, Irina, race, demon, gender, female, level, 26, combat power, 436, strength, magic power, endurance, agility, charm with the opposite sex, inherent skill, ice ceiling, talent, mastery of ice magic, mastery of fire magic, mastery of water magic, favorability, 10, indeed, she was of the demon race. By the way, what is this favorability? Host. This is the character's favorability towards you. The higher the favorability, the more you understand, pure little eyes. Suddenly, the system's voice popped into his mind, sounding even younger than Irina. Sigh. Mu Chen silently sighed. Forget it, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well keep Irina company. Mu Chen's gaze softened as he looked at Irina. Irina, I don't care about race. As long as the heart is kind, then she deserves to be treated well. Since you fear befriending humans, I don't mind being your friend. Really? Irina's big eyes blinked, looking exceptionally happy. You really want to be my friend? You don't dislike me? Not at all. Yay! I knew it. Mu Chen is indeed different from other boys. Irina happily stood up, dancing around. Mu Chen, Mu Chen, Mu Chen, friend. She kept shouting his name, seemingly very excited. But I still prefer Mu Chen to call me master, Irina pouted playfully. Dream on. This segment of memory dissipated like bubbles. Host, we've been together for so long, and you don't even greet me? Mu Chen's system wiggled in his mind, feeling shy. Since he had possessed this body, this little system spirit had been trying to build a good relationship with Mu Chen, believing that such a strong individual could help her materialize in the real world. Mu Chen smiled as he sent Irina back to her room to rest, then ran to a small chair by the fountain in the central square to sit down and respond to the system. Go ahead. What do you want, system? My name is Nicole. Why so cold? I'm not a bad person. I won't eat you. Humph. Even if you had that idea, you couldn't do it. I could easily eliminate you, so I advise you to be honest and not cause me trouble. Mu Chen knew that systems like to assign tasks and then reward you for completing them. But he didn't need the system's nurturing right now. He could easily turn the strongest hero of the era into a toilet without any problem. Naturally, there was no need to be polite with the system. Nicole, I didn't want to harm you. It's strange, host, previous hosts were eager for me to issue more tasks to strengthen them, but you don't want any at all. Strong people really do have strange personalities. Moo-chan closed his eyes in silence, listening to Nicole's rambling with boredom. Nicole, host, did you hear what I said? I've wasted quite a bit of saliva talking so much. Moo-chan, indifferently, I didn't hear. Nicole, disappointed, well then. Big pig's hoof. Nicole's heart murmured, this is so disrespectful. I'll curse you while drawing circles in the corner. Moo-chan, alright, since there's nothing to do, I'll head back first. That guy, Ilya, will be restless without me around. As soon as Moo-chan mentioned Ilya, his tone softened considerably. During this month of interaction, he found that this little one was really cute, always managing to give him unexpected little surprises. Especially during classes at the academy, they often sat together. Moo-chan never brought books, while Ilya would always share her books with him, making the whole class envious. This kid didn't know what tricks he used to charm the school beauty to such an extent. Even more enviable was the fact that Ilya, the school beauty, was also a rich girl, and he could see her wearing different Lolita dresses every day while walking beside him. Damn it! And Ilya looked at Moo-chan with eyes full of gentleness and smiles, clearly tamed. There were school bullies wanting to teach Moo-chan a lesson, but Ilya would always educate the bullies first and then pull Moo-chan away. She was a little girl who protected her husband. Moo-chan thought about the little moments spent with Ilya, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Nicole, she's a rich girl, how could she be restless? Clearly, I'm the one who's restless right now. Moo-chan, rich girls naturally have their own worries. For those who want to become rich little girls, opportunities are not to be missed. For example, helping her when she was most helpless, stepping into her world. Moo-chan, if you ask me, what worries could the system have? Could it be that you can have feelings like Ilya? Nicole, of course. I'm also a cute girl. I just can't materialize here due to some dimensional conditions, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be worse than Ilya. Is that so? Moo-chan chuckled softly. The segment of meeting Nicole disappears again. Under the control of the pocket watch, Moo-chan felt puzzled. These segments were all things that happened when he first arrived in the three-dimensional universe. Looking at it this way, it seemed he really didn't know Shevlin. On the contrary, his craving for Ilya came back. Parting from Ilya when he first crossed over was truly a matter of life and death. He wondered how Ilya was doing now. However, just as Moo-chan was thinking this, another segment emerged. Unlike the previous ones, this segment was extremely vague, and in it, he seemed to have long hair. Falling into the bubble of the segment, disaster of the commandments, respect my emperor's order, annihilate. The first two segments of the plot come from the author's other book telling the story of Moo-chan just arriving in the world. 18 heroes with a loud and ancient incantation. Moo-chan suddenly woke up in a room that exuded a faint wooden fragrance. Where is this? Moo-chan couldn't observe the scene here in detail. His vision was covered by a dark haze, only seeing a bit of scenery from a slightly bright spot. Even so, Moo-chan could easily guess that this was the inn he had just visited not long ago. However, in this memory, the inn seemed quite new. Outside the window, he could even hear the chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. It seemed that this country was not a land of wind and snow before. The sunlight was warm and pleasant. Looking out the window, this small inn seemed to have a garden, giving off a small manor vibe. In his daze, Moo-chan felt a faint pain in his scalp, as if some memory was about to emerge, but clearly, something was preventing him from recalling it. What on earth is happening? Why do I really feel like I've been here before? This familiar fragrance, this familiar bed. Moo-chan's sweat dripped from his forehead, and the pain in his scalp made it hard for him to breathe. If it weren't for the hazy vision, he could hardly tell this was one of the memories in his mind. It felt too real. Moo-chan covered his forehead, breathing heavily. Faced with this unknown memory, he needed to gather more clues to explore. And that Zuefulin, was she an old acquaintance, or just a chance encounter? Evidence was needed to verify. Just as Moo-chan was preparing to investigate, the door behind him creaked open. The way the door was pushed suggested it was a habitual act. Moo-chan reacted quickly, turning to face the door the moment it swung open, ready to strike down the intruder. Moo-chan, strange that you woke up so early today? The white-haired woman who entered let her hair fall dejectedly and muttered softly, I was going to give you a good morning gift. Good morning gift? Moo-chan was puzzled. The white-haired woman realized she had let something slip and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head in denial. No, just an auditory hallucination. But at that moment, she noticed that Moo-chan looked on guard. Moo-chan? What's wrong? Did something happen? Why do you look like this? Prompted by the woman in front of him, Moo-chan also realized something was slightly off. Perhaps he should follow the script for now. Maybe he could discover more clues. He relaxed, slightly adjusting his stiff body and expression, trying to appear amiable. he gently said, "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare, feeling a bit tense." That makes sense, hee. The white-haired woman seemed to think little of it, bouncing over to Mu Chen's side, taking his hand with a bright smile. "You were attacked by the scorpion of the wild yesterday, but thanks to Xiaolan's herbs, you survived. You scared us all, you know?" The white-haired woman puffed out her cheeks and glanced at Mu Chen, seemingly a bit reproachful, but quickly calmed down, laughing. "So having a nightmare is no big deal, don't be shy, we won't laugh at you." I understand. I was just overthinking it," Mu Chen replied with a faint smile. Then Mu Chen, let's go to the dining hall for a meal. They're all waiting." Saying this, the white-haired woman pulled Mu Chen's hand, preparing to lead him out of the room, but before they took a step, she realized she couldn't move him, as if he were a large stone. Who are they? Mu Chen was unaware of the situation with the 18 heroes. He had wanted to ask for a long time who was Xiaolan. Zuefulan? However, his intuition told him that the petite figure before him was the young Zuefulan. Her hair color and gaze were too similar. Mu Chen, are you a bit dazed from sleep? Let me, the little headmistress, check if you have a fever." Ignoring Mu Chen's objections, the white-haired woman stepped barefoot onto his shoes, tiptoeing to lift his bangs and feeling his temperature with the back of her hand. "No fever? That's really strange." The white-haired woman rested her fist on her chin, puzzled. "Mu Chen, do you know what my name is?" The white-haired woman blinked her eyes, curiously staring at Mu Chen, suspecting he might have lost his memory. Now it was Mu Chen's turn to feel uncomfortable. The names he knew were just Zuefulan and Amelia, so he could only try his luck. "Shui, Zuefulan, you do remember." Zuefulan put her hands on her hips, relieved. "As long as you remember me, hee. All right, it's getting late, and they can't wait any longer, let's go down." This time, Mu Chen did not refuse but followed Zuefulan's small hand as they made their way to the manor's dining hall. When he first entered, he wasn't scared enough. If it weren't for Sheffrin's guidance, he would have thought he had stumbled into some little lowly tea party. A long table could accommodate 18 people, 1 at each end and 8 on each side. Currently, the positions at the front and back were empty, and there was one missing on the left side, meaning that besides Mu Chen and Shifran, there was one more person absent. Each little one sitting on the chairs wore carefully crafted dresses. There were Japanese kimonos, Ming-style hanfu, Western lolita, and even plenty of dark Gothic outfits. The colorful skirts were eye-catching, making it feel as if he had plunged into a flower garden. They all wore brilliant smiles, especially when they exchanged words. Their smiles were simply captivating. "Mu Chen, why is your hand shaking?" Shifran tilted her head in confusion, noticing the sweat on Mu Chen's forehead, as if he were nervous. "No, it's nothing, just a bit of a stomachache." "How could it be nothing? Although I can't see their specific appearances, I'm sure they are all girls. For someone like me, who has nothing to talk about, joining in is a death sentence." An inexplicable social anxiety hit him, far more intense than the pressure he felt in his own backyard, especially in a place where he didn't know anyone, but they all knew him. Shifran and Mu Chen's conversation was soon overheard by the little ones at the table, and they almost unanimously stopped talking, turning to look at the nervous Mu Chen with natural smiles. "Mu Chen, you're awake. Come try my handmade pastries. They're even more delicious than the last version," said the girl with blue hair. Mu Chen is such a lazy bug, the sun is already shining on his backside. "By the way, why is it the principal's wake-up service again today? Can't we get a chance?" The girl with red hair crossed her arms, somewhat dissatisfied with Sheffrin's decision. "Hara-chan, this was a unanimous decision. It's very fair, right?" Shifran looked kindly at the little girls at the table. Her gaze, though cute, always carried a sense of piercing authority. Yes. The principal is right. Exactly. Fair." The little ones all chimed in to support the principal. After all, she was the most powerful here, and they couldn't afford to anger her, or they wouldn't know how they would meet their end. Hera waved her hand helplessly inside. At that moment, Mu Chen dared not speak, acting like a good little boy, until one of the little ones left her seat and ran towards him. A fragment suddenly occupied Mu Chen's mind, a scene with something resembling a tombstone. Immediately after, a weathered and ancient voice followed. "Amelia, candidate for the Holy Monument, certified as a forsaken love, must forget the one she loves most to gain the Holy Monument's recognition." The image of the 18 heroes abruptly stopped. Mu Chen stood frozen in place until he was called back by a sweet voice. Mu Chen, what are you thinking about?" In front of Mu Chen stood a girl who looked extremely similar to Amelia, the only difference being that she was 10 centimeters shorter. What was that just now? A portent? Forsaken love. Does that mean Amelia would forget herself to gain the power of the Holy Monument? It seemed to make some sense. When he first met Amelia, she had no memory of him at all. This little one, could it really be? What kind of choice did she have to make back then? It seemed he had to ask Shifran about everything that happened at this time when he returned, the holy monument. It felt somewhat familiar to him. It's nothing. Muchen snapped back to reality, raised his hand, and gently patted Amelia's head, saying softly, "Let's go eat." I've been waiting for you for a long time, but Sister Lan hasn't come yet. She said to let us eat first. It was Xiao Lan again. Muchen had already heard about her from Xuefu Lan, and now from Amelia's mouth. It was not hard to guess that Xiao Lan should also be one of the highly esteemed leading figures. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Muchen awkwardly sat at the dining table, where everyone could almost see him with just a turn of their heads. I really don't understand what the fun is in this. Can't they make it a round table? This square table makes it hard to pick up food. Muchen closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down, but he could still feel countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Even while eating, in the time it took to take a bite, several people came over to chat, making it nearly impossible for him to eat the appetizers. Although in this world of memories, the K family didn't need to eat anyway. After a brief interaction, Muchen found that these few people were quite talkative, with almost endless topics to discuss. Even if he didn't take the initiative to speak, oh no, he didn't even have the chance to take the initiative, he only had the right to answer their questions. Some even proposed plans for a dating operation. What? Going out one by one for dates? This indeed made Muchen's heart sink. Sisters, he didn't come here to play with you, he came to gather clues. Moreover, he feared that too much contact would leave indelible feelings, which would be extremely painful for him. Just as Muchen was about to refuse their requests, a spirited woman appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, looking very much like a Japanese high school girl. With a purple high ponytail, she stood out starkly from the few beside her. Muchen's gaze was immediately drawn to her, and she noticed him as well. Her expression upon seeing Muchen was one of extreme surprise, as if she had seen someone who had passed away come back to life. Before the others could speak, Xiaolan quickly walked straight towards Muchen, reaching out for him. At the same time, the holy monument appeared again in Muchen's mind. This time, the omen was, Island, the lost king, abandon your absurd affection for the world, you must strive to pursue the highest footsteps, or else, those you care for will perish one by one, ultimately ending in death in battle. Do not disappoint me. You are the most perfect king in my eyes. If you succeed, I will bestow upon you the name of Savior. The partial truth of the world of the 18 heroes. Under the gaze of the crowd, Muchen was pulled outside the restaurant by this powerful woman. Muchen felt the woman in front of him had a complex expression, as if she wanted to knock him out with a hammer, wanting to explain something. But Island didn't give Muchen that opportunity. Muchen, you shouldn't be here, hurry back. In Alan's eyes, there was a kind of penetrating purity that seemed out of place in this originally chaotic world. Muchen's heart jolted. Could it be that Alan knew he was not the real one? Muchen, the truth lies at the top of the Tower of Heaven, please seek it out yourself. Alan continued speaking to herself. With countless questions in his heart, Muchen felt extremely complicated. Let's not even mention his missing memories. What exactly happened 2,000 years ago? He quickly recalled the memories in his mind and found no missing fragments. Everything seemed so reasonable. Seeing Muchen frowning, Alan didn't explain much further. A warm energy appeared in her hands, gently pushing towards Muchen. In the last moment of Muchen's blurred vision, he seemed to hear Alan's bitter laughter. The world you know may not be the world you think you know. Muchen, please remember the characteristics of the Tower of Heaven. Each layer is a uniquely characteristic world. So, is it possible that the world you originally existed in is also a part of the Tower of Heaven? They all say the Tower of Heaven, the Tower of Heaven. But Aslan prefers to call it the Tower of the Final Defense against the other beasts. From the moment one enters the tower, as long as the other beasts do not perish, they will never escape the Tower of Heaven. Key, historical status update. Key, partial intelligence unlocked. Since the establishment of the Tower of Heaven, a total of 100 worlds have been recorded within the tower. Each world will be independently sealed for over 1800 years for its own development. Key, 200 years ago, based on the cultural and developmental levels of the worlds, a ranking was established within the tower. Muchen, your human race has been placed on the 0th floor, the initial level. Key, all recorded worlds have had their civilizations extinguished in reality. The purpose of establishing the Tower of Heaven is not to continue development, but to drag all the otherworldly corruptions into the tower and completely end them. It can also be understood that if the otherworldly corruptions cannot be completely ended within the Tower of Heaven, then ultimately, the corruptions will directly escape the tower and continue to invade the real world. Key, the right to obtain the key and challenge the Lord to enter the next level is not exclusive to the human race. It is just that higher beings find it more difficult to obtain this right. Key, 50 years ago, the key permissions were officially open to the 0th floor, the human race. The human race officially began its journey to attack the tower, obtaining the treasures left by the gods to become stronger. Key, update function, displaying the remaining time until the next otherworldly corruption arrives, 81 days, 9 hours, 24 minutes, and 23 seconds. In a blurred consciousness, Mu-chin seemed to see the subtitles emerging from the key. Suddenly enlightened, it turned out that all the human race had been kept in the dark. This was not a tower assault game at all. It was clearly a game of survival at the end of the world. Once the game time ends, if they have not gained enough strength, the worlds within the tower will be destroyed once again, repeating the same mistakes. What kind of trick is this old dog god playing? Such an important matter was not even hinted at in the key. Was it intentional or accidental? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that among the gods who built the Tower of Heaven, there was a traitor. Under the ignorance of everyone, the data of the key was modified, adding hidden triggering conditions. Clyce's obsession with the king's reason now seems even more reasonable. From the very beginning, Clyce might have known the truth of the matter. Collaborating with the Demon King, building connections everywhere, was the goal to unify the continent's power to deal with the impending otherworldly corruption? Wait, then how did I and those 3 idiot heroes come here? Key, the grand invitation of the Tower of Heaven states that one among you is a variable for the world. Key, when the variable produces results outside the calculations of the Tower of Heaven, they will receive the highest blessing ability from the gods. For example, an ultimate exclusive sword technique or a specially crafted skill. It can be understood as Kirito's exclusive skill, dual wielding. Bring up the resume. As the influence of the pocket watch gradually faded, Mu-chin slowly awakened from the fragments of the past. Seeing Mu-chin drenched in sweat, Era hurriedly stepped forward to hand him a towel. Mu-chin, how is it? Did you see anything? Roughly, I understood some things. However, at this moment, Mu-chin had received a large amount of new information and did not want to overthink other matters. His current focus should be on attacking the tower and finding new companions. Xuefulan, I will find a time to discuss the old matters with you in detail. Of course, Your Majesty. Xuefulan stood up and slightly bowed, naturally revealing a smile. Then I will take those lovely little travelers away and not disturb you. Xuefulan left the Demon King's castle, and the atmosphere in the conference room dropped to freezing point again. With a cold and ruthless Demon King like Mu-chin present, it was likely that no one dared to speak easily. Until that little cow demon broke the silence. That human actually isn't afraid of the Demon King? Clearly, the Demon King said he would annihilate the human race. Ha, Ai-chan. This is the drama between our new Demon King and the Demon King of Era. Our Lord Demon King wouldn't be so heartless, right? The pink-haired young man who had originally handed over the pocket watch threw a friendly smile at Mu-chin. As shepherds, they were best at seeing through others' thoughts. The first time he saw Sumu, he roughly compared the emotional changes between him and Era. Although the two appeared to be singing different tunes on the surface, their hearts were aligned. Thanks to this, Nebius took the initiative to let Mu-chin use his treasured pocket watch. Tis suddenly realized, I see, that's why I felt the discord back then. It turns out, you two were in cahoots from the start. This left the bull Demon King and the little boy beside him confused. They really thought the human hero had come to kill and then become the Demon King to retaliate against the humans. Era, standing next to Mu-chin, explained, the hero Mu-chin and I have reached an agreement to work together for the peace of both the human and demon races. Demon King Era. I'm afraid this isn't just a contribution, it's a billion of them, the bull Demon King retorted. After a long silence, Mu-chin smiled slightly at this remark, and the entire room fell silent again. Mu-chin rested his chin on his hands and said with a smile, there's no need to flatter me, my personal strength is quite limited. As for my becoming the Demon King, I believe the demon realm will send someone to hand over the position to me, and the days ahead won't be easy. So, while we have this time, everyone, please introduce yourselves briefly. Era smiled and nodded, then looked at the 4 heavenly kings, gently saying, everyone, please introduce yourselves to the hero Mu-chin. He is quite powerful. The 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances, silently communicating whether they trusted the Demon King before them. But upon seeing Era's gentle gaze, they suddenly understood. The beautiful long-haired older sister was the first to stand up, slightly bowing to Mu-chin and respectfully saying, Your Majesty the Demon King, I am Tiz, one of the former 4 heavenly kings. As a member of the Demon Horn clan, I can wield the powers of the demon race. My role is to handle paperwork and oversee the maintenance of the facilities in the Demon King's castle. It seems you are an essential part of the operational system of the Demon King's castle, Mu-chin said, nodding at Tiz. As he made his way here, he had also seen many production facilities in the Demon King's castle. Without exception, these intricate devices required maintenance every day for the development of the castle, and Tiz was the head of it all. The second to introduce herself was Mebius. This person's demeanor was very similar to Clay's, exuding a masculine charm. The moment Mu-Chen saw his face, he couldn't help but imagine Clay's and him embracing each other without clothes. Muscle collisions. Damn, what am I thinking? Mu-Chen quickly slapped his head, scattering those purple images away. Mebius lay seductively on the sofa, beckoning Clay's with a deadly finger. Damn, that image won't go away. By the time Mu-Chen came back to his senses, Mebius's self-introduction had already ended. He hadn't heard a single word. What was terrifying was that, inadvertently, Mu-Chen caught a mischievous smile that Mebius had revealed. Nico, Big Pig's Hoof, this guy's ability is a bit scary. He can naturally fan the flames of the deepest thoughts in people's hearts and make them escalate. You need to be careful, don't let him abandon me one day. Nico was actually being quite tactful. To put it bluntly, even a slight fondness you have for a boy can be magnified into a base love, and it's the kind that happens quietly. Mu-Chen, this Mebius has impure intentions. He can't be bisexual, can he? Nico, be bolder, Pig's Hoof. Definitely only interested in men. Otherwise, why would you stuff a pocket watch into my hands the moment we met? That thing, I can tell, is quite a rare item. Who knows, you might be attacked tonight. Nicole's voice was reminiscent of a gossiping girl, revealing an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. No, men should keep their distance. This is her future. How could she let anyone else seize it? The third to introduce herself was the little girl who had boldly proclaimed herself as the Bull Demon King, Ide. I am Ide, of the Bull Demon King faction among the 4 heavenly kings, currently commanding the strongest forces of the demon race, and I am also the military commander. So is your nose ring just for decoration? Mu-Chen reached out to grab the golden nose ring, but Ide quickly dodged. She protected the nose ring with both hands, struggling like a girl unwilling to be sold. This is not allowed. This one cannot be taken. Such a fierce reaction piqued Mu-Chen's curiosity. Although he was extremely tempted to ask if he could have a little bull too, it was clear that the atmosphere wasn't right for such a question. Forget it, when Beilu and the others return, he would give them a good shot. Otherwise, leaving it like this would be a waste. Mu-Chen's heart roared with indignation. He pushed aside the forbidden images from his mind, cleared his throat a few times, and looked at Ide, asking curiously, So, Ide, that bloodsucker princess who clashed with me earlier is also under your command? Lilith, Mu-Chen still remembered that outspoken little one in the hall. Her boldness in confronting her superior had almost pulled him out of his boredom. He must find a time to bully this little girl properly. In theory, Princess Lilith belongs to the vampire lineage, which is an external force for our demon race, and she is not under my command. I cannot directly order her. All right, this girl has a very strong sense of pride. Getting her to apologize is almost impossible. Got it. Mu-Chen closed his eyes and waved his hand at Ide, signaling her to sit down. To deal with someone with a strong sense of pride, one must first crush that pride. Lilith would not escape his grasp. Now, only one person remained who had not introduced themselves. Just as he stood up, Mu-Chen preemptively spoke. Let me guess. Your name is Barbados? This little boy was dressed in shorts, and below he wore white stockings. Your Majesty, my surname is not Barbados. My name is Tawa, a branch of the Death God clan. My attire is merely a family custom. Mu-Chen thoughtfully examined Tawa. There wasn't much difference between being bare-legged and wearing stockings, really. But now, there was a very important question that Mu-Chen had to ask. So, can you dress as a girl just once? It needs proper training. Dress as a girl? Tawa instinctively took a few steps back, fear flashing in his eyes once more. Isn't this what Mebius often makes him do? Why does the new Demon King have such a hobby too? Mebius excitedly stood up, grasping Mu-Chen's hands. Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to be one of us. Wait, it might not be what you think. Mu-Chen tried to shake off Mebius, but was quickly caught again. Then, without further ado, let's pick out some suitable women's clothing. Under Ella's bewildered gaze, Mebius dragged the reluctant Mu-Chen and the dazed Tawa out of the room. The hard-working Tawa was forced by Mebius to try on several dresses and wigs before he was finally let go, satisfied. Meanwhile, Mu-Chen gradually realized why Mebius was so obsessed with this. Tawa looked quite good in women's clothing. Aside from the fact that he had a certain appendage, there was hardly any difference otherwise. Meanwhile, the intelligence officer from the Death Coffin also arrived at the Demon King's city and discovered an astonishing piece of news during a hidden search. Mu-Chen had actually become the Demon King in a natural progression? What the heck? This is no longer a cooperative relationship. This is directly becoming someone else's master. In that case, the information about Mu-Chen colluding with the demon race must not be leaked. It is likely that soon, Mu-Chen will lead the demon army to attack Kaler, catching the human race off guard. Then the Death Coffin will add fuel to the fire, expanding the conflict. and the human race will be even more chaotic. The intelligence officer couldn't help but smile mysteriously. He had to bring the information back to the guild. This was a great opportunity to make a contribution. Shortly after the intelligence officer left, Mu-chan summoned all the demons in the Demon King's city. This time was slightly different. Beside the Demon King Mu-chan sat Ayla. Everyone, due to some irresistible factors, we have lost most of our demon forces. During this time, everyone should take a break. No one in the audience spoke up. Only Lilith was still murmuring softly, "I wonder who did it." "Lady Lilith." The steward quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Please do not provoke His Majesty the Demon King any further. If he truly loses his temper, could he possibly do anything to me?" Lilith crossed her arms, completely unconcerned. "After all, I am a prince of the Blood Clan, even if he is a demon." "Oh." Before Lilith could finish, Mu-chan's questioning voice rang out, his gaze locking onto Lilith, mocking, "It seems there is someone who does not agree with my thoughts." The demons all turned their heads towards Lilith, not daring to speak. This was a contest between His Majesty and the Blood Clan prince. "No. How could I have a different opinion, Your Majesty? You are overthinking it." Lilith's attitude remained very arrogant. He did not like the dictatorial figure before him. Right from the start, there was a major reform of the Demon Clan system, weakening various factions. This left the current Demon Clan in disarray. Moreover, he was still a human. Lilith despised humans the most since becoming a member of the Blood Clan. "Ha ha ha, you have guts, Lilith. It seems I need to have an in-depth discussion with you later. I want to see just how capable you are as a prince of the Blood Clan. If Your Majesty wishes, Lilith will gladly accompany you." "But Your Majesty, my Blood Clan subjects are naturally innocent. Do not bring misfortune upon your subordinates. I hope Your Majesty will not." "Naturally, you need not elaborate. Among the entire Blood Clan, you are the only one with a tough mouth and a strong attitude. I will not randomly kill the innocent." The hall fell silent. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should reconsider what you just said. Do you even believe it yourself? You have swiftly cut down 30% of the forces in the Demon King's city. If there are no objections, we will proceed as I say." All task-executing legions were to be reabsorbed back to the Lord, sending out vanguard reconnaissance teams to the front lines as sentries to prevent the human race from charging in. All those who were free were uniformly assigned to various industries as labor. This was to strengthen the self-production capacity of the Demon Clan and to repair the Demon King's city that had been destroyed by themselves. The power of the Demon Clan should not be underestimated. As the impending aberration approached, Mu-chan had to be well prepared. If time allowed, Mu-chan would also begin preparing to storm the tower. This morning, the forces and strength of the expanded team were still considerable. "There is one more thing, Ayla. During this time, you can apply for an adventurer's guild." Mu-chan's voice echoed in the Demon King's hall for a long time, leaving countless question marks in the hearts of all the demons. "What are you all staring blankly for? Why is everyone so shocked?" "Mu-chan." Ayla gently tugged at Mu-chan's sleeve. "Am I, a demon, also going to participate in human activities?" "Of course. I believe you all know that the Tower of Heaven is filled with countless treasures, especially the higher you go, the richer it becomes. Do you think the resources on this continent are enough to develop our Demon Clan's power?" This question seemed to leave everyone present momentarily speechless. I nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that way. The resources we can obtain on this continent are becoming increasingly scarce, and if we want to expand our influence, this amount of resources is often insufficient. It appears that Your Majesty the Demon King is not only capable of using violence. What you said does make a lot of sense and is somewhat tempting." Lilith also acknowledged that this tower assault idea was quite novel for the Demon Clan. Awakened by Mu-chan's words, Ella seemed to realize something and excitedly looked at Mu-chan. "Mu-chan, I have an idea. How about we let some demons disguise themselves as humans and participate in the tower assault? After all, during this break, everyone has nothing to do, and it would be a good opportunity to practice on the Tower of Heaven." Immediately, a noisy discussion erupted from the audience. "This idea sounds pretty good. I've actually wanted to know what the world inside the Tower of Heaven is like for a long time. Since both Demon Kings agree, I'll sign up later. Hey, anyone from the Mountain Witch tribe who wants to participate, come gather over here. And our Succubus clan, those who want to come, gather over here." Team formations began to emerge, and Mu-chan was all smiles. Shifting everyone's focus to the tower assault could temporarily set aside their desire for revenge against the human race. Next, Mu-chan planned to give Lilith a good lesson before Bailu and the others returned. The Demon Clan quickly ignited a wave of team formations, spreading from the Demon King's castle to various parts of the demon territory. Lilith returned to her castle with her good sister Jiu Yaoer, the little white-haired sister of the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon Clan leader, discussing Mu-chan. "Sister Lilith, what do you think the Demon King is really thinking?" Jiu can't see through his thoughts at all. Jiao Yaoer tilted her head to look at Lilith, who changed her expression entirely, treating Jiao Yaoer with extreme indulgence and tenderness. You don't need to know, Jiao. These are all adult matters. You just need to obediently lie in your sister's arms. But Jiao is the new leader of the Fox clan. If I don't have a clever little brain, my clansmen will dislike me. Lilith chuckled helplessly and patted Jiao Yao's head. You're still young, and your clansmen all like you very much, so there's no need to worry about these things. Well, okay. But sister, you were so fierce to the new Demon King just now, he won't do anything to you, right? Jiao Yaoer was a bit worried about her. In front of others, Lilith always appeared aloof and unyielding, causing many to fear her. New Demon King? Lilith casually stuffed a cookie into her mouth, chewing without a care. He's just a human. Wanting to carry out major reforms on the Demon Clan isn't that easy. Especially if he wants to deal with me, it won't be that simple for him. Is that so? I'm actually quite interested in the Demon King. He's really impressive. Jiao Yaoer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Stay away from that guy. He's very dangerous for you, understand? Lilith indulgently stuffed a box of cookies into Jiao Yaoer's arms. Hearing a noise outside the door, she quickly opened a hidden compartment for Jiao Yaoer to enter. The Demon King is coming. Hurry up and get in. Don't let him find you. What about you, sister? Don't worry, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. After all, my influence in the Demon Clan is quite strong. Now hurry in. Lilith pushed Jiao Yaoer into the hidden compartment and handled all the details before Mu Chen entered. Your Majesty the Demon King, I didn't expect you to be quite punctual. Lilith gave a slight bow, lacking any genuine feeling. Of course, after all, there's someone who needs to be properly trained to be obedient. The author has something to say. Does everyone feel that this book updates so slowly? That's right. The author has recently been updating new books. Abandoning the hero team, starting the daily life in the lowly kingdom. If you feel this book is not enough, cuties can go check out the new work. The protagonist of the new book is the good friend of the main character, Sumu. Here is Lilith. As a prince of the Blood Clan, how could fate be entrusted to the hands of the Demon King, especially when it is the hero Demon King? Wait, what is this title? The taste of the vampire princess is really nice. Training? Your Majesty the Demon King, I must speak frankly, even if you are the Demon King, you cannot casually do anything inappropriate to me. Lilith's expression was extremely serious, always on guard against Mu Chen. Mu Chen did not respond, only taking a step forward, cornering Lilith step by step. Please stop. Your Majesty, you cannot come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame Lilith for being rude. Lilith pushed against Mu Chen with both hands, preventing him from advancing. Rude? Lilith, do you know that an impolite person, if they encountered Cheng Lamer, would have long since lost their soul? I have been quite merciful to you. Ha, so what? I'm not afraid at all. Mu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. The more disrespectful this girl was, the more he wanted to see her submit. He placed his hand under Lilith's chin, lifting it slightly. What are you doing? Lilith suddenly became fierce, wrapping her arms around Mu Chen's neck and biting down on his neck. Mu Chen felt a sharp pain in his neck. It was as if some power from his body was being drained away. Is this the blood-sucking of a vampire princess? It is said that if bitten by a vampire, one would become her blood servant. Sumu directly pressed down on Lilith's arms with both hands, using a healing spell to mend the wound and purify the blood servant transformation ritual. Lilith was pinned against the wall, letting out a scream. You guy, not only are you rude, but you're also so overbearing, daring to bite me. Mu Chen was completely merciless, mimicking Lilith and biting down on her neck. Why you? What are you doing? Lilith tried with all her might to push Sumu's head away, but her strength was fading, feeling as if all her energy was being drained. Her legs, which had been kicking with effort, soon went soft. In the end, even her hands lost strength. Her whole body went limp, allowing Mu Chen to absorb her essence. She resembled a doll at his mercy. Mu Chen held Lilith and casually pressed her onto the sofa. How is it? You should know how to respect the Demon King now, right? Ha, I won't just submit like this. Lilith said angrily, her face almost red. I hate you. I hate humans. Don't think you can make me listen to you. Mu Chen kissed her, leaving her only able to mumble a little moan. After separating, she struggled to speak clearly. Why you? What did you do? Lilith shed tears of regret. Damn it, the blood of the vampire prince was already shameful enough, and now she had lost her first. I will never forgive you in this life. I will make the entire blood clan eliminate you. Really? If you insist on that, then I guess I have no choice but to deal with you right here. Mu Chen licked his lips, still wanting more. To be honest, the smell of blood made it hard for Mu Chen to concentrate. After all, he was not a vampire, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to this. However, Lilith's blood had a rich fragrance that somewhat masked the nausea. What are you going to do? Lilith's panicked gaze dropped as she saw Mu Chen's fingertips slowly sliding down from her abdomen. Gulp! Lilith nervously swallowed. And no, Your Majesty, you can't do this. Oh, using honorifics now? Lilith's face turned red, and she did not respond. But in any case, she must hold on to the last line of defense. Right now, she has lost most of her strength, her body feels weak, and she simply cannot compete with the Demon King. Temporarily conceding. I hope you remember this moment well. When dealing with superiors, you must show relative politeness. Mu Chen stood up, brushed off the dust from his shoulders, and glanced at Lilith, who was lying on the sofa. TCH, perverted dead man, Lilith muttered under her breath. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. What did you just say? Nothing, Your Majesty, you heard wrong, Lilith said dismissively, turning her head away from Mu Chen. It seems this guy is not arrogant enough, he needs to be pushed further. But for today, let's leave it at that. I advise you not to do anything foolish. With that, Mu Chen left. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, a command quickly followed. Eliminate Mu Chen. If necessary, clear out all remaining demon clans. The demon realm will send new troops to establish a new demon clan. The one dispatched was a demon god from the demon realm, whose power had already stepped into the realm of divinity, sufficient to deal with Mu Chen. The future of the demon clan is in the hands of the human warriors. What a disgrace. Kill him. Cut him down. The demon realm will no longer tolerate Mu Chen's recklessness. The demon god descends, the demon slayer. After Mu Chen left, Lilith immediately summoned the butler. Prepare to gather the blood clan. I want to raise the flag to overthrow the demon king's rule, Lilith declared with righteous fervor. Lilith, Your Highness. The butler's voice trembled with anxiety. You absolutely mustn't. The strength of the demon king. Everyone can see it. We are no match for him. How will we know if we don't try? I believe there are many in the demon clan who do not acknowledge his rule. As long as we resist together, we will surely win. But, the butler wiped the sweat from his forehead. There's no room for hesitation. Just do as I say. Lilith stood up and left the room, her expression still cold, touching her lips with her hand. That guy. How dare he force a kiss? I will make you pay for this. The butler gathered the troops quickly, and before Beilu and the others arrived, the assembly was complete. At this moment, the Blood Clan's army stood outside the Demon King's castle. Lilith's figure appeared at the forefront of the army. To everyone inside the Demon King's castle, the current Demon King is ultimately a human. He can never combine our interests with his own. Follow me, Lilith, to resist and overthrow his rule. Lilith's voice was loud enough for the entire Demon King's castle to hear, but no one dared to respond. Damn it, it's not that we don't want to resist, we simply can't win. Everyone knows the strength of the Lammer Demon King. Such a powerful being was easily pierced through by Mu Chen. They are no match. Clearly, no demon clan is willing to stand with the Blood Clan. Some Blood Clan members, forced into battle, were having second thoughts. This rebellion is destined to fail. It would be better to surrender and perhaps save their lives. But looking at Lilith's expression, she was determined to sever ties with Mu Chen. Hey, don't be silent. Say something. Hey. The scene fell into silence, making Lilith extremely embarrassed. Prince. The butler wiped his sweat. Shall we just go back? Lilith placed her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. I will not surrender. This battle must be fought. Inside the conference room of the Demon King's castle, Ella and the four kings looked at Mu Chen, falling into silence. After a while, Ella finally spoke. Mu Chen, what do you plan to do about the rebels? It's just a minor disturbance. I don't take it to heart. Mu Chen knew that if there were any rebels within the demon clan, they would be met with merciless death. The relationship between Ella and Lilith, while not particularly close, was still one of sisterly affection. Now that things had come to this, Ella truly felt a chill for Lilith's overstepping behavior. How does His Majesty plan to respond? Mebius asked. Isn't the messenger from the demon realm arriving soon? You'll find out then. Mu Chen did not elaborate further. After all, the Demon King's castle was still protected by a barrier, and for the time being, Lilith and her companions could not break in. What needed to be considered now was how to respond to the situation from the demon realm. Mu Chen thought in disbelief. Mu Chen. Ella seemed to have made up her mind and gently called out. Mu Chen. What is it? Mu Chen. My suggestion is to take down the rebel army. Although Lilith and I refer to each other as sisters, well, Ella shook her head helplessly, casting aside past memories. To solidify your rule, I think, some sacrifices are necessary to establish authority. The implication was clear, to take Lilith's head as a warning to the demon race. Ella's expression showed some reluctance, but for the realization of a better society, sacrifices must be made. I know what you're thinking, Ella. Mu Chen interrupted her. Until we reach a deadlock, don't speak such sorrowful words. Muchen did not want to lose someone as capable as Lilith. Though he spoke firmly, if she became part of his strength, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially within his harem, many of the Loras were still at a disadvantage. At this time, recruiting a few more strong individuals would at least ensure they could survive the first alien erosion. There was no long wait. The messenger from the demon realm had already appeared above the Demon King's castle. With the emergence of a spatial passage, a larger male figure floated out. The moment he descended, the surrounding air instantly became heavier. A divine light descended from the heavens, illuminating him. This was the privilege of a god. His appearance completely shattered the silence of the Demon King's domain. It's actually the demon god who has descended. How could this be? Why would they send a demon god to this place? Wasn't it supposed to be a messenger? Who knows? The demon god is the most valuable combat force of the demon realm. I guess it must be related to the newly appointed Demon King. His arrival sparked heated discussions. But Lilith did not know. She was not from the demon realm, yet she sensed the strength of the person before her. She extended an invitation. Hey, you, join me in overthrowing the Demon King's rule. Ha! The figure in the sky turned its gaze toward Lilith, looking at her with a hint of amusement. A mere mortal dares to command me? To be honest, you need not rush, for my purpose in coming here is to eliminate the Demon King. Really? Then, of course, I also mean to deal with you useless demons. The demon god interrupted Lilith's words. Immediately after, a meteorite, shaking the heavens and the earth, fell toward the Blood Clan's army. Before the Blood Clan could react, the meteorite was already upon them. With a thunderous boom, the ground where it struck instantly caved in. Oh, the demon god looked in surprise at the direction of the meteorite's fall and couldn't help but laugh. It seems you are not entirely useless. As the words fell, a golden barrier rose from beneath the massive meteorite, expanding at a visible speed. With a bang, the meteorite shattered into pieces. What appeared in view was no longer a frail little girl. Interesting. The offspring of humans and angels has awakened the power of the Blood Clan. Truly a mixed breed, the demon god mocked as he looked at Lilith. At this moment, she had grown a pair of white wings on her back. Indeed, the only reason she hated humans was that her father was one. After giving birth to her, she disappeared from the world, leaving only her mother to care for her. And that was nothing. The main point was that she left behind a mixed blood angel like her. In this world, being mixed blood meant being inferior. Interracial love had not received the approval of the gods. Under such pressure, Lilith accidentally trespassed into the territory of the Blood Clan and was unexpectedly transformed into a vampire by a Blood Clan ancestor. You can choose to shut up. In an instant, a flash of white lightning struck, and Lilith swiftly closed in on the demon god, attempting to pierce through his armor. Foolishness, a pure blood angel might have the strength to fight me, but a mixed blood is just seeking death. In that moment, the sound echoed, and the entire world was filled with flashes and roars. Countless chains of lightning outlined a neural network, launching a deadly attack towards Lilith. Lilith, the return of all beings, the encounters between humanity and the myriad races, were cast aside by the world, so it was for Roy, and so it was for Lilith. Although the two loved each other, their offspring had to bear the sins of their ignorance. In Lilith's mind, a middle-aged man with a face obscured by white light appeared. That man had mysteriously disappeared since the day Lilith was born, leaving no trace. Even when her mother passed away, he refused to show up. No, not even a word of comfort. Lilith would never forgive that man for her entire life. A strong light overshadowed the horizon. The sky sparkled with points of light, accompanied by violent explosions. The demon god looked at Lilith with disdain and laughed maniacally. Foolish ant, turn into stars in the light curtain and become nourishment for the demon realm. Lilith gritted her teeth. Despite using all her strength, it was futile. The gap in power was too great. From the moment the demon god made his move, Lilith knew the disparity in strength. With her magical intensity, it was impossible to withstand him head-on. In her mind, aside from the father she hated, another man suddenly appeared. The newly appointed Demon King, Muchen. This guy, she also disliked him, but it wasn't a heartfelt dislike. It felt more like a shy annoyance after he teased her. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lilith's mouth. Humph, that's fine, let the future of the demon race be controlled by you, the monstrous Demon King hero. She tightly closed her eyes, feeling the scorching light curtain enveloping her, the sound of the heat wave drowning out all the voices around her, only the sound of death whispered in her ear. However, the world fell silent. The explosive sound of the heat wave abruptly stopped, and after a few seconds, she seemed to hear the murmurs of humans. Iron-headed white hair, why are you acting recklessly? Do you know who the allies are? Belu looked at Nayako with displeasure. Nayako snorted lightly, hands on her hips. Mind your own business. I'll save whoever I want. You idiot. What if you bring the enemy back? What are you afraid of? I'm not incapable of fighting, humph. Although you're short, your brain isn't very smart either. Upon hearing this, Belu was stunned, quickly retorting, hey, iron-headed white hair, didn't you just list all those as flaws? The argument soon stopped, and Lilith felt her body being gripped tightly by some sharp object, followed by a rapid departure from the light curtain. She struggled to open her eyes, and what came into view was her old acquaintance, Tia. Tia was unaware of Lilith's gaze. She shouted to Belu and Nayako, no time for bickering, that light curtain is coming. You two hurry and run. Just now, Nayako's casting of a forbidden level spell had only barely delayed a few seconds, and facing the oncoming light curtain, Nayako was also helpless. As soon as Tia spoke, Belu and Nayako took off running, but they clearly underestimated the speed of the light curtain. I'll come. At the moment of crisis, Ludi and Yen appeared simultaneously, crossing over the two and facing the impending light curtain head-on. Belu, seeing this, incredulously turned to Ludi, her calves not stopping for a moment, and shouted, Ludi, what are you doing? You can't block this attack. Ludi's expression was serious as she quickly replied, we'll find out if we try. That's right, you just take care of yourselves. He. Yan's face was filled with excitement. The two extended their palms, and as expected, they simultaneously activated the Soraya symbol to dispel the approaching light curtain. Alice, who had already reached the Demon King's castle, looked at Ludi and Yen through a telescope and sighed, this is really too chaotic. If anything happens to them, Mu Chen will be heartbroken. Beside her, Loi looked helpless, as she had not been able to help at all so far, merely watching the show. She was fed up with such days. Aside from eating, what else could she do? On the other side, the effect of Ludi and Yan's Soraya symbol was somewhat effective, as the light curtain could hardly touch them. However, this raised another issue. While they had blocked the front, the light curtain above began to slowly engulf them. Yen clearly realized this problem. She reached out with her other hand and patted Ludi. Hey, sis, you need to get out. Ha, I said get out. Why, do you think I'm useless? Sigh, what a silly sister. Yen helplessly shook her head, but Ludi actually understood in her heart that Yen was trying to protect her. But how could a sister let her younger sister protect her? Even if she felt okay inside, Mu Chen would definitely look down on her. So, no matter how much Yen called out, Ludi remained unmoved. As the light curtain was about to completely seal off their escape, Yen could only grit her teeth and reach out to grab Ludi's arm, preparing to throw her out of there. However, at that moment, the light curtain stopped. At the narrow exit behind them, a figure was actually holding up the opening of the light curtain with one hand. You've worked hard. The upcoming battle will be entirely up to me. Standing on the wasteland, Mu Chen stood with one hand, disdainfully looking down at the demon god. The new work is still in progress, and I want to present it with the best quality, so the writing is quite slow. Below is part of the content. The new work has many female protagonists, with characters similar to the grass god, Bai Lu, and Fu Xian in the game, and at least 100 female protagonists in reality. Just a casual move, and they are already at the peak of the world. Just a casual move, and they are already at the peak of the world. The myriad demon clans fell silent. Just now, the demon god's strike could have easily shattered the defenses of the Demon King's castle. Yet their new Demon King managed to withstand the attack with just one hand. They looked at this scene in astonishment. Hey, this can't be true. Our Demon King's predecessor was merely a brave warrior. How did he achieve this level? Someone among the demon clan broke the silence, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. So terrifying. It seems we really can't underestimate the new Demon King. If we can survive today, everyone should be more respectful. That's right, the Demon King's strength is indeed formidable. But his opponent is the Demon God, a powerful being of the demon realm. The outcome is still hard to say. Sigh, although I really don't want to, I hope this time our new Demon King can defeat the opponent. The demon clans were discussing fervently. At this moment, the demon god, standing in the heavens, also looked down at Mu Chen for the first time, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he said loudly, Is this the new Demon King? I've heard you easily dealt with Rammer, you have quite the ability. No need for you to say that, Mu Chen replied coldly. He clenched his hand, and the entire light curtain suddenly collapsed, turning into the dust of the starry sky, and the world returned to calm and darkness once more. Seeing this, the demon god's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily, but then his expression turned cold again. But in front of me, you are still nothing. As both a hero and a demon king, you are more mixed than a hybrid. As he said the last sentence, the demon god's peripheral vision momentarily locked onto Lilith and Roy, his tone filled with endless disdain and mockery. Mixed, ha! Mu Chen murmured, tilting his head to look at Lilith, who was hiding behind him. At this moment, Lilith also looked at Mu Chen with a complex expression, as if she had endless words to say. Mu Chen chuckled awkwardly and looked up at the demon god in the sky, teasingly saying, "What's wrong? Does it matter to you whether I'm mixed or not? Did I eat your rice or something? With your appearance, you're more mixed than everyone present." "Exactly." Bailu suddenly jumped out and shouted, daring to call my master mixed. "You are even more mixed. You are just a hybrid." The atmosphere in the room fell silent for a few seconds. Damn, this little girl actually voiced their inner thoughts, not even bothering to be tactful, considering the other party is a demon god. The demon race members all stood by Bailu's side, silently nodding and giving a thumbs up. The demon god did not get angry, his expression showed no obvious change. The words of an ant, "I will treat them all as jokes." After saying this, his gaze shifted to Mu Chen. "New demon king, you do not belong to the demon realm. Your existence will affect our dominion over the demon realm. So, prepare to welcome death." Mu Chen did not respond, only smiled slightly and said loudly, "Watch closely, Lilith. This is how to silence those who gossip about you." Lilith looked at Mu Chen's back, suddenly unsure of how to reply. She didn't understand why Mu Chen still wanted to speak up for her. Was he a sycophant? No. Lilith quickly shook her head. Her looks weren't even the best among the demon race, and besides, he had someone like Ella, a top-tier lowly, by his side. Why would he be fawning over her? In her thoughts, the demon god's roar echoed through the heavens, interrupting Lilith's contemplation. "What a foolish choice, Demon King!" The demon god roared, and just as Mu Chen finished speaking, he silently unleashed 4 world-class spells. World-class, the highest level of magic, spells that even demon gods find difficult to learn. 6 blue magic arrays, each with a diameter of over 50 meters, surrounded the demon god, the complex magic patterns between them emitting bright light, almost illuminating the night sky once again. A perfect world. When the arrays were activated, they would unleash an explosion of over 80,000 tons, destroying all objects within a 40-kilometer radius. And the 6 magic arrays would confine the explosion to a fixed area, meaning this nuclear explosion magic would only affect the demon god, resulting in an explosion equivalent to over 4.8 million tons of damage. With Mu Chen's current magical strength, even the past Mingula would be roasted into a red crab with a single strike. No, it might even disappear entirely. In the next moment, a spear appeared in the demon god's hand. He swung the spear towards the center of the arrays, preparing to forcibly break through. World-class magic. This was the legendary magic. Why would an ordinary hero be able to use magic of this level? The demon god was baffled. Such magic, capable of easily destroying the world, was being used against him, leaving him unsure whether to call it luck or misfortune. Meanwhile, those watching from the outside, those who understood, had already dropped their jaws, while those who didn't were still praising how beautiful and impressive the magic array was. The spear tip had already pierced towards the center of the array, and the magic array's light flickered 3 times, faint cracks appearing. "Ha! World-class magic is nothing like this." The demon god laughed, preparing to continue breaking the array. With his physical strength, he could easily withstand this explosion. The only loss would be his cultivation accumulated since birth. What he wanted was to break open a hole and let this world be baptized together. Upon seeing the formation crack, everyone instantly resembled ants in a boiling pot. Could it be that world-class magic was ineffective against the demon god? They cast hopeful glances at Mu Chen, but his lips were always curled upward, as if he were smiling. "Look, Mu Chen isn't the least bit flustered. We're safe, right? Who knows, damn it. This feeling of having my life controlled by others is really unbearable." Mu Chen looked at the formation with cracks, unfazed. After all, in his plan, he never intended to use this broken magic to end the demon god's life. It would only injure him, not kill him. With a casual flick, a silver chain unexpectedly shot out from Mu Chen's sleeve, its target aimed directly at the demon god. "Ha, a mere chain, do you think you can trap me?" The demon god paid no mind to the approaching chain. Its threat level was far lower than the magic formation before him. Could it be that Mu Chen was out of tricks? As the chain wrapped around him, the demon god remained indifferent, ready to shatter it with a wave of his hand. However, he found that he couldn't exert any of his powers at all. Not only that, but the spear that shared the same source of power with him also flickered in and out of existence, disappearing with a clang the next moment. "Wah! What's happening? My power. Why has it vanished?" The demon god was completely unable to control his own strength. He felt as if the power within him was sealed by some object. Could it be that chain? The demon god suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at the silver chain that had wrapped around him, only to realize that the chain had long since vanished. "What on earth is this thing?" For the first time, the demon god shouted in a panic, his expression frantic. If he were to endure the bombardment of 6 world-class magic spells in this sealed state, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Mu Chen did not respond but coldly watched the flustered demon god in the formation. The Lock of Commandments. This was one of the items Mu Chen possessed, among which one chain was deliberately used to suppress his own strength, while another was sold to a mysterious merchant. Now, only 2 chains remained. They both possessed the same ability, to seal souls and powers. Once a soul was sealed, if one was not skilled in soul-related techniques, it would be nearly impossible to break free. Next, it was time to watch the demon god be blown to bits. Of course, there was also the matter of properly punishing Lilith. Next chapter. Lilith, you will obediently listen, right? Lilith, you will obediently listen, right? Lilith, you will obediently listen, right? The world was so tranquil, so quiet that everyone held their breath, staring at Mu Chen. Above the sky, particles of dust scattered, remnants of the demon god. The demon god, on par with the gods, fell in a single move. This was something no one present dared to predict. Watching the increasingly tense atmosphere in the Demon King's castle, Mu Chen also closed his eyes and chuckled helplessly. It seems the hero's boost is quite impressive. Everyone wore expressions that seemed to ask if they could trust him, but they did not dig deeper. After all, the more one knew, the easier it was to meet their end. Under Mu Chen's orders, they quickly came to clean up the demon god's remnants. They had completely severed ties with the demon realm. They could only enter Mu Chen's command, otherwise, there would truly be no place for them to survive in this world. Lilith's castle. Mu Chen was lounging comfortably on the sofa in Lilith's chamber, while Lilith was being forced to stand beside him. This was Mu Chen's punishment for her. So, do you still want to oppose me? Mu Chen casually glanced at Lilith, shook his head with a smile, and picked up the teacup placed on the coffee table. Mu Chen did not drink, merely playing with the teacup in front of him. Lilith's attitude softened slightly, but she remained defiant. This time, I owe you a favor. However, I will not forget the excessive things you have done to me, nor will I yield. Excessive things? Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh at her words, his right hand lightly gliding the teacup lid across the surface of the tea, creating ripples. It was only when the ripples hit the cup's wall that he spoke with a hint of amusement. Lilith, the one who struck first. Was you, right? Lilith. For a moment, Lilith was left speechless, realizing that it was indeed her who had bitten Mu Chen first. At this moment, she could only silently tilt her head to the side, avoiding Mu Chen's gaze. Mu Chen noticed Lilith's small movement but paid it no mind. He set down the teacup and suddenly spoke earnestly. Lilith, you should know that a master does not keep disloyal dogs. This is true for kings and for demon lords alike. But you are human, not of the demon race. You cannot become a true demon lord. There are no demon lords left in this world. In an instant, Lilith felt her body pushed hard against the wall. She opened her eyes in panic and confusion, finding Mu Chen's massive form blocking her way. Lilith desperately pushed against Mu Chen, shouting hysterically, "What do you want? Let me go." What a stubborn girl. What does it matter if you are of the demon race or the human race? Do you still think this world is as simple as you imagine? Mu Chen did not want to talk about how the hope of survival lay in the alliance between humans and demons. He only wanted to wake up this obstinate, foolish girl before him. Hearing Mu Chen's slightly fierce tone, Lilith's resistance instinctively intensified. She pounded on Mu Chen with all her might, but he was like an insurmountable mountain, utterly unyielding. Soon, Mu Chen's large hand grasped her chin and lifted it. "Let go of me. Be obedient." Mu Chen mimicked Lilith's earlier actions, biting down on her neck. This time, Lilith did not respond but desperately pushed Mu Chen's head away with her hands. But the outcome was predictable. She quickly grew weak, her hands falling limply, finally resting on Mu Chen's waist. She gasped for breath violently, like a patient on the verge of suffocation, but soon, her mouth was covered by Mu Chen. She could only emit some muffled moans. This time, she did not feel as much pain. Rather, it seemed she was somewhat addicted to this feeling. Moreover, she discovered that the less she resisted, the more she seemed to enjoy it. In a daze, she gradually lowered her guard, allowing Mu Chen to explore freely. It was only when he reached the uncharted territory that she regained her senses. "No, Your Majesty, stop." Lilith's face flushed, her voice becoming soft and weak. In her delicate state, she even exuded a certain charm. "Is that so?" Mu Chen smirked wickedly, resembling a cruel and twisted villain. "Weren't you just enjoying it? You had no resistance at all?" "Nonsense. That's because I lost all my strength." Lilith's face turned red as she desperately argued. Mu Chen remained unhurried, slowly tearing the hem of Lilith's dress, teasing, "Are you wanting it? You think too much. I'm not that kind of person. I don't care for such things." "Oh, what things? Ha, what else could it be?" "Of course, it's the dirty things that you boys love the most, breeding." "Is that so?" A faint smile appeared on Mu Chen's lips, and suddenly, his body flickered to the door of the room, leaving behind a single sentence, "Stubborn blood clan girl, what I meant was, do you want to become my subordinate?" She pushed the door and left. Inside the sleeping quarters, only Lilith remained, her face flushed with shame, clutching the tattered hem of her dress. "Why you? How dare you play word games with me? Ugh, shameless, pervert, big lecher." Though she said this, a strange feeling was born within Lilith. It seemed to be an inexplicable sense of happiness, and its source was the banter exchanged with Mu-chen. Could it be? That's right, it must be because I absolutely hate him, so after scolding him, I feel happy. You think you can make me obedient and compliant? Not in 8 lifetimes. Meanwhile, Beilu and the others were waiting for Mu-chen to return to the Demon King's castle. During this time, they listened to Era recount everything that had happened here. The information exchange went relatively smoothly. Nayako was a bit curious, "So Era, after things are settled here, do you plan to come with us?" If she guessed correctly, Mu-chen's next plan was to ascend the tower and then go to the kingdom to fulfill the human-demon contract. And by the way, let Mu-chen meet his senior sister. That guy used to talk about her every day. Era shook her head, her tone gentle. "Nayako, thank you, but I don't want to trouble brother Mu-chen anymore, because..." "Okay." Before Era could finish, the girls all nodded in agreement. Great, one less competitor. And Era, for a moment, was at a loss for words. "You guys, so you didn't want me to come along?" I was moved for nothing. In the midst of their idle chatter, Mu-chen also left Lilith's castle and returned to the Demon King's castle. He walked briskly towards Beilu and the others' room. A new fate, the beginning of a story. Long live our king! Long live our king! Long live our king! The muffled sounds of submission gradually grew closer until Mu-chen could clearly hear those 4 words. What was happening? Mu-chen gripped the half-open door handle, an endless wave of dizziness washed over him. He couldn't see the scene inside the room, only a white blur. "Beilu! Nayako!" Mu-chen shouted with all his might, but received no response. Instead, a string of vague, pale red words became increasingly vivid. "The aberration descends. The aberration descends? How could that be? It's only just." Mu-chen tried to push the half-closed door open, but it felt as if the door had melded into the floor, not budging at all, while the voice near his ear transformed into the distant sounds of terrified escape. "Hold on. Demon King Mu-chen will come to save us. If we can withstand this wave, we can rest. I can't hold on. There are too many of them. The piercing sounds of bodies being pierced came through, and the speaker's voice deflated like a balloon, gradually falling silent. "I can't hold on much longer. Era, you must take them and escape. I will hold off the enemy's advance with Mebius and the others." "No, Lilith, if we're leaving, we leave together. If we're staying, we stay together. I won't abandon anyone. Idiot king." Lilith's voice was extremely weary. If it were Lord Mu-chen, he would make the same choice. But he has already gone missing. Missing? What does that mean? Mu-chen was left in a fog, having only been on his way to Beilu's room for just a moment. From the sounds, it seemed like centuries had passed. He had to figure this out. Mu-chen tried to squeeze his body through the narrow gap of the door, but predictably, he got stuck. The sounds from inside the room continued to flow. At this moment, there was no longer the peril of the battlefield, only calm. "Your Highness, the united army of the kingdom has arrived outside the hall. The fate of the demon race may end here." "Yes, I know. But, Clays, as a prince of the L Kingdom, there's no need for you to stand with us, you could still survive." Your Highness is joking. Survival is the most basic desire for me. Following Mu-chen is my highest honor. But, no need to say more, Princess Naya. Now, in the Demon King's castle, it's just the 2 of us left. From the moment we stood here, we should be very clear about our choices. I believe that even if Mu-chen has vanished as if he evaporated, he will surely see what we do. Our efforts will not be in vain. Naya exhaled slowly, as if making a certain decision. "You're right, Clays. Let's go. Before we completely close our eyes, we should at least take down 1 or 2 heavyweight opponents across from us. That way, it won't be a loss." After hearing this, Clays chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, you are becoming more and more like Lord Mu-chen. However, there's one thing you got wrong." What point? Not 1 or 2, but all of them." "You guy, you're quite confident at this moment, just like my foolish apprentice." In the hall, the crisp sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Mu-chen wanted to call out to them, but his throat felt constricted, unable to move even a bit. "Damn it! What the hell is going on? This damn door!" Mu-chen wanted to kick the door hard, but before he could muster the strength, he felt his body lose balance, leaning forward and falling into a vast expanse of light. His body floated in the air, with no point of support. He could only vaguely see a blurred figure, slender and full, but not tall. like a little girl with twin ponytails. Did you see? A divine voice came, youthful yet filled with sanctity. This is the life you are about to experience. But everything has not yet begun, you still have a chance to change it. Who are you? Mu Chen questioned. The world loves to call me the goddess of destiny. You can understand me as the deity who holds the fate of all people. How about it? Isn't that impressive? The goddess of destiny pouted. If you don't answer, then forget it. I won't tell you that I'm very interested in your fate. My fate? Put. I didn't let anything slip. Whatever. Just remember one thing, real life is about to begin, so stand out among your classmates. At that time, I will give you a big treasure. Classmates. Hiss. A wave of headache swept over Mu Chen, as if he recalled something. It seemed that not just 4 people were summoned back then, but a whole class, and the other 3 heroes were none other than his classmates. But why couldn't he remember the details afterward? Was it the kingdom's doing? Don't trust the people of this world too much, especially someone you will encounter in your future fate. That would be the werewolf. Then I look forward to your performance, my favored prince. I will watch you from the top of the tower. The trio of jumpers also, I have given you a treasure, you will like it. Then, the journey officially begins. Hey, Mu Chen, wake up, hey, a voice called out, and Mu Chen woke up. He groggily looked at the seat beside him, where a girl with long golden hair was shaking his shoulder vigorously. Beth, why are you still here? Mu Chen felt incredulous. Isn't she the proud archer girl? Why is she now wearing a tight school uniform, with a short skirt that is quite strategically placed? No, according to logic, he should be heading to Baru and the others' room right now. Where's Baru? Where are we in the Demon King's castle now? Are you still half asleep? Beth shook her head helplessly, spreading her hands and sighing. Well, it's understandable, after all. Being transported to another strange world is quite a shock. Transported? Mu Chen suddenly remembered that not long ago, he seemed to have encountered someone who called herself the Destined Goddess, who had told him some nonsensical things. Could it be that the experiences before were all from the future? Mu Chen murmured to himself. Was this dream too real? But even if it was indeed a dream, Beth and the others' betrayal had already sounded the alarm. This time, he wouldn't get too close to them. However, seeing Beth's face, Mu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Beth was quite a popular figure among their classmates, with quite a few admirers at school, and yet she had behaved so indecently in this dream. He didn't even know how to face that face anymore. Why are you dazing off again? Is there something dirty on my face? Seeing Mu Chen staring at her cheek, Beth shyly reached up to symbolically touch her face. It's nothing. Mu Chen rubbed his eyes and asked, so where are we going now? According to the original school plan, the rented bus should have already arrived at the Springfield ski resort. But now it seemed they had been transported to this world by some force during their journey, and all he could see outside was a bright grassland. There wasn't a trace of snow. It seems to be a country called Al. Beth pointed to an old man standing by the bus driver's area. That guy claims to be the Grand Magician of the Al Empire. He discovered us while passing by and is guiding us to his country. Guiding? Mu Chen chuckled and shook his head. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Remember, Beth, this is no longer our original world. Here, there are no laws to bind us. It's a survival of the fittest. Why so serious all of a sudden? You're acting strangely, Mu Chen. Mu Chen didn't respond, merely gazing silently at the magician in front of the bus. This guy was sketching an alternative magic circle with his fingers. So what should we do now? Beth continued to ask. Jump off the bus. Mu Chen replied casually. Jump off the bus? Jump off the bus. Before Beth could recover from her shock, a boy in the front seat had already poked his head out like a monkey. Mu Chen, you feel something's off too, right? I knew there were still a few sharp-witted guys in this world like me. Look at that old man. He doesn't look good, and he definitely has bad intentions. Mu Chen and Beth exchanged glances, both surprised by this unexpected interjection. Who are you? Hey, I'm Lin Bei. I'm really sad that you can't remember my name, Mu brother. He exaggeratedly patted his chest, looking hurt. Lin Bei? Mu Chen finally remembered he was a classmate sitting behind him. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to his classmates' names and appearances, he shouldn't be mistaken about Lin Bei's tone. He was the most vocal one in class, or to put it nicely, he livened up the atmosphere. To put it less nicely, he was just annoying. Beth quickly smiled to smooth things over. Mu Chen is like this. He usually doesn't hang out with classmates, so remembering 1 or 2 names is already a miracle. Lin Bei, you don't have to blame him. Lin Bei waved his hand, not particularly concerned, and then turned his gaze to Mu Chen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, brother Mu, without discussing anything else, let's continue talking about our great car jumping plan. Do you think at this speed, we might just close our eyes and fall asleep on the spot? I think as long as our heads don't break, that old man might still be able to help us out. You're the top student in the class. Do you have any good jumping postures to teach us? Jumping in a normal posture, there's a 90% chance the head won't break. Mu-chen leaned against the car window, his gaze casually sweeping over the scenery outside, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. In fact, given the current speed in the grassy terrain, it was highly likely that nothing would happen. Of course, one's physical condition couldn't be generalized. If something went wrong, it would just be me talking nonsense. Just then, a sudden gust of wind brushed past. Mu-chen looked up in surprise. Lin Bei had opened the car window at some point, one foot firmly planted on the window ledge. Wait, are you really jumping? Of course. Brother Mu, come join me. What about the posture? Whatever you say, Brother Mu is the top student, it'll definitely work. Damn. Mu-chen cursed inwardly, this guy is serious. I thought he was just joking like me. Thinking this, Mu-chen also yanked open the car window and stepped up onto the window frame. Lin Bei glanced at Mu-chen, his face full of laughter, teasing, if Brother Mu is afraid of hurting his handsome face, I'll jump first, and then you can jump on me. Don't worry, I have a good physique, I can take it. Are you kidding? Don't end up falling and eating dirt yourself. Ha ha ha. Their actions instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the car, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The wizard in the front seat frowned at the sight. Keep driving, don't stop. This stretch of road is dangerous. We need to leave quickly. After ordering the driver, he advanced menacingly toward Mu-chen's empty seat. Beth looked around in confusion, unsure of whether she should jump or not. The strange looks from her classmates and the impending arrival of the old man made her feel unprecedented panic. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely lunged toward the window. 0 points. Mu-chen's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. If he hadn't acted in time, that guy would probably have ended up face-first on the ground, possibly leaving permanent scars. Never mind. He wasn't that narrow-minded. After all, the reckless suggestion to jump from the car was just a joke he had made offhand. Beth's impulsive action was merely an unexpected episode. It could be said that it was indeed like that. Perhaps in the future, she would have the chance to become a brave archer. Ha, look, our car jumping team is officially assembled. Mu-chen, being gentle with girls is always a good idea. Coming out safe and sound is the best outcome. Lin Bei's cheerful laughter broke the surrounding silence as he walked over, trying to lighten the mood with humor. Beth was gently set down by Mu-chen. She knelt on the soft grass, a faint blush seemingly rising on her cheeks. Thank you. Mu-chen noticed this subtle change and replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. He then turned his gaze to Lin Bei beside him. Just a bit, we'll be setting off soon. Not a problem. Beth, you need to step it up too. I feel like the adventure here is getting more and more interesting. Lin Bei excitedly patted Beth on the shoulder, encouraging her. Beth nodded lightly, her gaze inadvertently sliding toward Mu-chen's profile. Meanwhile, in the slowly departing bus, the great wizard stood by the window, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the 3 figures below who had strayed from the group. He sighed softly, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. 3 more test subjects gone, but it doesn't matter. Their fate will ultimately be a long sleep beneath this land. After speaking, a barely perceptible coldness flashed in his eyes, and the hidden magic array had quietly activated. Dragon Strike! Dragon Strike! Damn, Mu brother, Beth, look at that tower, it's so freaking cool. The person who can create something like this must be a total madman. Lin Bei's exclamation cut through the air, leading everyone's gaze to the towering silhouette of the tower that loomed against the sky. A complex emotion flickered in Mu-chen's eyes, as familiar yet distant memories surged like a tide. This is the Tower of Heaven. It is the residence of the succubus Loi, the cursed girl Ludi, and the dull nightmare. I wonder what they are doing now. Although in the future fate, I have already achieved my goals with them, the feeling of having to get to know them again as a stranger is too jarring. On the silent grassland, the sound of the wind played like a silent film, and footsteps echoed thud-thud. Beth walked at the front of the group, her hands leisurely clasped behind her back, her steps light, as if she were enjoying a spontaneous trip. I heard that great magicians say that tower is called the Tower of Heaven, filled with mysteries, with a total of 100 floors, each leading to a completely different otherworld. What's even more amazing is that each floor is rich with endless treasures and resources. If we can get in first, it would mean a lifetime of wealth and glory. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's lips curled into a playful smile. Is there really such a good thing? I have to be wary of that old man. He might be trying to fool us. But I'm not too interested in gold and silver treasures. I'm more curious about those unknown inner worlds. Hey, Mu brother, do you think there are cute beast-eared girls inside? Mu-chen chuckled lightly, patted Lin Bei's shoulder, and lowered his voice mysteriously. Not just beast-eared girls. There's nothing you can't find if you can imagine it. Lin Bei's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. No way, really? That's amazing. I have to stay and explore, and get to know the locals well. Lin Bei's grin stretched to his ears, causing Beth to roll her eyes. TCH, men are all big pig trotters, they can't move when they see a beauty. Be careful you don't get sold one day and end up counting money for someone else. Would you be willing to be the one selling me? Lin Bei winked at Beth, teasing her. Climb. Alright. Mu-chen quietly observed from the side, watching the drama between the two, unexpectedly feeling that their compatibility was quite high, at least much better than the previous group of heroes, especially Beth's state, which seemed far from the harshness of the previous Bao hero. But a hint of doubt arose in Mu-chen's heart. Why is there no trace of Lin Bei in the future fate, including the other classmates? The raging wind struck his face, and Mu-chen's heart flickered like a flame in the wind, unsteady. Just then, boom! A crimson firelight flashed across the clouds, and a roar that echoed across the grassland made Beth and Lin Bei instinctively cover their ears and kneel. Immediately after, a scorching wave of heat rushed from afar, and even with their eyes closed, they could feel their eyeballs about to burn to suffocation. Lin Bei raised his wrist to shield his eyes, while his clothes and hair were wildly blown back by the heat wave. He shouted, "What the hell? What happened? Does the other world have atomic bombs too? What the hell just exploded all of a sudden? Idiot!" Beth also shouted, "This must be some fire-type magic. If it were an atomic bomb, we would have turned to ash long ago." Their voices did not carry far, quickly drowned in the endless heat wave. "No, it's hot enough, but why does it smell so bad? What kind of magician releases magic while inheriting bad breath attributes? This is too invincible. I'm about to throw up." Beth couldn't answer either. The guidebook didn't explain the reason for the foul smell when casting magic. The heat wave quickly dissipated, but in the distance, the grassland had already caught fire, a truly spectacular sight. "I see." Mu-chen furrowed his brow. That was the direction the bus was heading. Perhaps he knew why his classmates were absent from the future fate. "You two, do you dare to come with me to take a look?" Mu-chen glanced at the two who were already panting. If nothing unexpected happened, the creator of this fire was the most powerful creature in this world. A dragon. This was bad, really bad. Even if his classmates had their own destinies upon entering this other world, their strength was undoubtedly still infantile. In front of a dragon, it was not enough to withstand a single breath. "If you don't want to go, that's fine, we can stay here." "I'll go." "Me too." Mu-chen paused. He had originally thought they would stay here and then part ways, embarking on their own journeys. "It's very dangerous, you could die." Mu-chen frowned tightly, wanting to dissuade them. "Come on, brother Mu, we're all in the same boat now. When we jumped off the bus together, we became a team. Wherever the boss goes, we go, even if it's a volcano, we'll charge in." "Ugh." Beth kicked Lin Bei's, "But I don't want to share pants with you." Cough cough. "But I agree with the second half of that." Beth looked sincerely at Mu-chen, just like Lin Bei said, "Wherever you go, we go." Mu-chen sighed deeply. "Even if we could die at any moment?" "Even if we could die at any moment." The two nodded in unison. Mu-chen almost fainted from anger. These two were indeed stubborn. But could their legs stop shaking? Forget it. He would help them through the beginner phase, and in the days to come, they could walk their own paths. Mu-chen no longer hesitated. He immediately set off towards the source of the commotion, with Lin Bei and Beth closely following. On the other side, what is that thing? A snake? No, a lizard? No matter what it was, Gao Qingming's legs had gone weak, and he could only sit on the grass, using his hands to push himself away from the bus. The bus had long been twisted and deformed, with several holes in the ceiling and walls. A bloodied girl lay sprawled in the aisle, a large hole in her chest, seemingly dead, her face still frozen in terror. Besides her, there were a few boys and girls inside the bus who had been pierced through. Their injuries weren't as severe, but they wouldn't last long either. Although they had now evacuated to the grassland, it was not something to be grateful for. Just a short while ago, this creature with massive scaly skin had spewed a ball of fire from its mouth, turning several fleeing classmates into a pile of ash. Now, it had set its sights on his beloved goddess, Li Mengyao. "Damn it, that's the woman I love most in my life. If you dare to touch her, I'll kill you, you beast." "Beast!" Gao Qingming's shout attracted the attention of the red dragon. "Goddess, will you play a tune for me?" The red dragon's vertical pupils revealed a hint of mockery, as if it immensely enjoyed the feeling of crushing ants. It flapped its enormous wings, its incredible bulk floating in midair, then suddenly lunged forward, gliding towards Li Mengyao on the other side. "No, you bastard! I'll kill your mother!" Gao Changming watched helplessly as the dragon lunged at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao, frail in stature, had already fallen to the ground. Shyly, she reached out her hand to Gao Changming, tears streaming from her eyes but still maintaining a smile, not wanting him to see her in a pitiful state. "I'm sorry, I've burdened you." In the final moment of her life, Li Mengyao recalled every joyful day spent with Gao Changming, fantasizing about all the things they had yet to do. all of this was about to come to an end. The dragon's claw accurately and unmistakably sliced across Li Mengyao's back, leaving a deep gash, but she did not let out a single scream. The red dragon seemed unsatisfied, even grabbing the barely conscious Li Mengyao in its claw and spiraling upward. Then, it let her go. No one could defeat a dragon. Everyone would die. Li Mengyao was not special, nor would she be an exception. She fell from a great height, until she became a blurred mass of flesh. From beginning to end, fate had long been predetermined. In that moment of despair, Gao Chengming stared at the figure of his beloved fading away, his heart twisted in agony, anger and sorrow intertwining into an uncontrollable torrent. He pounded the grass beside him madly, grass clippings flying, yet failing to conceal the endless grief and unwillingness in his heart. Around him were the terrified screams of his classmates. But what could be done? Though he came from a military background and practiced some martial arts, he was utterly helpless against that colossal creature, the red dragon. Every heavy punch seemed insignificant before the giant dragon, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Just as he was thinking this, Gao Chengming suddenly felt his palms growing hotter, and he stared in disbelief. His hands were actually on fire. In the distance, the great sorcerer lurked in the shadows, a meaningful cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, letting out an evil chuckle. Finally, the first one to reveal their fate has appeared, and it's a fire attribute Holy Fist. If this can be used for my empire, it would definitely be a perfect worker. Ha ha ha. Holy Fist, Fate, a branch of the martial artist, where the host's constitution undergoes a special transformation, doubling their physical abilities. At the same time, with every punch thrown, the host's strength permanently increases by a little. Adaptable magical properties: fire, ice, light, water. However, the newly born power of the Holy Fist had not yet shone brightly before it drew the red dragon's wariness. The giant dragon sensed the threat, its head held high, and destructive flames quickly gathered in its throat, aimed directly at Gao Chengming. If he were to leave now, he would surely become a dragon slain by his fist in the future. Run! It's going to breathe fire again. Its target. Ah, it's Chengming, me. The shouts of his classmates echoed in his ears, but Gao Chengming could only smile bitterly. He knew the root of all this and understood that his fate could not be escaped. He slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with unprecedented determination and resolve, pointing at the red dragon soaring in the sky with a fierce smile. Are you afraid of me now? You only bully the weak little insects. If I do not die today, I will take your dragon scales and tear your body to pieces in the future. Before his words could finish, the blazing flames surged like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, instantly engulfing Gao Chengming. The crowd gasped as they saw the flames shoot into the sky. Everything seemed to have settled into dust. What a pity! The great sorcerer gently shook his head, his tone filled with both regret and anticipation. Though the fate is good, it lacks a bit of wisdom. However, this world's stage never lacks for sacrifices. Next, let me see who else can light up their fate in this chaotic world. The flames gradually extinguished. Only charred traces remained, and the crowd was once again shrouded in the shadow of fear, knowing that the rampaging red dragon had locked onto a new prey. Just as everyone was about to flee again, a small, thin figure slowly stepped out from beside the bus. Everyone, blindly fleeing is just futile. Think carefully about what the great sorcerer said when we first arrived here. Each person carries a unique fate, and only by uncovering its mysteries can one find the path to eternity. Just now, Chengming's palm ignited with flames, indicating that he has discovered his own fate. I believe that among the 20 or so people present, there must be someone who can inspire the fate to defeat this guy. The speaker was none other than Bai Jiao, the campus belle of the university where Mu Chen studied. She was petite and delicate, with fair and smooth skin that exuded a faint milky fragrance, making one unable to resist the urge to touch that softness. Her pink hair flowed like the softest clouds at dawn, delicately cascading over her shoulders, with the ends gently curling. Her red eyes sparkled like two brilliant rubies, sometimes glinting with a mischievous light, revealing her little prank plans. At other times, they softened like water, expressing an infinite love and yearning for the world. Her voice seemed to possess an inexplicable magic, instantly soothing the restless souls. Just like now, she awakened everyone from their blind panic, urging them to reassess the predicament before them. The situation seemed to be shifting. The red dragon sensed this sudden change and became restless, its giant eyes scanning the surroundings before finally locking onto the suddenly appearing girl. This creature had completely overlooked her presence until now, as if she had been invisible. It realized that this seemingly fragile life might be hiding an unknown threat. Without hesitation, the red dragon spread its wings and soared high, stirring up a tempest as it ascended into the sky. Bai Xian'er clung tightly to the protruding pole of the bus, her body light enough that a moment's inattention could see her blown away. Bai Jiao, it's dangerous, someone shouted. I'm not afraid, Bai Jiao smiled back at them. I'll hold it off. you all use this time to discover your own fate. I believe you can do it. Though she said this, in truth, Baijiu could not hide her fear, especially her deep aversion to pain. She bit her lip, her mind racing. This is troublesome. What should I do? Even if I show my strength, I might not be a match for this guy. Running away. That should be impossible, right? No matter how fast I run, I can't outrun it. Baijiu thought, realizing there was no other way. So be it, she would fight for a glimmer of hope for these little ones. Perhaps this is what a lonely life is all about. Baijiu's attachment to life was quite weak. In other words, she was already tired of living, and when faced with death, she could remain indifferent. There was just one thing she couldn't accept. She was terrified of pain. Roar! With a furious roar, the red dragon dove down from above, intent on crushing the survivors in the bus along with the little girl. Baijiu's heart leaped to her throat. She had never been hit before, and this time it seemed she would be in for a world of pain. Just as despair set in, 3 figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, suddenly descending. Under the astonished gazes of all her classmates, Mu Chen fearlessly broke away from the group, weaving through the crowd, passing by Baijiu, and striding toward the front of the bus to confront the red dragon. Showcasing his brilliance, Naya appeared. Mu Chen's appearance was something no one had anticipated. Although there were many things they wanted to say to him, there was no time now, as the red dragon was already flying toward him and Baijiu. Brother Mu, be careful! Lin Bei shouted from behind, his heart racing. This was no joke. After all, they were facing a real, living dragon. Mu Chen stood still, unmoved, not even showing a hint of fate, which worried Baijiu behind him. Mu Chen? Its target is me. You don't have to stand in front of me. Target? I'm sorry, Miss Baijiu, but perhaps my target is precisely it. As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned. Even the red dragon and the distant archmage froze for a moment. Who does this guy think he is to say such things? Is he a reckless fool? The archmage fumed, recognizing that the newcomer was the one who had jumped from the vehicle. Fine, let you die clearly to relieve my hatred. At that moment, the red dragon felt a moment of hesitation. Its vertical pupil stared directly into Mu Chen's eyes, and the longer it looked, the more fragile its heart seemed. Mu Chen's gaze was like an abyss, dragging it in. Until, kneel! Mu Chen's furious shout. The red dragon's wings immediately stopped moving. The dragon, losing its balance, spiraled down onto the grassland. It uprooted the soil and weeds, its massive body sliding to a halt right in front of Mu Chen. Ha! What's going on? Everyone looked at the fallen giant dragon, their expressions dumbfounded. Especially Baijiu behind, who couldn't believe the scene before her, rubbed her eyes several times to confirm that the red dragon had indeed laid down. Why you? How did you do that? Baijiu leaned closer to Mu Chen, her curiosity about this man growing immensely. No, rather, she had been curious about him since high school. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously, seemingly not an ordinary human like her. But he was a lone wolf, making it difficult to approach him, so she had given up. This time, however, she had finally caught a chance. Mu Chen gently stepped forward, placing his foot on the dragon's head, then turned to Baijiu with a calm gaze, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's just momentum. Momentum? Baijiu's mouth fell open in surprise. How could mere momentum subdue this giant dragon? I don't believe it. Baijiu pouted, inadvertently letting a hint of her magical aura seep out, trying to probe Mu Chen's background. Actually, you don't need to use your charm magic on me. Mu Chen's voice softened significantly, only for Baijiu to hear. Why you? No? Baijiu's eyes widened instantly. No one had ever discovered her identity before. I knew when I first saw you. Then why didn't you tell anyone? Mu Chen glanced at Baijiu and shook his head. No need. I don't like to tattle, and besides, you haven't interfered with my life. With that, Mu Chen turned his attention back to the red dragon beneath him. You step back first. We'll talk about other matters later. This dragon is still alive. At this moment, the red dragon had been completely consumed by fear, its body trembling like a sieve, having lost all courage to even look directly at Mu Chen. It didn't even have the courage to glance at him, because behind him was a black dragon, 100 or 1,000 times more ferocious. Taya, the strongest general of the Demon King. Why Taya appeared behind Mu Chen, it didn't dare to think. It only knew that Taya could crush it with a single step. Absolutely impossible. The great mage's voice trembled with excitement, his beard seeming to carry too many emotions, swaying gently as he repeatedly murmured, Divine Seal. How could it be the Divine Seal? How on earth did he do it? That Divine Seal technique is the rarest in the world. It's power enough to shake the heavens and the earth, let alone the difficulty of summoning the shadow of the magic dragon Taya, which is akin to climbing an untoppled peak. The Divine Seal can summon shadows of deities and below to assist in battle, inheriting 10% of the original's power, but the summoning requirements are strict, one must know the summoned object inside and out. Casting the magic consumes no mana and does not affect the host or the shadow's original body. It is an epic in the magical world. Those who can do it are few and far between, let alone the level of shadows they can summon. What are you thinking about? A gentle yet undeniably authoritative female voice quietly sounded from behind. Instantly, the great mage's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He stiffly turned his body, his mouth twitching as he looked at the girl behind him. Nayako the divine mage. Why are you here? Can't I come? Nayatsu's gaze turned slightly cold as she looked into the distance, then fixed a stern stare on the Grand Mage. If I hadn't come, would your companions have all perished under your indifferent watch? You misunderstand. The Grand Mage's voice trembled slightly with tension, his heart racing like a drum. This mission had been secretly entrusted to him by His Majesty, and he could not let Nayatsu find out. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would definitely question His Majesty, and losing a figure of divine magic would be a significant loss for the Empire. But, without an explanation, Nayatsu would surely demand answers from him. He had to find a reason. Andy, I am very disappointed in you. Nayatsu's voice was as piercing as ice, striking directly at the Grand Mage's heart. Anne's legs trembled involuntarily, fear washing over him like a tide. Do you know? Whether you choose to ignore the dying or not, I can come to their rescue. But what does it mean for you to block the aura of this grassland? If it weren't for that sudden anomaly, I would still be in the dark. Nayatsu-sama is wise, even a slight fluctuation can reveal the whole situation. Andy tried to change the subject, but it sounded pale and powerless. Enough. Answer me, were you instructed by someone, or is this your personal decision? Nayatsu's tone left no room for doubt. I just wanted to train them. Anne's voice was almost inaudible. Nayatsu's expression grew darker. Train? The Empire has its own training system. Why must you use a dragon as bait and put newcomers in peril? As a mentor, you have failed miserably. Nayatsu-sama, I was wrong. I will go rescue them immediately. Please give me a chance to make amends. I am willing to slay that dragon to prove my determination. I will never err again. Andy almost pleaded. Nayatsu's gaze swept across the distance, especially at the girl standing atop the dragon's head. A hint of relief flashed across her lips, then she turned to Andy and gently shook her head. You should tell that to the innocent souls who have perished. What do you mean? Anne's pupils constricted. According to the Empire's law, Article 21, Grand Mage Andy, your actions have crossed the bounds of humanity. Your identity and honor will be stripped away. I will represent the Empire to cleanse this stain. No, His Majesty will not agree. Andy screamed, frantically fleeing towards the Empire. Execute first, report later, Imperial authority permits it. Andy, your speed cannot escape the judgment of fate. You will be buried alongside your dragon. With that, thunder rumbled across the sky. 6 magical arrays concealed within the clouds erupted in an instant. Everyone saw 2 brilliant beams of light slicing through the sky, the red dragon's wails turning to ashes. And Andy, too, was reduced to nothingness beneath the heavenly thunder. The encounter with fate, once again recognized. Do you still wish to be my disciple? The encounter with fate, once again recognized. Do you still wish to be my disciple? Beneath that vast sky, a bolt of lightning roared like an angry dragon, nearly splitting Mu-chan into arcs of electricity. He swiftly retreated several steps with agility, starting with a superior move, as a sign of respect. This method of attack is simply Nayatsu. Even with his robust physique, far beyond that of ordinary people, he could hardly ignore the continuous baptism of the thunder's might. Moreover, Nayatsu was a violent deity of magic. If her thunderous strike did not end her opponent, it would turn into an endless torrent of firepower until everything returned to dust. Releasing 10 superior moves at once was still more than sufficient. However, this time she controlled her aim quite well, not missing. Look, the red dragon has turned to ash. Are we saved? What's with this thunder? The weather seems pretty clear. Suddenly a bolt strikes down. If a few more come, I reckon we'll be completely wiped out. If I'm not mistaken, it should be reinforcements arriving, right? Thanks to Mu-chen's help, if it weren't for him suppressing the red dragon, there might have been even more. Gradually, everyone gathered around Mu-chen, expressing their joy at surviving the disaster, though some students were eager to withdraw. I want to go home. This world is too terrifying. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to die. A student's voice stood out sharply in the crowd. Lin Bei, hearing this, curled his lips into a teasing smile, gently patting the student's shoulder, his tone filled with comfort and temptation. Brother, do you know that when you go back, you'll only face the loneliness and ordinariness of day after day? Here, you have the chance to encounter the beast-eared girls of your dreams, 1, 2, or even more. Here, love and adventure coexist, without the constraints of the mundane, without the shackles of monogamy. The student's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? beast-eared girls? Exactly. Are you really going to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Lin Bei's words acted like a catalyst, completely igniting the desire within the other. No, Lin Bei, my previous cowardice was just a joke. I actually want to live here. Great, that's the spirit. Just like that, the boy who wanted to back out suddenly lost the thought of leaving. Amidst the discussions, Baijiu quietly walked to Mu Chen's side. Mu Chen, what do we do now? The great magician is also gone. Where should we go? Look ahead. Following Mu Chen's, Baijiu's gaze caught a glimpse of a lively figure, a white-haired girl, with two low-hanging braids dancing, joyfully bouncing towards them, surrounded by an extraordinary aura. Who is she? Baijiu asked, puzzled. Look at the badge on her clothing. It's not hard to guess that she, like the great magician, is from the Empire. Mu Chen's voice concealed unknown emotional waves, because only he knew in his heart that the seemingly innocent girl was, in fact, his most familiar master, Naya. However, at this moment, they were like strangers. Are you all okay? Naya's voice was crisp and pleasant, coming from a distance, carrying a hint of concern. The crowd exchanged glances, filled with doubt, but they all shook their heads to indicate they were fine. That's good. Before her words fell, Naya's figure seemed to transcend the shackles of space, instantly appearing before everyone, radiating a remarkable magical brilliance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Naya, and I am a magician from the L Empire. Welcome to the new world. She smiled brightly, her self-introduction laced with a touch of playfulness and confidence. Magician, wow. What was that move just now, suddenly appearing? A girl exclaimed. It's teleportation. Naya blinked, her smile charming. If you study hard, you can do it too. Mu Chen stood by, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, secretly scoffing. This ability to deceive hasn't diminished at all. This teleportation is certainly not something everyone can do. At least, you need to be at the level of a divine magician like her to have a chance. However, looking at her still innocent appearance, a warm current surged in his heart. Alright, the previous bad mentor has been replaced, and I will be responsible for your guidance from now on. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, unless we encounter the Demon King, you will definitely be safe. What if we encounter the Demon King? Mu Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. As soon as he said this, the surrounding students' expressions stiffened. It might really be possible. With dragons around, isn't the Demon King just on the way? Of course, Mu Chen wasn't afraid of the Demon King. He just wanted to tease this young master. Moreover, the current Demon King, Ayla, was still a little girl who yearned for peace and wouldn't actively invade others' territories. Devil King. Naya looked at Mu Chen and covered her mouth with a smile. So it's you. I didn't expect there to be such an excellent boy in your world. Ahem, but don't worry. If the Devil King really appears, I will protect you well. Saying this, Naya puffed out her chest and patted it, looking very reliable. Mu Chen pretended to ponder, stroking his chin, and asked again, so, is the Devil King stronger, or are you stronger? Naya was slightly taken aback by the question, then looked up at Mu Chen, her eyes sparkling with thought. She had never considered this question before, but the answer quietly emerged. If you are willing to be my priest and assist me from the back, perhaps. No, definitely. We too are stronger than the Devil King. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's eyes widened slightly, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He seemed to see that foolish yet adorable master who fought alongside him, facing storms together. What the hell? When did Naya become so articulate? Wait, did I really listen to her nonsense when I was the brave of healing? Nico, gurgle gurgle. Alright. Naya clapped her hands and smiled as she looked around at everyone's faces. It's getting late. Let me take you all back to the Al Empire. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell on the abandoned bus, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She blinked lightly, as if discovering some novel treasure. Is that your world's mode of transportation? It looks amazing. Yes, but it's broken now, Baijiu replied. No problem, Naya is the best at repairs. Saying this, Naya flicked her delicate hand, and brilliant light danced at her fingertips, gently covering the entire bus like the first light of dawn. In an instant, the twisted and deformed body of the bus slowly returned to its former shape, as if time were flowing backward. Mu Chen realized that this was not a repair magic, but something similar to the time gem that Clays had given him before. It rewound the object's time, restoring it to its original state. This scene made the students present sparkle with endless longing and desire for magic. However, for those companions inside the bus who could no longer awaken, Naya's eyes also revealed a faint helplessness and sadness. She was not an omnipotent god, nor the embodiment of healing light. The loss of life was a taboo she could not touch. Just like that, Mu Chen started the bus, taking Naya to experience this magical vehicle. Your name is Mu Chen, right? You have great potential. Are you interested in being my disciple? Naya said leisurely, suddenly turning her head to look at Mu Chen. Let's set a small goal first. I've already arranged accommodation for you, you can rest here tonight. Leading Mu Chen and the others into a beautifully decorated high-end hotel in a small town 20 kilometers outside the capital of the L Empire, there were a total of 19 people left this time, including the Bao hero Beth from Fate, along with the other two heroes, Carol and Sonia. Sonia was lucky to have only sustained minor injuries and was fine. Carol had survived by using his classmates as bait. The hotel was divided into male and female areas, which was a special request from Naya, as mixed accommodation could lead to chaotic situations. Everyone must be hungry, right? Before going back to your rooms, I've ordered dinner for you all. Let's sit in the restaurant for a while. After completing the check-in procedures, Naya said to everyone with a smile. After a whole day of running around, escaping, and being frightened, almost everyone was exhausted and starving. Upon hearing that there was food, their eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, Naya-sensei. Naya-sensei is so nice. One afternoon, Naya gained a group of loyal little fans. As girls, they always had similar gossip topics, even though they were from different worlds. More importantly, in their eyes, Naya was a very gentle girl. She was completely different from that grand magician, who always put on a high and mighty air, looking down on others. In the restaurant, dish after dish gradually arrived at the table, presenting unfamiliar delicacies, but just by looking at the dishes, the prices were definitely extraordinary. This, so lavish. How much is this? Someone looked at Naya and asked curiously. 1473 mocha, not expensive, Naya replied. Mocha? How much is that in RMB? Upon hearing this, Naya's face showed a hint of confusion. She naturally didn't know what RMB was and couldn't answer such a question. It's simple, Mu Chen suddenly spoke up. 1 mocha equals 1 renminbi, but the way mocha is obtained here is different from RMB. Most of it comes from adventure bounties and selling magic crystals. Wow, Mu bro, how do you know so much? Did you secretly take extra lessons? Or, Lin Bei suddenly made a comical face, leaning closer to Mu Chen's ear. Did Naya secretly tutor you? I heard she wants to take you as her disciple. She's very satisfied with you. Mu Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip, smiling lightly. Lin Bei, you're overthinking it. I just converted the prices of items sold at the stalls we passed by into the value of items from our original world to derive this conversion rate. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Carol, who was sitting a bit farther away. What's with this guy, glaring at me from time to time? Is he already impatient with me at the start of our journey? Well, it's time for me to educate you properly. As soon as Mu Chen's conversion rate was mentioned, someone exclaimed, 1,500 bucks. Doesn't teacher Naya feel bad about spending so much? It's a small amount. Compared to what's to come, it's not worth mentioning. What's to come? Bai Jiao tilted her head in confusion. By the way, did that old bad guy tell you about this world, and why you ended up here? The students exchanged glances. To be honest, they knew very little about this world. Any bits of information they had were just things that Grand Magician had casually mentioned. I see. Naya shook her head, seeing the students' state. Without thinking, it was clear that Andy had told them nothing. Actually, your arrival in this other world was not an accident. It was Andy, the magician you encountered at the beginning, who summoned you here. Once again mentioning the term otherworld, the students showed no reaction. They had already faced a red dragon. What was there to fear about another world? So, although they felt confused, they did not interrupt Naya. And the summoning was to find candidates for heroes and, as well, candidates for sages. Sage candidates? Mu Chen frowned slightly. It was the first time he had heard of this, and no one had ever mentioned it to him. Could it be that the story of fate was not complete? It seemed necessary to pay attention to the rules of this world. Naya slowly nodded, looking at Mu Chen as she continued. A hero is the umbrella of a nation. A sage governs this world and the Tower of Heaven. But occasionally, their numbers may dwindle, so they often seek to replenish from outside the world. And above the sage is the Grand Sage. They are truly a being above all, second only to one. Even I have not reached that level of a sage. So how strong are sages, really? Beth couldn't help but ask. Right now, you might not have a concept of it. The Demon King, perhaps you've heard of that name, a sage, is roughly at the level of 4 Demon Kings combined. What? How strong must that be? With the stars shifting and the mountains and rivers flattened, Nayako crossed her arms and nodded proudly. A sage is such a powerful existence, and all of you, who have come from another world, have this potential. As she spoke, Nayako extended her right hand towards the students. The dining hall was instantly filled with white light, and everyone almost instinctively closed their eyes. But nothing happened. Beth cautiously opened her eyes and found that Lin Bei, sitting next to her, was emitting a golden glow. Bai Jiao and Mu Chen, seated a few places away, were radiating pink and black light, respectively. Beth looked around and saw that almost everyone was shining with various colors of light. The atmosphere in the dining hall felt quite fantastical at that moment. Do you see the light on yourselves and on others? Different colors of light represent different abilities. The stronger the light, the greater the potential of the person, and the stronger they will be in the future. Upon hearing this, the students seemed to take Nayako's words seriously. All the classmates, except for Mu Chen, Bai Jiao, and Lin Bei, began to frantically look around the dining hall. This meant that pleasing the strong could increase their chances of survival in this other world. Among everyone present, only Mu Chen was completely enveloped in black light, so dark that even the intensity of the light could not be discerned. Nayako couldn't help but show a look of surprise. After all, among the companions summoned before, there had never been anyone with black light. What kind of ability could this be? However, this was not important. From this moment on, everyone was mentally forming their own teams. The light is about to disappear. After this, I will grant each of you a panel system. If the granting is successful, you will be able to see all your abilities and status. As she spoke, the light almost vanished in the blink of an eye. Mu-chin stared at the space before him. Apart from the delicious food, there was nothing that Nayako had mentioned. Lin Bei, did you see anything? Mu-chen asked the Lin Bei beside him. Above. It displayed all my information. And skills. Sword and shield counter. So many, just like a character information panel in a game. So that's it, it's the basic panel. It seems that almost everyone, except for himself, could see their own panel. But it didn't matter. The panel was just a decorative item for him. This system panel will accompany you for life in this world. Please make good use of the system to aim to become a hero or a sage. The Imperial Arena, Nayako's group is in danger. The Imperial Arena, Nayako's group is in danger. Match 8, Sichuan Long Yang. Long Yang wins, Sichuan loses. Please send out the 9th contestant from Nayako's group within 10 minutes. If you exceed the time, it will be considered a forfeit. Contestants from Nayako's group, please note that you have already lost 8 matches in a row. If the number of consecutive losses reaches 9, all members of Nayako's group will be eliminated and will not be able to obtain any form of resource sponsorship from the Empire. Radiance overflowed. The vast Imperial Arena was packed with a sea of spectators. The referee's serious and stern voice echoed throughout the arena. Lin Bei and the others wore heavy expressions. Before resting last night, Nayako had informed Mu Chen and the others of something. Every batch of summoned warriors had to participate in the newcomer arena against the newcomer group the next day, and the group with the most wins would receive more resource sponsorship from the Empire. Originally led by Inde, this batch of people was now taken over by Nayako, becoming Nayako's group. At the same time, there had been more than just Mu Chen's batch summoned. There had already been about 6 batches of growing teams. The pressure was on them. They only had one night to consolidate their abilities and try to learn how to use these strange things. Although it is quite normal for newcomers to be bullied, losing should never be too humiliating. This was Naya's thought. Therefore, she stayed up all night yesterday to help those students who wanted to become stronger gain practical experience. But unfortunately, they still suffered 8 consecutive defeats. I should have been the one to fight, Naya muttered. Seeing the arrogant demeanor of the Luchuan team, she wished she could rush up and beat their mentor to the ground. 5 minutes left. Naya's team, please adjust your personnel. On Naya's team bench, Mu Chen was awakened by the referee's urging voice. His heavy eyelids gradually opened, and he looked around in confusion. How did I end up here? Wasn't I supposed to be lying in bed? Wait a minute. Mu Chen seemed to remember something. While packing up last night, he discovered the treasure given to him by the destined goddess. It wasn't anything precious, just a specially made phone that could be used in another world. So, while researching the functions of this phone, he accidentally found a musical note. After opening it for observation, he stayed up all night. It was only at dawn that he finally covered himself with a blanket. Mu brother, you're awake? Your sleep quality is quite good. I called you for half the morning and couldn't wake you, so I had to carry you over. Lin Bei shifted his position and sat next to Mu Chen. Carried over? Mu Chen looked incredulous. Don't say that. I feel like I have much more strength now than before. Carrying Mu brother for another 10 hours is no problem. So what's the situation now? I wake up to find we've lost 8 matches? Yeah, Lin Bei sighed. The guys from the Luchuan team are too strong, especially that Long Yang, who has already defeated 3 of our team members in a row. If we lose one more match, we will be eliminated. Mu Chen unconsciously looked at the boy standing on the arena, holding his samurai sword, his long black hair tied up, and a proud smile that seemed to regard Naya's team as nothing. Sakura people? How dare they be so arrogant? 3 minutes left until the 9th match. Naya's team, please send out the next contestant immediately. If you exceed the time limit, it will be considered a forfeit. In the center of the arena, a mysterious referee whose appearance was unclear was mercilessly declaring. As his voice fell, all the spectators, including members of other teams, turned their attention to Naya's team. Long Yang, who had already won 3 matches in a row, could no longer contain his restless heart and began to mock wildly. Haha, if you can't do it, just give up. Hey, don't say, you might as well let that guy who has been sleeping the whole time come up. No matter who you send, your outcome will be a loss. Can't you save some face? At least he has a reason. He lost learning time because he was sleeping, right? With your little strength, being able to cast a weak fire magic is already the strongest. I don't know what reason you have for not forfeiting. In the face of our powerful Sakura genetic lineage, you dragon country folks are all weaklings. Give up. Here, it is our Sakura's world, and the capable are the heroes. Wise ones should retreat. Abe Long Yang even borrowed the referee's loudspeaker to shout, his smug expression fully displayed, making Naya grit her teeth. What kind of undeveloped groundhog is shouting? And he boasts about the powerful Sakura genes. I've never even heard of it. Daring to brag in front of me. If you were an enemy of the Empire, I would definitely skin you alive today. Other team members, eager to watch the excitement, immediately chimed in. Hey, do you still have any capable contestants? Since it's taking so long to prepare, don't lose in a second. I see this as just stalling for time. It's useless and will only lead to a more humiliating defeat. Why don't you all go together? That might last a little longer, shouted mostly the students who had been summoned, while their mentors and the audience dared not make a fuss. After all, their mentor was Nayako, one of the Empire's rare sorcerers. If this little girl got truly angry, it would be far more exciting than an invasion by the Demon King's army. As for those barking madly, they were from another world, so it had nothing to do with them. In the end, if Nayako sought revenge, it would be them who suffered. In Nayako's combat team, all the students showed worried expressions as they looked at their mentor. Teacher, what should we do? If we lose another match, we'll be completely eliminated. We're not afraid of losing, but I don't want to embarrass Nayako-sensei. A girl said anxiously. Teacher, let me go. I know I'll lose, but I will fight until the last moment. Even if I have to use my fists, I'll stand until the end. No way, my fists are tougher. Let me go. You go to hell. They're using swords. Hey, Carol, didn't you just buy a sword? Maybe you can give it a try. Carol decisively shook her head. The sword is for you, Yugo. Alright, then let me do it. Even though he knew he wouldn't be able to use a sword, Yuma decided to step up. Losing was fine. Surrender? Absolutely not. His abilities were more about boosting teammates, so asking him to fight in close combat was undoubtedly the worst decision. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, Nukin walked over and forcibly pressed the standing Yuma back into his seat. That's enough. Nukin calmly scanned his teammates. Everyone has courage, I know, but in the next round, we absolutely cannot lose. Losing isn't just about personal pride, it's about leaving ourselves with nowhere to hide. Yuma, as a booster, think carefully. Can you really lift Carol's big sword? Everyone is acting on impulse without a clear plan, and in the end, doesn't that just lead to failure? Nukin's words brought everyone back to reality. They all lowered their heads, silent. Even Nayako felt that Nukin's aura at this moment was stronger than her own. So, I've made my decision. In the next few matches, I will take them all on myself. I will crush the Luchuan team. Completely. You don't need to say anything. Just watch how their arrogant faces fade away. With that said, when everyone came to their senses, Nukin had already walked towards the arena. His figure, at that moment, stood tall and proud in the eyes of the crowd. His gaze surveyed the entire arena, without a hint of fear. Isn't it time for a new book? Just me? Fight him? Isn't it just me? Fight him? The arena barrier rose. Ah, you really get to take the stage? It seems your team is really running out of people. Long Yang had hardly ever looked at Nukin with any seriousness. A guy who had been dozing off the whole time in the arena, could he really knock him off the stage? He had never considered the possibility of losing. Facing Long Yang's mockery, Nukin merely nodded slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. I think you should use your mouth for your strength, not just for empty words. Long Yang sneered a few times, stepping forward first, mocking Nukin. A mere unarmed guy still doesn't understand his position? No worries, once my sword strikes, I won't stop until I see a corpse. Saying this, Long Yang raised his head, looking down at Nukin with disdain. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your life, just leaving a few scars on that shameless face of yours. His expression was arrogant, and every word dripped with sarcasm. Ha, life's treating you well, your verbal skills are quite impressive. Mu Chen looked at Long Yang with a cold expression. Don't worry, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will kill you without hesitation. The only corpse here will be yours. After finishing his harsh words, the The referee waved his hand, somewhat impatient. He knew that the Nyatsi group was made up of newcomers. How could they possibly compete with the veteran group? Less talk, the match officially begins. As soon as the words fell, a blue aura erupted around Long Yang. He drew his katana, ready to strike, and suddenly charged at Mu Chen. Meanwhile, Mu Chen remained standing still. Seeing this situation, everyone felt that Mu Chen was bound to lose. Even Nyatsi couldn't help but feel worried. Long Yang, aside from his foul mouth, was indeed a talented competitor. However, just as Long Yang's katana was about to pierce Mu Chen's neck, boom! In an instant, a vast black aura erupted from Mu Chen's body. The black mist surged like a massive wave, continuously spreading outward from him. Just this one impact sent Long Yang staggering back several meters. Feeling the oppressive force of the black mist, Long Yang found it hard to believe that a newcomer could master magic so quickly. But it didn't matter, he had to attack. Long Yang adjusted his stance, his gaze locked onto Mu Chen, and took another step. Footstep? Anbei Long Yang's eyes widened, instantly freezing in place. What's wrong? Mu Chen smiled wryly. Your Excellency, why have you stopped your attack? Almost in an instant, Long Yang's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, even the katana in his hand was shaking, beads of sweat like soybeans sliding down his forehead. All the spectators were stunned by this scene. Just a moment ago, they saw a burst of black mist, and now this Long Yang had stopped moving? Come on, don't just stand there. Yeah, it's just a ball of black mist. He hasn't even used magic. What are you afraid of? The audience on stage was enthusiastic, urging Long Yang to attack again. Fools, you bunch of fools. What black mist? This is clearly a monster. Although Long Yang wanted to curse, he truly didn't dare to move an inch. Because, in front of him, a giant black dragon was lying on the arena, its size almost exceeding the bounds of the competition area, its massive red vertical pupils fixed on him. This was not even on the same level. He would die, and it would be a matter of a single slap. Who was the seemingly lazy guy across from him, capable of summoning such a creature? Did the people below not have eyes? Shouldn't the match be stopped? Yes, the referee. He immediately looked at the referee, seeking a glimmer of hope. Referee, this guy has committed a foul, right? How can he release such a monster? Does the competition rule allow for substitutes? Monster? The referee was momentarily confused. He looked at the stage, it was just him and Mu Chen. Where was any other thing? Including the audience on stage, they only saw the two on the arena. Is this guy out of his mind? Is he joking with his opponent? Doesn't seem like it. Look at his legs and hands, trembling so violently. Could he really be scared? Scared already? It's just a ball of black mist. It seems this guy is also a coward. Get down! How can you still be in a match like this, coward? Exactly. After all that taunting, when it comes to actual combat, he's a total coward. What a disgrace. Little coward, stop making excuses. I'm watching the match just fine. There are only two of you on the stage. Are you so cowardly that you're seeing illusions? Lin Bei pressed on. The audience's sentiment began to shift slowly, with one side being the trembling Long Yang and the other still calm and composed Mu Chen. It was clear which side they should stand on. Even the members of Nyako were quite delighted at this moment. Mu Chen had truly suppressed Long Yang's momentum. However, judging by this performance, did Mu Chen's abilities have anything to do with sleep? He had frightened the opponent to the point of hallucination. Of course, this was understandable. The divine seal could be released to a designated person. This meant that apart from the person themselves and the designated individual, no one else could see even a shadow of it, and even the remaining aura was isolated by the arena's barrier. Mu Chen gradually grew fond of using Taiya's divine seal. It was really quite effective. What on earth is this thing? Abe Long Yang's pupils trembled as he looked at the black dragon before him, his survival instincts urging him to escape the arena as quickly as possible. But his legs were numb, and he didn't even know what had soaked his pants. This scene caused everyone to laugh at Long Yang once again. Even his mentor, Ryukawa, felt utterly embarrassed at this moment. Seeing Long Yang in such a disgraceful state, Mu Chen couldn't help but sneer. Why aren't you speaking? Are you naturally not fond of talking? What happened to your verbal skills? What's wrong? Are you so nervous that you wet your pants? It's fine, I'm right here. Just bring your knife over and put it to my neck, and you win. You can absolutely trust me. I won't move a muscle before your knife touches my neck. With Mu Chen provoking him to such an extent, more spectators wanted to see what would happen next, rising to cheer for Long Yang to step forward. Long Yan felt like he could die. He couldn't maintain his dignity any longer. He swallowed hard several times, his feet not moving, just shifting a few centimeters. But he quickly noticed that as soon as he moved, the giant dragon before him opened its abyss-like maw, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Thinking of this, Long Yang's legs instantly lost strength, and his body tilted backward. Terrified, he sat on the ground, his gaze scattered with fear, his right hand reaching forward as if begging for mercy, pleading not to be killed. He no longer cared about any dignity. He just wanted to get away from the giant dragon in front of him. What the hell? How did this guy become such a coward? He's standing still, letting you hit him, and you're scared to the point of wetting your pants. And now you're sitting on the ground. Too ridiculous. He even talked about cherry blossom seeds. I think it's just like that. A cowardly seed is more like it. Hurry up and finish off this coward. Amidst the crowd's jeers, Muchen spread his hands, showing a forced expression to Long Yang. Looks like there's no choice. The audience is urging you. Since you can't stand up, can I come over? Without giving Long Yang a chance to speak, Muchen took one step at a time, slowly approaching Long Yang. It was like death, slowly descending. Don't come over. Long Yang frantically waved his hands, looking terrified of Muchen. However, what others couldn't see was that Taya behind Muchen was also moving forward with each of Muchen's steps. I still really like your arrogant look, Muchen teased as he looked at Long Yang. How about this? You run 3 laps around the arena naked, and I'll let you go. Impossible. Abe Long Yang. Still have my bottom line. I admit. Too late. Long Yang's words of surrender had not yet finished. Taya had already extended its dragon claw, striking towards Long Yang at an incredible speed. The referee beside them wanted to intervene, but there was only Muchen on the field. He said it was too late but actually did nothing. He thought he was going to finish off Long Yang, so he announced the end of the match as usual. Long Yang surrenders. Match 9. Muchen wins. However, as soon as the words were spoken, Abe Long Yang's eyes instantly turned white, his body stiff like a mummy. Toppling to the side, all life signs ceased. After finishing everything, Muchen chuckled lightly and walked towards the arena exit. Taya had shattered his soul, and now he was left with nothing but an empty shell. Some were pleased, while others were not. All the students from the Luchuan group looked as miserable as if they had eaten feces, their faces ashen. They never expected that a match they were sure to win would be lost to a guy who had been dozing off the whole time, and even worse, that Long Yang would be humiliated beyond recognition. Moreover, he had even killed Long Yang. I protest. The contestant from the Nyatsi group must have used some cheating device to make Long Yang hallucinate. Even when Long Yang decided to surrender, they still violated the rules and killed him. The students from the Luchuan group shouted sharply. However, their words were quickly drowned out by the audience. Cheating device? I didn't see any cheating device being used. Are you insulting Lord Nyatsi's character? Exactly. I believe that Lord Nyatsi's students would never engage in such underhanded tactics. Besides, Muchen didn't even make a move at the last moment. It was clearly Long Yang who scared himself to death. Ha ha ha, exactly. I think Long Yang was scared to death by that one sentence. What a huge embarrassment. And you're still here defending him? What? If you're not satisfied, do you want a rematch? The students from the Luchuan group were furious and couldn't swallow this humiliation. I will avenge Long Yang. Muchen, don't be arrogant. In the next match, do you dare to fight me, Abe Longxian? The speaker was Abe Longxian, Long Yang's twin brother. Seeing his brother so humiliated, his anger had reached its peak. However, in response to Longxian's challenge, Muchen didn't even look back and casually replied, "It doesn't matter. Scaring a pair of twins to death is a good start to my journey in this other world." He was so nonchalant that he didn't take them seriously at all. Some audience members, seeing this demeanor, were unconsciously drawn to Muchen's charm and switched sides to support the Nyatsi group. The first half is over, and there will be a break. The match will start promptly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Please arrange the contestants for both groups during the break to save time. Nyatsi took advantage of the lavish lunch to drive away all the other students, leaving only Muchen. Is there something you need, Nyatsi, teacher? Hee, can't I come to find you if there's nothing? My lovely disciple. Upon hearing this, Muchen felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over. Teacher, you really love to joke. I haven't even recognized you as my master yet. How rude. Nyatsi smiled and tiptoed to pat Muchen's head. You are a very smart and talented child. If you become my disciple, I will teach you all the magic I know, and then you won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Nyatsi's tone was so natural that it almost made Muchen believe her. And think about it, I'm not a small figure in the empire, just a little god of magic. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely skin them alive. As she spoke, Nyatsi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate white arms. Are you sure? Muchen pinched Nyatsi's little arm. It was soft. There's not a bit of muscle here. How can you fight off others? Puff. Before Muchen could finish his sentence, he felt a strong push in his stomach, as if his intestines had been thrown into a washing machine, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, his body flew out uncontrollably. Wait. this familiar feeling. It was Nayid's head, but a mouthful of blood spurted from Mu Chen's mouth. It had been a long time since he had suffered such a real injury. If it weren't for Nyarlathotep being a mentor in my fate, I would definitely want to crack open her head to see what's inside. Why is it so hard? As Mu Chen flew a short distance, he was suddenly embraced by Nyarlathotep, who cast a healing spell on him. Although I'm just a little arm, my head is harder than some people's stubbornness. Following me won't be a loss, and look, even if you're hurt, I can heal you right away. Isn't it because you made me? Nyarlathotep displayed an innocent smile, making Mu Chen shake his head in resignation. Indeed, a master is still a master, unable to escape the arrangements of fate. Although she was different from the stealthy master he once knew, this straightforward master was also quite enjoyable. Mu Chen turned to look at Nyarlathotep, who was hugging him from behind. If I don't agree, will you keep pestering me? Nyarlathotep's dumpling-like body, though not large, had a slight softness to it. Coupled with the sweet fragrance she exuded, it made Mu Chen reluctant to leave. Of course, I really like you. I won't let you go. Is that so? Mu Chen put on a forced expression. Alright then, I agree to let you be my master. Nyarlathotep's head seemed to short-circuit. Wait, shouldn't it be the master agreeing to let you be my disciple? How did it turn into me begging you to be my disciple, isn't it? Mu Chen was puzzled. No way. Nyarlathotep pouted. You have to personally and seriously say, I want to take Nyarlathotep as my master, for it to count. Otherwise what? Otherwise, you'll be retaliated against by the countless people who want to be my disciples but have all been rejected by me. That's a small matter. The master will protect me, right? Mu Chen waved his hand. Not really. There are so many of them, tens of thousands. Basically, there are a dozen or so coming to seek a master every day. A few? This silly lowly couldn't see it. There were quite a few admirers beneath her. But what was comforting was that this little one cherished him so much, no matter where she was. Perhaps, this was one of the reasons he was willing to protect her.